The radio sputtered awake, and Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly grabbed the handset from his Humvee's dash. For what felt like the 100th time that morning, he dragged the gritty corner of his desert scarf across his mouth, tasting nothing but Afghan dust and his own dry lips. A thick, swirling cloud of it invaded the cabin, pouring through the gunner's hatch and seeping past the doors, which hung slightly ajar under the weight of their added armor. Positioned in the middle of the convoy, his vehicle was perpetually smothered in a choking tan haze. He took a swig of tepid water from his canteen before keying the mic. "Betty 06, go ahead." The voice from the operations center was urgent. "Betty 06, Betty O main flash, traffic from the deuce, sir. It wasn't even mid-morning, and the heat was already oppressive." Connolly swiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and cranked the radio volume. A flash report from the battalion intelligence officer meant his already miserable day was likely getting worse. The operator continued without pause. "You have eyes on your position. Deuce assesses an attack on your convoy is imminent." Betty O'Mean. Roger that, damn it. As commander of 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, Connolly had no business being on this milk run to a neighboring district center. Any of his company commanders could have handled the meet and greet with the local mayor. But the intelligence reports had been troubling, suggesting the town's cooperation had shifted toward the Taliban, and he wanted to see it for himself. Now, someone was watching. He figured the deuce had picked up insurgent radio chatter. He switched channels. Lima 6, Betty O actual, stay alert. We have eyes on us. Execute a security halt. Let's try to get inside their decision cycle. He hoped an unexpected stop might flush out the ambush before it was perfectly set. Lima 6 acknowledged, and the line of vehicles began to slow. The explosion at the head of the column wasn't just loud. It felt like the road itself had been punched. Connolly was thrown against his seat harness. Before the dust even cleared, the distinctive whoosh crump of RPGs and the staccato crackle of machine gun fire filled the air. Through the windshield, he saw pavement and dirt erupting skyward, followed by a fireball. Shrapnel and debris began hailing down on the vehicles, pinging off armor plating. Instinctively, the convoy snapped into a herringbone formation, vehicles angling left and right like the teeth of a comb. The 50 caliber machine guns in the turrets opened up, their deep, rhythmic pounding chewing into the surrounding hillsides. Didn't waste any time, did they? Connolly's driver shouted over the deafening roar of their own gun and the metallic rain of spent shell casings from above. Connolly twisted toward the radio operator in the rear. "Sergeant Boss, grab your rifle and dismount on my side now." The sergeant needed no further encouragement. Sitting still in a metal box during an ambush was a death sentence. The heavily armored Humvee the Marines were using offered some protection, but a single, well-aimed rocket-propelled grenade could still turn it into a fiery tomb. With all the firepower pouring from its turret, each vehicle was practically begging for that kind of attention. Before Connolly could exit, a familiar, steady voice came over the dashboard radio. It was First Sergeant Perez from Lima Company, one of the battalion's best. "Lima 6's vehicle is disabled," Perez reported, his tone unnervingly calm. "They're rattled, but his gunner is still in the fight, so they're holding. He's on the tactical net right now, directing the counterattack." These roadside bombs were crude but devastating, often built from hundreds of pounds of scrap metal packed around a potent mix of fertilizer and fuel oil. The insurgents would bury them in the road, sometimes using acid to soften the asphalt first, then cover their work with a layer of dirt. Their standard tactic was to detonate the bomb, unleash a volley of RPGs and machine gun fire to sow chaos, and then melt away into the landscape. Kneeling beside his Humvee, Connolly kept his rifle shouldered with one hand while gripping the radio handset with the other. "Understood, Echo? 6, Papa. I'm moving to you. Tell Lima 6 to keep pressing the fight." He tossed the handset back inside and brought both hands to his weapon. Nearby, Sergeant Bose, burdened by his heavy armor, struggled to clamber out from his side of the vehicle. squeezing past the machine gunner's legs before tumbling onto the ground. "Bossy, the radio?" Connolly yelled, gesturing frantically at the forgotten PRC-1119 inside the cab. The young Marine had his carbine but had left behind his most critical tool. As Boss scrambled back inside, enemy AK-47 fire rattled against the opposite armor plating. He emerged moments later, radio in hand, just as the battalion sergeant major joined them. The three Marines took off at a low sprint down the convoy line, bullets snapping through the air above them. Every Humvee turret had swiveled, their 50 caliber machine guns hammering the hillside to the left with a nearly continuous roar. As Connolly ran, he spotted the air officer firing his rifle from behind a hood. Connolly grabbed the man's vest and pulled him along. He might be crucial in a moment. Tracers from the heavy machine guns stitched the northern hillside. Some gunners aimed at fleeting shadows, while others just hosed down the terrain with enthusiasm after all. They were Marines with big guns, and any chance to use them was a good day. For now, the tactic was working. The overwhelming volume of fire forced the attackers to duck behind rocks and ridges. Connolly believed if they kept this pressure up, they could drive the Taliban out into the open on the backside of the hills. He, the air officer, the sergeant major, and boss, finally reached the lead vehicle where the Lima Company commander was directing the battle. Connolly, breathing hard, reached the young captain. "What's your plan?" "I've got a solid base of fire established here, sir," the captain said quickly. "I'll keep the drivers ready to maneuver while I take an assault element and flank left." "Do it," Connolly said. "I'll get with the air officer and see what air support we have available." Lima Company began advancing up the rocky slope, maneuvering for the high ground adjacent to where the ambush had originated. Connolly moved with them. This was the captain's fight to run. Connolly's role as battalion commander here was simply to enable and support. From a rocky hilltop 200 meters out, Lieutenant Colonel Connolly had a clear view of Lima Company's advance. His first move was to get his air officer, a Marine pilot with years of ground experience, into the fight. "Bill, you're danger close to Lima," Connolly said over the radio. "I can have them hold back if you can get air support overhead in the next 5 minutes." "I've got a pair of fast movers ready for gun runs, sir," Bill replied. "Copy that. Deconflict with Lima and let's hit them hard." Kneeling behind cover, Bill worked up a 9-line briefing, packing each line with targeting data. After a quick radio exchange, he confirmed 2 A-10 Warthogs were inbound. Soon, the distant whine of their engines cut through the valley air. A single A-10 screamed directly over Connolly and his small headquarters team on the hill, its 30mm cannon unleashing a torrent of fire at nearly 4,000 rounds per minute. The jet wash from the low pass knocked Connolly flat as the iconic brrr-ut of the gun hammered the insurgent positions below. Some Taliban fighters, convinced staying meant death, broke from their cover in a desperate run. They didn't make it far. Lima Company resumed its climb toward the rocky peak where the enemy was dug in. The battle condensed into smaller, intense actions as platoons coordinated with the circling aircraft. The first A-10 banked away wide, a maneuver that inadvertently gave the surviving enemy a moment to scramble, just as the second Warthog began its gun run, cutting more of them down. The Marines pushed higher, closing in on the remaining fighting positions. Bill signaled that the A-10s were pulling off to set up another pass, granting a brief, eerie lull in the noise. Connolly raised his binoculars, watching Lima's maneuvers with a mix of professional pride and gut-churning worry for each Marine taking those exposed steps. Then, without warning, a burst of AK-47 fire erupted, barely 20 meters to his right. Beside him, Bill cried out and dropped. The sergeant major spun and emptied a full magazine toward 2 Taliban fighters firing from behind boulders lower on the hillside. His shots missed but forced them back into cover. Connolly yanked a grenade from his pouch and pulled the pin. "Frag out!" He hurled it toward the left side of the boulder. It bounced down the slope, landing near the 2 fighters, but one man kicked it away. The grenade skittered farther down before detonating harmlessly against the rocks. Not the result he wanted, but it sparked an idea. "Bill, you still with me?" Through gritted teeth. Bill replied, "Yes, sir, I'll manage." Connolly glanced back and saw him crouched 10 meters away, blood soaking his right calf, but still holding his radio up. "Stay put," Connolly ordered. "Keep the hogs focused on Lima's objective, but I need you and Bossy to lay down sporadic fire. Keep these two pinned. Sergeant Major, you got any grenades?" The Sergeant Major, positioned 5 meters to Connolly's left, kept his eyes and rifle fixed on the insurgent's boulder. "Yes, sir, I'm ready on my signal. Throw them one at a time, 3 total. Let each cook off a couple seconds first. That'll buy me time to shift south. After the last blast, I'll hit them from the right flank. Understood, sir. Ready when you are. Go!" Suppressing fire from the air officer and radio man pinned the enemy down, allowing the sergeant major to hurl his grenades. The first 2 sailed past their target, but the third detonated close enough to shower the 2 Taliban fighters with dirt and stone fragments as they huddled behind a large rock. Connolly had already maneuvered to the right, his rifle's sight fixed on their position. From this flanking angle, he spotted 2 figures in dark clothing, clutching AK-47s. One militant spotted him simultaneously, swinging his weapon toward the Marine. Connolly dropped to his knees and fired 2 rounds, both striking the man in the head. The second fighter rose and unleashed a wild burst of automatic fire, but Connolly calmly squeezed off 2 more shots, dropping him. The wounded man groaned, attempting to rise to his knees, but the radio operator finished him with a precise shot. As Connolly got back to his feet and peered around the boulder, a chilling detail caught his eye. A suicide vest was strapped to one of the corpses. "Suicide vest on one of them. Take cover. I'm putting a round in his head to prevent detonation." Connolly moved around the rock to take the shot, but the vest exploded before he could fire. The blast hurled him backward, and the steep slope sent him tumbling violently to the right, shrapnel and debris whizzing past him. He somersaulted twice before crashing feet first onto a narrow, rocky trail 12 feet below. He landed hard on his back, a searing pain erupting in his knees from the impact. Dazed, he quickly assessed himself, shocked to realize the explosion itself hadn't wounded him. Unbelievable luck, he thought. Gritting his teeth against the throbbing in his knees, he used a nearby boulder to haul himself upright. The sergeant major's voice called down from above. "You okay, sir?" Connolly tested his weight, limping a few steps as the pain slowly receded. "I'm good." He carefully made his way back up the treacherous path to his team. The sergeant major was standing over the 2 mangled bodies. "Sir, you keep pulling stunts like a kid fresh out of boot camp, and those knees of yours are going to give out for good. Appreciate the concern. You know anyone hiring for a desk job these days?" "Can't say I do, sir, but I'll keep an ear to the ground." They left the enemy where they fell and returned to the radio man and the air officer, who had removed his boot and was wrapping a bandage around a bloody calf wound. The dressing quickly slowed the flow. "Let's get a medevac called in," Connolly said. "Lima just requested one. They've got a few wounded, too." "Nothing critical, shrapnel and an arm shot." Connolly took the radio, leaning in to examine the air officer's leg. "Lima 6, this is Betio 6. Send your sitrep over." "Copy, Betio. We count 17 enemy Ki. Heard you had your own action up there." "Affirmative. Stay sharp for any more. Understand medevac is en route for your casualties. Roger that outstanding work. Lima 6. Sir, we owe the deuce for this one. His intel right before that IED probably saved our hides. Copy that. Drinks are on you when we're home. We're bringing the Arrow down to your position now." Connolly handed the handset back and gave the operator a firm pat on the shoulder. The air officer was still on comms with the pair of A-10s circling overhead, keeping them on standby. In a stubborn display, he tried to stand, intending to hobble down the mountain bootless and bleeding. The sergeant major shot him a look of pure exasperation. then hoisted the man and his heavy gear onto his back like a loaded pack. As they began the slow, careful descent, the sergeant major's words came between strained breaths. Connolly winced as his knees protested the steep descent. 18 years against the Taliban, and we're just now figuring it out? He shook his head, a grimace etched on his face. Took us long enough, but my gut tells me we've been so focused on these mountain fighters, we're blind to what's coming next. The sergeant major adjusted his grip on the wounded officer he carried. What's next, sir? Something different, Connolly grunted. Whoever it is won't be hiding in caves with homemade bombs. They'll have satellites, hackers, missiles that can hit us from 1,000 miles away. Mark my words, we'll look back on getting shot at in these hills like it was some kind of simple good old days. He paused, catching his breath. Makes you almost nostalgic for a straightforward roadside bomb, doesn't it? A long silence followed, broken only by the crunch of gravel underfoot. Sir, permission to speak freely? That's a real downer of a thought. The injured airman on the sergeant major's back let out a pained laugh, then hissed as his leg scraped against a thorny bush. Captain Raymond Shank Vance tilted his A-10 Warthog, the aircraft's distinctive silhouette casting a shadow over the scarred landscape below. Marine vehicles were navigating the shattered road, conducting their final sweeps. He leveled off and keyed his radio. Nuts, what's your ammo status? Under 2,000 rounds. Copy. I'm down to 800. We're running on fumes up here. Looks like the show's over for us, Nuts replied. Ground pounders seem to have it wrapped up. We did the heavy lifting. They're just collecting the leftovers, Nuts said with a pilot's typical bravado. A flicker of sympathy followed. Still wouldn't want to trade places. We're wheels up for home in 72 hours. Those guys are stuck in this dust bowl for another 6-month rotation. Shank banked his aircraft one last time, offering a casual, unseen salute toward the Marines as he checked out with their air controller. Chapter 1, Southwest of Mombasa. Kenya. 1 week later, Major Yuri Borbikov detested everything about this assignment. The oppressive heat, the grime, the sense of being forgotten at the edge of the world. Yet, he was prepared to give his life for this worthless patch of dirt. As he surveyed the dense jungle canopy from the hilltop, the odds seemed excellent that he would do exactly that before sunset. Intelligence was clear. A combined force of French, Kenyan, and Canadian troops, supported by helicopters and armor, was massing just 9 kilometers away, hidden behind a wall of trees. Their artillery was dialed in. Their rocket batteries were targeted on his position, outnumbered perhaps 7-1. His mission was not to win, but to make the advance costly. He stood on the roof of a crumbling cinder block building, his communications officer and a small team clustered around him behind a makeshift wall of sandbags guarding 2 mortars. The structure would be pulverized in the opening barrage, but Borbikov needed to see the battlefield with his own eyes, one final officer's assessment before the storm broke. He commanded a Spetsnaz company from the 3rd Guards Brigade, 88 men now dug into defensive pockets across the hill. Their hands on machine guns, rocket launchers, and surface-to-air missiles, waiting for the inevitable. The hilltop position also included a sizable detachment of Russian paratroopers, 2 companies from the 51st Guards Airborne Regiment, roughly 500 soldiers. Though not as finely honed as his own Spetsnaz unit, these men had spent the last 5 weeks fortifying their lines, anticipating the assault that grew more certain with each passing day. Major Borbikov had every confidence in their courage, but his tactical assessment remained grim. A top graduate of Moscow's prestigious Combined Arms Academy, he had been on the ground long enough to map the battlefield in his mind with chilling clarity. Every calculation pointed to the same conclusion. Holding this hill for more than a few hours was nearly impossible. Cut off for 3 weeks, his forces were running dangerously low on food, water, and ammunition. Resupply from home was out of the question. French Mistral missile batteries now ringed the area, sealing their fate. Facing these odds, Borbikov saw only two paths: death or dishonor. For him, the choice was simple. He was a staunch patriot, convinced the West perpetually schemed against Russian interests. Surrender would stain his honor and that of his men. Here, on this remote African hill, he would make his stand, of course, to the generals in Moscow and the diplomats in Western capitals. This wasn't really about honor at all. It was about what lay beneath the barren, scarred earth of the strip mine behind him. In this forgotten corner of southeastern Kenya, surveys had revealed a geological jackpot, an estimated 60% of the world's known supply of 11 critical rare earth minerals. Russia had discovered, bought, and developed the site, and despite the Kenyan government's later annulment of the contract amid corruption allegations and expulsion orders, Moscow was not about to walk away. Let them call it illegal. Borbikov knew they'd fight like hell to keep it. The waiting ended 5 hours ago, just past midnight, with a final ultimatum from Kenyan and French authorities. The lieutenant colonel overseeing the mine's defenses had relayed the message to Moscow and awaited orders, but the reply was silence. Now, with dawn approaching, the time for talk was over. A faint rumble of engines echoed in the distance, and Borbikov's senses sharpened, anticipating the opening artillery barrage. But the sound that broke the stillness came from behind him, the rusty groan of the stairwell door. He spun, ready to berate one of his men for abandoning his post. Instead, he found himself looking at Lieutenant Colonel Yelchin of the 51st Guards. While Borbikov commanded the Spetsnaz detachment, ultimate authority over the mine and all defending forces rested with Yelchin. Borbikov bit back the sharp retort on his tongue, swallowing his frustration before it could escape. "My apologies, Colonel." He managed his voice tight. "This location is compromised. Enemy artillery could open fire at any moment." Colonel Yelchin moved to join him at the sandbagged position. "Relax, Yuri. There will be no bombardment. We have our orders. Stand down, proceed to Mombasa, and await transport home." A weary smile touched his lips. "It's finished." For a long moment, Borbikov could only stare, leaning heavily against the rough burlap. "What did you say?" "It's true. Moscow and Nairobi have reached an agreement. We have 4 hours to gather our gear and withdraw. Naturally, we'll need to abandon some of the heavier, sir. Did headquarters understand our tactical advantage here? We could withstand the initial assault, target their air defense systems, and with a little luck, cripple their advance. Once we receive reinforcements and resupply from our Air Force, additional special forces and paratroopers, we could." Yelkin cut him off. "I did not explain any of that, because this isn't about tactics, Yuri. This is a political decision from people who have never felt this sun on their necks. With all respect, you know the state of the Kenyan forces. Even with French support, they are not prepared for a real fight. Their armor is ancient, their artillery is obsolete, and they have no idea what would be waiting for them on this hill. They will not be testing that theory. We are leaving it. You have 4 hours." "Unbelievable," Borbikov muttered under his breath, the word tasting like ash. Yelchin studied the younger officer's face. "I see it now. You're disappointed. You actually wanted a battle." "And you did not, sir?" "What I want," Yelchin said, his voice dropping to a raw, exhausted growl, "is to get out of this godforsaken oven and see my family. I want a meal that doesn't come from a tin and water that doesn't taste of diesel. I want," he said, jabbing a finger toward the relentless sun, "to feel artificially cooled air on my skin again." Borbikov's disdain was plain. "Air conditioning, Colonel?" The lieutenant colonel's expression softened marginally. "Listen, your dedication is commendable, as is your courage, but we follow our orders." With that, Yelchin turned and descended from the roof, leaving Borbikov alone with his simmering thoughts. 4 hours later, Major Borbikov sat rigid in the commander's hatch of a BTR-90, part of a long, dusty column snaking away from the mining complex. His posture was perfect, his gaze fixed ahead as they rolled past the forward positions of the French and Kenyan troops. If command had been his, he told himself, the story would have been written in fire and blood. He would have ordered his Spetsnaz and the paratroopers to defend every building, to rig the equipment with explosives, and to make the enemy pay for every meter of ground. And when the last stand was finally over, when he and his brave soldiers had fallen, the Russian people would have known the unwavering strength of their warriors, and the West would have been forced to respect the terrifying resolve of a few hundred determined men. A heroic death here would have been a final gift to the motherland, but he was not in command. Yelchin was, and Yelchin had practically sprinted for the vehicles. As his armored carrier reached the base of the hill and turned onto the rough track leading toward the coastal highway, Borbikov passed a large group of Kenyan, French, and Canadian soldiers lounging on their own vehicles. They watched the retreating Russians with undisguised scorn. Nearby, a handful of bony oxen wandered listlessly in the sweltering heat, indifferent to the human drama. The Kenyans had begun a rhythmic chant, their laughter carrying over the rumble of the engines. Borbikov focused, straining to hear the words until they became clear. "Go home, Russia! Go home, Russia! Go home!" The taunt repeated, a mocking drumbeat marking their retreat. Borbikov didn't understand Swahili, but the gist of the angry chant was unmistakable, a clear, crude demand for Russia to leave. Ahead, a sudden uproar cut through the engine noise, shouts of fury, and a dark mass sailed through the air toward the lead armored vehicle. The soldiers, riding on the BTR-90, hunched down, but no one aimed a weapon. Borbikov's hand went to his radio, but before he could key the mic, a wet, slapping impact struck his neck and cheek. He looked toward the roadside. A group of French paratroopers, laughing wildly, were using their entrenching tools to hurl fresh, wet ox dung at the convoy. Borbikov touched the filth on his face, examining it on his gloved finger. Inside, a cold fury ignited. He had served in the Caucasus, Ukraine, and Syria, never tasting the disgrace of a forced withdrawal, let alone this kind of deliberate humiliation. His posture remained rigid, chest out and chin high, but as his gaze swept from the mocking enemy to the weary faces of his own men, a stark realization hit him. Everyone else believed this operation was finished. Yuri Borbikov did not. This was not over. He swore a silent oath then, standing in that fouled vehicle, that the story of Mrima Hill would have another chapter, and he would be the one to write it. He would return. Russia would prevail here, and the next time it would be the Westerners and their allies retreating in disgrace, with Borbikov delivering the final searing insult. Chapter 2. West Coast of Taiwan. 3 years later. 22 August. A thin crescent moon broke from the clouds as dark shapes rose from the sea, 50 meters from the shoreline. 24 figures in matte black wetsuits glistened under the faint light, advancing through the shallow surf. Breathing heavily, they scanned the dunes ahead through waterproof night vision scopes. These 24 men were elite, supremely conditioned, but even they felt the strain of the nearly 4-mile swim from their submerged transport. Once ashore, confident their arrival had gone unseen, Captain Chen Min-jun shifted his rifle to his back and retrieved an infrared buoy from a mesh bag. He activated the device and cast it into the gentle surf, letting it drift out with the tide. A synthetic shoreline cable played out from his hand as the buoy moved seaward. Chen anchored the line's opposite end with a stake driven into the sand, blinked away salt water, and lowered his own night vision goggles to confirm the buoy's invisible signal was clear in his optics. He turned to his team. All 23 were now kneeling in the sand, weapons tracking as they continued to sweep the deserted beachfront. Chen issued a soft, bird-like whistle. Every head turned. Without a word, he raised a hand, then swept it forward, palm flat, as one. The team stood and moved up the beach, their silhouettes crossing the moonlit sand, weapons constantly searching for threats, until they reached the edge of a dense mangrove and palm jungle. The chorus of tree frogs and crickets masked the soft sounds of their footfalls as, one by one, they vanished into the dark foliage. After a 20-minute push through the triple canopy jungle, the unit located a small clearing. Captain Chen knelt in the softly rustling grass, extended the wire mesh antenna from his radio, and looked up at the patch of dark sky. He connected the radio's digital port to his compact tablet, tapped a brief sequence, and waited for the secure uplink to establish. Chen tapped the burst icon on his tablet, its screen flashing from red to green as the signal was sent. He stowed the device, its waterproof casing a testament to dependable engineering. A few yards away, in the grassy clearing, Chief Sergeant Liu waited silently for instructions. Chen felt no rush. Years of training had ingrained in him that a Special Forces commander's greatest asset was composure. He took a slow breath, considering the scale of their action. With just 24 operators, the Sea Dragons, an elite unit from the People's Liberation Army's Nanjing military region, had successfully infiltrated Taiwan. They were the only unit authorized to wear the distinctive all-black uniform with the frontline insignia, a constant reminder of their singular readiness for this very mission. After a silent exchange of glances, Chen watched as Sergeant Liu led the bulk of the team, breaking into small groups that melted back into the jungle. They would operate in three-man cells for the next half-day. Securing his own pack, Chen gave a resolute nod to the southeast and began to move, two shadows falling in step behind him. 4 hours after landing, Captain Chen left his 2 men on a ridge and descended alone. He scaled a low stone wall thick with creeping vines, keeping his silhouette minimal against the dawn sky. As if affirming his confidence, a subtle vibration from his tablet signaled the first successful completion by one of his 8 teams. Skirting another wall, he looked down upon the waking city of Taichung. The first hints of sunrise painted the eastern clouds as he navigated along a weathered wooden fence. In the valley below, the morning mist began to thin, revealing the distant ornate silhouette of a castle's crenellated walls. Checking his tablet, he saw the status of his teams represented by a cluster of dots. One signal, belonging to Corporal Cian's team, hadn't updated for an hour, but Chen wasn't concerned. He knew they'd be blending in, likely on public transit heading north. 2 dots now glowed green, their objectives achieved, and were already withdrawing toward the coast for extraction. The remaining 6, including his own, still shone red, operations ongoing. Moving through the dew-laden grass along the fence line, he closed in on the large resort complex at the hill's base. His focus narrowed to a specific structure nestled within lavish gardens, the Lavender Cottage. Bringing his binoculars up, he saw a gathering crowd. He unslung his sniper rifle. A German-made DSR-1 deployed its bipod on the fence and settled into position. Frankly, he would have preferred the familiar heft of a domestic QBU-88 or the new JS 7.62. But this foreign weapon had been carefully chosen, its serial number meticulously matched to one lost by Taiwanese forces during a training exercise the previous year. When this rifle was recovered later, the evidence would point not across the strait, but inward. Captain Chen settled his eye against the scope's lens, just as a triple vibration pulsed from the tablet in his pocket. One of the other teams was signaling, but he ignored it. Just as he ignored the sweat soaking his black bandana and dripping onto the bridge of his nose. That triple buzz meant trouble. His sergeants knew better than to contact him unless a situation had gone seriously wrong. But there was no time to dwell on the other units. Now, through his rifle's optics, he centered on the garden east of the cottage, where a crowd of diplomats and military officers mingled amid a sea of media. Panning slowly, he found his target just as the man stepped onto a wooden platform. Chen recognized him from his stride even before steadying the crosshairs over the man's heart. The target took his place behind a lectern, gesturing broadly as he faced almost directly toward Chen's position. The distant crowd reacted, but from 1,000 meters away, all Captain Chen could hear were the birds chirping in the brush beside him. He adjusted the windage on his scope, subtracted 1 click of elevation because he'd ended up a little higher on the hillside than planned, and then snugged the rifle's stock tight against his shoulder. He took a slow breath, pushing the worry about that urgent message from his mind. He let go of his fatigue, his stress, even the sharp edge of his own adrenaline, detaching emotion from the task to keep his hand perfectly steady. At 8:01 a.m., Captain Chen Min-jun of the PLA's Sea Dragon Commandos squeezed the trigger. A .30 caliber round sped downrange, cutting through the morning air in the valley, passing over the crowd in front of the stage, and striking dead center in his target's chest. The man behind the lectern jerked back a step, then slumped forward. His head hit the microphone with a thud before his body crumpled onto the stage. The rifle's recoil made the bipod jump slightly on the ivy-covered fence rail, but as soon as Chen refocused through the optic, the weapon was ready for a follow-up shot. None was needed. Confirming the target was down, he left the rifle in place and began moving toward the wooded ravine that led to the Dajia River. The 2 men positioned above him had their own escape routes, though they were only a few hundred meters apart now. He wouldn't see them again for over an hour. He was eager to reach the next waypoint where he could kneel, pull out his tablet, and finally read those messages to learn what had gone wrong with one of the other teams. Jogging toward the tree line, he was startled by sudden movement close by. He pulled up sharply, nearly colliding with a small girl who had stepped out from behind an oak tree. She couldn't have been more than 6, clutching what looked like a frog in her hands. She gazed up at him, wide-eyed. Without hesitation, Captain Chen drew his silenced pistol and fired twice into her chest. Her small body tumbled softly back onto the lush grass, the frog leaping from her lifeless fingers. Chen stepped over her, still form, and disappeared into the woods. There could be no loose ends. Her death, however regrettable, would fit neatly into the narrative they intended for the media. The assassination of the Taiwanese party leader, the one who had aligned himself most closely with China, would never be traced back to the mainland. Instead, the local press would broadcast the unmistakable image of a ruling party so ruthless it would stop at nothing to block reunification, even resorting to murder. China would not be blamed. After all, people would ask, why would China ever kill its biggest ally in Taiwan? No, this would be tied to Taiwanese special forces, operating under the ruling party. And as Chen sprinted onward, he understood the girl's death would only fuel the blaze this mission had ignited. An hour later, having reached the banks of the Dajia River and reunited with the 2 other soldiers from his team, Captain Chen finally had a moment to power up his mission tablet. As his teammates pulled on their sleek wetsuits, Chen activated the device, executing the familiar swipe to unlock the screen. The map display showed 7 of 8 tracking spheres glowing a steady green, all progressing toward the coastline. But one bubble pulsed an urgent yellow and black. It was Sergeant Liu's unit. A cold dread settled in Chen's stomach. An attached notification confirmed Liu had been killed in action, though his body had been retrieved by his remaining men. 7 successful reconnaissance and sabotage missions, 1 confirmed assassination, yet all at the cost of his finest soldier. He forced the grim news aside, sealed the tablet in its waterproof pouch, and began changing into his own gear. To steady himself, Chen focused on the scale of their achievement, using it to temper the sharp edge of his grief. Liu had fallen for a vital cause, the sovereignty and unity of the nation. This very operation, he had been assured, was a critical step toward reunifying the motherland with the separatist island. Yes, Chen affirmed to himself, his chest swelling with a fierce pride that momentarily washed away his exhaustion and aches. Sergeant Liu died a warrior's death, a hero's end, and Chen could only hope to be granted such honor. He and his men slid into the river's cool current, beginning the 2-mile swim back to the beach they had infiltrated hours before. They would conceal themselves in the thick jungle until nightfall, then commence the grueling swim back to the waiting submarine. Chapter 3. Arlington, Virginia, 25. August 070 Slit Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly shifted his Ford F-150 into reverse, checking the rear view as he eased out of his driveway. A sudden blare of a horn and the screech of tires made him stomp on the brakes. An irritated driver in a Mazda laid on the horn again before speeding off down the street. "Check your flanks," Connolly barked, the command almost instinctual. He glanced down to see if he'd sloshed coffee on his Marine Corps service uniform. Thankfully, he'd avoided that mess. A voice from the back seat chimed in with more morning energy than he could muster. "Check the flanks." It was his 14-year-old daughter, Elsa, playfully mocking him. Beside her, Connolly's 12-year-old son, Jack, dropped his voice in a spot-on imitation of his father. "Always check the flanks." The kids returned their attention to their phones as their dad tried to play off his irritation at the close call. Connolly checked over his shoulder with exaggerated care this time and successfully completed the maneuver on his second try. "What's the lesson here, troops? Mastering tactics is about relentless repetition as much as picking the right application for the situation," Jack muttered, eyes glued to his screen. "Sure." Backing out of the driveway is a key tactical maneuver. In that moment, the Mazda was absolutely the hostile force. "Stand by." Connolly took a deliberate sip from his large red Marine Corps mug, emblazoned with the insignia of the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, one of his former units, before placing it back in the cup holder. "Elsa, your mom's got you this afternoon." "I know. And Jack, remember, baseball tonight. Mr. Marlin is grabbing you and Marco from practice. You're having dinner at the Telleria's. I'll swing by to get you on my way home around 8 o'clock. "I know," Jack said, still not looking up. The kids were long accustomed to their father's morning ritual of reviewing the day's plan, a habit forged during his repeated deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. It was his way of maintaining order, a small piece of battlefield discipline brought home to the suburbs. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly eased his truck to a stop in the school's drop-off lane, offering a quick wave to Principal Moody as his children, Jack and Elsa, tumbled out. They vanished instantly into the stream of students, not even a glance back. Merging back onto Arlington Boulevard, he flicked his turn signal, only to have the sedan in the next lane surge forward to block him. With a grunt, he nudged the Ford's bulk into the space anyway, a small daily assertion of will. Soon the radio filled the cab, and he let his mind drift to the routine ahead. After years spent almost entirely in the sand and dust of deployments, this 2-year posting in Washington, D.C. felt like a deep, necessary breath, a chance to finally be a consistent presence for Julie and the kids. 17 years of marriage, and this was the longest stretch they'd all been under one roof in a decade. His phone buzzed on the console, pulling him from his thoughts. He grabbed it. "Connolly?" A flat, automated voice stated, "This is a reminder from Walter Reed National Military Medical Center for the service member with Social Security number ending in 4472. You have an appointment with Commander Del Rey today, Thursday, August 25th at 0930. Press 1 to confirm or 3 to cancel." He jabbed the 1 key and tossed the phone back as the robotic voice signed off. These knees, he thought, with a familiar spike of frustration. If he didn't get them sorted, any hope of another combat command would be gone. He'd crushed his combat fitness test last fall, pushing through the pain, but the dull ache was becoming a constant companion. He could already imagine how the coming DC winter would stiffen his joints into concrete. Too many jumps from truck beds, too many forced marches across deserts, trying to keep pace with lance corporals half his age. And, of course, that lovely memory from Afghanistan getting blown off his feet and landing square on a pile of rocks. Whatever Jack and Elsa choose, please don't let it be the infantry. After 22 years of service, Dan Connolly had done it all, leading a platoon of Marines at Camp Pendleton, fresh out of VMI, commanding a rifle company in Okinawa with tours in Iraq, and later steering the storied BTO Bastards Battalion. At 43, selected for battalion command, he'd leaned on every inch of his frame to keep up through 8 deployments. The truth was, The Corps would take excellent care of him if he spoke up. He'd get top medical attention, but he'd also be sidelined. Deemed unfit for the line, they'd give the next big command to someone else, someone presumably more physically sound, though Connolly knew it was often just someone better at masking the same accumulated damage. So, like countless others, he kept his silence, a private pact with the pain. Heading to the doctor today would be fine, he assured himself, pushing aside a flicker of uncertainty. He planned to downplay the persistent issue, get a cortisone injection or two, and be back to normal. If that didn't work, he'd just tough it out, relying on pain relievers and steaming showers to push through. As he drove along the parkway, the radio news bulletin instantly pulled his focus from his own discomfort. Breaking reports from Taiwan this morning allege that members of the island's own Special Operations Forces were involved in the assassination of Taiwanese People's Party presidential candidate, General Sun Min-jong. Analysts suggest that if verified, the ruling party's connection to the murder of this opposition figure, a leading voice for warmer relations with mainland China, could severely destabilize cross-strait relations. A speech by Chinese Premier Fan Li Wei is imminent in Beijing, with observers anticipating a fierce condemnation of the Taiwanese leadership. Connolly shook his head, baffled. Having tracked China-Taiwan tensions throughout his military service, it seemed senseless for Taipei to eliminate the opposition candidate. General Sun never stood a real chance of winning, and for the government to get caught in such a plot risked triggering a catastrophic conflict with China, a war Taiwan couldn't hope to win without American intervention, one that would cost millions of lives. This morning's news was going to upend his week, and he already worried about rescheduling his medical appointment. He checked the dashboard clock, 7:40 a.m. Flipping on his turn signal, he watched as cars in the right lane accelerated, refusing to let him merge. Classic Washington drivers, he mused. They'd rather wreck their own fender than allow a single vehicle into their precious lane. With a sigh, Connolly nudged his large truck behind one of the uncooperative cars and turned into the Pentagon's south parking lot to begin the hunt for a space. Inside the Pentagon security checkpoint a short while later, Connolly waited in line until a young guard waved him toward the chip scanner. The Pentagon Force Protection Agency had been cracking down on guards who skipped the scan, but this corporal was following protocol to the letter, something Connolly, a rule follower himself, appreciated. He swiped his badge, passed through the gate, and made his way to his office in the J5, the Joint Staff Directorate for Strategy, Plans, and Policy. He was typically the first from his team to arrive, but this morning 2 Air Force majors from the Joint Air Plans desk were already at work, partially visible over the cubicle dividers. After a brief nod, Connolly moved to his own desk in a 2-person cubicle he shared with an Army major who, unsurprisingly, hadn't arrived yet. Bob Griggs seldom showed up before 8:15 despite Connolly's repeated, fruitless lectures on punctuality. The Marine poured a cup of coffee, listened to his voicemails as his computer booted up, and then began reading the rough transcript of the Chinese president's statement delivered just moments before it was even more severe than he'd anticipated. The president explicitly threatened military action against Taiwan to liberate it from criminal elements if the incumbent Kuomintang president secured re-election in late December. Connolly's eyes drifted to the wall calendar. 4 months until a potential war in the Pacific? The thought settled heavily in the room, as palpable as the steam rising from his coffee mug. Major Bob Griggs strolled into the Strategy, Plans, and Policy office just as Lieutenant Colonel Connolly finished reviewing the transcript. He was late, but his demeanor suggested he couldn't care less. "Morning, sir," Griggs offered casually. "Griggs," Connolly replied, his tone flat. He made a point of glancing at his watch, though he knew the gesture was wasted. The Army major simply dropped his backpack, unfazed by the silent reprimand. When Connolly looked up, he saw Griggs holding a familiar pink box. The line at Krispy Kreme was insane. "So yeah, I'm a bit behind schedule, but I figured you'd want one." Connolly let out a weary breath. Is there actually a donut in there? Or are you just taunting me with an empty box? 8 left, boss. 2 for you, 2 for each of our Air Force friends, and I'm claiming the final pair for myself. A reluctant chuckle escaped Connolly as he tried to remember if he'd ever consumed 6 donuts before noon. Griggs placed the box on the conference table, alerted the Air Force majors that their breakfast had arrived, and then settled at his workstation to power up his computer. As Griggs took his seat, Connolly posed a question. You catch the latest news? About the Taiwanese military taking out that leading opposition figure, yeah, I saw. Hard to believe, right? Griggs merely shrugged. Their special forces have deep ties to the Kuomintang that People First Party General Sun was leading. It's basically become a front for Chinese communist interests over there. Connolly swiveled his chair to face Griggs directly. So you're not shocked that the military would assassinate a major political candidate in Taiwan? Nothing really shocks me these days. Still, it was a spectacularly stupid move. All killing him does is hand China a lit match. They've just infuriated the giant grumpy neighbor next door and handed them a perfect excuse to roll across the strait. The Marine officer tapped his fingers on the desk for a moment. What if that was the entire point? Griggs barked a laugh. To trigger a war? Sure, there are hardliners in Beijing who dream of taking Taiwan by force, but you'd have to be a world-class moron in Taipei to invite that. The place would be reduced to rubble if the Chinese military invaded. The office door swung open to reveal a colonel from the Chief of Naval Operations Staff. All 4 men in the room immediately stood. Morning, sir. 3 of them chorused, with Griggs adding his own more drawn-out version a beat later. The colonel's expression was unusually grim. Connolly, you need to come with me. Aye, sir. Half an hour later, Connolly returned to find the Air Force officers gone to a meeting and the empty donut box protruding from the trash can. Major Griggs was planted at his desk, wearing the look of a man who had done nothing but snack and stare at the door, waiting for an explanation. Let me guess, Griggs said. They're putting us on the first wave of landing craft for when we have to liberate Taiwan from the Chinese. It's serious, but not that kind of serious. As if the assassination wasn't enough of a headache, we've got a brand new catastrophe on our hands. A video surfaced online shows a man and a woman in a hotel room. Connolly paused for effect. In flagrante delicto. Griggs tilted his head. I don't speak Italian. It's Latin. It means they were caught in the act. Bob having sex. Oh, nice, not nice, Bob. Not at all. The man in the video is Lieutenant General Dale Newman, the new head of the Pacific Command Intelligence Directorate. The woman is Rear Admiral Leah Kelly, Deputy Commander of the Pacific Fleet. She was up for promotion to Vice Admiral and was the top pick for PACOM Chief of Staff. Connolly let that sink in. Both the Admiral and the General are married to other people. No one knows how long this has been going on. Oh, hell. Newman and Kelly have already been ordered back. Word from PAC Fleet's legal office is that the PACOM commander will formally relieve them of duty within the hour. Connolly ran a hand over his face. This is going to be an epic disaster for both services. More importantly, this situation directly undermines our strategic posture in the Pacific at a critical moment, with tensions between China and Taiwan reaching a historic peak. Newman and Kelly possessed invaluable regional expertise and had assembled highly effective command structures. While we will appoint successors, the process demands time, a luxury we may not have with major military exercises scheduled in Japan and pivotal elections looming in Taiwan. Griggs leaned forward, his voice dropping. What are the odds this is a deliberate smear, a targeted intelligence operation, maybe even orchestrated by Beijing? The benefits for them are glaringly obvious. Whoever released that footage was undoubtedly aiming to create maximum disruption for our Pacific operations. Connolly agreed. All right, next logical question, Griggs countered. What's our specific role in all this? The Chief of Naval Operations needs a definitive answer. Was the hotel room compromised by Chinese surveillance? Were the laptops of Newman and Kelly tampered with or bugged? And our assignment? We're tasked with investigating that very possibility. Concurrently, we must assess the operational impact of losing these two key commanders on our theater war plans. Griggs nodded slowly, weighing the broader implications. If this was a Chinese intelligence strike against Pacific Fleet leadership, it could signal that all the PLA's recent saber-rattling is more than just posturing. It might be a prelude to actual offensive action. Possibly, Connolly conceded. But let's be honest. If we had an opportunity to force China to dismiss two of their top strategic minds and plunge their military into a scandal, we'd seize it in a heartbeat, regardless of whether we intended to start a war. Fair point, Griggs said. His gaze drifted across the room, a skeptical look on his face. Call me crazy, but I just have a hard time picturing PLA officers recording their extracurricular activities in a hotel room. It seems incredibly reckless. You think Chinese officers are immune to infidelity? It's not that. It's that we're never this lucky. We never catch them. Connolly gave a dry chuckle. True, but that's mostly because any Chinese officer caught in such an act would likely face a firing squad. Our two love-struck admirals will probably end up with lucrative book deals. The CNO and the Army Chief of Staff would have coronaries, Griggs muttered. Connolly was already shifting mental gears to the investigation. To properly evaluate our war plans, we need a clearer read on China's actual resolve. I'm with you. If we can determine whether they orchestrated this and how they pulled it off, it might give us crucial insight into how serious a threat they are right now and their commitment to initiating a conflict. That intelligence would shape our strategic planning. He paused. The real issue is where to begin. The Army major considered this only briefly before answering. We start with someone on the cyber forensics side of this. I know exactly who to call. A guy who probably decrypts Chinese military communications before his morning coffee. Who's that? Dr. Nick Melanopoulos over at the NSA. Familiar with him? Connolly pushed back from his desk and stood. Can't say I am, but you are because you know everyone. That's your primary function here. Griggs stood as well, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. Road trip time? The National Security Agency's main headquarters is located at Fort Meade in southern Maryland, so Dan Connolly naturally assumed that was their destination to meet an NSA analyst. Griggs did nothing to correct this assumption, not when he merged onto the 295 heading north toward Maryland, and not during the ensuing half-hour drive, which was filled with BBC World Service reports on the latest developments across Asia. But just as Connolly began to slow for the Fort Meade exit, Griggs finally spoke up. Probably should have mentioned, Nick doesn't actually work at the main NSA complex. He's at a classified site closer to BWI. He was referring to Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport. What kind of classified site? Connolly asked, a note of irritation in his voice. Just relax and follow my lead. I'm taking you to the secret side of town. It was nearly 11 in the morning when they turned onto a quiet, tree-lined street, eventually pulling into the driveway of a bland 9-story office building that gave nothing away. Their credentials were scrutinized at the main gate. As they walked toward the security center, Connolly looked around, unimpressed by the mundane surroundings. How do you even know about a place like this? He asked, the morning's frustration still evident. Once you truly accept your own laziness, as I have, a certain clarity emerges. In a world bustling with diligent people producing excellent work, your role simplifies. You just flit from one source to the next, gathering the rich nectar of their insights. Connolly kept his eyes forward, continuing down the hall without a glance toward Griggs. I'm genuinely grateful the military still requires you to take urine tests. Come on, sir. I'm just riding a natural wave of enthusiasm. Connolly reflected on his initial misjudgment of Griggs. Their first meeting had left him focusing on the man's poor physical shape and habitual lateness. Months of sharing an office, however, revealed a different truth. Beneath that casual, almost indifferent exterior was a master of navigating the political currents of Washington, D.C., paired with exceptional interpersonal skills. Bob knew precisely who mattered within the intelligence circles and could secure crucial information when it counted. Furthermore, Major Griggs had endured some of the most brutal combat tours in both Iraq and Afghanistan. He'd earned his stripes the hard way in his youth, even if these days he favored the climate-controlled corridors of the Pentagon over the dusty forward operating bases overseas. Honestly, the man had probably seen enough sand to last 10 lifetimes. Inside the secure facility, they presented their Department of Defense identification and completed the necessary forms. Both possessed top-secret clearances, so they were quickly processed, met at a reinforced door by an armed guard, and led further into the building's interior. As they moved down a hallway, a woman in her middle years emerged from the restroom. "Morning, Trudy," Bob greeted cheerfully. Connolly caught a fleeting, startled expression on her face, like someone unexpectedly caught in bright lights. "Oh, hello, Bob. You're not here for me, are you? You get a pass today. We're paying a surprise visit to Nick." "He'll be absolutely thrilled," she said, her voice dripping with flat sarcasm. Trudy continued on her way, and soon Griggs and Connolly were buzzed through a locked door. They entered a vast office area filled with tall cubicles, trailing the security officer through the labyrinthine layout until they reached a large, dimly lit workstation in a corner. The desk was a landscape of chaotic papers and precarious stacks of books. The officer announced, "Dr. Melanopoulos, you have visitors," a portly man in his 40s, wearing thick glasses and sporting a precisely trimmed beard that outlined his jaw, spun his chair around. The furniture protested loudly under his weight. Nick Melanopoulos completed his full rotation upon seeing Griggs, spinning a full circle until he was facing his bank of monitors again. With his back to the newcomers, he stated flatly, "Not today, Bob. I am buried." Griggs plopped down into one of the two chairs beside the cluttered desk. Connolly, feeling slightly awkward given the blunt dismissal, moved behind him and took the other seat. "Yeah, I can see you're just drowning in leisure," Griggs said, his tone annoyingly upbeat. "Man, my current shift started at 10 last night, on the tail end of a full prior day. Let me hazard a guess. You're untangling that certain compromising video from Tokyo." The heavy-set PhD in computer science gave a single nod, his fingers never pausing on his keyboard. "Correct. After 12 straight hours, I'm on the final stretch. Now is not the time for a social call. What if lunch is part of the deal?" Melanopolis's typing halted, though his eyes remained glued to his screen. "Who's the Marine with you?" "Nick, meet my friend and superior, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly." "Look past the whole Marine thing. He's moderately tolerable." Melanopolis didn't turn around. In a monotone devoid of all enthusiasm, the NSA analyst said, "Semper Fi, devil dog." The delivery contained perhaps 1% of the customary vigor, making it impossible for Connolly to discern if it was sincere or a subtle jab. "Semper Fi," Connolly replied. "Bob mentioned you're an analyst." Bob rolled his eyes dramatically, and Nick let out a short chuckle. "And they called Jesus a carpenter," he remarked. Finally, leaning back in his creaking chair, Connolly simply said, "Right. Listen, we know you're busy, but Bob mentioned you might be the guy to assist us with a situation." Melanopolis let out an exaggerated sigh. "Let me guess. This involves General Newman and Admiral Kelly." Both officers nodded. "Are you buying lunch?" More nods followed. The doctor grabbed his shoulder bag. "All right. I need to grab my laptop from my car first. I'm starving, so we're getting real food." He pointed at Connolly. "And none of that Semper Fi rabbit food you Marines survive on? Let's move." The three men squeezed into Connolly's pickup and headed to a nearby all-you-can-eat Chinese spot. Melanopolis and Griggs loaded their foam containers with heaps of fried rice, orange chicken, egg rolls, and assorted sides, while Connolly opted for a simple salad with plain rice. After packing their meals, they drove to Sawmill Creek Park, a local recreation area with baseball fields and tennis courts that was nearly empty in the afternoon heat. They found a quiet picnic table and spread out their food. During the drive from Dr. Nick's office, Connolly had tried repeatedly to steer the conversation toward the video and any insights Melanopoulos might have about its broadcast. Instead, the NSA analyst had spent the whole ride complaining to Griggs about his workload, his government benefits, his latest cholesterol numbers, and an ongoing feud with his condo board. Connolly was starting to think this trip might have been a waste of time. But as soon as Melanopoulos took his first bite, his tone shifted. "Okay, about that video, you came to the right person. I was up all night tracing the breach." "So it was definitely a hack?" Griggs asked. "Without a doubt. You want the quick explanation or the detailed one?" Connolly replied. "Give us the short version, as long as it gives us an answer." Melanopoulos took a long drink from his iced tea. "It does. Your responsible party is China." He held up a forkful of orange chicken. "That conclusion cost you a container of this, so I hope it's worth it." Connolly shook his head. "We're going to need more than that. How can you be sure it was China? Easier to show you." Melanopoulos took a bite of an egg roll, set it down, wiped his hands on his pants, and pulled his laptop from his bag. He opened it and typed, bringing up a map centered on China. "This is mainland China. We monitor their internet activity around the clock." He typed again, and a web of red lines crisscrossed the map. Picking up another egg roll, he used it to point at the screen. "This is what we call an internet traceroute diagram. It shows how computers connect and communicate. Think of it as a live traffic map. In China, all public internet access is funneled through government hubs. They control every bit of public access, watching what their citizens view, spying on their own people constantly. They're trying to get inside their computers and their heads to make sure everyone's still towing the party line." He finished the egg roll in one bite. "Understood," said Connolly. Melanopoulos shifted the map eastward until the United States came into view. Two dense clusters of lines appeared where Chinese and American internet traffic intersected. "What's with all this concentrated activity here?" Griggs asked. Melanopoulos said, "Online adult content." "Seriously? Now, if you're a cyber operative, where do you hide your most sensitive traffic?" Melanopoulos zoomed in on the thick streams of data flowing from China to U.S. adult sites. A few red lines veered away from the main bundle. "This is atypical traffic originating from U.S. servers. We're not supposed to scrutinize it closely because it's domestic traffic heading to China. It makes up less than 0.1% of the total." "So, what is it then?" Griggs pressed. The porn mogul was likely just monitoring his revenue streams and tweaking his offerings to snare fresh viewers. He tapped a few more keys, but this data shows network activity on that same server from 3 months prior. The map focused on the United States. 12 distinct sharp lines radiated from the adult sites to various locations across the country, with 2 additional lines stretching back out over the Pacific Ocean. Connolly frowned. "I'm not following what we're seeing here." Melanopoulos enlarged a line originating in California. "This IP resolves to a facility outside Los Angeles. It's tricky because your Navy and Marine Corps tech teams use basic rerouting protocols to obscure this sort of trace, but watch this." He typed another command, and the crimson line zigzagged across several states before hopping to Hawaii. Near Honolulu, it pinged around a military base 3 more times, finally zeroing in on one specific structure. Melanopoulos entered the base's street and building numbers, pulling up an image of the U.S. Pacific Command Headquarters facade. Griggs leaned in. "Let me guess. That's General Newman's private office, right? You nailed it, so they planted surveillance on his laptop." "Even better," Melanopoulos replied. "They configured his personal laptop as a covert audio and video recorder. They were spying on him nightly, presumably, and hit the jackpot one evening when he decided to get intimate with an admiral in a Tokyo hotel suite." The laptop was on. The camera aimed right at the bed. "Classy," Connolly muttered. Melanopolis continued. The Chinese probably sat on that footage for months, then released it yesterday, right after the Taiwan assassination. They disseminated it to cripple our command credibility, to stall or prevent a coordinated response to this new crisis with Beijing. Connolly, however, looked skeptical. You pieced all this together in 12 hours? Melanopolis took a casual bite of his fried rice. It's my specialty. Any chance you're being fed a false narrative? The bearded analyst straightened up at the picnic table. A false narrative? Is it possible someone is framing China, while the real perpetrator is someone else entirely? Griggs interjected. Who and what would be the motive? It just feels a little too convenient. China gets busted in under a day, and the assassination in Taiwan is pinned on the Taiwanese government almost immediately with the rifle traced back to them in record time. Melanopolis shook his head. I don't follow your logic, Colonel. Two separate incidents, two different nations. What's the connection? Connolly shrugged. One event implicates China, another implicates Taiwan. It fuels mutual distrust. Toss in a compromised U.S. military posture in the region, and the whole situation smells off to me. Wow. Melanopolis turned to Griggs. This guy has a conspiracy theory for everything, huh? Sorry, Nick. He just doesn't fully appreciate your meticulous process. Connolly shook his head. No, I get it. You're the computer analysis messiah. His tone was now thick with sarcasm, but he quickly extended a hand. My apologies, Doc. I'm just wired for suspicion. I genuinely appreciate your time and the information. Sure, Melanopolis said, his own confidence seeming to waver slightly. After dropping Nick Melanopolis back at the NSA campus, Griggs turned to Connolly in the car. I don't understand your reluctance to accept that China did this to undermine us in the Pacific. I never said they didn't. The timing just feels orchestrated. You think a third party is trying to spark a war. I'm saying we need to consider all possibilities. Someone else might be steering this chaos. Griggs was about to reply as they drove toward the Pentagon when Connolly's phone buzzed sharply, cutting the tense silence. Connolly's phone buzzed with a call from an Air Force colonel at the Office of Strategy, Plans, and Policy. The President has just ordered Carrier Strike Group 5 to deploy to the waters near Taiwan. The voice informed him. Connolly immediately calculated the implications. The USS Ronald Reagan, the carrier at the heart of that strike group, was based in Yokosuka, Japan. Its arrival on the scene would be measured in days, not weeks. The temperature's rising fast, Connolly remarked, a dry understatement hanging in the air. Exactly. We need you back here immediately, the colonel confirmed. We're on our way, Connolly replied, ending the call. He pocketed the phone, his gaze distant, speaking softly, more to himself than to anyone else in the room. He murmured, If this is the setup for an ambush, we've just volunteered to march straight into the kill zone. Chapter 6. The Kremlin, Moscow, Russia, August 26. For Colonel General Boris Lazar, Moscow felt alien. This was the city of his birth, where he had graduated from the Franz Military Academy and held early postings at the Defense Ministry building with its view of the Moscow River. Yet the heart of his 41-year career had pulsed far from the capital, in the rugged Caucasus, the cold plains of East Germany, the tense borders of Ukraine and Belarus, the mountains of Afghanistan, and the vast silence of Siberia. Each return now made him feel like a museum exhibit, an oddity attracting sidelong glances. The sensation was palpable as he stood inside the Kremlin gates at the Kutafia Tower's security checkpoint. A half-dozen dress-uniformed guards stared openly, their expressions so fixed he half expected to find an actual horn sprouting from his forehead. He was on the verge of demanding an explanation when a colonel hurried over, saluted, and offered apologies for the wait before escorting him out into the mild August morning toward the Troitskaya Tower. Is there a problem with your men, Colonel? Lazar grumbled. My apologies, General. They see many famous faces at the VIP entrance, politicians, performers. But you You hold a unique place for the soldiers. You must know that." Lazar merely snorted. His peak fame belonged to 2 decades past, likely before some of those fresh-faced sentries were even born. He wouldn't dignify the comment with a response, lest he seem like some preening peacock concerned with his own legend. As they walked, his mind churned. The summons to the Kremlin was a mystery. As commanding general of the Southern Military District, his home and duty station was Khabarovsk, over 5,000 miles away. This was no casual invitation. His entire world was his army, and a deep-seated worry gnawed at him that today would have nothing to do with it. Authentic military orders would be delivered at the Defense Ministry down the river. This, he suspected, was politics. A meeting with some minister from President Rivkin's circle. He would have to endure the bureaucratic theater before he could escape back to his tanks and his troops, scrubbing away the cloying scent of politicians and polished floors. He was shown into a lavishly appointed conference room. One other person was already there, his back turned, studying a monumental painting of the Battle of Vyborg Bay from the 1790 Russo-Swedish War. Lazar didn't need to see the man's face to know his profession. The uniform was identical to his own. This was an army general, but where Lazar was built like a sturdy oak, short, thick, and broad-chested, the other man was tall and wiry. Just as the figure began to turn, recognition dawned on Lazar, deepening his bewilderment about the purpose of this meeting. Eduard. Colonel General Eduard Sabanev, commander of the Western Operational Strategic Command based in St. Petersburg, turned fully. He blinked in apparent surprise, then moved swiftly around the conference table with an outstretched hand. Boris Petrovich, a genuine pleasure. Lazar took the hand, his grip firm. "What brings you here?" he asked, the question loaded with shared professional curiosity. "I'm completely in the dark," Sabanev confessed as they clasped hands. "Odd, isn't it? Even odder to find you here. Did they really fly you all the way from Khabarovsk for this?" "Apparently so, whatever this turns out to be. Though Sabanev was a dozen years younger than Lazar, they held the same rank. Their history went back to the younger officer's earliest days in the service, a time when Sabanev had often looked to Lazar for guidance. Their reunion was genuinely warm. "It's been years," Sabanev remarked. "Far too long, Eduard." The conference room doors swung open abruptly, startling both generals a second time. Standing before them was a compact man with a penetrating gaze and an air of absolute assurance. It was the Russian president, Anatoly Rivkin. With a broad smile, he shook their hands, inquired about their families, and then fell silent. Lazar expected an invitation to sit, but the president remained standing. "You've seen the news from the Pacific," Rivkin began. "American focus is shifting to the Far East. China has declared it will move on Taiwan in late December if their current leader is re-elected, and since no credible opposition exists, a confrontation seems inevitable. The U.S. is attempting to deter them by deploying a carrier group to the region, and we are intercepting discussions of further American military movements. This situation was anticipated, and it presents us with a singular opportunity, but only if we are prepared to use every tool at our disposal to seize it." The generals exchanged a brief look before focusing again on the president. "Our nation has endured difficult years," Rivkin continued. "Western sanctions, America's illicit economic maneuvers with its allies, the motherland has suffered. But generals, I bring you tremendous news. The decision has been made to counter this aggression, and you two have been selected to lead Russia in reclaiming its rightful standing in the world." Sabanev gave an appreciative nod. "What is our objective, sir?" Rivkin smiled, placing a hand on each man's shoulder. "Your orders will arrive shortly. I wished to see you first, to offer my personal encouragement and my wishes for your success." Another glance passed between the officers. This time, Lazar was the one to speak. "I will review the orders with the utmost attention, Mr. President." Rivkin's expression turned solemn. "What will be required of us all demands immense fortitude." ruthlessness. I understand this is difficult, even distasteful work for civilized men. But the moment we accept that our survival, the survival of our families and our people, hangs in the balance, only then can we do what must be done. Sabaneyev responded, "We will not fail you or the motherland, Mr. President. I know you won't. We will move with speed and total surprise, and we will be victorious." Then, just like that, Rivkin was gone. For a moment, Sabaneyev and Lazar simply stared at one another. Finally, the younger, fair-haired general broke the silence. "I suppose that means you and I are going to war." "Surprise?" Lazar echoed. Did he actually say surprise? Is he unaware that strategic surprise is a fantasy? Both men knew Russian planners had concluded any conventional assault on Europe would require 2 years of visible preparation, activity impossible to hide from NATO satellites, intelligence assets, and signal intercepts. NATO's entire defensive posture relied on monitoring military production, training cycles, and mobilization timelines. Lazar could conceive of no scenario where he and his forces could catch the West off guard. Sabaneyev offered a theory. He didn't specify Europe. It's Africa. I'm certain of it. A compact armored unit to retake the mining concession that was stolen from us? Lazar shrugged, a hint of dark humor in his voice. Africa, by what route, Edward? Have you been giving your tanks swimming lessons? Sabaneyev had no chance to respond before a colonel entered through the same doors Rivkin had used, placing briefing packets on the table near the generals. Both men were visibly puzzled. "I've never received field orders inside the Kremlin," Sabaneyev remarked. "Why aren't we at the Ministry of Defense for this?" "Security protocols," the colonel stated flatly. Lazar snorted at the apparent ridiculousness. "We get our orders here, but the Mod can't know. Should we keep this from our armies, or are we expected to personally drive the tanks and fire the guns?" Sabaneyev chuckled, but the colonel's expression remained detached. At this preliminary stage, Colonel General, President Rivkin, and Colonel Borbikov deemed this method necessary. As Sabaneyev began to speak, Lazar interrupted. "Colonel, who? I recommend you review the orders. Your packets will provide more clarity than I can offer. Colonel Borbikov is eager to meet with you and discuss your impressions once you've finished." The colonel departed. "Who the hell is Borbikov?" Lazar muttered. Sabaneyev only shrugged. The two generals took seats spaced apart at the conference table and opened the leather-bound folios. Each contained 60 pages of typed directives, explanatory notes, and charts, accompanied by a separate set of detailed maps. On the booklet's title page, 3 words stood out: Operatsiya Krasny Metal, Operation Red Metal. Below that was a date, 24 of December 2020, just under 4 months away. 64-year-old Colonel General Boris Lazar adjusted his glasses and bent over the documents, while 52-year-old Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev lifted his pages, leaned back in his chair, and propped a boot on his knee. Neither man spoke, they simply read. After about 5 minutes, Sabaneyev released a sharp, audible breath, but stayed silent. A minute later, Lazar caught up and whispered under his breath, "This has to be a joke." Following Russia's withdrawal from the Mrima Hill rare earth mine, they petitioned the International Criminal Court only to have the hearing obstructed by Western nations. Yet the Kremlin never abandoned its ambition to return. President Anatoly Rivkin had suffered a severe blow to his domestic standing after his promises of African riches failed to materialize for the Russian people. While blaming the West, accusing America, Western Europe, and Canada of humiliating Russia provided some political cover, Rivkin felt his grip on power slipping daily. He and his allies had also lost billions. His political survival and personal fortune were both at stake. Rare earth elements meant the preservation of Rivkin's regime, and indeed of Rivkin himself. He swiftly concluded that only the full might of the Russian military could reclaim the resources. Gaining military backing was straightforward. His generals and admirals understood that if Rivkin needed REMS to survive, The military needed them to remain potent. Every aircraft, communication system, missile, computer, and guidance device depended on these materials. With the West controlling over two-thirds of global supply and China holding most of the remainder, Russia would be left at the mercy of others to maintain its military strength, an intolerable prospect. Working in secret but in unison, the Kremlin and the Ministry of Defense devised a plan to retake the mines by force. It did not take long to finalize, because the blueprint, in truth, had already been drafted long before Yuri Vladimirovich Borbikov, the Spetsnaz commander from the mine standoff, had authored a proposal while at the Russian Federation Armed Forces Combined Arms Academy. This document was instantly classified under the strictest secrecy protocols within the Russian military. It outlined a remarkably daring strategy to reclaim Russia's strategic mineral resources buried beneath Kenyan soil. For 2 years, Borbikov had refined his operation, conducting unofficial consultations with countless military intelligence and political specialists across Russia. He even funded his own international travel, visiting multiple nations to personally assess the terrain. The plan was so unorthodox that many in the Ministry of Defense dismissed Borbikov as a lunatic, and the document threatened to derail his rapid rise through the ranks. That changed the day Anatoly Rivkin ordered his generals to devise a bold strategy, regardless of cost or consequence. While some officials sought to bury the paper, fearing a desperate Kremlin might see its far-fetched ideas as viable, others believed Borbikov's blueprint for seizing the mines by force was precisely what Russia needed. These supporters discreetly informed government officials of the proposal's existence. It arrived at the perfect political moment. The Russian president personally contacted the defense minister, demanding a presentation from the architect himself. 3 days later, Yuri Borbikov, in his immaculate uniform, entered the Kremlin, prepared to argue how his plan could save Russia from collapse. 9 months after that initial meeting, and just days after the assassination in Taiwan and the release of a damaging video that undermined American military leadership in the Pacific, Russia's 2 most legendary generals sat in a silent Kremlin conference room, reviewing Borbikov's meticulously detailed operation, an operation now bearing the full approval of the president. Sabanev absorbed the material in just over an hour, then waited quietly for the elder Lazar to finish. General Lazar required another 25 minutes before closing his folder, looking up and gazing silently out the window. 120 days from now? Lazar finally said. That's no time at all. Sabanev offered a partial agreement. It's tight, but it's sufficient. Lazar turned to him. This Borbikov, I don't know the man. I recall him now, Sabanev replied. Spetsnaz. I gathered that much from the battle plan. It's certainly saturated with special operations. Sabanev remarked. Had I known he was capable of this, I would have pulled him out of Spetsnaz and developed his career in the Armored Corps. He possesses a vivid imagination, Lazar stated. The comment was deliberately ambiguous, but the younger general understood its implication. Sabanev leaned back, genuinely surprised. Are you actually suggesting you're not impressed? Truly, Boris. A raid into Europe to obliterate America's Africa Command in Stuttgart, paired with a simultaneous mission to retake the mines in Kenya? You haven't grown so old that you've lost your taste for inventive thinking, have you? The inventive thinking I admire involves Jury rigging a broken idler arm on a frozen T-80 in the field with a wrench and some wire. Lazar countered, his tone shifting from weary skepticism to sharp-pointed sarcasm. It does not involve devising a scheme that commits nearly all the armor from the western and southern military districts to foreign battles simultaneously, leaving the motherland stripped bare and inviting a conventional invasion. It's not creativity. It's a spectacular gamble with the nation's security as the stake. Sabanev gave a dismissive shrug during a period when the threat from the West is practically zero, and for only a brief window. Lazar kept his eyes on the window. There's a curious aspect to war, Sabanev. The enemy rarely feels obliged to adhere to your preferred schedule. Ah, and so the lecture begins. No lecture, Lazar said flatly. You ceased being my student a long time ago. You and I hold the same rank, even if our years in the field differ. And you wear that extra time like a suit of armor, don't you? Lazar studied the younger man. Armor? Hardly. It's made me acutely aware of how fragile we all are, and will continue to be. Sabaneyev dismissed the thought with a wave, scooping up the documents before him. He gave them a shake. On paper, this looks like a job for junior officers, not men like us, but Borbakov's brilliance is in his restraint. He gives us the freedom to plan, to prioritize, to adapt on the fly. The objectives are clear, but how we achieve them is ours to decide. And you, Boris Petrovich, have the better hand. You command the larger force tasked with reclaiming the rare earth mines in Africa. My orders? Sabaneyev offered a tight grin. I get to face the full might of NATO. You'll be dealing with the Ethiopians and Kenyans. Lazar's response was measured. We read the same file, Eduard. These are spearhead operations meant for one-star generals, not us. More to the point, can you honestly say the nature of your objective doesn't trouble you? Sabaneyev didn't hesitate. I am the correct officer for this mission. I will execute my orders. That wasn't my question. Lazar lifted the briefing booklet. Sabaneyev merely shrugged. It's combat, lawful combat. Only if you succeed without consequence, Lazar said, his gaze locking onto his protégés. I intend to succeed, and so will you. Sabaneyev leaned forward slightly. How about a friendly bet? A steak dinner for the officer who meets his timeline most precisely. Lazar turned to the window where a light drizzle had begun to streak the glass. The only goal that matters is bringing back as many of our boys as possible. Anything else is a distraction and a profound waste of energy. Sabaneyev's smile vanished. Spare me the noble speech. You didn't earn your legendary status without leaving thousands of those boys you claimed to cherish in mass graves from Afghanistan to Ukraine. If you've suddenly developed a weak stomach for the fight, that's a new chapter. A lot of mothers across Russia would find that bitterly ironic, now that their sons are long since dust. Lazar's voice was grave. I lost good men following orders, just as I followed orders myself. It will happen again in 4 months' time. I have no doubt some things never change. Everything changes when you secure those mines, Sabaneyev countered, his tone shifting to one of almost sarcastic zeal. The world map gets redrawn. Russia returns to the center of the stage for the first time in decades. I can see that future clearly. You should too. The Americans and Europeans will simply find other sources, Lazar replied. They'll develop their own mines if we take these. Our economy won't see the boom the politicians are selling. Sabaneyev tilted his head. An economist now, Boris. Is that what you learned studying the microeconomics of goat herders on the steppe? The older general didn't flinch. It's called common sense, Eduard. Something they don't award like campaign medals, it seems, and experience that you earn by keeping your head up and your ears open. The younger general nodded, as if acknowledging a shrewd chess move. We're sitting in the Kremlin. What a perfect opportunity for you to voice your concerns directly to the president. Lazar stiffened almost imperceptibly. No, but I imagine you might be tempted to tell Rivkin I have doubts about this entire adventure. The words lingered between them. Finally, Sabaneyev said, Of course not. I need you fully committed. You are the second greatest general in our armed forces. That fact is beyond dispute. High praise indeed, Lazar said, a pointed jab at the other's arrogance. The real question is, do you want a piece of this action, Boris? Lazar drew a deep breath, his hesitation palpable. After a long moment, he replied, It's better if I command the southern thrust. Someone else might not share my priority of preserving every life we can. Words of a prudent man, Sabaneyev remarked. Perhaps not a born fighter, but prudent all the same. The older general offered no retort. No, 20 minutes later, Eduard Sabaneyev was in the rear of his staff car en route to the Ministry of Defense for his 1 o'clock appointment with Colonel Yuri Borbakov. He had just spent the last several minutes giving his deputy, Colonel Felix Smirnov, a condensed overview of Operation Red Metal. He could see the colonel was just as stunned by the scale of it as Sabaneyev himself had been upon first reading the plans. "The Kremlin was shrewd to assign you the primary operation, sir," Smirnov said. "Their European front will get more attention and present greater technical challenges." For a quarter century, Boris Lazar was their golden boy. But now they see you're the real fighting general. Sabaneyev recognized the flattery, yet he also believed the core of it was true. He stared out the window as a wave of unexpected gloom settled over him. "A decade ago, hearing that would have filled me with pride, Felix, even 5 years back, honestly. But now, Lazar's lost his edge. He just lectured me about caring for his soldiers and hinted this whole venture would be a tragic waste." The general turned and gave a dry wink. Outmaneuvering Boris Lazar nowadays isn't much of an accomplishment. You could probably manage it yourself. Boris Lazar rode in his own vehicle back toward the ministry. His chief of staff, Colonel Dmitry Kir, was with him, undoubtedly burning with curiosity about the Kremlin meeting. Lazar had not yet spoken of the battle plan. There would be time for that, days of clandestine briefings with Borbakov and intelligence heads before he could escape Moscow and return to his men. For now he wanted only the quiet of the car for his thoughts. The fierce drive of his ambition had dimmed, a fact made clear by his reaction to this new opportunity. He still believed in the cause he served and the people he defended. Had this mission involved a threat to an ally or a rebellious region closer to home, he knew his psychological investment would have been total. But this was different. Eduard Sabaneyev was another breed entirely. Lazar didn't doubt the younger man's intelligence, charisma, or political skill, all tools of a successful general. Yet Sabaneyev's thirst for combat, for its own sake, for appointments that were mere trophies of power, held no appeal for Lazar. Not anymore. He wondered if it was simply age tempering his fire, or just the profound lack of desire to fight for, frankly, a bunch of godforsaken rocks in Africa. Watching the summer rain streak the Moscow streets, he closed his eyes briefly, pushing back any lingering uncertainty. He opened them, cleared his throat, and addressed his colonel, who was likely fit to burst. "It appears you and I will be sharing a Christmas holiday in Africa, Dmitry." Chapter 8. Ministry of Defense, Moscow, Russia, 26 August. Colonel Yuri Borbakov stood in a ninth-floor conference room of the Ministry of Defense. Gazing out the window at the Moskva River and Gorky Park in the distance, he fortified himself for the meeting ahead. This was the most significant moment of his career, surpassing even his private consultation with Rivkin at the Kremlin months before. The day felt charged with a different energy, a sense of destiny that had been absent before today. Colonel Borbakov would finally stand before his lifelong idol, Colonel General Boris Lazar, and present the operation he had meticulously built from the ground up. For 3 long years, ever since his departure from the Kenyan mining operation, this singular goal had consumed his every waking thought. 16-hour days had been the norm, each one dedicated to refining the plan he called Red Metal. Now he would brief the 2 principal ground commanders, well, 2 of the 3, as he himself would command the Spetsnaz elements, tasked with executing countless missions deep behind enemy lines. Though he wore no general's stars, Borbakov understood his role in the direct action phase would be as critical as the years of planning that preceded it. He drew a slow, deliberate breath to steady his nerves, recognizing that his pounding heart was driven as much by the prospect of meeting Lazar as by the operation's magnitude. The other general, Eduard Sabaneyev, was certainly respected. Yet his reputation seemed forever tied to being Lazar's former adjutant rather than a standalone figure. Borbakov pondered quietly what it must be like to spend an entire career in another man's shadow. perpetually seen as the heir, the subordinate. He suspected the younger Colonel General might approach this mission with a chip on his shoulder, eager to prove himself, a dynamic Borbakov found perfectly acceptable. The conference room, already subjected to twice-daily electronic sweeps, had just been cleared by the counter-surveillance team at Borbakov's specific request. As the technicians finished and stepped aside, the two generals entered, their respective staffs lingering briefly outside the door before it sealed shut. While today's discussion was exclusively for Lazar and Sebaneyev, it was merely the first of dozens of meetings on red metal scheduled over the coming 4 months, where their aides would be deeply involved. Borbakov made a conscious effort to show equal deference to both men. While Lazar had been his boyhood hero, Sebaneyev held the same rank and demanded the same respect. "It is a profound honor," Borbakov said, shaking their hands firmly. Sebaneyev possessed the striking looks of a leading man. Handsome, with pronounced Slavic cheekbones, a strong jaw, and blonde hair streaked with gray, swept back from a high forehead. His smile revealed perfectly aligned teeth, and his tall, athletic frame was only slightly shorter than Borbakov's own. Lazar, in stark contrast, was a compact, broad-shouldered man with a fleshy, lined face that spoke of decades in the field, his heavy brows sitting low over keen eyes. The three men settled into a small seating area where Borbakov poured tea for everyone. "I trust you've both had the opportunity to review the briefing materials for Operation Red Metal?" Borbakov began. It was Sebaneyev who answered first, catching Borbakov slightly off guard. "You sell yourself short, Colonel. We are fully aware you are the architect of this entire endeavor. You've managed to strike that delicate balance, providing firm guidance without micromanaging the tactical decisions best left to the men on the ground." "Thank you, Colonel General. Having been that man on the ground myself on many occasions, as I know you both have," Borbakov replied, quickly adding, "though certainly not to your extent, of course, it is always preferable to understand the objective while retaining the necessary autonomy to achieve it in the most effective way possible." Sebaneyev leaned forward slightly. "I've spent the last hour making inquiries about you. I understand you were present at Mishma Hill during the standoff and prepared to engage," Borbakov stated, a hint of old frustration in his voice. "We were unfortunately ordered to stand down." A slow smile then spread across his face. "But now the conditions are finally right. We are witnessing a convergence of events I couldn't have predicted when I first drafted the proposal. The United States has firmly shifted its gaze toward Asia, creating an opportunity we must seize. The fallout from the Pacific scandal involving the general and the admiral is triggering a major reshuffle within the Pentagon's highest ranks, plunging the American military into a state of turmoil. Gentlemen, if we are ever to reclaim those natural resources in Kenya, resources that are by right Russia's, the moment is now. I am convinced, and President Rivkin concurs, that Operation Red Metal is the only path forward." Borbakov shifted his gaze to General Lazar, a flicker of anxiety rising as the older officer remained silent. After a long pause, Lazar finally spoke, his voice measured. "I will carry out my orders to the fullest extent. I have a few logistical concerns, mostly about supply lines and deployment timelines, but perhaps we can table those specifics for now. I am at the disposal of you and your staff around the clock. Colonel General, should you wish to discuss any details?" Borbakov offered. "Spasiba," Lazar replied. Then he leaned forward slightly. "There is one conceptual point I need clarified. By all means, sir, if the operation fails, if I reach Rima Hill but lack the armored strength to dislodge its defenders, or if I seize it only to find I cannot hold it with my remaining forces. What is the contingency?" Borbakov tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I believe that was comprehensively outlined in your briefing documents." "It was," Lazar acknowledged, his tone unchanging. "But humor me. I want to hear it from the architect himself." "Of course, General." Should you be unable to fully secure the objective, your orders are to render the mine permanently inoperable for rare earth extraction? Lazar's expression remained impassive. Elaborate. Nearby, Sabanayev let out a quiet, exasperated sigh as Borbakov adjusted his position in his chair. Very well, the colonel continued. As stipulated, your force will carry 6 specialized artillery shells. Once you and your retreating armor are at a safe distance, you will target the mine with them. Lazar showed no visible reaction. And what makes these shells so special? They are fitted with low-yield nuclear warheads, General, Borbakov stated flatly. Additionally, should you capture the mine but face an imminent counterattack you cannot withstand, I have Spetsnaz specialists trained to wire the shells into a stationary device. In that scenario, you would emplace the improvised nuclear device at the mine's core, withdraw, and initiate detonation. So, to be perfectly clear, Lazar said, his voice dropping to a deliberate, almost conversational tone. If we falter, our instruction is to turn the entire site into a radioactive crater. How wonderfully subtle. A real diplomatic olive branch. Borbakov shifted again, visibly uncomfortable under the general's steady gaze. The purpose is to deny the West a prize they did not earn, control over the global technology sector for a generation. Consider this. While your task force is more than adequate for the initial mission, Russia cannot sustain a prolonged siege once the Americans finally organize a response. Whether it's 1 month after your arrival or 3, a reaction will come. Those warheads at Rima Hill are your deterrent, your ultimate bargaining chip. He pressed on, his voice gaining a rehearsed confidence. When the West understands that an assault would not only annihilate the attackers, but also cripple the world's technological future, they will stand down. They will have no choice but to negotiate a favorable peace and economic agreements with us. Borbakov allowed himself a thin smile. The weapons are merely a fail-safe, a peacemaker in the truest sense, Sabaniev interjected, waving a dismissive hand. This is all academic. Boris Petrovich will not fail. He is the Lion of Dagestan. Dwelling on failure is a waste of our time. I share your confidence, Borbakov said, turning to Sabaniev before looking back at Lazar. Nevertheless, the Kremlin has approved the operation in its entirety, and we must proceed as planned. Colonel Generals, the motherland has demanded a military solution to a problem diplomacy could not solve. The mission you've been given is the one that's been authorized and assigned. In 120 days, it will commence, and I am confident our leadership has selected the right individuals to command it. Lazar turned his hands upward on his knees, a gesture of deference. Understood, Colonel. As I mentioned, I have a tendency to scrutinize details. My experience has shown me every conceivable kind of operational chaos. I will raise questions. It's simply my nature. But when the day comes and my armored columns advance south, I will be at the front, fully prepared. Borbakov offered a thin smile, but his opinion of the celebrated Boris Lazar had been permanently altered. Chapter 9. The Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia, 21 November. The Pentagon's escalating focus on a potential conflict between China and Taiwan translated into relentless hours for Marine Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly and Army Major Bob Griggs. They had been transferred from the J5 Directorate into the Director's Joint Plan Cell on the E-Ring, occupying space once used by the Chairman's staff. Their role was dual, supporting service-specific planners and functioning as an informal command hub for the Admiral overseeing their office. In the 3 months since the assassination in Taiwan ignited tensions across the Pacific, Connolly's routine had become a grind. He left his Virginia home before dawn most mornings and rarely returned before 9 at night. Even Griggs had tightened his schedule, arriving closer to an acceptable hour than Connolly had ever witnessed before. The strain was personal. Connolly had missed his son's soccer finals, a piano recital for his daughter, and even her birthday party. Date nights with his wife Julie had vanished, and family time was fractured. She had endured his lengthy deployments to combat zones, but when he'd taken this Pentagon desk job a year and a half ago, she had believed the long absences were over. That hope had evaporated. Now, just after 6 in the evening, Connolly and Griggs were analyzing fresh intelligence. Several Chinese landing dock ships had departed Zhanjiang 2 weeks prior. Satellite imagery showed they had sailed to the edge of the Taiwan Strait and then halted, lingering just outside Taiwanese territorial waters. They were already conducting resupply operations at sea, suggesting they intended to stay put. China had publicly threatened invasion only after Taiwan's December 29 elections, which were still weeks away. The prevailing theory at the Pentagon was that this was a show of force, a bid to sway the election and deter a significant American military buildup. On that last point, the Chinese strategy was faltering. Carrier Strike Group 5, centered on the USS Ronald Reagan, was now on station. It was surrounded by 7 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 3 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, and multiple support vessels. Furthermore, the amphibious assault ship USS Kearsarge was docked in Okinawa, poised to deliver a Marine battalion if needed. Another assault ship, the USS Wasp, was repositioning to Japan to provide lift for 2 additional Marine battalions. Far from backing down, the U.S. was digging in. The Chinese response was not retreat, but reinforcement. They dispatched more PLA ground units to Xiamen, the port city directly across the strait from Taiwan. It was a tense, deliberate dance of military posturing, each side maneuvering to influence the other's calculus. There was no doubt China was threatening war, regardless of any external provocations. Yet a nagging suspicion troubled Connolly during his late-night drives home. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone else, a shadowy third party, might be expertly pulling strings to fix the West's gaze firmly on this single boiling point in the Pacific. Over the past month, Connolly had been monitoring recent developments in Russia, where he observed unusual military movements deep within the country's interior that fell outside expected patterns. Fuel usage had dropped while maintenance activities spiked. The immediate theory circulating at the Pentagon was that Russia might be positioning for a move into Ukraine. The scale of activity detected so far didn't point toward a full-scale invasion like what would be needed to strike the Baltic states, another area of concern. Instead, the prevailing view among analysts was that Moscow was gearing up for a more contained operation, likely signaling intensified fighting in eastern Ukraine when the season turned. Since Russia wasn't Connolly's primary focus, he shifted his attention back to tensions brewing along the Pacific Rim. Just as he refocused on his stack of reports, Griggs called over from his desk, "Feel like grabbing dinner." Without glancing up from a fresh National Reconnaissance Office document, Connolly rubbed his tired eyes. "Yeah, I could use a break. A beer sounds good, too." "Cine," Griggs suggested. The Cine Irish pub in nearby Crystal City was a regular spot for Pentagon staff, close, reliable, and perfect for 2 guys who'd already done enough thinking for one day. It was an easy choice. When they walked into the pub, Griggs paused to answer a flurry of text messages before finding a seat. Since Griggs was single and didn't have much of a social circle outside work, Connolly took note. "Since when are you so popular?" "It's Nick Melanopoulos," Griggs explained. "He says he's been at the Pentagon all day, swung by our office and found it empty." Connolly tilted his head. "He came looking for you. Apparently weird, right? Anyway, I told him we're here, so he's on his way. He wants a Guinness ready when he arrives." "Naturally," Connolly replied, rolling his eyes. He ordered a Guinness for himself and one for Melanopoulos, while Griggs asked for a harp and a basket of fried cheese. A few minutes later, the bearded, heavy-set man entered, scanned the room, and spotted Connolly and Griggs in a booth midway down the pub. He shook his head and pointed toward a shadowy corner booth, isolated from other patrons. As the NSA analyst started heading that way, Griggs remarked, "Guess we're moving?" and picked up his beer to follow. Connolly lingered a moment, muttering, "Computer guys," before grabbing both his and Nick's pints and joining them. Once they were all settled in the secluded booth, Melanopoulos lifted his Guinness and took a long, foamy drink. "I've got something you need to see." Connolly suddenly noticed the man looked exhausted, strained, and deeply stressed. "Man," Griggs said, "you look terrible." "When did you last sleep?" Connolly added, "or eat something that didn't come in a wrapper?" Melanopoulos brushed off their remarks. "Listen, this is serious, and it's bad." "If it's that bad," Connolly said, "why tell a couple of mid-level guys in a pub? Shouldn't you be briefing your superiors?" "I already did. They know. Now I'm telling you because—" He looked directly at Connolly. "Because you were right." "Right about what?" Nick took another slow sip of his Guinness, set the glass down, and pulled his laptop from his bag. After opening it, he shifted around the booth to sit beside the other two. "Okay, look at this. It's data pulled from an FBI server." Connolly stared. "Wait, what?" Griggs added. "Are you actually hacking the FBI?" "Not right now, obviously. I did that yesterday. This is a report I compiled from the metadata." Both officers just looked at him, stunned. "Oh, come on," Nick said, almost sarcastically. "We do this all the time when they won't share intel with us. It's practically standard procedure. We operate under a long-standing statute that permits our actions, provided the public remains unaware, and the operation is critical to national security." He glanced back at Lieutenant Colonel Connolly's skeptical face. "You buy the book, Pentagon types truly don't grasp it, do you? A conflict has been raging in cyberspace for years now, and people like me are the ones in the trenches." He continued, "We tend to grow a bit numb to how the average citizen feels about these methods." Connolly merely shrugged in response. "Well, I didn't authorize it, so my hands are clean." "What's the discovery, Doc?" "This document catalogs federal systems that were breached within the past year, at least the ones we've identified." Connolly watched the lengthy roster scroll by on Melanopoulos' screen, his eyes catching on one entry highlighted in crimson. "That's General Newman's personal computer," the NSA analyst stated. Each line item detailed the machine's operating system, revealing a diverse array of software platforms, reviewing the Internet activity logs for all the compromised devices. Connolly noted a wide variety of infiltrated applications and service providers. Aside from each system's connection to Pacific-related operations, he couldn't discern a common thread. "If there's a pattern here, I'm not seeing it. Allow me to clarify." Melanopoulos enlarged the manufacturer's identifier on each incident report. Every single piece of hardware came from one of just two companies. "Now, that's noteworthy," Connolly remarked. Nick typed a brief command, pulling up the first manufacturer's official site. "All these machines were originally assembled in China." Griggs leaned in. "So they had some kind of dormant vulnerability programmed into them, letting Chinese operatives slip inside." "Not in the programming. That would be too obvious. Software gets patched constantly. Besides, most operating systems are American-made, and we've baked our own special access points into those." He gave a dry, almost sarcastic smile. "Welcome to the modern battlefield, gentlemen. It's all fair game." Griggs looked surprised. "We do that?" "Like I said, it's a war. In this case, the Chinese embedded the hidden access within the physical hardware. It's a brilliant move, especially when you consider they manufacture over 90% of the world's computers and about 70% of its mobile phones." Connolly frowned, still piecing it together. "But this just confirms China was responsible, correct?" Melanopoulos shook his head. "I've been analyzing this for a while. Something about it felt off. So I started digging further back. 3 months, 6 months, nearly a year." He typed again, displaying a network diagram. "This is trace data from approximately 12 months ago. Notice anything unusual?" Griggs pointed to a solitary connection line between 2 points within China. "This one?" "Exactly." Melanopoulos turned the laptop toward Connolly. See this peculiar bounce between these two servers? That's one server receiving commands from another. The server on the right is the one I traced, sending the activation code to the Chinese computer in Hawaii, which triggered the hardware backdoor. But it was the other server, the one on the left, that really caught my attention. Nick opened the data transfer log, revealing the lengthy code exchanged. This left-hand server is a relic from Unit 61398, China's premier state-sponsored hacking unit. They relocated to a newer, more advanced facility a while back, which is the server on the right. On the surface, it looks like the old server simply transferring data to the new one. However, the old server essentially enslaved the new Unit 61398 server for roughly 3 hours to download a specific code package. That alone might not raise alarms, except Unit 61398 had completely vacated that old building. As far as I can tell, their old server shouldn't even have been operational, but the new server wasn't aware of that yet. Someone established what we term a doppelganger site at the old server location, fooling the new server into thinking it was communicating with its former counterpart. I realize I'm diving into the technical weeds with you both, but I combed through every available record to identify who's operating out of that aging facility. The NSA analyst fell silent, prompting the two officers to ask simultaneously, "Who is it?" Back in 2014, Russia's equivalent to our NSA became operational. They acquired a state-of-the-art 1.2 petaflop server system. China was intrigued by the capability and requested occasional access to process their own data. Old allies helping new allies, as it were, Moscow negotiated for server space within China's own infrastructure, and Beijing granted them an entire floor in the former Unit 61398 headquarters. Griggs connected the dots. So the Russians orchestrated the entire cyber operation through Chinese infrastructure before broadcasting the results globally. Nick nodded. China inadvertently played the role of the Trojan horse. Connolly was stunned. Let me get this straight. This entire campaign, designed to discredit our military leadership and appear as a sophisticated Chinese cyber prelude to an invasion of Taiwan, was actually a Russian operation from start to finish? A plot to weaken our Pacific position while framing China in the process? That's what the data indicates, Nick confirmed. The cover was clever, but not flawless. I verified the trail, Griggs pressed. And you've informed the NSA leadership? I briefed them yesterday afternoon. They immediately sent me to the Pentagon to present the findings to the Joint Chiefs Intelligence Directors today. And what was the reaction? Griggs asked. Melanopoulos seemed drained. Judging by their posture and expressions, nobody seemed particularly concerned. Connolly grasped the situation instantly. The Joint Chiefs are already primed to view China as the primary adversary. I understand the mindset at the Pentagon. We've been anticipating Chinese aggression toward Taiwan for years. Our own war games and intelligence assessments have consistently pointed to Beijing, waiting for a provocation or an opening. Backing down now, even with this new information, feels politically and strategically impossible to them. But why? Nick challenged. China's motives align perfectly with our long-held suspicions. What's Russia's endgame here? If we could decipher their ultimate objective, we might have a chance to sound a legitimate alarm. Right now, we have intriguing digital clues, but they don't change the stark reality that the People's Liberation Army Navy is assembling an invasion fleet off Taiwan's coast as we speak. What's our move, then? Griggs asked. Connolly responded, "We brief the findings regardless. Hammer home the point that Russian manipulation is a confirmed factor, and we must exercise extreme caution until we understand their full strategy. This represents a critical intelligence gap. We cannot afford to lower our vigilance in Europe. At the very least, we must ensure the Joint Chiefs have this information in front of them when they make their decisions." Griggs shook his head. "Dan, I need to be the one to take this to the Admiral, not you." Connolly looked at him, puzzled. "Why? If you stand before the Admiral and argue that Russia is baiting the U.S. into a Pacific conflict, and then no overt action follows. It could derail your career. Me? Nobody pays much attention if I present a far-fetched theory. You stay in the clear and can work the internal channels. Connolly knew Griggs was right, but he was uneasy about the potential cost to his subordinate. Griggs saw the concern. Trust me on this. It won't hurt my prospects. I hit my career ceiling a long time ago. Chapter 10. International Waters. 18 miles south-southeast of Kaohsiung, Taiwan, 22 November. The commanding officer of the USS Statham sat in the wardroom, a half-eaten breakfast on the table and a copy of Proceedings, the U.S. Naval Institute's professional journal, open on his lap. 3 other officers shared his table, while at the adjacent table, 2 junior officers ate in hurried silence, as was their habit. Most Joes wolfed down their meals before escaping the wardroom. Their days at sea, a relentless cycle of watch duties, qualification studies, meals, and snatched sleep. John, the captain said, without glancing up from his magazine. Did you catch the article about the new laser system installed on the puller? I saw it, sir. That's the same laser system they had on the Ponce before, isn't it? They're using it for drone defense. Captain Fulton shook his head. One laser won't be enough if the Chinese act on their intentions. If a drone swarm comes in and... He stopped mid-sentence, his head tilting. Do you hear that? I don't hear anything, Captain. Our engine speed just changed. Fulton knew the bridge crew would never alter speed without his direct order. This meant either a critical mistake or something far more serious. He tossed his magazine onto the table and stood, moving toward the captain's phone for a direct line to the bridge. He'd barely taken a step when a piercing alarm shattered the quiet. Fulton broke into a sprint for the bridge, the deck officer right behind him. They both skidded to a halt as a tense voice crackled over the ship-wide 1MC intercom. General quarters, all hands to battle stations, damage control teams, stand ready set, condition zebra ship-wide, torpedo in the water, captain to the bridge, immediately. The 2 men took off again, racing through the tight corridor. Fulton burst onto the bridge moments later. His executive officer was already there and delivered a rapid-fire update. Captain, enemy torpedo in the water closing fast. We've deployed 3 noisemakers and are pinging actively to locate the sub. We're increasing to flank speed and altering course. Your orders, sir? Direct attack profile or a running defense using the Nixies? The question of why the Chinese had chosen to attack was a puzzle for later. Survival came first. Attack profile turned the ship to face the torpedo head-on. Every naval engagement began with this fundamental choice: flee or confront. A torpedo could outrun a warship by a factor of 2. Choosing to run extended the engagement, betting the ship could outlast the weapon's limited range and buy time for defensive systems to work. Turning toward the threat, however, meant going on the offensive, aiming to locate and pressure the attacking submarine, the source of the danger. Even though it meant sacrificing the use of the Nixie, the ship's primary towed decoy. Fulton's voice was unnervingly steady. What's the intel on the fish acoustic homing? Magnetic. What's the sonar signature? The XO responded. Signature suggests Chinese origin, Captain. Noise profile is consistent with a U-6 model. From his station, the sonarman called out, Impact in 3 minutes. It's ignoring the decoys and tracking us directly. Confirmed U-6 profile, acoustic homing, likely wire-guided, underwater. Sound traveled with devastating efficiency, making sonar the irreplaceable eye of the fleet. Understood, Fulton said, his mind processing a storm of variables and trajectories. Stand by to launch SSTDs. The Surface Ship Torpedo Defense System was the destroyer's final answer. A compact, self-propelled countermeasure designed to intercept and destroy an incoming torpedo in the water. A torpedo possessed no inherent defenses, and though it could lock on to the acoustics of a noisy ship, the weapon itself generated significant noise, making it a potential target for the SSTD countermeasures. 2 minutes until impact. The sonarman reported, "No change in its course. It's ignoring the decoys." "Any contact at all on the Chinese submarine?" The executive officer pressed. Locating the sub on sonar would allow them to launch their own offensive weapons. "Negative, sir. Only an initial bearing from the torpedo's launch point. Sonar is sweeping that sector now." "Captain, request permission to launch SSTDs," stated the officer of the deck. "Launch them," Captain Fulton ordered. The OOD signaled the crew, and two distinct pops followed by a sustained whoosh marked the ejection of a pair of drone torpedoes from the Steatham. "1 minute to impact," the sonarman announced, then added urgently, "Sir, I have a new contact. Possible enemy submarine. I want weapons targeting that contact. Let's get our torpedoes in the water." "XO concur, Captain." The officer of the deck spoke again. "Request permission to fire 2 Mk-32s, sir. Granted, OOD." On deck, 2 more sharp reports preceded a deeper roar as the deck-mounted triple-tube launchers sent a pair of torpedoes into the sea. Moments later, the sonar operator called out, "Sir, the sub has detected our launch and is turning away. I have propeller sounds. She's accelerating. Range 3 nautical miles, bearing 005 degrees." He then piped the acoustic feed to the bridge speakers. The churning rhythm of underwater screws told everyone that in this perilous standoff, the Chinese submarine had just flinched. The American torpedoes immediately acquired the acoustic signature and began their pursuit. The brief surge of relief on the bridge of the USS Steatham was shattered when the sonarman shouted again, "Sir, 30 seconds to impact. The enemy weapon is not diverting. It has a solid lock on us. Combat, any results from the SSTDs?" "Negative, sir." Neither has acquired the inbound torpedo. The Navy's latest technology had a flaw, and it was clear the SSTDs would not save them today. Fulton knew he had to rely on older tactics. "Con, prepare for an emergency course change on my mark." "Con, ready. XO, order a brace for impact. All stations confirm condition Zulu. This is our final option." Condition Zulu secured all watertight doors, a last-ditch effort to keep the ship afloat if struck. Con, execute a hard turn, then reverse once the torpedo closes. In a desperate maneuver, a ship could veer sharply away and then swing back, hoping to make the torpedo overshoot. Combat, launch barrages of noisemakers at 3-second intervals. Maintain through the turn. Combat, roger. As the seconds to impact vanished, the atmosphere on the bridge hovered just shy of outright terror. Another 2 seconds passed. Another fresh pop echoed up to the bridge as more decoys arched from their launchers and splashed into the water to begin their work. Some emitted a recorded whoosh, a perfect digital replica of the Steatham's own wake noise, while others blasted out the actual sounds of the ship's power plant and screws. Modern torpedoes were programmed to identify the unique acoustic fingerprint of a specific target and would tenaciously hold that lock, capable of ignoring every other vessel in a convoy or a busy port to hunt the one ship etched into their computerized memory. The advanced countermeasures employed by the Steatham were crafted using genuine recordings of the destroyer's propellers and wake. They could even be loaded with common acoustic profiles of the civilian vessels she often escorted, allowing an anti-submarine destroyer like the Steatham to lure sophisticated torpedoes away from typically defenseless cargo ships or tankers. The Steatham's bridge crew threw the helm hard to port, the destroyer responding with a sharp 15-degree lean. The sudden tilt sent pens and coffee mugs flying from their places, and sailors braced themselves against consoles to keep their footing. Overhead, more noisemakers launched into the sea with a series of sharp pops. The sonar operator yanked his headphones away, his face tight as he looked toward the captain. "Impact in 10 seconds, sir. The torpedo is holding its course. Understood. Helm, hard over to starboard. Now." The helmsman spun the wheel violently to the right, forcing the ship into an opposite, gut-wrenching heel. Crew members clung to whatever was fixed as the world tilted again. They were still deep in the turn when a colossal detonation rocked the vessel. A geyser of churning blue-white seawater erupted near the bow, climbing high above the bridge windows before crashing down in a thunderous deluge. The ship's lights flickered and died, briefly sputtered back to life, then failed completely. Captain Fulton, thrown back several feet by the blast, steadied himself against a railing. His usual calm was gone, replaced by a clipped, urgent command. "Bring us around to face the contact. All engines, full stop." He had imagined this very scenario since he was a boy dreaming of naval command, but the reality was a cold, violent shock. For now he had to trust his team. He dropped into his chair. "XO, I need damage and casualty reports immediately." "Aye, Captain," the executive officer replied, grabbing a sound-powered phone. "Damage control teams 6 and 9. Proceed to the bow and link up with teams 1 and 2. Combat. I need personnel accountability. Engineering commence damage assessment and re-verify all watertight doors are sealed and dogged." The initial reports, filtered through the distorted, tinny connection of the backup phones, were grim. "Preliminary finding is a 16-foot breach in the forward bulkhead," a muffled voice reported after several tense minutes. "3 compartments are sealed. Casualty count is not yet known." Then the sonarman shouted over the din. "Sir, 2 distinct undersea explosions. I lost the main sonar array, but the hydrophones are active. I'm hearing the sounds of a hull breaking up. It's the Chinese sub. We got her." Ordinarily, such news would have brought a roar of triumph. Instead, the bridge crew merely exchanged grim, determined glances, their focus locked on keeping their own ship from following the enemy to the bottom. A crackling report from engineering followed, stating that power would be restored once a main engine was taken offline to serve as an emergency generator. The Stetham would live to fight another day for the moment. "Sparks," Fulton said, addressing the radio operator by the traditional nickname. The man looked up from his console. "Yes, sir." Fulton rose. "The moment we have power, raise the Reagan on the satellite net. Get Admiral Swift for me. I'll brief him directly. I'm heading forward to survey the damage, XO. The bridge is yours." "Aye, sir." Captain Fulton left the bridge, descending the ladder toward the damaged bow. He would never show it to his crew, but in his heart he knew the weight of this disaster rested on his choices alone. He had chosen to engage, to turn toward the threat, instead of evading the responsibility for every scar on his ship and every injured sailor was his to carry, a burden that settled on his shoulders like iron. His immediate duty, however, was clear: ensure the Stetham stayed afloat and account for every single soul aboard. Chapter 11. The White House, Washington, D.C., 23 November. President of the United States. Jonathan Henry was the last to enter the Situation Room. The President faced the full Principals Committee of his National Security Council. Seated around the table were the Vice President, the National Security Advisor, the White House Chief of Staff, the Directors of National Intelligence and the CIA, the Secretaries of State, Defense, Homeland Security, Treasury, and Energy, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Attorney General, and the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. The meeting opened with a grim report from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. "We have 13 sailors confirmed dead and 29 wounded, many with catastrophic injuries. The USS Stetham is immobilized and will require a tow to Taiwan, a fact the Chinese propaganda machine will exploit relentlessly." President Henry responded, "Beijing's official line is a blanket denial. They claim no attack was ordered and are asserting our destroyer fired the first shot." "That is demonstrably false, Mr. President," the chairman countered. "Our own deck logs confirm the Stetham was reacting to an incoming torpedo from a Chinese submarine." Henry pressed the point. "When I spoke directly with the Chinese president, he posed a logical question. Why would they launch a single torpedo and then do nothing more, especially with a significant naval presence in the vicinity? I had no good answer. It doesn't align with any coherent military strategy. Possibly a catastrophic error by the sub-commander or a rogue captain," the chairman offered, "but that crew is now at the bottom of the ocean." The likelihood of recovering their bridge recordings is near zero, and Beijing would never share them if they did. We may simply never know if this was a sanctioned act or a terrible mistake. So our choices are a deliberate warning shot or a monumental blunder, the president summarized, his tone heavy with frustration. He released a weary breath. The Secretary of Defense then interjected, "Sir, from my perspective, this looks like a cold calculation. The Chinese leadership believes the American public has no appetite for a war with a peer competitor in Asia. They think they can bloody our nose, sacrifice a few sailors, and watch domestic pressure force us to withdraw." The president absorbed this, which leaves us with the immediate problem. What is our move? We cannot allow Taiwan to fall after its elections at the end of December, the defense secretary stated. The only path to prevent that without open conflict is to make Beijing utterly certain we are prepared for it. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs added a historical note. Sivi pasma, para bellum. President Henry nodded. If you want peace, prepare for war. A Roman maxim from centuries ago. Some truths, it seems, are timeless. For the next hour and a half, the debate continued. The Secretary of State predictably advocated for a diplomatic solution. More surprisingly, both the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs also argued for a robust diplomatic track, albeit one backed by unmistakable force. The catastrophic consequences of a war with China were unanimously understood in the room. Finally, the president said, "My inclination is toward mobilization and forward deployment. The chairman believes we can assemble a credible deterrent force before the Taiwanese election, but only if we initiate global movements immediately." He paused, scanning the faces around him. "I need to hear one last time from anyone who believes this is the wrong course." The Secretary of State leaned forward, resting his arms on the polished table. "Dale," the president prompted, "go ahead. The risk, plainly, is that a global mobilization could be the spark," the secretary said. "The Chinese may interpret it not as deterrence, but as the ultimate provocation, pushing them from threats into irreversible action." "Threats?" roared the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, his composure breaking. "They've killed 13 of my sailors. We're well past threats." The Secretary of State acknowledged the point with a solemn, silent nod. "Yes, but at this time we cannot be certain of China's true objectives." The Secretary of Defense responded with sharp impatience. "We know exactly what they intend. They've positioned thousands of Marines in landing vessels less than 12 hours from Taiwan's coastline. Their leader has explicitly stated he will interfere if the election doesn't suit him. What further evidence are we waiting for?" "Those are provocations, Rob," countered the Secretary of State, gesturing dismissively. "They could all be empty threats. Consider the catastrophic damage a war with America would inflict on China's financial system. For them to actually deploy ground forces would be an act of sheer insanity." The Director of National Intelligence now aligned firmly with the Defense Secretary's stance. China is not currently prioritizing its economic concerns. The Treasury Secretary began. "They are always considering their econ. This transcends that," the DNI interrupted sharply. "Reunification has been the central ambition in Beijing since the middle of the last century. Frankly, I doubt their economy would suffer in the long run. A unified Taiwan would likely bolster their financial reserves significantly." He shifted his gaze directly to the president. "No, Mr. President, the unified assessment of our intelligence agencies is that Beijing's leadership is profoundly serious. Their focus is fixed on the strategic advantages of reunification, not on the potential conflict itself." The president lowered his eyes to his hands for what felt like an eternity before looking up again. "I consider myself an exceptional poker player. On this particular issue, however, I'm holding a very weak hand. I can still win without good cards, but only if my opponent doesn't realize I'm practically empty." President Lau sees right through my tough talk. He knows I'm bluffing, because at this moment we possess less than 10% of the necessary forces in the region to counter a Chinese move against Taiwan. The Secretary of Defense leaned forward. "Mr. President, the comprehensive and robust deployment plan I've presented will grant you the decision-making leverage you require. It positions our assets where they matter, finally giving you a real card to play." A brief, heavy silence filled the room. The Secretary of State stared at the polished table, fully aware the debate was lost. President Henry finally spoke. "I need a stronger hand. Until we have substantial forces in the theater, we negotiate from a position of weakness." He turned to the Secretary of Defense. "Make it happen, Rob. Mobilize our forces to the Pacific. No one wants an armed conflict with the Chinese Communists more than I do, which is to say, not at all. But once the formidable presence of the U.S. military is firmly in place, then I can negotiate from a place of undeniable authority." The Secretary of Defense gave a single firm nod. "Deterrence through strength, Mr. President." The President's response was a solemn affirmation. "Deterrence through strength, absolutely." The directives that flowed from the Pentagon in the following hours were as definitive as the situation allowed. In the pre-dawn darkness of November 24th, an identical email flashed across every secure terminal, coded top secret, from the Secretary's office to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Deploy all ready forces, allocate them to the PACOM area of responsibility to serve as a deterrent to ongoing Chinese aggression. This single, potent sentence was supported by pages of detailed operational orders. The reaction from regional allies was largely one of relief. The Philippines swiftly granted temporary basing rights at 3 of its major ports. Australia activated its reserves and fully mobilized its active duty personnel. In a late-night call, the Japanese Prime Minister assured the President that all planned U.S. base reductions in Japan were halted, and he publicly urged American forces to return in strength to locations like Okinawa and the Japanese mainland. The monumental logistical challenge then landed with U.S. Transportation Command. Coordinating the movement of personnel and hardware from across the United States and global outposts was a Herculean task, yet Ustranskom commanded the air and sea lift capacity to manage it. The initial wave of this Pacific deterrent would include a second carrier strike group to join the Ronald Reagan CSG-3, led by the formidable USS John C. Stennis, began its rapid transit westward. The USS Stennis, designated CVN-74, departed Naval Base Kitsap in Washington State within days of receiving its orders. This carrier strike group positioned its submarines as a distant outer screen, acting as the fleet's advanced scouts to locate hostile vessels. A ring of frigates operated closer in, serving as the diligent guardians against undersea threats. The formidable cruisers and destroyers formed the next layer. If the submarines were the eyes, these ships were the protective shield. Linked by sophisticated networks, they created a seamless, nearly unbreakable dome of anti-aircraft fire, their systems calculating firing solutions in microseconds, often without human intervention. At the heart of the group was the aircraft carrier itself, the decisive striking power, capable of projecting advanced air power hundreds of miles in any direction from its massive flight deck. Simultaneously, 2 Marine expeditionary units were directed toward the region, each a 3-ship team carrying a full infantry battalion, the essential forcible entry element of the Marine Corps. U.S. Transportation Command launched a relentless airlift operation, performing logistical miracles to deploy the global response force known to planners as the GERF to forward bases in Australia, Japan, and Guam. This rapid response contingent, drawn from a rotating roster of 4 elite Army divisions, was required to be airborne within 18 hours. The current alert force, the legendary 82nd Airborne Division from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, began urgent preparations to move. They were joined by other storied units, the 3rd Infantry Division from Georgia, the 10th Mountain Division from New York, and the 1st Airborne Division from Kentucky. This immense mobilization showcased America's unparalleled strategic lift capacity in a crisis. Yet this very effort, consuming the majority of available transport with its flood of personnel and equipment into the Pacific, left the European theater starkly isolated and vulnerable. Chapter 12. Bolshevino, Russia. 27 November. General Eduard Sabaneyev's motorcade moved through the countryside east of Moscow. Dormant potato and rye fields, stripped bare by the advancing winter, reached toward distant forests painted in rust and bronze. He typically found solace in these rural vistas, a reminder of Russia's enduring strength and self-sufficiency against Western pressures. Today, however, the familiar landscape failed to calm him. His attention was fixed beyond the orderly farms, on the dense, dark tree lines where he would soon meet Colonel Borbakov. The entire audacious plan, a deep winter strike into NATO's core with a compact assault force, hinged on one critical, tangible element: the trains. Sabaneyev had insisted on inspecting them personally. Without these mobile arsenals to provide fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and, crucially, rolling anti-aircraft missile platforms to secure his airspace, the operation was a fantasy. The initial briefing had contained a startling detail. Armored trains were slated to cross into Poland immediately behind the leading tanks, a notion that seemed pulled from a past century, yet was now vital to modern conquest. The general's mood was brittle, a sharp contrast to the pastoral scene. The weight of the gamble ahead had turned contemplative silence into simmering tension. 100 potential disasters flashed through his mind, a predictable side effect of having been mentored by General Boris Lazar. He fought to shove the worries aside and focus entirely on the operation, knowing that audacity was precisely what had propelled his rapid rise through the military ranks. Yet, for the last quarter of a year, a persistent doubt had nagged at him. Using trains in a modern fight felt like a relic from another era. Sure, moving troops and equipment along secure interior lines made sense, but pushing deep into contested territory, into another nation itself, on a fixed rail line struck him as borderline reckless. The vulnerabilities were glaring: enemy aircraft, ground units, even determined saboteurs with a satchel charge could bring everything to a halt. Trains were massive, predictable targets, their paths laid out like a map for any adversary. Staring at the passing fields, General Sabaneyev couldn't shake the memory of a heated conversation with Colonel Borbakov weeks before at headquarters. He'd challenged the colonel directly. What's to stop NATO from simply blowing the train off the map? It can't swerve. It runs on a fixed line. The greenest lieutenant in their most unprepared unit would know to bomb the tracks. Not when their world goes dark, Borbakov had replied, a smug grin spreading across his face. Not when their communications fail, not when my Spetsnaz teams already positioned behind their lines guide the trains onto routes we control, and certainly not when our assault train is disguised as nothing more than a civilian transport. He leaned in, his voice dropping. Western commanders will never risk hitting what looks like a passenger train full of commuters. Intrigued but still carrying the stubborn skepticism Lazar had drilled into him, Sabaneyev had countered, "You're putting too much faith in your special operators. One misdirected switch in a rail yard and we're headed straight into a dead end. My men will not fail, General, and I will be out there with them in the heart of enemy territory." "It sounds like a fantasy, Colonel," Sabaneyev had muttered at the time, though he'd resolved to keep an open mind. Now, finally en route to see the controversial project firsthand, the motorcade's sudden deceleration pulled him from his thoughts. They had reached the first of several armed checkpoints guarding the remote site, an hour's drive from Moscow, its secrecy necessitating extreme isolation. Colonel Borbakov was already there, waiting. After a curt greeting, he slid into the back seat of the general's car, squeezing between Sabaneyev and Colonel Dryagan, the operations chief for the Western Thrust. As they bumped along a lengthy gravel drive, Borbakov resumed his pitch. "The train lets you conceal a powerful fist right behind the advancing spearhead. Your mobile assault forces will race ahead on parallel roads and cross-country routes. Meanwhile, the trains bring up the heavy support long-range air defense systems, targeting radar and artillery munitions. And let's not forget their core function. They'll still haul the mountains of gear you need: extra fuel, ammunition, reinforcements, and supplies. Sabaniev offered no response, his silence hanging in the cramped vehicle. The convoy halted before a complex of enormous brick buildings, one structure so vast it resembled a minor league ballpark. The weathered facades and the rusting, weed-choked tracks leading into them spoke of a bygone era. This was clearly a colossal Soviet-era rail hub, once a vital staging ground. Borbakov, noting the general survey, confirmed it. These facilities were a Cold War leftover, he explained, from a time when moving entire armored divisions by rail into the heart of Europe was the cornerstone of Soviet war planning. The convoy halted before the largest structure, its two massive, blast-resistant metal doors groaning open on aged hinges. The three staff vehicles proceeded inside, pulling to a stop near a cluster of portable offices. Sabaniev emerged with his colonels and majors, stretching stiff limbs as they surveyed their surroundings. Powerful floodlights cast a weak, pallid glow across the vast interior. The arched ceiling soared over 3 stories high, a network of metal catwalks and gantry cranes threading through the rafters. Designed for moving heavy rail and construction materials, the building held no heat. Sabaniev guessed it was just above freezing, and a damp, penetrating cold hung in the air, reminiscent of a walk-in refrigerator. The impression was sealed as the colossal doors rumbled shut behind them with a deafening, reverberating clang that seemed to roll on endlessly through the hollow space. As his vision adjusted to the dim light, Sabaniev began to discern more details of the enormous warehouse. In shadowy corners and alcoves, rusted rail cogs and Soviet-era train components lay forgotten under veils of dust and cobwebs. Relics of a facility abandoned for decades, yet now it hummed with renewed purpose. Parked on tracks that ran the building's length was a sleek, modern civilian train, its surface gleaming under the work lights. Teams of men swarmed around it in a frenzy of activity. "So this is the assault train?" Sabaniev asked. Borbakov gestured for them to follow as he moved closer. "Indeed, General, I present Red Blizzard 1, a near-perfect replica of the Russian civilian express known as the Strish. The genuine article is among Europe's newest high-speed trains, linking Moscow to Berlin in roughly 20 hours at speeds approaching 200 kilometers per hour." Sabaniev's officers began to disperse, casually inspecting the train as the general and Borbakov walked alongside it. Borbakov continued his explanation. 20 cars in total, matching the real train's configuration. Every detail is crafted for civilian disguise, including window silhouettes of passengers behind curtains in the dining car. The windows can be illuminated with LEDs or go completely dark as the situation requires. Sabaniev reached out and tapped the aluminum siding with a gloved fist. "Will this stop a bullet, Colonel?" "Not at all, sir. Our objective is to ensure no bullet ever gets within 10 kilometers of you." The general gave a skeptical grunt. "The Red Blizzard 1 concept leverages 3 key advantages," Borbakov went on. "First, due to persistent track maintenance issues in Poland, the actual Strish frequently makes both scheduled and unscheduled route alterations. This pattern makes it easier for us to divert our train onto necessary lines without raising suspicion at Polish rail stations. My Spetsnaz units will guarantee the correct tracks are clear at the required times. Second, ahead of the 2018 World Cup, Russian railways purchased 24 special Talgo trains from Spain. While Central and Western Europe use a different track gauge than Russia, these Talgos have variable gauge axles. They can adjust their wheel width automatically, bypassing the slow, cumbersome gauge-changing stations most other trains require when crossing those borders. The military repurposed 3 of these Talgos after the tournament to construct this replica Strish. "And the third point?" Sabaniev prompted. "Third, and perhaps most crucial for your operational needs, These Talgo cars have a wider body. This allows for significantly greater storage capacity, more ammunition, more fuel, all the supplies you'll require for the mission. The size difference is virtually undetectable unless our train is parked directly beside a real Strij. For a fleeting moment, Sabaniev felt an unexpected, almost grudging admiration for the sheer audacity of the plan, a stark contrast to the bureaucratic inertia he usually battled. The general, his expression carefully neutral, nodded. "Describe the interior layout, of course, sir. The first 5 cars constitute your command center and officer accommodations." The lead cars were fully equipped with map displays and targeting systems, along with retractable radar and communications towers designed to deploy once the train slowed, providing Colonel Dryagin and his assault regiment with critical support. Following those, 5 cars housed anti-aircraft batteries alongside 3 complete 240mm autoloading mortar systems and their corresponding ammunition. Another set of 5 cars was reserved for a motorized rifle company, along with their supplies of food and additional ammunition. The final 5 cars were loaded with diesel fuel and tank shells. Borbikov faced the general. "For the operational raid I've planned, this will be more than enough to sustain the frontline forces." He pressed a button, a door slid aside, and they ascended a short stairway. "Your command car, General." Sabaniev moved through the space, his fingers tracing over a bank of flat-panel monitors secured to the train's wall, their protective plastic still in place. He peeled one cover back and studied the label. Sony? Was there no reliable Russian-made equipment available? "These particular Sony displays are significantly lighter than other models," Borbikov explained. "They're also factory hardened to withstand the constant vibration and shocks expected during the journey." "Power them up," Sabaniev ordered. The colonel gave a nod to a technician seated nearby who immediately began working the controls. Within seconds, a dozen screens flickered to life, including 2 massive displays over 2 meters wide that dominated the center of the car. "Display the rail route," Borbikov commanded. A detailed 3-dimensional satellite view of their current rail yard materialized. With a few more keystrokes, the technician illuminated the track path from the warehouse all the way to Moscow, the route flashing rhythmically. "Your initial path, General," Borbikov said. "It will deliver you to the Moscow station precisely on the schedule of the actual Strij service, which will be quietly taken out of circulation. From there, you proceed to Smolensk. You'll mirror the civilian train's exact route and appearance, with one key difference: you will not stop. My Special Forces units will reroute you onto advantageous tracks at the critical moment. With Europe and NATO preoccupied by other distractions, a single train moving on an unscheduled track won't even register on their radar, much less cause them any concern. You are starting to earn my confidence, Colonel. Let's proceed." Borbikov then guided the general and his staff to the next train in the sequence. Codenamed Red Blizzard 2, it stretched to 58 cars pulled by 4 engines, making it an exceptionally long freight train by European standards. At a glance, it appeared ordinary, but a closer look revealed exposed radar arrays and communication antennas. 2 cars were unmistakably fitted with AS-400 Triumph anti-aircraft batteries, formidable missile systems boasting a range of 400 kilometers. "This train is designed to trail the assault force," Borbikov detailed. "It carries the necessary fuel and ammunition to support them and can be summoned forward to resupply, refuel, or replace combat losses. Under heavy tarpaulins, we will conceal tanks and armored personnel carriers." Red Blizzard 3 was another freight train, even longer than its predecessor, and currently stood nearly empty. Borbikov clarified that on the day of the operation, it would be loaded with an entire additional regiment of tanks and armored vehicles, serving as a complete reinforcement reserve for the assault element. At a staggering 68 cars, it required 8 engines to move and was already armed with multiple Pantsir SMM surface-to-air missile launchers and 20 mounts for man-portable 9K-333 Verba anti-air missiles. To conclude the inspection, Borbakov and Sabaneyev shared a toast with vodka inside a heated trailer situated in the middle of the rail yard. Borbakov raised his glass. Our next drink will be a celebration held in Moscow. Unfortunately, it's just you and me for now, as General Lazar will be tied up for several months overseeing those mining operations in Africa. Sabaneyev let out a low laugh, his mood visibly lifted, and his confidence in Borbakov's scheme now unshakable. Don't waste a thought on Lazar, that old wolf Boris. Would rather be knee-deep in a muddy trench with a bunch of raw recruits than sipping expensive vodka in some Moscow officers' club, rubbing elbows with the brass. They raised their glasses once more in a silent toast, this time to red metal, before draining them. Chapter 13. The Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia, 17 December. In the weekly coordination meeting of the plans cell, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly and Major Bob Griggs sat side by side, listening as each officer provided a succinct update on their current projects. When his turn arrived, Connolly delivered his review outlining the work he and Griggs had been conducting concerning the order of battle for forces mobilizing in the Pacific Theater. Presiding over the meeting was the Chief of Staff for the Plans Office Director, a Navy captain. The Admiral was also present, though he typically reserved his comments for the very end, offering a few final pearls of wisdom before the group dispersed. Griggs had been biding his time, waiting for this moment. He and Connolly were determined to make one final attempt to persuade the Admiral to scrutinize potential Russian cyber activities in Asia more closely. "Last item from me," the Chief of Staff announced, wrapping up. "Remember, flu shots are mandatory across the entire Department of Defense. Don't be the reason this office ends up on the director's naughty list. Get it done." A wave of obligatory nods passed around the conference table. "All right, then. Anything else before we wrap up?" The chief scanned the room, his pen hovering as he indicated each officer. When it pointed toward Connolly and Griggs, the major raised his hand. The chief's eyebrows lifted in mild surprise. "Major Griggs, make it quick." "Yes, sir. I'd like to request permission to gather some additional data points regarding the Russian situation." "What Russian situation?" the chief asked, his tone edged with clear irritation. "Sir, Colonel Connolly, and I believe we may have identified a potential link," Griggs pressed. "A link to what?" The Admiral cut in, his voice calm but firm. "I'll handle this, Chief." He fixed his gaze on the two officers. "You were both brought onto this team to analyze requirements and battle orders for our Pacific deployment, not to chase shadows in another command's area of responsibility. The National Security Agency has already briefed us on that alleged incident involving the Admiral and the General. Plenty of capable people are investigating it. Your orders are to focus on your primary mission. Is that understood?" "Understood, sir," Griggs replied. "Yes, sir," Connolly echoed. The captain closed his notebook with a definitive snap. "Very well. That's all I have for you this afternoon. Have a productive week and keep up the solid work." As the Admiral stood, the room followed suit, coming to attention. "Dismissed," he stated, exiting briskly. While the others began filing out, the Chief of Staff called out, "Griggs, walk with me." "Copy that, sir." "Should I come too, sir?" Connolly asked. "No, just the Major." "This way, Griggs." Griggs fell into step beside the chief as they left the briefing room and entered the bustling E-ring corridor, heading toward the sprawling cubicle farm known as the Bullpen. After a moment of tense silence, the Chief of Staff spoke, his voice low. "Major Griggs, something's been bothering me." "Sir, how can I assist?" "You can assist by cutting the crap," the chief said sharply, pivoting to face Griggs directly. "I'm getting tired of you two digging into matters that are well outside your lane. Do you and Lieutenant Colonel Connolly honestly believe the European desk officers, J3 Operations, and J2 Intelligence are all just sitting on their hands, oblivious to Russia? What? Do you think the chairman's entire staff is a bunch of idiots?" "No, sir," Griggs said, but the frustration was beginning to boil over, and he struggled to keep it in check. We've already spoken with J3 and J2, and there's no dedicated focus on this specific issue. While they acknowledge Russian involvement in the computer breach to some degree, the consensus is it doesn't signal any broader Russian intentions. Colonel Connolly and I both believe the Russians invested significant effort just to complicate our operations in the Pacific. Combine that with their accelerated equipment repairs and increased fuel stockpiling, and the picture becomes concerning. PACOM is entirely focused on the Taiwan situation, viewing these events as fitting neatly into a potential invasion timeline, while EUCOM is preoccupied with the upcoming NATO exercises after the new year. I simply felt it was critical to ensure the Admiral elevated this to the Vice Chairman for his situational awareness. The Chief of Staff, responsible for the Vice Chairman's awareness, responded, "All right, Major Griggs, you've made your point now. I have a few things for you. First, were you aware that Russia announced military exercises in Belarus this morning, scheduled to begin next week and run through the Christmas holiday?" Griggs shook his head slowly. "Exercises that would perfectly explain their increased repair activity and fuel storage," he muttered to himself. Griggs remained silent. Russia is simply conducting drills with an ally. They are not launching an invasion anywhere. Picking up some cyber debris from the NSA about Russia doesn't mean a single damn thing, the captain pressed on. "We already have sailors dead near Taiwan, and we could be mere weeks from a war with China. So get your rear end back to the job you were actually brought here to do." "Understood." He turned and walked away without waiting for a reply. When Griggs returned to the bullpen, Connolly immediately asked, "So, how did it go?" "I'm just trying to figure out at what rank the reprimands finally stop. I think I've had my lifetime quota already." Connolly poured him a cup of coffee. "Bob, they happen less often as you rise, but the intensity certainly doesn't diminish. Guess I should be grateful my military career is circling the drain. Then, hey, did you hear Russia just announced war games in Belarus? Seriously? Since you and I have been buried in PACOM planning since dawn, we missed it." To the Chief of Staff, that means we're completely ignorant about Russian movements. "When do these games start?" "Next week, straight through Christmas." "Who holds major military exercises over Christmas?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Griggs said, "but I sincerely hope it doesn't inspire any festive ideas in our commander-in-chief." Connolly stared into the distance for a long moment. "What do you know about a General Lazar?" Griggs nodded. "Yeah, he's old guard Russian, a colonel general, top of their heap, one of their best, strictly Soviet doctrine. He was the head instructor at their war college for years. His last major combat command was in Chechnya and Dagestan about a decade back." "Why?" Connolly turned to his computer. "I was digging through some files and saw a note in an INSUM." He clicked through his saved classified emails for the intelligence summary. "Here it is. This seems strange. J2 discovered Lazar put his country house up for rent. At first, I thought it might be a money issue. But now what?" Connolly read from the summary. "DTG 2019-09-16, Moscow Northwest, Gavrilkovo, Tver Oblast, Russia. The Moskovskij Komsomolets newspaper today listed an advertisement for Colonel General Boris Lazar's dacha. The monthly rental was set at 70,000 rubles. The address was 133 Leninskaya Street in Novozavidovsky, located in Russia's Tver region." Griggs glanced back from his screen. "The intelligence folks are going to have a field day when they notice us searching for Russian vacation rentals on official systems. Actually using government terminals is smarter," Connolly countered. "That way your NSA contact and his team won't flag it on our personal devices." A moment later, Connolly announced, "Got it, listed on intermarksevils.ru." He scrolled through the photos. Nice setup. A log cabin with a lake view, fully furnished. It's on a wooded peninsula right next to Zevidovo National Park. What's the lease term? Up to 9 months, apparently. Odd duration, don't you think? Usually it's month to month, 6 months, or a full year. Maybe he's tied to this military exercise, and they'll be training that long? Connolly mused. That would be one for the record books. Let's see who's running the drills in Belarus. They typically publicize that. Griggs entered the query. Not your man. Looks like a colonel general named Sabaneyev is in charge. Perhaps Lazar has been assigned command elsewhere. Wait a second, Griggs said, leaning closer to his monitor. I've got something here. Connolly left his desk and walked over. The Air Force analysts nearby were gathering their coats to leave. He checked his watch past 6. Julie would be furious. He was supposed to pick up the kids in 30 minutes, and D.C. rush hour meant he was already behind. Damn, Bob. I might need to bolt soon. Check this out first. Griggs pointed to a translated article boasting about Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev leading 30,000 troops in Belarusian war games. Moscow was touting the exercise, scheduled over the Christmas break, as a chance to showcase new hardware like the Boomerang armored vehicle and the T-14 Armata tank, all to highlight advanced Russian technology and the strong bond with Belarus. Connolly snorted. What a complete fairy tale. No argument here, Griggs said. Belarus isn't thrilled about Russian troops trampling through their country during the holidays, but saying no to Moscow isn't an option. And while the Russians have held smaller holiday drills before, usually to whip some underperforming unit into shape, something on this scale? It's definitely new. Let's check Intelink, Connolly suggested, referring to the classified government network. They both spent several minutes reviewing Eduard Sabaneyev's file. The general had an impeccable record, detailed schooling, and a thorough service history. One detail caught Connolly's eye. The files noted Sabaneyev had served as Boris Lazar's deputy for years. Should we try Intelink TS? Connolly asked, mentioning the top-secret portal. Access required going to a secured vault, a skiff. And that took time. He glanced at his watch again. Griggs noticed head home, boss. I'll stick around and dig into the top-secret material on this guy. Want me to loop in NSA or CIA? Absolutely not. That would just put a spotlight on us. The chief would have a meltdown if we sent a formal request about Russia. Connolly pulled on his Marine Corps tanker jacket, a heavy coat meant for cold weather. Don't stay all night, Bob. Get some rest. I need you sharp tomorrow morning. After Connolly left, Griggs remained alone in his office, weighing his options for several long minutes. Eventually, he navigated to the Intelligence RFI Management portal on Intelink and selected Customer Request for Information. A new screen loaded with a standard disclaimer noting that intelligence requests were prioritized and could face delays unless marked as urgent. Griggs didn't hesitate. He clicked to urgent. Why not, he figured. Another prompt appeared, asking him to specify the authority under which he was submitting the request. He scrolled through the options and chose Director of the Joint Chiefs for Planning and Operations and/or Vice Chairman. A warning immediately flashed, instructing him to have written authorization from a staff primary member, Chief of Staff, or a general officer before proceeding. The Major paused only briefly. He checked the yes box and entered the necessary details to formally request that the CIA compile all available intelligence on Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev. With that done, he shut down his computer, retrieved his military ID, took his coat, and left the Pentagon for the evening. Chapter 14. Djibouti City, Djibouti, East Africa, December 18. Pascal Arc Blanchette moved with a slow, shuffling walk along the Boulevard de la République that made him seem far older than his 64 years. He had always carried himself with an air of advanced age, even in his youth. Back at the Sorbonne, while his peers wore trendy turtlenecks and flared jeans, he preferred tweed jackets and pleated wool trousers, and his measured, deliberate gait was the same then as it was now. The overcoat he wore was a decade old, a relatively recent acquisition in his mind, and therefore practically new. Pascal wore his clothes until they were threadbare, a habit spanning his entire life. It was nearly 11 in the morning, which for him was like dawn, as he was never an early riser. He was making his way to his preferred cafe when he ducked into a small newsstand. He glanced at the Somali papers, but selected that day's edition of La Nation in French. He also picked up an Arabic-language newspaper and a pack of Gitanes cigarettes. The clerk behind the low wooden counter was unfamiliar, Pascal noted, and the man asked for 800 Djiboutian francs. The Frenchman calmly laid out 600, shook his head as he gathered his purchases, and chastised the clerk for attempting to charge him the foreigner tax. The man behind the counter scowled but accepted the payment. Pascal's pale complexion in Africa had once cost him dearly, but he had long since learned to navigate the local markets and stalls, and now he paid the same as any resident. As he ascended the steps toward the entrance of Restaurant Listoral, his trousers began to sag, forcing him to grab them to keep them from falling. He stopped to adjust his belt, which was 3 times older than his coat, and tucked in his wrinkled dress shirt. Stepping onto the cafe's busy terrace, he frowned upon seeing a cluster of young, fair-skinned tourists occupying his usual spot. Nadel, the maitre d', noticed him and gestured apologetically toward the corner where the tourists had settled. They had commandeered almost half the outdoor seating, their bulky backpacks claiming numerous chairs and tables, effectively blocking off the section shaded by the lush, overgrown vine trellis. Nadel shrugged and pointed to the opposite side of the terrace. Pascal headed to an available seat there, though he was visibly displeased. The outdoor dining area was lively, and the Frenchman wove through the crowd before settling onto a hard metal chair. Shading his eyes from the sun, he nodded to Nadal, who returned the gesture and went inside to prepare his usual order. Pascal gazed wistfully across the terrace at his favorite wicker chair, now serving as a perch for a dusty gray backpack amid the group of tourists. Pushing aside his irritation, Pascal unfolded the newspaper, his eyes dropping below the fold to a column on the Taiwan situation. The article featured a quote from a Chinese official. "America should stay on its own side of the Pacific. The political future of Taiwan is a matter for the Chinese people alone. Your presence is not required. Go home." He flipped a few pages, and a headline on A3 jumped out at him. Kremlin orders major holiday military exercises in Belarus. Classic Russian maneuvering, Pascal mused, with American attention shifting toward Asia. Moscow seizes the moment to rattle Central Europe with a show of force right on Poland's doorstep. It would send a chill from the Baltic states down to the Balkans, though he doubted it signaled any genuine intent to invade. Just political theater. Speaking of things not arriving, where was Nadal with that coffee? The waiter had delivered the orange juice and croissant, but had since vanished. Pascal set the paper down, meticulously buttering his pastry, while he observed a boisterous cluster of young tourists taking up half the terrace. For a fleeting moment, a profound longing for a Parisian cafe, for the scent of fresh bread and the sound of his own language washed over him. He rarely missed home, but today he did. Pascal Arc-Blanchette's diplomatic posting at the French embassy in Djibouti was, in the frank assessment of his colleagues back in Paris, a career graveyard. It was an assignment universally avoided, a polite form of exile, and he'd been fortunate to get even this, as the only alternative was a swift and unceremonious retirement. Sometimes he felt the writing was on the wall. Despite the humiliating demotion this posting represented for a man of his tenure, they'd probably yank him out of service completely before long. The thought made his stomach clench. He'd fight it tooth and nail, leaving metaphorical claw marks on his government-issued desk, because this continent, with all its chaotic, vibrant intrigue, was the only home he had left. The buzz of his cell phone cut through his thoughts. "Allo, Papa?" "It's Apollo," instantly. The minor annoyances, the stiff cafe chair, his worn jacket, the professional dead end, the shadow of forced retirement, dissolved. A genuine smile spread across his face, widening further as Nadal finally materialized to place a small coffee cup on the table. "Hello, my son. What a pleasant surprise." His voice tightened with sudden concern. "Is everything all right?" "Of course, Papa. Just checking in. Wanted to see if the African sun had finally managed to color you something other than translucent. Pascal chuckled. His son knew him too well. While he lived and worked in East Africa, Pascal's duties involved little sunlight, consisting mostly of desk work and clandestine meetings in dimly lit bars and shadowy hotel corridors after dark. The elder Arc Blanchette was a spy, an officer of France's DGSE, the External Intelligence Agency. While his contemporaries from the early 80s now commanded the entire French intelligence apparatus from sleek Parisian offices, Pascal navigated the dusty back alleys of this former colony, scavenging for fragments of information that might, just might, hold some marginal value for his nation thousands of miles away. He sipped his coffee, chatting easily with his son, a captain in the French army currently based near Brussels. As they spoke, his gaze drifted back to the group of backpackers across the terrace. An occupational habit took over, a trained need to assess and categorize. There were 9 of them, 7 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. He found himself unconsciously searching for tells. Their footwear, the logos on their water bottles, the cadence of their laughter, any clue to their origins and their purpose here. Most of the men sported beards, a detail, Pascal noted with a grim sense of validation. The younger generation couldn't even be bothered with basic grooming anymore, a sure sign of societal decay in his book. The group's equipment initially suggested wealthy American tourists. They were always kitted out in the latest gear, regardless of the actual adventure. Everything from their jackets to their backpacks looked premium and untouched. He strained to catch their conversation, hearing English but laced with an unfamiliar cadence. The women wore their hair in severe ponytails tucked through baseball caps, and he couldn't help but notice their athletic builds. But it was the gear that truly held his attention, pristine, tactical, and undoubtedly expensive. "Apollo, give me a second," Pascal said, switching his phone to camera mode. He balanced it on the table, zoomed in, and casually snapped a photo of one of the large packs. Examining the image, he focused on the manufacturer's logo. "Random question for you. Ever heard of a brand called Peak Design?" "Sure," Apollo replied without pause. "Top-tier stuff. You're looking at €600 minimum for one of their larger models. Fascinating? Why? Planning to splurge on your favorite son this Christmas?" Pascal chuckled. "Maybe, though, on my salary, €600 is more of a heart attack than a gift." "True. And any Peak Design bag you find for sale in a market here would be a worthless fake." "No argument there," Pascal conceded, shifting topics. "I saw the news about the Russian military drills. I hope it doesn't disrupt your holiday plans." "Not at all. It's more of a headache for our friends in Poland and Lithuania. Command assures us we'll have plenty of notice if the Red Storm decides to roll west." "The age of strategic surprise is over," Pascal mused. "That's the theory. Let's hope the theorists are right." After ending the call, Pascal slipped his phone away and gestured for Nadal, the maitre d'. The man leaned in close. "Our new acquaintances by the window." Pascal murmured, "Any idea who they are?" "None, monsieur. They arrived just before you. First-timers. Did you catch anything about their plans? Where they're staying, or what brings them here?" "Nothing. I don't speak Russian." Pascal tilted his head. "Russian? I heard English." "A little Russian, too." Quiet, like they were being careful. Nadal gave a knowing wink. He was well aware of Pascal's line of work and had earned a bit on the side for useful whispers before. "Intriguing," Pascal said, studying the group once more. "How intriguing?" Nadal asked with a hopeful smile, probing for his potential cut. Pascal let out a short laugh. He'd encountered Russians in Djibouti for years, dock workers, geologists, corporate types, and the occasional frugal backpacker. This group played the tourist part, but their equipment screamed money, which was odd for their age. Still, Russians having lunch in an African cafe hardly constituted an intelligence windfall. "Sorry, my friend. Not that intriguing. But if they return, see what else you can learn." Pascal left the cafe, crossed the bustling street, and ducked into a narrow alley where a handful of kiosks formed a cramped, vibrant market. The air shifted, thick with the scent of spices and diesel, a sudden plunge from the cafe's relative calm into the city's relentless pulse. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as Pascal Arc-Blanchette sorted through a large plastic bin filled with disposable lighters for sale. His attention, however, was divided, with one eye constantly tracking the new visitors across the street. A few minutes later, the foreigners departed, and Pascal set off in their wake. Espionage was in his veins. A natural curiosity drew him to them. More than that, he saw trailing them as a perfectly amusing way to break the monotony of his day. Chapter 15. The Pentagon. Arlington, Virginia, 18 December. Dan Connolly was the first to arrive in the bullpen that morning. He powered on his computer just before 7, swiped his ID badge, and went to fetch coffee while the system booted. Returning to his desk, he was startled to see the border of his monitor pulsing a deep crimson. A green alert was routine, a snow closure or a pipe burst, but red signified a classified communication. He clicked the notification. The message read, "In response to your intelligence support request, the CIA European desk has compiled the information for the Vice Chairman. Please access your Intelink TS account for all relevant files." A cold sweat broke out on Connolly's neck. He muttered under his breath, "Bob, what did you do?" Major Griggs ambled in at 7:30 to find Connolly's eyes locked on him the moment he stepped through the door. "Morning, sir. Did you submit an intelligence request to the CIA?" "I exercised initiative, and you told them it was for the Vice Chairman. I might have selected that option. They don't exactly have a checkbox for the Vice Chairman's overworked staff. We are going to be crucified when the Chief hears about this." "I will be." "You weren't involved. I listed myself as the primary point of contact. You were just an alternate on the form. Did you look at the data?" "Obviously." "Well, don't leave me hanging." Connolly took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "General Boris Lazar, the man who listed his country house for rent, is currently in Azerbaijan. His next stop is Iran. Iran, correct? A joint military exercise between Russian and Iranian forces. He rented out his dacha for 9 months. Is he attending a 9-month war game? It doesn't add up, does it? Not even a little. What about the general running the Belarus exercise, Sabanyev? He owns 2 Russian wolfhounds. He placed them in a kennel." Griggs tilted his head. "For 9 months? No, he paid for 2 months. But still, the Russians are planning something bigger than holiday season training in Iran and Belarus. I'm not buying the official story." Griggs nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but without knowing what something is, trying to sound the alarm here will be pointless. What's our move?" The lieutenant colonel swiveled back to his keyboard. "We keep digging." The bullpen door swung open, and an Air Force major leaned inside. "Bob, the chief is looking for you, and he does not look pleased." Warsaw, Poland, 21 December. The 20-year-old blonde with the ponytail was running solo behind the counter at House Cafe Warsaw for her marathon 8-hour shift, spanning morning and lunch. The cafe had been swamped for the first half of her day, a relentless tide of customers. She worked tirelessly, occasionally dabbing her forehead with a damp cloth, juggling drink orders, operating the register, retrieving pastries from the case, and darting into the seating area whenever possible to clear tables. The lunch rush was as intense as the morning, but she considered herself fortunate. The Warsaw weather in December was particularly miserable. Every glance out the window showed a relentless mix of rain and sleet. This nasty weather, ironically, kept the foot traffic just barely manageable. Around 2 o'clock, a brief lull finally arrived. Seizing the moment, Paulina brewed herself a potent double espresso and drank it down. Scorching hot Ursula placed her mug in the sink and leaned back against the counter, taking a moment to catch her breath. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Paulina. Her dark hair tousled as she pulled off her wool hat and unwound the scarf from around her neck. The two had been inseparable since grade school, and their usual greeting was a quick kiss on each cheek. But before Paulina could even step around the counter, Ursula spoke up from the doorway. "Why have you been ignoring your phone?" "It's been a madhouse in here," Paulina replied, shaking her head. "I'm flying solo until 3. Julia and Leo got their activation orders from the Polish Rifles. Honestly, if it weren't for this awful weather keeping customers away, I'd have collapsed by noon." Setting her bag on one of the many empty tables in the small cafe, Ursula stared at her friend with widening eyes. "You really have no idea what's happening, do you?" Paulina came around the counter, drying her hands on a towel. "All I know right now is coffee orders and how much my feet hurt. What's going on? We're being called up, too. Our first real deployment, and it's just a few days before Christmas." Paulina's hand shot out to grip the counter's edge, steadying herself. This was the last news she expected. "Tell me you're kidding." Both women served in the same platoon of the same civilian defense unit. Their organization was far more relaxed than the Polish Rifles, which was a sharper, more professional volunteer force. So when Paulina heard her coworkers had been activated the previous night, she only worried about being stuck covering triple shifts until her manager found help. She never imagined she'd be packing a duffel bag herself. "We ship out tomorrow morning." Paulina groaned loudly. "Tomorrow? Why? What's changed with the Russians in Belarus this time around?" "Who knows?" Ursula shrugged. "All I can think about is the art history paper I haven't even started. It's due right after the winter break. This timing is unbelievably bad." Then she managed a faint, ironic smile. "Maybe I'll get some quality study time in, even if it's while crouched in a freezing, waterlogged foxhole." Reaching behind the counter, Paulina fumbled past a line of syrup bottles to retrieve her purse from the shelf. She pulled out her phone and saw 4 missed calls and over a dozen texts. As she started to scroll, Ursula cut in. "Don't bother. We're ordered to muster at Central Station at 6 a.m. They're bussing us south somewhere." Paulina's gaze drifted toward the frost-covered window. "My manager is going to have an absolute meltdown." She had attended Warsaw University for a year, just like Ursula, but dropped out the previous spring when her grades slipped. She simply couldn't keep her focus on lectures and textbooks. Since then, she'd been working for this coffee chain, both here in the Old Town and over at the Central Station location. An assistant manager promotion seemed possible soon, and while pulling espresso shots all day wasn't her ultimate dream, it was a decent job while she figured her life out. Joining the Territorial Defense Force, the National Civilian Militia, had also made sense. She had friends in the unit, Ursula among them. It felt like the right thing to do, a patriotic duty, even if she cared nothing for politics, firearms, or the stiff, uncomfortable uniforms. And if she was being completely honest, the extra 400 zloty a month, about $100, was a real incentive. That extra cash coming in a dozen times a year was going to help her buy a used car sooner rather than later. But she had certainly never signed up to be deployed right at Christmas. The Territorial Defense Force was supposed to be military light, a commitment of 1 weekend a month, training with her company in camps outside Warsaw or in local high school gyms. This sudden call-up was anything but light. For Paulina, most training days felt more like a basic workout than actual soldiering. Lots of marching, calisthenics, and watching outdated Polish land forces videos on weapons she'd never even held. The idea that her unit might ever truly mobilize had seemed like a distant fantasy, even as other paramilitary groups across Poland started receiving call-ups in response to Russian military exercises next door in Belarus. Paulina, like everyone in her circle, was convinced they'd never see real combat. If Russian forces ever did cross the border, the Territorial Defense Force would probably be stuck directing traffic for fleeing civilians, setting up emergency shelters, or guarding train stations in the West against looters, anything but frontline fighting. And if the worst happened and Russia actually took over, the TDF was theoretically meant to become a guerrilla network. 30,000 civilians with some military training scattered and ready to resist. A middle-aged couple entered the cafe, shaking rain and sleet from their coats right inside the doorway. Paulina shot them an annoyed look but kept her focus on Ursula. Why on earth are we pulling out of Warsaw? If the Russians come, this is exactly where they'll head first. The regular army is staying put, ready to roll tanks into the streets if things go bad. We're being shipped south somewhere. To do what? Probably exactly what we always do. Stand around in a muddy field looking busy. Paulina tilted her head. Will Titus be there? Titus was that tall, handsome DHL driver from another platoon in their company. Paulina had been nursing a serious crush on him for months, something Ursula knew all too well. Her friend just rolled her eyes. It's the whole company, so yeah, he'll be there. Maybe you'll get lucky and the Russians will attack so you two can share a foxhole. It was meant as a joke, but neither of them laughed. Paulina made coffees for the damp couple, who left quickly, and then the two young women sat down at a small table in the suddenly quiet cafe. Outside the window, the town square was draped in holiday lights and garlands. The big Christmas tree wouldn't be lit until Christmas Eve, but the festive atmosphere was already everywhere. It really sucks that this is happening right at Christmas. Ursula muttered Paulina's more immediate concern was breaking the news to her boss that she'd be leaving work during the busiest season to follow Leo and Julia. She added, "Didn't they always say any Russian invasion would come in the spring or summer? They're not crazy enough to move in winter. Even I know that much." Ursula just let out a tired sigh. "I swear they should let us run this show." She took a deep breath, then pushed back from the table. "I've got a ton of things to sort out. I'll call you tonight." Chapter 16. Minsk, Belarus, 22 December. The 10:35 train from Moscow pulled into Minsk Pasazirsky railway station just 8 minutes behind schedule. Passengers stepped stiffly onto the platform after the 11-hour journey, but one man moved with purpose through the crowd. He wore the winter camouflage uniform of a Russian Spetsnaz major, a heavy pack weighing nearly 90 pounds on his back. He navigated the bustling modern station, exited through the main doors, and scanned the curb for a taxi. The morning was cold and gray, the temperature just above freezing, with several inches of fresh snow covering the walkways and glistening on the streets and rooftops. As he started forward, a booming voice called out from behind him. "Mitya?" The major turned, broke into a smile, and embraced a bearded man in a civilian Gore-Tex parka and ski pants, who was shouldering a large civilian backpack of his own. "Lyosha? Good to see you, my friend. Got time for a drink?" "Always do." The two men climbed the steps to the train station's outdoor cafe, yanked the metal chairs free from the tables, brushed the snow off the seats, and sat down. The patio was officially closed due to the bitter cold and slush, but the major caught a waiter's eye through the glass and gave a sharp wave. The man immediately started toward them. Lyosha chuckled. "He sees that winter frost giant uniform of yours and knows to hustle. And you look like some lost backpacker who took a wrong turn at the Alps. What have they done to you, my poor Lyosha? We're allowed full beards and comfortable modern clothes. The women in Germany will mistake us for Austrian ski instructors." Mitya laughed. "Can your men even keep a straight face and follow orders when they see you in that electric blue jacket?" "Mitya, you weren't chosen for this detail because Central Command knows you barely have fuzz on your peaches, much less the ability to grow a proper beard." The waiter, now within hearing range, flinched slightly at the crude exchange, but quickly composed himself. "Coffee?" he offered, extending menus. Lyosha dismissed them with a wave. "Absolutely not. Vodka. 2 glasses." "The bar isn't open yet, sir," the waiter replied nervously. "Then you'll open it for us, won't you?" It was less a question and more a command. The waiter nodded and hurried away. Lyosha leaned in. "How are your men? Are they prepared?" Mitya gave a firm nod. "They're ready. I've got Sergeant Utkin with me. Remember him? The monster who took the regimental championship at Hatsavita back in 16? The very one. He's a beast. An icy wind whipped snow into swirling eddies around them. But the cold didn't seem to touch the two soldiers. When the drinks arrived, they cleared a small patch of table. 2 full shots of vodka were set before them. The waiter lingered briefly, perhaps hoping for payment, but they ignored him and raised their glasses. To the 2nd Brigade? Anytime, anywhere, any mission, Lyosha declared. To the 45th Guards Regiment, only the fiercest wolves survive, Mitya bellowed back. They threw back the clear liquor in one swift motion, then finally looked at the waiter. 2 more vodkas, 2 pilsners, and 2 strong black coffees, Mitya ordered. As the waiter shuffled off again, Lyosha said, "The other teams are already in Africa by now." Mitya nodded. "I heard nice and warm, lucky bastards. We move for the border at midnight, crossing through the woods into Ukraine, then over the river just north of Sobibor in Poland. That's a large group to slip across unnoticed." Mitya shrugged. 48 total. But the river crossing is practically unguarded there, just some acoustic sensors we can bypass. How is your team infiltrating? The man in the ski gear replied, "We leave tonight too, but we're taking civilian trains and buses. The intelligence folks gave us legitimate travel documents for the EU, all very civilized 39 men and 10 women. Women? Any good? Good enough. All Spetsnaz trained. They'll help us blend in better." "What about the laser guidance systems?" Mitya asked. The wind dropped, and a light snow began to fall, heavy flakes drifting down amidst the morning traffic near the station. Some components were shipped ahead and retrieved by teams already in Poland and Germany. We'll carry the rest in ski bags and backpacks on the trains. It's designed to look harmless, like camera gear, Lyosha explained. GRU operatives have leased helicopters in the Czech Republic with trusted Russian pilots for our mobility. He took a slow sip of his fresh vodka, the warmth spreading through him as he considered the absurdity of their situation. Here they were, planning a covert war over drinks, dressed like vacationers and storybook generals. "What happens if you're caught in all that ridiculous civilian gear?" Mitya pressed. "You could be executed as spies, you know. We'll have our uniforms on underneath the ski suits." "Good. Your team will set up the navigation grid to guide the column to the objective. You'll be heroes of the motherland, and you and your men," Lyosha finished, locking eyes with his friend, "will secure the route for the trains. Try not to get lost in the woods without your winter god costume to keep you warm. You finally get back home, and President Rivkin himself will pin that colonel's rank on you," Lyosha remarked. "Where are they putting you for the operation?" "Right along the main route, east of Wrocław, close to a few small towns where the rail lines converge. I'm assigned to Zhenya's team. What about you?" "All the way to the finish line, my friend. The highest point in Germany with Gregory's team, Anna's through Vasily's units, will be positioned in the Elbe Sandstone Mountains. I kept the best part for myself. I get to position the final laser that guides the assault column right to its target." "Sounds intense. What happens after that? You just hike back in that ridiculous cold weather kit." Lyosha chuckled. "Most likely." He glanced down, brushing a hand over his Gore-Tex jacket. "Maybe they'll let us keep it. We've got multiple exit routes. Some head through Czechia, others south toward Austria, and a few north to Kaliningrad. We vanish, then regroup for the next phase. I'm heading to Africa in little over a week to back up Lazar's strike on the mining complex." "You know, Lyosha, I always figured I was the lucky one leading the uniformed troops who actually get to engage. I thought we had the prime assignment. But now I'm thinking maybe it's you. You get all the deep cover work, plus you get to be part of Phase 2 in Africa." "True, but I'll be honest. I have these recurring dreams about being caught out of uniform." "I get that." Mitya lifted his beer. "Just don't get captured." They tapped their glasses together. "To your health and success, brother. See you in Moscow in a few weeks." "Looking forward to it." They exchanged a firm shoulder clap, each leaving a 30-ruble Belarusian note tucked under a glass on the table before stepping out into the cold. Warsaw, Poland, 22 December. Paulina stomped her boots on the icy sidewalk outside Centralna station, a pointless effort against the deepening cold. The northern side of the terminal was a swirling mess of near chaos. Thousands of Territorial Defense Force volunteers milled both inside and outside the vast building, all awaiting transport to posts across the country. A mix of outdated buses, modern coaches, and military trucks with canvas covers collected units one by one, yet a steady, unending stream of new volunteers kept swelling the crowd by the minute. Wherever her company was headed, Paulina assumed they'd just end up sitting in some frigid barracks or a drafty tent, eating canned rations for weeks. Then the Russians would finish their usual posturing, just like every time before, and she'd be back behind the counter pulling espressos for the morning rush. Still, Christmas was thoroughly wrecked, and she'd never forget or forgive those old fools in the Kremlin for it. Slung over her shoulder on a leather strap was a long, wood-stocked rifle that looked like a relic from World War II because it was. The weapon was a Mosin Nagant from the 1940s, a 5-shot bolt-action design that had been cutting-edge in the 1890s. The TDF's official new rifle was supposed to be the Polish-made FB Radom MSBS Grot, but no one in Paulina's company had ever even seen one. Most of the riflemen carried AK-47s, and while Paulina had trained on the AK, she wasn't a rifleman, so she'd been issued this, Mosin, dragged from some forgotten Polish land forces surplus stockpile. She could handle it well enough. She'd even fired one a few times as a teenager because her father owned an older version. She'd always skipped the boar hunting trips with her dad and brother, choosing instead to lose herself in a book or spend summer days at the lake with friends. Just then, Ursula emerged from the jostling crowd, and the two young women met with quick kisses and a tight hug, a small pocket of warmth in the freezing disorder. Ursula stood in the snow, her green and brown camouflage uniform making her look more like a misplaced shrub than a soldier, at least to Paulina's eyes. Paulina wore the same outfit, but her bright purple university backpack clashed with the military gear, a personal touch in a sea of regulation issue. Their unit's buses, delayed by the capital's choked streets, finally arrived, and by midday they were rolling away from Warsaw. Paulina's Territorial Defense Company was a mix of 93 citizens. Fresh-faced 18-year-olds were plentiful, and the eldest was a 57-year-old baker who'd once cooked for the army under a different political sky. Their commander was Lieutenant Robert Nowicki, a 23-year-old professional soldier freshly graduated from the military academy, assigned to this militia unit in a bid to instill some discipline. Paulina sensed his preference would be serving with the regular army, yet he performed his duties without open contempt for the volunteers. She imagined his job was frustrating. These citizen soldiers reported only a few days each month and could walk away anytime, though talking back or refusing orders was technically forbidden, a rule some of the older, rougher men occasionally tested, challenging the young officer's authority. Paulina herself followed instructions diligently, not out of particular respect for Nowicki, but because she had a deep-seated aversion to causing trouble. He sat behind the bus driver, engrossed in a phone call for the first leg of the trip. About 30 minutes outside the city, he stood and grabbed the PA microphone. "Listen up! Our assignment is west of Radom," he announced, glancing at his notes. "We'll be securing Expressway 12, the route connecting Radom to Piotrków-Trybunalski." A voice from the back, belonging to a 35-year-old shop assistant, rang out. "What's the point?" Nowicki's face tightened with irritation. "Because those are our orders." "I know what you meant," Nowicki interrupted sharply. "I don't have an answer for you. In the regular forces, you'd know better than to ask." He continued with logistical details, but the questions kept coming, shouted from the seats like a classroom challenging a substitute teacher. Why are we even being sent out? Who says the Russians are coming? What could Russia possibly want with some highway in these towns? Nowicki had no real replies, so Paulina soon stopped listening. Instead, she and Ursula huddled together, whispering about Titus, the DHL driver Paulina had been quietly admiring. He was on the other bus, which Paulina took as a discouraging sign, but Ursula insisted he was probably just clueless about her flirtatious signals and would be smitten once she made her intentions clear. Paulina was determined not to let the specter of a Russian invasion disrupt her plans to capture Titus's attention over the coming weeks. By 3 in the afternoon, the buses pulled into a lumber mill on a frozen plain just west of Radom. As the vehicles parked, the militia members disembarked to find a line of territorial defense trucks waiting for them. The trucks were loaded down with crates of ammunition, rations, water containers, tents, and the heavier crew-served weapons for those with specific roles. Every soldier in Paulina's unit had a designated job. Hers was on a 2-person team operating an RPG-7, a rocket launcher capable of hurling a fin-stabilized grenade nearly 500 yards. The launchers issued to her company were older models, manufactured about a decade before she was born, but they remained reliable and deadly. Her partner was Bruno, a 19-year-old with pockmarked skin who used to work at his uncle's tire shop west of Warsaw. Their kit consisted of one RPG-7 and a crate holding 4 rockets. Between them, they had only fired 6 live rounds total, all during a training exercise the previous summer at a military base. Bruno had shown a slightly steadier hand, so he was designated the primary gunner. Paulina's duties were to assist with reloading, secure the dangerous backblast zone, carry the extra rockets in a heavy bandolier, provide cover with her rifle, and be prepared to take over the launcher if Bruno was hit. They hauled their crate from a truck bed, and Paulina carefully slid the rockets into her bandolier. Bruno retrieved their launcher from a wooden case holding 6, as the other 5 RPG teams in the company did the same. While they were sorting their equipment near the trucks, Titus walked past his Dragunov sniper rifle slung in a long carry bag over his shoulder. "Hey there," Paulina said, trying to sound casual. "Tobias," Titus acknowledged with a brief nod as he continued on. She found herself wondering if he even remembered her real first name. Titus served as the platoon's designated marksman. Calling him a full sniper might have been stretching it, but for a city kid from Warsaw, he was a crack shot. He'd once mentioned to her that his uncle owned a farm an hour north of the capital, where he'd spent weekends as a boy hunting rabbits. He'd had a natural talent for it from the start. Laden with packs, weapons, and gear, the militia company boarded a convoy of repurposed civilian trucks driven by local volunteers. Soon they jolted off the paved road onto a winding, muddy track through the woods passing the edge of a farm. As Paulina was jostled in the truck bed, mentally preparing for another dinner of bland field rations, Nowicki's voice crackled over the radio. "All units, listen up. We're making a stop at a rail yard to gather lumber for defensive positions. After that, we establish camp in a bean field just off Highway 12. Ursula turned to Paulina, her expression sour. "We need wood now? We just drove past an entire lumber yard." Paulina shrugged. "They weren't about to give us the good stuff. We get the leftovers, the cheap scraps. We have to take what we can find." Ursula sighed, leaning back against the truck's side. Honestly, does it ever get better than this? Chapter 17. Djibouti City. Djibouti Siprika. For full days of meticulous effort to locate where the Russians were lodged in Djibouti City. But Pascal Arc-Blanchette, a 64-year-old French intelligence officer, was a man defined by his dogged persistence. On the first afternoon of surveillance, he lost them when they boarded a bus headed for the Balbala district. Knowing there were few proper tourist hotels in that area, he considered the possibility they were staying with a local contact. He discreetly inquired with his network about boarding houses, hostels, or any residences large enough to accommodate a group. With no solid leads, he began the tedious process of driving around the neighborhood at various hours. The work was slow, exhausting, and mind-numbingly dull, made worse by the broken air conditioning in his grimy, dented Renault sedan. The December weather was standard for Djibouti, daytime highs in the mid-80s, with the evening temperature barely dropping below 70 Pascal, was no stranger to sweat. It had been a constant companion his entire life. He'd take the oppressive heat any day over the jarring, bone-deep cold that seized him whenever he found himself outside Africa in winter. The area around the Balbala bus station was no tourist hub. It sat on the city's ragged fringe, a bleak landscape of listing warehouses, shanties pieced together from corrugated metal and rusted shipping containers, all blanketed by the wind-driven dust and sand that swept in from the southern desert, coating every surface in this forgotten corner of the capital. There were no proper hotels, only a few converted warehouses offering sparse lodging for laborers. Pascal, with a local contact-riding shotgun, had cruised past these spots for 2 days, his friend hopping out to ask questions, while Pascal waited in the Renault. He was beginning to think the mysterious strangers had moved on. A dozen white faces would be impossible to hide here. Then, late in the afternoon, his attention was caught by a brand-new Toyota Hilux heading north from the station. He wasn't tailing it on purpose at first. It had local plates, looked utterly ordinary, and the headrests blocked his view of the occupants. But when it pulled into a gas station and two burly bearded white men climbed out, Pascal's instincts fired. He couldn't swear they were from the group he'd spotted a week earlier at Restaurant Listoral, but it was enough. He hung back a couple of blocks and picked up the trail when the Hilux departed. The truck led him on a 5-minute drive to a dilapidated warehouse encircled by a formidable chain-link fence. Alone today, without his fixer to make discreet inquiries, Pascal couldn't get closer. Instead, he drove to a vantage point nearly 6 blocks away, parked, and stayed inside the car. A lone white man wandering these streets would draw far too much attention. Pascal Arc-Blanchette wasn't a man for luxuries. He spent nothing on fine clothes or fancy cars. But he did possess a few exquisite tools, provided by his friends in French intelligence. From the shoulder bag on the passenger seat, he retrieved a pair of Vortex Kaibab high-definition binoculars and raised the 15 power optics to his eyes, training them on the dusty warehouse in the distance. Immediately, he spotted a white man on the roof, also with binoculars. A spike of alarm shot through Pascal, a fear he'd been made, but he quickly realized the man was scanning the roads nearer the compound, his gaze never reaching this high on the hill. Beside him sat a flimsy plastic lawn chair, and resting against it were a rifle and a high-end backpack. Pascal's bushy gray eyebrows lifted slightly. Securing your property in Djibouti was just common sense, but having what was clearly not a local security service doing the job, that was unusual. A cynical smirk replaced his initial concern. Oh, they were playing at being international drifters, were they? Please. This reeked of something organized corporate espionage? Unlikely. Their bearing and noticeable to his trained eye their poorly concealed military precision pointed elsewhere. This had the hallmarks of a clandestine unit. He could think of no good reason for a squad of Russian soldiers to be lurking in a Djibouti warehouse district unless they were guarding something very important for their government. For nearly an hour, he watched the quiet compound. Then, a metal garage door rattled open. 2 Toyota Hilux pickups emerged from the main building, passed through the front gate, and turned south. 6 blocks away, Pascal fumbled for his keys, urgency flooding his veins as he rushed to start the Renault. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the arid landscape, a dusty beige sedan maintained a careful distance behind 2 gray Toyota Hilux pickups on the RN5 highway. Behind the wheel, Pascal Arc-Blanchette blinked against the glare, his experienced gaze fixed on the vehicles ahead through a windshield smeared with the grit of the road. This major artery led south from the sprawling outskirts of Djibouti City, through the rocky hills of the Arta region, a terrain of barren rolling earth scarred by dry riverbeds. His targets eventually slowed, turning off near a concrete bridge spanning one such seasonal wash. Pascal coasted to a stop just over the crest of a low rise, the perfect distance for observation. With the practiced ease of a man who'd performed this routine across continents for 40 years, he popped the hood of his sedan, the classic pretense of mechanical trouble, and retrieved his binoculars from the passenger seat. Peering from behind his open door, he watched as several men, all of military age and build, emerged from one of the trucks. They moved with a casual, almost bored air along the bridge, leaning over the railing, pointing and snapping pictures with their phones. The relaxed demeanor was a thin veneer. Their presence here was deliberate. One man even climbed over the side and scrambled down the dusty embankment for a closer look. To Pascal's analytical mind, this had the hallmarks of a covert engineering survey, likely assessing the bridge's load capacity for moving heavy equipment. Their clandestine nature suggested they lacked official sanction from local authorities. Russians conducting advance work for a mineral survey, he mused, a cynical twist curling his lips. He was well aware of their recent setbacks in Kenya's rare earth markets. It was almost amusing, this furtive scramble for resources in a land already picked over by French geological teams who'd found little of value. He filed a detailed, encrypted report to Paris, half hoping for a mandate to dig deeper, to uncover the specific unit and their clandestine mining ambitions south of the city. His hope wasn't for accolades. Those days were long gone. But for a simple reprieve from the crushing monotony that defined his posting. The bureaucratic reply arrived the next morning. A masterpiece of disinterest wrapped in official jargon. It acknowledged his cable with all the enthusiasm of a receipt for a forgotten grocery bill, offering no follow-up questions and certainly no additional resources. Pascal sighed, the familiar weight of institutional apathy settling on his shoulders. Just then, his mobile phone chirped to life, and his demeanor shifted instantly. It was his weekly call from his son. "Allo? Hi, Papa. Merry early Christmas. And to you, how was your week? The usual you. You will not believe what I stumbled upon. Something really strange is happening down here. You're right. I find it hard to believe myself. I've run into some new faces around town, foreigners, all dressed in high-end outdoor gear, carrying top-of-the-line backpacks and boots, about a dozen of them. What about them? My hunch is they're in the same line of work as you. That caught Apollo's attention, though only slightly. Foreigners, you say, from the land of vodka and winter palaces. Apollo understood his father was hinting at plainclothes Russian special forces operating in Djibouti, and now his curiosity was genuinely stirred. You can't be serious about this. I am. What are they up to? Scouting bridges and major roads, securing storage facilities? They've been here for days, and judging by their accommodations, they aren't planning to leave anytime soon. They couldn't be a private security detail? Maybe protecting Russian infrastructure engineers? Doesn't have the feel of a private outfit? And I haven't met many civil engineers who look like they could win a wrestling tournament. That would be unusual. You've informed Paris, I assume? And they showed about as much interest as a cat shows in a ball of yarn. Apollo asked, Have you ever seen anything like this before? Never. Not in all my years here. I'm going to dig a little deeper into this puzzle. I'll let you know what I find. Be careful, Papa. Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure whatever you're doing today is far more dangerous. The younger man chuckled at that. Papa, half the battalion is on leave, and I'm buried in paperwork. Good. Then maybe I'll actually get a full night's sleep for once. Chapter 18. Brussels, Belgium. December 23. Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette of the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment, aged 32, ended the call and leaned back in his chair, propping his boots on the desk. His modest office in the barracks was bare bones, but he'd endured far worse conditions in far worse places, so he never complained. His battalion was nearing the end of its 6-month rotation as the standby unit for NATO's Rapid Reaction Force. Soon, he and his men would head back to France, making way for a German Special Operations unit to take over. He had multiple combat deployments in Afghanistan under his belt, with plenty of intense action during each tour. He and his team bore the marks, proving they were among Europe's most elite special forces. Even though the past 6 months in Brussels had involved only training exercises, he felt a strong sense of pride in his NATO service. This rotation wasn't the frontline deployment his men had hoped for. They longed for a real fight against a thinking enemy, but it beat being stuck at their home base at Camp de Souge, where ammunition was limited. Live fire training was constantly restricted by fire hazards, and Apollo spent most days drowning in reports and supply forms. None of that occupied his mind now, however. His thoughts were fixed on his father. He wasn't sure what to make of the old man's claim that something odd was unfolding in Africa. It wasn't that he doubted his father's instincts. He just worried that after so many years in the field, his dad might be starting to imagine threats where none existed. Apollo and his sister Claudette had grown up with Pascal's unpredictable and impulsive globetrotting. For most of their lives, the children believed their father was a commercial trade attaché for the French Foreign Ministry. It wasn't until Apollo received his top-secret security clearance that he learned the truth. His father had spent the last 4 decades working for France's External Intelligence Agency. The younger Arc Blanchette tried not to fret over his dad too much. Pascal had been navigating dangerous situations on his own in foreign countries for a very long time. A memory surfaced, unbidden, a childhood Christmas when a sudden snowstorm had stranded his father in Oslo, forcing Apollo and Claudette to open presents without him. The feeling of that empty chair at the table echoed faintly now, a quiet reminder of the constant uncertainty that came with his father's life. Pascal Arc Blanchette was a man of formidable intellect, fluent in 8 languages, yet he could be distractingly eccentric and an utterly unconventional parent. When his son Apollo accused him of being a forgetful old fool, Pascal's standard retort was to quote Voltaire. What joy for a father to sit at his child's table! It is like an old man resting in the shade of an oak he planted himself. Apollo often felt his father was too clever for his own good. In a way, by enlisting in the French Special Forces, Apollo was continuing the family tradition of government service, though his tools were assault rifles and helicopters, while his father's had been coded messages and clandestine drops. Apollo's mother, a Parisian socialite, had left Pascal for another man when Apollo was just a toddler, leaving no real memory of her. As a boy, he diverged sharply from his sister and father's bookish tendencies, throwing himself into team sports and physical challenges. A stark contrast to Pascal, who avoided any form of voluntary exercise. While his father dreamed of him becoming a scholar or a teacher, Apollo felt the pull of the military, eventually thriving in the grueling world of the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment. He relished the action, was drawn to the peril, and earned the respect of his commanders. Apollo knew his father worried constantly about the dangers of his career. These familiar reflections swirled in his mind after their call, but today his father's bizarre claims stuck with him. Russian Spetsnaz operating in Djibouti, he muttered at his desk as if saying it aloud would make sense of it. Deciding to leverage his role as a team leader for NATO's Rapid Reaction Force, Apollo resolved to check if anything unusual in Africa might be connected to his dad's ramblings. He pushed back from his chair and made his way across the Belgian Special Forces compound, past the helicopter pads, toward the most secure section of the base. Entering the Joint Intelligence Center, a perk of his assignment, he noted the unusual quiet. The intense focus was currently on the Taiwan Strait, leaving little excitement elsewhere. Spotting his friend, Italian intelligence officer Lieutenant Luca Scarpetti, on duty, Apollo greeted him. "Drawn the holiday shift, Luca?" "Si, but it means I get time off for, how do you say, La Festa degli Innamorati? The Festival of Romance. I'm not sure that's the exact translation. No, it is the day for the lovers, yes. Valentine's Day. Exactly. So what can I do for you?" "I caught a rumor about Russian Spetsnaz personnel in Africa, near Djibouti City." "Heard anything on that?" AFRICOM sent a notice asking allies to monitor for Russian-linked satellite and cell signals in the region. We are watching, but it is not a major alert. The Russians are always, how you say, stirring the pot. Tutto a posto, everything is fine. No. Is there a way to see active Russian sat phones in Africa right now? See, I can show you the ones we track. You have the clearance, but you must keep the wine in the bottle, yes. Keep it quiet, absolutely. I just need to see if my father's lost his grip on reality. See if my old man is crazy. Is this a French idiom for checking something out? Lieutenant Scarpetti pulled up the North Africa brief from the NATO intelligence network, Centrixis. After scanning a few reports, he found the one he needed. It was a compilation from several signals intelligence units displaying a map of the European and African regions. Colored dots scattered across Africa and a handful in Russia indicated individual satellite phones and their activity over a recent time frame. The Chinese build hidden access points into their cell phones, Scarpetti explained. The Russians purchase their secure satellite phones from China, and we take advantage of those backdoor vulnerabilities. Our teams executed a batch intercept and tagged every Russian sat phone operating in North Africa. Apollo pointed to the dots still showing in Russia. What about those? Likely phones that were in Africa and have since returned to base, Scarpetti replied. Noticing a single red dot in Western Europe, Apollo asked, and this one? Maybe a stray cat, Scarpetti joked. Could be a Russian general on a ski vacation. He chuckled at his own remark. If these are Chinese-made phones issued to Spetsnaz units, they're probably being used for a specific operation. Did they all activate around the same time? I can pull the raw data. Give me a second. Luca initiated a search on the Centrixis system and soon retrieved a collection matrix, a detailed chart with timestamps, dates, and asset tags that identified each phone, even if the SIM cards or service providers were switched. He tilted his head, studying the screen. Here's something odd. They all powered on within the same week, all in the last 10 days. Apollo observed that 2 of the tagged phones were located in Djibouti City. You're certain about this? Absolutely, Luca confirmed. So, something new and Russian is unfolding in the Horn of Africa, Apollo mused. The old man was right on the money. Always with the old man, Scarpetti sighed. But look here. This stray dot you noticed on the main slide. It was active yesterday, and it was in the German Alps. Can you pinpoint the location? Let me bring up the Joint Intelligence Intercepts. We can access the same data the Signals branch sees. Luca called up a map of Europe on the Common Operating Picture. Similar to a digital globe, it displayed intelligence collections across different global zones. He filtered the layers to show only Signals intelligence, then entered the asset code for the Russian satellite phone detected in Europe. A pulsating red dot appeared over Germany. This one is transmitting right now. Someone's actually using it. Looks like it. They appear to be on a call. Can you zoom in closer? Of course. Luca used the mouse wheel to scroll in, tightening the focus on the red dot. Suddenly, the dot vanished. Wait, did we lose it? No, they just ended the call, but I can still retrieve the last known position. We had a satellite fix on it. Sometimes we use multiple satellites to triangulate and trick the phone's location data. This one was assigned to European Signals Intelligence. They do solid work, so they should have accurate coordinates there, you see. It's in the German and Austrian Alps, right on this peak called Zugspitze. Are you planning to check it out? You're still on alert status, aren't you? Yeah, Apollo said, his eyes fixed on the screen. I might just take a look. It's pretty strange that a Russian Spetsnaz sat phone tagged for North Africa has suddenly popped up in the Alps. You think Command will give you grief for poking around the mountains? It's within my operational discretion. No harm in doing a little reconnaissance. The German KSK units aren't fully spun up for rapid response yet anyway. All right, Apollo. Hey, let me know if you want to hit that festival in town later. It's supposed to be a blast, and you know we'd have the ladies swooning, both of us. Apollo nodded with a faint smile. He gave his Italian friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leaving the Joint Intelligence Center, his mind still turning over the strange link between his father's notes and that mysterious Russian satellite phone found in the Alps. Chapter 19. Pays, Aegean, Belarus. 23 December. Just past midnight, Colonel Danilo Drayagan departed the staging area, his assault troops occupied in the snow-covered Belarusian countryside. He made his way to the command tent for a scheduled meeting with General Eduard Sabanev, located near the railway station in the town of Pozsezhin. The two officers exchanged a firm handshake beside a hulking boomerang, Russia's newest amphibious armored personnel carrier. This 25-ton beast, powered by a 510 horsepower engine and clad in heavy armor, featured a remote-controlled turret armed with a cannon, anti-tank missiles, and a 7.62 millimeters machine gun. Beyond its three-person crew, it could transport 8 combat soldiers, projecting significant firepower by deploying troops directly into the fight. The success of the entire Red Metal operation, specifically its Western Spear thrust into Europe, hinged on the performance of all 170 of these vehicles. Colonel Drayagan stood tall with thinning brown hair, his wiry, lean frame belying his role as an assault commander and subordinate to the more imposing General Sabanev. He compensated for any lack of martial appearance with deep experience and a relentless, focused drive. Orders were not suggestions to him. They were absolute truths to be executed without question. This unwavering loyalty made him indispensable to Sabanev. Their professional relationship spanned over 8 years of Drayagan's 25-year career, during which the general had meticulously monitored the colonel's development. During a visit 6 months prior, Sabanev observed a calm, composed professional, a leader who commanded through quiet competence and a natural grasp of tactics, not through bluster or rage. He was precisely the respected, charismatic officer Sabanev needed. The general himself acknowledged his own lack of connection with the rank and file, a fact that concerned him little as he operated on the broader operational level of war, a conceptual space between frontline tactics and high strategy that few could navigate effectively. "Where will you bed down tonight?" Sabanev inquired. "I will join the reconnaissance element immediately after we conclude here, sir. I intend to spend the night with them." "Why not with the commanders of the main assault wave? I'm relying on you to guide them. My bet for success is placed with the reconnaissance teams in their Gaz Tigre vehicles. The path they clear is the one the entire force will follow," Drayagan replied, his voice steady. There it is, the general thought. He insists on being with the forward troops. They proceeded into the headquarters tent and took seats on folding chairs. The interior was illuminated by the harsh glow of several gas lanterns and a camp stove, the resulting smoky haze lending a deceptive warmth to the space. A loose tent flap snapped open intermittently, stirring the smoke and causing the flames to dance. The headquarters staff, less accustomed to the bitter cold than their infantry counterparts, muttered complaints each time the frigid air rushed in. Radio operators and map keepers, bundled in winter gear, maintained their watch, while those off-duty slept huddled in groups along the tent walls, cocooned in sleeping bags to escape the cold outside. "Make certain you maintain constant communication with my headquarters," Sabanev instructed firmly. "I cannot provide support if you attempt to operate in isolation. My train will do its best to maintain contact, but there will be moments, several in fact, where you will be at the very limit of my radio range. More critically, you will be at the edge of my ability to provide artillery support." Sabanev's gaze remained fixed on the fireplace as he leaned to retrieve a well-used leather map case beside his chair. Unfolding it, his finger landed on a specific point along the Polish-German frontier. "Identify this location." "That is checkpoint 20, General." "You have it committed to memory?" "I have committed every checkpoint to memory, sir." Sabanev suppressed his instinct to test the man further. There was no need to verify his subordinate's preparedness. The colonel knew his mission inside and out. That precise quality was why the general had chosen him. If any officer could command the vital Western thrust of Operation Red Metal, it was Colonel Danilo Dryagin. "Remember the prisoners," Sabanayev ordered, his tone leaving no room for ambiguity. "They are essential. Your soldiers must recognize NATO insignia instantly." "They will, sir." Sabanayev rose, and Dryagin mirrored him. "Good fortune, Colonel. I will buy you that drink in Stuttgart before our return journey." "Understood, sir," Dryagin replied, offering a crisp salute. A quarter-hour later, Dryagin's driver dropped him at the forward edge of his assembled forces. A company of T-14 Armata tanks sat positioned within the tree line, their forms stark against the winter landscape. They made no effort to conceal themselves under night camouflage. This was deliberate. Let Western satellites count them. Let them draw their own, likely underestimating, conclusions. The T-14, Russia's most advanced main battle tank, was sheathed in explosive reactive armor, codenamed Malakit, a system of explosive bricks designed to defeat incoming missiles. This was part of a new defensive doctrine meant to counter what Russian analysts saw as the West's fixation on aircraft-launched anti-tank weapons. Dryagin moved past the armor, the distant sounds of tank crews' music and crackling fires fading as he entered the quieter woods where his reconnaissance teams waited. The chosen position was mere kilometers from the border. "Halt and identify," a voice commanded from the darkness, pulling the colonel from his thoughts. He realized he had wandered deeper than intended. "Colonel Dryagin," he announced. "Proceed forward for recognition, sir." Dryagin advanced another 10 paces and discerned the shadowy outline of a camouflaged machine gun position. A sudden rustle to his left made him start. A sniper emerged from a snow-drifted ditch lining the old farm track. "Colonel, should you not be resting?" the soldier asked. "Rest can wait. Where is your commanding officer?" "Sir, the lieutenant colonel is with the boomerang mechanics, overseeing final adjustments. You'll find him about 100 yards down this track. You can't miss it. Well done on the security posture. Maintain it." "Yes, sir." Dryagin walked the estimated distance and nearly passed the vehicle's staging area in the gloom. The scene was hushed, save for the metallic scrape of tow chains being secured. "Reconnaissance commander, report to me," he called out, his voice sharper than needed, unwilling to search in the bitter cold. "Here, sir," a voice answered from near the towing vehicle. "Do we have a breakdown?" This wasn't in the headquarters sitrep. The reconnaissance lieutenant colonel stood up from where he'd been kneeling with the crew, fastening the tow hooks. He wiped his greasy hands on a rag. "Sir, we're moving it to the armored maintenance section. It requires new batteries and two-wheel drive assemblies. The work will take 2 hours maximum. We will be fully operational by the designated hour. Let your personnel manage it. I want you to walk with me. Inform your team so we don't get mistaken for targets. The men were especially sharp tonight, a clear reflection of your command." The lieutenant colonel grinned. "They're freezing, sir, and nothing sharpens a soldier's focus like the thought of lying down and never rising again." A bitter mix of rain and ice started pelting down. Dryagin lifted his face to it. "This weather will favor Russia." He gave a firm nod. "Excellent." Chapter 20. Brussels, Belgium, December 24. Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette stood in the frigid dawn, watching 2 French Special Forces H-225M Super Cougar helicopters maneuver toward his hastily assembled team. He was relieved to have the newer French Eurocopters for this mission. Their extended range and greater lift capacity were a significant upgrade over the older, more common AS-532 models. The sky was a sheet of dull gray, mirroring the weary expressions on some of his men's faces. They had all just returned from holiday leave, with assurances of no alert since the German KSK commandos were slated to assume the NATO rapid response duty. Yet Apollo found the intelligence about a Russian satellite phone compelling enough to personally investigate, and he'd called for volunteers. Nearly his entire second squad had shown up, filling him with immense pride. "You just have to love these guys." Apollo remarked to his second squad leader, Sergeant Chef Lucien Dariel. Dariel, tightening a strap on the pack at his feet, simply replied, "Solid men." 10 minutes later, the 23 soldiers of the 2nd Squad, 1st Platoon, 2nd Squadron from the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment were gathered loosely beneath the helicopters. Apollo addressed them. "Listen up, it's Christmas Eve. I know every one of you would rather be relaxing, but we've got a piece of intelligence that needs a closer look. With our German KSK friends still getting settled into their new rotation, I called in a favor from our brothers in the 4th Helicopter Regiment for some air transport. Our mission is a reconnaissance flight into the German Alps. Here's the silver lining. If this turns out to be nothing, I'll have the pilots drop us near the target zone for some impromptu skiing." A cheer went up from the men, and Apollo allowed himself a brief smile before his expression turned serious. "NATO has tracked a suspicious satellite signal to this region." Apollo motioned for the intelligence officer. The lieutenant spread acetate maps on the cold ground, revealing 2 mountain peaks marked with red crosses. "Our flight path will take us near Zurich first. Landing at Dubendorf Air Base for clearance and refueling ops is coordinating that now. Then we're back in the air. Our final destination and today's objective is right here." Apollo pointed to a specific peak on the map. "Zugspitze, the highest point in the German Alps." Within minutes, the rotors were whirling, and all 24 men with their gear were aboard as the helicopters ascended into the gloomy sky. Apollo told himself that, whether or not they located a Russian soldier with a satellite phone on a mountaintop, this Christmas Eve was guaranteed to be anything but dull. Iranian-Azerbaijani border, December 24. General Boris Lazar surveyed the expansive desert before him. In every direction save the north from which he'd come, the endless sands south of the Zagros Mountains stretched to the horizon. A native of Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, he occasionally longed for the crisp, salty air of the Baltic coast. Instead, he was here stationed by this murky brown river in place of his city's elegant waterfront avenues. What was this miserable stream called again? He consulted his battle map, orienting himself. The Eris River. A pathetic little trickle, he thought. The open ocean would be a welcome sight soon enough. His gaze shifted to Colonel Dmitry Kier, his chief of staff, right-hand man, and the true architect of his brigade's operational plans. Lazar flashed a broad, coffee and tobacco-stained grin at Dmitry, who was too engrossed in a radio conversation to notice. The general hadn't trained the colonel. A man of Dmitry Kier's caliber was beyond any teaching Lazar could claim to offer. General Lazar had always been sharp enough to spot potential. And 12 years ago, he'd seen something in a young Captain Kier, a meticulous mind and a relentless drive. Without hesitation, Lazar secured the captain a place at top military schools, and just as crucially shielded him from rival officers, never boasting about the man's gifts where others might hear. To Lazar, Kier was an asset to be nurtured, a hidden advantage in a system where real strategic brilliance was rare. The general knew his own limits when it came to complex planning, so he made a habit of recruiting the sharpest minds and then using every ounce of his influence to keep them close. Now, thanks largely to Colonel Kier and a hand-picked staff, he commanded one of the most precise units in the entire Russian army. Lazar sank into a folding chair and propped his boots on an empty green plastic crate that had recently held 325mm tank rounds. Across from him, Kier looked up from the radio set. The colonel's straightforward manner was something the general valued deeply, in a world full of people he didn't trust. Especially the Iranians surrounding them now, Kier stood out as utterly reliable. "The men are prepared to move, General," Kier reported. "The Iranian Guard armor is lined up to escort us the length of Route 12 to the border. We await your command." "Good. Sit down for a minute. Have a coffee with me. You've earned it." Lazar gestured to a second chair. "Take a breath before we dive back in." Internally, Kier stifled a sigh. He gave a curt nod and settled onto a wooden seat draped with a brightly patterned local rug. He accepted a small cup of thick Turkish coffee, which to him resembled muddy sludge more than a drink. It tasted like ground charcoal. There simply wasn't time for this, not even for the celebrated Lion of Dagestan. A dozen issues demanded his attention. Colonel Clava's tanks were never properly fueled on schedule, guaranteeing a mid-journey halt. Colonel Glatsky would inevitably stall the column with last-minute foolish questions. Colonel Nishkin required every map and data point handed to him, or he'd invent details once they rolled out. Keir would have to reprimand each of them over the radio, same as always, but those worries faded as he studied his boss. Lazar already looked the part of a commander in the field. His bald head and strong jaw reminded Keir of old Soviet portraits. Though the general had adapted to the region, his heavy Russian coat was layered over an Azerbaijani fur-lined undercoat bought in a northern market, and his sturdy new boots had replaced the flimsy standard-issue ones. They were far better suited to the biting desert wind that swept through the camp, carrying brown grit that coated everything. Lazar sipped his coffee calmly, utterly at ease. He often joked, "I create stress, but I never feel it." Keir, who bore the weight of that manufactured stress, sometimes wished the general would show just a hint of tension, if only to prove he grasped the uncertainties ahead. But Lazar radiated nothing but cool composure, leaving Keir to mimic relaxation while he burned his lips gulping the too-hot coffee, eager to return to duty and escape that steady, imposing stare. At last, Lazar set his cup down. "Give the order, Dmitri. Let's go to war." Chapter 21. Zugspitze, German Alps, December 24. Twin H-225M Super Cougar helicopters descended onto the glacier, their rotors churning the snow into swirling white clouds that partially obscured the landing zone. French Special Forces operatives peered from the open side doors into the biting cold. Apollo had flown with the pilots of Escadrille 3/4th Special Forces Helicopter Regiment many times before, trusting them implicitly. These aviators were experts at inserting dragoon teams into difficult landing areas, often under hostile conditions, which had cemented their stellar reputation. A collective sense of relief was palpable among the men as the aircraft settled onto its 5 massive wheels. Apollo disembarked first, leading his team a short distance away where the sergeants would conduct equipment checks. Overhead, the 5 composite rotor blades continued to spin, kicking up twin columns of snow. Although the new Eurocopters featured advanced dacing systems, the pilots, seasoned veterans more accustomed to the older AS-532 models, weren't taking any risks with engine freeze. They would keep the engines running and the rotors turning until Apollo's team was ready for extraction. The visible plumes of snow served as a stark reminder to Apollo that he was consuming NATO resources on a mission of questionable legitimacy, essentially a hunt for a mysterious cell phone signal. Corporal Constantine approached. "Sir, no obvious hostiles or observers in sight, but I'd like permission to check the Schneehausen, just to be thorough." Apollo raised an eyebrow at the German term. "Snow bunnies." Constantine gestured toward a crowd gathered at the railing of the Zugspitze Gletschgargarten, a high-altitude bar and restaurant perched further up the snow-covered slope. The group, predominantly women in vibrant, form-fitting ski suits, watched the soldiers' arrival with keen interest. Despite it being Christmas Eve, the afternoon was bustling with activity. Master Sergeant Dariel joined them, having just walked over from the second helicopter. "Sir, it's safe to assume everyone on this mountain is now aware of our presence. Was landing right in the middle of the ski slopes part of the plan, or was that the helicopter regiment's idea?" "No alternative," Apollo replied. "We lack official authorization to land here regardless, so the pilots selected a spot near the rescue landing zone to minimize disruption to the skiers. I'll take a small team to the summit. We'll get better reception up there for Corporal Constantine's detection gear to scan for that phone signal, assuming it's still transmitting." "Understood, sir," Apollo briefed his troops. First team, under his direct command, would take the gondola to the Zugspitze Peak to investigate. Second and third teams would remain near the helicopters with the bulk of the gear, but were authorized to send out two-man scout teams. Their patrol radius included the 2 restaurants and the 3 ski runs serviced by the lifts several hundred meters below the summit. The lower lift accessed the more popular, beginner-friendly slopes, while the higher one ascended all the way to the structures at the very top of the mountain, a full 400 meters above their current position. As Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette, Master Sergeant Dariel, Corporal Constantine, Corporal Garin, and 2 additional men chosen by Dariel trudged toward the gondola base. They were painfully conspicuous amidst the resort's festive atmosphere. Their white snow camouflage uniforms suppressed Heckler and Coach UMP-45 SD submachine guns across their chests, FN Scar-L carbines slung on their shoulders, and Glock 17 pistols holstered on their hips completed an intimidating picture. The 6 soldiers boarded the gondola and began their ascent from the glacier toward the top of the Zugspitze. The cheerful holiday music piping into the cabin created a jarring, almost sarcastic counterpoint to their grim purpose, a detail not lost on any of them. The cable car climbed steadily through the alpine peaks, skiers and snowboarders carving swift paths far beneath the gondola, their trails etching the pristine snow with arcs of sparkling ice. A constant mountain breeze caused the cabin to sway in a gentle, rhythmic motion. As they approached the summit, Apollo studied their destination from the valley. Clouds had often hidden the peak, but now it stood revealed in stark, magnificent clarity. "Mon Dieu," Apollo whispered, absorbing the breathtaking, almost celestial scenery. A fragment of scripture taught by his father long ago surfaced in his memory. He makes the clouds his chariot. Their gondola docked at the terminal with a resonant metallic clang, the arrival jostling a few of the men. The structure was a modern fortress of concrete and glass grafted onto the ancient stone, featuring wide windows that revealed a restaurant and souvenir shop inside. Above it all stood an observation deck and a tall tower studded with meteorological instruments, the entire complex bathed in the sharp winter sunlight. Apollo presented his credentials to a German security officer at the entrance, a man in his 50s with a portly build, explaining in English their mission to investigate an anomalous cell signal. "This is highly irregular," the guard replied, his English accented. "I must report this to my superiors." "Report to whomever you need," Apollo answered, maintaining a calm authority. "But we require access immediately, and you will accompany us. We are with NATO's Special Response Unit. It won't take long." The guard's eyes drifted over their heavily armed group. "But why all the weapons? Is there some danger?" "Standard procedure. We travel fully equipped." Apollo counted on the German's respect for protocol, and he was right. The guard gave a curt nod. In French, Caporal Constantine muttered, "At least the plump little piggy is carrying a sidearm," referencing the 9mm Glock on the guard's hip. "I doubt he's ever drawn it," Caporal Garin replied. Sergeant Chef Dariel shot them a sharp look. "Enough. Show some discipline." The unlikely group, 6 large French dragoons in winter camo, laden with gear, and the solitary bundled-up German guard ascended several flights of stairs to the top deck. Emerging outside was like stepping onto the roof of the world. A vast ocean of clouds churned below them, while the sun shone brilliantly in a deep blue sky. The panoramic view was utterly clear, stretching across the Bavarian and Austrian valleys, with a silent glacier looming behind them. "You can nearly see all the way back to HQ in Belgium from this height," Constantine remarked in French. "Not quite that far," the guard responded in flawless French, catching the soldiers off guard. "But on the clearest days, you can almost make out Stuttgart." The dragoons exchanged slightly chagrined glances. Apollo directed Dariel to have the men scan the area with binoculars, then turned to Constantine. "Use your gear and pinpoint that signal. We need better than the 1-kilometer radius intelligence gave us." Constantine gestured to the weather tower. "I need to get higher." Even another 10 meters could drastically improve our direction-finding accuracy if someone is broadcasting from these mountains. Agreed, Apollo said, then switched to French, addressing the guard. Could you grant my colleague access to the tower? My name is Herr Schneider. Yes, I can allow it. This tower belongs to the Deutsche Wetterdienst, the German Weather Service. Understood. My men will be careful with the equipment. Schneider produced a key from his belt, unlocking a steel gate in the chain-link fence encircling the tower's base, and Caporal Constantine stepped through. The climb up the weather tower was treacherous, each rung of the ladder slick with a thick layer of ice that forced Constantine to move with painstaking care. As he ascended, Sergeant Dariel guided Apollo to the northern railing where a breathtaking panorama of the Alps stretched before them. Intermittent snow flurries swept across the peaks, momentarily bleaching the entire landscape a brilliant white. Dariel shook his head, a wry smile on his face. It's a shame, really. Even if some Russian operative is out there charming the local skiers, this doesn't exactly feel like the front lines of a NATO crisis. Apollo nodded in agreement, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Total dry hole, their conversation was cut short by a shout. One of the men was sprinting across the platform toward them. Sir, Constantine's calling down. He's picking up a signal. The three of them hurried across the icy metal deck, slipping slightly as they reached the tower's interior base and looked up. The hatch above was open, and Corporal Constantine's face appeared, flushed with excitement. Sir, I've got it! The signal is right here, coming from this tower! You need to see this! Apollo, followed by Dariel, the other soldier, and the German guard Schneider, began the arduous climb. The wind howled around them, driving stinging snow into their faces. While the soldiers were equipped with goggles, Schneider had to squint against the blast, their visibility dropping to just a few feet. Reaching the top, they huddled together as Constantine shouted over the gale, pointing to a tall metal mast rising from the tower. Look at this equipment, sir, about 3 feet from the top. It's new. There's a satellite dish, some radio antennas, and that. Apollo's eyes locked onto a metal box roughly the size of a microwave. One side was a glass panel, and behind it, a large lens was aimed northward, a single red light glowing at its center. What in the world is that? Sir, that looks like a high-powered laser. Judging by the lack of ice buildup, it was installed very recently, maybe in the last day or two. Schneider interjected. A weather service crew was here yesterday. They said they'd be working on other stations along the ridge for the next few days. Where are they now? Apollo asked. I think I can answer that, Constantine said, pointing to a small focused antenna. That's for short-range, point-to-point communication only. Whoever's on the other end of that signal is on that peak over there. He gestured toward a smaller summit several hundred yards to the northeast. Schneider confirmed there was another small weather station there, and a larger one on a rocky outcropping much closer just to the southwest. Apollo scanned the nearer peak. A concrete structure was built into the rock with an antenna array on top. 4 figures in heavy winter gear stood beside it, seemingly looking back toward the Zugspitze. Apollo gave a casual wave, and after a moment's hesitation, they cheerily waved back. Turning around, he was startled to see Constantine already climbing the icy mast beam. Just getting a closer look, sir. In a few tense moments, Constantine was level with the strange white box. Dariel yelled up, "If you fall, Corporal, I'm kicking your butt all the way down the mountain." A round of nervous laughter followed. Constantine leaned over, his gloves fumbling with the cables snaking from the device. He had to shout to be heard. Sir, the wiring here, the cables connecting to the battery have Cyrillic lettering on them. He detached one cable and dropped it down. Dariel caught it and examined it closely. This is military-grade hardware, no question about it, Sergeant Dariel stated grimly. In that instant, any notion of a pointless mission evaporated for Apollo. This was anything but a wild goose chase. The scene unfolding before them had all the hallmarks of a Russian signals intelligence operation. Spy games? Apollo thought to himself. He ordered Sergeant Dariel to mobilize the rest of 1 team and 3 team, instructing them to gear up with skis and use the lifts to reach the summit slopes. This would position them within 500 meters of the second weather tower. He demanded immediate setup of HF and SATCOM and directed HQ be informed they were investigating a potential discovery. "Understood, sir," Sergeant Dariel responded, relaying the commands to the men on the glacier below. Apollo continued, directing 2 team to ascend from the glacier, switch to snowshoes, and scale the peak's eastern face, which would place them directly beneath the structure. A moment of doubt surfaced. "Sir, what if it's nothing? Just a weather crew installing new gear with Cyrillic markings? Could be Russian-made equipment, and a Russian satellite phone signal linked to Spetsnaz units?" A pause. "Right. You're right, sir." Dariel got on the radio to dispatch 2 team for a closer look. Minutes later, Dariel listened to his headset and updated his captain. 2 team was attempting to establish contact with the individuals at the German weather station, now just 50 meters away, and calling out to them. Apollo, Dariel, and Constantine moved to the northern railing. Through the swirling snow, they could see 2 team laboring up the steep, snow-covered slope toward the rocky outcrop housing the station. Peering through his binoculars, Apollo watched the 6 men advance. The element leader was visibly struggling to be heard over the howling wind, shouting with a hand cupped to his mouth as he moved closer. Dariel relayed, "2 team reports the men at the station are wearing official Deutsche Wetterdienst jackets and are responding in German." A fierce gust whipped dense snow around the advancing team, blocking Apollo's view. When the air cleared, his focus returned to the scene, and what he saw made his blood run cold. 2 members of 2 team were prone in the snow. The remaining 4 were kneeling, their weapons raised toward the weather station. The distant crackle of gunfire pierced the wind, and he saw rounds impact the glacier, kicking up plumes of snow around his men. "Damn it!" shouted Corporal Constantine. Apollo spotted the muzzle flashes from the adjacent peak. The wind distorted the sound, but the sporadic pops of semi-automatic fire were unmistakable. All 3 men unslung their rifles, but the weather station was now completely obscured from their position. Constantine, listening to his headset, reported urgently, "2 team reports casualties, sir. 1 man killed, 1 wounded." Apollo's eyes locked onto the narrow maintenance catwalk bridging the gap to the other peak. "Dariel, we're crossing that pipe bridge. We need to engage from 2 sides, or they'll keep 2 team pinned in the open. The machine gun team will provide covering fire. Then you, Constantine, and I will cross." He then turned to the security guard Schneider, who was flattened against the steel decking with his hands over his head. "Schneider, how do we get down to that catwalk?" The sporadic gunfire from the neighboring peak continued as the 4 of them sprinted down metal staircases and through a narrow service corridor within the observatory. Schneider led them to a rounded steel door, fumbling with a key on a chain before pulling it open. The door resisted, jammed by ice that had seeped into the small engineering room that opened onto the catwalk above the pipeline. A brutal gust of wind and driven snow assaulted them as they stepped out into the haze. Apollo took the lead, stepping out onto the slippery, grated metal walkway, barely half a meter wide. A soft, rhythmic thumping reached their ears as they began crossing the 50-yard gap. They were aware of the immense drop below, but a swirling mini-blizzard enveloped them, limiting visibility to just a few yards in any direction, mercifully obscuring the view straight down. "Constantine," Apollo called back. "Raise the teams on comms. That noise sounded like mortar fire. On it, boss." The snow whipped past, and suddenly they emerged into glaring sunlight. Dariel edged further out onto the catwalk. "Sir, 2 team reports they're taking sporadic mortar fire from the weather station." Caporal Constantine's voice crackled over the radio. "What in the hell is happening out?" Apollo's thought was cut short by the sharp shriek of a bullet striking the metal pipe inches below his boots. "Contact! Fall back!" He and Dariel spun and hurried back the way they'd come. Another round sparked off the metal hatch frame. Apollo dove inside right after Dariel, both landing in a tangled heap. "Constantine, get every team leader on the net. We're coordinating the assault now." "Roger that, sir. Should I include the aviation commanders from the 4th? "Affirmative. They'll have a role in this operation, too." As the senior non-commissioned officer present for 2-team and 3-team, Sergeant Coronet gathered everyone at his position. Captain Apollo's orders: "We kick things off with a ground assault. We'll use these snow flurries for cover as we advance. Once we're moving, the captain will hit the enemy flank. Think of it like our standard battle drills. Fix and maneuver, simple and by the book clear." One of the seasoned corporals spoke up. "Sergeant Coronet, any intel on who we're up against?" Captain mentioned Russians. "Russians? What are they doing all the way out here?" Coronet's reply was grim and direct. "They'll be dead in about 10 minutes. Apollo peered through the fractured doorway leading to the catwalk spanning the chasm. The structure resembled a horizontal metal tower, a narrow bridge of steel girders encased in thick ice, connecting to a metal door set into the rock face which he assumed was part of the weather station. He'd spotted 4 figures on a ledge high above earlier, but they had since vanished. His eyes scanned the rocky peak 50 yards above for the sniper, but saw only driving snow as another squall swept through. "Sir," Schneider said, his voice tense, "the far side of that catwalk is in Austria. I have no authority there. I cannot accompany you." Apollo found the bureaucratic hesitation frustrating, but he understood that Schneider and the other security personnel would keep civilians clear, which allowed Apollo to operate freely. "Understood. Just secure this side. If any of them make it back over to Germany, they're your problem, of course." The stocky German officer replied. Suddenly, a rapid series of 40mm grenade impacts echoed from the Weather Service building, 50 yards across the chasm and 100 yards up the jagged slope. The assault had begun. "Time to move," Apollo said, stepping from the doorway onto the icy grate of the catwalk, once again advancing over the abyss. Caporal Constantine followed closely with the radio, trailed by Sergeant Chef Dariel. Apollo made the error of glancing down beneath the catwalk and the pipeline. The clouds had parted, revealing a sheer drop of roughly 200 yards to a rocky gorge between the peaks. He continued a careful shuffling glide, one foot sliding ahead of the other, his weapon raised and aimed at the small oval door on the opposite side and the rocks above it. A powerful alpine gust of freezing wind nearly swept the 3 men from the narrow, slick walkway, accompanied by a fresh blast of snow that stung their faces and blew almost vertically past them. The galidity dropped to less than 30 feet, forcing them to inch forward with even greater caution. A rifle round tore through the air just above the 3 exposed men. The Russian sniper, concealed somewhere in the crags, couldn't see them in the near-total whiteout, but he was cunning enough to guess the opposition would use the storm and the ongoing assault as cover to advance. He understood that even a few speculative shots across the bridge would complicate life for Apollo and his team. Another round hammered into the catwalk's railing, shattering ice just ahead of Apollo's position. Apollo drove himself forward, picking up his pace now, bordering on recklessness. Falling was a concern, but catching a bullet to the skull and then tumbling into the abyss was a far more compelling motivator. Then, as if on cue, the wind abruptly died, taking the violent yet concealing swirl of snow with it. Apollo accelerated further, hoping the 2 men behind him had the presence of mind to match his speed. He slipped and skidded across the icy metal grating, the station's wall now only yards away. Another rifle shot cracked, this one landing behind the captain and just in front of Dariel. Apollo broke into a run on the narrow walkway. His luck felt like a fraying rope, and he had no intention of testing its limits. Suddenly, the sharp report of a pistol echoed from behind. Apollo was momentarily puzzled before recognizing it as Schneider, firing his sidearm toward the opposite ridge. The odds of him hitting a well-entrenched sniper 50 meters up and away with a handgun were precisely 0. But Apollo was grateful for the distraction nonetheless. He slid the final few yards to the oval door, set within a low metal barrier built into the rock. Apollo prayed the interior layout mirrored the side they'd just left, sparing them a confusing labyrinth of ladders and chambers on their way to the summit. Another rifle shot thundered, and he glanced back to locate Dariel and Constantine. Both men were right behind him, weapons raised, their attention split between the oval door and the now clearly visible top of the weather station wall. Constantine spoke up. "Sir, Caporal Garin on the radio says that sniper just peeked over the wall to take a shot at us, and he dropped him. Target is eliminated." Apollo merely gave a curt nod, inserted the key into the lock, and turned the mechanism. He found himself in a cramped stairwell. After a quick climb up 2 flights, they entered a small equipment room. The floor was littered with portable gas stoves, unrolled sleeping bags, cold weather gear, military hardware, and numerous empty 7.62 millimeters ammunition crates. This gear was spilling from several heavy civilian Peak 99 backpacks. In one corner lay a man in a black Russian uniform, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath him. It mingled with melted snow, creating a faint pink trickle that meandered toward a floor drain. It was clear the Russian team had been operating covertly on the Zugspitze. Knowing the rules of the Geneva Convention as intimately as Apollo did, they had hastily stripped off their Wetterdienst coveralls and heavy coats once the fighting began. Beyond the risk of capture out of uniform, still a capital offense, the profound dishonor of not fighting in their nation's colors, especially a uniform earned through years of sacrifice, was something no true soldier could stomach. "Spetsnaz, damn it," Apollo muttered. "I recognize the insignia, the parachute and inverted dagger patch. These are Group B operators, their equivalent of us, deep penetration specialists. They've been using this room for shelter, ammunition, storage, and as a casualty collection point. This one must have been hit in the initial firefight with one team." He examined the body more closely. Officers' shoulder boards. This was a major. Something significant is happening here. The distinctive whump-whump of helicopter rotor blades then cut through the lingering wind. Apollo watched the 4th Escadrille helicopters appear on schedule, their rotors beating against the mountain air. A sudden, violent surge of gunfire erupted, hammering against the metal siding of the Wetterdienst building. The door burst inward, and a man stumbled through, still wearing a German Weather Service coat and clutching a rifle. He had clearly been running from the aerial assault and froze, shocked to find 3 soldiers in alpine gear waiting for him. As he began to raise his weapon, Apollo fired twice with his suppressed HK UMP-45. The shots were lost in the cacophony of the helicopter gunships, tearing apart the landscape outside. Apollo knew his teammates 1 and 3 would be using that covering fire to close the final distance. He turned to Constantine. "Signal all teams we're inside. We'll hit the Russians from the rear." Once the confirmation came through, the captain led his small team out of the building. Peering cautiously around the corner, he saw the helicopter guns shredding the heavy stone and brick perimeter wall at the front of the weather station. 6 figures in black Spetsnaz uniforms were scattered behind the bulwark, pinned down by the relentless French fire. 3 others were slumped against the wall, motionless. The dragoons' overwhelming firepower had the Russians trapped, just trying to survive. Apollo turned back, issuing a series of swift hand signals, 6 hostiles around the corner. "On my command, we engaged 2 targets each." Constantine and Dariel nodded their understanding. In unison, the 3 men rounded the wall and opened fire. Apollo took a standing position while Constantine dropped to one knee beside him. The Russians spun, bringing their own suppressed rifles to bear. Apollo cut down 2 with a controlled burst at close range. Sergeant Dariel simply held his trigger down, sweeping his fire from left to right, and eliminating 2 more who stood too close together. It wasn't textbook, but at this range it worked. Constantine's 2 targets slammed back against the wall, taken down before they could return a shot. The three Frenchmen ducked back into cover as the gunfire from the slopes and the helicopters continued unabated. Apollo gripped Constantine's shoulder. "Tell them to cease fire. They can advance, but carefully. There could be more out in the rocks." Within minutes, the rest of Apollo's dragoons had fought their way up to the stone wall, calling out for permission to move forward. Apollo risked another look. One Russian soldier was dragging himself slowly across the ground, leaving a dark smear behind him. The others lay still. "Area is clear! Move to the objective!" Apollo shouted, stepping out with his team, weapons trained on the fallen Russians and the lone crawling survivor. The coppery smell of blood and the grim sight of it pooling around the black uniforms were stark evidence of the brief, brutal engagement. Constantine located a satellite radio, but it had been deliberately smashed, standard procedure for a compromised unit. Climbing a ladder, Apollo looked up at the station's mast. Mounted at the top was another laser device, a perfect twin to the one at the observatory. He found it curious, almost amusing, that in their haste to destroy everything, the Russians had left this one piece of sensitive hardware completely untouched. "Corporal Constantine," he called down, his tone shifting from tactical focus to dry observation. "Take whoever you need and get up there. Let's see what makes this particular toy so special that they forgot to break it. I have no idea what that thing is, but it gives me a bad feeling. Get a team to the other unit on the German side of the mountain and take it apart. Go the long way. Nobody sets foot back on that catwalk. Understood. Understood, sir." Apollo turned his attention to the wounded Russian soldier on the cold floor. A dragoon medic was checking his vitals. "What's the damage?" Apollo asked. "He'll make it." The French captain grinned. "Good. Let's find out if this guy still has the energy to tell us anything. Get Constantine over here. His mother's Ukrainian, so he knows a bit of the language." Apollo walked back inside to where the Russian major's body lay. He pulled open the man's coat, searching the blood-stained uniform beneath the weather service coveralls. He found a wallet, a set of keys, and some documents. One was a hand-sketched diagram covered in Cyrillic notes. Tucked with it was a small transparent map overlay. Constantine arrived, his eyes still wide from the firefight. "That was intense, sir. You hear about Pierre? Took a bullet straight to the head." "I heard. I need you to translate during the interrogation. But first, take a look at this." Apollo passed him the overlay and the notes. The young soldier studied them, faint steam rising from his damp uniform in the cold air. "These markings on the overlay, what are they?" Apollo pressed. "Just letters and dots, sir. Looks like it's meant for a 1 to 100,000 scale map." "I thought the same, but without the base map or reference points, it's useless for pinpointing locations." "True, sir. But this word here on the left next to the dot is Russian for mine. Could mean my position." "If that's right, and we have the scale correct, all these other points to the east might mark where additional Russian teams are stationed." Apollo retrieved his own map of identical scale and laid it beside the mysterious Russian sheet. "I think you've got it." Apollo aligned the final dot in the sequence of Cyrillic marked points. "Look here, if this last dot matches the Russian position here at Zugspitze, then the next one over is right about here." He pointed to a location in the Elbe Sandstone Mountains, straddling the Czech-German border. He caught Dariel's eye. "Tell the men to gear up. Make sure the wounded are evacuated. Then we move out for Czechia." Outside, the high German Alps wrapped themselves once more in a furious cloak of wind and snow, shrouding the ancient peaks, the living and the dead alike. Chapter 23. Smolensk, Russia. December 24, 2355 Hars, two Russian Su-57 fighter jets stood side by side on the service apron near the runway. A dusting of overnight snow lingered, and a haze of ice crystals hung in the air. Locals in this old Russian enclave called such winter fog the Nun's Veil, but the pilots of these aircraft wouldn't be staying long enough to learn local sayings or even see the morning sun thaw the ground. They were on a razor-sharp schedule and needed to be airborne in under 2 minutes. The Su-57 was among the world's newest and most advanced all-weather fighter attack planes. The Russian Air Force colonel in the left cockpit and the officer in the other, a full commander in the Russian Navy, were perfectly matched to these 3 billion ruble machines, being 2 of the finest pilots alive. There were 26 Su-57s involved in tonight's operation, each crewed by similarly elite aviators. All other aircraft had either already launched or were preparing to launch from secluded bases like this one, everyone timed to converge on separate targets simultaneously. The Su-57 featured 3 high-definition rear-facing cameras, 2 of which could automatically track any aircraft on its tail, freeing the pilot from the need to physically look behind him. Yet Colonel Ivan Zolotov of the Russian Air Force disregarded the digital displays. He rolled his shoulders, the gray nylon straps of his harness pulling tight against the awkward motion, and turned his helmeted head to scan first over his left shoulder, then his right. As he pivoted, he let his hands float free from the control stick and throttle, a habit drilled into him over decades of flying. He knew even the slightest unconscious pressure from a tensed muscle could send an unintended command to the sensitive flight controls. More than one pilot had learned that lesson the hard way, suddenly finding their aircraft pitching violently, sometimes resulting in a cracked helmet visor from an unexpected meeting with the canopy. Though currently parked on the tarmac, Zolotov's recent travels across a string of remote Russian bases had instilled another ritual, a visual confirmation that the ground crew had properly removed all protective covers and tie-downs. This Su-57 was a 5th-generation marvel, unlike anything else in the inventory, and its unfamiliar procedures often baffled support personnel at unfamiliar airfields. Today, however, at the nearly abandoned Smolensk North Airfield in western Russia, things were different. It was obvious the local military detachment had been told this visit was significant, even if they remained ignorant of the squadron's true purpose. Zolotov had noted the unusually large ground crew and the extra security patrols circling the perimeter. This was not a flight meant for spectators. Satisfied that the engine intake covers were gone and the tail restraints had been stowed, Colonel Zolotov, commander of the elite Red Talons of the 14th Fighter Regiment, settled back into his seat. His left hand rested lightly on the throttle. His gaze fixed on the ground sergeant who was signaling the final all clear. The sergeant snapped a crisp, formal salute. Right on schedule, Zolotov thought. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the engines and returned a quick salute of his own. To the young airman below, the pilot was just a dark, anonymous figure behind a reflective visor. The only clues to his identity were the word polkovnik, meaning colonel, stenciled on the fuselage, and the distinctive red talon emblem on the tail. A glance at his panel showed a satisfying sea of green indicators, the digital readouts displaying the subtle variations only a seasoned eye could appreciate. And he looked upon them with genuine satisfaction, because the Su-57 did something almost radical for a modern warplane. It treated the pilot like a professional. It presented full, undiluted instrumentation, every gauge and warning light precisely calibrated, refusing to condescend with oversimplified displays meant to prevent mistakes. As far as the Red Talons were concerned, the Sukhoi Design Bureau had absolutely nailed it. Colonel Z gave a final nod to his wingman, Commander Tatiev, through the cockpit glass. With a sharp downward chop of his hand, he gave the signal to launch. In the cockpit of his fighter, Tatiev lifted a gloved hand, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger, the Russian gesture for all systems go. Zolotov advanced the throttle, and the twin-jet engines answered with a whisper that swelled into a deep, resonant growl. They felt crisp and powerful, a world away from the laggy, rough-edged whine of his old Su-35S. He disengaged the wheel brakes and the hydraulic system, letting the air intakes gulp the cold night. Both aircraft were heavy with ordnance, so Colonel Z knew the runway would be eaten up before they could climb. The two Su-57s shot down the illuminated strip, flames trailing behind, and were airborne in seconds, vanishing into the December darkness. Watching the landing gear tuck up into Tatiev's jet beside him, Colonel Z noted the precision just a couple of yards between their wingtips, perfectly level. He's got the touch, he thought, as mission commander. He settled in for a quiet flight. Radio silence was absolute from here on out. He leaned back, mentally mapping the long hours ahead. Chapter 24. Moscow, Russia, December 25. 001 Den hours. Colonel Ivan Glauski, 44, moved slowly behind his team, though there was little to supervise. The 3 rows of cyber specialists sat motionless in the dim room, eyes locked on their monitors. These 26 hackers were GRU soldiers, but you wouldn't know it. Not a single black tie was in sight. Half had shed their uniform jackets, working in T-shirts and slacks, many in flip-flops. Their workstations were as casual as their dress. Glauski didn't mind. He'd handpicked each one based on their proven skill, pulling them from various branches. He'd personally tested their mettle in grueling interviews. He alone wore a full uniform, though it fit poorly, the sleeves too short, the collar tight around his thick neck, so he often left it open. His team loved this disregard for spit and Polish protocol. It made them feel like a unique, unruly tribe within the rigid military machine. They affectionately called him Papa Bear. But this relaxed atmosphere wasn't permission to slack off. Officially, they were designated APT-28 on GRU rosters. To the West, however, they were known by a different name, one born from early analysis of their sophisticated code, Fancy Bear. The name had stuck, a label from their adversaries while their own identities remained shadowed. The Russian hackers had embraced the nickname, affectionately calling their command hub the Bear's Den. This unit represented Russia's premier cyber warfare division. Suspended above the main 64-inch monitor, Colonel Glauski's digital timer indicated they were a mere 20 minutes from launching their most critical mission to date. The colonel adjusted his government-issued glasses, his gaze fixed on the large display he and his team called the Spectacle. While its practical function was minimal, the visual helped outsiders grasp the complex digital battlefield. It had become APT-28's signature exhibit. The central screens pulsed with cascading streams of data in shimmering hues, reminiscent of a festive holiday display. In truth, each vibrant strand represented a target, a critical NATO or U.S. military network or command node. This digital thicket flashed with icons primarily in yellow and green, with the occasional flicker to red. Ivan Papa Bear Glauski shifted his attention from the main screen to the individual workstations of his operatives. A renowned authority in cyber espionage, Glauski was famous for his restless energy, often halting his pacing to dive into a problem alongside his men when the pressure mounted. With 19 minutes remaining, he fully anticipated that such a moment of intense collaboration was imminent. North Atlantic, Kazan, Dikemzin, December 25. 00112 hours, the Kazan, a cutting-edge Yasin-class nuclear fast-attack submarine, was a formidable and silent predator of the deep. Named for the capital city of Tatarstan, she had been prowling the North Atlantic for days and now held position in the frigid darkness west of Ireland's northern coast. Designated K-561, the massive vessel was nearly motionless, its screw turning just once every 5 seconds to gently counteract the ocean currents as it descended. Inside the seafoam green bridge, the glow of red battle lanterns cast long, unsettling shadows, causing the polished copper instruments and piping to gleam with a crimson sheen. Captain Second-Rank Georgy Tush surveyed the control stations manned by his crew. He knew every dial and switch intimately, having served in several of these roles himself over 20 years of submarine duty. Periodically, a sailor would glance up from his console, his eyes catching the red light as he looked past the captain toward the nuclear chronometer on the wall. Itush preferred this vantage point. It allowed him to gauge the morale of his men. Their anxiety was palpable. He imagined their stomachs were as unsettled as his own, churning with a quiet intensity that mirrored the submarine's powerful reactors' decks below. He was proud of their performance. In recent hours, they had skillfully avoided detection by 3 adversary vessels, a U.S. Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, a U.S. Virginia-class attack sub, and a Norwegian Ula-class patrol boat. As for the other Russian submarines involved in this operation, their exact numbers were a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few in the high command at St. Petersburg, the Defense Ministry, and the Kremlin. The isolation of their mission was underscored by a recent, unexpected breakdown in the crew's entertainment system, leaving only the hum of the ship and their own thoughts to fill the silent hours, a small detail that oddly sharpened their focus on the task at hand. Captain Itush was certain that every Yasin-class submarine currently in service would be deployed for the looming threat, with additional vessels from other classes joining the effort. While he wasn't privy to the operation's full scale, the atmosphere at flotilla headquarters was charged with an intensity he'd never witnessed. Senior officers moved through the corridors with a palpable, focused energy. Even under strict orders of secrecy, Itush felt he could identify those chosen for the mission just by their demeanor in the mess hall. He had resolved to focus solely on his own responsibilities. He and his crew controlled one critical segment of the undersea chessboard, and they would execute it flawlessly. His gut remained tight as he glanced again at the bridge chronometer. More glowing red numerals stared back. A silent countdown. NATO intelligence, closely monitoring Russian submarine movements from the Northern Fleet's Seda Inlet, had observed departures and Atlantic patrol patterns that appeared routine for the season. If anything stood out, it was an unusual punctuality and lack of the typical yard delays, a noted improvement in Russian operational efficiency that was briefed as a peak in readiness, yet another reason for continued vigilance. This fit a decade-long narrative of naval progress. What NATO surveillance utterly failed to detect was that a specific contingent of Russia's submarine force was coordinating separate, synchronized strikes across the Atlantic seabed. As the West remained unaware, the vessels initiating Operation Red Metal converged on their objectives with precise timing. Itush gripped the cold brass rail before him. Level the bow ahead. 3/4. Come to new heading. The bridge crew activated in seamless unison. The plainsmen adjusted their yokes, eyes fixed on their instruments to maintain depth as propulsion increased. Ballast control technicians shifted minute air pressures between tanks. The navigator double-checked his digital plot against the large seafloor chart. Captain, navigation confirms target Midgard Sormanen, range 2 nautical miles attack run, commences in 3 minutes. Helm, steady weapons, confirm status, then you are free to engage. Dmitri, launch at your discretion. Aye, Captain, the weapons officer responded. Itush turned navigator. Sir, you have the clock. Aye. The navigator set the ship's red digital timer for 20 minutes, to be started at the first torpedo launch. All dialogue on the bridge, even the most critical commands, was exchanged in tones no louder than the murmur of a quiet cafe, a superstition born from years underwater, a fear that any raised voice might travel to an enemy's ears. And those enemies, silent and listening, could be anywhere. Itush asked, sonar, last American signature. Captain, last contact was Ohio-class submarine USS Georgia 18 hours ago. Bearing 220 range, 18 nautical miles. Track showed her steady on course. Current extrapolated position bearing 191, range 163 nautical miles, nothing else to report. Understood, Captain Itush replied. Any new data on the Ula? Negative, sir. No acoustic signature, but her projected course remains unchanged. Very well. While the Norwegian submarine wasn't a primary concern, the captain disliked the uncertainty of its precise location. Continue updating estimated range and bearing. Aye, Captain. The weapons officer's voice cut through the control room. Sir, the bridge is notified. Weapon 1 is armed and ready. All torpedo timers are synchronized and confirmed. Full attack sequence on all 3 targets will conclude in 20 minutes. Acknowledged, Navigator. Any adjustments to our plot? Negative, sir. Current navigation and attack profile remain valid. Recommend we hold our present course. Understood, helm. Maintain course and speed. Moments later, the weapons officer called out again, his voice edged with a tension Etush recognized as adrenaline. Sir, launching on target 1, torpedo away. As the words were spoken, the navigator activated the mission clock, initiating its silent countdown. If their calculations were flawless, their objective would be achieved with precision. There was no violent shudder, no dramatic rush of water, only the familiar hum of the sea against the hull to mark the moment the Kazan unleashed the opening salvo of a new conflict, despite the chill air circulating through the boat. Etush noticed a sheen of sweat on the brows of the 2 young helmsmen. The fate of the mission now rested in the hands of a couple of kids barely out of their teens, he reflected, knowing full well he'd be sweating too if he were at their stations. But he was the captain, and a far heavier burden was his to carry. Even a hint of anxiety or a nervous gesture could sow doubt among his crew. Drawing on 23 years at sea, he had mastered the art of composure in such moments, minimizing his movements on the bridge and channeling his focus into the intricate details of navigating his vessel. He stood motionless beneath one of the submarine's ventilation ducts, a stream of cold air tousling his graying hair. The sonar operator's report broke the silence. Bridge, sonar contact, bearing 63 degrees. It's the Norwegian Ula, sir. Range 12 nautical miles and closing at 19 knots. Had he not been positioned directly under the vent, Etush was certain he too would have broken into a sweat. As it was, a cold trickle traced the nape of his neck. His experience allowed him to perform the mental math instantly, well before the navigator could voice the conclusion. At that bearing, and with both vessels underway, the Russian and Norwegian submarines were on a converging path set to meet in roughly 6 minutes. The Norwegians would be oblivious to the Yasen-class submarine's intent, but they would undoubtedly detect its presence. The navigator soon confirmed the captain's rapid calculation. Captain, at current heading and speed, we will intercept the Ula in 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Understood. Navigator, sonar, verify all data. Navigator, replot for maximum speed. Adjust intercept angle as required. If we cannot execute a perfect line, we can still deploy our payload at the convergence point. Prepare a new course to engage the remaining 2 targets. Our mission takes precedence. Aye, sir. Calculating now. Captain Etush watched the mission clock in silence for a beat. 16 minutes remained. Increasing speed meant the weapons team would have to hastily recalibrate every torpedo timer. He trusted them to manage it, yet the need to voice the obvious was irresistible. Weapons, reset all torpedo timers to 0 and stand by for new sequencing data. Understood, sir, came the reply from Dmitri. Deep within the boat, 5 sailors and their officer would now be in a frantic scramble to reset the sophisticated SMDM-2C tube-launched torpedo mines. This new generation of naval mine was a significant advancement over its predecessors, yet even its modernized design demanded the painstaking process of manually accessing a control panel to reprogram its intricate timing mechanism, a sudden, unwelcome complication in their meticulously planned operation. With the first objective of the Kazan successfully deployed, 2 targets remained. The next was a mere 5 minutes out. Navigation report, Captain Etush demanded, his voice tight as he watched his team scramble over their consoles. Triple checking now, Captain. Initial data is being sent to the torpedo room. We have the timing updates. Final confirmation in a moment. Dmitri glanced at a crewman who flashed a quick thumbs up. Turning back, his monotone now sharpened by adrenaline, Dmitri delivered the update. "Sir, navigation confirms. Recommend flank speed, 30 knots, course change to 030 magnetic bridge to helm execute." The new plot was already feeding to the helm's digital displays, but Itush, a creature of naval habit, voiced the order regardless. 3 minutes to the next target, 13 minutes total on the clock, leaving a slim 10 for the final objective, barely enough to reload. "Sir, weapon reprogram is successful," Dmitri announced. "Acknowledged. Notify the bridge upon launch." "Aye, Captain." Launching on target 2, designated cable AC1. In 20 seconds, Itush's eyes flicked to the helmsman, their knuckles white on the controls. The weapons officer began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. A glance at the status panel showed tube 2 still glowing red, not ready. 4, 3, the indicator snapped to green. 2, 1, launch on target AC1. The weapons officer's reply carried a hint of relief, torpedo away. Helm, recommend new heading, 018 magnetic, 33 knots. Itush stifled a curse. They were pushing the boat to its limits. "Make it so," sonar reports. "Initial target the Eula, now bears 322 degrees off our bow. At this speed, she will slip astern in 2 minutes. She has acquired an active ping and has a lock on us." "Expected," Itush replied, keeping his tone level. "Hold steady for the final target. Work up a continuous firing solution." He sensed the nervous hesitation in the acknowledgement that followed. The tension on the bridge was palpable, a thin metallic taste in the recycled air. He decided to address it. "She has no reason to fire. Our first torpedo mine is already resting silently on the seabed. Our Norwegian friends couldn't have detected that launch." The sonar operator's voice was tentative. "Sir, based on her sonar radius calculations, the Ula will be in range to detect the launch on our final target." "Likely true," Itush conceded. "But I am counting on her not wanting to be the one to pull the trigger first. Sir, the Ula is now directly abeam, bearing 263 degrees, range 4 nautical miles." Noted. Itush studied the torpedo panel of the 10 tubes. Numbers 1 and 2 showed yellow for launched and in recovery. Tube 7 glowed green, ready. Only Tube 3 glared a stubborn, infuriating red. "Weapons, report." "Working on it, sir." Message from the torpedo room. "The third torpedo mine panel is jammed. They report the mounting screws are stripped." "Then they have 6 minutes to get creative," Itush said, his voice a model of calm that completely betrayed the frantic alarm bells ringing inside his head. "Moscow, Russia, December 25 hours in the secure room known as the Bear's Den." The operatives of APT-28 were fixated on the clock above the main screen. They were moments from initiating the first strike of Operation Red Metal. The absolute necessity of perfect timing drilled into them for months. Colonel Glowski watched them, confident. The heavy lifting was already done. For the past 60 days, they had been a blur of relentless activity, executing cookie thefts, activating long-dormant Trojan packets in their NATO targets, prying open latent backdoors, conducting dry-run hacks and setting strategic watering hole traps, all while navigating a maze of encrypted chat rooms that buzzed with paranoid speculation. The stage was set, and now the clock's final ticks were the only thing standing between preparation and action. The moment had arrived to unleash every attack protocol simultaneously. Glowski glanced at the digital clock, his pulse thrumming with the intensity of a submarine commander navigating the Atlantic depths or an ace pilot pushing a fifth-generation fighter to its limits. Reflecting on his own crucial role now, his mind drifted back to just 10 weeks prior, when 2 very important visitors had stepped into the Bear's Den. He'd been briefed that the generals overseeing ground operations for Red Metal would be inspecting, prompting a frantic scramble to prepare. They tidied the workspace, knotted their ties, and straightened their postures moments before the door swung open. His entire team was visibly awed by the visitor's presence, even the junior members who didn't know their faces. But Glauski knew. He stood in the presence of legends. Sebeniev, remarkably youthful for a colonel general, carried himself with the polished demeanor of a network news anchor. And then there was Lazar, the Boris Petrovich Lazar himself, the Lion of Dagestan. He was a burly, weathered man with a round face, yet he was also the most celebrated field commander the Russian military had produced in a generation. True warriors, Glauski had thought at the time. Absolutely terrifying. The generals observed in near silence as his team executed a critical preparatory strike on a Polish radar network, only occasionally questioning a lead hacker. What a day that had been. Shaking off the memory of his superiors, Papa Bear refocused on his own digital theater. What a day this will be, he corrected himself. His eyes lifted to the large status display where a green light now blinked atop each of the 10 designated Christmas tree hierarchies. They had successfully pinged the pre-established back channels, and they were open. The enemy's networks were laid bare for APT-28. It was now simply a matter of manually flipping the virtual switches to send the activation codes, a method chosen for its stealth over automated timers, which Glauski had considered far too risky. So the codes had waited, dormant for this trigger. Other hierarchies on the board required his men to actively breach and inject code in real time. Of course, for months, the 24 specialists in the den had seeded countless decoy codes across government and industrial systems, all to camouflage these 10 critical targets. It was all part of the intricate dance of cyber warfare. Team Black Bear, responsible for the German sector, began their work as the master timer hit 0. Fingers danced across keyboards in unison, while the rest of the room held its breath, eyes locked on monitors. Their progress cascaded up the large 64-inch screen, the German hierarchies filling from the bottom. Then the top indicators flashed from green to red as Russian code severed every German NATO terminal connection. Belarus, December 25:02:02, 8 hours. Colonel Ivan Zolotov flew westward over Belarus and dropped his gaze to the A. Langzoni watch on his wrist. It was a treasured heirloom from his great-uncle, a hardened old soldier who ultimately succumbed to cirrhosis, but not before gifting young Ivan the timepiece along with the grim story of its acquisition. Leningrad, October 1943, with Zhukov's 3rd Shock Army. The colonel's great-uncle had vividly described the German officer's expression as he sawed through the man's forearm with a bayonet, 2 privates pinning him down. Both the watch and the soldier survived the brutal war, and Colonel Z considered it his personal talisman. For the next hour, every altitude change and every kilometer covered by him and his wingman was meticulously preordained. He would continually check their progress against this watch on his wrist, and his great-uncle's timepiece would once again witness the onset of battle. He checked the display, confirming they were precisely 2 minutes from Polish airspace. The Red Talon fighters had launched in pairs from multiple bases across Russia and Belarus. Flying in tight formation, they followed pre-planned routes with wide, deliberate turns at specific coordinates. For this initial leg, their flight patterns were carefully crafted to mimic Russian refueling aircraft or standard commercial airliners on NATO radar screens. Colonel Z glanced from his wristwatch to the cockpit clock. 1 minute remained. He nudged the throttle forward slightly, observing Commander Tetiev's aircraft, matches adjustment seamlessly. Activating a switch, he brought up a camera view beneath his left wing on the heads-up display. The dark expanse of Shatskia National Park slid past several miles to the south. He knew Ukrainian air defense crews were likely tracking him, but that concern would soon be irrelevant. In under 60 seconds, the integrated radar network to the west would go silent. He was counting on their systems shutting down exactly on schedule, mere moments before he crossed the frontier. The handful of standalone anti-aircraft batteries were a different matter, but their speed and altitude would render that threat negligible. Now, he thought, pulling the stick into a sharp banking turn as the timer hit 0. The scattered lights of the Polish town of Woldawa streaked beneath the canopy. They were across. With that simple, aggressive maneuver into Allied territory, his jet and every aircraft in Red Talon Squadron had just initiated open conflict with the West. Kazan, North Atlantic. December 25, Duo 31 hours. Aboard the Kazan, Captain Atush and his crew faced a deadline of less than 3 minutes to deploy their final torpedo mine. The weapon, however, was refusing to cooperate. The entire operation was being jeopardized by a handful of faulty hardware. Atush fumed. He couldn't really blame the engineers. The SMDM-2C panels weren't designed for the rushed disassembly, and reprogramming his crew had just performed. The manufacturer's plan was simple. Program it once and fire. Not this frantic, repeated tinkering, but then nothing ever went perfectly according to plan in combat. He turned to his seasoned weapons officer. "Dmitri, what's the status? We will launch on the TAT-15 cable on schedule." Captain Atush studied his old friend. The man appeared utterly calm, a stark contrast to the anxiety tightening Atush's own chest. He had to admire Dmitri's unwavering faith in his team and equipment, even if he didn't share it at this moment. A report came from the bridge. "Captain, the Eula-class contact is now 5 nautical miles out, bearing 197 degrees. She remains outside our torpedo range," Atush acknowledged with a grunt. Well, at least the Norwegian submarine wasn't an immediate problem, though he knew failure to arm this last mine would make that sub the least of his worries. 30 seconds to target position? The helmsman announced. Atush's eyes were locked on the weapons console, where Tube 3's indicator stubbornly glowed red. 20 seconds, his gaze fixed on Dmitri's back. The officer stood with one hand holding a handset to his ear, the other braced against the console, his posture steady. 10 seconds. Atush looked past him at the panel. Tube 3 was still red. "Sir, 5 seconds to target. Captain, we are on the mark now." Dmitri slowly lowered the phone and turned to face Atush. "Sir, weapons report successful launch, on time and on target. The third fish is in the water." A faint, triumphant smile touched his lips. On the console, Tube 3's light remained a warning red, but Tube 7 now showed it had launched and was cycling to a yellow recovery status. "Dmitri," Atush began, his voice a mix of confusion and dawning relief. "How in the world did you?" The crew left the faulty unit in Tube 3 and reprogrammed the mine, already loaded in Tube 7 instead. "Sir?" It was the faster solution. Atush felt a smile break through his stern expression, and a wave of released tension swept through the control room. The moment of relief was cut short. "Captain Sonar, the Ula will pass close to the target cable at the moment of detonation." "She's probably going to take a piece of that blast." Every eye on the bridge lifted toward the ship's clock. The chronometer was still ticking, but its count had reversed. No longer counting down, but relentlessly climbing upward. It displayed a single minute remaining until detonation. "Tough break for her," Atush remarked. A little over a minute later, a deep underwater rumble resonated through the Kazan's hull, followed by a shuddering wave that rocked the boat. 2 softer, distant thumps echoed afterward. Moments passed before sonar broke the silence. "Captain, Ula's been hit. She was too close to the minefield. She's launched 3 torpedoes in the water." "Sir, we are being targeted. They must think we attacked her. They're well out of range, though. Those fish will lose steam long before they reach us." "All right. He must have taken a hard knock. His boat's crippled, and now he's furious." A faint smile touched Atush's lips. The sonarman spoke up again. "He's turning to starboard, sir. Hull compression noises. He's surfacing. He's out of the fight." Atush gave a slow nod. "He's had his fill of us, but stay sharp for anything else." "Aye, Captain." The captain turned to Dmitri. "Weapons, I assume you've got a few more surprises tucked away." "Aye, Captain. 5 more are loaded and will be ready with navigation's latest firing solutions. Very well, gentlemen, the opening volleys are fired. And may God have mercy on every soul at sea for what comes next. APT-28 Control Room, Moscow, Russia. December 25, 032 hours. Colonel Glauski kept pacing the floor of the Bear's den, his gaze sweeping over the teams of cyber espionage specialists, sir. One of his analysts from Team Grizzly Bear, the unit focused on U.S. networks, called out, "Confirmation across all channels. Every U.S. and NATO transatlantic fiber optic cable has just gone dark. Our mimicry systems are active and already intercepting and spoofing classified NATO data traffic. The transfer mainframes are broadcasting and receiving pingbacks. The poisoned watering holes continue distributing Trojan payloads downstream. All systems are operational in both European and American sectors." "Solid work, team," Glauski said. He scanned the room, meeting grins and satisfied smiles. He allowed himself a brief, tight smile before his expression hardened. "Let's not get overconfident. The next 10 minutes are critical. Back to your stations." Polish Air Radar Central Headquarters. Poznan, Poland, December 25, 033 hours. A young Polish radar technician stared at his screen, puzzled, for nearly 10 seconds before activating his intercom to the watch captain. "Sir, I think we have an intrusion sector, Peter Victor King, southwest grid, vicinity of Lublin." "What do you mean? Think." "Well, sir, it was there, and then it vanished. The border towers sent a signal. Then they all dropped off. All systems are reporting green now. Everything looks normal." "Are the other remote stations reporting normally?" "Yes, sir. Every station is green on my board. It all checks out, sir. Probably another glitch like the one last Saturday." The captain paused, then asked quietly, "When have we ever had every single station showing green?" The radar operator tilted his head, eyes still locked on the display. "Never. There's always one or more malfunctioning or offline." The captain turned to the communications officer. "Alert NATO, immediately." The radar technician hesitated. "But, sir, the systems are pinging back perfectly. All the daisy-chained radar feeds are intact." "I don't care. It doesn't feel right. Just do it." The radio man was already tuning to the NATO frequency. "Copy, sir. Transmitting alert now." Chapter 26. NATO Airborne Early Warning and Control Force, NAEWNC, Operations and Radar Integration Center, Geilenkirchen, Germany, December 25, 035 hours. In a dimly lit room in Germany, crowded with American military personnel, a young Air Force technical sergeant keyed his microphone to contact his watch officer, who sat just 75 feet away. "Sir, we've got a second alert from Poland. This one's from Poznan. The initial alert was logged as a mistake, but this new signal is being flagged as a possible lone radar blip that has since disappeared." Captain Watton sat in his adjacent office, scrolling through photos on his unclassified computer from his daughter's middle school holiday play. He exhaled slowly, turning his attention to the inbox on his desk to sift through the night's stack of classified electronic messages. His eyes soon landed on the relevant page. "Another late-night memo came in from the Pentagon," he said, holding it up. It states, "Commusucom is concerned Poland could overstate the military exercises in Belarus to justify a larger permanent NATO troop presence. Our orders are to steer clear of any entanglements while Russian activity continues next door. The Poles are practically begging us to share their level of anxiety about the Russians." He paused. "So, to confirm, no other stations are reporting any border crossings?" "None, sir. Probably just someone jumping the gun on sending the alert." The captain considered this. He personally doubted the report's validity, but protocol demanded caution. "All right. Run a verification check with Integrated Radar Team Sierra to be certain. I'll notify the War Room and have a message relayed back to Mons," he said, referencing NATO's headquarters in Belgium. Watton added, "Maintain watch status. Send an update to the NMCC." The National Military Command Center served as the Pentagon's primary alert hub. A voice in his headset acknowledged, "Understood, sir. Handling it now." Returning to the pictures of his daughter's performance, Captain Watton added, "Keep me posted if anything comes back." He clicked a few more times, but the web page stubbornly refused to load. "Fantastic," he muttered. "Can anyone confirm if the unclassified network is down? I can't even access my social media." At that moment, the technical sergeant called over again. "Sir, we have AC Ramstein on the secure landline. They're reporting a system breach." Watton continued refreshing his browser on the unclassified network, still attempting to load his feed. "What do they expect us to do about it? They need to contact their own tech support or the NSA, not us." "Copy that, sir. I'll relay the message." Poland, December 25. 041 hours. 2 Su-57 fighter jets streaked 200 meters above Poleski National Park, traveling at Mach 1. Colonel Ivan Zolotov glanced to his right through the canopy into the darkness, just making out the silhouette of the darkened aircraft flying beside him. A faint smirk touched his lips, seeing the naval commander holding perfect formation, their wingtips now barely a meter apart. This tight, disciplined flying would make them appear as a single fleeting ghost on any radar screen, if they were detected at all. The pilots had rehearsed this route dozens of times in simulators, mastering the art of staying low, fast, and unified. This phase was critical. Even a momentary climb could expose them to Poland's independent radar networks as they crossed the country. Other teams on this mission were executing identical maneuvers farther south, traversing Poland, Ukraine, and into Czechia. Within minutes, Zolotov identified a highway below, and the two jets raced over snow-dusted farm fields near Puławy. They hugged the terrain, sometimes skimming as low as 50 meters above the rolling hills. On schedule, both pilots reduced throttle and made a minor course adjustment, still loosely tracking the east-west DK-12 roadway. At this adjusted speed, their meticulously calculated flight plan indicated they would reach the target waypoint in under 35 minutes. Right on schedule, Zolotov thought, glancing at the vintage German timepiece on his wrist. Like this old watch, I am never late. Polish Air Radar Central Headquarters. Poznan, Poland, December 25, 047 hours. Sir, radar and missile defense batteries Q, R, and T are all calling the duty hut on backup landlines. They report our secured telephone lines are completely non-operational. Battery Q-12 confirms a visual sighting of 2 Russian fighters flying over their position. Why is our radar showing nothing? Theirs didn't pick it up either. The crew watched them pass directly overhead. They reported the aircraft were supersonic, moving west. "Damn it," the captain muttered, his attempt at a calm tone crumbling. "All right, contact Land Force headquarters and report this immediately." "Sir, how?" "The phone lines are dead. The internet connection shows as active, but we can't reach anyone." "Get downstairs. Use a payphone if you have to. Just call Warsaw. The Russian Air Force has crossed the damn border." Polish-German border, 25 December, the 054, Colonel Zolotov and Commander Tatiev crossed into German airspace near the small village of Ostritz. The pine forests below shimmered under a cold silver moon, passing just meters beneath their fully loaded weapon pylons. The clear light allowed Zolotov to see his wingman clearly. He held up a single finger, signaling 1 minute remaining. As he glanced at his instruments, a faint, unnatural shudder broke through the steady jet hum. He looked right in time to see Tatiev's Su-57 wobble violently before falling behind. Switching his view to the rear-facing camera on his HUD, Zolotov watched a geyser of snow erupt into the night sky behind the other fighter. Tatiev had grazed a treetop. His plane steadied, but he'd lost several hundred meters of position. After all this distance, a last-second blunder, Zolotov thought with a spike of irritation. He kept his own jet steady and fast, his focus ahead, but kept checking the camera feed as Tatiev fought to close the gap. The colonel checked his watch. Less than 12 seconds. "Come on, sailor, get back in line." An insistent beep and a flashing panel light announced a missile lock from a ground battery, of course. The German defenses were more autonomous than the Polish network. Here, they could engage independently if an aircraft failed to respond or was visually confirmed as hostile. A new alert signaled a launch from a battery far to the north and behind them. It didn't matter. He wouldn't be here to meet it. Given their attack trajectory, the missile would be left in their dust the moment they initiated their next maneuver, so he saw no need for evasive action. He craned his neck to look back through the canopy. Tatiev was struggling to catch up, but the distance and darkness hid any damage to his airframe. If the jet were critically hit, he wouldn't still be flying. But Zolotov worried about subtle airframe stresses, especially with the intense maneuvers awaiting them. NATO Airborne Early Warning and Control Force, NAEW, and SEOPS and Radar Integration Center. Geilenkirchen, Germany, 25 December 059. Sir, German batteries have engaged with anti-air missiles near Dresden. Captain Watton looked up from his frozen computer screen, stunned. Say again? Their entire radar defense network is offline. The duty officer in the liaison office just radioed in. They have basic radio and some landline comms. Everything else is down. Tech Sergeant James was now monitoring the NAEW system, the closed-loop network linking the building with all NATO liaison officers. Sir, this looks legitimate. The German LNO downstairs reports defense batteries have engaged 5 separate pairs of unidentified aircraft penetrating German airspace. We have to assume our systems are compromised. I'm receiving no data from Poland, the other NAEW stations, or the airborne early warning assets. What in God's name is happening? Captain Watton rose from his desk, his voice tight. It's Christmas, for heaven's sake. Alert all NATO commands. I'll contact SHAPE and the NATO response force directly put everyone on high alert. Understood, sir. What's the best method to use the STU line? He ordered, referencing the secure telephone network. It's dead, Captain. A sergeant called from across the room, holding a silent receiver. Satellite communications, Watton pressed. A technician nearby responded, "They're operational but critically overloaded, sir. It appears everyone has switched to satellite. I'll attempt to push a priority signal through Dresden, Germany, December 25, 100 hours it was time." Colonel Zolotov hauled back on the control stick, his aircraft surging upward. He advanced the throttle, holding supersonic speed as he raced through the sky at several hundred miles per hour. He engaged the afterburner for good measure, guaranteeing a steady climb. A glance at his rear monitor confirmed Commander Tatiev was there, trailing below but ascending just as aggressively. Solid flying, Zolotov thought with approval. He looked forward through the canopy at the endless starfield. The 2 Su-57 fighters climbed almost vertically over Germany, piercing the night. They quickly reached 18,000 meters, so high that despite the G-forces, Zolotov felt the Earth's grip lessen as he entered the stratosphere. The engines gulped fuel during the steep ascent, and acceleration tapered as the air thinned. He did a quick mental tally. He still had over 15,000 pounds of fuel remaining, more than half his tanks. It was enough for the mission's final act and the journey home, provided his exit didn't require excessive maneuvering against enemy forces. The aircraft were nearly at their launch point, a precise coordinate in the heavens. This operation required reaching 21,000 meters over Germany and releasing their payload. From there, the intelligent weapons would handle the rest. The colonel's eyes darted from his HUD altimeter to his GPS, then to the mission clock. He even checked his great-uncle's watch on his wrist, a surge of fierce pride hitting him as the second hand aligned. Now. Zolotov pressed the launch button. After a heartbeat, he toggled the weapon's control and pressed it again. The specialized ASAT missiles, designated OKB-12 and STR-14, were products of a completely clandestine program, unknown to Western intelligence. They were a first strike option reserved for when the homeland was threatened, designed to cripple a key Western capability, the global satellite network. The two missiles were fundamentally different. One was a shorter-range satellite interceptor. The other was engineered for deeper space, capable of reaching high Earth orbit targets like geostationary GPS platforms. Those Western GPS satellites were vulnerable. They broadcast their location data openly to the world, never imagining their own signals would guide the STR-14s straight to them. But they orbited much higher than communication satellites, nearly 12,500 miles up. It would take the warhead precisely 1 hour and 12 minutes to reach and obliterate its target. For a moment, Zolotov watched the missiles streak from his aircraft, vaulting toward the void. Their solid-fuel rockets perfectly calibrated for the thin air of the upper atmosphere. At this extreme altitude, the thin atmosphere offered almost no resistance, allowing the swift and compact OKB-12 to accelerate toward 18,000 kilometers per hour. Their sophisticated guidance systems would bring them to the general vicinity, after which they would lock onto the target satellite's own transmissions to close the final distance. The engines glowed faintly as they pushed completely beyond the atmospheric envelope that still held Colonel Zolotov and Commander Tatiev. Simultaneously across Central and Western Europe, Su-57 fighters from Red Talon Squadron unleashed their own salvos against Western orbital assets, all timed for a single, coordinated impact. Satellite communications across Europe, for both civilian and military use, would start flickering out within minutes. Global positioning data would follow, collapsing just over an hour later. Europe was about to be rendered deaf and mute. Soon, it would be blind, too. Zolotov gave a grim nod as Tatiev's missiles raced past his canopy toward their destinations. But there was no time to spectate. He rolled his aircraft inverted, hauled back on the control stick with a grunt against the crushing G-forces, and then, abruptly, the pressure vanished. His stomach lurched into his chest as weightlessness took hold. His canopy soon pointed almost straight down, and he began his screaming descent, nose aimed at Dresden while accelerating through Mach 1. Colonel Zolotov banked onto a heading of 080, back toward Polish airspace. He and his wingman would undoubtedly face more surface-to-air missiles, but the collapse of NATO's command networks, the escalating jamming of cellular and landline systems, and the imminent loss of all satellite links would make coordinated defense nearly futile. As Zolotov plunged earthward, Commander Tatiev slid his aircraft into formation off the right wing. Tatiev flashed a hand signal, a circle made with thumb and forefinger. Zolotov returned the gesture in kind. Moscow APT-28 Headquarters. December 25 or 025 hours. Colonel Glauski stepped up behind the Polish team, codenamed Brown Bear. Have they detected the botnets? The team leader consulted briefly with his technicians before rising. Negative, sir. They are switching to hardened landlines, however. I'm bypassing their primary data hubs, but Poland's infrastructure is different from Germany's. Some nodes are antiquated, hardwired systems we simply can't penetrate. I've redirected secondary botnet clusters from the North American team's reserves. I'm betting their military communications division hasn't shared its intrusion protocols with the civilian telephone operators. Understood. Glauski replied. He moved to the adjacent station, Black Bear, the German team. Here, the leader reported, Sir, Germany is effectively blind. They're attempting automated workarounds every 60 seconds, but it's a losing battle. Their civilian telecom grid is advanced, but it can't handle the distributed denial-of-service attack, overwhelming their call centers. I'm also flooding their secure telephone units and classified lines using botnets routed through poorly defended systems in NATO partner countries like Turkey. The barrier is holding. Excellent, said the colonel. Finally, he approached the NATO coordination team. Its leader stood immediately. Sir, NATO command is in total disarray and has been severed from all contact with the United States. Only then did Glauski allow himself a fierce grin. He raised both fists triumphantly. "We've done it, men!" The room erupted in a roar of cheers. Chapter 27. High Snow Mountain, Hoher Schneeberg, Dyczynski Snezhnik, Lookout Tower, Sychia, December 25, 0119 hours. Dyczynski Snezhnik is the highest point in the Elbe Sandstone Mountains of the Czech Republic, offering a sweeping, unobstructed view north across hundreds of miles of Germany's Elbe River Valley. The panorama was so strategically valuable that a century and a half ago, Prince Franz of Hohenstein ordered the construction of the Dyczynski Snezhnik Tower atop the summit to serve as a triangulation point for surveying the rugged territory. Today, the historic stone tower functions as a quaint restaurant and rest stop, a popular pause along scenic bike trails frequented by German and Czech tourists alike, who are blissfully unaware of the silent war unfolding in the sky above them. During the summer months, this region buzzed with activity as hikers and cyclists explored the winding trails through the cliffs and woodlands of the area. Locals called Bohemian Switzerland. Come winter, the station and its restaurant shut down. Though the manager and his wife remained living on site, usually opening the kitchen only when a few adventurous souls braved the weather to trek up to the summit of Dyczynski Snezhnik. Just the day before, the middle-aged Czech couple had been shocked to peer out their kitchen window into the fresh snow and see more than a dozen heavily burdened figures trudging up the road toward them. Both husband and wife eagerly pulled on their heavy coats and boots, ready to welcome the unexpected visitors. They stepped out the front door, waving to the group still about 100 meters away, and were immediately cut down by gunfire. The architect of red metal, Colonel Yuri Borbikov, had personally given the order to eliminate these unfortunate locals. Approaching the tower with his Spetsnaz team, all dressed in civilian attire, he noticed smoke curling from the chimney of the main building. He realized immediately that having civilians on the premises would completely compromise the secrecy of their mission. No one would buy the story that he and his 16 men were simply tourists out for a winter hike. They might fool a passerby, but the moment they unpacked their weapons and seized the tower to install a laser navigation device at the top, their cover would be irrevocably blown. So Borbikov had the problem removed. The colonel didn't strictly need to be here. His Spetsnaz forces were perfectly capable of handling this objective in northern Czechia without him. But Yuri Borbikov viewed himself as both a soldier and a leader of soldiers, and he insisted on having his own boots on the ground and his own weapon involved in this operation. At this moment, he had over 24 other teams seizing railway switching stations, putting the final touches on laser calibrations, and monitoring airfields and military bases for any aircraft or troop movements. Borbikov believed he could not ask his men to face dangers he was unwilling to confront himself, which is why he had selected this Czech mission at the outset of Red Metal, to prove he led from the front. He intended to do the same in Africa in just a few days. After arriving at the tower late in the morning, the team had spent the whole afternoon and much of the evening installing and fine-tuning the laser navigation aid. To their relief, they encountered no further civilians, largely thanks to the sleet and freezing rain that had plagued the area for most of the day. Now, well past 1 in the morning, their work was done, save for maintaining security, while they awaited helicopter extraction. They passed the time enjoying the warm fireplace inside the building and helping themselves to the meats and cheeses in the pantry. Provisions meant for tired travelers who might stop at the 2-story wooden overlook restaurant, and despite the colonel's explicit orders against it, a few of the men had sneaked mugs of beer from the open tap system. What did it matter now? They figured, we're practically on our way home. The remaining tasks would fall to the Spetsnaz teams at the railroad junctions. For this group, the European chapter of Red Metal was drawing to a close. They knew they'd be shipping off to Africa in a matter of days, which meant cleaning weapons, reloading magazines, and repacking their bags with gear suitable for warmer climates. The colonel trudged through the snow, moving off the road about 100 meters in front of the tower. Around him, the Spetsnaz soldiers carried the last of their gear into the clearing, stacking their packs and equipment cases for quick loading once the helicopters arrived. Any pretense of being ordinary hikers was now completely abandoned. They stood clearly as a military unit, their purpose laid bare in the cold night. Though still dressed in civilian clothes over their uniforms, the men had their AKS-74U carbines slung across their chests, night vision goggles secured over their eyes, and bandoliers of rifle rounds and grenades draped over their shoulders. Borbikov checked his watch. Their ride wasn't scheduled for another 10 minutes. Then a voice cut through the quiet from the soldier hunched over the radio. "Sir, the lookout in the tower reports hearing inbound helicopters." "Understood," Borbikov replied. "Pull the watch from the tower. I want everyone assembled here at the landing zone immediately." "Yes, Colonel." Borbikov lowered his NVGs and gazed up at the massive, shadowy tower atop the hill, its history weighing on his mind. His goal was to restore the structure's original purpose, though with technology far beyond what the 19th century surveyors could have imagined. He didn't fully grasp the physics behind the ytterbium rare earth lasers positioned along Dryagon's projected route. But he understood their function. They let Russian forces navigate without relying on satellite signals. This edge, he believed, would leave NATO completely blind, scanning the dark sky for the 3 expected helicopters flying without lights. He first heard their distant thrum. His radio operator spoke up, tension in his voice. "Sir, the birds aren't responding on the mission frequency. The encrypted network IDs indicate a mismatch. Either we or they are on the wrong cryptoband." Borbikov clenched his jaw. Someone would pay dearly for this incompetence. Deploy the signal flares. 2 sergeants broke away, yanked pins from 4 flares and hurled them, each ignited with a sharp pop, the sudden light bouncing eerily off the snow-dusted pines and painting the ancient stone tower with wavering phantom-like shapes. The helicopter noise grew louder, but it seemed to echo from beyond the cliffs, from the German side of the mountain. They were supposed to approach low through the Czech valleys for cover. "Get those idiots on the radio now," Borbikov barked. Through his goggles, 2 helicopters materialized where there should have been 3. Where is the 3rd aircraft? Is Central Command actively sabotaging this operation? Heads will roll when I return. A blinding spotlight snapped on from the lead helicopter, flooding the clearing in harsh light and forcing the men to shove their NVGs up in a panic. In that glaring moment, Borbikov's anger evaporated into cold dread. These were not his helicopters. "Take cover!" Soldiers scrambled to their feet, grabbing for weapons. Borbikov stumbled backward over a pile of plastic equipment cases as he drew his GSH-18 pistol. Regaining his balance, he shouted the order to engage and began firing at the approaching aircraft. Around him, green tracer rounds from AKs streaked upward toward the helicopters. The lead aircraft's spotlight swung wildly away as rounds struck its hull. The pilot jerking into evasive maneuvers. The second helicopter responded instantly. A torrent of 20mm cannon fire from its pods tore into the center of the clearing. Explosions erupted, spraying sparks and shrapnel in every direction, throwing the exposed Russians to the ground. The spotlight swept back across the clearing as the first helicopter lined up its own cannons, the beam jerking and dancing as the aircraft shuddered from the recoil of its guns. The heart of the Russian position shuddered under another series of detonations, shredding gear, splintering equipment cases, and hurling men into the frigid air. Yet, disciplined ground fire persisted, forcing both helicopters to peel away. 3 soldiers broke for the tree line, spun and raised their launchers. 3 rockets clawed toward the night sky. 2 went wide, but the 3rd connected with a satisfying flash and bloom of fire. The gunners worked frantically to reload as the lead aircraft banked hard and powered back, its wingman weaving erratically to spoil their aim. A final near-miss rocket chased the choppers as they dropped behind the distant ridgeline. "The trailing bird is leaking smoke." a voice shouted. Another called out, "Casualties here. We have fatalities." Borbakov pushed himself up, astonished to find himself whole. "We'll join them if we don't get ready. Those could be troop carriers, Captain. Deploy squads to secure the forest perimeter and get more men into that tower. Our ride will be here shortly." The captain and his surviving troops scrambled to salvage what they could. Those wounded who could still function patched themselves up and joined the effort. The more grievously injured were left where they fell in the snow. A grim testament to the 20mm cannon's work. A small cache of rifles and a couple of machine guns were hastily assembled and divided as the force split. The captain took 4 men toward the structure, while Borbakov led a 5-man element into the woods west of the tower to establish a defensive line. French Special Forces, Captain Apollo Arc-Blanchette, ascended the wooded slope, his advance masked by the deep night, the pines, and a thick mountain fog. His team moved with a ghost's silence beside him, linked by night vision and throat mics. They had been inserted by a Super Cougar 15 minutes prior and had been climbing steadily ever since. Apollo slid his NVGs up and addressed the Master Sergeant, and the others gathered 300 yards below the tower. "Master Sergeant Dariel, your team will flank the structure from the right." "Understood, sir? Any word from Escadrille 3 on their second bird? She's down for good, but no major injuries. Sergeant Coronet is advancing up a game trail with his element. He estimates 5 minutes. Good. Ensure he doesn't expose his position in the clearing. You can bet that tower and these woods are crawling with Russians. I want him to establish a machine gun support position at the tree line while we maneuver. Get snipers into elevated positions. We'll coordinate the assault via SquadNet once they begin suppression. Relaying now, sir." Apollo edged forward to scan the darkness. On the far side of the clearing, near the descending mountain road, a few stubborn flames guttered, making the tower ahead seem to writhe in the uneven light. Soon the fires died, plunging the scene back into absolute blackness. A new tactic crystallized in his mind. "Dariel, sir. Plan adjustment. Have every man here contribute their 40mm grenades, keeping just 1 each. Give the rest to Coronet for his team when he arrives." 10 minutes later, Apollo was kneeling in the snow at the forest's edge, his thumb on his throat mic. "Mark in 2 minutes," he breathed into the silence. All teams confirmed they were in position and ready to begin the assault. Team 1 standing by. Dariel reported. Sergeant Coronet echoed. Team 2 ready. The mortar section chimed in with Team 3 prepared. Apollo and his squad from Team 1 crouched lower in the snow, bracing for the show to start. With 20 seconds left on the clock, a series of soft whoomp sounds broke the silence. A few seconds later, 5 more followed. Apollo's team recognized the sound of their support team's mortars firing. They had timed the flight of the 47mm mortar rounds and their own 40mm grenade flares to impact at the exact same moment. As if on cue, Apollo and his men rose swiftly from the snow, pushing their night vision goggles up and pulling down their tinted snow goggles instead. Right on schedule, 3 French 47mm mortar shells detonated with a bright flash on the far side of the tower grounds. The smaller 40mm flare grenades joined the party, flooding the tower's rear and sides with an almost blinding white light. Taking advantage of the shadow cast by the tower opposite the glare, Apollo and his squad moved forward quickly. The intense light was meant to disorient any defenders relying on night vision equipment. Apollo knew Russian Spetsnaz operators took pride in their cutting-edge 4th-generation gear, but tonight that very technology would work against them, amplifying the flare's brilliance and stripping away their night vision. The window was short, but it gave Apollo's team just enough cover to dash over 200 meters through the dark. They sprinted across the open clearing and the driveway leading to the tower, making for a low wall near its foundation. A single, sharp crack of a sniper rifle pierced the frigid air from the tower's peak, and one of Apollo's men crumpled into the snow. While 2 soldiers dragged their wounded comrade toward the building's cover, The rest of the team laid down a fierce blanket of suppressive fire on the tower. One by one, the flares sputtered and died, their lights swallowed by the melting snow, plunging the area back into darkness. Apollo's team reached the wall, lowered their snow goggles, and reseated their night vision. Knowing the Russian defenders would need precious minutes to readjust their vision, even with their advanced gear. The French now controlled the night. The dragoons moved without hesitation. A breacher slammed into the door's hinges, and as the frame gave way, 6 men stacked behind him rushed inside. Led by Daryl, half of Team 1 surged through the doorway, catching 2 Russian soldiers completely by surprise and dispatching them with silenced submachine guns. Meanwhile, Apollo and the rest of his men carefully worked their way along the sides of the wall, their eyes scanning the tree line opposite. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire lit up the dark pine forest as the hidden Spetsnaz team opened up. Apollo and his men hit the dirt, seeking cover, while their own support unit, positioned in the trees to the east of the tower, pinpointed the enemy's location. French FN Minimi light machine guns roared to life, pouring fire into the Russian position. Chapter 28. ELB Sandstone Mountains, Sakikia, 25 December 05 December 159. Bullets tore through the trees, their red tracer rounds painting laser-like streaks in the air as they whipped past Colonel Borbakov, forcing him to press his face deeper into the snow and rocks. "Captain, redirect your fire to that tree line immediately," he barked. "Yes, sir," the captain shouted back, already knowing to adjust his guns but not daring to argue with the colonel. Over the din of incoming and outgoing fire, the team radioman yelled, "Colonel, Captain, I have our extraction team on the radio. They're inbound and report 5 minutes out. They're asking for a safe landing zone. Give me that handset," Borbakov demanded, snatching the radio. "You are to land no farther than 100 meters from our position. There is a logging trail to the south. Put all 3 aircraft down there, understood, sir." The voice crackled back. The sniper duel intensified. From the open 5th floor of the ancient stone tower and its crenellated battlements, 2 Russian sharpshooters poured fire down onto the French machine gun teams 200 meters distant. In response, 3 French marksmen, well concealed in the dense pines, maintained a deliberate and punishing counterfire, forcing the Russians to keep their heads down and their aim rushed. Apollo and his element of 1 team huddled behind a low stone wall lining the driveway. This vantage allowed them to lay down a lethal crossfire on the Russian position nestled in the tree line. "Hook, please!" Apollo stretched a hand back as the radioman edged around the wall to pass him the handset. His ears were still ringing from a near miss. 3 team, stand by for a polar fire mission, adjustments incoming. He used the tactical net, not risking the mortar team being out of squad range. "Copy, standing by," was the immediate response. He relayed a fire command based on the flares they'd sent up earlier. The mortar crew would need to switch fuses to high explosive, but the ranges were point blank. Moments later, Apollo heard the distant crump of a mortar shell detonating in the woods. The impact was long and left of the Russian guns, but the enemy fire faltered for a second. They're feeling the pressure. Apollo thought, drop 100, right 100, 3 rounds. He prayed this correction would land the next volley where it hurt. 3 explosions followed in quick succession, slamming into the earth just to the left of the Russian nest at the forest's edge, showering it with jagged steel frozen soil and splintered wood. Apollo keyed the mic, squinting at the distant smoke. "Right, 50! Fire for effect!" A sniper's bullet snapped past Apollo's helmet with a vicious crack, and he dropped back behind cover. Inside the tower, Daryl and his team methodically cleared room by room. They had already eliminated 3 Russians this way before reaching the tower's ornate wrought iron spiral staircase. Initially, Daryl wasn't sure if the enemy above knew they were coming, but the answer came in the form of a grenade clattering down the steps. It slipped through the metal railings and bounced to the floor at the base. He and his men hurled themselves clear of the stairwell a heartbeat before the blast. The concussion in the stone confines was stunning, leaving their ears ringing. Not to be outdone, Dariel's team began lofting their own grenades up the staircase, each time diving for safety in case their throws were short. After a minute of this brutal exchange, no more return fire came from above. Soon, dark droplets of blood began to patter down through the intricate ironwork of the stairs. After Apollo's call, the Super Cougar from 4th Escadrille arrived a minute later, its 20-millimeter cannon raking the tree line from 600 meters out with devastating effect. The Russian machine guns were quickly silenced. Apollo signaled the advance, and his men rushed forward, using every snow-dusted boulder and dip in the terrain for cover. Sporadic small arms fire met them, but 3-team answered with sustained bursts from their light machine guns, providing the suppressing fire Apollo's group needed to close the distance, picking off visible targets as they moved. With the French helicopters' cover, they pushed toward the wood line. A corporal's voice crackled over the squad radio. Contact. Additional aircraft behind their position, maybe 300-400 meters out. Peering into the distance above the trees, Apollo could just discern 1, then 2, then 3 helicopter shapes. He called his gunship, "Shift fire, engage those aircraft." He then radioed 3-team. "I don't want those Russian snipers getting a free shot at our backs. Make sure our shooters keep them pinned." Apollo and his men had nearly closed the final gap, now mere meters from the now silent Russian machine gun nest. The air smelled of cordite and pine sap. "Switch to grenades," Apollo ordered, his voice low and steady. "Toss on my count of 3. Apollo yanked the pin from one of his grenades, and on the silent count of 3 hurled it toward a dense thicket of brush and fallen timber. Seconds later, a series of concussive blasts tore through the frozen ground, sending geysers of snow, dirt, and shattered wood into the air, obliterating what remained of 2 enemy machine gun nests. Peering through the scope of his suppressed P-45, Apollo advanced in a low, deliberate crouch. The air was thick with smoke and swirling debris, but he could make out 4 shadowy figures fleeing into the dark embrace of the forest. Around him lay the grim aftermath. Several Russian soldiers, dead or wounded. "2 men stay here to secure the wounded," he commanded, his voice cutting through the ringing silence that followed the explosions. "Everyone else with me. We are not letting these bastards slip away." Without waiting for confirmation, trusting his team to follow, Apollo took the lead. He leaped over the wreckage of Russian gear, splintered branches, and the fallen, his focus locked on the retreating enemy. They had a significant lead, but Apollo tempered his pace as they left the clearing, wary of a potential ambush. The forest floor soon betrayed the Russians' path, a set of frantic footprints accompanied by a vivid trail of crimson, stark, and almost luminous against the moonlit snow. "Here," Apollo said, gesturing toward the blood. "They've left us a calling card." His team pushed forward, the deep, drifted snow hindering their progress, but allowing for a more cautious advance than their fleeing opponents could afford. Soon, the thunderous roar of rotor blades signaled they were nearing the enemy helicopters. A blinding maelstrom of snow churned up by the downdraft reduced visibility to near zero. It was a desperate, skilled pilot's trick, keeping the collective pitch to whip up a concealing blizzard even at the cost of their own sight. A bold move, Apollo thought, one reserved for truly exceptional flyers. Dashing from tree to tree for cover, he could only discern dark shifting shapes and the faint ghostly blur of spinning rotors. The danger to his men was becoming intolerably clear. He keyed his radio. "Damn it! Fall back! Find hard cover now! He's about to lift and hose down this tree line!" A couple of acknowledgments crackled back, but the deafening rotor noise likely drowned him out for the rest. The engine pitch shifted sharply, and the storm of airborne debris intensified. Their night vision goggles were useless against the whiteout, forcing the men to rely on their standard lenses against the stinging snow and flying grit. The moment the helicopter gained about 30 feet of altitude, a torrent of automatic fire erupted from its side, illuminating the forest in staccato flashes. Most of it was wild, suppressive fire, but a significant amount chewed through the trees frighteningly close to one team's position. The dragoons pressed themselves into the frozen earth behind boulders and trunks, enduring what felt like an endless barrage until the aircraft climbed level with the treetops. Then, from 500 meters back, the French Super Cougar answered. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of its 20mm cannon tore through the night. Recognizing the greater threat, the Russians in the helicopter shifted all their fire toward the gunship. Seizing the moment the woods were no longer being raked, Apollo and his men rose from cover and unleashed everything they had. A hail of rounds found its mark, sparks, then a gout of flame erupted from one enemy helicopter's engine. The aircraft lurched violently forward, then rolled onto its side, carving a wide, doomed arc through the sky before smashing at high speed into a distant rocky slope. The dragoons eased their fire, the intense glare from the burning wreckage temporarily blinding them to the other two aircraft, which used the catastrophic distraction to flee the area. Apollo called up to his own helicopter, which had now closed to within 100 meters overhead. "Do you have eyes on the runners? Can you pursue?" "Negative," came the pilot's reply, strained with static. "The fireball from that crash has completely washed out our night and thermal optics. They're gone. We're flying blind and trying to maintain a hover. We've sustained damage and have a hydraulic leak. We'll land at the tower once we regain visibility." "See you at the objective." "Copy that," Apollo acknowledged. Then, addressing his team, he ordered, "Hold your fire, everyone. We'd just be wasting ammunition. Nothing could have survived that firestorm." He made the sign of the cross, adding a quiet, "God help them." The sound of crunching snow signaled the arrival of Sergeant Dariel at his side. "Sir, we need to evacuate the wounded immediately. My team and the radio operators will manage it. SATCOM is offline for some reason, but we're prepping the HF radios." He hesitated, studying his commander's face. "You should head back to the tower. Constantine made a discovery you won't believe. Let me guess, another one of those laser devices." "Correct, sir, and this one is operational. Constantine reports it's sending pulses along a line to other units, exactly like the diagram we saw at Zugspitze." "Laser guidance," Apollo stated flatly. "You can be sure those things are steering something or someone toward a target. Guided missiles? Attack helicopters?" Apollo didn't reply immediately. Lost in thought, he gazed toward the distant mountains where the sound of the retreating Russian helicopters still echoed faintly. He finally turned back to Dariel, his voice decisive. "We're taking that laser offline as well. Get that long-range radio operational. I need to report everything to headquarters." His eyes returned to the freezing dark sky. "Something terrible is headed our way. Belarus, December 25:03:30 hours. The camouflaged assault train, codenamed Red Blizzard 1, departed Brest, Belarus, precisely on schedule. Outwardly, it was a perfect double for the civilian Strish train, matching its appearance and initial route through the same stations. The key difference was that it did not stop. This understandably caused immediate confusion. Early morning travelers waiting on the platform for a westbound Christmas Day trip watched in bewilderment as the train sped through Brest station without slowing. Given the recent unrest, unpredictable track conditions, severe weather, and the general novelty of the Strish service, railway staff easily calmed the stranded passengers, rebooking them onto other trains. Even Polish Central Rail Control saw nothing unusual. They had received a message an hour prior, citing maintenance issues and advising that the train would bypass several stops en route to Germany. Furthermore, the main track engineers at the Terespol station on the Polish side of the border had signaled their clearance. Central Rail Control was unaware this approval was only given after a visit from Spetsnaz Team P6. At 0350 hours, the lead attack elements of General Sabaneyev's spearhead, commanded by Colonel Danilo Dryagan, began crossing the bridge over the Bug River at To Kozlovici. A platoon of T-14 armadas advanced toward the small border station on the western side, maintaining a steady 35 kilometers per hour. The crossing was manned by a platoon of Polish Land Forces troops and a pair of Polish PT-91 Twardy tanks assigned holiday duty to monitor the border during Russian winter exercises in Belarus. The men were playing cards with Polish border agents, sharing a bottle of brandy passed around for the Christmas morning shift, utterly unprepared for what happened next. "Vehicles approaching," yelled a Polish sentry. A veteran watch officer, distracted by a promising straight draw in his poker hand, dismissed it. "Just truckers heading back to Poland. They always forget where the border post is. Hit the floodlights." The lights blazed on, but the headlights kept coming. Moments later, another soldier stammered, "Sir, I really don't think they're stopping. They look like tanks." The watch officer finally glanced over his cards. He'd just gotten his straight. He set the cards aside with a weary sigh, his gaze shifting toward the road just as the first two T-14s unleashed their main guns. The Polish tanks were obliterated before their engines could even rumble to life. Following the cannon blasts, the lead armada's coaxial machine guns shredded the spotlights, plunging the area into deeper shadow. "Get that barricade up!" a border agent screamed. A switch was thrown, sending a steel barrier rising from the ground while a wooden swing arm descended. Leading the Russian column was a Brem 1M recovery vehicle. It plowed through both the metal barricade and the wooden arm as if they were made of paper, sending twisted metal flying like deadly confetti through the air. The rest of the T-14s surged forward, their machine guns hosing the small border post and the smoldering wrecks of the PT-91s. Inside the tanks, the young crews leaned into their weapons, their adrenaline surging now that the fight they'd trained for was finally here. The surviving Polish soldiers did the only sensible thing. They fled into the snowy fields, making for the nearby village of Kukuriki. The following boomerang assault vehicles and Gaz Tiger infantry carriers didn't bother to give chase. A battered platoon on the border was of no consequence. This column had a more pressing destination. Colonel Danilo Dryagin observed it all from his boomerang command vehicle, the 16th piece of Russian armor to breach Polish territory. He had positioned himself deliberately close enough to feel the battle's pulse and smell the acrid smoke, but not so close as to be embroiled in every fleeting skirmish. He was no spectator, yet he wasn't on the front line. His vehicle raced past the demolished checkpoint, small fires glowing like orange holes punched in the darkness on either side of the road. He stayed glued to the radio, issuing orders and digesting reports, driving his force westward at a demanding pace of 50 kilometers per hour. An aggressive timetable loomed over them. Behind him, a seemingly endless stream of armored vehicles streamed through the shattered border, hidden by the night and a successful blackout of western eyes in the sky. A half-hour later, red blizzard one crossed the river, separating Belarus and Poland several kilometers south of the armored thrust, meeting no resistance as it rolled through the quiet town of Terespol. Eduard Sabaneyev sat in his command rail car, occasionally checking in with Colonel Dryagin while studying the maps of the route ahead. A thin, satisfied smile touched his lips. Everything was proceeding precisely as intended. Chapter 29. Falls Church, Virginia, December 24, 9:14 p.m. Dan Connolly caught his wife Julie's eye across the dining room table and offered a thumbs up. She answered with a weary but genuine smile. Between them lay the pleasant wreckage of a small holiday gathering, empty plates, half-finished glasses of wine and soda, and the contented turkey-stuffed faces of family. Their Christmas Eve dinner for 8 was done, and done well. With his mother-in-law handling tomorrow's feast, Dan and Julie luxuriated in the sweet relief of having survived their hosting duties for the season. Dan's mother, Julie's cousin, their kids Jack and Elsa, and Julie's parents lingered at the table, deep in conversation about a relative who'd prioritized a lavish new swimming pool over his child's college savings. Dan let the chatter become background noise, determined to soak in the moment. After a lifetime of military service, with long stretches spent at war, he'd missed more holiday dinners than he'd attended over the past 15 years. He knew he needed to be here, fully present, savoring the peace. A quiet, cynical thought intruded: enjoy it while it lasts. This time next year, you might be knee-deep in a whole different kind of mess on the other side of the world. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the laughter around him. Dan Connolly cherished the peaceful scene before him. For once, everyone in the family was genuinely enjoying each other's company. A true holiday gift he hadn't dared hope for. He was just preparing to lead the group toward the cozy living room fireplace when his phone vibrated. His wife Julie shot him a withering look as he retrieved it, but he only meant to silence the call. Then he saw the caller ID, Bob Griggs, meeting Julie's gaze. He offered a placating smile. "It's Bob, sweetheart. Just a quick Merry Christmas. Why don't you get everyone started on charades? I'll be right in to light the fire," he answered. "Bob, I pictured you elbow-deep in pumpkin pie right about now." Griggs's tone was stripped of all holiday cheer. "Are you watching the news?" "It's Christmas Eve, Bob. I'm with my family. Turn it on, right now." Connolly was already on his feet, phone pressed to his ear, striding toward the den. If Griggs was calling with that voice, the situation was critical. He grabbed the remote. "The Chinese aren't scheduled to make a move until after the election." "It's not China, Dan. It's Russia." A cold dread settled in the Marine's gut. The TV flickered to life, tuned to a major news network. The anchor's composed delivery belied the words scrolling on the screen. "Authorities are urging calm, but confirm this is an unprecedented event. To reiterate, Europe is experiencing what appears to be a complete and total communications blackout. All fiber optic, satellite, and internet links have failed." The screen split, showing a technical expert standing before a wall of dark monitors. The anchor continued, "With your decades in telecom, what's your take? Could this be a seasonal overload?" "I've never witnessed anything like it," the engineer stated flatly. "We have zero contact with any of our European offices, no satellite feeds, no landlines, not even private cell phones. This isn't an accident. This has to be a deliberate, coordinated attack. How long has this been going on?" Connolly demanded into the phone. "Only a few minutes from what we can tell," Griggs replied. "Every major outlet is reporting the same thing. Nothing is getting in or out of Europe. The entire continent has just gone silent. This has Russia written all over it," Connolly said, his mind racing. "Agreed," Griggs said, "and jamming phones wasn't the goal. They've blinded NATO. This is the prelude. Something major is coming." Connolly checked his watch. "It might already be underway. It's just past 3 a.m. over there. They didn't cut the lights for fun. The attack started the second they flipped the switch. This is synchronized with something else." "But what?" Griggs argued, frustration evident. "An invasion? We haven't seen the buildup. The forces in Belarus couldn't take Poland, let alone hold it. Our intelligence was clear. They lacked the logistical capacity for a sustained push. Their top general isn't even in the theater. He's running exercises in Iran, for crying out loud." "I don't have the pieces yet, Bob," Connolly admitted, his voice low. "But we need to find them, and fast. You coming in?" Connolly glanced back toward the dining room. Julie remained at the table, her worried eyes fixed on him. "Yeah, I'll be there in 30. See you then." Dan Connolly walked back into the living room, where the festive mood had evaporated. Every face turned toward him, awaiting an explanation he couldn't yet give. "Radom, Paland, December 25, 0435 hours. A firm hand shaking her shoulder pulled Paulina Tobias from a deep sleep. She blinked open her eyes to see Titus crouched in the darkness of her tent, his expression grim. The entrance flap of her tent was still open, and through it, Paulina could see the deep, unbroken darkness outside, interrupted only by the faint, steady drift of snowflakes. Before she could even form a greeting, Titus's voice cut through the cold air. "You awake, Paulina?" "Good morning," she answered, a smile of surprise forming on her lips. But the smile faded as she took in his expression. His face was set, all traces of casualness gone. "We're moving out. The transport trucks will be here in 5 minutes. Moving back to the city?" He gave a sharp shake of his head. "Different direction, Lieutenant Nowicki's orders. We're heading west." Paulina pushed herself up on her cot. "We just spent the entire yesterday here, filling sandbags and setting up those timber defenses. Why would we abandon all that work and just—" Titus was already turning to leave. "The Russians have entered Poland." "What are you talking about?" He was gone, the tent flap falling shut behind him. From the opposite cot, Ursula stirred in her sleeping bag, rubbing at her tired eyes. "What did he say?" "Something crazy about Russians being in Poland." Ursula let her head drop back onto her pillow with a groan. "He's just messing with you. He thinks you're cute." Paulina pulled off her wool hat, running her fingers through her tangled ash-blonde hair. She didn't believe for a second the Russians were in Poland, but she absolutely believed she was about to be hauled out into the snow, thrown onto a truck bed in 5 minutes, and taken to some other frozen field to dig another pointless ditch. The women, along with most of the company, took far longer than 5 minutes to get their gear together. By the time Nowicki finally had everyone loaded and the trucks were rolling, he still hadn't offered a single word of explanation about their destination or purpose. Titus was definitely wrong about the Russians. Paulina was certain. But if Ursula was right and that bizarre announcement was his idea of flirting, it was a spectacularly bad attempt. The convoy traveled west on a narrow paved road, the journey notable only when they began climbing a rare, gentle slope in this otherwise flat landscape. Without warning, her truck lurched off the pavement, and the world dissolved into a violent, jolting chaos. The vehicle plunged into frozen ruts and ditches, tossing everyone in the back against each other and sending personal bags tumbling with every bone-rattling impact. After several brutal minutes, the trucks ground to a halt in a snowy clearing. Paulina jumped down with the others, her boots sinking into shin-deep snow on a quiet white hill, an old pasture that sloped down toward a 2-lane road a couple hundred yards to the south. A heavy, wet snow continued to fall, limiting visibility to little more than that empty strip of asphalt. "Is this what we rushed here to defend?" she wondered. The section sergeants assembled the 93 volunteers of the militia company on the hillside. They formed into 6 ragged lines, shuffling and stamping their feet against the cold, a far cry from any organized military unit. Everyone waited, a tense silence hanging in the air, for someone to explain what was happening. Nowicki stayed inside the cab of his truck for a long several minutes. When he finally emerged and began trudging back through the snow toward them, Paulina saw it immediately, an expression on the lieutenant's face she had never seen before. The usual confident demeanor was gone, replaced by something that looked uncomfortably like fear. "Listen up," he barked. "I don't have any details beyond what I'm telling you, so save your questions. Communications with regional command are down. The territorial defense network is coming in broken. But before I lost contact, a transmission claimed Russian armored units crossed the border from Brest at dawn. Unconfirmed civilian shortwave reports are saying the same thing, adding that they've engaged Polish military positions." A stunned silence settled over the group until Nowicki spoke again, his voice lower. "If this is accurate, it means our country is under attack." A collective gasp rippled through the lines of young men and women, instantly followed by a burst of overlapping voices and frantic questions. Nowicki shouted over the din, "The intelligence we did get suggests a westward advance. The army is scrambling to establish a defensive line, and we are pushing NATO to mobilize their forces from the north and move to the border. But there's a problem. Their communications are experiencing major disruptions too." Our orders had shifted, pulling us away from Expressway 12 to this overlook above Route 740. Lieutenant Nowicki scanned the whiteout conditions, hands settling on his hips. Not a single report suggests enemy movement will come up that road. Honestly, I wouldn't choose it either. But our job is to be prepared regardless. A woman from Section F, her voice sharp with frustration, called out, "Prepared with what? A handful of RPGs, 2 mortars, and some machine guns? Are we seriously expected to halt an entire invasion force with this?" Nowicki met her gaze steadily. "You are expected to defend your country. The odds don't change the duty." The tension erupted into shouts. A man in his 40s broke from the line, his voice raw. "My wife and children are in Warsaw. I need to get to them." He began marching toward the idling trucks. Nowicki, decades younger, moved to block his path. "The Polish land forces are securing the capital. They will protect your family. While I'm stuck guarding an empty road in the middle of nowhere, I'm done with this," the militiaman yelled. Nowicki's voice wavered, then hardened. "Listen carefully. Your militia service is now mandatory. Any man or woman who deserts will be shot by their section sergeant. If that sergeant hesitates, I will execute them, and then I will execute you." A heavy silence swallowed the hill, broken only by the relentless whisper of snow. Then a pipeline technician named Jersey flung his rifle into a drift. "Screw your orders, college boy. I'm calling a ride out of—" In one fluid motion, his section sergeant chambered around in his AK-47 and aimed the barrel at Jersey's temple. Nearby, a roofer who'd signed up for the extra pay shouted, "I didn't join to be a soldier." A chorus of agreement rose. The group dissolved into chaos over the next few seconds, the descent swelling. Nowicki drew his sidearm and fired a single shot into the snow at his feet. The crack of the gunshot froze everyone in place. The young lieutenant's voice was strained but clear. "We will get through this. Your families will be safe. Everyone needs to calm down and focus on the task in front of us." He took a steadying breath. "Let's move. Dawn isn't far off. I want every section digging in now." Assigned to Section E, Paulina joined the others, driving her shovel into the deep snow before hitting the unyielding frozen earth. Her goal was to scrape out some semblance of cover facing the road and the eastern approach. All along the line, sections piled the excavated dirt into rough, makeshift berms. As Paulina wrestled with the ground, a heavy-set soccer coach slammed his pickaxe down nearby, his breath clouding in the air. "What's the point? Why would they even use this route?" A few meters away, their section sergeant, a man who attacked every task with an intensity that put the rest of them to shame, never paused in his digging. He answered without looking up, "You can ask the Russians for their travel itinerary if they arrive, Jersey." Paulina worked beside Ursula. Within minutes, Ursula was complaining about the blisters forming beneath her thick gloves. It wasn't long before Paulina felt the same fiery sting in her own palms, a raw and persistent burn. 6 ragged trenches scarred the hillside, each positioned at a varying angle to the road below, all oriented roughly toward the east. The military transports that had delivered them were now concealed within the tree line to the west. To the east, visibility stretched perhaps half a kilometer before dissolving into a wall of driving snow and thick fog which shrouded the roadway and crept halfway up the slope. The storm had intensified, wrapping the world in a silent, swirling gray. Paulina and Bruno hunkered down in the second trench from the hill's crest, their position shielded by a packed dirt berm. Their launcher rested on a backpack, ready to fire, while Paulina's rifle leaned against a strap of spare grenades. Beside them, Ursula and her RPG partner, a bald, bespectacled man in his 50s, who had finally, after nearly a year, stopped his awkward advances, crouched in the cold earth. The rest of Section E's riflemen filled the space around them. Higher up, Lieutenant Nowicki was squatting near the southern trench line, his cell phone in hand. From his sharp, frustrated gestures, Paulina could tell he still couldn't reach command. Just after 6 in the morning, he began moving from one fighting position to the next, speaking quietly to each cluster of soldiers. A heavy silence fell over Paulina's trench as they waited for him. Ursula shifted closer, wrapping her arms around Paulina and burying her face in her friend's shoulder. They held each other tightly, while Paulina studied the faces in the trenches Nowicki had already visited. Through the fog and falling snow, it was hard to tell what he'd said, but nobody was gathering their gear to leave. This wasn't over. When the lieutenant finally reached Section E, Paulina saw the fear etched plainly across his face. Her own heart began to hammer against her ribs. "Listen up," Nowicki said, his voice low. "No talking." As of 20 minutes ago, Russian forces are east of Radom, advancing west on Highway 12 with heavy armor and reconnaissance vehicles. "Bull," a roofer in the trench, shouted. Several men slumped against the berm or sat down hard in the mud. Ursula trembled in Paulina's grasp, her legs buckling until Paulina steadied her. Nowicki pressed on. A full battalion of the Territorial Defense Forces en route, but they're 50 kilometers out. And from what I can gather, nobody has made contact with any NATO units. Ursula's whisper was barely audible. "We're already dead." "No," Nowicki snapped, pointing at her. "Their main column is on 12, that's 15 miles south of us. If they send scouts up Route 740, we engage. We slow them down, we hold them back, we punch them in the mouth so hard they'll have to stop and rethink everything. That gives our battalion time to get here and finish the job." A heavyset man named Jersey, who'd once coached youth soccer, spoke up. "A battalion? You think 1,200 men will stop a Russian invasion?" Nowicki was already climbing out of the trench. "We can't control the Russians or the Territorials. We can only control what we do. Listen for my orders on the radio." He jogged toward Section F's position. Paulina's gaze drifted down the line to where Titus lay prone on the berm, his eye pressed to the scope of his Dragunov. He hadn't spoken a word all morning, and she wondered if his fear ran as deep as her own. She decided then to go talk to him. But before she could move, a sharp voice cut from the adjacent trench. "Shut the hell up!" Every head turned, but only for a second. The reason became clear immediately. A low, persistent rumble rolled over the hillside from the east. "What is that?" Bruno muttered. "Ursula's RPG gunner." Kluck tilted his head. "Too quiet for tanks." "What's out there?" Another soldier asked. Titus scanned through his scope. "Just houses and buildings along 740. No movement, could be tractor trailers or heavy trucks passing." "I don't really think." He fell silent. A new sound washed over them all, the deep rolling growl of a distant explosion. Ursula whispered, her breath a white cloud in the cold air. "Dear God, they're here." Paulina squeezed her friend's shoulder, trying to sound more certain than she felt. "That's miles off." "They have plenty of routes to choose from." Bruno shook his head, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "They'll stick to the main road. It's the fastest way." From his sniper's perch at the trench's end, Titus called out, his voice tight. "That's not the highway. That's Route 740. Something's happening over there." The distant thumps came first. One, then two, a third echoing after. A low, grinding rumble of heavy engines began to swell, punctuated by more explosions that rolled across the landscape for what felt like an eternity. Lieutenant Nowicki moved into the open, his handheld radio pressed to his ear. He keyed the mic, and a burst of static crackled from the sergeant's radio in Paulina's section. "Unidentified heavy armor is advancing up 740. I repeat, heavy armor on the move." Paulina watched him from the trench. Nowicki started to speak again, but froze, his head turning. The very ground beneath them began to tremble. Snow, already churned and filthy for 100 yards in every direction from their frantic preparations, now danced and shifted with the vibration. Dirt clods broke free from the trench berms and tumbled down around them. Nowicki spun to face his militia, his expression etched with a dread that sent a cold spike through Paulina's chest. From behind his rifle, Titus's shout cut through the growing roar. "Armor on the road, moving fast!" The lieutenant stood exposed, staring at Titus in stunned silence. In that moment, Paulina saw it. He was utterly lost. A wave of raw panic threatened to choke her. A man a few positions down retched violently into the frozen dirt. She looked past Bruno, her eyes finding Ursula's. Her friend's tears traced clean lines through the grime on her cheeks, her gloved hands trembling uncontrollably. Paulina reached behind Bruno, gripping Ursula's hand for one brief, solid second before both women turned back to their weapons. A sudden flash ignited the eastern gloom, a fireball that bloomed and vanished into the gray morning, followed by the deep-throated boom of the shockwave. Another flash, another concussion. Titus peered through his scope. Tanks. T-90s, weight T-14s, I'm pretty sure. Nowicki shouted over the noise. Any infantry? Negative. Just the tanks, a whole column of them. Jersey's voice rose in a raw scream. We're all dead. We're fucking dead. Nowicki, still in the open, raised his radio, his command ringing out for all positions. Hold your fire. Do not engage unless engaged. The sheer absurdity of their situation was plain. Their ragtag unit against main battle tanks. He finally sprinted through the churned snow and hurled himself into the neighboring trench. A fresh cry of alarm rose to Paulina's left. She followed the gaze of the men in the next position, not down to the road, but along the hillside to the east. 4 hulking shapes emerged from the fog, massive armored vehicles on thick black tires, plowing through the snow parallel to the road, heading straight for them. They were maybe 300 yards out and closing fast. Paulina was no professional soldier, but she remembered the glossy pages from her weekend training manuals. The angular silhouette was unmistakable. Russian boomerang APCs. The facts flooded back heavy frontal armor that would laugh off a poorly placed RPG, a 30mm cannon, a coaxial machine gun, a crew of 3, and space for 9 combat-ready troops. The surreal horror of seeing a Russian armored vehicle on Polish soil here and now was momentarily eclipsed by a grim, sarcastic thought. Of course, we get the fancy new models for our debut. Nowicki's desperate hope that they'd remain unseen evaporated. They'd been spotted by thermal imaging, a drone, some unseen eye, and their pathetic little ambush was over before it began. The air crackled with frantic radio pleas from the sergeants, urging Lieutenant Nowicki to give up as the armored column bore down. Paulina strained to hear his response, but it was drowned out by a savage roar of automatic fire. A boomerang's machine gun tore into the earth, sending plumes of snow and dirt erupting a mere 40 yards from their trench. The fleeting notion of surrender vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Nowicki's voice, sharp and strained, cut through the walkie-talkie static. Open fire! Target those APCs! A storm of return fire erupted around Paulina. Her gaze darted left and right, taking in the chaotic scene. Some soldiers were firing east, weapons braced, while others were simply huddled in the dirt, hands clamped over their helmets. Through the haze, she saw the hulking shape of a soldier break from the neighboring trench, sprinting desperately for the tree line to the west. Her eyes locked with Bruno's for a fractured moment, a raw shared terror passing between them. Then, the young man with the pockmarked cheeks spun away, hefting the RPG-7 onto his shoulder and rising to his feet, his head and torso exposed above the berm. Paulina rose behind him, her role as loader clear. She braced him with a stiff arm against his back, turning her head to check the dangerous area behind the tube. "Backblast clear!" she screamed into the deafening noise, bracing for the weapon's violent kick. Instead of the expected blast, she felt Bruno jolt backward against her hand. A dark crimson spray, not a rocket's flash, arched over the trench and painted the snow. He collapsed against her, sending them both tumbling into the dirt atop the bandolier of rockets. Shoving him off, she saw the horrific truth. His helmet was gone, and with it, the back of his skull. His own blood had mimicked the backblast of the weapon he never fired. A primal scream tore from her throat, but terror did not paralyze her. Driven by sheer survival instinct, she grabbed the RPG, shouldered its weight, and stood. The nearest armored vehicle was shockingly close. just over 70 yards away and charging straight at her. She focused, lined up the sight, and squeezed the trigger. The launcher bucked, the rocket streaked across the frozen ground, and it struck the APC's turret in a burst of flame. Yet the vehicle plowed relentlessly through the fire, undeterred. Nowicki's voice, now laced with a panic that magnified the chaos, blared from a radio in the mud. "Infantry! They're dismounting." From the fog behind the armored vehicles, Russian soldiers in white winter camouflage emerged, their black rifles stark against the snow. Some knelt to fire, others dropped prone, while a few advanced in a relentless run, spraying bullets toward the trenches. "Riflemen, engage the infantry!" Nowicki's command was a desperate shriek over the din. Dabrowski and Borowicz, keep those PKs firing. Sweep that hillside. The 4 armored vehicles crunched to a stop in the deep snow, their main guns immediately opening up with a steady thumping rhythm. Almost at once, Paulina heard the sharp cracks of splintering wood from the forest behind her as heavy machine gun fire tore through the pines. Rounds snapped past her head with the furious, amplified buzz of supersonic hornets. Her cheeks were streaked with icy tears, her arms trembling as she reloaded her grenade launcher and aimed again at the same target. Beside her, Ursula hoisted an RPG launcher with one hand and gave Kluck a firm slap on the back, signaling the area behind him was clear. They fired almost in unison. Kluck's rocket struck the boomerang vehicle, but glanced off harmlessly. Paulina's shot sailed over the advancing assault carrier and erupted against the distant hillside. "Damn it!" Nowicki's voice crackled over the radio again. "Aim lower, now." Suddenly, fresh explosions shook the ground around Paulina's position. A deafening ring filled her ears and her heart hammered wildly against her ribs. Chunks of frozen earth showered down around her. "God, please let me make it through this." The earthen berm directly in front of her erupted, dirt and snow geysering into the air. Paulina dropped the launcher and threw herself flat into the bottom of the trench. Screams and pained grunts echoed around her. Instinctively, she looked to her right. Ursula lay curled on her side in the dirt, facing away, utterly still as if in a deep sleep. Above her motionless form, Kluck struggled to shoulder the RPG alone, but then he jerked violently backward as a machine gun round punched into his chest. He toppled over Ursula and lay sprawled across her, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Something inside Paulina Tobias broke at the sight of her best friend lying there. A cold, sharp clarity cut through the fear. With a surge of defiant anger, she grabbed the nearest weapon, her long, wooden-stocked Mosin-Nagant rifle. She scrambled out of the fighting hole, climbed onto the berm, and stood tall in the swirling snow, scanning for targets through the storm. Dispersed enemy infantry moved in the middle distance, their muzzle flashes briefly illuminating their forms in the whiteout. Paulina started to bring her rifle to bear on one, when, like phantoms materializing from the fog, 2 Russian soldiers in white winter camouflage appeared out of the driving snow, barely 15 meters away. She swung the heavy rifle toward them, and all 3 saw the movement at the same instant. High above the chaotic pasture, a 71-year-old retiree stood at the edge of a small hamlet, using the expensive Nikon lens he'd bought for birdwatching to document the surreal firefight unfolding on what was normally a quiet, sheep-dotted hillside. Through his viewfinder, he saw a blonde woman with a ponytail rise from a trench not far from where a brunette had just fallen. There was a startling certainty to her movements, a grim decisiveness that stood out. In a battle where many of the outgunned Poles seemed to falter and hide, only to be cut down anyway, this woman climbed fully out of her cover and onto the berm. In her hands was an old wood-stocked rifle, and to the pensioner she looked like a partisan straight out of a history book. He centered his long lens on her. The snowy ground just meters in front of her suddenly erupted in fire and smoke from a grenade blast, spraying brown earth into the air. She didn't even flinch. Instead, she took a deliberate step forward. shouldered the antique rifle, and aimed it squarely at the approaching Russian troops. The old man held down the shutter button, capturing frame after frame as the young woman, almost a kilometer away, ignored the tree branches exploding around her. She rocked back slightly with the recoil of her shot. The nearest Russian soldier, not 15 paces from her, spun and collapsed into the snow. The girl cycled the bolt of her rifle. The elderly man continued snapping photographs, and she brought the weapon up once more to take aim. Just as he attempted to frame the perfect shot of flame and smoke erupting from her long wooden stock, she was thrown backward. This sudden motion, however, wasn't from the kick of her own gun. She twisted in the dirt, staggering back with her right arm outstretched, the rifle held away from her body as her legs gave out completely. She fell hard, landing flat on her back. The weapon slipped from her grasp as she pitched forward into the trench, her face meeting the frozen earth. The rifle lay abandoned on the grimy snow at the trench's lip, but the girl had vanished from sight. He kept pressing the shutter, his focus divided between the scene and the girl's fate, even as the soldier she'd fired at pushed himself up, retrieved his own rifle, and continued his advance. Her round had clearly struck his body armor, leaving him unharmed, and to the south, a mere 200 yards past the skirmish. The relentless procession of Russian armor rolled eastward, utterly indifferent to the close-quarter struggle unfolding beside them. A tremendous impact slammed against the stock of her rifle, spinning Paulina Tobias violently and sending her crashing down into the ditch. The frozen ground knocked the wind from her as she landed on her chest. For a disorienting moment, she wasn't sure if she was alive or dead. The realization that she was still breathing sparked a frantic instinct. Her Mosin Nagant was gone, lost in the fall. So she scrambled with her right hand, desperately clawing through the fallen around her for another weapon. Her fingers brushed against cold metal. A wire-stocked AK-47 lay just a few feet away. Partially pinned under Radek, a truck driver whose terrible eyesight had kept him out of the regular army. His thick, shattered eyeglasses rested near the rifle. Though the Kalashnikov hadn't been his, he'd fought with an SKS. Its history didn't matter now. All Paulina wanted was to feel its weight in her numb hand, to pull herself back out of this hole, and to unleash one final defiant burst before the end came for her and everyone else. On the other side of Radek's body, Jerzy, a soccer coach from Warsaw, dragged himself to his knees. His face was a mask of dirt and blood, and his eyes locked onto the same AK. Seeing Paulina crawling toward it, he threw himself forward, scrambling over her with a surge of adrenaline. Despite a grievous shrapnel wound above his right ear that soaked his scalp in blood, a fierce will to fight still burned in him, mirroring the desperate resolve in the girl beneath him. Jerzy's weight crushed Paulina, mashing her down onto Radek's still form, but he managed to seize the rifle. He rolled, lying across Paulina's back and driving the last of the air from her lungs. Pinned, face down in the churned, frozen mud, Paulina couldn't see what happened next. But the deafening roar of close-range automatic fire filled her ears, and she squeezed her eyes shut tight. From his vantage point on the hill, the pensioner watched through his long lens as clusters of Russian soldiers in white winter camouflage scrambled up the berm toward the trench where the brave blonde had disappeared. As he focused, the young troops began aiming down into the depression. They hosed the trench with automatic fire from their AKs. Some didn't even bother to aim properly, simply holding their muzzles over the edge and pointing straight down as they emptied magazine after magazine into the pit. They were executing the wounded. The main armored column had never stopped its eastward roll along the road during the entire firefight, and now, looking down, the photographer could see supply trucks and support vehicles mixed in with the tanks and armored personnel carriers. He captured what images he could, glanced at his camera's display, and saw he had taken over 500 photographs in just 3 minutes. A cold certainty settled in his gut. It was time to get the hell out of this place. Grafenwöhr, December 25. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant was in a spectacularly bad mood, and his workday hadn't even officially begun. He woke up 30 minutes early, hoping to wish his wife back in Boulder a Merry Christmas over FaceTime, only to discover his phone had no internet connection. When he tried calling her instead, the line stayed silent for over a minute. Cell service was completely down. His wife was going to bed angry, and this Christmas morning was already off to a terrible start. For the past month, Grant had been stationed at U.S. Army Garrison Grafenwohr, overseeing equipment preparations for Broadsword, a major NATO exercise scheduled for Germany in late January. As the commander of a tank maintenance regiment, he carried the responsibility for every American Abrams tank in the operation, which meant spending the holidays away from his family. While Broadsword involved multiple NATO members, the heaviest contributions in troops and equipment came from the Poles, Germans, and Americans, the three nations most committed to defending Northern Europe. His job was challenging enough without starting the day completely cut off from home. He took a shower, muttering curses at Apple, Deutsche Telekom, and every other invisible force seemingly aligned against him, then pulled on his BDU and laced up his boots. As he walked down the hallway past the enormous tank maintenance bays, he tried dialing home again, without any luck. Grant had been a muscular 6-foot tackle at the University of Minnesota, a build that served him well as a young tanker hauling rounds and replacing tracks. These days, some of that muscle had settled around his middle, and his auburn hair had thinned and grayed. He still carried a solid, blocky frame, but like many dedicated soldiers, he regretted how his duties left little time for the gym. "Sir," a voice called from an open doorway, interrupting his futile phone attempt. He turned to see Lieutenant Darnell Chandler, his assistant logistics officer. "Morning, sir. There's a call for you in the layette room." "At least one phone in this place works," Grant grumbled. "Yes, sir. I couldn't get through to my girlfriend on Skype either. Internet's out. She'll probably blame me when we finally talk." "Not yet, Chandler," Grant said as he passed him. "Wait until you marry her. Then everything really will be your fault." Grant usually avoided the strong scent of engine oil and hydraulic fluid until after breakfast, but he followed Chandler out into the maintenance bay on the way to the equipment room. Passing through the door, he was pleased to see U.S. Army tankers and German soldiers paired up and working diligently. Inside the bay stood two massive M1A2 SEP Abrams tanks, and every man working on them was smudged with varying degrees of grease. Lieutenant Colonel Grant, the PA system announced as he walked between the hulking vehicles. "Phone call, line 1. Tom Grant quickened his pace and glanced at his cell again. It still displayed keine Verbindung, no connection. He gave a nod as he passed two senior enlisted leaders, Master Sergeant Kellogg and Oberstabsfeld Wabel Wolfram, the German equivalent of a master sergeant. "Sir, they're calling for you in the maintenance office," Kellogg said. "Yeah, I heard," Grant replied, continuing on with Chandler close behind. Once the major was out of earshot, the German turned to his American counterpart. "How's your new commander settling in?" "He's solid," Kellogg said. "I've been bringing him along gradually, but he catches on quick. He's seen his share of action, mostly at the tactical level. He's a graduate of the Tank Officer Basic Course, ABO LC, so he's the real deal. A tank commander through and through." Wolfram wiped his hands on a grease-stained rag. "What happened?" "He ended up on a punishment detail in Iraq. That's where they send officers who mess up. Once you're in that hole, it's almost impossible to climb out. You get the worst assignments, and if you don't, just survive but actually excel. Maybe, just maybe, you salvage your career. You Americans are ruthless with your officers. One misstep, and it's over, yes. Not always, but in Grant's case, he'll never make it past lieutenant colonel, no matter what he does." He shrugged. Anyway, they shipped him to maintenance school, and now he's one of the best. The troops respect him. The man never stops working. I'll give him that. Sometimes he even crashes on the cot in his office." The German chuckled. "Sounds like my commander. I suspect your lieutenant colonel and my major are both sweating over next month's training exercise." LTC Grant's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. "Major Ott, Master Sergeant Kellogg, and Oberstabsfeld Weibel Wolfram to the layette room now." The two senior enlisted men exchanged a glance. "Great," Kellogg muttered. "Someone needs to tell the boss not to sound like the world's ending over the PA. He's coming off like we're already under attack." 3 minutes later, they stood with Lieutenant Colonel Grant and Lieutenant Chandler in the layette room. Major Blas Ott, the German contingent commander, hurried in, his expression tense. "Blas, take a seat," Grant said, hanging up the landline. "We've got a serious situation." A U.S. sergeant pushed through the door, clipboard in hand. "Top, I can't place that order for the O3 part. The network's down again and—" "Not now, soldier," Kellogg barked. The sergeant retreated, closing the door behind him. Grant turned back to the group. "That was command on the landline. They're up in Belgium with their families for the holidays. They reported that cell and internet service is down across Europe. A few landlines are still working. They got through briefly before we were cut off." He paused, letting the weight of the silence settle. "Here's what we know. Russian forces have launched an attack into Poland." Every man in the room stiffened. "You've got to be kidding me," Kellogg whispered. "We don't have details on their size or objectives yet," Grant continued. Ott leaned forward. "How did they cross into Poland without anyone noticing? You can't exactly hide an army." "No idea," Grant replied, "but we are now on alert. Command wants us to mobilize the regiment immediately. We pull everyone we can from the battalions and line companies, and we crew every operational tank with whatever qualified personnel we have." "To do what, sir?" Kellogg asked. "We establish a hasty defensive position. Command will link up with us and assume control once they're able." "Sir, we don't have the actual tank crews," Kellogg pointed out. The main body of the 37th Armored Regiment was still back in the States. None of the maintainers had ever imagined they would be the ones to maneuver the regiment's Abrams tanks in a combat scenario. "I know, and so does the brigadier, but we can't wait for the main body to arrive. The rest of the brigade isn't scheduled to deploy until after New Year's. It's us and our German allies, or there's no one." Chandler's voice was thick with disbelief. "Sir, that means you're acting regimental commander? Maintenance officers, even former tankers, weren't trained to command a tank regiment in battle. Only for a few hours until command arrives. I'll address the men in 10 minutes. I want tanks staged and ready to move within the hour." Grant scanned the faces of his small, stunned leadership team, the gravity of the moment etched clearly in his expression. He understood perfectly, as did every man gathered in the room, that none of their personnel held the full qualification of a 19K, the official designation for an armored crewman. The American soldiers stationed at Grafenwohr were primarily 91s and 45Es, systems maintainers and turret mechanics. "I'm aware of your concerns," he addressed the group. "However, nearly every one of our 91s has completed basic driver training. Honestly, many of them log more hours behind the wheel than the dedicated tank drivers. Furthermore, we all maintain proficiency in gunnery." Wolfram was the next to voice a question. "Sir, what's the plan if the enemy advances into Germany before the rest of the regiment's tank crews can deploy?" "The orders are clear," came the firm reply. "We are tankers. We execute the movement as directed until we receive new instructions." Chandler then shifted the focus to logistics. "We'll need to secure headquarters vehicles and the necessary communications gear for effective command and control." "Affirmative. Secure all available command vehicles and every piece of radio equipment we possess. With satellite communications down, I require long-range capability to maintain contact with the battalions." 3 full tank battalions are now under your command, sir," Major Blas Ott stated, reinforcing the point. "Central Iran, December 25. For Colonel General Boris Lazar, the cacophony, the pervasive dust, the relentless vibration, and the frequent jostling against the tank's hard interior had all faded into a familiar background hum. His focus was entirely external, fixed on the seemingly endless column of sand-colored armor stretching ahead along the Hamadan Bijar Road northwest of Zanjan. The rumble of engines was a constant bass note beneath the crackle of radio traffic in his headset. He had a dedicated command vehicle, but had chosen to ride in a T-90 for this leg of the journey. A decision that placed him physically closer to the steel of his force while still keeping him linked via radio to his executive officer, Colonel Dmitry Kier, who was sealed inside the headquarters vehicle trailing 50 meters behind. That command vehicle was one of the few new Boomerang armored personnel carriers in his formation. The majority had been allocated to Sabanyev's command. Lazar's primary transport remained the older, reliable BTR-82A, a platform he had known for over 3 decades, and one he trusted implicitly. He harbored no particular affection for newer models, though he conceded the Boomerang's communications suite was unparalleled, which was why he had reluctantly integrated 5 of them. Let Sabaniev have the shiny new toys, the Boomerangs, and the T-14s. Lazar was a traditionalist. He would fight his war with equipment that had proven itself. The task before him was monumental. Even in ostensibly friendly territory, moving his entire combat force, headquarters, and logistical tail across nearly 300 kilometers of unfamiliar ground. He'd never set foot in Iran before, while the politicians in Moscow and Tehran had orchestrated this massive movement of Russian troops and 100 armored vehicles along Iran's north-south axis. The practical execution was a staggering undertaking. His column advanced alongside a substantial contingent of Iranian armor and infantry, not for protection, but for the sake of appearance. To any satellite surveillance still operational over the region, this needed to look like a joint training exercise between the two nations. A lone Russian force speeding toward the southern coast would raise immediate alarms, whereas a combined Russo-Iranian movement south might buy a precious day or two of confusion. That was the window. Colonel Borbakov had calculated they needed to make Lazar's mission irreversible. The bet was that 32 hours of travel would deliver Lazar to the port before American intelligence could piece together his true objective. A joint exercise thousands of miles from the European or Asian theaters would be dismissed as a minor concern. The real crisis would begin only when Lazar and his force set sail for the Horn of Africa, transforming in an instant from a diplomatic footnote into their paramount strategic nightmare. The sheer audacity of the plan brought a grim, private smile to Lazar's face as he watched the dust clouds rise over the Iranian plateau. Connolly and Griggs spent Christmas morning at their desks, buried in the frustrating search for reliable intelligence on the unfolding chaos in Central Europe. The initial hours yielded almost nothing. They divided their time between scanning news broadcasts on the bullpen TV and fruitlessly querying the networks of the DIA, CIA, and NSA. Griggs remarked with exasperation that he could access more real-time data on events in East Timor or Paraguay than he could on what was transpiring across the Atlantic. Around 1 in the morning, a shortwave transmission from near Krakow reported Russian armor moving north of the city. This might have been the first concrete evidence of a ground assault, except that similar frantic reports began flooding in from operators in Tallinn, Estonia, Dugda, Latvia, and Rudamina, Lithuania, all claiming Russian forces were pouring over the borders. The intelligence community was paralyzed, unable to determine if this was a genuine multi-front invasion or an elaborate Russian deception. The sheer scale of a 1,000-mile-wide attack seemed implausible, especially since no significant troop buildups had been detected beforehand. Griggs brought Connolly another cup of coffee around 11, sinking into the chair next to the Marine. "If this is a real move against Europe," he said, "General Lazar would absolutely be running the show. Preparing for this exact scenario has been his life's work." Connolly shook his head. "It doesn't add up for me either." unless they're pulling a classic Patton maneuver with him. Griggs knew the history during World War II. General George Patton was famously stationed in England, his presence there a calculated ruse to mislead German intelligence about the true location of the Allied invasion. It would be a clever play, the major conceded, but I'm not buying it. Even if they kept him out of the NATO assault, pulling Russia's top strategist out of the country at a moment when they must expect a counterstrike is borderline insane. If Zabaneyev has committed a massive force to Europe, he's left Russia's front door wide open. Connolly swiveled his chair, a new intensity in his eyes. What if there is no massive force? What if we didn't miss anything because it was never there to see? For 70 years, NATO has braced for the full red tide sweeping into Western Europe. But something smaller, faster, a surgical strike, could breach the line, especially with all the satellite and comms blackouts sowing perfect confusion. Griggs's face went pale as the concept clicked. My God, Dan, a raid! This isn't an invasion. It's a large-scale operational raid. Exactly, Connolly said, his voice low and urgent. A few hundred frontline armored units moving at speed could punch a hole straight through. Especially on Christmas, with NATO's readiness lowered, and especially when we're blind and deaf to what's actually happening. But to what end? Griggs pressed, his mind racing. Do they just want to joyride through Europe, blowing things up to prove a point? Are they going to seize Berlin and declare it a Russian suburb? Your guess is as good as mine, Connolly admitted. He leaned forward, tapping his desk. Why don't you give Nick a call over at NSA? See if he can spare a moment to look deeper into those military exercises in Iran. Griggs let out a low whistle. You think he has the bandwidth? With Europe supposedly being invaded and Taiwan on the brink? Think about it, Connolly insisted. He's been immersed in the Taiwan situation for months. As for Europe, the intel pipeline is dry. There's nothing substantive for him to analyze. But the satellites over Iran are functioning perfectly. It's a quiet corner. Just make the call. Griggs nodded slowly, the logic settling in. All right, can't hurt to ask. Hof, Germany. 25 December. The first American to physically witness the advancing Russian forces was a 21-year-old from Utah, though the operation had begun a full 16 hours earlier. He was there on a post-college backpacking trip, a detail not in the original reports, utterly unprepared for the rumble of history rolling through the quiet German countryside. Trudging through the dense woods north of the hamlet of Hof was a brutal slog for the lone scout, with 3 feet of snow drifted into deep mounds that made every step a struggle. His orders were clear: advance and observe. Back among the trees, hidden by the early night and low cloud cover, a team waited in 3 cavalry Humvees, each mounted with a .50 caliber machine gun. The young soldier from Utah stumbled more than once on the 30-yard trek to the tree line, each fall feeding his embarrassment at the thought of his sergeant and buddies watching from the vehicles. Finally reaching a patch with only a foot of snow, he dropped to his knees and raised his night vision goggles, scanning the distant Autobahn. At first, there was nothing. Then his trained eyes caught the faint, steady movement of a column heading southwest. He'd monitored civilian traffic all day without concern, but this line of large vehicles was different. Not a single light was on. He waited, the frigid air sharp and clear until the shapes grew distinct. Scout cars, long, low, armored fighting vehicles he didn't recognize, and then tanks. A lot of tanks. He scrambled to his feet, turned, and lumbered back through the snow as fast as he could to where his sergeant first class stood by the lead Humvee's passenger door. Armor and heavy recon vehicles, Sergeant. Definitely Russian. No lights. Moving southwest. A radio call shot immediately to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant, positioned a kilometer back with the tanks in their hastily formed blocking position. Before departing Grafenwöhr, Grant had managed to field 80 M1A2 SEP Abrams tanks, 40 per battalion, along with a substantial reconnaissance troop of dozens of Humvees and Stryker armored vehicles. This makeshift force placed Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant, a U.S. Army logistics officer by trade, in command of the composite 37th Armored Regiment. German Major Blas Ott, meanwhile, found himself technically commanding the 23rd Panzer Battalion and its 44 Leopard 2s, Germany's most formidable tank. It was a far cry from the Cold War era, when the German army boasted over 2,000 Leopards. Now they had fewer than 250. But the Leopard 2 remained a masterpiece of precision engineering and a serious threat on the battlefield. One piece of good fortune for Grant and Ott was their ample supply of munitions. Both U.S., European Command and German Bundeswehr headquarters had planned for heavy involvement in the live-fire phase of Exercise Broadsword, so all vehicles were fully stocked with tank rounds, machine gun ammunition, and rockets. Grant was studying a map spread across his Humvee's hood when the call came in about the Russian sighting. He and his executive officer, Captain Brad Spillane, quickly pinpointed the location and traced the road's direction. "They're coming right at us," Grant said, his voice steady. "We've got about 10 minutes to decide how to play this. Looks like America's war with Russia is going to kick off right here." In a twist of darkly practical humor, Grant had stuffed his operations and headquarters element with his most seasoned men, mostly those nearing retirement or between command assignments, guys who'd seen it all. This, of course, meant the actual tank commanders out in the field were not his top tier. His logic was grimly straightforward. If the battle wasn't directed by the best, things could go south fast. Real fast. The headquarters section, under Captain Spillane, a former tank company commander, consisted of several radio Humvees, a dedicated command and control vehicle, and a cluster of camouflaged tents. And it was from this nerve center that Tom Grant believed he could best steer the unfolding fight. Grant and Ott had laid their trap for the Russian forces in a largely straightforward line, concentrating on what they predicted would be the enemy's primary path. They had chosen a ridge with a commanding view over German highways 9 and 72, a position that covered their bases effectively. A smaller detachment of just 8 tanks was sent to monitor the crossroads where routes 93 and 72 met. This force was too light to inflict serious harm, but in a last-minute decision, Grant and Ott had opted against dividing their strength equally. They chose to reinforce the western ambush site, judging it the most probable route the enemy would take. 3 Arty Aviation Brigade, Regimental Headquarters, Ansbach Army Airfield, Katterbach Barracks, Germany, December 25. The landline phone in the 1-3 Attack Reconnaissance Battalion's pilot-ready room rang once, then again, a persistent jangle in the quiet space. Army First Lieutenant Sandra Glisson hesitated, her fingers tight on the PlayStation 4 controller. The battalion's multi-purpose room, serving as both classroom and lounge, was nearly deserted on Christmas Day. Almost every officer was on leave. The only others present were the 2 engrossed in their video game. One pilot updating his flight logs with music blasting from his earbuds, and another officer asleep on the couch facing the large television, which displayed nothing but a steady blue screen. The new regimental commander had insisted on keeping 2 gunship crews on high alert, parroting his train-as-you-fight motto. To the officers stuck with duty, it felt like meaningless posturing from the top. The intelligence section had briefed a heightened alert status in Poland, urging everyone to verify their recall information, after which the regiment's key leadership had promptly departed for vacations back to the States. "I've got you now," First Lieutenant Alan Thomas shouted, his voice competing with the ringing phone and game sounds. "Just answer the thing. You're finished here anyway." "Pause it, and I will." Glisson shot back. Thomas kept playing, so with a sigh, she stood up, awkwardly maneuvering her controller as she walked toward the phone. Only when Thomas finally paused the game did she drop the controller onto the sofa and snatch up the receiver. He immediately unpaused with a chuckle, which Glisson noted with an exasperated eye roll as she spoke. "Hello!" a furious voice erupted from the other end. Hello, is that how you answer a duty phone? Who the hell is this? She recognized the voice of Major Coussard. She'd completely forgotten he was on duty. My apologies, sir. This is First Lieutenant Sandra Glisson, 1st Battalion. The line crackled with static, but the Major's words were clear enough. Listen up, Glisson. The attack team is activated. You and your wingman launch immediately. I'll brief your company net once you're on comms. Sir, Sandra replied, her voice thick with disbelief, is this some kind of joke? Do I sound like I'm joking, Lieutenant? Get to your aircraft now? Sandra fell silent, her eyes locking with Lieutenant Thomas's across the room. Why are you still on the phone? Major Coussard screamed. Sandra hung up and stared at the three men. Then she announced, We're launching! She slammed her palm against a wall button, triggering flashing red alert lights throughout the building. The two aviators on the couch leapt to their feet, but only stood there, confused. Does it look like I'm joking? This is real. Get to your aircraft now, she yelled, throwing Major Coussard's own furious words back at them. 3 minutes later, two officers were already running through their startup checklist in Apache gunship number 42, parked beside Sandra's own aircraft, number 41. Sandra's co-pilot gunner hadn't arrived yet, but she had climbed into the front seat of her chopper. In her rushed departure, she had forgotten her flight jacket, and the biting cold of the German winter seeped through her uniform as she worked the helicopter's red and white beacons sliced through the darkness, their spinning rotors whipping the cold air into a frenzy. Crew members darted around the two massive aircraft, performing last-minute checks and removing the final restraints. Nearby ammunition carts rattled to a stop as teams hurried to attach fresh missile pods and gun systems. The ground chief plugged his headset into the external comms port on Sandra's helicopter. Captain, I need to apologize, he began, his voice tense. We pulled all your ordnance for a scheduled maintenance check earlier. I honestly didn't think you'd be scrambling tonight. Don't worry about it, Chief, Sandra replied, her focus already miles ahead. Just get me loaded and ready to go. Her radio buzzed with Major Coussard's voice cutting through the static. Viper 1-6, this is Griffin 3. Do you copy? Griffin 3, Viper 1-6 reads you loud and clear, awaiting instructions. Get your wingmen on this channel now. I'll brief you while you're getting airborne. Sandra signaled to the other helicopter, gesturing for the crew to switch to the battalion's tactical frequency. They tuned in just as Coussard continued, Satellite comms are completely down. We'll try to maintain contact via UHF, but expect to lose the signal. Your weapons officer was just here in the talk. He's on his way with the maps. Now he should be there any second. Understood. Can you give us a situation update? Sandra asked, her eyes tracking the ground crew as they pulled the safety pins from the newly loaded weapons. Stand by, she said, spotting Chief Warrant Officer James bolting from the building, a thick stack of maps clutched against his chest as he sprinted through a light sleet. He handed the documents up to Sandra before climbing into the elevated back seat, his helmet going on in one smooth motion. James is on board and listening, sir? As James began his pre-flight procedures, Sandra, as the mission commander, started her own checks from the front. Coussard's voice returned grim and direct. The Russians have launched an attack. We're looking at a combined arms force, T-14 tanks, boomerang infantry vehicles, and Gaz Tigris scout cars with support elements in tow. Exact strength is unknown. Their last confirmed position was about 90 miles south of Dresden, moving southwest along Highway 72. Surface-to-air missile threat is currently unconfirmed. A low whistle escaped Sandra's lips. You've got to be kidding me, sir. Coussard pressed on. Your friendly ground element is call sign Courage, a combined team of U.S. Abrams and German Leopards out of Grafenwöhr. They made visual contact with the enemy column near the junction of Highways 9 and 72. You are to link up with them on UHF-net 213.12. Their headquarters has gone silent, and all civilian comms are down. Your mission is hasty reconnaissance in support of Courage's ground attack. Do not engage the enemy directly until we can get more ammunition airborne and your company commander joins you. Gather and relay all possible data on the enemy's composition and formation. Acknowledge." In the dim green light of the cockpit, Sandra studied the coordinates on the map, the reality of the situation settling in her stomach like a stone. She was going to war, sir. Viper 1-6 copies all. She glanced out her window, meeting the eyes of the ground crew chief. He nodded once and raised a gloved hand, giving her a solid thumbs up. Sandra lowered her visor display, cycling through the flight options and configuring her targeting system. The soft green light from her digital map and crosshairs illuminated her face as she transcribed the regimental operations officer's briefing onto her kneeboard and keyed the updated frequencies into her comms panel. Behind her, Chief Warrant Officer James toggled the twin ignition switches, bringing both engines to life with a low rumble before gently advancing the throttle. The turbines responded with a deep whoomp that settled into a constant, vibrating roar. Overhead, the rotors began to turn, and the ground crew instinctively hunched lower as they performed their final checks around Sandra's helicopter. Over the radio, Coussard's voice cut through. "Weather's terrible, skies are clear, but there's a thick fog bank to the north. I'll transmit the METOC data, but you are cleared to fly. Snow expected around 3,300 hours. Frankly, if we're hitting Russian positions, that recon mission outweighs standard safety protocols. Consider it a priority override." There was a short silence as the brigade operations officer gathered his thoughts. "Glisson, you're in command until I can get your company commander back to base. I'll send him out as soon as enough of his unit returns. He needs to get up north and assess the situation firsthand. Any questions over?" First Lieutenant Sandra Glisson and her wingman were being guided onto the tarmac. "Sir, are our forces currently in contact with the Russians?" Coussard replied. "I honestly don't know, and you'll probably find out before I do." "Understood," Viper 1-6 requesting takeoff clearance. "Permission granted, Viper 1-6. You are clear for departure. Stay on the UHF net for the duration. Even if you lose contact, we'll keep monitoring." The ground crew positioned them at their launch points and withdrew. The crew chief's team offered sharp salutes, which Glisson and her pilot returned. "Copy, Griffin 3. This is Viper 1-6. We are lifting off at this time." Over. The helicopter rose, nosed forward, and skimmed just above the runway before climbing steadily into the gray sky. "Good luck, Lieutenant." Griffin 3. Out. Chapter 34. Panzer Hull No. 71 to 37's Armored Regiment Composite and Panzer Bataillon 283 Münchberg, Germany, December 25. Sweat poured from the hairline of 22-year-old Corporal Oliver Lutz, carving pale tracks through the grime, gunpowder residue, and dried mud caked on his skin. Nearly an hour and a half after the first Russian tank rounds had slammed into their position, the fighting hadn't let up, and Lutz was convinced it would only end when his own Leopard 2 was torn apart. His clear ballistic goggles had cracked almost in two. One lens lay somewhere on the metal deck amid a jumble of spent 140mm shell casings, food wrappers, pine needles, and empty instant coffee packets. When he'd slammed his face against the turret earlier, the goggles had probably saved his sight, even if they were now ruined. In the frantic rhythm of loading the long L-51 cannon, Lutz hadn't had time to remove the shattered eyewear, so he'd kept them on. Now, with his tank commander Major Ott momentarily pausing fire to reposition, Lutz finally ripped the goggles off and flung them into the debris at his feet. His heavy leather and Nomex gloves still covered a torn section of his sleeve that had been snagged and ripped by the breech mechanism. Better the sleeve than my arm, he recalled, thinking dimly. A persistent ringing filled his ears, accompanied by a dull buzz deep in his skull. Were we hit, in his exhaustion and disorientation, whole stretches of the engagement had blurred into a haze. Then Major Ott's voice crackled over the intercom. "Target, 1,200 meters, armored personnel carrier." The brief respite was over. Lutz shook off the daze and snapped back to focus. "Identified! Load heat!" The gunner's command cut through the din. Lutz spun in his seat, his boot hitting the pedal to release the ammo rack. He snatched a high-explosive anti-tank round and slammed it home into the breech. The mechanism sealed itself with a definitive metallic clack. "Up!" Lutz shouted, his voice raw, straining to be heard over the failing comms. Sweat stung his eyes. "Fire!" came the commander's order. Glancing at Ott, who was hunched over the thermal sight, Lutz saw only intense concentration. On the way, the gunner announced, and the tank's massive 130mm gun erupted with a deafening roar. The breech recoiled violently, ejecting a spent base case as acrid smoke filled the fighting compartment. Seconds ticked by before Ott's voice returned. "Target destroyed, gunner. Begin your scan." A single sharp blast echoed from outside, followed by a chain reaction of deeper booms, secondary explosions. Got their ammunition, Lutz thought. Inside the steel beast, formalities had vanished. They communicated now only by their roles: gunner, loader, commander. The first enemy round impacting nearby had stripped away all pretense of a world beyond this armor. Every action was binary, life or death. Lutz's hands felt clumsy and swollen. A sharp pain shot through his shoulders each time he twisted to haul another 25-kilogram depleted uranium penetrator from the rack. In the brief pauses, a mental fog would descend. His one peculiar advantage was his blindness to the outside chaos. He navigated the battle purely through the strained tones in his crewmates' voices, the pitch of the engine, and the urgent speed of the turret's rotation. Faster spins meant immediate threats. Slower, deliberate turns indicated a methodical search. The intensity came in waves, some moments drastically more harrowing than others. He could measure it in the tightness of their commands, the way they pressed against their sights, the distinctive shriek of incoming fire. The hollow pop of a shell passing overhead. Fear was a tangible presence, but there was no room to entertain it. Lutz operated on their rhythm. When targets were acquired, he was a machine of motion. During lulls, he could only hold on and try to picture the world beyond their leopard's thick armor. A creeping numbness threatened his focus, a deep fatigue beginning to swarm his senses. Then, cutting through the haze, he heard the ghost of his old instructor, a staff sergeant, barking at him during training. "Idiot, what is the third rule?" He was drilling them on the unbreakable tenets of armored combat. The recruits would chant back in rote unison, "Let your attention drift, and to your enemy you give a gift." It had been just words then, a mantra to memorize to avoid extra drills. Now, in the flickering gloom of the turret, the lesson was horrifically clear. If he faltered now, if his focus slipped for even a second, the enemy tanks would tear them apart, just as they had others in the battalion. Another series of secondary explosions shook the night, their fiery glow washing into the turret and casting dancing, weary shadows that Lutz's exhausted eyes could only vaguely follow. The memory of his mother's Christmas candle flickered in his mind, a stark contrast to the metal coffin he now inhabited. She still insisted on real candles every year, a thought that drained the last warmth from his weary bones. His gaze followed the deepening shadows until another distant thump brought a faint smile. It echoed the crackle of his father's holiday fireplace. His eyelids grew heavy. Lutz shook his head violently, fighting the fog, desperate to banish the phantom scent of pine and beeswax. Instead, the turret assaulted him with a vile cocktail: stale sweat, human waste and cordite layered over grease, diesel, and the acrid sting of burning rubber from the battlefield beyond "screw these bastards." Stay awake. A thin, sharp surge of anger and adrenaline finally coursed through him, and he straightened his back against the cold steel. Earlier, an enemy tank shell had screeched off their sloped armor, wrecking the intercom. Now voices reached him as faint, broken whispers, which explained the relentless buzzing in his ears. The last half hour was a disjointed smear of chaos. He recalled the driver hitting a hidden ravine, the violent jolt that smashed his head against the turret wall, splitting his helmet and goggles. The driver had been knocked out cold over the broken comms. Ott had shouted for the boy to wake up, and the gunner had even climbed out to pound on the 19-year-old's hatch. In the end, Lutz had to crawl through the belly of the beast and shake the kid back to consciousness before they could lurch forward to a new firing position. They were advancing, pushing against an enemy that, according to Ott's fragmented commentary, was falling back through the forest toward the highway. Lutz pieced together their location from shreds of radio talk and the debris raining into the turret. Clumps of snow, pine needles, shattered branches. He'd greedily caught and eaten some of the snow. Then a series of close explosions rocked them, and shortly after, the unmistakable sour smell filled the space. The gunner had clearly lost control of his bowels in his tank suit. Nobody had the breath or the heart to joke about it. Not long after, something punched into their engine. The damage wasn't total, but power dropped by half, slowing them to a crawl even as they kept fighting, staying roughly in line with the other tanks pushing south. Lutz had never imagined a night could feel this endless, yet here he was, living it. He leaned back, seeking the chill of the hull to escape the radiant heat from the breech of the massive 130mm main gun. Steam rose from his soaked suit, where sweat met the cold air seeping through the gunner's open hatch. "Gunner, this is Loader. 3 anti-tank rounds left," Lutz reported into his headset, clinging to the routine task to anchor himself to the moment. "Clear," came the terse reply from Feldwebel Herbert Kanst, who was glued to his gun sight. Lutz glanced at him. If the gunner was aware of his own accident, he gave no sign. His knuckles were white on the joystick, his thumb locked on the palm switch as he swept the turret through the darkness, hunting for Russian shapes before they were spotted themselves. He was utterly focused, just as they all were. From the garble in his headset, Lutz gathered the driver was requesting to dash for a cluster of trees about 200 yards ahead. "Halt!" Kanst barked suddenly. "Dismounted infantry. 200 meters front, looks like crew from that BMP the Abrams just killed. They're forming up in the trees. ICRPGs engage." "Use the coaxial," Ott ordered, his voice flat and immediate. "Engaging!" Kanst's voice crackled over the intercom, and Lutz felt the rhythmic shudder as the Leopard 2's coaxial machine gun unleashed a torrent of 7.62mm fire. He shifted his weight, guiding the 400-round belt with practiced hands, his palm instinctively pressing down on the ammunition where it crossed the small, troublesome ridge between the ready box and the weapon's top cover, the very spot that had caused so many frustrating jams during training. This time, the gun ran flawlessly. When the firing ceased, Major Ott's voice returned. "Shift left. Target that cluster. A Z-pattern sweep. Excellent. Keep it on them. Enemy infantry in that area." After Kanst finished, Ott commanded, "Panzer left and forward. March." Lutz braced himself as the 65-ton vehicle surged toward a dense patch of trees identified by the driver. All crew, small arms ready. Engage any survivors. "I'm on the pintle," Ott ordered, referring to the roof-mounted machine gun. Lutz seized his MP7 submachine gun, waiting for the gunner to exit first before hauling himself through the hatch. For the first time in over 10 hours, Obergefreiter Lutz emerged from the turret, his boot sinking into a cold, soggy patch on the gunner's canvas seat. He settled onto the turret beside the gunner, who was already sweeping the tree line with night vision goggles, his own weapon raised. The sudden bite of December air stung Lutz's eyes and nostrils, a shocking contrast to the stifling heat inside the tank. The sweat on his Nomex suit turned icy, offering a strange, welcome relief. Above him, Major Ott manned the pintle gun, scanning the woods ahead. Lutz's gaze swept the landscape, taking in the distant, grotesque silhouettes of a dozen vehicles burning fiercely, some destroyed by the 130mm rounds he had personally loaded. To his left, an American M1A2 Abrams sat like a shadow in the parallel tree line, its massive turret rotating with slow, deliberate purpose. One of its crewmen was perched atop the turret, an M4 carbine shouldered, mirroring Lutz's own vigilant watch for enemy dismounts. Lutz drew a deep breath of the crisp air, and for a fleeting, absurd moment it carried a scent that whispered of Christmas, pine, and frost. The illusion shattered as the acrid stench of burning fuel, oil, and something far more organic filled his nose. He didn't need experience to recognize it. His grip tightened on the MP7 as he peered into the dark woods and the snow-blanketed fields beyond, searching for movement. The remaining Russian armor seemed to have melted into the night. Lieutenant Sandra Glisson and her wingmen knew this sector's skies intimately, but years of political tension and protests over U.S. bases had grounded nearly all their night training flights here. Relying on her NVGs now felt unnervingly unfamiliar in this specific patch of German airspace, though her extensive hours stateside and in Afghanistan forged a steady confidence. The horizon line glowed in her helmet display as she struggled to update their digital map with the scattered, speculative radio reports of enemy and friendly positions, information so vague it was almost comical. These last known points were little more than educated guesses, but they gave her a rough boundary where she could slow from cruising speed to a careful reconnaissance crawl. "Copy all, Glitter," came the reply from Chief Warrant Officer Sean Jesse. James Lieutenant Glisson's nickname was cemented during a routine safety drill, when she mistakenly released 6 bundles of metallic chaff from her M130 launchers directly onto the squadron commander's gunship below. The shimmering cloud looked like a cascade of glitter. As she pulled away and glanced back at the accidental fireworks display raining down on her superior, her only murmured thought was, "Well, that's pretty." Unfortunately, she'd left her radio keyed open, broadcasting that remark to the entire squadron. Later, during a rather spirited call sign ceremony fueled by more than a little celebration, she was christened Glitter, or, when they wanted to needle her, Princess Glitter. She decided not to let it get under her skin. While it might have seemed like a sexist jab, the call signs given to her male peers that same night were far more brutal. And anyway, her gunnery scores topped 92% of theirs. She understood the unspoken bargain. She was welcome in their ranks if she followed a few simple rules. The first, a sort of initiation, involved absorbing a fair amount of grief without letting it show. It wasn't a bad rule, really. It kept egos in check and the unit cohesive in a profession that had no patience for arrogance. Fly your aircraft, watch your wingman's back, complete the mission, support the infantry, and bring your helicopter home in one piece. The actual code for making it in this world was far more straightforward than the complex social dynamics she'd been warned about when she first joined. She keyed her mic now. "Badfinger, Jesse's identified a possible clearing about 2 clicks northeast on our attack heading. I'll scan it with thermals. Then we'll clear for a quick systems check. Copy, Glitter. But, are we authorized for that? Not sure. Don't care. We're doing it." The silent, snow-blanketed terrain below suddenly erupted in violent red flashes as their aircraft unleashed their cannons. Her wingman's voice crackled over the radio almost instantly. "Glitter, Badfinger. I've got a problem. Both rocket pods are dead. Looks like the master arm connectors weren't hooked up, or maybe the arming pins are still in. Either way, my 8 Hellfires are showing green guns, checked out, with 1,000 rounds remaining." "Understood," Lieutenant Glisson replied. "We're proceeding to the objective." A moment later, Jesse's voice returned. "Glitter, I've got courage on the net! That's the American Armored Regiment! They've passed me their lead unit's position!" "They're on a loose east-west line at grid 32 UP, Alpha 9979. Feeding it to your display now." "I see it. Just north of a town marked as Hoff, confirmed." "All right, patch me to their frequency. Do you have their actual commander?" "He says he's not the actual. Didn't get the reason or the commander's location." "Copy," Sandra said, switching to the net ID Jesse provided. Courage, this is Glitter." We are a two-ship Apache section approaching from the south, moving north along the 90 easting, approximately 22 kilometers from your position. We are armed on a reconnaissance patrol and ready to provide support as required. Over. After a short pause, a static-laced transmission filled her headset. Glitter, Courage, we are engaged with a regimental-sized Russian element, mix of BTRs, boomerangs, and T-14 main battle tanks. We've set battle positions along the 7-9er 5 easting oriented southwest. My vehicle is at 32 UP Alpha 9948 7976. Be advised, we are currently in contact and have sustained casualties. Unclear if this is their main body or an advance guard, but they are attempting to flank us and push south on Route 9. Glitter responded, Roger, Courage. We copy your location and situation. We are inbound from the south along Route 9. I can maneuver for flank shots as the enemy column advances, and I'll remain clear of your gun target line until we have a clearer picture of their positions. The GTL was a definite no-fly zone for the helicopters. If Sandra flew into the line of fire from the heavy main guns of the American and German tanks, she'd be risking exactly what they called the big bullet little sky problem, where converging on the same targets could lead to tragic friendly fire. Courage responded. Understood. Visibility is terrible here. In the background, she could hear the occasional deep-throated roar of tank cannons, audible even from over 12 miles away. Then, on her thermal display, several bright spots appeared in the distance. They weren't moving, but they flickered and glowed above the tree line, casting an eerie light on the starry darkness above the German countryside. Jessie's voice came from the back seat. Hey, Glitter, are those what I think they are? Burning vehicles. Let's hope they're Russian and not ours. Yeah, he said, pausing. Did you ever think we'd actually be fighting Russians? I sure as hell didn't. Sandra had been wrestling with the same thought. The last hour had felt completely unreal. I guess America didn't send us all this way to play video games and sip warm wine after all. Right, Jessie replied. And it's goddamn Christmas too, Sandra muttered, pushing the helicopter forward toward the raging battle ahead. Hof, Germany. 25 December. The updates from Lieutenant Colonel Grant's commanders were grim. Their limited experience in large-scale armored command, combined with the brutal conditions of fog, night, and freezing cold, was wearing them down, and that was before factoring in the Russian assault. A fair amount of confusion and raw emotion colored their radio traffic as individual tanks dueled across hectares of snow-covered farmland. At least now Grant had a pair of Apaches to call on. Overhearing the exchange between his radio operator and the Apache pilot, Grant hopped down from his tank, leaned into the command Humvee, and said, Troop, pass me the handset. I'll talk to her directly. He settled into the front passenger seat. Mounted in front of him was an SPIAR 360 infrared targeting system. He peered through it as he raised the handset to his ear. The advanced infrared sight could cut through the dense German fog to help identify targets. Against a skilled Russian tank unit, Grant and his men would use every advantage they could get. Viper 1-6, this is Courage 6, actual, be advised. We are receiving accurate fire from Russian 120mm tanks. They've hit approximately 6 of my vehicles and are continuing to push through my position. Any and all supporting fire is welcome. As he spoke to the Apaches, he slewed the SPIR across the battlefield. He could make out at least part of the fight. 2 of his tanks were fully engaged about half a mile away. He couldn't see their targets, but he could see the tracers from their main guns cutting orange arcs through the fog. A million thoughts raced through Grant's mind at once. Some were immediately relevant. Others he knew he'd have to push aside until later. His force was burning through ammunition at a rate that would demand resupply very soon, but he couldn't address that until they broke contact with the Russian column. Viper 1-6 copies, the female Apache pilot answered. Grant could hear the distinct thump of her rotor blades in the transmission. She was clearly pushing her aircraft hard. flying fast to get into the best position to support Grant's regiment. He said, "We'll activate IR strobes so you can locate us in this fog, but I need you to call danger close once we can get a solid handoff. We need every bit of support you've brought tonight. Is there any chance another flight is on the way? Courage 6 actual. We copy, and we'll give you everything we have. Is one Apache squadron not enough for you, Colonel?" The pilot's voice crackled over the radio. Grant allowed himself a thin smile. It was a classic pilot move, using a bit of humor to steady the nerves of the soldiers on the ground. "Viper 1-6, I'm not one to be greedy. I'll gratefully accept whatever firepower you're sending my way." "Understood, Courage 6. We're just the opening act. More should be arriving shortly." That was a relief, Grant thought, because the long night was far from over. He caught Captain Spillane's eye with a sharp gesture, and the captain immediately began issuing orders to the tank crews. They were to break out their infrared chem lights and fix them to their antennas. The Apache pilot, call sign Glitter, wouldn't engage a target she couldn't positively identify, but with a danger close authorization from the ground commander, she'd likely put ordnance on anything that even hinted at being hostile. From the turret of Grant's own tank, Sergeant Anderson, his gunner, leaned out. "Sir, any concern the Russians might spot our IR markers?" A good gunner was like an extension of the commander, always tuned into the situation and often ready to handle radio traffic. Grant sensed that Anderson and, truthfully, the entire crew probably wished they weren't stuck on the regimental command vehicle, but were instead down in the thick of the fight, enveloped in the fog, chaos, and thunder of battle below. Grant shared that longing for the heart of the clash. But if he were down there, his focus would narrow to his own gun, not to coordinating the entire regiment. Latest intelligence says our strobes are designed to be out of phase with Russian night optics. In theory, they can't see them unless they're using our gear. Grant let the statement hang for a beat. "We'll find out pretty quickly if that intel report was worth the paper it was printed on." A pair of medical Humvees raced past Grant's command post, their engines roaring as they vanished into the frigid darkness, visible only as ghostly blobs on his thermal display. The medics drove using night vision goggles instead of headlights, a necessary stealth that made Grant mentally note to track their progress and ensure they made it to the field hospital safely. His comm sergeant reported that the Apaches had relayed his HF transmission back to base. Their higher altitude gave them a clearer line for air-to-ground comms, turning them into vital communication nodes when they weren't actively engaging. Then the voice of German Major Blas Ott came through, reporting his position. Grant hopped out of his Humvee, retrieved his map board from where it was stowed on the tank, and quickly verified the location with Spillane. Ott and a section of tanks from the 1st Battalion had linked up and were requesting orders to advance. Grant authorized it, but only if all their IR strobes were active and visible. The last thing he needed was for Glitter and her wingman to mistakenly target friendly German armor as they maneuvered to hit the Russian flank. His radio man called out again, "Colonel Major Ott is back on Channel 4 for you." Grant ducked back into the command Humvee and switched his headset. "Blas, are you still seeing movement on your end?" "Negative, sir. We've pushed about as far as I'm comfortable going. We've lost visual with the enemy, and I've also lost contact with some of my own elements. This fog and darkness has everything disjointed. I can hear the Apaches overhead and to the south, but I can't raise them on radio. They might still have eyes on the Russians." Our total count was approximately 40 to 45 enemy vehicles, mostly boomerangs, BTRs, and Tigras, with a couple of T-14s in the mix. Between my unit and your 1st Battalion, we've confirmed 8 enemy vehicles destroyed. 1st Battalion is with me now at Grid Uniform Papa 994692. Copy that, Blas. Solid work. No point in a blind pursuit now. We need to consolidate everyone back into a tight perimeter and assess our status. What's your sitrep looking like? Not encouraging, Colonel. Red across the board on all systems. Your Lieutenant Chandler, however, has been absolutely brilliant. He managed to get some resupply to my men right in the middle of the engagement. They delivered the machine gun, ammunition, and fuel canisters. We're looking for Lieutenant Chandler from the Bundeswehr, someone said. He's basically working for all of us at this point. That young man has a natural command presence. Grant had taken a personal interest in the lieutenant's development. Chandler had been temporarily assigned to his maintenance and supply unit, and Grant had watched him seize every chance to lead, demonstrating an instinctive grasp of logistics under pressure. The medical Humvees rolled up to Grant's hilltop command post, and Lieutenant Chandler sprinted to meet them. The kid had been everywhere tonight, Grant mused, materializing at every critical point to keep supplies moving. Chandler immediately helped unload a stretcher from one vehicle. Shortly after, an officer from Major Ott's staff approached him. They huddled over a map for a brief discussion, and then the German soldier climbed into the driver's seat of the lead Humvee, with Chandler riding shotgun. In moments, the small convoy was speeding toward the hospital. Clever move, Grant thought. The kid just snagged a local guide to shave precious minutes off the trip, boosting those wounded men's odds. That's sharp, proactive thinking for a junior officer in a support role. The medevac team faced a tricky drive. It was impossible to predict if the fighting would send panicked civilians flooding the roads or cause everyone to lock their doors and hide. Adding to the uncertainty, Grant knew many German towns had reservists on standby with orders to remove road signs in case of an eastern invasion, but he doubted the locals had gotten the memo tonight. At least I'm on the home team's side here. He reminded himself. A fresh report from Ott crackled over the radio. "All right, Blaz. Once you're back inside our lines, keep your tanks on full alert. That goes for Battalions 1 and 2 as well. I want all commanders at my location in 15 minutes for a situation update. Ott and each battalion commander acknowledge the order." The radio operator then cut in, "Sir, Viper 16 is back on the line. She reports visual on enemy forces and is requesting confirmation that we have no friendly units south of grid line 74. Grant studied his map intently. Tell her the area is clear. She is weapons-free. Tell her to light them up. Chapter 36. Hof, Germany. December 25. Viper 16 sliced through the cold night, with Captain Sean Jesse James at the controls. In the front seat, Captain Glitter acknowledged the transmission from the Courage command post and then radioed her wingman. 2-6, this is 1-6. You are cleared to engage. Understood, 1-6, Badfinger replied from the other Apache. But this fog is a problem. I can't get a laser lock on anything in this soup. Glitter told Jessie she had the aircraft and took over the flight controls. A dry, sarcastic edge crept into her voice as she addressed her wingman. Well, 2-6, while you're up there playing hide-and-seek, I'm going down for a closer look. Maybe I'll just toss some rockets into the general neighborhood and see who complains. Keep an eye on my southern flank. I'll highlight anything I can find. She guided the Apache down to 2,000 feet, slowing to a near Hummer at 25 miles per hour. The night itself was clear, a three-quarter moon and stars shining above, but it only served to illuminate the thick fog lying over the ground like a luminous white sea, with occasional treetops on hills breaking the surface. Without warning, multiple heavy weapons opened fire, their muzzle flashes igniting bright patches in the fog. The Russians had detected their approach. The fog was a double-edged sword, however, disrupting the enemy's aim as much as it hampered their own. The fire was intense, but scattered and inaccurate. You seeing this Badfinger, every time they shoot, they give away their position. The gunfire and streaking tracers created a brief haloed glow of yellow and red in the white mist, finally providing a fix on the Russian armor. I see them now, Badfinger confirmed, but Courage reports their ground units have lost contact with the enemy. Who are they aiming at? Anything that moves, I'd say? Badfinger's voice crackled over the radio, thick with fury. Let's tear them apart. Copy that. She swung her attack helicopter toward the nearest cluster of muzzle flashes glowing in the mist. Glitter centered the light in her targeting display and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a salvo of 22.75-inch rockets from the pod. They streaked downward, and seconds later, a violent explosion erupted below, followed by secondary blasts that painted the fog with a constant, eerie light. Got one, she thought. Instantly, she and Jessie pivoted to the next Russian vehicle, firing blindly into the haze, and she sent another 20 rockets on their way. Another detonation, another fireball. This one shot a column of flame high enough to burn a temporary hole through the fog, revealing the stark silhouette of a T-14 tank, flames vomiting from its open hatch as its ammunition ignited. 2-6. Move in, stay to the left, and align with Highway 9. They're moving fast, maybe 25 miles an hour down the road. Roger, came the reply. Sandra and her wingman hammered the Russian positions until their rockets were spent, then switched to their 30mm cannons. The Russians eventually caught on, realizing the fog was their only shield, but only if they held their fire to stay hidden. Sandra aligned the 30mm chain gun with her right eye and swept the burning wrecks with cannon fire, giving each a solid burst of about 20 rounds for good measure. The vehicles flared brighter. On her next pass, they glowed in the night, fuel and oil burning steadily, punctuated by sporadic fireworks as more ammo cooked off. Glitter turned her head, tracking the heat signatures on her thermal display. The massive gun beneath her mirrored her movements as she scanned, concentrating fire on what were likely infantry carriers. She locked onto a target and opened up. Bra, rack, rack, rack. The recoil shuddered through the helicopter as it hovered just above the trees. A new voice broke onto her frequency. Viper 1-6. This is Viper 6 actual. It was her company commander, and a wave of relief washed over her. He said, I'm entering your area from the south. I'm at grid 98 and 64, proceeding along Highway 9. Give me a situation report. Copy, sir. Good to hear you. We've engaged what looks like a regiment-sized Russian armor column on Highway 9, moving south at roughly 30 miles per hour. They're not stopping. The tank unit we're supporting believes it's an advance guard, and the composition checks out, mostly frontline armor, boomerangs and the new T-14s. The commander responded swiftly. Here's the plan. I'll have a clear shot once the Russian column moves south of Münchberg on Highway 9. I'll strike the lead vehicles. You then hit them from the flank. You two begin your attack run offset from the highway along. The transmission cut out abruptly as every cockpit alarm blared with an air threat warning. Sandra jerked her head toward a new light at her 9 o'clock, spotting a terrifying streak of flame rising from the earth, skimming just above the fog layer but miles to the west. The yellow and red streak shot past far behind her, racing southward. It wasn't targeting her. The sheer speed of the missiles stunned Glitter. This was no man-portable launcher. It looked like an SA-21, which she knew could travel an astonishing 4,500 miles per hour. The company commander's voice returned, now strained and urgent. Viper 6, actual take evasive action. The missile, streaking from north to south at nearly 6 times the speed of sound, found its mark in a mere 6 seconds. The commander of Viper Squadron's AJ-64 Apache was instantly transformed into a blazing comet, tracing a fiery path across the sky before slamming into the earth. Sandra watched the flames recede as Jessie banked their aircraft hard to the right, the rest of their flight mirroring the maneuver. Jesus. Jessie Glitter's voice crackled over the comms. That was a damn SA-21 Growler. Unbelievable, her pilot shouted. How did they get mobile SA-21 launchers into Germany this quickly? Your guess is as good as mine. It shouldn't be possible, Sandra replied, her mind racing, and that shot didn't come from the force we've been hitting. There's another player on the board. We need to rearm at Ansbach and get back in the air fast. The 17 kilometers southwest of Münchberg, Germany, December 25. General Eduard Sebeneyev gave a firm pat on the shoulder of his fire direction control officer. Excellent shot, Major. Let's not waste all our Triumph missiles on helicopters. However, save the heavy ordnance for their fighter jets." He nodded, a gesture meant to endorse the decisions of his subordinates, and continued. "Nevertheless, we have just sent a very clear message to the American and German pilots. They now know there is an air defense umbrella over our assault column. Any of them foolish enough to venture within our engagement zone will regret it profoundly." He emphasized the point with another heavier clap on the major's shoulder, attempting a paternal demeanor that was utterly foreign to him. The Russian major couldn't hide his flinch. "Understood, sir," the major said. "We would have acquired them sooner if not for the terrain masking from those hills. We are receiving reports of additional American attack helicopters in the area, but they are flying too low for our systems to engage." The general offered a thin, forced smile. "Remain vigilant." He turned to a line of officers stationed at fold-down computer desks. "Operations. What is Colonel Dryagan's latest casualty report, sir?" answered the senior operations lieutenant colonel. "Colonel Dryagan reports 8 BTRs destroyed. 5 T-14 tanks are also knocked out. He could not confirm all T-14 losses as complete kills as he was forced to abandon them to maintain mission tempo. He confirms he has successfully bypassed the enemy ambush point as ordered, but his column sustained strafing runs from enemy aircraft during the movement. 3 support vehicles were abandoned due to mechanical failure, but his rate of advance has been restored." General Sabanyev pivoted sharply from the operations team to study the maps. 5 interconnected map boards were mounted on the train car's bulkhead. Beside them, a bank of digital radar screens cast a pale green light. This equipment was a mix. While the command car boasted cutting-edge technology, it also housed pieces of standard Russian military hardware retrofitted onto the train out of sheer necessity. The air search radars were each dedicated to different altitudes and sectors around the train. The screens currently displayed a handful of blips, high-altitude jets far above the battlefield, all coded as routine passenger flights following known flight plans. Should any deviate sharply from their steady courses, if their profiles suggested even a slight chance they were NATO bombers preparing to enter the fight, they would be eliminated without hesitation. Sabaneyev was convinced all commercial air traffic over Europe was grounded by now due to the GPS blackout, so he assumed these few contacts were long-haul flights perhaps from the United States to Africa or the Middle East. Everything, he assured himself, was proceeding according to plan. The attack column and its 2 supporting trains had penetrated this deeply into Germany with what he considered remarkably light resistance. A cold satisfaction settled over him as he watched the blips on the screen. A chess master observing his pieces advance across the board, Red Metal had secured the advantage of complete surprise, both strategically and on the ground. A handful of NATO commanders, caught woefully off guard, would undoubtedly scramble to respond. For Dryagan, however, their efforts would be mere noise, easily drowned out by his own doctrine of relentless speed and overwhelming force. As for the Russian losses, Sabaneyev noted them with a clinical detachment. Regrettable, yes, but well within acceptable parameters given the operation's stunning momentum. The path to Stuttgart now lay virtually uncontested, with no further enemy contact reported. He braced himself against a handhold as the train lurched around a curve, the rhythmic clatter of wheels on track filling the car. Still a smoother ride than the railways back home, he mused. Activating the command net, he transmitted a compressed digital update to headquarters in Belarus. The assault train's long-range HF wire antenna, stretching out behind them, maintained a critical link over thousands of kilometers in the satellite-denied environment. Bandwidth was limited, but sufficient for essential traffic. His message was concise. Red Blizzard ahead of Sebule. Enemy armor near Munchberg. Raid force sustained minor losses, American airfield and logistics, nodes targeted en route. Advancing west. Success certain, estimated time to objective, 3 hours. Above him, the distinctive hum of rotating radar arrays filled the compartment. The train's integrated 29 YA6 omnidirectional and 42 S6 Morphe active electronic scanning systems projected a protective bubble extending over 25 kilometers. The radome could retract for tunnels or stealth, but now it was up and searching. With 4 total radar systems aboard, Red Blizzard 1 could detect and engage any air or ground threat within its range. So long as the Spetsnaz-held rail switches remained secured and the train stayed within 20 kilometers of the main assault column, this mobile fortress could clear a path all the way to the objective. The rails and roads were open. It's almost pathetic, he thought, a smirk touching his lips. Who is left to even try and stop us? NATO, with all its grand plans, was utterly blindsided by our smaller, faster, and frankly smarter force. The fools. The West clung to its stale fantasy of a massive, lumbering invasion, that predictable pizza slice advance from Belarus into Germany, giving them all the time in the world to mobilize. They never even entertained the possibility of a surgical operational raid. This was no blunt hammer. It was a scalpel, slicing deftly through Europe's heart to excise the tumor of American influence, all so an aging Boris Lazar could pursue his ambitions in Africa unhindered. Chapter 37. 30 Aviation Brigade, Regimental Headquarters, Ansbach Army Airfield, Katterbach Barracks, Germany. 26 December parked on the dimly lit tarmac just outside her ready room after 1 in the morning, Captain Sandra cycled through her Apache's navigation systems, finding only useless blank screens. A deep frustration settled in her gut. GPS is still completely down, Jessie, she said into her mic, her voice tight. Copy that. This is a nightmare. She toggled through the digital maps, all useless without a signal, before finally resorting to the weathered paper maps from her flight case. Unfolding one on her knee, she began meticulously marking known friendly and suspected enemy positions with a grease pencil, triple-checking each grid coordinate. The task was a welcome, if fleeting anchor against the creeping mental fog that came with exhaustion. Pausing, she glanced out the left side of her cockpit. Under the harsh glow of work lights, ground crew moved with urgent purpose, pumping fuel into her aircraft. Despite the deep night chill, she could see the intense concentration on the young soldiers' faces. Word of her unit's recent desperate actions had clearly spread from the crew chiefs, transforming these normally routine duties of refueling and rearming into a mission of critical importance. She watched 2 specialists, their breaths forming small clouds in the cold air, carefully loading missiles onto her wing pylons. Under the flickering lights, they seemed like figures from a classic monochrome film. Not boys, men, she reminded herself. Men of an age to serve their nation and their faith. Men old enough to fall in battle. How many had already met their end on the field tonight? She couldn't say, but she was certain she had consigned Russian soldiers to their graves, to endings filled with fire, smoke, and searing heat. Enough of that, she told herself firmly. The Russians sealed their own fate the moment they crossed the border. Her thoughts were fixed on her captain, his co-pilot, and all the others in the American and German armored units depending on her. Her reflection was cut short as Lieutenant Thomas's familiar form appeared on her right. Climbing up to her cockpit and rapping on the canopy, she slid the hatch open and lifted her visor. Good grief, Glitter. Word is you all were in the thick of it. The Major needs a situation report and your input on where to deploy Echo Company once they're fully mustered. About a third have arrived already. They're with the Major in the ready room reviewing your contact reports. He'll radio you as soon as he can break away, but you are to launch immediately. You have command of Delta Company now. Sandra gave a distracted nod, her eyes still on her charts. Thomas went on. Oh, and the crew's planning to paint 3 kill marks on your aircraft. How about that? At that, Sandra reached up toward the canopy hatch. It's 5, you joker? She shot back, then sealed the hatch decisively and returned to marking waypoints on her paper map. After updating brigade operations, Glitter lifted off from Ansbach and turned northeast toward Nuremberg. Switching to UHF, she began briefing her 3 wingmen. Our priority is to rendezvous with our ground armor. We'll conduct reconnaissance as long as possible and assist in engaging high-value targets. If we can, I want to estimate enemy strength. Once the rest of the squadron can scramble more platoons, they can reinforce the tank crews to strike any major force advancing next. She fell silent for a moment, then added, "It still doesn't add up for me why they're pushing south instead of driving toward Berlin." That's the attack pattern we drilled on constantly in training. If the Russians moved into Poland, Berlin would be the logical objective. Her voice faded as she sifted through memories of Cold War Russian strategy. This adversary was unfamiliar, unlike the forces she had prepared to face in Afghanistan, and she knew that gap in understanding was a dangerous liability. Near Nuremberg, Germany, 26 December. Colonel Dryagan studied his map, marking the latest checkpoints with a hand that trembled slightly from the high speed of his command vehicle racing down the Autobahn. He stood in the open top hatch, a biting frosty wind whipping around him and swirling down into the compartment. His command and operations staff were accustomed to the cold blast. The colonel was convinced it helped maintain alertness, and he preferred to look out regularly to assess the terrain, the weather, and the disposition of his forces. Below him, the ops team monitored incoming radio transmissions and adjusted pins on the analog map board, tracking the lead boomerang vehicle in the column. Dryagan noted the Vanguard was roughly 30 kilometers ahead of schedule, positioned just southwest of Nuremberg. "Victor?" the colonel called, ducking back inside the command hull. He removed his goggles and tugged his frost-coated white face mask down to his neck, his skin flushed and chapped from the wind. "Beyond the next objectives, we now confirm at least 1 enemy tank battalion is operating in the woodland. Our withdrawal will not be as straightforward as our penetration. The intelligence projections are one thing, but now we have confirmation of who is out there. This enemy tank commander won't stay passive. He was attempting to force us into a direct engagement. I need you to coordinate with the general to develop a plan for using alternate Route C on the return." Colonel Dryagan leaned over the map table, his gloved hand tapping a steady rhythm on the cold steel. "Run the numbers on our fuel. We need to pinpoint exactly where we'll link up with the support train after the Stuttgart operation to top off." "Understood, Colonel. Also, I want a full mechanical status report on every vehicle in the raiding force. When we meet that train, I expect to resupply every single truck and fighting vehicle down to the last wrench and jerry can. Is that clear?" "Yes, Colonel." "Good. Now shift focus to that American tank unit." "I've been thinking," he said, his eyes narrowing as he studied the terrain overlay. "Their logical move is to return to Grafenwöhr for logistics. I want to intercept that movement, target one of their supply convoys, and cripple their logistics chain. Yes, sir. One more thing. Get on the horn to the general and request immediate authorization to detach a platoon of BTRs from the support train. I want them moving within the hour right away, Colonel." Dryagan pushed himself upright, his breath forming a cloud in the frigid air. He scanned the pale, frost-rimed horizon, knowing 200 other commanders and gunners were doing the same from their hatches and turrets. There was a shared, unspoken tension in the stillness. The colonel and his men were hunting for any sign of trouble because, this morning, they intended to be the trouble. A sudden, violent surprise erupting from the winter quiet. 37th Armored Regiment Composite and Panzer Battalion 203, Munchberg, Germany, 26 December. Tom Grant and Blas Ott stood in snow that clung to their boots, the hood of Grant's Humvee serving as an improvised map table in the bleak pre-dawn. It was 3 in the morning. For over 6 relentless hours, they had been loading, maneuvering, and fighting. Now the American and German officers stared at the creased map, trying to decipher the chaotic puzzle they were trapped in. Grant knew his composite regiment's tankers and mechanics lacked the experience for a sustained aggressive pursuit. With Russian tactical doctrine as their only real guide and a complete absence of fresh intelligence from higher command. His working theory was grim. The regiment-sized force they'd just battled was likely the spearhead for a much larger, still unseen Russian formation. It was the only explanation that made sense in the information vacuum. If they're fighting by the book, Grant said, his voice low, the next punch will be a sledgehammer. A massive wall of armor. They've already scouted our positions and strength. They'll hit a flank unless we find a way to get ahead of them. Major Blaise Ott gazed across the moonlit, rolling hills, the snow reflecting an eerie silver light. I agree, but something about this doesn't fit the book. It feels off. Yeah, I have the same itch, Grant admitted. They had a specific goal. They didn't bother probing our ambush sites or hunting for weak spots. Destroying us wasn't the primary objective. There was something else. Yeah, Ott nodded slowly. Their orders were to push straight through us, to keep moving west. But to where? Grant asked. Frustration edging his tone. What's the target? No idea, the German captain conceded with a weary sigh. I want to give chase, but we're blind to what might be coming at us next, and we can't go far. Our last status reports weren't good. We've burned through over 80% of our ammunition. He rubbed his gloved hands together against the cold. We're in no shape to attack. We dig in here, improve the defenses, and put half the men on rest rotation. We hold and wait for resupply. Alles klar, Ott said. Any word on when the ammo and fuel will get here? Chandler's already at Grafenwöhr rounding up a convoy. I'm waiting for his signal that he's inbound. We need everything he can bring. Grant fell silent, his eyes fixed on the dark tree line in the distance. Sir, what is it? I just can't shake this feeling, Grant said quietly. The Russians are playing a different game. They've got another card to play, and we haven't seen it yet. Beirut, Germany, 48 kilometers north of Grafenwöhr Training Center, 26 December. Lieutenant Chandler pushed his tired body back into the driver's seat, a lukewarm coffee in hand. The 25 support vehicles had been loaded and ready before he'd even returned to Grafenwöhr. There was no time for a proper briefing. He simply gave the signal, and the long convoy rumbled out of the gate, its headlights cutting twin paths through the lingering darkness as it began the tense journey back toward Münchberg. The road ahead felt ominously quiet, the kind of quiet that settles in just before everything goes wrong. Nearly every person assigned to the base had hurried to assist with the loading effort, regardless of their usual duties and support roles. Clerks from the post exchange, office staff, and even kitchen workers all pitched in. With satellite radio down, long-distance communications were severely hampered, but a handful of soldiers recalled how to operate the older HF radios, a technology tracing its roots to the Second World War. Many units had grown so accustomed to the simplicity of push-button satellite links that they neglected training on HF bands, making those few familiar with the sets suddenly invaluable. About an hour into the journey back, the combined convoy of American and German supply trucks halted at an intersection north of Bayreuth, allowing Lieutenant Chandler and several lead drivers to gather and debate the safest path ahead. As the men huddled on a truck hood, unfolding a paper map, a sudden, staccato series of detonations tore through the center of the column, taking them completely off guard. Boom, boom, boom. Chandler and the others threw themselves onto the asphalt. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of heavy automatic weapons fire raked the road behind them. Glancing back, Chandler spotted 4 Russian boomerang-armored vehicles speeding along Highway 9, hammering his line of trucks as they advanced. A German ammunition truck was the first to erupt, a point-blank hit almost impossible to miss at that distance. It detonated with massive force, shredding everything nearby, including 2 neighboring fuel tankers. Chandler felt a scorching heat wave roll over him. The surrounding snow flashed into steam, and the men nearest the blast were torn apart before being consumed by the cascading fire. Chandler sprinted to his M88 recovery vehicle and hauled himself onto its frigid hull, his bare palms sticking painfully to the icy armor and metal rungs as he climbed. He dropped into the commander's station and swiveled the 50-caliber machine gun toward the approaching Russian APCs. He poured fire desperately at the shapes emerging through the smoke and flame. In the chaos of explosions and burning fuel, he locked the heavy gun onto the lead Russian vehicle and held the trigger down as it closed the distance. 40 yards, 30-20. He emptied the entire 200-round-ready box into its path. Through the gloom, multiple vehicles in Chandler's support column were now ablaze, his rounds sparking harmlessly off the thick armor of the boomerangs, which kept savaging the vulnerable trucks with cannon shells. Chandler understood the hopelessness of their situation. They had been ambushed, unprepared and outgunned by a far superior enemy. There was only one choice left: go down swinging. He reloaded the machine gun and opened fire again, watching the tracer rounds and incandescent slugs smash repeatedly into the lead APC's front. It seemed a few of his rounds finally punched through the heavy ballistic windshield. The leading boomerang abruptly slowed from its frantic charge. Its driver, clearly dead or incapacitated, veered out of control and plowed into one of the burning fuel trucks, shoving it off the roadway and into the forest. In an instant, the APC was swallowed by flames as fuel from the ruptured tanker washed over it. Yet, with a cold efficiency, the remaining Russian vehicles simply swept past their stricken teammate and continued to blast everything in their way with cannon fire. Chandler saw another boomerang surge forward, its turret rotating until the deadly 30-millimeter cannon bore directly on him. His mind barely registered the threat before the weapon fired. Lieutenant Chandler's body was severed at the chest, his hands still gripping the 50 caliber as he fell in battle. Chapter 38. 38th Brigade, Regimental Headquarters, east of Ansbach Army Airfield, Katterbach Barracks, Germany. 26 December. Lieutenant Glissen's Apache, now rearmed and refueled, streaked just 100 meters above the steep snow-dusted roofs of the German town of Bayreuth. Sandra glanced at the map on her kneeboard, calculating the distance to the last reported Russian position, when Jesse's voice crackled over the intercom. Glitter. Courage is back online. They've lost the tank column and are requesting we sweep the area southwest of their last known. Her eyes darted across the chart once more. Understood. Initiate a hard left turn and assume a reconnaissance spread. I'll switch frequencies and contact Courage's command. She toggled the radio from the squadron channel to the Army Armored Regiment's network. Courage 6, this is Glitter. Do you have an approximate grid for that Russian armor? Glitter, Courage 6, negative contact. We're currently red on both fuel and ammunition. We're picking up explosion sounds to the southwest, but the terrain makes it impossible to gauge the range. Copy that, Sandra replied. We'll investigate your southwest sector and report. Appreciate it? We also assess that if this is an advance or reconnaissance element, a larger main force is likely trailing behind. We need to be prepared and dug in. No sightings from our forward observers, yet resupply is inbound to our position. Understood. Stay sharp out there, will do, Courage. 6 out. With a practiced motion, Jesse adjusted the flight controls with his left hand, banking the heavy helicopter toward the northwest. The aircraft sliced through the frigid night air with a responsive shudder. Viper 1-6 and Viper 2-6 were now on the hunt, but with the enemy having proven they could bite back, Glitter knew this pursuit required a careful, deliberate stalk. Radom, Poland, December 26. Paulina Tobias's blinked, disoriented, finding herself in a stark, clean bed with an IV line taped to her arm. Her uniform was gone, replaced by a thin hospital gown. A bandage wrapped her left forearm, and a dull, persistent ache settled in her head and shoulder, a far cry from the sharp agony she remembered from the snow. whenever that had been. She searched the room until her eyes found a clock. 4:51. No windows, but she'd collapsed in the early morning. It must be afternoon now. A gray-haired, thin doctor with a kind, fatherly air entered through the open doorway and smiled softly upon seeing her awake. "How are you feeling, Paulina?" She offered only a slight shrug. She didn't feel good, nor particularly glad to be alive. She felt hollow. The images of Ursula and Bruno and so many others flashed behind her eyes. "How many?" she began, her voice rough. "How many were killed?" The doctor's smile turned pained as he sat on the edge of her bed. "Perhaps you should rest first before." "Tell me," she insisted, the sudden force in her own voice sending a fresh throb through her skull. The doctor looked down at the floor. "They informed me there were 93 militia and 1 PLF officer in your company. 74 are confirmed dead, including the lieutenant. 10 are wounded, including you. 9 emerged physically unharmed. Paulina's head tilted. Really, only because they dropped their weapons and fled into the forest," the doctor explained quietly, "leaving the rest of you behind." She stared blankly at the wall. In Paulina's mind, those who ran deserved a medal, not condemnation. Escaping that slaughter demonstrated a tactical wisdom the rest of them, herself very much included, had utterly failed to grasp. The doctor continued, "The phone lines are down, but when service is restored, I can try to call your mother." "My father," Paulina corrected, tears beginning to well and spill over. "Please call my father. Just tell him I'm all right." "Of course, and I will tell him his daughter is a hero." She looked at him through her tears. A hero? The word felt absurd, almost insulting. There had been no heroes on that field, only victims and the fortunate. She was a leftover, a survivor of a massacre swept up in a storm that had already moved on. "You are a hero," the man insisted gently. "There were photographs taken of the engagement." Paulina's brow furrowed. "That was an engagement?" "You're right," the doctor conceded, his tone shifting to one of grim, unvarnished honesty. "It wasn't an engagement. It was a target practice, and your unit was the paper silhouette. The ones who ran. They were the only ones who read the manual." The doctor's words hung in the air, a compliment that felt misplaced. He spoke of armor and soldiers of the single Russian she had shot, labeling it bravery. Paulina remembered the act, but none of the supposed valor. There had been no courage, only a blind, consuming terror that made her body move on its own. She was no soldier. The thought was cold and certain. "How am I even alive?" she asked, her voice flat. "You were found in a trench," the doctor explained, glancing at his clipboard. "Another man was on top of you. He took 4 rounds they didn't pass through. You have a concussion, likely from grenade blasts and a gunshot wound to your left forearm. It was superficial. We stitched it, bandaged it, gave you medicine. You've been unconscious for 16 hours. It was after 4 in the morning. Paulina's eyes drifted to the empty hallway. "Where are they?" she asked. "Who? The Russians? The invaders?" A faint, tired smile touched the doctor's lips. "You don't know? They didn't stay?" It was a blitzkrieg, a fast-moving unit that cut across southern Poland to reach Germany. "We've waited for a larger invasion, but for a full day nothing else has come." "Germany?" The word felt strange. "Why?" "Communications are a mess. No one knows. But whatever their business is, they are no longer conducting it here." Paulina's mind, still foggy, pieced it together. "They'll have to come back through to go home?" "Perhaps," the doctor conceded, "but you have done your part. You need rest." She pushed herself up, a sharp sting flaring where the IV entered her hand. "No, I need to be ready." The doctor began to protest, but his words were cut off by the entrance of a Polish land forces captain. The man's camouflage uniform was crisp, his expression severe. "Doctor, if Tobias clears her, she fights," the captain stated, his stern face softening into a slight approving smile directed at Paulina. "You are a hero." A wave of bitter resentment washed over her. She wished to hell they would stop saying that. If she were any kind of hero, Ursula would be walking through that door right now. 37 Armored Regiment, Composite and Panzerbataillon 203, Münchberg, Germany, 26 December. Leaving his unit, even briefly, felt like a betrayal of duty. Major Grant had to see the aftermath for himself, but his thoughts churned with anxiety over his absent commanding officer. Where the hell is the brigadier general? The question had haunted him for 20 hours, a nagging companion to his own doubts. If the Russians struck now, command would fall to Major Ott. The German officer Grant had left in charge. The female Apache pilot had vectored his small convoy of Humvees toward the coordinates of the carnage. The final guide was a hellish glow, a red stain of fire against the low clouds of the early morning sky. Parking on the outskirts, they heard the sporadic pop of ammunition cooking off in the heat. Grant and his men advanced on foot along the frozen ground beside the Autobahn, the air biting cold. As they neared, the earth underfoot changed. The intense heat from the burning column had turned ice to a grimy, treacherous slush. Once these fires die, this road will be a skating rink, Grant thought grimly. He led a dozen soldiers into the heart of the devastation. The scene was horrific. Amid the wreckage, he spotted a single destroyed Russian boomerang vehicle. The rest was a graveyard of American steel. Some hull numbers were still recognizable on scorched frames, while others were nothing more than grotesque, melted sculptures of war. Locating Lieutenant Chandler's M88 recovery vehicle proved straightforward. It, along with a handful of other machines, including 3 fuel tankers, remained in surprisingly good shape, spared by the Russians' hurried departure. The enemy's movements were disorienting. They had somehow circled behind and were now operating in the rear, blurring any clear sense of a front line. How was anyone supposed to get a grip on this chaos? Grant's eyes scanned the tree line, where shadows moved, more men from his headquarters element, keeping to the edge of the woods and steering clear of the sporadic ammunition explosions. His own safety was the furthest thing from his mind. In that moment, he felt a profound indifference to whether he lived or died. This disaster was on him. He should have anticipated an enemy smart enough to strike at his supply lines. A real tank commander would have dispatched escorts, some anti-tank platforms or armed security vehicles. If he weren't just a logistics officer stuck managing tank repairs, none of this would have happened. Yet he understood his own hesitation. Every bit of his training for a European conflict against the Russians screamed that the main assault was still looming. A tidal wave of armor, poised to crash through Poland into Germany at any second. How could he justify splitting his already thin forces to guard a resupply column believed to be safely in the rear? Rationalizations did nothing to ease the corrosive self-hatred churning inside him. In the guttering light, he found the lieutenant's severed upper body. Grant squeezed his eyes shut briefly, then made himself look. The Russian 30mm cannon rounds hadn't breached the M88's thick armor. Instead, they had detonated against the massive hull and its angled front plate. The blast fanned a spray of shrapnel up the slope of the armor, a storm of tiny razors that had cleanly cut the young African-American soldier in two. Crouching, Grant gathered the lieutenant's torso, lifting it carefully. He carried it, searching for a clear area to place him for the recovery teams. He fought the urge to look at the terrible oozing wound, the spilled viscera. He'd reassembled friends' bodies after IED strikes in Afghanistan. He was no stranger to horrors most people never see. But this time, a raw physical revulsion hit him, a gagging urge to vomit, to expel the fear and rage that had been festering alongside the half-eaten MRE he'd been choking down when the news came of the convoy's annihilation. Hold it together. The men can't see you break. Drawing on some deep reserve, he swallowed back the bile. He looked down at his lieutenant's face. It was ash-gray and lifeless, but it was still Chandler's face. A good officer, full of potential. This is my mess to clean up. A sudden fierce clarity cut through the despair. Screw this, Grant thought, the self-pity burning away into a hard, defiant anger. No more waiting around for some general to show up and take charge. This was his fight until someone officially relieved him, for better or worse. These were his people. This was his war. This was his unit, and he would give the commands. He owned this battlefield. 5 minutes later, he strode back to his Humvee with a completely different energy, a renewed purpose hardening his features. He leaned into his driver. "Back to the regiment. We're getting more ammunition and fuel, and then we are going on the goddamn attack." Chapter 39. Ansbach Army Airfield, Germany. 26 December, the first impact arrived in the pre-dawn darkness, a muffled thump that could have been anything, a heavy door slamming, or maybe a truck backfiring. The airfield had been a hive of activity all night, with vehicles ferrying ammunition out to the flight line for the companies that were assembling and preparing for takeoff. A few seasoned combat veterans paused, glancing up from their work. The sound was familiar, yet it felt utterly out of place here. Lieutenant Thomas swiveled away from his desk across the logistics office. His maintenance chief had risen from his cubicle and was staring out the window. "What's going on, boss?" Thomas asked. "Just a second, sir," the chief replied, his voice tense. The next thump was louder and unmistakably closer. A third explosion rocked the building, followed swiftly by a fourth and a fifth, each one closer and more violent than the last. The maintenance chief whirled around from the doorway, his face pale. Incoming, everyone down by the time the sixth shell hit. A deep, mournful siren had begun to howl from somewhere across the airfield. The staccato rattle of machine gun fire answered, first from the northeast, then multiplying from the farmlands directly east of the perimeter. Thomas stared, unable to process what was happening. His chief edged open the heavy second-floor door, giving them a direct view of the flight line. Two ragged lines of Russian armored vehicles, boomerangs, tore through the shattered perimeter fence and charged onto the runway, moving with terrifying speed and firing continuously. Their 30mm cannons flashed, stitching the dark sky with lines of fire, while turret-mounted machine guns sprayed the tarmac. Helicopter after helicopter erupted into fireballs before their eyes. Fuel trucks vanished in orange blossoms, ammunition dumps cooked off in a deafening chain reaction. The devastation was absolute and bewilderingly fast. 18 kilometers northeast of Ansbach Army Airfield, Germany, 26 December, a cold knot of dread tightened in Captain Sandra Glissen's gut. All attempts to raise Ansbach on the radio had met with dead silence. Pushing their speed, her flight kept trying, and as they closed within 10 miles, the growing dawn light revealed thick, black pillars of smoke staining the horizon. Jessie looked to the left. "Tell me that's not home." Her pilot was silent for a long moment. Then she too saw the ominous glow. "Oh, hell," Jessie breathed out. The familiar landscape around Ansbach solidified into a nightmare. "Yeah," Sandra confirmed, her voice quiet and hollow as she watched the smoke rise. "That's us." She was frozen by the brutal irony. They had been out hunting the enemy, who had instead slipped past and ravaged their home. A wave of despair threatened to drown her, but it was instantly burned away by a white-hot fury. She was a soldier. A primal need for vengeance surged through her veins, pushing aside all grief. When she keyed the mic, her voice was stripped clean of emotion, leaving only cold command. "We shift to echelon left, attack posture, execute pop-up maneuvers to acquire targets. They can't have gotten far." "Copy that, scanning with thermals now," Jessie responded, widening the view on the gun camera feed, which Glitter monitored on her own display. As they raced south, practical fears intruded. Where do we refuel? Who's alive down there? She physically shook her head, dispelling the doubts. No time for that soldier move. Now she switched frequencies to address her 3 other aircraft. "All right, listen closely. Our first priority is to locate a secure airfield. We need a foothold to stay in this fight. 6 kilometers east of Stuttgart, 26 December. The young lieutenant's breath fogged in the frigid air, swirling near his face in gloved hands. His elbows, braced on the tank's snow-dusted turret, scraped trails through the powder as he peered through his binoculars, revealing the dark metal beneath. Sharp cheekbones and a stray lock of blonde hair escaping his white winter hood were all that showed of him. The rest was bundled against the cold. Steam rose from his heavy coat as the vehicle sat in silence atop a ridge overlooking the distant city. He exhaled slowly, his entire being focused through the lenses. His mission was clear. In mere minutes, the final assault would begin. His targets lay ahead, oblivious to his watchful presence and the grim purpose that drove him. He was the will of the motherland made manifest. The old unit song echoed in his thoughts, a tune from a different time when Russian soldiers last marched into Germany. Fire and thunder, steel and glory. Forward to victory, powered by our guns, ahead lie the foes of our homeland. Beside me, brothers, I would trust with my life. Let the flames surround us, we survived the bitter cold. Now we face the heat of battle for all our comrades. He narrowed his eyes, then opened them wide, straining to pick out distant landmarks through the falling snow. The landscape held familiar shapes. His binoculars, still warm from the vehicle's interior, immediately fogged in the cold air. Down in the boomerang's turret, his sergeant was already tracking the horizon through his gun sight, the heavy turret grinding slowly into position. The gunner swept his view across the scattered trees, the 4-power magnification bringing the city's details into sharp focus. Gentle slopes, chimney smoke, roofs blanketed in white. His voice came through the headset. "Lieutenant, I have the TV tower in sight." The response was immediate. "I see it too, Sergeant. Our target is roughly 20 degrees left of that tower." "You can't see it from here. The ground's in the way. But once we get on Highway 8 and turn west, we'll drive straight into it." He pulled the binoculars back and tried to wipe the lenses on a dry patch of his thick winter glove. It was useless. The damp leather just smeared them, though even streaks were better than total fog. A wave of heat from the crew compartment vents washed over him, escaping through the open hatch. "It'll be better once we're rolling again," he told himself. Forward for the homeland, forward. The mental music cut off abruptly as the radio hissed to life. "Strike 1. This is Strike 2. Commence your attack," holding the binoculars in his right hand. The lieutenant keyed his microphone with his left. "Roger that." He then toggled a switch on the control panel mounted to his coat and called out to his platoon of armored vehicles. "Strike 1, I am in the lead. Form the column and follow me." With a unified roar, 8 boomerang engines ignited. The small, snowy rise beside the road suddenly buzzed with activity as the handful of men who had stepped out for a smoke or a quick break now sprinted back and clambered into their vehicles. The young lieutenant switched back to the intercom. "Conserve ammunition until we reach Kelly Barracks. I doubt we'll see much fight out here. Driver, move out onto the highway. Get us up to 60 kilometers per hour until the column is formed, then push it to 100. Feeling the warmth returning to his limbs, he tightened his grip on the hatch rim as the 8-wheeled vehicle jolted steadily over the snow-covered field. In under a minute, they were accelerating onto the Autobahn. Office of the Deputy Commander, U.S. European Command. Patch, Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany. 26 December. The watch officer knocked on the open door and waited silently to be noticed. Peering inside, he saw the general typing at his computer. Even with networks down, reports still had to be written and logged. On the wall behind him hung the 3-star flag of his position. After a moment, the general looked up from his screen. "Captain, sir, I have a new report for you." He waited for the general's gesture to enter. "What do you have, Benny?" The general looked utterly drained after a full day of grappling with broken communications and spotty intelligence. compounded by the stress of knowing the Russians had pushed from their initial attack in Poland all the way into German territory near Dresden. The watch officer delivered the news. Ansbach airfield has been hit. Details are scarce. We only received fragments from the Army Apache Unit's operations officer over a German landline before it went dead. Preliminary information indicates most of our forces there were destroyed in a ground assault. The general rose slowly from his chair, his expression stunned. Ansbach is gone, ground assault? The general's voice cut through the static-filled line. Confirmed, sir. How reliable is this? Do we have numbers? Unit composition? This can't be a full-scale push. It has to be a probing element. A reconnaissance team that got aggressive, perhaps. The captain on the other end had nothing further to offer. With a frustrated sigh, the general barked his orders. Round up every section head. I want the entire command staff in the war room immediately, and someone, for the love of God, get me a secure line back to Washington. Krung, Germany, 4 kilometers east of Stuttgart, December 26. To the motorists on the Autobahn that frosty morning, the sight of a military convoy speeding southwest on Highway 343 was hardly alarming. Whispers of trouble in Poland swirled, but with communications across Europe spotty at best, most Germans carried on with their day blissfully unaware. The 313, like many German roads, had stretches with no speed limit, and traffic moved swiftly despite the light snow. With disciplined efficiency, civilian vehicles shifted to the left lanes, ceding the right-of-way to the military column, a practice ingrained since the last Great War. The convoy of roughly 40 wheeled and turreted vehicles, painted in a mottled white and rust-brown scheme that was neither German nor American standard, raced along at over 60 miles per hour. Nobody paid the unusual camouflage much mind. The procession slowed, exiting the highway and turning west toward Stuttgart, briefly clogging the ramp and drawing muttered curses from drivers in their warm, sealed cars. A detachment of 10 vehicles split off, heading south for Frankfurt Airport. The main body of 30 turned north onto Filderhauptstrasse, rolling into the quiet suburb of Plieningen. The town was dormant, its university students still away for the Christmas holiday. The surrounding fields lay bare, plowed flat months earlier. On the northern edge of town, a local farmer, roused by the growl of heavy engines, stepped onto his porch in his pajamas. He clenched his pipe, its bowl glowing angrily as he watched the vehicles abruptly leave the road and fan out in a precise formation, their treads churning deep, ruinous furrows through his dormant strawberry fields. Typical, he fumed to himself, the smoke wreathing his head. No respect for the land. These soldiers, probably those Americans again, with their endless exercises. He stood there until the last engine noise faded into the distance, then slammed his old wooden door shut with a force that shook the frame, retreating to the irritable comfort of his fireplace. Headquarters, U.S. European Command, Patch Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany, December 26. At first, the sound was deceptive, a long, ripping tear like heavy canvas being shredded, echoing between the buildings of the command post that served as the nerve center for all U.S. forces in Europe. An Air Force technician in the Combat Information Center glanced up, joking to a soldier beside him about the heating system finally giving out. The illusion shattered an instant later when the first bullets smacked into the brick facade with violent, wet thuds. Then came the 30mm high-explosive rounds. They punched through the walls of the east-facing offices in a storm of sparks, pulverized brick, and jagged metal fragments. The assault was relentless, a concussive wave that shook the building to its foundation. Those not cut down immediately were thrown from their feet. In a blur of motion, an Army warrant officer sprinted down a debris-choked hallway and hurled herself through a doorway into a briefing room, seeking any refuge from the storm, tearing the headquarters apart around her. She ducked beneath the massive conference table, finding herself among a handful of personnel who had been interrupted mid-briefing. A two-star general was wedged against a chair leg, his fingers straining for a telephone that had skittered just beyond his grasp. The warrant officer knew it was pointless. The communications specialist with her team had already confirmed the lines were dead. No signals were going in or out. Another series of concussions rattled the building, followed by the distinctive scream of supersonic shrapnel cutting through the air. Overhead, the long fluorescent tubes flickered wildly before one snapped free, shattering near the table as another volley tore into the wall and ceiling. Through the doorway, she caught glimpses of uniformed figures sprinting down the corridor. She was weighing a desperate dash herself when the general finally abandoned the phone. Everyone listen. On my mark, we rise and move toward the first tank shell struck the headquarters with a force that seemed to stop time, throwing anyone partially up back down onto the cold floor. A second, deafening explosion tore a massive cavity in the neighboring office. A downpour of wires, acoustic tiles, and shredded insulation fell onto and around their makeshift shelter. The air filled with the terrifying chorus of countless metal fragments screeching as they caromed off concrete. A third round blasted a hole directly in the roof above them, allowing the bleak gray daylight to flood in. Structural beams buckled, sending roofing material, ice, and snow crashing down. The table splintered under the weight of a falling girder, tragically pinning the general and two others. The rest of the group, their breath stolen by the shockwave like a brutal punch to the stomach, exchanged stunned looks, rendered silent by the sheer scale of the destruction. A man staggered in from the hallway, clutching a bloody gash above his eye. His mouth was open in a scream, lost to the relentless ringing in their ears from the blast. Peering through the thickening haze, the young warrant officer squinted into the adjacent room, now visible through the gaping hole. Two men lay motionless in expanding crimson pools, dust still sifting over them. The floor trembled again from impacts elsewhere in the building. She felt the vibrations more than heard them, her senses muffled and sluggish. Summoning a surge of adrenaline, she tried to push herself up, to crawl away. Anywhere but here. Another jolt shook the floor, and she felt a sudden, piercing impact against her chest. She looked down to see a small, quarter-sized red dot blooming on her dress screens, right beside her meticulously arranged service ribbons. It widened with alarming speed, a fact her mind struggled to process. She turned to a soldier crouched beside her, mouthing the words, "I think I've been hit," while pointing a trembling finger. The man stared back, his expression blank and uncomprehending, too numbed by chaos and his own disorientation. Within moments, the stain on her sleeve and chest darkened to a grim black red, the fabric growing sodden. A flash of irrational anger struck her. Her uniform, her hard-earned ribbons were ruined. Blood then began to stream from her cuff in a relentless, forceful pour, soaking her legs and puddling on the floor. Her face drained of color, her eyes fluttered upward, and she collapsed backward among the debris and the fallen as the punishing artillery barrage continued without mercy. Headquarters, U.S. AFRICOM, Kelly Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany, December 26. "Son of a bitch!" exclaimed the U.S. Air Force security policeman to his German Bundeswehr counterpart at the main gate. What the hell was that? A sudden flash lit up the gray morning, followed by a low rumble that seemed to come from nowhere. Through a light dusting of snow, they saw a dark plume of smoke begin to climb into the sky in the distance. "Looks like a wreck on the far side of the base," the German MP said after a moment. When their radios stayed silent, they waved a few more cars forward from the line waiting for identification checks. Then the gunfire started, the methodical, chattering rhythm of automatic weapons, soon joined by the deeper thump of something heavier. The morning's traffic through the gate had been a steady parade of officers rushing back from holiday leave. For the past 12 hours, it hadn't let up, and the guards had been ordered to process the senior staff quickly, with some new crisis boiling over in Poland. From the urgent looks on the faces returning from vacation, the men at the gate figured Poland was having one hell of a bad day, but Russians near Stuttgart? That made no sense at all. Both MPs drew their sidearms, tilting their heads toward the unsettling noise. "We'd better report this," the American said to his partner. The German sergeant reached for his radio, his gaze still fixed on the rising smoke. Bob Griggs was asleep, his head resting on his desk, when the phone jarred him awake just after 2 in the morning. He didn't jump. He just let it ring a few times before fumbling for the receiver, his cheek still pressed against the wood. "Yeah, Griggs, it's Nick. This is a heads up. I'm short on time. Is Connolly with you?" "No." The guy was about to faceplant on his keyboard, so I told him to get some real sleep at home. We can't have that look around here. Griggs still hadn't lifted his head. "All right. Prepare to have your mind blown. I've been tracking the Russian drills in Iran." "I'm aware," Griggs mumbled. "Dan and I asked you to." "Right. It seemed odd they'd send their most seasoned general out of the country with a full armored brigade if they were planning to hit Europe. But digging deeper, it looks like Lazar marched his entire reinforced unit the full length of Iran, north to south, and reached the southern coast after midnight local. We had a gap in coverage there, but when we looked again, we found Russian troops loading onto civilian-flagged container ships at the port in Chabahar Bay. Griggs bolted upright, clutching the phone. "Container ships? What's the play? Seems Lazar's going for a cruise. The vessels are Singapore-registered freight haulers." An analyst checked their backgrounds and found no obvious ties to Moscow, but they're absolutely being used as troop transports now. We also spotted 3 other ships from the same company, likely part of the operation. They're already in the Gulf of Oman, heading for Chabahar after leaving Bandar Abbas yesterday morning. By the way, there are Russian warships docked at Bandar, but they weren't moving when we last looked, Griggs said. "So Lazar's exercise is a sham, just like Sabaneyev's was." "Bingo," Melanopoulos replied. "What's your chain of command doing about it?" "Who knows, but let me guess. I pass it up, my boss passes it up, then 4 or 5 other departments will get their hands on it, ask for 1,000 clarifications, schedule meetings to plan the meeting before the big meeting, where they finally decide to maybe tell the president we should probably have a meeting. It's a masterpiece of bureaucracy." "Jesus," Griggs muttered. "This is massive." If Europe wasn't already at war and China wasn't teetering on the edge, it would be earth-shattering. As it stands, it's a brigade of Russians up to no good in the Gulf of Oman, a major deal buried under an avalanche of catastrophic ones. "Listen, I've gotta go." Nick hung up, and just then the door to the bullpen swung open. Griggs noticed Dan Connolly approaching. "Sir," Griggs said, "I thought you were catching some sleep. The Admiral summoned me. Damn, it gets worse." He summoned both of us. "Conference room 2, immediately." Griggs rose and moved toward the exit. I'm guessing it's about our outstanding performance reviews. Connolly's expression remained flat. "Absolutely, Bob. No doubt about it." The conference room was dominated by a heavy oak table set with video teleconference units, a space designed for coordination with their Pacific counterparts, and just as effectively for delivering severe reprimands. Connolly and Griggs stood rigidly at attention as Admiral Herbers faced them, his features tight with displeasure. After a moment of silent scrutiny directed at Connolly, the Admiral's gaze shifted to Griggs. "Your freelance investigations at the NSA end now, no more digging into matters that belong to the intelligence branches. Your focus returns to Pacific contingency planning for myself and the Vice Chairman. Is that understood?" Both men gave a curt nod. The Admiral's demeanor shifted slightly, the anger giving way to a weary, strained expression as he rubbed his face. "Listen, I understand you feel a certain ownership over this Russian cyber intrusion business. Your initial analysis was commendable, but Russia is not your current concern, and we have the situation contained. Our teams hit back hard, and the reports from European Command are clear. We stopped them. General Miller's assessment is that we landed a decisive blow. No further Russian probes into Poland since the initial incursion. We halted a major offensive, and will handle any residual elements. Europe and NATO have a long road ahead restoring communications and satellite networks. Only then will Russia's next move become apparent. But that is not my concern, and it is certainly not yours. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. Our concern, gentlemen, is Asia. I need you both fully re-engaged with Pacific Command, immediately. Do you read me? Yes, sir, they answered together. The Admiral acknowledged their response with a nod, turning to study the large Pacific theater maps on the wall. Then Griggs cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the quiet room. Admiral, with respect, shouldn't we at least? Connolly released a quiet, exasperated breath. The Admiral spun back, pinning Griggs with a stare. Major Griggs, there are moments when the smartest course of action is to simply stop talking. Perhaps a planning role isn't the best fit for you. He took a step closer. Perhaps the regular army needs you back. I believe they're still waiting for you to pass a physical fitness assessment to continue your somewhat erratic career trajectory. He raised a finger, bringing it perilously close to Griggs's face. One more misstep, and you'll be shipped back to your old unit. I'm certain a man like Colonel Richter could find a use for you. A visible tremor passed over Griggs's features at the mention of the name. His reply was subdued. Understood, sir. Good. I expect results. I want a briefing on your team's Taiwan assessment tomorrow at 0600. And Colonel Connolly, he added, his eyes shifting, get your partner in line. You might have a sliver of credibility left to salvage. Clear. Crystal clear, sir. The Admiral strode out through the heavy wooden doors. The tension in the room seemed to physically drain from both men, their postures sagging the moment the door clicked shut. Connolly turned to Griggs, his voice a low mix of fury and fatigue. You're going to get us both buried. This isn't just about our careers. We have an entire theater of operations we're accountable for. No. No, what? No, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, sir. We are not following that order. Bob, for God's sake. Just listen. I'm done listening. You're going to drag us both down. You need to hear this. There's nothing you could possibly say right now. What if I said Chabahar Bay? What? Chabahar Bay? The scene was a compact harbor along Iran's southern coastline, with well-maintained roads providing access. Connolly whirled to face Griggs, seizing him by the shoulders. And that means what, exactly? General Boris Lazar has just embarked his entire brigade onto commercial freighters at that port. They're putting out to sea right now. Connolly let go, taking a step back to brace himself against the conference table. You cannot be serious. While the world was fixated on Taiwan and then Europe, he moved a full brigade through Azerbaijan into Iran and onto those ships. This was always the Russian strategy. Think of a fighter. The first jab was the Taiwan situation. They didn't create it, but they're exploiting our distraction, made worse by that laptop hack. Then came the right cross Europe. That pulled our focus back across the Atlantic. And now, with us thoroughly preoccupied, they're throwing the uppercut. Bob, enough with the boxing analogies. Where is he heading? Africa. It's the only play. Connolly gave a slow, grim nod. Naturally, Kenya. Exactly, Griggs replied, a tight smile on his face. My money's on that rare earth deposit Kenya expelled them from 3 years back. It's resource-rich and strategically perfect. It has to be. Unbelievable, Griggs continued. And if they seize it, fortifying it will be their next move. It would take us months to muster a credible force for a counter-assault, possibly longer. We'll still do it, Connolly stated firmly. We won't let this stand. Wonderful, Griggs said with heavy sarcasm. We're already engaged or on the brink on 2 continents. Why not go for the trifecta? Connolly nodded in weary agreement. Then his expression shifted. So the European maneuver was just a feint through Poland toward Germany, all just to cover Lazar's move south? That seems like an enormous risk for a single secondary objective. Both men fell silent for a beat. Then simultaneously they spoke. AFRICOM Connolly straightened up abruptly. They're targeting Stuttgart. Griggs nodded. They calculate that by eliminating or capturing our Africa command staff, all based in Germany, they cripple our response. They could sweep across the continent with minimal interference. We wouldn't even be able to coordinate a regional coalition. We'd have nothing to offer and no liaisons to deliver it. It would take a year to rebuild AFRICOM, Connolly concluded. A full year for Russia to dig in and make that mine de facto Russian territory. A new realization struck the lieutenant colonel. Hold on, if you knew all this, why didn't you tell Herbers while he was ripping into you? Griggs's smile widened and he winked. Because we're bypassing Herbers on this one. The Admiral won't advocate for what truly needs to be done. We have to take this directly to the Director of Plans and lay it all out. Herbers will have our heads. This is too critical, Dan. Getting the Pentagon to focus on Africa is worth our careers. Dan Connolly nodded slowly. I really hate when you're right, Bob. For the next hour, the two officers scrutinized raw satellite imagery of Lazar's convoy on Iranian highways and the loaded freighters in port. The tedious work required 3 calls to Nick Melanopoulos for analysis, though the NSA analyst only answered once, offering a scant few minutes of clarification before rushing back to his own crises. Surprisingly, Nick called back 20 minutes later, his tone completely changed, asking if he could drive to the Pentagon immediately for a face-to-face briefing. Dr. Melanopoulos arrived with a stack of documents. The Russians have assembled significant hardware, and it appears to be with full Iranian cooperation. Look at this here. Melanopoulos brought up a series of satellite images. A cluster of Iranian naval ships was moored together near the Chabahar dock. How did they get anything of size in there? The water looks too shallow. It seems like a fishing fleet, that's the clever part. Nobody would think you could dock a deep-hull ship in such a spot. But there's a slender passageway. It can accommodate 1 or 2 sizable freighters or fuel carriers, not the giant oil tankers, but a ship large enough to hold supplies that could support a military unit for months, depending on how far they plan to travel overland once they arrive. Griggs questioned. Why not just use unflagged cargo ships? That's quieter. Why bring an armed guard? Connolly fielded that. It's wartime. If they had a major escort, big warships and the like, we'd spot it immediately. With these smaller Iranian boats, they're playing the odds. If we're unaware and not watching, they slip past unnoticed. If we are watching, they gain a little reaction time and have some decent firepower to keep inquisitive American destroyers and submarines at a distance. It's a solid plan. Not too flashy, not too subtle. Connolly shifted his attention back to Dr. Melanopoulos. All right, explain the rest. What are all these rows of objects in the harbor on your other displays? It puzzled me for a bit. Notice how each has these large metal containers. Both men nodded as the doctor pointed with his pen. Those aren't containers. They're launch tubes, missile tubes, and what I assumed were standard shipping boxes aren't boxes at all. These are upgraded Chinese Hongqi 9 systems, or HQ-9B for short. Hongqi translates to Red Banner. This is China's newest generation of phased array anti-aircraft missiles. Each unit can identify 6 separate targets and launch and track 6 different missiles simultaneously. I've spotted 4 of them total. Is that sufficient? It's sufficient to give America's proud Air Force a serious headache. And they can do it from over 200 kilometers away, beyond the horizon. Well, I'll be damned, Connolly muttered. So the Russians shopped in China. Smart move. They shipped everything to Iran, making it look like routine Iranian upgrades. It also hid the fact that Russians were transferring advanced weapons to Iran. I wonder if the Chinese even knew who their customer was. Griggs then switched to investigating the vessels directly. He consulted a maritime tracking site to pull current and past data on one of the ships, calculating the average speed of the small fleet. He turned back to Connolly. Lazar is at sea now. If Kenya is the destination, the nearest African port to the Mrima Hill site is Mombasa. It's roughly 30 miles inland. At their current speed, I estimate they can make it in about 50 hours. Connolly considered this. 2 full days exposed on the open ocean. That's a huge gamble for him, isn't it? True, but that's his problem, not ours. If we can convince the chain of command, 2 days is more than enough time to mount a response while they're still vulnerable at sea. We could position submarines, bombers, and cruise missiles to hit them with time to spare. Connolly was skeptical. But Lazar would know that. He knows our satellite and communication capabilities in the Middle East and Africa are intact. Why would he sail right into a trap he must assume we'd set? He fell silent for a moment. No, there's another piece we're missing. There has to be. Like what? Not sure. The Russians know their business. They've been outmaneuvering us this entire time. I don't buy that we've suddenly gained the upper hand, Griggs said. Even without all the answers, we need to inform the director. Right, Connolly said. About that, how do we do it without Admiral Herbers finding out? Griggs replied, I've got an idea. I think we should call it Operation Sacrifice Fly. Connolly let out a weary breath. I already despise the name. Chapter 41. North of Stuttgart, Germany. 26 December. The cockpit of Glitter's helicopter was a humid, claustrophobic box, thick with body heat and condensation. She repeatedly swiped her glove across the windscreen and the visor of her helmet, fighting a losing battle against the fog. Cracking one of the small hatches to let in the frigid outside air was tempting, but she knew better. The temperature outside was likely in the low 20s, and slicing through the sky at 120 miles per hour would turn that breeze into a punishing icy whip. She could, of course, shut down her heater to cool off, but that was a gamble she refused to take. Getting the temperamental system restarted mid-flight was far from guaranteed. She remembered a chilly September flight where she'd made that mistake, spending the final hour utterly miserable and shivering. Repeating that error today would be pure foolishness. A little discomfort was the smarter trade. Jessie's voice crackled in her headset, pulling her focus. Glitter, I'm showing about 30 minutes of fuel remaining at our current burn rate. Any fancy maneuvers will cut that time down fast. We have to stick with them, Glitter replied, her voice tight. Whatever their target is in Stuttgart, the comms are dead quiet. No other units are up. They've got a straight path right into the city center. What's your guess? The airport? A run at Ramstein? Maybe they're aiming for EUCOM headquarters? Your guess is as good as mine, she said, a note of frustration creeping in, and with maybe 30 minutes of flight time, we might not live long enough to find out. What's the play, boss? Find them and hit them before they get there. Hard and fast. Copy that. But if we engage, we're landing in a farmer's field. There's no scenario where we make it back to base in time. There is no back, Jessie, Glitter snapped, the stress finally breaking through. For all we know, everyone at Ansbach is gone. She wiped the windscreen again, the action sharp and impatient. Plot an attack vector on the last known position of the lead vehicles in that convoy. We make one more run, 2 passes, maximum. Then we get the hell out of here and find somewhere safe to set down. Roger that. After a brief pause, Jessie added, if they maintain course, they're heading straight for EUCOM HQ, but they could easily turn off and make a run for Ramstein, or, hell, keep going toward Paris. We can intercept them at EUCOM, but that's our limit, Glitter stated. Put the course on my chart, I'll follow the line. She returned her full attention to the controls, feeling the powerful machine respond to her touch. For the next quarter of an hour, the 2 Army aviators raced south toward Stuttgart, flying low and fast through the snowy morning. The continued silence on the radio was unnerving, cementing the feeling that they were utterly alone in the sky. Their fuel gauge was now deep into the emergency reserves, the so-called bingo fuel state. Regulations demanded explicit permission from a full colonel to fly this low, but with command likely obliterated at Ansbach, Glitter had appointed herself the approving authority. Just as she reached up to clear her windscreen again, Jesse's voice cut through the static. "Glitter, do you see that smoke over Stuttgart?" Squinting through the falling snow, Glitter saw it. 4 distinct pillars of dark smoke rising, backlit by an ominous orange glow on the horizon. "Yeah, I see it," she confirmed, her voice grim. "Plot us an attack cone targeting the largest of those fires." As they drew closer, the scale of the destruction became clear. Multiple structures were fully consumed by flame. The sight hardened her resolve. "The enemy is still right there, in the city," she said, her tone shifting from weary frustration to a cold, focused intensity. It was no longer about following orders, it was about delivering payback. "I'll fly, you gun. We're going for 3 passes." The cockpit's fuel warning alarm chose that moment to begin its urgent, piercing shriek. "Scratch that! 2 passes! We go in fast! Pick your targets and make every shot count!" "Ready!" Jesse responded, his own voice now stripped of all hesitation. The helicopter's rotors beat a frantic rhythm against the icy air as it screamed toward the city at over 160 miles per hour, skimming just above the rooftops. Glitter held the nose down in a steep dive, the entire windscreen filling with the hellish glow of the burning buildings ahead. In an instant, they tore into the combat zone, with Glitter guiding their Apache directly through the thickest plume of smoke and fire from a massive inferno, using the chaos as their primary shield from enemy guns below. The rotors sliced through the haze, revealing a devastated urban battlefield spread out beneath them. Jesse was already locked in. Just beyond the wall of flame, exactly as predicted, a Russian mechanized column advanced through the southwestern district of Stuttgart. The formation included 10 Boomerang armored vehicles and a trio of silent T-14 Armata tanks. While the tanks held position, 3 of the BTR variants were actively shelling nearby structures. Jesse selected a trajectory and squeezed the trigger on the 30mm cannon, his aim more instinct than calculation as the helicopter screamed past. The high explosive rounds tore into the earth and asphalt, splintered trees, and then found their mark among a group of Russian soldiers scrambling for cover. A shower of sparks erupted as his firewalk connected with a boomerang, then a second, and a third. He only managed a burst of 4 or 5 rounds per target before they whipped behind another block of ruins, but it was the best he could do. As they cleared the engagement area, Glitter threw the Apache into a violent left turn. "One more pass," she called out, her voice tight. "But our fuel gauge is singing its swan song." Turning back toward the embattled neighborhood, they were met by a terrifying storm of tracer fire lancing into the sky, weaving a deadly net in front of them, as the ground forces realized the aerial threat. Flying back into that maelstrom was borderline insane, yet Glitter pushed them forward. They managed to cover half the distance to their target before she felt the controls go soft and the aircraft's speed bleed away. The Apache responded to her commands with a drunken lethargy. She gripped the cyclic with both hands, fighting for stability, but she could sense the last dregs of fuel, the machine's vital essence finally running dry. The engine sputtered. She held their course, desperate to give Jesse one final clear shot at the concentrated Russian force. There wouldn't be enough juice left for a proper landing. They were going down at the end of this run, if not sooner. "Make this one matter, Jess. You know it," he shot back. Jesse spotted a line of boomerangs speeding down a boulevard flanking a city park. He swung the gun, locked onto the lead vehicle, and opened fire. He watched the rounds impact around the formation, churning soil and striking clusters of troops pouring from a shattered storefront. Glitter fought to keep the nose level, but they were losing altitude and airspeed with every heartbeat. "Jesse!" Sandra growled, her muscles straining against the unresponsive controls. "We are going to hit the ground." "Copy that," he replied, hosing the area with cannon fire as the helicopter's angle steepened toward the earth. He was firing at a sustained rate that would warp the gun barrels in no time, but figured his imminent demise would probably get him a pass on the maintenance report. A torrent of return fire rattled the airframe with several rounds punching into the fuselage. But then they crossed over a line of apartments, temporarily blocking the Russians from view. Only then did Jesse release the trigger. Their descent became a dive. The engine had fallen silent, and the cockpit electronics began to flicker erratically as they switched to backup battery power. "We're going in, Jess!" Glitter yelled. The tail section struck first, crumpling like foil as it smashed onto the roof of a two-story building. A sickening shudder racked the airframe as the fuselage compressed and buckled. The violent impact threw them both hard against their harnesses, then slammed them back into their seats as the cockpit plowed into the structure. The world dissolved into a cacophony of shattering glass and the agonized shriek of metal being twisted and torn apart. The main rotor blade struck the rooftop and exploded into 1,000 fragments, scattering debris across the skyline. Miraculously, the lack of remaining fuel prevented a catastrophic explosion. For a heartbeat, an eerie silence filled the shattered cockpit. Then, with a groan of failing steel, the roof collapsed. Jesse and Glitter were thrown into a violent, tumbling descent as the helicopter plunged through the top floor, rolling over before jarring to a stop. The cockpit was torn apart by jagged girders, ripping 2 massive gashes in the fuselage, still secured to his seat. Jesse, along with his entire section of the aircraft, was wrenched free and fell through a gaping hole, disappearing into the building's dark interior. Glitter remained trapped in the mangled cockpit wreckage. She bled from numerous gashes, her left arm and leg pinned at grotesque angles within a snarl of severed wires and hydraulic lines. Oddly, the shattered compartment had come to rest on its side, next to a blown-out window on the second floor of the 3-story structure, leaving her staring up at the gray sky. As the final cascade of debris settled, a profound quiet descended. A creeping numbness, the precursor to shock, seeped through her, but she forced out a whisper. Jessie. She had no idea if her intercom was functional, if her microphone was near her mouth, or even if her helmet was still on her head. She certainly didn't know if Jesse was still behind her, or if he was breathing. "Jesse," she called again, desperation shifting her to his given name. Sean, answer me." Silence. Then a low, rumbling vibration reached her, and she strained to turn her head. Through the tangled wreckage, she realized her position gave her a grim view out the shattered window and down to the street below. She was 1 floor above a deserted, snow-blanketed parkway, 4 lanes divided by a median. Her eyes tracked up the road to an intersection about 100 yards away. The rumbling grew into a recognizable, ground-shaking growl. She shut her eyes, knowing exactly what was coming. When she opened them, a T-14 Armata tank was rolling into view at the crossroads. It halted, and its turret began a slow, deliberate rotation directly toward her. Every hair on her neck stood up, every instinct screamed to flee, but her body was a prison of pain and twisted metal. Not a single muscle obeyed. She could only watch. A sudden scratch of static in her headset made her jump, followed by an unfamiliar male voice, calm and professional. It was a lifeline. Any station, this is call sign Shank. We are a flight of 2 A-10s over Stuttgart for support. We are rolling into the area now. A bitter, almost hysterical laugh caught in her throat. The warthogs had finally decided to show up to the dance. Talk about fashionably late. Glitter couldn't even twitch a finger to key her mic. She just lay there, utterly helpless, watching the tank's massive main gun slowly elevate to target the remains of Viper 1-6. As her vision began to tunnel and darken, she was startled by the sight of 2 large gray crosses streaking low and slow across the sky above her. The lead aircraft opened up with its iconic 30mm cannon. The sound was a deafening, ripping snarl of fury. The road in front of the T-14 erupted in a line of explosions a heartbeat before depleted uranium rounds hammered the tank itself, blowing the massive vehicle apart in a fireball that filled the intersection. In the sudden, ringing silence that followed, 28-year-old Sandra Glisson surrendered to the darkness. Banking hard away from the flaming tank wreckage, 34-year-old Captain Raymond Shank Vance keyed his radio. "Zoomer, you copy that? There's an Apache down in a building back there." "You see that mess? Solid copy," his wingman replied. "I'm marking the coordinates now. No clue where we're going to scare up a rescue bird or PJs in this chaos, but at least we can keep the site tagged." The entire city of Stuttgart was in chaos. Shank considered their situation briefly. "We're running low on fuel. Let's head back to base. Once we're there, we can attempt to use a landline to contact the closest medical facility. I really hope the Apache crew doesn't have to endure a long wait, but this is the most we can manage right now." Chapter 42. Stuttgart, Germany, 26 December. 3 hours after securing Stuttgart, General Sabaneyev transferred himself and his command staff from the concealed Red Blizzard 1-Stritch train to Red Blizzard 2. This was the overt, heavily armed attack train that had been trailing the initial assault force by a few hours. While similar in concept to the lead assault train, Red Blizzard 2 was larger and packed a far more devastating arsenal. There was no attempt at stealth or disguise. This was a pure military train that relied on its formidable defensive and offensive weaponry to dominate the battlefield, capable of obliterating nearly any threat. Comprising 58 varied railcars, the train was roughly organized into 3 sections. 1/3 carried critical logistics, ammunition, and fuel to resupply the voracious tanks, boomerang vehicles, and scouts. Another third was dedicated to command, control, and troop transport, featuring a full battle-control detachment with satellite and radio communications, anti-aircraft missiles, multiple launch rocket systems, and a battery of 120mm mortars. The final section housed a complete mechanized armor battalion, providing General Dryagan with a powerful reserve force. Sending this overt combat train so closely behind the main invasion was a calculated risk by Borbakov, who bet on the Poles and Germans in the wake of the assault being too stunned and disorganized to mount an effective response. His gamble succeeded. Red Blizzard 2 would now function as the central command hub for the Russian raiding force for the duration of the operation. An hour after relocating to the new train, Eduard Sabaneyev stood in a troop transport car surveying a group of 20 captives, 19 men and 1 woman. They were seated or lying along the wall, most with their hands cuffed behind them, though a few wounded individuals were left unbound. His gaze passed over a mix of uniforms and ranks, U.S. and German Army and Air Force personnel, including over a dozen colonels and 4 general officers, among them the deputy commander of AFRICOM. Russian soldiers stood guard, but Sabaneyev sensed no resistance from these officers. They mostly appeared shell-shocked, overwhelmed by the speed and ferocity of the Russian assault. It was almost laughable, really. He'd remarked to his subordinates after the fighting ended that the Americans had put too much faith in their satellites and comms links. Once those were blinded, they'd fumbled around like amateurs. He'd faced more determined and capable opponents in the Chechen rubble years ago than what NATO had shown in the last day and a half. Russian medics moved among the prisoners, administering aid, applying bandages, and determining who needed surgery for shrapnel or broken bones. The AFRICOM deputy commander, the most valuable prize, received the most urgent care despite his back and shoulder wounds not being life-threatening. He would be the first into the train's surgical suite. In stark contrast, 8 wounded Russian soldiers sat bandaged in another car, waiting their turn for treatment. The prisoners were simply worth more than a few farm boys from Moscow, Yaroslavl, and Yekaterinburg. The covert Red Blizzard 1 train its purpose served was now abandoned here in Stuttgart. Keeping the second train operational was the only sensible choice. Turning both locomotives around would have demanded hours of backbreaking work, a luxury they couldn't afford during their lightning strike into Germany and the planned retreat. Their primary mission was already a success, and secrecy was no longer a concern. Red Blizzard 1 had been meticulously positioned on tracks east of the main station along Rosensteinstrasse, packed with explosives and transformed into a towering fireball. Watching it burn pained Sabanayev, but he took comfort in knowing Red Blizzard 2 carried all the essentials for the journey home: fuel, ammunition, and formidable firepower. In truth, this second train was even better armed, boasting more anti-aircraft missiles and mortar systems than its sacrificed sibling. Its dark, disruptive camouflage pattern, now freshly adorned with a stark Russian flag on its flank, gave it a truly menacing silhouette. Without a glance at his captives, the general moved toward the headquarters car. He paused at a window, gazing out at a subdued central Stuttgart shrouded in afternoon haze. The train sat parked near the Hauptbahnhof, encircled by a security cordon of Russian troops and armor. The German streets were empty. Civilians and soldiers alike had vanished at the first crack of gunfire that morning, retreating behind locked doors where they had remained, a silent, unseen audience. Trails of black smoke stained the air beneath a low ceiling of gray clouds. Sabaniev stood for several minutes, hands on his hips, his impatience growing as he awaited word from Dragan. The colonel had dispatched elements to Ramstein Air Base and several smaller local airfields with orders to crater runways, destroy any aircraft they found, and generally cripple NATO's ability to respond. The thought of dealing another blow to the alliance pleased Sabanayev immensely. It would hobble any Western counterattack and hammer home the undeniable reality of who held the initiative, strengthening Russia's hand in the inevitable negotiations to come. Finally, his aide approached. "General, Colonel Dragan reports all objectives achieved at Ramstein. Smaller units are completing operations at secondary airfields. He will begin his return to Stuttgart within the hour. Estimated arrival is 2100. "Good," Sabanayev said, a wave of fierce pride surging through him. He had done it. His part of this war was effectively over, save for the long ride back to Russia. The rest was now in the hands of the politicians and that stubborn old goat, Boris Lazar. He continued through the train to the command car, which buzzed with focused energy. Soldiers moved purposefully between the operations center and the command post, while anti-aircraft crews monitored their radar screens, checking missile statuses on the coordination boards in the center of the car. All fire support batteries were listed as green and ready. Sabaniev walked to the communications officer stationed before the high-frequency radio, a set powerful enough to reach Russian headquarters in Belarus, if not all the way to Moscow. The officer offered the handset. Sabaniev took it and raised his voice, commanding the room's attention. "Operations officer, silence in the ops center." The ambient noise wasn't excessive, but he wanted every ear tuned to his forthcoming transmission. The officers immediately hushed, their conversations dropping to whispers. The general keyed the microphone. "Attack headquarters. Attack headquarters. This is Krasny Metal Force Commander. How do you read me?" A moment of static was followed by a distinct crackle and ping from the speakers, the telltale sound of an encrypted signal locking in. Then a distant but clear voice replied, "This is Attack Headquarters, Krasny Metal. We are receiving you. Send your transmission," the voice ordered. Sabaniev keyed the microphone, his tone crisp and professional. "Raid on Stuttgart headquarters is complete. We achieved success with minimal losses. We hold 20 prisoners, including the AFRICOM deputy commander and key staff. Full identification follows this message. All primary communications and both command structures have been neutralized. Secondary targets are currently being engaged and will be secured within the hour. You may initiate diplomatic contact." A satisfied smile touched his lips as he finished, his gaze sweeping over the elated faces of his staff in the command rail car. The response relayed from a station just inside Belarus arrived after a brief pause. "Attack headquarters acknowledges. All primary and secondary objectives confirmed. Tertiary engagements proceeding. Authorization code for your return transit to Moscow will follow." A wave of triumphant cheers filled the train car. Though the captured officers didn't speak Russian, the exultant shouts and relieved laughter told them everything they needed to know. Russia had just pulled off a stunning victory. Handing the radio back, Sabaneyev moved to the operations map. Already planning the next phase, he needed this train moving east before Dryagin could regroup in the city. The prisoners were his insurance policy, a bargaining chip to secure safe passage back through Belarus and into Russia. If NATO wanted their people back, they would have to stand aside and let his forces leave unhindered, avoiding further bloodshed. It was a clean, calculated exit. The Risla, the Kremlin. Moscow, Russia, 26 December, through the sole remaining secure undersea cable linking Moscow to Washington, a carefully crafted message was dispatched. A team of diplomats and linguists had labored around the clock, meticulously wording each sentence to prevent any misinterpretation. They included verified details from Sabaneyev's report, prisoner counts, names, and ranks to lend undeniable credibility to their claims. The resulting communiqué was long, boldly assertive, and heavily embellished with fiction. According to the Kremlin's narrative, a spearhead force from a much larger invasion had pushed all the way to Stuttgart, but their advance had been slowed by fierce resistance from NATO's combined armor and air power. Consequently, Moscow had wisely decided to hold the main invasion force in reserve, framing the situation as a costly stalemate. They proposed terms for a Russian withdrawal from Europe. However, they issued a stark warning. If their advance guard was hindered during its return to Belarus, Russia would unleash its full military might, escalating the conflict and directly threatening Poland and Germany. The message cited Western provocations and military expansions in Central Europe as justification for the conflict, yet it paradoxically called for an immediate ceasefire and a return to pre-invasion borders. At the Pentagon, the cable was met with profound bewilderment. Satellite imagery before the blackout over Western Russia and Belarus had shown no signs of a massive force buildup. Furthermore, despite fragmented and chaotic reports from NATO units in Poland and Germany, no one believed NATO was mounting any significant defense. So why the sudden hesitation from Moscow? They had caught the alliance utterly unprepared during the holiday season, with most U.S. forces deployed to the Pacific. The prevailing theory was that this entire operation was a brutal political theater, a muscle-flexing demonstration to rally domestic support for the nationalist government and to expose NATO's perceived weakness and disarray to the world. However, a different faction within the Pentagon had fully embraced the Kremlin's narrative. The pattern of a limited, sharp initial strike preceding a full-scale assault fit neatly into their existing projections of Russian military doctrine. These officials were quick to celebrate what they saw as a successful defensive action, achieved despite a severe intelligence blackout across Europe. They lauded the initiative of local commanders whose swift counterattacks had, in their view, bloodied the Russian spearhead so badly it had stalled. The Russian communiqué's framing of a stalemate was, to them, a tacit admission of defeat. For these generals, the event was conclusive proof. NATO's doctrine of forward defense, backed by the threat of a massive retaliatory air campaign, had unequivocally deterred a broader war. This interpretation also served as a convenient rebuttal to years of congressional budget cuts targeting European security, and NATO initiatives, a pointed reminder after nearly 20 years of focus on the Middle East had lulled many into doubting Russia's capacity or will for large-scale conflict. The West, it seemed, had gambled on complacency. The formal authority to accept or reject the Russian ceasefire rested with NATO. Yet, with European communications in disarray and the clear necessity of American reinforcements to repel any further invasion, the alliance leadership in Brussels quietly deferred the ultimate decision to Washington. The White House, Washington, D.C. 26 December President Jonathan Henry read the cable in the Situation Room for a fourth time, the weight of the document palpable in the silence. His national security team, already familiar with the Russian proposal, waited, finishing, Henry removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, the fatigue of consecutive crisis nights evident. He then began a slow circuit of the table, soliciting counsel. The room simmered with anger over the attack in Germany. Several advisers viewed accepting Moscow's terms as sheer folly, yet no one could convincingly argue for prolonging a fight while the United States and its allies remained effectively deaf, dumb, and blind to enemy movements. The president saved his key military advisers for last. When he finally turned to his Secretary of Defense and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, their recommendation stunned him: accept the ceasefire. The Secretary of Defense laid out the Pentagon's position with blunt clarity. You accept, Mr. President, and we've won. Just like that. You will have personally thwarted a full-scale invasion of Europe. We took a hard shot to the ribs but avoided a knockout punch, and we managed to land a few solid hits of our own. Even better, we secured this outcome while managing a two-front strategic challenge with major powers. That's a victory, sir. A significant one. We frame it that way publicly and immediately pivot our focus back to containing China. We reinforce Europe with our reserves, draft a severe sanctions package to punish Moscow, and, frankly, watch as Congress, save for a few fringe voices, falls in line to fund the necessary military increases next year. His tone then shifted, the earlier confidence giving way to a grim, almost sarcastic pragmatism. But if you say no, then we roll the dice on a nightmare. Either Europe gets overrun by forces we still can't even locate, or we have to fight a protracted, bloody campaign against that same advanced element that sliced from Belarus to the French border in a day and a half. We'd be committing to a war we cannot win quickly or cleanly, sacrificing more American and European lives for a cause that would leave us weaker, not stronger. Our capacity to deter a future Russian move would be shattered. He paused, letting the gravity sink in. And by rejecting this, you might as well personally roll out a welcome mat for Beijing to stroll right into Taiwan. The room fell silent as the implications of the president's words settled over the national security team. They would perceive America as divided and seize the moment to reclaim their lost territory. Henry countered, arguing that once the news networks were back online, they would broadcast the Russian-caused destruction for days on end, making him appear feeble for allowing the attack to go unanswered. He was met with assurances from every advisor, particularly the Secretary of State, that Russia would face severe consequences for its aggression. Anatoly Rivkin launched a desperate, last-ditch attack on Europe to save his own skin, the secretary stated. It failed. Let him nurse his pride for a few months while we handle the Pacific emergency. Then we will unleash our full economic power. Russia is bankrupt and declining. Remember when we blocked their access to that critical mineral site in Kenya? That was the beginning of the end for Rivkin. His political clock is running out. Sir, the secretary continued, I hate the idea of letting Russian troops who killed Americans simply retreat. But the paramount threat is China, Taiwan, and the security of our allies across the Pacific. President Henry lowered his face into his palms. Everyone, just give me a minute. He sat in complete stillness for what felt like an eternity. When his national security advisor began to speak again, Henry raised a hand, a silent plea for quiet. He finally muttered a single frustrated curse under his breath. Lifting his head, his gaze swept the table. We are facing two major powers simultaneously. That's the core strategic dilemma. As was said, America's focus must be on Asia next week. We cannot mobilize for a new offensive in Europe right now. His voice grew firm, edged with a resolve that replaced his earlier fatigue. I will dedicate my entire presidency to ensuring Russia pays a devastating price for these last 2 days. But today, our posture in the Pacific must be one of absolute strength and unity to deter a catastrophic war. Europe has NATO. Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, our Pacific partners, do not have a comparable defense pact. There is no regional balance. The old Kyoto alliance is a relic of the past. The failure of that defunct treaty had never been more apparent. He stood, turning to his Secretary of State. "All right, my decision is made," informed Brussels. "They are to accept the ceasefire and permit the Russian forces in Germany a safe, escorted withdrawal to the Belarusian frontier. Let them have their little victory parade. They will deeply regret challenging us, but we can afford to let them boast for a few weeks." A prudent choice, Mr. President. 3 hours later, at 2 in the morning in Stuttgart, Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev received the directive from Moscow. The terms were accepted, and he was to expedite his immediate return to neutral Belarus with all possible speed. Colonel Dryagin's unit, now reinforced with additional armor and personnel hastily unloaded in Stuttgart before the destruction of the first Red Blizzard train, began moving eastward shortly after. The second Red Blizzard train remained just long enough to transfer more tanks and armored vehicles from its rail cars, further augmenting Dryagin's combat power for the journey. "If the NATO dogs try to betray the agreement, it will happen in Poland," Sabaneyev remarked coldly. He knew they had to cross the border swiftly before American intelligence connected General Lazar's distant operations to Russia's European gambit. This ceasefire was merely a tactical ruse to bring Russian forces home, claiming an uncontested win in Europe, just as the final stage of Operation Red Metal was poised to begin. Chapter 43. The Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia, 26 December. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly had just spent 30 intense minutes detailing the movements and actions of General Boris Lazar and his brigade to the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs and a room full of senior staff, the maps behind him telling a story of alarming escalation. The sequence of events was laid out with chilling clarity. The long-term lease of his country home, the sudden relocation to southern Azerbaijan, and the unexpected announcement of a holiday training exercise that was anything but routine. It was a calculated sprint across Iran to the coastline. He detailed the loading of the brigade onto container ships in Chabahar Bay, the formation of a joint flotilla with Iranian naval vessels, and the subsequent voyage south into the Gulf of Oman. Initially, the room's occupants listened to the lieutenant colonel from strategic planning with thinly veiled impatience. They were neck-deep in managing simultaneous crises in Europe and Asia, and here was this guy talking about military exercises in Iran. Yet within minutes, he had captured the complete and utter focus of everyone present. This wasn't a separate emergency. This was the European crisis, metastasizing, reaching out a new dangerous limb. Before Connolly could even conclude, a voice cut through the silence from the conference table. "They're heading for the Rem mine in Kenya. Those sons of bitches planned to seize it by force." Connolly gave a single grim nod. "I see no alternative, sir." The vice chairman expressed his gratitude for Connolly's analysis and gestured for him to take a seat at the table. The Marine officer complied, retrieving a notebook and pen. "We'll take this to the president," the vice chairman stated. "He'll be reluctant to widen this conflict with Russia, but he will not stand by and let them invade African soil to retake Mr. Mahill. My recommendation will be to strike Lazar's forces while they remain vulnerable at sea." A Marine general on the staff voiced agreement. "I concur, sir, but we must also prepare a contingency. We need boots on the ground in Africa in the event Lazar's force makes it through." "Without a doubt," the vice chairman affirmed. "At minimum, a Marine expeditionary unit. What's our timeline to make that a reality?" "We have a task force centered on the USS Boxer," came the reply. "It's an amphibious readiness group, a 3-ship unit currently within a day's sail of port in Tanzania, that's south of the mining site, but it positions us to intercept the Russians assuming our primary plan to stop them at sea falls short." The admiral nodded, his gaze sweeping the room. "I need a representative on the ground, someone embedded with that Navy Marine Corps team who grasps the full scope of this situation from day one and can manage the fallout if everything goes to hell." His eyes settled on a familiar face. "Connolly?" Lieutenant Colonel Connolly glanced up from his frantic note-taking, a habit born from trying to keep pace with the Admiral's torrent of directives. "Sir?" he responded, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. "You're the one, Ace." "Me? For what, sir?" "You're the one I want on the Boxer. I need a member of my office there. Someone who comprehends the entire strategic picture. Someone capable of crafting a plan that aligns with our national resolve." A heavy silence filled the room. Connolly was momentarily speechless, the assignment landing with the force of a physical blow. He finally managed, "Me? Wouldn't an intelligence specialist be more appropriate? Someone with direct mission impact?" The battalion and regimental commanders, they won't exactly welcome a Pentagon observer tagging along. The Admiral was unmoved. "Colonel Connolly, you will report to the commander of Regimental Combat Team 5 aboard the Boxer. Colonel Castor, are you acquainted?" "I know him well, sir. We go way back." "Good. You can present yourself as a lead planner, a headquarters liaison, whatever smooths the path. Just remember, your reporting chain still leads to me. I'll handle the political theater back here, provided you keep me apprised. This way we stay ahead of any Russian diplomatic gambits, and if they suddenly cry for peace or pull another stunt like they did in Europe, I'll have you there to give me the unvarnished truth from the field." Connolly's initial shock had subsided, replaced by a focused determination. "Understood, sir. I'll prepare to deploy. One final point," the Admiral added, his tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. "I need Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, the strategic planner, reporting in and advising a successful Boxer Expeditionary Strike Group. I do not need a gung-ho lance corporal diving into the brush, trading AK fire with Russians in a misguided quest for another combat decoration. Keep your head on a swivel, but keep it in the game. This isn't about personal glory. It's about preventing a continental war. Leave the actual combat to the infantry." "My apologies, sir. I am infantry." A slight smile touched the Admiral's face. "The younger infantrymen, Dan. Let them handle the fighting. Not you, understood?" "Understood, sir. No issue at all. You incompetent son of a bitch." Admiral Herbers roared, flecks of spit landing on Major Bob Griggs's chin. "You are without question the most pathetic excuse for an officer I have ever encountered." "Sir?" "Yes, sir." Major Griggs remained rigid, eyes fixed forward. The Admiral's rant had lasted half a minute without revealing the specific cause of his fury, though Griggs had his theories. Herbers confirmed them with his next explosive words. "Did you genuinely believe you could slip past me to meet with the vice chairman without my knowledge? I have access to his digital calendar, you fool. You assumed I wouldn't spot the name Major Griggs on the daily briefing." He continued, his voice dripping with contempt. "I knew you'd attempt this underhanded move. It's telling that Connolly clearly possessed the sense not to join your little scheme." "I didn't see his name alongside yours on the schedule," Griggs replied in a monotone. "No, sir, I did not include Colonel Connolly. Do you sincerely think the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs has time for your half-baked theories?" "No, sir," Griggs repeated. "You're damn right he doesn't now." The Admiral's volume dropped, adopting a falsely pleasant tone. "Here's some good news. I reached out to an old friend of yours. Colonel Richter is on his way here personally to retrieve you." For a fleeting moment, Griggs's eyes widened before resuming their vacant stare. Herbers went on. "You won't be a thorn in my side any longer. Instead of drawing a paycheck to complicate my life, the Department of Defense might finally extract some actual work from you before you retire. Consider it a final contribution." A sharp knock at the door cut the Admiral off. An Army colonel in a starched white shirt and impeccably pressed blue trousers entered. The impressive array of ribbons on his chest spoke of extensive combat experience, and his deeply tanned face was a trademark of those recently returned from deployment, not a vacation. His nameplate read, "Richter, Admiral. Am I interrupting?" "Not at all, Colonel. I was merely refining Major Griggs's perspective." "You'll find that a challenging task, sir," said the colonel, closing the door and stepping inside. You see, our friend Griggsy here operates under the assumption that he's the smartest person in any room. He turned to the Admiral. The Major and I have a history. He has a particular distaste for field duty, seems to view life with the troops as somewhat beneath his talents. He fancies himself more suited to a lofty desk in some strategic think tank, far too intellectual for the common soldier. Colonel Richter moved uncomfortably close to Griggs, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. I'm done with you embarrassing the Army up here in the plans office. Your tour in the Pentagon is over. It's time you got reacquainted with the mud, and since your retirement is looming, I have just enough time to bury you in something critically unimportant. A mountain of outdated manuals needs rewriting. You're going to be my premier paperwork drone. Isn't that right, Major? Sir. Yes, sir. A single bead of sweat traced a path from Griggs's hairline to the bridge of his nose where it remained. The colonel leaned in closer, his next words barely audible. Because if you fail to perform, even in these final months, we might just discover you're medically unfit for continued service. How tragic would it be to serve 19 and a half years only to be discharged on a medical profile right before you could secure your pension? A real shame. The colonel then turned his attention back to the Admiral, a cold, professional smile on his face. Colonel, I'll handle the Major from here. Consider him my responsibility now. Appreciate it, Admiral. The Admiral offered a thin smile and moved toward the exit. But he was halted by the arrival of the Vice Chairman's executive assistant, Elena, a striking woman in her 50s with the poised demeanor of a seasoned diplomat and the fit build of a marathon runner, was the undisputed nerve center of the office. A civilian fixture through multiple administrations, her 3 decades of service and sharp intellect made her the ultimate insider. If you didn't know Elena, you simply weren't in the loop. Admiral, just the person I was looking for, she said, her smile warm but purposeful. The deputy sent me. He just finished a remarkably productive session with Lieutenant Colonel Connolly. He was, however, disappointed that you and Connolly's partner couldn't join. She shifted her gaze past the Admiral to Major Griggs, who remained rigidly at attention. Ah, Bob, there you are. The Vice Chairman was extremely impressed with the intelligence package your team assembled. He called it the best he's seen in months. He wants to activate the plan immediately and has requested you and your men prepare a briefing for the Chairman personally. He extends his highest compliments to you and your entire planning cell. For once, we're not playing catch-up with the Russians. A heavy silence settled over the 3 men. Elena tilted her head, sensing the tension. My apologies. Have I stepped into something? Not at all. Thank you, Elena, the Admiral replied, his voice low. I'll ensure Lieutenant Colonel Connolly is prepared to brief the Chairman this afternoon. After Elena left, Major Bob Griggs maintained his stiff posture, but a faint, triumphant curl touched his lips. Lose the goddamn grin, Colonel Richter snapped, stepping close again. Admiral, is he still coming with me? Admiral Herbers, still processing the sudden shift, blinked and nodded firmly. Absolutely. I have Connolly. You take Griggs. Colonel Richter's voice was ice. My office in 15 minutes. Griggs, empty your desk here. You report to me now. The colonel and Admiral departed, leaving Griggs alone in the center of the room. His brief smirk vanished, replaced by a fresh bead of sweat tracing a path down to his collar. His shoulders slumped, the formal posture dissolving as he turned toward his spacious, newly assigned office to pack his belongings into a waiting cardboard box. Bob Griggs's stint in the upper echelons had been brutally short, but the objective of Operation Sacrifice Fly had been achieved. He drew the fire so Connolly could secure the critical audience. The play had worked flawlessly. Now, Griggs faced the consequences alone. Near Hof, Germany. 26 December. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant's face was numb. A raw canvas of cold, but he ignored the discomfort, his eyes glued to the binoculars scanning the misty horizon. He refused to duck into the relative warmth of his M1A2 Abrams tank commander's station. The ambient temperature hovered in the teens, but the true bite came from the blistering wind generated as 70 tons of American steel screamed down the Autobahn. Commanding a unit full of technicians and mechanics had one distinct perk. When Grant ordered the engine governors removed for maximum speed, it was done in under 2 hours, no questions asked. Now the Honeywell turbines roared, pushing the tank past 60 miles per hour. Grant's driver, a young specialist, had the accelerator pinned, following orders, but Grant couldn't shake a nagging fear about a potential civilian collision or a catastrophic ditch. Inside, Sergeant Anderson, the gunner, had swapped seats and was diligently scanning through the commander's independent thermal sight, one of 2 advanced vision systems that gave the M1A2 SEP its formidable edge in the freezing German dawn. Grant could mark multiple targets with a simple switch, allowing his gunner, Anderson, to engage them one after another. Right now, however, Grant was scanning the darkness through his binoculars for any trace of Russian movement, while Anderson used the commander's sight to scan for distant threats and help guide their driver. The voice of his operations officer, Captain Spillane, crackled in his headset. "Sir, I have a relay from an Apache pilot on UHF. He reports contact with a ground station on the guard frequency." "Copy that, Brad. Read it aloud on this net," Grant replied, his eyes never leaving the lenses as he searched for enemy armor ahead. "Sir, the transmission states, 'Ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire. All NATO forces halt hostilities. The acting EU COM commander is ordering a stop to all NATO combat operations." Only then did Grant lower his binoculars. Sergeant Anderson's voice cut over the intercom. "You have got to be kidding me." "Anderson, stand by. I can't hear the captain." Grant snapped before keying his radio again. "Brad, confirm what you just relayed. The acting EU COM commander is telling us to stop all engagements." "Affirmative, sir. I'm picking up the same order on NATO frequencies now. It's fainter than the Apache relay, but it confirms the ceasefire directive." Anderson came back on the intercom. "This has to be a Russian deception, sir. Some kind of trick." Grant was too focused to reprimand his gunner again. He climbed down into the turret, and Anderson shifted from the commander's seat back to his own station. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Grant got on the intercom. "Anderson, I need you to pull up the Blue Force tracker or a map, anything to get us moving toward the eastern side of Stuttgart." "Understood on it, sir." Grant rekeyed the radio. "We might still intercept them as they pull out of Stuttgart. We'll reposition." Spillane responded. Roger that, sir, but what then? Are we just ignoring the ceasefire order?" "This could easily be a Russian radio spoof. At the very least, we'll be in place to re-engage if they break contact, and we can't verify EUCOM's instructions. If this ceasefire is real, I at least want to be positioned to watch them comply and get the hell out of Germany. I'll tail them all the way to the Polish border if I have to. Keep trying to reach EUCOM directly by every available method for clarification and guidance." "Clear, clear, sir. I'll plot the route and guide the regiment. Permission to ask our German counterparts for any local shortcuts. Do whatever it takes. Just get us there before the Russians slip away." An hour and a half later, Lieutenant Colonel Grant and 14 M1A2 SEP tanks from the 37th Armored Regiment were positioned outside the German town of Göppingen. Through his commander's sight, Grant could clearly make out a massive military train emblazoned with the Russian flag. It rumbled along a track 2 kilometers away, weaving through scattered trees, with several boomerang armored vehicles escorting it on a parallel road. Anderson was watching the same scene. "Trains, sir? Did anyone mention they'd be using trains? We haven't exactly been swimming in reliable intel, Anderson," Grant replied dryly. "Sir," the young gunner pressed, "I could put a thermobaric round right into the rear of that train, take out every Russian on board. Hell, I can see 4 or 5 of them posted as air sentries on the roof, watching those Apaches hovering in the distance. Grant shared the same surge of frustration but held firm. We're not doing that. If this ceasefire is legitimate, then our moment to make a difference as tankers has passed. He couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. Just then, Spillane's transmission came through. Courage 6, this is Courage 3. Go ahead, Brad. Sir, I have a Marine colonel over at Panzerkaserne on the line. The Marine base near Stuttgart? Yes, sir. He has a landline back to Patch Barracks. He confirms the ceasefire order we intercepted and has offered to refuel us if we need it. He tells us that an unidentified source instructed our unit to maintain contact with the Russians, escorting them directly from Germany into Poland. Our role ends at the border where Polish forces will assume responsibility. Further instructions are promised via radio, with the note that our regiment is currently the most intact. His phrasing, not mine. It sounds like chaos reigns in the city and, frankly, across much of Europe. But we are the nearest and most capable unit available for armed escort duty right now. Rules of engagement will be provided separately. During a lull in the transmission, Anderson interjected, Sir, one well-placed shot into their engine block would strand them right here. Our orders are clear. We observe from here. Then we follow and continue to observe. So we just watch them escape, sir. Grant shut his eyes, a wave of nausea hitting him. These were the men who had killed his soldiers, and now he was tasked with shepherding them partway to safety. He pressed his radio. Message received, Brad. Please inform the colonel. We acknowledge and understand our mission parameters. In a surge of pure frustration, Tom Grant leaned back and slammed his head against the solid steel ammunition crate behind him. Chapter 45. Warsaw, Poland, December 26. Polish President Konrad Zielinski acted alone, fully aware this decision would brand him the most hated man in the nation for a vast majority of his people. The math, however, was straightforward for him. He could not, would not permit the Russians to slaughter, cripple, and ravage their way through his homeland only to retreat peacefully, as if nothing had occurred. There had to be consequences. Despite the NATO-declared ceasefire, Poland would strike the Russian column with every resource at its disposal, acting independently. Zielinski understood the Polish military lacked the sheer firepower to annihilate the invaders. Russian air superiority was overwhelming, their ground forces were too well equipped and trained, and their advance was too rapid. The initial surprise attack had devastated the Polish land forces, but the president believed his military had to attempt to teach Moscow a brutal lesson. Invading a neighbor carries a severe cost. It was painfully clear to Zielinski that Poland would have to stand alone. NATO offered no support. The alliance had not only refused assistance, but had negotiated a clean withdrawal for the Russian assault forces, treating Poland like mere bargaining terrain for larger powers to exploit. Never again, he thought. Russia would learn of Poland's resolve, and so would NATO. A meeting was swiftly convened, with generals arriving in quiet urgency at the Ministry of National Defense on Klonoa Street in central Warsaw. President Zielinski attended personally, the only civilian in the room, and delivered a short, fiery speech invoking the agonies of World War II and Poland's long history of suffering at Russian hands. He then took a seat behind the uniformed officers. The discussion turned to military options, and a grim consensus quickly emerged. There were dangerously few. The lieutenant general commanding the Polish land forces voiced firm opposition to an attack. These Russians were voluntarily leaving Germany under a peace agreement and were expected to transit Poland swiftly, ending the conflict. The commander of the Polish Air Force concurred, noting the devastating losses of his most advanced aircraft during the Russian Blitz 2 days prior. Mounting a coordinated assault with his depleted forces would be a desperate gamble, a piecemeal response patched together on an uncertain timetable. He argued it would likely result in further catastrophic losses, effectively inviting future aggression once Russia realized how crippled Polish air defenses had become. And what, he asked pointedly, would be the fallout from NATO if Poland broke the ceasefire? The Polish land forces could inflict some damage on the raiding column, but without NATO reinforcements arriving in time, what other forces might then surge across the Belarusian frontier? The peril was genuine, and the survival of Poland itself hung in the balance. A surprise action represented the sole opportunity not to achieve battlefield equality, but to land a punishing strike against the invaders without dooming the nation in the process. Yet orchestrating any element of surprise seemed impossible. Moving Polish units into a blocking position without Russian intelligence detecting the maneuver was a fantasy. It was a safe assumption that spies and reconnaissance drones had infiltrated with the initial attack. Over the preceding 48 hours, a series of violent clashes and shootings around southern train stations had left several dead, their civilian clothing failing to conceal the Russian weapons and their purpose. Senior officers gathered around situation maps, their expressions grim. The most logical and expedient course for General Sabaniev was clear: retrace his invasion path along the major highways, utilizing the flat, open farmland that offered little cover. By taking that route, his force could be back across the border into the safety of Belarus within a day. That rural landscape made the prospect of a Polish ambush not just remote, but practically suicidal. Even air assets would be forced to operate under Russian air defense umbrellas. As the generals debated fruitlessly, their attack plans going nowhere, President Zelensky's frustration became palpable. It was then that a colonel from the Wojska Specjalny, Poland's special forces, broke the impasse. He acknowledged that the highways bypassed major urban centers, but noted two cities, Wrocław and Krakow, lay in close proximity to the presumed return route. Either metropolis, he suggested, could conceal an irregular force supported by his operators, potentially evading Russian detection until the column was committed and vulnerable. A mechanized cavalry general immediately scoffed at the notion, arguing that no unit, regardless of size, could deploy from a city and establish fighting positions along the motorway before the vigilant Russian column obliterated them. But the Special Forces colonel pressed forward with a concept that initially made some in the room wonder about his loyalties. "We must deceive them," he stated flatly. "We must let them believe they have already won. We allow them to indulge in their greatest weakness, an unshakable belief in their own superiority. They are prepared for a high-speed, maneuver-based fight. They have countermeasures for our conventional tools. Therefore, we force them into an environment they are not prepared for. We bog them down in a city." He paused, meeting the bewildered stares around the table. "And then what?" the cavalry general demanded. "We wage a tank battle in the crowded streets of Krakow or Wrocław among our own civilians." The colonel gave a single, grave nod. Yes. A heavy silence filled the room for a long moment. Finally, President Zelensky spoke, his voice low and direct. "Colonel, explain the full plan." "Skip the theatrics. How does this actually function?" Turning to the president, the colonel's tone was somber. "Mr. President, you must understand, I believe an attack can succeed in crippling the Russian mobile force, ideally destroying it completely. But the cost to the urban center will be catastrophic. You have a choice, Krakow or Wrocław. Geographically, both are suitable for this purpose." The president understood the horrific decision being placed before him. He was being asked to choose which city would be sacrificed. He considered it, but not for long. The last 2 days had been spent hardening his resolve for the terrible burdens of wartime leadership. He had deliberately shed his former way of thinking, setting aside any compassion or concern for anything beyond the battlefield. His assessment was cold and logical, though he did briefly acknowledge the possibility of civilian harm. Krakow is Poland's second-largest city. Wrocław ranks fourth. If we must fight in an urban area, we fight in Wrocław. A swift order was given, and an aide soon arrived with a detailed city map. It was spread across the table, and after another hour of intense debate, the colonel's strategy began to take shape. Elements of the Polish 12th Mechanized Division, the 18th Reconnaissance Regiment, and the 10th Armored Cavalry Brigade would be repositioned along General Sabaneyev's projected path on the A8 motorway, which curves north of Wrocław. This force, numbering roughly 5,000 troops, would attempt to conceal its movements, an effort destined to fail, as the Russians would inevitably detect the hasty preparations to Sabaneyev. It would look like the Poles were setting up a large-scale ambush. If they actually fought along the motorway's open fields, they would be swiftly defeated. Yet the Russian command would trust their intelligence, anticipating a day's delay and significant casualties of their own. But here's the twist. The colonel's real goal wasn't to position the Polish land forces north of Wrocław to engage the Russians directly. Oh no. It was to place them there to force the Russians to choose a different path, to lure them out of the ideal tank terrain of Poland's open plains and into the realm of infantry and special forces, the city itself. So far, Sabaneyev had skillfully avoided direct clashes with frontline Polish, American, and German units, using speed and agility to circumvent enemy strengths and probe for soft spots. His entire doctrine was to find gaps and exploit them with blistering speed. The Poles intended to use this very tendency against him. Senior officers in the Ministry of National Defense agreed with the Special Forces colonel's prediction that this pattern would hold during the column's inevitable push eastward. A sufficiently large Polish force blocking his path might convince the Russian general to seek a detour. Turning north would plunge him deeper into the country's interior, away from the flat southern terrain, and bring him dangerously close to the main Polish military concentration still positioned near Warsaw, awaiting a presumed primary invasion from Belarus. It would also place him within range of multiple Polish air bases, drastically reducing his column's reaction time to aerial threats. Choosing north would slow him down and increase his vulnerability, a move he was unlikely to make. There was, however, another option Sabaneyev could take to bypass the 5,000 Polish troops dug in along the motorway. He could swing his column off the highway, cut directly into the streets of Wrocław, and drive straight through the urban center. This maneuver would cost him only 4 to 6 hours instead of 12 to 24. He could reassemble his forces on the A8 motorway east of the Polish positions, and once again race across southern Poland's lightly defended areas toward Belarus. If intelligence suggested Wrocław was defended only by a civilian militia, the path would seem clear, tempting him with a chance to deliver a quick, demoralizing strike against a symbolic resistance. Sabaneyev wouldn't make the decision to enter the city lightly. No mechanized force wants to get tangled in a major urban maze of narrow streets, civilian traffic, and towering buildings. But if the route through the city appeared easier and more certain than going around it, the Polish colonel argued, the bold and self-assured General Eduard Sabaneyev would be drawn to it like a moth to a flames. Sabaneyev would undoubtedly dispatch scouts to search for any signs of prepared defenses in Wrocław. They would inspect the Oder River bridges for explosive charges and assess whether the civilian population had been evacuated or warned. Finding no large conventional formations, he would likely accept the risk and advance. The Polish strategy aimed to funnel his armored column directly into the city, forcing a brutal urban fight, the very environment modern armor fears most. A compact force of Wojska Specjalny, around 400 operators, would be bolstered by several thousand militia members blending in as civilians. They would make the Russians bleed for every intersection, trading a street for a tank and a city block for an armored vehicle. Over the next 12 hours, these small groups would filter into Poland's fourth-largest city undetected by drones. The militia's movement with their older equipment would simply appear to be a routine repositioning, clearing the path for the withdrawing Russian forces. When this plan was presented, it sparked fierce debate, especially once it was clear that evacuating the city would compromise the ambush. Wrocław's historic old town, among Europe's most beautiful, was set to become the epicenter of the continent's most intense combat since World War II. The Polish citizens there were going to endure terrible suffering. But President Zelensky had demanded a viable plan, costs be damned, and this seemed to be it. The linchpin was the simultaneous demolition of the 5 central bridges over the Oder, channeling the Russian advance into a prepared kill zone without prematurely revealing the trap by mining the structures. An Air Force general proposed a solution: a dozen of Poland's remaining F-16s, launching from the 32nd Tactical Air Base at Lask, could strike the bridges with precision bombs. Russian radar would detect them, but the short flight time would give air defenses little chance to react before the fighters released their payloads and turned north to rearm. They could then return to strike high-value targets at the rear of the Russian column that escaped the urban trap. President Zelensky understood the grim arithmetic. Thousands of his people would perish in the coming urban chaos, and history would remember him as the man who sent them to their fate. He'd be politically finished, if not literally condemned, by his own countrymen once the dust settled. In his mind, however, it was NATO's pressure that had backed Poland into this corner, leaving Wrocław to bear the brunt. With a signature, he endorsed the operation, effectively ending his career and sentencing an untold number of soldiers and civilians to death. He had loved ones in the city, yet he never lifted the phone to warn them. The die was cast. He made his way back to the presidential palace, a building that had once housed the short-lived Polish government that broke free from Russian control in 1918. It stood as a testament to Poland's early hopeful strides toward democracy, a dream later crushed beneath the invading forces of its powerful neighbors. Collecting a steaming coffee from his cheerful, unaware secretary, he stepped into his office and sank into the worn leather chair behind the massive desk. The harsh December sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the room. His gaze drifted to the view outside, settling on the imposing bronze statue of Prince Józef Antoni Poniatowski astride his horse, sword forever raised in a silent charge. The palace gardens, usually a vibrant green, lay dormant and bleak in the winter chill. Just past the statue, he could see the solemn tomb of the unknown soldier, its stone urns holding soil from countless battlefields, the gates to its eternal flame, a faint outline in the distance. It struck him then with a sudden heavy clarity that this monument was a silent charge to every leader who occupied this office, a reminder of the terrible weight of command in moments of national peril. A profound sense of dread settled in his chest. His thoughts flew to the men and women in the South, soldiers and civilians alike, whose lives were now forfeit because of his orders. He thought of the historic city he had condemned, sacrificing it in a desperate gambit to preserve Poland itself. Overwhelmed, he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent, wrenching sobs. Chapter 46. U.S. John Warner, SSN T5 Gulf of Aden. 27 December Commander Diana Del Vecchio of the United States Navy stared at the bank of monitors in the control room, her usual composed expression giving way to one of stark disbelief. "XO, you need to see this," she called out, her voice cutting through the low hum of the submarine. Lieutenant Commander Tad Jenkins, the executive officer, turned from the navigation charts. He moved to the console controlling the digital periscope system, the universal modular mast, which provided crystal-clear video feeds to multiple screens, a far cry from the old single-viewer optical scopes submariners used to joke about. Jenkins manipulated the controls, zooming in on the cluster of dark, unidentified vessels moving through the rainy haze of the Gulf. "That's not a random gathering, Captain. That's a fleet," he stated, his voice low. He toggled between night vision and thermal imaging, trying to glean more details as seawater periodically washed over the mast's sensors. "I'm seeing civilian hulls mixed in, but this is a military formation. Escort vessels are positioned defensively. This is a coordinated convoy, and it's moving with intent." He panned the mast, slowly, methodically scanning each ship in the distant group before zooming out to assess the entire formation's daunting scale. The sheer number of vessels moving together in the poor weather suggested an operation of significant scope. XO, "Prepare to send everything we have," Del Vecchio ordered. "Down scope." Jenkins retracted the mast. "Radio, stand by for an SSIXS transmission. We're sending imagery, audio, and sonar data to fleet headquarters. Get the burst package ready." He then turned to the officer of the deck. "You have the mast. Conduct an interrupted search per the captain's protocol, but capture full panoramics and laser range data. We'll make one more satellite burst with our final update, the USS John Warner, a Virginia-class submarine with advanced Block 3 systems, hovered silently, a hidden witness to the ominous armada forming in the gray waters above. Her boat was equipped with some of the most advanced passive sonar systems available, featuring the new large aperture bow array and upgraded active sonar modules mounted on the chin and sail, designed specifically for tracking hostile contacts. Commander Diana Del Vecchio excelled at employing these technological tools to outmaneuver adversaries with cunning precision. Despite standing just under 5 feet tall, her commanding presence made her seem larger than life. A first-generation Italian-American, a faint accent would surface only in moments of intense frustration or when she felt cornered during high-stakes fleet briefings. This same fiery inflection emerged whenever her crew's competence was challenged. In return, the crew held her in a blend of profound respect and genuine camaraderie. She made it a point to know every sailor's full name, along with the names of their spouses and children. Earning a word of praise from her was a coveted achievement, a testament to their admiration for her expertise, her unwavering care for their well-being, and her fair-handed leadership under pressure. Soon, they would deploy the underwater communications buoy once more, this time to relay their freshly gathered intelligence up to a satellite and back to Fifth Fleet headquarters. Analysts there would immediately begin cross-referencing each vessel in the convoy with archived sonar profiles and imagery. If everything proceeded smoothly, the processed data would be disseminated across the fleet, with a tailored analysis sent directly to the John Warner. Del Vecchio paused, her eyes fixed on the bulkhead for a long moment in thought before turning decisively and heading for the operations center. Inside, she studied the video feed of the convoy, combining the visual with audio streams and the seasoned judgment of her sonar team to identify each ship in that peculiar assembly. Meanwhile, aboard the Iranian frigate Sabalan, Colonel Borbakov strode across the cramped bridge, observing the heavy rain through the windows. Local fishermen referred to this period as the short rains, brief, frequent downpours that swept the Gulf of Aden. The season was nearing its end, but tonight's intermittent showers still curtained the visibility. One small mercy was the relief from the oppressive heat, which often climbed past 90 degrees Fahrenheit, a fact deeply appreciated by the soldiers stifling below decks. Borbakov watched as the windshield wipers cleared the glass. 2 more infantrymen had emerged on deck through a forward hatch, tilting their faces toward the sky to savor the cool, clean air. Despite his threats of court-martial to their commanders, soldiers continued to sneak up every half hour or so, desperate to escape the heat and odor that plagued the troop quarters. His own Spetsnaz operatives maintained strict discipline, but these were General Lazar's regular army troops, and they seemed to test his authority at every turn. It didn't help that Lazar and most senior Russian officers were stationed on other ships in the convoy, leaving Borbakov as the highest-ranking Russian officer on the Sabalan. He had resorted to using the bridge's loudspeaker to bellow orders, shooing the wandering soldiers back below. The Iranian vessels loaned to the Russians came with strict conditions. One rule forbade any Russian personnel from being visible outside the hull until after landing. Another guaranteed Iran a future share of the revenue from the rare earth mineral mine once the Russian operation reached its final phase, a payoff that might take years to materialize. But Tehran had never been impatient when long-term profit was at stake. From the outset of Operation Red Metal, Borbakov had understood that the Americans would likely have pieced together Russia's true intentions by now. It would be impossible for a force of 5,000 Russian troops and their armored vehicles to embark from the Iranian coast and set sail without detection. Once spotted, the logical conclusion would point directly toward the contested rare earth mineral deposit in southern Kenya. General Borbakov, however, had a deception ready. He calculated that the United States military, stretched thin by global commitments, would face delays in identifying, assessing, and responding to the threat. Once they did, their natural assumption would be a landing at Mombasa, a port less than 50 miles from Rima Hill. The voyage from Iran's Chabahar port to Mombasa would grant Western forces a full 48 hours to launch a naval or airstrike before Russian forces could disembark. Engaging the Russians at sea would be the preferred strategy for the U.S. and NATO, especially given the crippling blow to AFRICOM's headquarters in Germany, which would complicate organizing a rapid ground defense in Africa. American missiles could obliterate the invasion fleet before it ever reached shore, whereas on land, the Russians could deploy their full array of air defense systems. But Borbakov had no intention of giving the West those 2 days. His plan diverted the flotilla from the Arabian Sea north into the Gulf of Aden, with a landing at Djibouti City. This would force Colonel Lazar's ground forces on a grueling 800-mile armored trek through Djibouti, Ethiopia, and into Kenya. But it halved their vulnerable time at sea. Borbakov acknowledged the risk of encountering American vessels in the Gulf, but a potential skirmish with escort ships and submarines was a far more favorable gamble than sailing directly into a pre-planned ambush off Mombasa. On the bridge wing, standing in a cold afternoon drizzle, Borbakov snatched up a bullhorn. His voice cut through the rain. "Quit lounging around, you worthless maggots. Get your backsides below deck. Now." Chapter 47. German, Polish border, 27 December, perched on the tank's turret. Secured by his radio tether, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant kept his helmet on. His gunner, Sergeant Anderson, was fixed on the Russian armor positioned across the river through the main gun sight. "Sir," Anderson said, his eye still pressed to the eye cup, "when was the last time you got any real sleep?" "About as recently as you have, Sergeant. Same goes for everyone in this unit." "Understood, sir, but the rest of us aren't the ones calling the shots." "You'd better be calling your own shots. You'd better have one of those enemy vehicles in your crosshairs right now, and you'd better have your next 5 targets lined up in your head if this kicks off again." "Hooah, sir. Those bastards could use a final send-off." Grant gave a slight, almost invisible nod. To the young African-American soldier from Pittsburgh, he said, "Think it all you want. Just don't act on it and keep your finger off the trigger while you're thinking. We are not going to be the ones who reignite this mess." He'd said what needed saying to the kid, but the truth was no one in the regiment burned with a fiercer desire to open fire on those bastards than Grant himself. Through his binoculars, he focused on a Russian boomerang in the column, which was preparing to cross the bridge to continue its withdrawal from Poland. A soldier popped up from a top hatch, leaned forward, and pulled down his pants, presenting his bare backside, which he proceeded to slap with his hands. "Sir, you seeing this?" Anderson yelled, his voice tight. "I've got both cheeks centered in my sight. Just say the word." Grant let out a long, weary sigh, the weight of command a palpable pressure in his chest. The crude provocation was almost laughable in its desperation, a pathetic attempt to goad them into a mistake. He watched the soldier drop back into the vehicle, the column beginning its slow, deliberate movement across the bridge, a tense ballet of restraint playing out in the freezing December air. The situation was far from ideal, but there was a strange comfort in being surrounded by these young American soldiers, men who had already shown their mettle over the last 48 hours as the front line of this fight. Grant had been that young once, serving in Iraq, and he vividly recalled the same simmering frustration with the rules of engagement. Some things never change, he mused bitterly. He despised his current restrictions just as much and felt a powerful urge to give Anderson and the other gunners the order to open fire on the enemy armor once more. Suppressing the impulse, he simply keyed his microphone. "Major Ott, Advance your lead tanks to the left side of the intersection." "Understood," replied the German commander. The Russian column began its slow crawl toward the bridge. As the lead vehicle drew alongside Lieutenant Colonel Grant, a Russian lieutenant dismounted from a BTR-4. He was in his late 20s with dirty blonde hair and looked oddly out of place, save for the snow camouflage uniform marking him as reconnaissance. Grant was certain this was one of the same operatives who had scouted his defensive positions near Münchberg and likely Stuttgart, too. With an arrogant wave of his hand, the officer silently demanded that Grant move his tank to clear more road space. Without waiting for a response, the lieutenant climbed back into his Gaz Tiger, radioed a message, and the long procession of Russian hardware began rolling across the bridge. First came the reconnaissance elements, boomerang vehicles mixed with smaller Tigers, and even a few motorcycle scouts. They were followed by a full battalion of T-14 main battle tanks. Remarkably, most of the Russian equipment appeared undamaged. A few boomerangs bore scars from recent combat, but everything was moving under its own power. Nearly an hour passed before Grant and his crew watched the final cluster of rearguard boomerangs cross the bridge. Their passage meant his next move was to follow the Russians across and into Poland. The plan, as relayed to him through fragmented messages, was to trail behind and ensure they did not restart hostilities. "Courage, Maine. This is Courage 6. Do you have the final count?" "Affirmative, sir. We counted 42 boomerangs, 10 BTRs, and 31 T-14 tanks. Add 38 support vehicles. That's 111 total." Grant considered the numbers. He would be escorting an enemy force significantly larger than his own, and that wasn't even accounting for the elusive train wherever it had disappeared to. As much as he sympathized with Sergeant Anderson's desire for action, reigniting the fight now would guarantee a brutal and costly engagement. By the late evening of December 26th, the vast assembly of Polish land forces had begun to coalesce north of Wrocław. Their reconnaissance and command units immediately established battle lines and designated bivouac areas. Next, the advance infantry started the backbreaking work of digging into the frozen Polish soil, hastily constructing camouflaged anti-tank positions. Once again, in this age of advanced technology, the cold, hard earth remained the infantry soldiers' last grim sanctuary. Any sound above a whisper drew sharp rebukes from the veteran sergeants. They operated under the assumption that Russian observers were already watching, knowing that thousands of soldiers could not be hidden entirely, regardless of light or noise discipline. Yet the directive from the Ministry of National Defense was clear: maintain quiet, but accept that you are under constant observation. The premier unit of Polish Special Forces, known as the Group for Operational Maneuvering Response, GROM, which also means Thunder, had been deployed from Warsaw. Its 3 squadrons, A, B, and C, landed in Wrocław just after 10 p.m. and were quietly transported by bus to several hotels along the Oder River, all within sight of the city's 5 key bridges. Over the next several hours, additional Polish Special Operations personnel filtered into the city. By midnight, more than 400 operators from GROM were positioned within Wrocław, all dressed as civilians after arriving via a mix of trucks, rail, and helicopters. Simultaneously, scattered units from Poland's Territorial Defense Force, the National Volunteer Militia, started receiving orders to redeploy directly into the city. They were given no explanation for the movement and carried only the gear they had on hand. Throughout the dark hours, a steady trickle of charter buses, passenger trains, and aging military transports delivered these elements to assigned points across the urban landscape. They arrived not as one formidable block, but in smaller company-sized groups, a motor coach here, a little convoy of repurposed school buses there. By 2 in the morning, the assembled Special Forces and militia members had discreetly started preparing defensive positions along the expected route of the advancing Russian column. In windows of apartments, storefronts, office buildings, and government facilities, anti-tank rockets, machine guns, rifles, and grenades were carefully emplaced. Curious civilians who inquired were met with a uniform, placating response. These forces were there solely for their protection. It promised to be a sleepless night of preparation, leaving every soldier and volunteer to wonder if their labor would only culminate in a desperate morning battle against a far more powerful and better equipped enemy, fought on the familiar, vulnerable streets of their own country. Weißwasser, Germany, 27 December. Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev awoke in his private berth aboard the Red Blizzard II command vehicle. He had managed only a rough 90-minute nap. Sitting up, he immediately checked the real-time map on his laptop, noting they were approaching the Polish border. The display showed that Colonel Dryagin's southern column had already crossed over and was some 40 kilometers inside Poland. So far, the operation was proceeding as intended. The general moved into the command car and accepted a thermos of hot tea from Colonel Smirnov. Just then, a priority intelligence alert chimed over the radio. A headset was handed to him. Sabaneyev. "Colonel General," came the voice of his intelligence officer, Major Orlov. "I am transmitting files to your station now, sir." A new map flashed onto the screen above Sabaneyev's console, depicting southern Poland. Clusters of thermal signatures were concentrated north of Wrocław. What am I looking at? For the next 5 minutes, Orlov detailed the rapid Polish military buildup that had occurred under cover of darkness along the column's projected path. Sabaneyev methodically verified the summary. 2 mechanized brigades, an armored brigade, and a reconnaissance regiment. "Confirmed, sir. Any shift in their Air Force activity?" "None detected, sir. However, at our current speed of advance, we will not reach their location until approximately 800 hours tomorrow." Their deployment suggests they are attempting to establish some form of ambush. A flicker of genuine surprise passed through Sabaneyev. He had honestly doubted the Poles would seek another confrontation after the decisive defeat his forces handed them during the initial invasion. Yet here was President Zelensky, apparently itching for a rematch. The man is a damned fool. On the other end of the line, Orlov paused briefly before responding. "Sir, Zelensky, he actually wants to stand and fight an idiot." "Yes, sir." Smirnov, who had been listening on his own headset, leaned in to study the display. "We could defeat a Polish force 3 times that size." The general gave a non-committal shrug and took a sip of his tea. "Given sufficient time, undoubtedly. But simply maneuvering our column into a proper battle formation would consume more hours than I care to waste in these open Polish flatlands." Sabaneyev then keyed his microphone to address Orlov directly again. "What's the situation in Wrocław? We have 2 Spetsnaz units deployed. One is observing the new Polish troop buildup near the A8 motorway, while the other is concealed near the junction of the A4 and A8 west of the city. I need details on the city itself." The intelligence officer responded. "A drone flyover 30 minutes ago showed nothing unusual, sir. It's a typical evening. There's traffic on the highways, but no signs of military movement within Wrocław. Some militia are present, but they aren't in heavily fortified positions." Sabaneyev looked at his executive officer, Smirnov. "Pull up the contingency plans for moving through Wrocław." Colonel Smirnov quickly returned to his workstation, and soon maps and detailed text filled the central screen. The Russians had anticipated the possibility of Polish forces blocking their exit route, of course, and had prepared several options. If a significant force was positioned on the A8 near Wrocław, one alternative was to drive straight through the urban center. Although this plan existed, Sabaneyev had never really expected to use it. He let out a weary sigh. This would cost him several hours regardless of his choice. But then a new consideration struck him. If he did take the city route, clashes with the Polish Territorial Defense Force were inevitable. These poorly trained militia units lacked the discipline to hold their fire, guaranteeing skirmishes along the way. The Russian general was already composing his memoirs in his mind, a habit he'd nurtured since receiving his orders at the Kremlin with Lazar. Any engagement on NATO soil during his return to Belarus would be another glorious notch on his belt. Even minor scuffles between his scouts and the militia, if they occurred in a major city, could be embellished with dramatic prose to form a thrilling finale for the story of his heroism during Operation Red Metal. Sabaneyev found himself warming to the idea of a city transit, but he wasn't reckless. He turned to Smirnov. Send a reconnaissance force ahead of the main column into Wrocław. Support them with 3 mechanized companies held in reserve just west of the city. The recon teams are to locate any militia positions along our proposed path. Order them to find the clearest routes to the bridges over the Oder River. Redirect the Spetsnaz teams already in the city to those bridges. Have them check underneath to ensure they aren't rigged with explosives. He gave a casual shrug. If we can move our equipment through and the Poles don't try anything clever, we'll bypass the Polish land forces on the A8 by cutting right through downtown Wrocław. A smirk crossed his face. We control this country now. We can do whatever we damn well please. Chapter 48. West of URO Kiel, Poland, 27 December. Just after 5 in the morning, 8 Gaz Tiger armored vehicles rolled to a stop outside Wrocław. They parked along a narrow, secluded trail, wide enough for only a single vehicle where they could remain hidden. For the next half hour, the crews camouflaged their vehicles with brush and heaped snow atop them. After taking precise map coordinates and verifying them with Russia's still functional laser guidance system from hills to the south, the soldiers moved out on foot toward the distant twinkling lights of the city. There were 48 soldiers and officers in total, 8 per vehicle, all from the 45th Guards Independent Spetsnaz Brigade. Dressed in civilian attire, they carried heavy packs loaded with communications equipment, weapons, and supplies. The 8-man teams operated as separate units, using devices that resembled civilian smartphones but were loaded with advanced military software. Each team moved toward different sectors of the city, targeting critical infrastructure. Bridges, major road junctions, key highways, and especially railway overpasses. The cold morning air was sharp and still. The only sound the crunch of snow underfoot as they advanced, a silent infiltration into the sleeping urban landscape. One by one, the reconnaissance teams transmitted their updates via high-frequency radio. Everything seemed to be proceeding without issue. The Polish military presence was remarkably light. Just a few fortified militia posts, nothing substantial. The city itself appeared entirely unaware that Russian forces were moving through its streets. One unit conducted a sweep of the Old Town area in the early hours, using the tram system for cover and mobility. This method proved both effective and discreet, offering an ideal vantage point. They reached the Oder River, crossed its bridges, and pressed eastward, noting no unusual movement around any of the 5 key crossings. A separate team was assigned to monitor the central railway station. Their report indicated only the routine flow of local commuter trains before dawn. A handful of buses were parked near hotels in the Old Town, a typical sight for a European city at that hour, with no unexpected surge in civilian activity. In under 90 minutes, they had covered all the critical zones within Wrocław that Sabaneyev's planners had highlighted. The path forward for the main column seemed open. Red Blizzard 2, Western Poland, 27 December. Almost 100 kilometers to the west, a steady stream of digital data flowed into the command center aboard the support train Red Blizzard 2. Computers analyzed the incoming information and marked points of interest on the maps. The main display was now focused on Wrocław. General Sabaneyev stood behind his operations officer, reading the raw field reports from the Spetsnaz scouts as they arrived. Some messages were detailed, others clipped and direct, but collectively, this initial reconnaissance showed no signs of serious threat. The Colonel General began to consider his next move. "I need absolute certainty before we divert south," he stated. "If we stay on our current route, we head straight into what reconnaissance suggests is a strengthening Polish defensive line. What's your assessment, Operations Officer? Sir, it may be time to separate from the support train. It has served its purpose just as the assault train did. Our armor is unloaded, and the column is fully stocked with fuel and ammunition. Furthermore, we can expect complete resupply from Red Blizzard 3 closer to central Poland. At this phase, we should transition back to assault formations. They're faster, more decisive, and better able to handle whatever the Poles throw at us. General Sabaniev studied the map. We haven't yet faced the full weight of NATO or even Polish air power, and I want the train's capabilities to help counter that, he countered. Then, with a dry, almost sarcastic edge to his voice, he added, "Besides, what's the point of having a mobile command post if we abandon it just when things might get interesting? Let's keep our special teams in Wrocław on alert for any military movement. Order one more reconnaissance at first light to verify those bridges are clear. If I'm correct, the Poles will position something on the city's outskirts to warn us away, all while convincing themselves we'd be insane to drive an armored column through urban streets. Sir, even if they do manage to get troops into the city, they won't have sufficient time to establish any meaningful defenses," interjected the assistant operations officer, earning a sharp glare from his superior for speaking out of turn. Sabaneyev, however, nodded slowly. "Yes. I appreciate your initiative, Lieutenant Colonel." Colonel Felix Smirnov, the operations officer, dropped heavily into the metal chair at his station. Sabaneyev enjoyed pitting his officers against each other. He believed it kept them disciplined and drove them to compete in devising solutions. Wrocław, Poland, 27 December. Paulina Tobias sat in a second-class compartment as her train eased into Wrocław's central station. She glanced down at the white sling, cradling her left arm, feeling the constriction of the bandages beneath. An itch at her wrist frustrated her as she couldn't reach the skin under the dressing. "This is going to leave one nasty scar," she thought. Catching her reflection in the window, she saw eyes that looked weary and deeply sad. The city outside passed by in a blur of gray dawn, a stark contrast to the turmoil she carried within. She was no longer a young woman, but what did that make her? A hardened fighter? More accurately, she felt like a frightened child, the legendary warrior women she had always idolized, those resilient figures who defied expectations and proved their strength, now seemed like distant fantasies. Perhaps they weren't real either. Maybe they too had simply stumbled upon luck, just as she had, and maybe that was the universal truth. Perhaps even the celebrated male soldiers of history relied on little more than chance. The train shuddered and began to decelerate, signaling their imminent arrival. She carefully removed the sling, a sharp twinge shooting through her arm as she did. Rotating her shoulder slowly, she felt a dull, throbbing ache, but her mobility was surprisingly decent. Outside the frost-rimmed window, the first pale hints of dawn began to bleed into the sky. Why were they being sent to Wrocław? The train was packed with militia volunteers, their conversations a monotonous chorus of battle lust and eagerness for combat. Fools, she thought. They had no conception of what they were so desperately craving. Hardly anyone aboard had seen actual fighting during Russia's advance through Poland, and her own single brush with violence didn't make her feel any more capable than the rest. For all she knew, their mission would involve nothing more heroic than helping elderly citizens cross icy streets or assembling flimsy checkpoints. A male militiaman, likely in his 30s, sat across the aisle. He had been stealing glances at her for the past 10 minutes, and she had been diligently pretending not to notice. As the train wheels screeched to a halt, he finally spoke. "You're the one who was shot in Radom." "Dozens were shot. I'm just one of the lucky ones who walked away." "I've seen your photograph. They've printed thousands. They're plastered all over Warsaw in coffee shops on street poles. You were incredible, fought like a hero." Paulina offered no response. He gave an appreciative nod. Gesturing toward her injured left arm, he added, "You know, you don't have to be here today." She turned her gaze to the platform outside the window as the train settled. "Actually," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "I do." She dropped the sling to the floor and stood, using her good right arm to retrieve her small violet backpack from the overhead rack before swinging her rifle across her shoulders. All around her in the carriage, 40 other men and women, dressed in an assortment of civilian clothes, began gathering their belongings and shuffling toward the exits. She fell into step with the crowd, a sudden, unexpected memory flashing through her mind. Her father teaching her to ice skate on a frozen pond, his steadying hands on her elbows. The recollection felt both comforting and bitterly ironic now. A team of 8 Spetsnaz operatives observed the Polish militia disembarking from the train. A swift check of the schedules confirmed this was an unscheduled stop, prompting the team to melt into strategic positions around the station. Their suspicions validated, they watched the ragtag assembly of Polish defense personnel, a chaotic mix of uniforms and civilian gear, spill onto the platform. They counted each individual, their trained eyes noting every detail. The militia commanders appeared disorganized, struggling even to conduct a proper head count. A few hapless volunteers had to scramble back onto the train to retrieve rifles they had forgotten. The covert Russian team documented everything with photographs. They meticulously surveyed the militia's basic infantry gear and outdated equipment, then transmitted their concise assessment. Polish militia element arriving, Wrocław Central Station, company strength. Basic personal gear and firearms, generation capability, no anti-armor assets observed. Force is ill-equipped, demonstrates poor discipline, and appears untrained. Assessment minimal to negligible threat. P8 team reporting. Just 2 miles to the east, the Oder River carved its path north to south through Wrocław, tracing the eastern edge of the medieval Old Town. It had frozen solid weeks ago and now lay hidden beneath a fresh blanket of snow from the previous day. Hundreds of footprints from children playing, determined ice fishermen, and morning strollers dotted the snowy surface, weaving across the river's width. Tracks from a group of cross-country skiers who had passed through in the early morning ran beneath the Pocoju Bridge before vanishing northward into the lingering fog. To the south, the Grunwald Bridge stood alone. At this early hour, it was the only one of the city's 5 main river crossings showing any signs of vehicle traffic, a few lonely headlights cutting through the gray dawn. The Peace Bridge stood as a formidable structure over the Oder River, its twin brick supports rising over 60 feet to hold a steel span that linked directly to a primary east-west artery through Wrocław, a far more significant route than the minor roads served by the crossings to the north. A blue Daewoo pickup pulled to the curb on the bridge's southern end, close to where one massive pylon met the western embankment. 3 men in their 30s emerged, bundling themselves against the cold in thick coats with fur-lined hoods drawn tight. They approached the railing, glanced down at the dark water below, then descended a set of concrete steps to a riverside walkway. Flashlights cut through the lingering gloom beneath the steel girders as they made a quick inspection. Satisfied, they returned to their vehicle, crossed to the opposite side to repeat the check, and radioed their clearance report. One soldier fiddled with the ignition wires under the dashboard of the hot-wired truck, and they drove north toward the next bridge. 10 minutes later, Sergeant Anton Mikhailov stepped from his own warm pickup and approached the Peace Bridge for his own assessment. After a visual scan, he settled into the passenger seat, retrieved a secure device from his pack, and tapped out an encrypted message, "Peace Bridge clear. No signs of explosives or blockages." Awaiting a reply, he turned to the officer in the back. "Command is asking about civilian activity." Mikhailov exited the truck again, despite the biting cold of the early morning. A handful of people were already out, likely heading to work. The Russian sergeant took a deep breath of the frigid air, lit a cigarette, and smirked back at his superior inside the cab. Quiet little town. They're probably still dreaming about breakfast. No idea what's coming their way. The captain climbed out, took the radio, and reported no unusual traffic in the Old Town district. As he finished, A taxi pulled up beside their parked Daewoo. The driver, a heavy-set man with thinning hair, rolled down his window and yelled in Polish. The junior officer, not understanding, simply waved him off irritably. Undeterred, and already in a foul mood from a slow morning, the cabbie shifted to park and shouted again, this time in English. When the men just gestured angrily back at him, making a crude fist signal, the driver had reached his limit. Muttering about disrespectful kids, he grabbed his cell phone. Sergeant Mikhailov mirrored the motion, but his hand came out holding a suppressed 9mm pistol. From just 10 feet away, he fired 3 rounds into the cabbie's face. The violent impact sent a horrific spray across the interior. The captain stared, horrified. "Mikhailov, have you lost your mind? Get that corpse out of sight, you brainless oaf. I'll have you court-martialed for jeopardizing this entire mission over a nosy cab driver." 2 soldiers quickly moved the lifeless driver into the back of the taxi. One took the wheel and drove it across the bridge, followed by the Daewoo. They parked the cab in an empty spot and rejoined the others, while the captain's furious tirade against Mikhailov continued unabated in the back of the pickup. 75 kilometers west of Rocklar, 27 December. Colonel Sabaniev reached his final decision with only 25 minutes to spare before the head of the column was scheduled to exit onto the northern A8 highway bypass. Colonel Dryagin received the order over the radio while standing in the top hatch of his Boomerang command vehicle, watching the eastern sky lighten with a pale, misty dawn. His column was halted just west of Wrocław, engines idling as they waited for his word. After acknowledging the general, he dropped back inside the cramped compartment, lit only by the glow of red instrument lights. His company commanders and the Spetsnaz liaison officer, who had crowded in for instructions, watched him intently. Dryagin masked his own doubts about the plan behind a mask of confidence. "All right, we're taking the city route through Wrocław," he announced. "We'll punch straight through, just like we did in Stuttgart. The local defense forces will be caught completely off guard, giving us a clean shot across the Oder River. The Boomerangs will split to cover 4 parallel routes through the city, shielding the flanks. All main battle tanks stay in the center. We drive at full speed with the Boomerangs acting like traffic cops clearing the highway. Anything that gets in our way, militia, regulars, police, whatever, we eliminate it and keep moving." A company commander spoke up. "Sir, what about these new reports of militia reinforcements gathering?" Polish factory workers handed rifles. Dryagin dismissed. "They probably don't know which end of the gun the bullet comes out of. We brushed them aside on our way in. We'll do the same on our way out." The Spetsnaz major interjected. "Should we delay for more of my teams to report? Partisans could be mining the roads or tearing up rail lines ahead of us. Even if there were 2 full divisions of militia in that city, taking this route would present little difficulty," Dryagin countered, his tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. Honestly, did the special forces think they were the only ones who understood speed and violence of action? He then turned to the side hatch, where his intelligence officer was leaning in. "Razvedchik, what's the latest on enemy air activity? Still nothing from Lask, Poznan, or Krakow?" "Negative, Colonel. Our monitoring is comprehensive, and Spetsnaz elements are observing the airfields. NATO aircraft remain out of Polish airspace per the agreement. The Polish Air Force has a few birds up near the Belarusian border, east of Warsaw, and they're conducting sorties in the north, but they're just circling. It seems they either don't have a solid fix on our location, or they simply don't want to come close enough to get torn apart." The officer cleared his throat. "Sir, understood," Dryagin said. "Lead elements will move out immediately." Chapter 49. Western Poland, 27 December. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant had managed to doze off in the commander's hatch of his Abrams, but the sleep was brief and shallow. His driver slammed on the brakes to avoid a silver Porsche 911 that shot onto the Autobahn from an on-ramp, jolting Grant awake. He rubbed his eyes, fumbled for his canteen, and then heard Captain Spillane's voice crackle over his headset. "Sir, you awake? Got some good news for once. GPS is back online." "No kidding?" Grant replied, a surge of relief cutting through his fatigue. "You're certain it's a solid signal?" "Affirmative, sir. The Blue Force tracker is plotting our position accurately now. Call it a late Christmas miracle," Grant joked. From the driver's seat, Specialist Anderson chimed in over the intercom. Sir, pretty sure it's the 27th time gets fuzzy when you're having this much fun, right?" Grant allowed himself a faint smile and keyed his mic. "All right, Brat. We're pulling over at the next exit. We'll keep visual on the tail end of the Russian column, then catch back up. Radio the HQ section. Tell them I need them to establish a satellite net immediately. Let's find out if we can finally get proper communications working." Within 10 minutes, Grant was standing in a field surrounded by a small circle of Humvees. Several dark satellite communication antennas rose from the vehicles like silent sentinels against the gray morning sky. The communications gear looked like something between a spiderweb and a 3-foot-tall ray gun, but it was linked to a DSCS-3 satellite over 22,000 miles away. As he walked up, the sergeant lifted the rear flap of the high-back Humvee. "Sir, got a voice you'll recognize on SATCOM." Grant took the handset. "Courage 6 here," the reply crackled through, distant but clear. "Pretty sure you're not Courage 6, because I'm Courage 6 actual." It was Colonel James Fenton, the regiment's commander. "Damn, sir, you have no idea how good it is to hear you," Grant said. "Same here, Tom. The XO and I are en route. Sounds like you boys have been busy." "Yes, sir. Still tracking the Russians." "Affirmative. They behaving so far. Honestly, I'm hoping one of them tosses a candy wrapper so we have an excuse to light 'em up." The colonel's laugh came through the radio. "Pretty sure that's not in the rulebook. Just stay on them. We'll be there in about 2 hours, and you can fill me in. The XO and I are sorry we missed the party. Now all that's left is babysitting these bastards back to the border. Escort duties, no picnic, sir, not after seeing what they did on the way in." "We lost a lot of good men." "Roger that, Tom. You've done a hell of a job. Nobody was fully ready for this. Carrying the weight of those losses, that's command?" "Copy, sir. See you soon." Reich Law, Poland, 27 December. Paulina and her 5 militia members reached their assigned position, a third-floor office in a bank overlooking Wrocław's Market Square, half a block from the town hall. Waiting for them was an RPG-7 propped by the window and 2 canvas bags, each holding 3 PG-7 VR anti-armor rockets, along with the rifles of her team. That was all the firepower they had. She lifted the launcher, ignoring the sharp ache in her left forearm, and settled it on her right shoulder. Peering down the empty tube toward the street, the familiar heft was a small comfort. She'd visited this old town square once on a school trip at age 12, remembering the cobblestones below. Back then, she'd thought it wasn't as impressive as Warsaw. Now, under a crystal-clear morning sky, it looked almost too peaceful. Through the sight, everything seemed normal, but she knew militia and possibly special forces were hidden in the surrounding buildings. This quaint postcard scene would turn into a kill zone if Russian vehicles decided to roll through. Command said to expect some Russian units passing toward the Oder River bridges, which didn't surprise her. Unlike many militia she'd met that day, Paulina had come here braced for a fight, but that didn't mean she wasn't scared. In fact, having seen what these invaders could do, she was more terrified than anyone around her. Her team was just one small piece of the defense, but in her mind, the Russians were coming here. Now, just for her. She lowered the launcher and turned to the group, nodding toward a lanky kid who looked about 19. He wasn't muscular, but he seemed the most alert of the bunch. "You ever fired an RPG?" "Yes. I was trained as an assistant RPG grenadier with the TDF in Krakow. Fired 8 rounds last summer. That was more than Paulina had fired in training or combat, but she had no intention of letting anyone else touch the launcher. A sudden memory flashed of her father teaching her to track deer in the woods near their home. A useless skill now, but the focus it required felt eerily similar. Today, Paulina would be the one firing rockets at the Russians. There was no chance she'd hand that task to anyone else. She scanned the faces of her makeshift squad. Two were women. One looked to be in her 30s, the other around Paulina's own age, a pretty brunette who, despite being much shorter, brought Ursula sharply to mind. "What's your experience?" Paulina asked her. "I only joined up last Monday. Haven't really done anything yet." Paulina let out a slow breath. The other two members, both men carrying extra weight, claimed rifle training, but neither seemed to have much faith in their own skills. Her eyes returned to the large young man. "You'll be my assistant grenadier. I'm on the launcher." To the rest, she said, "Use your rifles to cover us from any infantry. Aim for Russians visible in tank hatches or APC doors. If we go down, you grab this launcher and keep firing." A ripple of widened eyes met her words, but no one spoke. She demonstrated the RPG-7's operation for the women and the two older men, careful not to lift the heavy tube again. Her shoulder and arm still ached from earlier. Once finished, she directed her amateur team to shove a group of file cabinets against the windows for scant cover. Kneeling, she pulled the 6 rockets from their canvas bags and arranged them beside her launcher. A tremor fluttered in her chest, and just as she registered it, a voice behind her whispered, "I'm so damn scared." "How are you not?" Paulina glanced up. It was the pretty young woman on her team. She didn't know her name and had no wish to. The girl wore jeans and a University of Krakow sweatshirt, looking nothing like a soldier. Yet she carried an old SKS rifle and a bandolier of magazines. Paulina shrugged, a gesture that felt hollow even to her. "It's different for me. I was supposed to die 2 days ago. Today will probably do it for all of us, but I got 2 days I had no business having." This only seemed to amplify the other woman's fear. She waited for more, but Paulina had already turned away to load the launcher. Making a friend here would only make everything worse, and surviving again would just mean more pain to carry. Usually she'd have a cheap radio, standard issue in the territorial defense, but the officers had collected them all on the train before Wrocław. The rank and file couldn't be trusted not to chatter. The radio silence kept the Russians from intercepting warnings, but it also left the militia completely in the dark. A low rumble began in the soles of her feet, climbing to her ankles, her knees, then her entire body. She knew fear was part of it, maybe even a slight shake, but this vibration had an external source. Russian armor was rolling in from the west. "Everyone to positions," she said, forcing her voice into flat detachment. The young man she'd picked as her assistant spoke up quietly. "My aunt lives 4 blocks from here." Without looking at him, she replied, "Then pray for her after you're done praying for us." At that moment, a young PLF lieutenant in uniform leaned into the small corner office. "I need a volunteer. Someone not in uniform." No one in Paulina's group wore a uniform, yet no one stepped forward. One of the heavier men asked what for. The regular army officer wasn't accustomed to militia informality and bristled momentarily before answering. "I need someone to carry a few RPGs across the street to the town hall. It's a quick run, but it won't be quiet out there. There's a launcher set up over there, but no rockets to load into it." One of the older militiamen spat on the floor in frustration. What idiot builds a firing position and then forgets to bring the damn ammunition? "Polish special forces have been out here for 6 hours in the pitch black, building these positions for themselves and for us," came the weary reply. They couldn't risk a single flashlight. Cut them some slack. The low, grinding thunder of approaching armor was unmistakable now, vibrating through the floorboards, sounding as if it was rolling right up the main street outside. "I'll handle it," Paulina said. She turned to the small team of young fighters, her eyes settling on the lanky teenager. "You're the grenadier now? Pick one of these guys to be your loader. Good luck. Wait." The younger girl protested, her voice thin with fear. "You're supposed to lead us." Paulina gave a sharp, humorless shake of her head. "You'll likely be safer if I'm not here," she pointed decisively at the boy. "He's in charge now. When the shooting starts, you shoot back at the Russians. And if you die today, well, congratulations are in order, I suppose. The war will be over for you." Without another word, she followed the Polish lieutenant out of the room, the door swinging shut behind them with a finality that echoed in the sudden silence. Central Poland. 27 December. The main runway at Poznan's 31st Tactical Air Base, situated roughly 120 miles north of Wrocław, was a scarred landscape of gaping bomb craters, utterly useless for flight operations. The parallel taxiway had also been hit, though a frantic repair effort the night before had patched it into a semblance of a surface. It was a solution without a problem, as there was no intact runway for an aircraft to use. The base had been eerily quiet all morning, a ghost town under the watchful eyes of Russian drones. Then, with a synchronized groan of metal, the massive doors on two large hangars at the southeastern edge began to slide open, pushed by teams of airmen. One by one, 8 F-16 Fighting Falcons emerged into the cold gray dawn. The low rumble of their engines starting up spread across the frozen flatlands. The Russian UAV operators monitoring the feed perked up immediately, calls crackling over their tactical network. The sergeants watching the screen speculated, were the Poles foolish enough to try a takeoff on that ruined strip? Quick bets were placed on whether the lead jet would smash into the first crater 500 meters out, or the larger one 250 meters beyond that. But the first F-16 didn't turn toward the devastated runway. Instead, it pivoted to center itself on the narrow, patched-up taxiway. With a deafening roar, a 5-meter spear of flame erupted from its engine, and the aircraft lunged forward. The realization hit the watching Russians simultaneously. The pilot was going to use the taxiway as a makeshift runway. 5 seconds later, a second F-16 ignited its afterburner and screamed down the same path. The rest of the flight followed in rapid succession. 4 of the 8 jets were loaded for air-to-air combat, a mix of radar and heat-seeking missiles along with pairs of 500-pound Mk-82 bombs. The other 4 each carried a single, formidable weapon on their centerline pylons. The JAS-M, a joint air-to-surface standoff missile. A narrow window of opportunity had opened. GPS satellites over Europe had been jammed or degraded for days, but had flickered back to operational status for just a couple of hours. It was enough time for ground crews to swap out dumb iron bombs for these precise satellite-guided munitions. The JASSMs could strike from a much greater distance, a crucial factor that boosted both the mission's chance of success and the pilot's odds of coming home. Simultaneously, 200 kilometers to the southeast at the 32nd Tactical Air Base near Lask, an almost identical scene unfolded. 10 more F-16s rolled out from 3 partially damaged hangars. Here, the situation was marginally better. While the single runway was damaged, it wasn't the cratered moonscape of Poznan, so the desperate taxiway takeoff wasn't necessary. 4 of these aircraft also carried the long-range JASSMs, their mission profile clear. The other 6 were loaded as pure fighters, their air-to-air missiles a promise of a swirling, deadly escort high above the Polish countryside. The 2 groups, one from the north and one from the east, were now airborne, forming separate components of a single audacious plan. They had agreed earlier that taking off in single file along the northern edge of the runway, using the painted boundary line as their guide, was their only safe option. It was a risky maneuver, but just like the earlier flight from Poznan, the Polish pilots went one after another in rapid succession, pushing their throttles beyond the normal maximum and igniting their afterburners. All 10 jets sped down the damaged tarmac, their wheels skirting massive craters by mere feet before climbing sharply into the sky. From the instant enemy drones spotted the first aircraft at Poznan, To the moment the final F-16 at last left the ground, only 2.5 minutes had elapsed. Without hesitation, all 18 fighters banked hard toward Wrocław, their afterburners blazing. After a quick shower and shave, Eduard Sabaneyev walked back to the command vehicle, feeling optimistic. He anticipated a couple more hours of manageable stress as Dryagin's column advanced through Wrocław. The last update before he'd stepped under the water reported that not a single hostile shot had been fired. There were accounts of police cars scrambling out of the way, stunned civilians frozen on the sidewalks, and some gridlock at major crossroads. But overall, the operation was unfolding more smoothly than he or Dryagin had dared hope. He knew the call would come soon. His forward units had reached the makeshift militia barricades and would easily overwhelm the part-time defenders stationed there. A part of him almost wished the militia would offer some resistance, his mind drifting again to his memoirs and how he might spin this return from Stuttgart into a tense, nail-biting narrative where everything hung in the balance. As he entered the command car, his communications officer looked up urgently from his screen. "General, Air Defense is reporting multiple fighter takeoffs from Lask and Poznan at the same time." Sabaneyev's eyebrow lifted. "How many?" The officer exchanged a few terse words over the radio. 10 from Poznan, 8 from Lask. All appear to be F-16s. Our Su-30s and MiG-29s are moving to intercept. Understood. He turned to Colonel Smirnov. Our fighters will be on them in minutes. The Poles found out we're moving into Wrocław, and now they're going to put on a little show because they know we slipped right past their trap. Sabaneyev was right that the Russian MiGs and Sukhois would reach the Polish F-16s quickly, but he didn't yet grasp that the ground attack elements of these flights wouldn't need long aloft to complete their task. The F-16s had been airborne for less than 4 minutes when the order to release the JSSM missiles was given. Soon, the large GPS-guided weapons streaked southward through the sky, launched from both the Poznan and Lask groups. Some of the pilots made a quick, silent sign of the cross, acutely aware that their actions might doom fellow Poles below, yet they also understood the mission and the far worse consequences of doing nothing while Russian forces moved unchecked across their homeland. Mere moments after releasing his payload, the lead F-16 pilot heard the sharp warning tone in his helmet. Air-to-air missiles had been launched at his aircraft. Paulina Tobias guided a baby carriage along the sidewalk, moving away from the growing thunder of engines approaching from the west. The carriage held no child, only 3 heavy, tube-shaped RPG warps wrapped in a blanket. Dressed in a bright green puffy coat, a white knitted hat with a dangling tassel, and thick mittens, she kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, not glancing back at the Russian armored personnel carriers growling ever closer as they rolled into the market square behind her. The RPG rounds were heavy, each one weighing 20 pounds, and Paulina strained to push the carriage through the new snow on the sidewalk. A sharp pain throbbed in her left arm, but she forced herself to look calm, to seem like any other parent out for a stroll. The last thing she needed was for a passing Russian patrol to wonder why a woman with a baby carriage looked so tense. She kept moving, head down, until she finally stopped across the street from the town hall. The roar of military engines was deafening now, a constant grinding noise that made her teeth ache. She waited for a break in the traffic, her eyes tracking a group of 5 armored vehicles rolling closer. The lead vehicle was a boomerang, the same model that had smashed through her unit's defenses just 2 days prior. Logically, she knew it wasn't the exact same machine or crew from the fighting near Radom, but the sight of it here, in this quiet neighborhood, sent a cold jolt of recognition through her. It was a ghost from a very recent nightmare. When it was 30 meters away, she pushed the carriage out into the street, making directly for the town hall's main doors. As she crossed, she glanced to her left. A soldier, roughly her age, peered down from an open hatch, his face obscured by goggles and a helmet. To her surprise, he offered a faint, almost friendly smile. Paulina managed a tight, brittle smile in return before quickly looking away, her heart hammering against her ribs. She reached the other side just as the boomerang rumbled past, continuing toward the town square and, undoubtedly, one of the bridges over the Oder River 3 blocks east. The second vehicle in the column rolled by as she slipped through the front door of the hall. Inside, 2 militiamen were waiting. They wordlessly lifted the heavy rockets from the carriage and headed for the staircase. "What about me?" Paulina asked, her voice barely above a whisper. One of the men turned, his expression all business. "Can you fire the launcher? Yes. Then come on, move." Chapter 50. Red Blizzard 2. West of Wrocław, Poland, 27 December, inside the command vehicle, the communications officer's voice cut through the background chatter. "General Air Defense is reporting multiple missile launches from Polish F-16s. Air-to-air missiles," General Sabanev asked, not looking up from his map. "Negative, sir. The speed is all wrong." The officer paused, listening to his headset. They appear to be JAS M158 cruise missiles. Cruise missiles? Sabanev finally looked up, his gaze sweeping the cramped interior of the command post. "What possible targets? We're a moving column. It makes no tactical sense to fire a slow cruise missile at a position that won't be there when it arrives." The comms officer shifted uncomfortably. I don't have confirmed targets, sir." Now the general's concern became visible on his face. He was 52, and years of command had taught him to trust his unease. "Those weapons are GPS-guided. We should have kept the European satellite network disabled longer." He waved a hand, as if swatting the thought away. "Well, I assume we are engaging them." Colonel Smirnov nodded firmly. "Yes, General," the communications officer added. "Current trajectory puts the first missiles in the vicinity of Wrocław in 2 minutes and 12 seconds, assuming they don't abort." 2 minutes. It was hardly any time at all to intercept them. Sabanev looked at the baffled faces around him. After a few seconds of tense silence, he shouted, "Halt the train!" The order was given, and the train began to shudder as its brakes engaged. Before it had even slowed noticeably, the general issued another command. "Tell Colonel Dryagan to disperse his units from the formation. Get them off their planned routes until I say otherwise." The Poles could be guiding those missiles right at the train and the column. As the train ground to a stop, the order was relayed. Sabanev sat in his chair, his mind racing, trying to piece together the enemy's irrational move, and then, with a sudden, chilling clarity, he understood. These missiles hadn't been fired by Poland at him, they had been fired by Poland at Poland. While Colonel Smirnov began barking dispersal orders over the radio, Sabanev grabbed the communications officer by the sleeve. "The bridges? They're going to blow the damn bridges over the Oder." He snatched the handset and repeated the frantic warning to Dryagan. The colonel's reply crackled back almost instantly. "That's insanity, sir. We'll overrun their militia positions in a matter of minutes. Why would they want to trap us in the middle of their own city?" Sabanev's response was a furious bark. "We've overlooked something critical. This is a setup." Sabanev's voice crackled over the command net. "What are your orders, Colonel?" Sabanev's eyes were fixed on the tactical display, the blinking icons marking the train and Dryagan's beleaguered column. He grabbed the microphone. "Turning the column around in those streets is impossible now. You're committed. Your only option is to push forward. We must get armored vehicles across the Oder immediately to secure a crossing point." Wrocław, Poland, December 27, Junior Sergeant Bogdan Nozdrin barked at his driver to accelerate their boomerang armored vehicle toward the nearest river crossing. The urgent command to secure the bridges rippling through the forward units. He was fifth in a scouting element that had just rumbled through the historic market square, a surreal contrast of ornate architecture and grinding military steel. His small group, a mix of boomerangs and Gaz Tiger scout cars, was operating ahead of the main tank column, which was grinding through the southwestern districts. This meant Nozdrin's section was the closest to the river when the panic set in. His driver was wrestling the heavy APC to keep pace with the vehicles ahead as they turned onto Swietigo Duce Street. They were a single block from the water when a distant, thunderous detonation erupted, showering the street with glass and shaking Nozdrin so violently he was thrown back into his station, his helmet comms ripped loose in the process. He fumbled for the headset, his ears ringing, just in time to hear a second, closer blast. "Report!" he yelled forward to his driver. "RPGs, Sergeant!" Roman 1-3 took a direct hit on the turret ahead of us, but he's still rolling. That first blast sounded like artillery. Nozdrin's sentence was cut short as a third impact slammed into their vehicle from the rear. "Damn it!" He scrambled to his camera feeds, disoriented. "Gunner, identify that shooter and return fire." The northeastern skyline echoed with more booms. Nozdrin cycled through his screens, a cold sweat forming as he tried to piece together the chaos they were charging into. Suddenly, the turret above him traversed with a hydraulic whine, and the deafening thump of the 12.7mm cannon began, the concussive noise vibrating through the armor. Then the radio crackled to life. "Ambal 1-2 here. We've reached the riverbank. The primary bridge is gone, partially collapsed and burning. We are turning to locate an alternate crossing at the—" A brief silence. Then a strained voice returned. "2, a second bridge is destroyed. Are 3 bridges still intact?" Nozdrin transmitted. No response. "Ambal 1-2, do you copy?" A new tense voice broke in. "This is Ivan 1-1. Ambal 1-2 is gone. Anti-tank missile from the far bank. Vehicle is a total loss. No survivors possible." With a sinking feeling that defied every instinct, Nozdrin ordered his driver to press on toward the odor. It felt like driving into the mouth of a dragon. Back in the armored command car of his stationary train, 5 kilometers west, Colonel Sabaniev could hear the distinct rumble of the battle. He peered through his binoculars at the multiple columns of black smoke staining the crisp, sunny morning sky over the city. Behind him, Colonel Smirnov delivered the grim update. "Sir, incoming reports confirm Anna Company is under heavy fire from entrenched positions near the Grunwald Bridge." "The bridge?" "That's nowhere near the suspected militia locations," Sabaniev said, a note of disbelief in his voice. Smirnov's reply was grim and final. "This isn't a skirmish, Colonel. This is a full-scale, pre-planned ambush." The general dismissed the outburst with a wave of his hand. "Take it easy. We're not the only ones who know how to bend the rules. I anticipated a move like this." While he had expected a reaction from Poland, he hadn't counted on it happening right here, in this exact spot. The last scenario he needed was his brigade, bogged down in dense urban terrain, catching fire from every direction. "Order the vanguard to punch through by any means necessary," he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. "Get across that river. I don't care what it takes." Market Square, Rockall, Poland, December 27. From the window of a city administrative building adjacent to the old town hall, Paulina braced the RPG-7 launcher against her shoulder. One of the 2 local fighters with her placed a steadying hand on her back. The distant thunder of explosions along the river, roughly half a kilometer to her left, had been her cue to join the fight. Even as she brought the weapon to bear, the air was already thick with the staccato rhythm of machine guns and the distinctive roar of rocket-propelled grenades slamming into Russian columns, not just in the square below, but on surrounding streets all converging toward the Oder River. She forced the cacophony, along with the sharp, persistent ache in her left arm, from her mind focusing solely on her target. "Backblast clear," her spotter yelled over the din. She lined up the sight on a boomerang armored vehicle about 100 meters east. There were closer targets, including a Gaz Tiger armored car right beneath her window. But she had chosen this one for a clean shot at its vulnerable rear undercarriage. She squeezed the trigger. The launcher kicked. A wash of heat bloomed behind her, and the rocket streaked from the window, arcing over other Russian vehicles before smashing into the boomerang's left rear tire assembly at the north end of the square. The detonation wasn't cinematic, Just a quick flash, black smoke, and flying debris. No fiery explosion, but it was enough. The armored personnel carrier swerved violently, plowed into a brick wall, and shuddered to a halt. As the smoke thinned, she saw two of the massive tires on its left side were shredded, with a third billowing smoke. A mobility kill. "It'll do," Paulina thought grimly. The rear hatch burst open, and soldiers began spilling out, only to be cut down by Polish machine gun fire from a concealed position in a storefront across the square. Paulina ducked back from the window and knelt to reload with her assistant's help. In that instant, a torrent of heavy machine gun rounds ripped into the room just above their heads. A militiaman beside her, who had been firing his Kalashnikov into the street below, was hurled backward as he tried to swing his weapon toward the new threat. He was dead before his body hit the floor. Paulina dropped flat, shoving a fresh heat round into the hot launch tube while bullets chewed the walls and ceiling around her. Scraps of burning office paper, ignited by her backblast, swirled in the air. Ignoring the danger, she prepared to rise and fire again, but the gunner in the gas Tigger below had clearly traced the smoke trail back to her window. Its automatic cannon maintained a relentless, punishing barrage on her position. She tried to crawl out with the RPG to find a new spot down the hallway, but the pain in her shoulder and arm made it impossible. She grabbed the nearest fighter, pulling him close so he could hear her over the roar. "You carry the launcher, we're moving!" Using her right forearm, she dragged herself along the tiled floor, her sneakers scrabbling for purchase as she pushed herself forward, staying as low as possible. 4 bridges spanning the Oder had been destroyed, yet the 2 American-made missiles aimed at the Milenijny Bridge had flown past their mark, missing entirely. The failure was a stark, almost sarcastic reminder that even the best-laid plans could go spectacularly awry in the chaos of war. One missile fell short by over half a mile, slamming into a line of empty warehouses, while the other tore through the roof of an apartment building just beyond the bridge and exploded, obliterating the structure's top 3 floors. Junior Sergeant Bogdan Nozdrin, in command of the boomerang designated Roman 1-4, had received the BattleNet update. All nearby bridges except one were destroyed, and his orders were to cross the Oder River with all possible speed. Sealed inside his commander's station at the rear of the armored vehicle, he scanned his screen, pivoting the external camera in a desperate search for both targets and an escape route from the deadly zone his superiors had sent him into. Small arms, fire pinged harmlessly off the APC's hull, but the air was thick with the shriek of rockets and the thunder of explosions. Any one well-aimed anti-tank round could cripple his vehicle and kill everyone inside, the 2 crew and 9 infantrymen packed in the rear. His moving map showed they were reaching the end of University Square. "Driver, left turn now," Nozdrin ordered. A block later, they were on Grodska Street, running along the river's western bank. Here he saw it. The narrow, frozen Oder below a low concrete embankment, and the shattered University Bridge, severed in 2 places by what he assumed were Polish missiles. The one bridge still standing was the farthest away, and the grim irony of the Poles blowing up their own crossings made him deeply reluctant to drive onto it. His vehicle's 7.62mm machine gun rattled off a long burst. His gunner had spotted a target on the far bank not worth a 30mm cannon, probably a soft vehicle or exposed troops. Then a new, heavier series of concussions shook the street, slamming into the pavement and a nearby building wall. The driver's voice, shrill with panic, crackled over the intercom. "Mortars!" A massive blast deafened Nozdrin, followed by the driver's shout. "Direct hit on one of our Tigers. It's gone." Are they really shelling their own city now? Nozdrin thought, a surge of cold anger cutting through his fear. He was exposed to every building lining the opposite bank, under artillery fire, with almost a kilometer of this gauntlet to run before even reaching that lone bridge. "All right, listen up," he said into his mic, his voice tight. "New plan." Seconds later, Roman 1-4 broke away from the other 3 boomerangs and the surviving Tigers in the scout column. It swung right, mounted the sidewalk with a lurch, and slammed into the riverside railing. The ironwork twisted like taffy as the armored beast rolled over it. The massive vehicle tipped forward, dropped onto the Oder's icy, snow-dusted surface, and crashed through with a tremendous crack. As all 8 tires vanished beneath the water, the boomerang's twin hydrojets engaged. The APC thrust forward, riding high and grinding against the 8-inch thick ice sheet. It was a slow, laborious fight, but Roman 1-4 advanced like a determined icebreaker, churning up the frozen river as it pushed toward the far shore. The 30-millimeter cannon now opened up with a staccato roar, shredding a building on the opposite bank where the gunner had spotted the telltale smoke trail of an RPG. The steel hull of the armored vehicle cleaved through the frozen surface ahead, its forward momentum so forceful that in the river's thickest ice, the front tires would momentarily surge onto the snowy plain, only to shatter the crust and plunge back into the dark, frigid water. This was the relentless, grinding rhythm of Roman 1-4 as it fought its way across. 2 more boomerangs followed in its turbulent wake. Scanning behind through his camera feed, Nozdrin spotted dozens of Russian infantry now spilling from the museum, charging through the smoke-hazed air along Grodska Street and vaulting over the railing. They tumbled down snow-covered embankments onto the ice, immediately laying down suppressive fire toward the northern bank as they began their foot sprint across the frozen expanse. Within moments, mortar rounds began hammering the river, geysers of foamy water and shattered ice erupting into the sky. Nozdrin urgently reported the boomerang crossing to command, and soon the order echoed for other APC units to follow. His voice was a constant barrage, yelling at his driver to push harder, barking at his gunner to engage any target while he swiveled his camera, hunting for threats. As he panned past the Hotel HP Park Plaza on the far bank, a bright flash caught his eye, followed by the smoke trail of a large rocket streaking from a top-floor window. The projectiles screamed over the pedestrian bridge to Slodoa Island and struck Roman 1-3, positioned just left and behind 1-4, which was now mid-river. The blast wave from the nearby impact nearly threw Nozdrin from his seat. He swung his camera to assess the damage and saw the aftermath. An 84-millimeter high-explosive round had hit the boomerang's underbelly at the precise moment its front wheels climbed onto the ice, detonating against the thinner armor shielding the engine. The vehicle's front engine configuration spared the crew from the direct blast, but the power plant was utterly destroyed, halting all forward movement. Belching smoke from multiple ruptures, the crippled APC began to settle back into the water at the river's center. Nozdrin watched, helpless as the crew of 1-3 scrambled out the rear hatch, men spilling into the fractured ice and numbing water. The river here was only about 15 feet deep, but for a soldier weighed down by body armor, the icy currents posed a lethal risk. Those who managed to haul themselves out, finding precarious footing on the harder ice flanking the vehicle's path, were immediately met with a storm of automatic weapons fire from the northern bank and the island, forcing them into a desperate, scrambling search for cover. Some Russian soldiers, caught completely exposed, dashed left toward the mangled wreckage of the University Bridge, just 50 yards distant, hoping for shelter. Gritting his teeth, Nozdrin keyed his intercom again, his voice tight with urgency. "Move! Get us across now!" Chapter 51. Wrocław, Poland, 27 December. Paulina had shifted to a new firing position several offices down on the municipal building's 3rd floor. Here the window was already shattered, whether by stray gunfire or the concussive thump of nearby explosions, saving her the step of clearing the glass. She rose, settling the RPG-7 onto her shoulder and lining up the sights on the rear of a Tigris scout car, the last Russian vehicle still moving in her field of view. She watched it hurl 30-millimeter grenades from its rooftop launcher as it advanced, though its specific target was obscured from her angle. "Backblast clear!" shouted the soldier beside her. Her finger began to tighten on the trigger, but in that exact instant, a grenade from another Tigra smashed into the wall directly beneath her window perch. The simultaneous concussion rocked her backward, just as the distant Tiger she was aiming at was obliterated by another hit. Her RPG fired, but off balance, the rocket sailed harmlessly over the scout car and detonated against the stone facade of a bank building up the street. A wave of frustration washed over her, cold and sharp, another chance wasted in the chaos. The young blonde woman lay on her back, the air thick with gray dust and acrid smoke that burned her throat. Nearby, she heard the men coughing, a welcome sound that meant they were still alive. Above her, the ceiling had partially collapsed. A tangle of aluminum beams hanging dangerously low. Pushing herself up, she grabbed the now-spent launcher and staggered back toward the shattered window. The street below was a scene of carnage. Burning vehicles, panicked civilians running, and Polish forces rushing toward the river. But her immediate targets were gone. Two wrecked boomerang vehicles sat in the road, their rear hatches gaping open, their crews vanished. 3 Gaz Tiger scout cars were completely destroyed, surrounded by the fallen. The distant roar of battle still echoed from the riverbank. As the haze cleared, she saw her companions getting to their feet, shaken but unharmed. "We need to move to another position," she said, her voice steady. "They might return, or more of their column could come through here." 15 kilometers to the west, Tom Grant forced down a cold beef patty from an MRE, his eyes scanning the overcast sky. His regiment had been shadowing the Russian withdrawal all morning, but he'd pushed a company of Leopard tanks ahead to maintain pressure while he paused here in a wide field on the edge of Jawor to await his commander's helicopter. This stop had stretched his column thinner than he preferred, but their role was supposed to be simple. Follow at a distance. Whether he was 1 kilometer behind the enemy or 10 hardly mattered. He could close the gap whenever he chose. A platoon of Russian BTR-82s lingered far behind the main retreat. Officially, they were guarding an unarmed medical train, a story Grant found utterly laughable. That train was almost certainly a mobile command post, and these BTRs were here to muscle the Americans into staying back. Well, Grant wasn't playing along. He'd sent his tanks right past them, positioning his force to strike the main Russian column if the ceasefire shattered. For now, the BTRs loitered a kilometer ahead, out of sight beyond a tree line, causing no trouble. He was grateful his colonel was due back any minute. The relentless demands of command had left him drained, running on fumes for what felt like weeks. Stepping out of his Humvee, he joined Majors Ott and Spillane. A security team fanned out, weapons raised as the thrum of approaching helicopters grew overhead. Just then, the radio operator leaned out, his voice urgent. "Sir, forward scouts report tank fire near the Russian column outside Wrocław." Grant's eyes met Ott's. "How far out are our tanks from the Russian position?" Ott answered. "A company of Leopards is positioned roughly 3 miles to the west of the enemy's rear flank." Ott's radio operator began speaking to him rapidly in German, and he glanced up at the American commander. "Our Leopards are reporting aircraft overhead. They can also hear tank fire. The explosions appear to be originating from within the city itself." "Damn it," Grant muttered. "Either the Poles or the Russians just broke the ceasefire." Ott nodded grimly. "At this point, it doesn't matter who started it. Our forces are close enough to get caught in the crossfire." Grant turned to Spillane. "What's the distance to that trailing column of BTRs now?" "They're just up the road, sir." Without waiting for further orders, Spillane got on his radio and instructed all units to prepare for possible enemy contact. Grant looked skyward again. The 2 Chinooks carrying the colonel and the rest of the regimental command staff were now visible, approaching from the northwest. "Hell, signal them off. This landing zone is too exposed. We need to pull back west about 6 miles where we can." The sudden crackle of automatic weapons fire erupted from the far side of the field. Assuming they were under attack, Grant, Ott, and the others outside their Humvees dropped to the frozen earth. pressing their faces into the icy soil. They lay still, scanning for the source of the gunfire. A few stray rounds zipped overhead, but to their now attuned ears, the fire didn't seem directed at them. The detached section of Russian BTRs was engaged in a firefight with another force. "What in the world?" Grant shouted, and then he spotted the Russians. The armored vehicles sped out of the tree line, their turrets reversed and firing behind them as they retreated. Grant yelled to Ott, "Something just chased those Russians right out of the woods." Ott replied, "It's not our doing. Must be the Polish forces." Stuck in the open field, there was little they could do but observe. The BTR crews had clearly encountered something more threatening than small arms fire as the vehicles jolted across the rough, plowed earth, firing wildly. Several streaks of fire and smoke shot out from the tree line. RPG's Grant realized, then a second, better-aimed salvo followed. 6 rockets in total, and one struck true, slamming into the rear of a BTR. The vehicle erupted instantly, fuel ignited, and frantic Russian soldiers tumbled from the hatches of the burning wreck. The second BTR screeched to a halt, reversed course, and hastily scooped up a stranded soldier, using the blazing wreckage as cover from the sustained small arms fire pouring from the woods. With survivors clinging to its hull, the BTR accelerated, speeding back toward the road to escape further rocket attacks. In its frantic retreat, the armored vehicle veered directly toward Grant and Ott, who were still prone on the ground. The Russians, likely believing the Americans were allied with the Polish fighters who had destroyed their companion, opened fire. 30mm cannon rounds hammered the earth, hurling massive chunks of frozen dirt around the trapped men. 3 precise shots struck a nearby Humvee, punching gaping holes clean through the vehicle. Then, a deafening boom. A single tank round screamed over Grant and Ott's heads and slammed into the advancing BTR. In an instant, the heat round's shaped charge pierced the hull, erupting into a jet of white-hot flame inside the crew compartment. Everything within, men, gear, ammunition, vanished in a flash of vaporizing fire. Grant pushed himself to his feet, watching the BTR burn for a brief second before barking orders for his men to remount the Humvees and tanks and seek cover. Snatching the radio from the damaged Humvee, he called up to the helicopters on the tactical net. "Hot LZ, hot LZ, abort the landing." He watched as the 2 Chinooks banked sharply away. Still tuned to the tactical frequency, Tom Grant recognized his commander's voice cutting through the static. "Grant, report your status." "We've got renewed combat in Wrocław, about 9 miles east of my position," Grant responded. The tail end of the Russian convoy just engaged an unidentified force on the far side of a tree line. The firefight spilled over toward us. 2 Russian scout vehicles are confirmed destroyed, one by Polish units, the other by our fire. Copy that. We're locating a safer landing zone and will link up with you shortly. "We are en route." A sudden, piercing electronic shriek erupted over the radio, freezing Grant's blood. It was the urgent alarm of an incoming missile. The colonel's voice returned, strained. "Damn it, missiles inbound. Appeared to be long-range radar-guided, likely air-to-air." Helpless, Grant stared into the overcast sky as the 2 heavy transport helicopters twisted and turned, their countermeasure systems unleashing clouds of chaff and flares in a desperate ballet. A heartbeat later, the first Chinook vanished in a violent flash, transforming into a falling comet of fire. Almost instantly, a second missile found its mark, and the remaining aircraft pitched downward, carving a fiery scar through the clouds. Both helicopters erupted into fireballs just beyond a low ridge, barely a mile to the west. The commanding officer of the 37th Armored Regiment and his deputy were gone, obliterated right above him. Grant keyed his mic, his voice tight. "All units, watch the skies. Be alert for enemy fighters." From the turret of a nearby tank, Sergeant Anderson's voice wavered through the intercom. "Sir, I took the shot that killed that scout vehicle. I had no choice. Is this on me? Knock it off." Lieutenant Colonel Grant roared, a surge of fury burning away his shock and grief. The loss was staggering, but it crystallized his resolve. "You followed your orders, Sergeant. Those bastards were seconds from overrunning us. Now, get your crew ready. We'll search the crash sites for anyone left alive, and then we're going to hunt these Russians down. We'll chase them back to their doorstep if that's what it takes." The White House, Washington, D.C., Denver 27. While the Poles had violated the ceasefire, it was the Russian assault on American personnel that flashed to the Pentagon. Within minutes, the alert reached President Jonathan Henry at the White House, rousing him from a brief sleep after a marathon session in the Oval Office. His patience had evaporated. He now saw the full picture. Russia's European offensive was a diversion, a maneuver to cripple AFRICOM and seize the vital rare earth mines in Kenya. The entire truce had been a ruse, and he, President Henry, had walked right into it. His frustration was cold and absolute. Connecting with the Secretary of Defense, he delivered concise, unequivocal instructions. "Under my authority, all U.S. military forces are directed to engage hostile Russian units operating within Polish borders until their complete withdrawal. If they fire upon our forces from Belarusian territory, U.S. forces are not just authorized, they are ordered to respond in kind." The Secretary of Defense relayed the directive to the Pentagon, which swiftly transmitted it through the recently restored communications network to U.S. commands in Europe. Chapter 52. Southern Poland, December 27. A formation of 4 A-10 Thunderbolt IIs pushed eastward, the pilots sifting through broken radio transmissions, trying to assemble a coherent battlefield image. From the confused reports of ground troops and the strained interpretations from English-speaking Polish analysts, a sketch emerged. The Russian column had been savagely struck in central Wrocław and was now fragmenting into smaller groups fighting to escape. They had left behind strong blocking forces to stall any American pursuit, their retreat westward tangled in narrow lanes, rubble, burned-out wrecks, and, against all odds, a trickle of stubborn civilian traffic still trying to flee. The Russian forces were laying down a formidable curtain of suppressing fire, effectively keeping the pursuing American tank unit at bay. Any pretense of a peaceful withdrawal under the ceasefire terms had been utterly abandoned. Amidst the chaos below, intelligence chatter hinted at a heavily armored train, rumored to be carrying a battery of surface-to-air missiles capable of swatting any aircraft from the sky. Leading the flight of 4 A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, Captain Ray Shank Vance scanned the hazy horizon through his canopy. U.S. forward lines should be coming up any moment, he reported, his eyes narrowing. "I've got visual tree line off to our east." From Shank's second element, the call came from Zoomer, his voice tense. "Missile launch, right front quadrant, radar lock confirmed, evading now." "Copy. Looks like man pads. Shake them off and reform. We've still got armor to hit." The shoulder-fired man-portable air defense systems were a lethal threat to any low-flying aircraft. "Roger. I'm reading heavy SAF fire all over the place." The term SAF fire, surface-to-air fire, was a blanket warning for any ground-based threat, from flak guns to rockets. But the alert was nearly simultaneous with the attack. From a concealed position under the trees, a volley of 4 missiles streaked upward. One found its mark, detonating close to Zoomer's wingman. A flash of red and a cloud of jagged fragments erupted near the left engine. Dark smoke billowed instantly as the aircraft yawed, losing power and beginning a sluggish descent. "Damn it! I'm hit! I have to break off!" the pilot yelled, his focus split between securing the damaged engine and coaxing maximum thrust from the remaining one to maintain control. His instinct was to peel away from the formation to avoid a collision. But at this dangerously low altitude, the ground itself was now the immediate enemy. Shank's voice was calm but urgent. "Concentrate on your aircraft. Call if you need to eject." The stricken warthog drifted away like a wounded animal as the others pressed on. "Let him go, Zoomer. He'll make it. We need to stay on mission. Shank cut himself off, peering intently through his windscreen. Bandits? 2 contacts, 2 o'clock high, moving fast. All hogs circle on me now. Circling the hogs was a defensive drill Shank had perfected during his instructor days with the 66th Squadron at Nellis Air Force Base, the 3 remaining A-10s banked sharply into a tight level circle. This maneuver kept their formidable 30mm cannons and air-to-air missiles perpetually oriented outward, a spinning wheel of fire. They turned so tightly on their wings that the approaching Russian jets, now within 3 kilometers, found it impossible to line up a clean shot on any one A-10 without exposing themselves to the guns of another. Jettison all external stores, prepare for air combat, Shank ordered. To gain the agility needed for a dogfight, the heavy bombs and missiles slung under their wings had to go. With practiced urgency, each pilot safed and released their ordnance, sending the unarmed munitions tumbling harmlessly into the snowy forest below. Holding the demanding turn, Shank finally rolled out and got a clear look at the adversaries silhouetted against the sky. What he saw sent a jolt through him. They were Su-57 Falons, Russia's most advanced 5th-generation fighters engineered specifically for aerial dominance. The A-10, by stark and almost laughable contrast, was a flying tank buster, a magnificent beast for pounding ground targets, but about as suited for a knife fight in the clouds as a bulldozer at a ballet. Shank grimaced, the situation turning sour in his mind. While they held a numerical edge with 3 A-10s against 2 opponents, they were hopelessly outmatched in capability, clinging to any tactical advantage they could scrape together. The Russian pilots, sharp and adaptive, immediately identified the threat posed by the defensive circle. The pair of swift Su-57s climbed to gain a slight altitude advantage, widening their own orbit to try and line up a killing shot on a warthog's tail. A grim ballet unfolded, the sleek, modern Sukhoi dancing around the old, stubborn Thunderbolts. Call out any openings in their approach. Shank ordered, his voice tight. One of the Su-57 drivers decided to probe the American formation. He wrenched his control stick left, peeling away from the loose Russian encirclement to launch a single, precise Izdeliye 170 missile. Known to NATO as the R-77, it was a top-tier active radar homing weapon. "Fox 3! Fox 3! Deploy, chaff, now!" Zoomer's voice crackled over the radio from the lead aircraft in the circle, having spotted the launch first. All 3 warthogs instantly spewed a defensive cloud. 10 bursts of RR-129 chaff and a half-dozen flares erupted from each plane. A glittering metallic snowstorm meant to confuse sensors. The combination of the attacker's angle and the dense chaff field worked. The missile lost its lock and streaked harmlessly through the center of the American formation before detonating in the snowy pines far below. But the Russian wasn't done. He held his nose on target and followed his failed missile with a torrent of cannon fire. Several shells found their mark where the missile had not, ripping 3 gaping holes the size of a man's fist through Zoomer's left wing. Zoomer's position in the circle faltered as he wrestled with the controls. A chorus of alarm sirens filled his cockpit. Glancing out, he saw a geyser of fuel streaming from his wounded wing. A quick scan of his instruments confirmed he was losing hydraulic pressure, too. "Shank, I'm bleeding fuel and fluid. I can hold position, but not indefinitely." "Understood," Shank replied, the frustration evident. "We need to force a change. Sitting ducks get plucked one by one." He mentally raced through options, analyzing the enemy's rhythm, desperately searching for a counter to the superior Russian jets. Running was suicide. The Su-57s could easily run them down. Staying put was just a slower death, as Zoomer's crippled plane proved. As if to emphasize the point, the second Su-57 swooped in, firing another missile. Again, the A-10s answered with a synchronized bloom of chaff and flares, the expanding cloud shielding them from the seeker head. The Russian pilot pressed with his guns, and this time 2 rounds slammed into Nooner's tail section. The attacker then pulled up and away, clearing the way for his wingman to begin another pass. Shank saw the pattern, coordinated individual hit-and-run attacks. But in that disciplined rhythm, he spotted a fleeting chance. With a sharp, almost violent pull back and left on the stick, Shank broke from the protective circle, his warthog's nose swinging onto the climbing Sukhoi's tail. "Shot!" he announced, launching a missile and holding his aim for a crucial extra second to stitch the air with 2 savage bursts from his 30mm cannon. The Russian pilot threw his jet into a frantic, jinking evasion, dumping flares. The American missile wandered off, confused, but 8 of the 40 cannon rounds found their mark, slamming into the Su-57's broad wing root and cockpit canopy. The result was brutally stark. Unlike the rugged, armored A-10 built to absorb punishment, the sophisticated Russian fighter simply disintegrated mid-air, erupting into a fireball that scattered flaming debris across the sky. The modern jet shuddered, its left wing shearing away completely as the aircraft pitched upward violently before tumbling earthward, spinning wildly like a leaf torn from a branch. The surviving Su-57, presumably the flight lead, seized the opening as Shank fell out of the defensive circle. The Russian pilot slid into position behind the A-10, and a pair of missiles streaked from his fighter, arcing across the sky toward Shank's tail. A glance in his mirrors told Shank everything. "Deploy chaff and flares. Braking hard left. Draw him onto me. You two get ready to take the shot." Both Zoomer and Nooner peeled away from the circling formation, angling for attack runs with missiles and guns to cover their leader. That swift decision to break the circle meant the Su-57 now faced threats from 2 separate angles, while he could only focus on Shank. Shank's fingers danced across the countermeasure switches, releasing chaff bundles, his hands and feet working the stick and rudder in seamless coordination. It took 3 full salvos of chaff and flares. As he was about to trigger his 4th and final bank, the missiles veered after the decoys. Shank shoved the stick forward, then rolled left to break the enemy's radar lock. Yanking the stick back and slamming the throttle to the firewall, he executed a sharp Immelman turn, a climbing half-loop that flipped his aircraft around 180 degrees. Now higher and facing back toward the fight, he was in position to support the others. The Su-57 pilot clearly hadn't expected such agility from the American ground attack plane or its crew. He lit his afterburners and clawed for altitude. Zoomer loosed an air-to-air missile at the fleeing fighter, but the weapon couldn't find a lock on this stealthy advanced jet. Moments later, the Russian had vanished entirely, and the A-10s let him go. "Zoomer, you're cleared to search for your wingman," Shank said. "Keep us on comms. Nooner, get that damaged bird headed home. Shank, I've got it stabilized, and we're almost over the Russian armor column. I can make a couple of passes before turning back. I can even loiter at a distance to cover your runs. Then we'll both RTB Shank weighed the option." The Army transmissions from below sounded frantic enough to justify the risk. "All right, we'll do it. We'll hammer that armor with the cannons and then head home, set course for 075. Nooner chimed in. "Did you get a close look at their tail art?" "Yeah," Shank replied. "Looked like a red eagle's talon." That pilot who got away knew exactly what he was doing. We caught a brick today. Chapter 53. Us John Warner. Gulf of Aden, 27 December. Captain Diana Del Vecchio paced the control room, hands resting on her hips. "Captain," her communications officer reported, "we're not establishing a reliable SATCOM uplink. Radio division confirms it's not our gear. Everything checks out. 1 or 2 satellites are responding, but they're too low on the horizon for a solid link." "Any chance we got the flotilla data out?" Del Vecchio asked. "Possible, Captain, but no confirmation." Del Vecchio gave a tight nod. She gestured toward the LCD screens on the navigation officer's table, where sharper images of the flotilla were displayed. XO Nav, what's your read, ma'am? It looks like 3 tankers? Correct, but look between these two. That's an Iranian frigate and a corvette, Sabalon class, and the other hard to identify. She manipulated the mouse, zooming in on the image captured by the unmanned maritime sensor. Check the bow profile, those side-mounted torpedo racks. The forward gun, the navigation officer leaned closer. Is that a Tarantula-class corvette? No, the masthead isn't slanted, the executive officer countered. Del Vecchio looked up, her expression sharp. The latest model is the Tarantula 3. It has a straight mast. But Iran doesn't operate the Tarantula 3. Del Vecchio held the XO's gaze, a new tension settling in the room. That's exactly what I'm getting at. The executive officer looked startled. You're correct, Captain. That vessel is a Russian Tarantula-class corvette. I'm certain during my time with Pacific Command we monitored dozens of them. They're common in the Black Sea, and we've observed several in the Pacific providing convoy escort. Del Vecchio pressed further. But its presence in the Gulf of Aden makes no strategic sense. The Russian Southern Military District doesn't typically deploy Tarantulas this far south. She then directed attention to a vessel near the rear of the formation. Another gray silhouette, this one with a sharper bow, moved almost invisibly within the merchant group, obscured by the dreary rain. That's their command ship? Intelligence suggests it's the Sabalon, one of Iran's newer Muj-class frigates. Yet, why is it lingering at the back instead of leading? And why is a Russian escort vessel integrated into this group? What's their ultimate destination? The navigation officer speculated. Could they be protecting an oil shipment, ma'am? The convoy composition doesn't support that. Most of these are general cargo ships, not tankers, Del Vecchio countered. A new thought struck her. Perhaps this was a diversion, a feint to draw attention from a quieter transaction elsewhere. Previous Russian naval gatherings near the Persian Gulf have involved exchanges with North Korea. Maybe they're moving specialized equipment, though not necessarily nuclear. She shook her head. Nuclear transfers typically go into Iran via the Caspian, not out through such exposed routes. Sailing past the Strait of Hormuz and through the Suez Canal under everyone's gaze is unnecessarily risky. This is different, given the tensions in Europe. Are Russians considered valid targets now? The navigator asked. Not officially, Del Vecchio replied, perhaps too sharply. That conflict is still contained. We are not at war with Russia. However, their intentions here are unclear, which makes them a potential threat. Should we track them? The XO inquired. Absolutely, we'll follow. They're definitely up to something. Near Görlitz, Germany, U.S. Air Force Expeditionary Runway, 27 December. Captain Ray Shank Vance descended the short retractable steps on his aircraft's port side, dropping the last few feet onto the S-127 highway northwest of Görlitz. His Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II needed over a kilometer of runway when fully loaded, which made this straight section of road the best available option for an expedited airfield. The surrounding hills were dotted with massive spinning wind turbines that powered the nearby town, a hazard initially deemed too great for low-flying aircraft. Ironically, that same risk made the location safer. No rational enemy would attempt precise bombing runs weaving through those turbines. Ground crews were still deploying anti-air missile batteries, which Shank could see arriving on trucks. Both Zoomer and Nooner had already landed, while Shank provided airborne cover. Zoomer's wingman, Furball, had ejected over western Poland, but had been recovered by friendly locals and had checked in with the squadron. The 3 pilots gathered inside a general-purpose Air Force tent where expeditionary teams had rigged heaters and radios. Clutching steaming mugs of coffee, they tuned out the pop music blaring from a nearby speaker, some top 40 anthem that the ground crew seemed to love. Frankly, the relentless pounding of construction tools outside was more harmonious to the pilots' ears than the pop rock. If that music motivated the crews to work faster, Shank wasn't about to complain. They huddled over maps spread across a table as their colonel briefed them on the latest Russian movements. Enemy forces were pushing out of Wrocław, attempting another advance eastward. The discussion was brisk and focused, every word measured against the clock. The squadron was receiving additional fuel supplies, with 2 more A-10s expected to arrive shortly. These would join the 2 operational aircraft, with Shank assuming command of the formation to deliver a concentrated strike against the Russian armored column. The ceasefire had collapsed entirely. With Russia and Poland now in open conflict, and the U.S. president recognizing the deception, American forces were fully committed. This was undeniably war. Senior Master Sergeant Hernandez approached the ongoing planning session, waiting for a lull in the discussion. He seized the moment as the officers paused to refill their coffee mugs. "Colonel, sir," Hernandez began, then shifted his focus. "Major Vance, I needed a word. The ground crews are fully engaged, but with the rest of the squadron still en route, we have a few hands looking for a project. We thought we could add some markings to your aircraft. A kill tally, maybe some tiger teeth on the nose. We've got the red, white, and blue to make it look sharp." The colonel hesitated, his expression weighing the potential disapproval from higher command against the morale boost. After a brief moment, he gave a conceding nod to Shank. "Appreciate it, Senior. Go ahead. Word is you tangled with some enemy jets marked with a red eagle claw," Hernandez added. "Figured it was time we had our own signature to throw back at them." "Is everything else set?" Shank inquired. Hernandez's tone shifted, adopting a dry, proprietary edge. "Just bring them back in one piece this time. No flashy maneuvers or unnecessary risks. You stick to the mission so my team can do their jobs." "Understood." There was an unspoken truth among the maintenance crews. The pilots were merely temporary operators. The aircraft truly belonged to the mechanics. With a hint of sarcasm, Shank replied, "We'll do our best to avoid those inconvenient missiles." Across the map table, the colonel's voice cut back in, tense with urgency. "Every minute we delay, that Russian convoy gets closer to the Belarusian border. I want them pushed back every mile of the way." "Understood," Shank acknowledged, turning to the other pilots. "Let's get to it." West of Wrocław, Poland, 27 December, 3 hours after his regimental commander was shot down, and hostilities resumed across Europe. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant received the formal order to engage Russian forces. It almost made him smile. His brigade's forward elements were already doing exactly that on the outskirts of Wrocław. German Leopard 2 tanks had just obliterated a platoon of Gaz Tigra scout vehicles that had escaped an earlier Polish ambush in the city, only to be caught on the open road. Captain Ott, forward with the troops, relayed that 5 scout cars had been destroyed in 10 minutes, with 3 more fleeing desperately from the precise fire of the Rheinmetall tank cannons. The battle was rejoined, and Grant was determined to make Colonel Sabaneyev's forces pay for every foot of Polish territory they occupied. The radio in his Humvee crackled to life. It was his lead reconnaissance team, positioned several miles ahead on the highway skirting Wrocław. "Sir, we're observing significant combat activity within the city limits. Confirm inside the city, still ongoing?" Grant asked. "Affirmative, sir. It looks like a full-blown firefight from here." "Can you identify the combatants?" There was a pause. "Well, it's definitely the Russian units we've been pursuing." "No kidding, it's the Russians," Grant replied, a trace of exasperation in his voice. "Who are they fighting?" "Local militia, Polish forces, some isolated NATO unit caught in the crossfire." For a second, Grant wondered who he had placed in charge of the reconnaissance team. Then he remembered it was Lieutenant McCarter, a dedicated and courageous officer, but not the sharpest tool in the shed. McCarter finally responded. "Oh, Roger, stand by," Grant could hear the lieutenant calling to his lead scout. "Davis, command needs to know who's engaging the Russians." "Do you have any assets nearby who can give us a clearer picture?" "Yes, sir. I've got a team that's already inside the city, currently observing and making contact." Lieutenant Colonel Grant shifted his gaze to Captain Spillane, his acting operations officer who had been listening and was now visibly angry. "Did you clear anyone to go into the city?" Grant asked. "Absolutely not, sir. That would be reckless. The odds of getting hit by either side are too high, not to mention the confusion on the ground. McCarter must have decided to go in on his own." "Just great," Grant muttered. He paused, then changed his mind. "Forget asking him why he chose today to show initiative. Just get on the radio and order him to extract immediately. I'm heading up there myself. Tell bandits to send a tank company to link up with me for reconnaissance and have them push their own scouts forward. I'll meet them at the city's edge to get a first-hand look." "Sir, is that wise?" "McCarter's already stepped into something messy. It could get complicated. He isn't reporting enough detail for us to understand the situation. I'll move forward, try to pull him back, and maybe establish some connection with the Polish units that are engaging the Russians. Frankly, I'm not even sure McCarter knows who he's dealing with. Do you?" "No, sir. I'll be back. We'll move along the outskirts and attempt to make contact with the Poles." "Understood, sir. I'll be here on comms when you get yourself shot." Grant offered a faint grin. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. Secure the headquarters and have all command functions ready. Get 2nd Battalion to establish a quick perimeter and push up their resupply needs. Have the German battalion integrate into our perimeter to support HQ. They need to be our quick reaction force. In the meantime, I want every vehicle fueled and ammunition redistributed. Major Ott is in command while I'm gone. He needs to maintain a tight perimeter and keep everyone concealed from potential air threats." "Will do, sir. Good luck. Try to let the 2nd Battalion commander run his own show. Remember, you're the regimental commander, not a platoon leader." As Lieutenant Colonel Grant climbed onto his tank, he considered Spillane's words. The captain had a point. He needed to be mindful of overstepping and trust his commanders. They were a team, and there was no room for ego, though he could still learn a thing or two from his people about leadership. For now, however, he would lead in his own way from the front. Settling into his seat and putting on his headset, he heard his gunner, Sergeant Anderson. "What's the route, sir?" "Continue east toward the engagement. Link up with 2nd Battalion." He lowered himself into the commander's station and secured the hatch. "Time to go deal with some Russians again." "Hooah, sir." Chapter 54, Over the Gulf of Aden, 27 December. The pilot looked over at his co-pilot. "Tom, you have the controls. I'm going for coffee. You got it." "It's probably scorched by now, but that just means extra kick, right?" Unbuckling his harness, the pilot gripped the seat back and pulled himself up, maneuvering through the cramped cockpit of the large bomber while ducking beneath the overhead panels crowded with switches. He poured a cup and took a whiff. The smell alone brought a tired grin to his face. Yep, definitely burnt. Terrible coffee. But it was still coffee. The Rockwell B-1B Lancer stood as one of America's most advanced bombers, stealthy, sleek, and modern, capable of delivering a payload of Mark 84 general-purpose bombs, or, as was the case on this mission, the AGM-154 standoff missile. The squadron received fresh intelligence over the radio regarding the hostile naval group gathered in the Gulf of Aden. The defensive systems officer, who was also managing communications, relayed the updated coordinates to the 3 other B-1B Lancers in their formation to verify and adjust their assigned targets. This new data, routed through a relay station in Greece, originated from a submarine patrol somewhere in those same troubled waters. It meant a slight reshuffling of the attack plan drafted back at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas. But for these crews, it was just another day at the office. They'd all felt a twinge of disappointment missing the main event in Europe, the firestorm they'd been briefed on for weeks. Yet, being handed a priority target off the African coast was a solid consolation prize. The 7th Bomb Wing's creed, Mors ab alto, death from above, wasn't just for show. It was the night's agenda. The co-pilot monitored the fiber-optic gyroscope, a core part of their inertial navigation. Solution is solid, sir. Course deviation is less than a degree. It's negligible. We're on the money, just awaiting final confirmation. GPS had been unreliable since they crossed the mid-Atlantic, with several satellites redirected to support the European conflict. Their navigation now depended on careful celestial reckoning, the fog system, and a digital map updated painstakingly by the crew using instrument readings and terrain tracking. It was tedious precision work, but it allowed them to feed target information and follow the land's contours below. Their last mid-air refueling had gone smoothly off the Egyptian coast, courtesy of a KC-135 flying out of Italy, coordinated via a brief, clear radio exchange. The mission profile was straightforward: strike the target, then proceed east to the remote island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean for a debrief. A short rest in Guam would follow before the long journey home to Texas, a much lighter and easier return flight, as any airman would say. Less weight, more range. For the next several minutes, the co-pilot called out geographic checkpoints as the bomber adjusted its heading. Upon reaching a specific invisible coordinate over the Red Sea, the second systems officer sent a synchronized signal to the rest of the flight, priming their attack computers. He radioed the aircraft commander, a lieutenant colonel. Integrated GPS system is locked. Flight is synced and responding. We are ready for launch, sir. Approximately 22 nautical miles to the release point. Understood. Like shooting fish in a barrel, Major. Keep the targeting data flowing. I want our packages to find their way right into the heart of their acquisition zones. The aircraft banked gently as the pilot assumed direct control. Up front, the first systems officer toggled the master arm switch. Far back in the weapons bay, 3 rotary launchers, each loaded with 8 AGM-154 JSOW cruise missiles, whirred to life. The following steps were timeless, unchanged, since the first bombers took to the skies. Close in, open the bays, and press the button. The carousels would then spin, launching a total of 24 missiles in a staggered sequence. It was, the pilot mused, probably overkill. But their orders were to deliver a decisive blow, and the crew of the Lancer never shied away from making an impression. Iranian cruiser Sabalan, Gulf of Aden. December 27. On the bridge of the Iranian vessel, the ship's captain turned to address the admiral, who was standing near the stern with the Russian military advisor. From the westernmost patrol vessel, a report crackled over the bridge comms. Admiral, we have 4 large aircraft, likely American bombers, crossing the Egyptian coast on a direct bearing. They are 208 kilometers out and closing fast. They will enter our engagement envelope within minutes. Request permission to engage. The admiral's gaze shifted to Colonel Borbikov, who stood beside his Iranian interpreter. After a brief translation, the colonel gave a single, curt nod. Fire. Almost instantly, the deck-mounted HQ-9B launchers swiveled toward the northwest. Under the pale moonlight, the entire fleet was visible, and Borbikov watched from the porthole as violent red plumes erupted from 6 ships, followed by thick, rolling smoke. Each vessel had been hastily fitted with 2 of the advanced Chinese missiles. The bolted-on mounts weren't as stable as a fully integrated system, but they did the job. 12 sleek projectiles tore into the night sky, their slender contrails arcing northwest before vanishing into the distance. Over the Gulf of Aden, 27 December, 1720 hours. Inside the lead B-1B Lancer, the defensive systems officer's voice was strained over the intercom. Skipper, we have a missile launch. Multiple signatures. I'm counting 12 inbound. Origin is the Iranian task force. The 2 pilots exchanged a quick, bewildered glance. That's impossible, the aircraft commander muttered. Nothing in their arsenal has that kind of reach. How far are we from their theoretical max range? Sir, we're still well outside our own missile radius. This shouldn't be happening. The co-pilot's fingers tapped nervously against his harness. They had seconds, not minutes. The commander keyed his mic, broadcasting to all 4 bombers. Abort mission, abort, turn to heading 289er. Go to max speed and initiate evasive maneuvers. Maintain altitude, but execute individual defensive actions. We're done here today. Switching back to his crew, he barked, "Tom, get us on that heading. Weapons, give me a status." "Sir, these things are moving fast without precise GPS. It's hard to lock, but estimate impact in under 2 minutes, maybe 90 seconds. Turning tail might buy us a little time." The crew fell into a tense silence, broken only by the weapons officer's steady countdown. In the other 3 bombers, identical scenes were unfolding. 150 nautical miles, and closing, a cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. No one looked up. Every man was buried in his station. The commander, having retaken the controls, stared out at the receding Egyptian coastline. 100 nautical miles, the systems officer called out, his tone now grave. The missiles were screaming toward them at over Mach 4. "Acknowledged. Prepare countermeasures," the commander ordered. "We'll try to spoof them. Maybe they're too fast to correct." Chaff and flares standing by? It was a redundant question. The systems officer responded instantly. "Ready, sir? Deploy everything? I'll coordinate the break." The captain radioed the other aircraft to split formation by scattering, and each deploying clouds of chaff and walls of flares. They hoped to overwhelm the missiles' targeting logic, a tactic designed for older Russian systems that homed in on the hottest signature. Unbeknownst to the crews, the Chinese missiles streaking toward them used a far more sophisticated guidance system. "Sir, range now 30 nautical miles and closing copy. Release countermeasures now." The 4 aircraft, now spaced more than 10 nautical miles apart, each dispensed clouds of metallic chaff and a rapid succession of flares. The flares cascaded beneath the planes, leaving fading trails of smoke and fire as they drifted downward. One missile veered toward the decoys, but almost immediately corrected its course, locking back onto its intended bomber target. The crews unleashed another volley of flares and chaff, but the missiles pressed on, undeterred. As the threats closed inside 3 nautical miles, the bombers continued their desperate, constant stream of countermeasures to no effect. "Damn it!" the commander yelled. "Slowing to 200 knots. Prepare to eject. Check your harnesses." A sudden, brilliant flash erupted outside the right cockpit window as one bomber was obliterated. Seconds later, another flash lit up the left side, marking a second strike. The pilot knew they couldn't slow down in time. Eject, eject, now. They were traveling at nearly 5 times the safe ejection speed. All 4 crew members activated their seats almost simultaneously. The seats, never meant for such extreme velocity, failed to propel them clear. 3 officers were instantly killed by the violent airflow and collision with the aircraft's structure. The 4th crewman survived the initial ejection, but only momentarily. 3 Chinese HQ-9B missiles, each armed with over 400 pounds of polymer-bonded HMX explosive, detonated nearby. The blasts shredded large sections of the American plane, hurling shrapnel in every direction. Amid the storm of metal, a 5-foot segment of the No. 3 engine's intake fan broke free, still spinning with the ferocity of an industrial blender. It carved through the co-pilot's station, killing him instantly. Werkel, Progo, Poland, 27 December. Schenk banked left and peered down through his canopy at the sprawling Polish city of Wrocław. The scene below was a chaos of tracer fire, explosions, and rising smoke. Identifying friend from foe was difficult, but the armored vehicles he could distinguish were unmistakably Russian. Polish defenders appeared to be attacking with anti-tank weapons, using buildings for cover beneath a thick, low-hanging haze of gray smoke. A Russian tank platoon was advancing across an open square, fronting a cluster of high-rise apartments. Behind them, Schenk could see another company of tanks and a company-sized infantry unit clustered around BTR armored vehicles. Their posture suggested they were being held in reserve, waiting for the order to advance. Armored reconnaissance in force, Schenk thought. A textbook Russian move. He noted several damaged and destroyed Russian vehicles, but the remaining columns of tanks and APCs now seemed to be pushing out of the city with renewed purpose. Shank suspected the Poles had already used their most potent anti-tank systems and had little left to seriously harass the retreating armor. The withdrawing Russians were hammering the militia positions, sometimes collapsing entire buildings in the process. From his high vantage point, Shank felt they were only minutes from breaking through the remaining militia defenses on the eastern and northern banks of the Oder River. Once across, they could sprint out of the engagement zone and continue their retreat toward the relative safety of neutral Belarus. Shank was confident there were no Polish tanks in the city below, making all the armor fair game. But without a forward observer on the ground to authorize the strike, engaging would be a clear violation of procedure, if any established procedure even existed for this mess. The manuals never covered scenarios like this, a tangled mix of conventional and irregular forces in close urban combat. Shank knew it was time to do what the A-10 community prided itself on, improvise. He keyed his mic and called to the other pilots in his flight. Here's the plan. We're setting up a round-robin pattern. Use our battle position as the center point and loiter. All right? Form up a wide circle with all 7 aircraft. Keep your eyes sharp and keep identifying those ground targets. Everyone needs to keep the radio chatter going. We're all responsible for the team's awareness. I want to hear constant updates on anything new you spot down there. A chorus of confirmations came back from the other pilots. We go in one at a time, he continued. 1 bombing run, 1 missile, 1 gun pass. Then we do it all over again. The goal is to keep constant pressure on that armor, hopefully forcing them to pull back and take the heat off our allies. The moment you break off your attack, call out your shot and identify the targets. Then the next pilot in the stack peels off immediately. We've got enough fuel to keep hammering them for a solid hour, and stay alert for enemy missiles. Understood, his squadron, though smaller than he'd like, quickly signaled their readiness. Shank scanned the terrain below, hunting for his first target. His eyes passed over a cluster of apartment buildings and a wide plaza, but it was a sudden explosion on one of the upper floors that snapped his focus. A Russian tank shell had just slammed into the building. He could now make out an armored company advancing toward the edge of the square, positioned across from the high-rise. Banking hard, Shank climbed steeply to 8,000 feet before nosing over into a gut-wrenching dive aimed straight at the plaza. Individual tanks were still just blurs, but seconds later he spotted 2 distinct puffs of white smoke as a pair of Russian T-14s fired in quick succession. Dropping rapidly through 5,000 feet, he locked his Maverick missile onto one of the thermal signatures at the square's edge and flicked off the gun safety. At 4,000 feet, he pushed the throttle forward, the mounting G-forces pressing him deep into his seat as the dive steepened. By 3,000 feet, he had fine-tuned the lock onto the lead tank. The foremost T-14 in the formation was about to get a very personal delivery. At 2,500 feet, he pressed the release, sending a single Raytheon AGM-65 streaking toward its target. The flare from the missile's booster momentarily washed out his vision before the weapon accelerated to over 600 knots, a trail of smoke marking its path as Shank followed right behind it. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a burst from the 30mm cannon as he plunged below 2,000 feet. The tank's reactive armor fired a split second early in a desperate attempt to intercept the missile, but it was too late. A violent jet of flame and a swelling fireball confirmed the Maverick had punched straight through the turret, obliterating everything inside. Holding the trigger down, he watched his cannon rounds stitch across the company's position. He worked the rudder pedals, slewing the aircraft left and right to pepper the entire area with high explosive shells. The secondary explosion suggested he'd caught the second T-14 in the barrage. At 1,000 feet, Shank hauled back on the control stick, his body sinking under heavy G-forces as he pulled out of the dive. He checked his altitude and leveled off. To evade any potential shoulder-fired missiles, he would now power glide low and fast, skimming the rooftops to mask his exit and spoil any anti-aircraft tracking. He keyed his radio, calling out the remaining tank positions, then glanced over his left shoulder as he began climbing back to altitude. He saw another one of his A-10s already rolling into its attack dive. A grim smile touched his lips as he pushed the throttle up. Keying the mic again, he said, "Don't let up on them." Chapter 55. The White House. Washington, D.C., Denver 27. U.S. President Jonathan Henry placed the phone back into its cradle on the resolute desk, the piece of furniture commanding the space of the Oval Office. He allowed himself a long, slow exhale of relief. It was done. He had just bought his military a crucial window of time. The call to the leader of Taiwan had been a subtle masterpiece. Henry's tone was cordial yet firm, offering encouragement and support while weaving in a thread of unspoken pressure, all while maintaining enough ambiguity to deny any overt threat. He had explained, with measured regret, that he'd been compelled to redirect an aircraft carrier strike group that had been en route to the region. The American Carrier Strike Group had been operating north of Jakarta, but new orders sent it racing at full speed toward the African coastline. Pulling this powerful naval force away from Asia, precisely as China prepared to launch an invasion, was a necessary gamble. However, it undeniably left America's response to any Chinese aggression significantly weakened. When the Taiwanese president asked what was required of him, U.S. President Jonathan Henry did not mince words. "I need you to delay your national elections by 1 month. Your Constitution permits it during a state of emergency." A heavy silence followed the translation. Finally, the president responded, "Postponing an election in a democracy like the Republic of China is a profound step. It will make me appear vulnerable to both my allies and my adversaries." Henry valued their relationship and hoped it would survive the bluntness he had to employ. "Sir, you will appear far more vulnerable if China seizes your island and executes you before a firing squad." This time the pause was even longer, prompting Henry to continue. "It's 30 days. You'll face political backlash. I understand that. But this is unequivocally in your nation's best interest. And what if your carrier cannot return in a month?" The president countered. "What if your forces are defeated by the Russians?" To this, Henry could only offer a grim, sobering truth. "Then God help us all, Mr. President." No firm commitment was made, and Henry estimated the odds at 50-50. Yet within hours, the Taiwanese president appeared in a televised address and announced the 30-day postponement. Almost immediately, Chinese troop transports reversed course, returning to mainland ports. The soldiers, who had endured miserable conditions at sea for months, gained an unexpected reprieve. Henry was satisfied with the tactical win, but the strategic arithmetic remained bleak. A flash message from the USS John Warner, tracking the Russian-Iranian fleet in the Gulf of Aden, reported the enemy ships had altered course after downing the B-1B Lancers. They were now heading for port, not Mombasa, but Djibouti City. This shaved nearly a day off their transit time and complicated further Western airstrikes. Pentagon analysts calculated the Russians would need 2 full days to sail from Djibouti to southern Kenya. The Marines aboard the USS Boxer, en route to secure the Mrima Hill mine, would arrive first but would be dangerously outnumbered and outgunned. The carrier group racing to their aid, meanwhile, required 3.5 days to get close enough for effective air operations over Kenya. The brutal reality settled in. If the Marines pushed ahead to Mr. Hill, they would have just enough time to establish a defensive perimeter. Then, for at least 24 critical hours, they would be entirely on their own against the onslaught of Boris Lazar's forces. Wrocław, Poland, 27 December. The fierce combat in Wrocław's old town had finally ceased, though the distant rumble of explosions still echoed from the east and northeast. Each minute, the fighting seemed to pull farther away, a small comfort amidst the ongoing dread. The occasional scream of fighter jets over the city, however, shattered any fleeting sense of calm. Since firing the RPG from the office building near the town hall, Paulina Tobias had been drawn into 3 more frantic skirmishes. Each occurred when retreating Russian scout vehicles, isolated and desperate, sped back through the market square trying to escape the Polish counterattack. She hadn't managed to destroy another vehicle, but during one chaotic moment, she launched a rocket at a group of soldiers spilling out of a crippled gas tiger. As a hail of AK fire cut down the fleeing men from other positions, she felt a cold certainty that her shot had claimed at least 1 or 2 of them. The acrid smell of spent propellant and the echoing shouts in the square were a grim testament to the city's fractured peace. It was well past 9 in the evening when the Polish land forces finally advanced through the shattered streets of the old town. Their loudspeakers announcing the immediate danger had cleared, though the threat of Russian airstrikes remained. Leaving her post, Paulina moved across the road between the city hall and the bank, stepping through a haze of smoke, acrid smells, and total disarray. A militia commander had given her a radio, informing her that school buses would collect their unit within the hour. But her purple backpack, holding all her personal items, was still back at her original fighting position inside the bank. She needed to retrieve it and find any survivors from her squad. Fires glowed in the ruins around her, the air thick with smoke and the scent of scorched rubber. She halted abruptly as an ambulance sped along the sidewalk, swerving past the wreckage of an overturned utility vehicle. The street was littered with casualties. She hadn't kept count, but had passed at least 2 dozen. Among them were dead Russian soldiers, their skin charred black, several missing limbs. She walked by a Polish Special Forces sergeant slumped against a wall, his posture almost peaceful, but the pallor of his face spoke clearly of death. Only as she climbed the stairs to the bank did she recall the young woman she'd met just before the fighting erupted. Given the blown-out windows and smoke-choked hallways, survival seemed unlikely. Entering the corner room, she saw bloody handprints staining the wall. The windows facing the town hall were shattered, office furniture still smoldering, and a cluster of militia members sat together in silence. 2 bodies lay near the door, already covered with ponchos. From the small boots of one, Paulina could tell it was a woman. In that moment, she felt the familiar hollow question. Why was she still breathing when so many others were not? Again, a voice came from behind her. Not today. Turning, she saw the dark-haired girl from her team sitting against the wall, her face smudged with gun grease, soot, and flecks of burned paper. Paulina gave a slow nod. Not today, I'm glad you're here. We lost 2. Only 2, Paulina thought, but kept it to herself. Can you walk? She asked. Yes, good. Let me get you downstairs. Buses are coming for us. Where are they taking us? Paulina shrugged, a motion that sent a fresh pang through her 2-day-old shoulder wound. No idea. I suppose we go wherever the Russians are headed next. Djibouti City, Djibouti, 28 December. French Special Forces Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette sat by the front window of the Airbus A400M Atlas, watching as the aircraft descended through the clouds. To the west, the dark brown ridges of Djibouti's northern mountains rose sharply, but ahead stretched a vast, flat expanse of brown earth dotted with sparse villages. The terrain, the climate, the very air felt alien compared to the European war zone he'd left just days before. It was surreal to be landing in Africa while conflict raged back in Europe. After his engagements with Russian Spetsnaz units, Apollo had been recalled to Brussels and then assigned to the Troupes de Marine, the French expeditionary forces in Africa. His unit was among the most prepared for deployment to this small nation, now suspected to be the entry point for Russian forces believed to be heading toward a rare earth mine in Kenya. Moments before touchdown, the coastline came into view, the azure waters of the Gulf of Aden gleaming under the sun. His eyes scanned the horizon until he found the landmark he was searching for. The newly constructed Chinese naval facility dominated the coastline, While China maintained a military presence in Djibouti, their ground forces were minimal, leading Apollo to conclude the Russians saw little threat in landing here. China's strategic interests were elsewhere. The vast rare earth discovery in Kenya was a direct economic blow to Beijing, regardless of who ultimately controlled the mining operations. They would be compelled to purchase the metals from either the Western Bloc or Russia, a scenario guaranteed to undercut the value of their own reserves. Engaging in a superpower conflict offered no advantage. Aligning with a victor would bring negligible benefit while risking a dangerous escalation with the loser. China's focus, after all, was now intensely fixed on a different objective entirely: Taiwan. The Airbus jolted as its wheels met the runway, engines roaring in reverse as it decelerated before taxiing to a service area on the French military side of the airfield. With a final shudder, the aircraft halted. Immediately, the 64 soldiers of the French 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment rose in unison, hoisting packs and weapons, ready to unload their heavier gear. As the hatch swung open, a wall of furnace-like heat struck Apollo, forcing him to blink against the blinding sun. It was surreal to think that just 3 days prior, he'd been battling for survival in a frozen landscape. Fumbling for his sunglasses, he was greeted at the ramp by a French commandant, equivalent to a major, and a diplomat whose tan suit was already darkened with sweat. Both men wore expressions of sheer panic. "Are you Captain Arc Blanchette?" the commandant asked urgently. "I am, sir." The officer thrust a sealed dossier into Apollo's hand. "Your orders. I am not briefed on the contents. Now, get your men and equipment off this aircraft immediately. We have been commanded to evacuate all consular personnel without delay." He gestured outside, where a frantic line of civilians, soaked in sweat and dragging luggage, was surging across the tarmac toward the plane. Apollo turned and barked the order for his team to disembark with all speed. As they descended the ramp, a few desperate evacuees tried to push past the heavily burdened troopers, but were firmly rebuffed. Once on the ground, Apollo moved his unit clear of the chaos. Sergeant Major Dario called them to formation, saluted Apollo, and then marched the men in a sharp column past the scrambling crowd, a display of discipline amidst the disorder. The commandant remained, venting his frustrations. "Thank you, Captain. It has been an absolute nightmare. One woman assaulted me with her purse this morning. See the buckle mark? Another? The wife of some oil executive apparently has the Prime Minister's wife on speed dial. My phone hasn't stopped ringing from Paris." Apollo offered a perfunctory salute, his mind already on his own pressing mission. He turned to the diplomat. "Sir, a question. Do you know a man named Pascal Arc Blanchette?" "Of course, he's not here. He was cleared for evacuation but never arrived at the airport, and we are not waiting," the diplomat replied, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. "He is my father. Is he reachable by phone?" "How should I know? Try calling him yourself," the diplomat snapped, his patience evidently exhausted as he glanced anxiously at the boarding civilians. "Word has it, and this didn't come from me, Captain, that Russian operatives have been compromising the cellular networks. Service has grown increasingly spotty, and sometimes you can pick up odd clicking noises during a call." "I appreciate the heads up," Apollo replied. The diplomat and the commandant hurried toward the aircraft stairs, leaving the dragoons behind as they boarded the return flight to France. Djibouti City, Djibouti, 28 December. By 8 in the morning, the combined Russian and Iranian naval flotilla, along with the remaining commercial cargo and fuel carriers, entered the port of Djibouti City. While the frigates maintained a patrol near the harbor entrance, the other vessels docked to begin offloading personnel, fuel, and supplies. By 9, the Iranian transport and cargo containers were being unloaded without a hitch. Colonel General Lazar observed from the pier, Colonel Keir at his side as a massive cargo crane swung back over the large Iranian ship in front of them. Its boom lowered, unspooling a thick steel cable. The Iranian crew drove the Djiboutian dock workers at a relentless pace, likely aiming to impress their Russian counterparts. Shouts in Arabic, French, Farsi, and English carried across the busy industrial harbor. The Iranian naval personnel now appeared determined to meet the offloading deadline they had committed to. Lazar watched as the crane rose from the ship's hold, carrying 3 BTR-82A armored personnel carriers, each marked for and guarded by Colonel Borbikov's Spetsnaz troops. The vehicles hung side by side from the cables, the weight straining the winches and drawing a sharp squeal. He was fairly certain they were pushing the crane's weight limit to move 3 at once, but it held steady and moments later set them down gently on the dock. Lazar knew a half-dozen nuclear artillery shells would be secured inside one of those transports. He tried to pinpoint which one by the number of burly Special Forces soldiers clustered around the massive machines on the pier. Just behind the 2 command vehicles assigned to Borbikov, a 3rd BTR was practically encircled by Spetsnaz operatives once it was detached from the hoists. Lazar spotted Borbikov still on the ship, looking down at it. There you are, he thought. Borbikov's nukes, the whole notion of bringing nuclear ordnance to Africa, struck Lazar as sheer madness. He understood the strategic logic. Once he seized the mines, the warheads would serve as a powerful bargaining chip, giving the rest of the world pause before attempting to retake Mrima Hill. The fear would be that Russian forces might launch them at approaching troops, or worse from an economic standpoint, set the fuses and withdraw, leaving behind radioactive devastation that would render the entire mining site unusable for centuries. But Lazar was a conventional soldier at heart, and this escalation from his own side unsettled him. He suspected it would only provoke a matching escalation from the opposition. For what felt like the 100th time in 4 months, he reminded himself that success in capturing and holding the mine was essential. It was the only way to ensure no detonation ever occurred that could spark a full-scale nuclear conflict. Next, the general's own BTR command and control vehicles emerged from the hold. Unlike the standard combat variants equipped with troops and a 30mm cannon, Lazar's C2 model featured an extendable communications mast and a suite of antennas. Without reliable satellite phones or a good location to string up a long-range, high-frequency radio, he would have limited ability to communicate with his brigade. Still, he knew he'd feel far more at ease once inside, on the move, surrounded by his maps, with Colonel Keir managing communications. They would make periodic stops to raise the larger antennas, and about halfway through the drive south, they'd re-establish satellite links and begin sending regular updates back to the Kremlin. General Lazar motioned for Colonel Keir to take charge of the vehicles and move them to the staging point, choosing to walk the distance himself. The prospect of a long, confined ride south to Kenya in the armored transport made a stretch of the legs too appealing to pass up. It might be his last chance for a peaceful walk in quite some time. As he moved along the pier, he fell into step with scattered platoons of Russian soldiers all heading in the same direction. Striding alongside the men, sharing a few words here and there, genuinely lifted his mood. He called out greetings to recognizable faces as he passed, earning a handful of enthusiastic shouts in return. By the time he reached the pier's end, a faint smile touched his lips. There stood Keir amid the assembling troops and rows of vehicles. The offloading operation was roughly halfway complete. In a matter of hours, everything would be ashore. Chapter 56, Yus John Warner, Gulf of Aden, 28 December. Helm, come to 129 degrees, maintain depth at 30 feet. Speed, 4 knots, the navigator murmured, the command barely more than a breath in the silent control room. 129, 30 feet, aye, the pilot responded just as quietly. Heading in depth confirmed, the co-pilot added, Commander Diana Del Vecchio observed the 2 men at the controls, a pair of young officers working in seamless harmony to keep the massive submarine level and precisely on course. Her executive officer leaned close, his voice a hushed whisper meant for her alone. Captain, we're really doing this? We're about to strike the port of a country we aren't officially at war with. "I'd frame it differently," Del Vecchio replied, her tone cool and measured. "We're engaging hostile forces actively invading a neutral nation. Semantics matter." "Understood, ma'am," the XO said. Though his unease was palpable, Del Vecchio acknowledged it with a slight nod. Rules of engagement were expanded the moment the conflict ignited in Germany. "That's our authorization." She paused, the weight of the next words hanging in the recycled air. "Even under the best conditions, some local civilians near those docks will likely be caught in the blast if we hit the tankers. The collateral damage will be severe." For a long moment she was silent, her gaze fixed on the displays before her. Then her voice sharpened, cutting through the tension. "Weapons, status." The weapons officer responded promptly. "All tubes loaded, Captain. Tubes 2 and 4 are still awaiting final confirmation. We're having an issue with the outer muzzle door on the port side, possible barnacle buildup jamming the hinges. Torpedo room requests permission to blast the hatch with compressed air to try and free it." "Denied," Del Vecchio said without hesitation. "Complete the targeting solutions. When we fire the starboard spread, have them pulse air through the port side outer door, then launch the port torpedoes immediately after. That way, any noise we give away will only happen once the first weapons are already in the water and tracking." "Aye, Captain," the weapons officer acknowledged, turning back to his team at the targeting consoles. Up scope, Del Vecchio ordered through stealth, cunning, and exceptionally detailed charts. The John Warner had slipped past the screen of Russian submarines and the accompanying Iranian and Russian surface ships. Now she lay within striking distance of Djibouti City's harbor. Silent running was their only shield. They would get one chance to fire a spread of torpedoes at the large vessels docked there before they would have to turn and flee. The intelligence was clear to Del Vecchio, just as it was to every command above the waves. The Russians were aiming for that rare earth mineral mine, the one that had dominated global headlines for a few months several years back. Reports confirmed a mechanized brigade was aboard that flotilla. Once those forces hit the beach, stopping them would be nearly impossible. A few companies of the French Foreign Legion and a Kenyan Army battalion guarded the mine itself, while French and American commanders scrambled to mobilize assets. But after yesterday's shocking downing of 4 B-1B Lancers, no one was eager to send aircraft anywhere near Russian air defenses, so it fell to Del Vecchio here and now to blunt the enemy's spearhead. If she failed, nothing would stand between those forces and the mine, or the devastation they would bring to everything in their path. Djibouti City, Djibouti, December 28th. From a press box at the Stade Hassan Gold, the nation's largest soccer stadium, French intelligence officer Pascal Arc-Blanchet observed the distant port through his binoculars. Over a kilometer separated him from the docks, but the view was clear enough to confirm two critical facts. The Russians had arrived in significant numbers, and they hadn't come empty-handed. The morning had been a whirlwind. After an evening at the embassy digesting reports about the naval fleet and the loss of 4 American bombers over the Gulf of Aden, the 64-year-old had been working his contacts nonstop. His goal was to establish secure channels of communication before Russian armor, weapons, and surveillance blanketed the streets. A part of him bitterly wished Paris had heeded his earlier warnings about Russian special forces activity here. He briefly shouldered the blame for not being more insistent, but that feeling passed. Realistically, his remote post hadn't been a priority for anyone in the capital 24 hours ago. Given the global chaos, no alarm he could have sounded would have mobilized a response to prevent this. The invasion was inevitable. A long-simmering plan finally coming to a boil. Now, his only job was the one he knew best, watching the enemy. With that purpose, he turned from the stadium's high vantage point and headed for the concrete stairs down to his car. He needed to reposition to the city's southern fringe to monitor the Russian column's inevitable push toward Kenya. As his boots echoed on the stairwell, his phone vibrated. He snatched it, hoping it was a dockworker contact who had gone silent. "Allo." "Hi, Papa. It's me." Normally, his son's voice would make him grin widely. Today, it tightened his stomach. "You're here, aren't you?" A pause. "How did you know?" "Little happens here I don't learn about. But in your case, a friend at the ministry handling the evacuation called. He mentioned a group matching your description flying in before the plane filled with evacuees headed out. I was hoping to see your name on that passenger manifest." Pascal gave a soft, dry laugh. "I've spent years here with nothing but quiet. You think I'd leave just as things get interesting?" His tone then shifted, losing all its humor. "My concern is you. What exactly is your small, lightly equipped team supposed to do against what's coming off those ships? The less you know about that, the better for everyone." Silence hung between them for a beat. "Ah, my courageous son. The Arc Blanchettes have served France in every conflict since the Battle of Montebello. I know the family history, Papa. You remind us constantly." The son's voice was firm, cutting off the familiar lecture. "Where are you? I want to see you." Pascal considered. "There's a place I use sometimes. The owner is a trusted friend, La Mer Rouge. It's about 1 kilometer south of the highway as you leave the city. But listen to me. Russian eyes and ears are everywhere now. Assume you're being watched." "I will. You stay safe too." Port of Djibouti, Djibouti City, December 28th, on the pier near where General Lazar consulted with his officers. Colonel Borbakov simmered with irritation. His Tigra armored vehicles were inching down the gangway, and the local dock workers seemed determined to smash every crate and drag every cargo net of equipment during the offloading. He mentally calculated he'd be fortunate if even half his ammunition and gear was still functional after this haphazard handling. The longshoremen were collecting a substantial payment for this work. Borbakov knew, yet he saw little value for the rubles spent. The thought crossed his mind that these third-world laborers would find their motivation instantly if he simply drew his sidearm and executed the slowest among them. It was a satisfying, brutal image, but his hand remained at his side, the pistol stayed in its holster. He allowed the thought to fade. Russia might very well require this port again to funnel more men or machinery to the rare earth operation. The local workers moved past him in silence, many deliberately avoiding his furious stare. A harsh, grating noise suddenly tore him from his contemplation. The ship's alarm klaxon began to blare. What in hell are these Iranians doing now? He sprinted up the gangway as dock hands streamed past, their faces marked by vague interest. Several Iranian crewmen and Russian soldiers were scanning the dawn sky, anxious about an aerial strike. Borbakov shoved through the crowd. "Out of the way! Move it!" A junior Iranian deck officer he recognized dashed onto the bridge wing overhead, leaning over to shout through a bullhorn. "Hujum Turbid! Hujum Turbid! Speak Russian, you imbecile!" he roared back. The ship's PA system was already translating, a voice with a heavy Iranian accent crying out in Russian. "Torpedo! Torpedo! All hands brace for impact! Torpedo in the water!" Borbakov stared out to sea. A torpedo? How was that possible? The harbor entrance was supposedly secured by anti-submarine vessels and 3 active Russian submarines. Could American technology really be that advanced, allowing them to slip through unnoticed? Panic erupted around Colonel Borbakov as men bolted for the gangway to abandon ship. A Gaz Tigra armored vehicle, partway down the ramp, crashed into the railing, its front wheels dangling over the edge and jamming it in place as the driver leaped out and fled toward the pier. Unshaken, Borbakov ran to the ship's side and looked over. A thin white wake was racing toward them at incredible speed. To his left, the klaxons of 2 other ships began to wail. For a detached moment, Borbakov simply observed the incoming torpedo. Then instinct took over, and he seized a railing. The muffled thud of an impact rocked the vessel just as he did, and a huge geyser of water erupted skyward farther along the hull. The explosion below the waterline sent vibrations shuddering through the ship, shaking Borbakov's frame, before a secondary blast hurled him from his feet and slammed him onto the deck. More explosions echoed from down the pier as other ships were struck. His mind, dulled and jarred by the impact, compelled him to lie still for a moment, his hearing nearly gone. Then, as the ship started to tilt slightly, the sounds of chaos gradually swelled. Borbikov touched his forehead, feeling a slow trickle of blood. Furious and dazed by this sudden disaster, he pushed himself up and seized an armored sergeant who was running past him toward the gangway. "Halt, soldier! Take 2 men and slow this stampede! No more panic!" The man stared back with wild, uncomprehending eyes. Seeing he wasn't getting through, Borbikov thrust out a hand. "Give me your damn rifle, you fool!" The sergeant reluctantly handed it over, half expecting to be executed on the spot. Borbikov flicked off the safety, worked the bolt, aimed the AK-47 upward, and fired a sustained burst into the air. All around him, men hit the deck. The staccato roar of gunfire was a language of violence they all understood. Every man on the deck of the Sabalan fixed his eyes on Colonel Borbikov. "Listen, if you maintain order, you will have time to save yourselves and the equipment. I will not tolerate another moment of panic. You are Russian soldiers on a mission critical to your homeland. Every man here is your brother. Whether it was the gunfire or his commanding tone, it worked. The sergeants and junior officers took control, beginning a disciplined, orderly evacuation." Borbikov headed for the bridge to assess how long they had before the Sabalan sank. He cast a glance back at the gangway, where a team was struggling to free the Tigre that was half off the ramp. A tremendous explosion some distance down the pier signaled another vessel had been hit. A wave of heat washed over him, and he knew instantly that an oil tanker had been hit. Climbing toward the bridge, he acknowledged the tactical brilliance of the American submarine strike. 2 tankers, the command vessel, and a cargo ship loaded with armored vehicles and munitions, all crippled. The torpedo attacks were precisely aimed to cripple his task force before it could even consolidate on shore. Iranian frigates were already speeding from the bay's mouth, hunting for their unseen foe, but the strategic blow had already landed. U.S. John Warner, Gulf of Tadjoura. On the John Warner, the sonarman's voice cut through the control room. "Captain, all torpedoes have found their marks, active pinging now. Those frigates are heading our way, still over 5 nautical miles out. Their search patterns are erratic. They're guessing. Captain Diana Del Vecchio didn't blink. Let them come. XO put more than 12 nautical miles between us within the hour, but keep our sensors wide open for their submarines. They'll be homing in on our last known position, plot the course and speed to make it happen. Hydrophones, confirm ship's noise profile. I want us silent as a ghost. Then find me a nice sandy patch on the bottom. We'll let them sail right over us before we slip into the deep." A quiet current of satisfaction flowed through the John Warner as the word spread from bow to stern. Captain Del Vecchio had just sent 4 enemy ships to the floor of the Djiboutian harbor. The submarine crept forward, skimming just above the seabed, while hunters began to converge from every direction. Chapter 57. Sekula's 28 December. After 38 grueling, non-stop hours in transit, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly finally touched down at the civilian airfield in Victoria, Seychelles. Stepping off the C-130, he was met by the sight of 2 CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters from the USS Boxer waiting on the tarmac. A Marine captain in a crisp green flight suit, his khaki jacket bearing the patch of Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 465, approached with a sharp salute. His leather name tag read his rank, last name, and call sign, Booger. "Colonel Connolly?" Booger asked, polite, but unable to hide his surprise. Connolly was a wreck, exhausted, unshaven, and carrying the distinct aroma of too many hours in transit. He barely had the energy to be self-conscious. "That's me, sir. With all due respect, you look like hell. The regimental commander isn't expecting us to get you to the Boxer until we get clearance from ground control here. But listen, if you can manage a world record turnaround, one of the crew has a spare kit. There's a duty hut behind the cargo terminal with a head. You can shit, shower, and shave in under 15. We keep our timeline and get you to your new boss. I appreciate you taking pity on a worn-out grunt. We've all been there, sir. We're in the middle of nowhere out here, but I hear you're coming from DC. That might as well be another planet. 15 minutes later, the Marine Lieutenant Colonel was clean-shaved and feeling vaguely human again. 90 minutes after that, he was touching down on the vast flight deck of the USS Boxer, the floating command center for the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit and the temporary headquarters of Regimental Combat Team 5. Colonel Kenneth Castor was there to meet him, and Connolly recognized him immediately. The Corps was a small world for men with their tenure, and their paths had crossed on numerous assignments. Connolly stepped from the helicopter, his legs stiff and unsteady after countless hours in cramped aircraft wobbling on the moving deck. Castor strode toward the open helo door, his voice a booming Texas drawl over the rotor wash. "Welcome aboard, Dan. Grab your gear and follow me down to the CICC. We don't have a second to waste." The Combat Information Center aboard the USS Boxer, serving as the command hub for the 6-ship task force, was a cavernous space painted in standard navy gray. It hummed with the low-grade energy of computers, secure telephones, and radio consoles. Every available section of bulkhead was covered with whiteboards, while the ceiling was a dense tangle of cables and conduits typical of a warship. The lighting from overhead fluorescents cast a pale, almost sickly glow over everything. 2 large LED screens displayed digital charts, but the real focus was on the paper maps spread across the central table, detailing the positions of all 6 vessels. Dan Connolly studied the chart table, where acetate overlays marked with dry erase ink held the most recent intelligence. A lone blue rectangle was positioned off the Tanzanian coast near Dar es Salaam, symbolizing the Marine units aboard Boxer, poised and waiting for the signal to deploy. Castor moved to the table and placed a hand on the newcomer's shoulder. "Everyone, this is Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly. He's been dispatched directly from the Pentagon's Office for Strategic Plans. He's here to brief us on mission parameters and will serve as our direct conduit to the national-level decisions being made about this entire situation. Dan, the floor is yours." "Thank you, sir. I can provide some context on what we're facing and the broader strategic picture." "Give us whatever you have, Marine." "We've been operating with significant intelligence gaps. It feels like all the crucial background is being held tightly back in Washington." "Understood, sir. Here's the assessment. I'm sure everyone is aware of the global developments. The maneuvers around Taiwan and the subsequent incident involving the admiral and the general. That was a Russian orchestration, the first move in their play. It successfully preoccupied Pacific Command, leading to the deployment of the Global Response Force to that theater in anticipation of supporting Taiwan. Then came the Christmas Day events in Europe. A major crisis that appeared unrelated, but we now assess it was the second calculated strike. The attacks on African and European commands crippled those headquarters and drew the bulk of our remaining rapid reaction forces into ejecting Russian forces from Europe. That fight continues with positive momentum on our side." He paused, letting the gravity of the interconnected strikes settle in the dimly lit room. The Russian calculus counted on a minimal or non-existent U.S. response here in Africa. In essence, it was a strategic feint, a classic misdirection play. "So the Russian landing in Africa represents the third punch in this combination?" asked the colonel. "Correct, sir? We believe that's exactly what it is. And their end goal is the mining facility outside Mombasa. That's the prize. Their thinking is clear. If they don't seize control now, while Western attention is divided with China, they'll soon be entirely dependent on buying rare earth elements from either the West or China. These materials are critical for modern weaponry, missiles, guidance systems, advanced computers. The threat of a technology embargo could, figuratively speaking, set them back decades. It would force them into a position of perpetual economic and political subservience. a scenario they view as more dire than any faced during the Cold War. Castor nodded slowly. So this is Russia's high-stakes gamble for strategic independence. They're fully committed. Absolutely, sir. This is their bid to secure an economic future free from Western leverage, to achieve true technological sovereignty in the digital era. Then why not deploy their entire army? Castor pointed at the Russian markers on the map. Surely they have more resources than this relatively small force. They were banking on stealth and speed with a lighter footprint. Consider their position. They're conducting a fighting withdrawal in Europe, likely expecting NATO to believe they've been contained. Furthermore, they successfully diverted the overwhelming majority of available U.S. combat power to the Pacific. Very little can reach this theater before they consolidate control of the mine. A new voice, tinged with skepticism, chimed in from near a radar console. But how do they plan to hold it? Even with our African command disrupted, we can eventually mass sufficient force to remove them. That's the piece I haven't fully solved, Connolly admitted, his expression turning grimly thoughtful. They must have a follow-on plan, a contingency we haven't seen yet. He glanced at a fresh satellite photo just handed to him, showing unusual vehicle movements inland, a detail not in his original briefing. And something tells me we're about to find out what it is. Additional forces are en route, and there's a political arrangement being finalized with Kenya once they secure control of Mrima Hill. But there's another factor. I just can't pinpoint it. The colonel was visibly unsettled by this lingering uncertainty. He set it aside for the moment and pressed on. What's the timeline for our reinforcements? The USS Vinson and its carrier strike group are underway, but they won't be in position off the coast for another 72 hours. Until then, Colonel, your unit is the primary force. Colonel Castor's eyes returned to the map spread before them. Satellite intelligence from Iran indicates the Russians have deployed a reinforced mechanized brigade. We lack the firepower to engage that level of armor head-on. One of our submarines did manage to destroy a significant portion of their fuel reserves at the port in Djibouti, but plenty of their armored vehicles remain operational and capable of reaching the mining site. Connolly offered a counterpoint. We do maintain air superiority, sir. We have Navy and Marine Corps attack aircraft at our disposal. Granted, Castor replied, but you can bet they've anticipated that. Are we assuming their anti-aircraft capabilities are minimal? Unfortunately, no, sir. Intelligence suggests some of their systems are the latest hardware from China, presumably purchased to mask increased production back in Russia. Castor did the math aloud. So we're looking at odds of roughly 4-1 against us, with no relief column appearing on the horizon anytime soon. A slow, determined smile then spread across his face. Funny enough, those are exactly the kind of odds the Marine Corps thrives on. The officers immerse themselves in charts and operational schedules, devising a strategy with personnel pooled from their respective commands. Connolly effectively became the lead planner for the combined Navy and Marine units. His extensive experience orchestrating campaigns was a boon, though he privately noted that most of it had been against insurgent forces in Afghanistan and Iraq. Confronting a conventional Russian force, the planning team concurred, would be an entirely different challenge. They drafted their best possible find, outlining both an amphibious landing and a follow-on assault plan. An hour later, Connolly and the newly formed team presented a thorough briefing to the commanders. The plan was to proceed to the port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. There, the regiment would disembark, and once all equipment and vehicles were offloaded, they would advance north into Kenya to defend the mine. The ship's captain interjected, "Navigation, what's our estimated time to Dar es Salaam?" "Sir, we can be pierside in approximately 16 hours. Castor followed up. And how long to offload everything once we're there? We estimate 10 to 12 hours to get all your vehicles ashore, Colonel," Connolly added, followed by another 16-hour movement north to Mrima Hill. Castor let out a low whistle. That's cutting it dangerously close. One delay, or a bout of bad weather, and Lazar gets there first. If he digs into those mines, he'll be entrenched, impossible to root out." "Agreed, sir," Connolly said. Castor placed a finger on the map at Mifferma Hill and traced a line north. "We have air mobility, they don't. That gives us the advantages of speed and surprise, and I intend to use them. I want a spoiling attack launched within the next 24 hours, identify a piece of terrain along their axis of advance, somewhere they're forced to slow down, a choke point where they can't deploy widely." He continued outlining his intent. "Use the light armored reconnaissance units with some force recon joint terminal attack controllers. Get them north quickly and deliver a sharp, disruptive blow to the Russians. I want them to know they're marching into a fight with the Marines." Connolly saw an opportunity. "Sir, I request permission to lead that element. We can execute an amphibious landing with the LAV-25s. They're our fastest ground assets. While the main force moves toward the mines, my team can race ahead in the LAVs and intercept the Russians." He glanced at the map here at Moyal on the Ethiopian-Kenyan border. "We can be in position within 24 hours, just before Lazar's main force arrives." Colonel Castor considered the proposal, the gears of strategy turning in his mind. "Permission is given," Connolly then added, "if only we had a clearer picture of what Lazar's forces are truly made of." Chapter 58. Port of Djibouti, Djibouti City. Djibouti City, November 28. 3 colossal pillars of fire roared into the night sky above the crippled Iranian vessels, their chimneys of flame reaching over 100 feet and painting Djibouti City in a hellish dancing glow. The ruptured oil tankers had vomited their contents across the bay, creating a vast, drifting inferno that now lapped against the piers. Waves of fire washed over the concrete, devouring the orderly port that had existed just hours earlier. From the heart of the blaze aboard the ammunition ship, sporadic explosions sent ordnance spiraling into the air like macabre fireworks, detonating overhead or crashing into the water and the city beyond as stockpiled rockets cooked off. Moored beside one of Lazar's freighters, the munitions vessel had settled halfway into the shallow harbor sand, its burning superstructure jutting from the water like the blackened ribs of some drowned leviathan. The scene was apocalyptic. Onlookers, both local citizens and foreign workers, made frantic signs of the cross or whispered prayers in Arabic and French. Out beyond the bay's mouth, Iranian and Russian Torrential-class patrol boats zigzagged urgently, hunting for the attackers responsible for this chaos, perched atop his command BTR on the road fronting the piers. Colonel General Boris Lazar observed the ongoing disaster with a stone-faced calm. He had witnessed large-scale ruin before, bodies piled like cordwood outside a mosque in Dagestan, a Ukrainian village methodically erased by artillery until only a smoldering crater remained. An Afghan hillside turned to dust under overwhelming air power. He felt that same clinical detachment now, yet the play of light on the horizon stirred old memories of pain and loss. He rubbed his jaw, watching the flames consume the ships. Another violent blast, likely an anti-tank missile aboard the ammo ship, sent corkscrewing trails of smoke into the sky as more munitions ignited and shot off wildly. He had removed his vehicle helmet to escape. For a moment, the frantic radio traffic, the constant chatter between his commanders and his chief of staff, Colonel Keir, had become a grating din. The stream of damage reports was relentless, a familiar soundtrack from other battles in other lands, the voices of men pushed to the brink. War, it seemed, always played the same tired melodies. His broad chest rose and fell with a heavy sigh as he processed the implications of this catastrophe. A decidedly suboptimal commencement to the operation's assault phase, he thought, with characteristic understatement. Colonel Borbakov marched up to the side of Lazar's vehicle. The general noted his approach from the corner of his eye, but deliberately ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Colonel Keir, who sat inside the BTR furiously scribbling notes, trying to compile the damage assessments into a coherent picture of their losses. Borbikov climbed up and knelt by the open hatch. "Colonel General," he said, clearing his throat. "Wait," Lazar stated flatly, not turning from Kier. "Sir," Borbikov pressed, "we must withdraw from the harbor immediately. We are sitting targets here for American airstrikes." Lazar finally turned his head slowly, fixing the younger officer with a glacial stare. "Colonel, are you now instructing me on how to command? You will wait while we ascertain what can be salvaged and what is irrevocably lost. With all respect, Colonel General, you understand the situation, but we have a strict timeline. I must insist we adhere to it." A fresh explosion from the bay punctuated his words, casting a sudden, sharp light across Lazar's impassive features. "The European operations have met with success, so, despite the difficulties here, you must regroup your forces and advance." Borbikov's words were measured, designed to spur the general into motion rather than allow him to wallow in defeat. He was mindful of military decorum, yet equally clear in separating himself from Lazar's recent failures. Lazar responded, "Colonel Borbikov, we will determine our next steps once the full extent of the damage is known. Acting prematurely would be unwise." He then added pointedly, "I assume your special shipment remains secure." Only Lazar was privy to the contingency plan involving tactical nuclear artillery to secure the mining site, making his open reference to it in front of Kier and the other officers highly unwelcome. Borbikov fixed him with an icy stare that, coming from a less politically connected officer, might have resulted in a court-martial. "All of my assets are fully operational, sir," he stated flatly. "Good. Now perhaps you should return to your Spetsnaz unit and allow me to focus on my infantry. I have a situation to manage." With a dismissive gesture, Colonel General Lazar turned his attention back to Kier and his notes. Borbikov burned with resentment at the slight but recognized this was a conventional military disaster requiring a conventional solution. He had delivered his message. The general would be well aware that Borbikov, though merely a colonel, maintained direct lines to the Kremlin and President Anatoly Rivkin himself. The Special Forces colonel stepped down from the command vehicle and strode along the narrow dock to his waiting Gaz Tiger, where his small team awaited his return. As Lazar continued his radio communications, Kier turned to him, underlined the word tanks on his notepad, and then decisively crossed it out with a thick red marker. Beside it, he scribbled Zeus. The general glanced over, giving a curt nod of understanding. The implication was clear: the task force's anti-aircraft vehicles would proceed, but the 41 T-90 tanks accompanying the operation would have to stay behind at the Djiboutian port until additional fuel could be secured. The tanks were fuel-guzzling behemoths, and Kier had crunched the numbers. There simply wasn't enough diesel remaining to drive the armored giants across Ethiopia and Kenya to reach the mines. "Get Moscow on the line," Lazar ordered. "I want more fuel shipped down from Iran. I don't care how they manage it, but we need those tanks on site. We can seize Mrima Hill without the T-90s, but holding it will be impossible. I will make the call as soon as the damage assessments are complete." Comrade General, Colonel Kier immediately returned to his radio, responding to a logistics officer who was cataloging the list of vehicles now resting on the harbor floor. The Spetsnaz team, personally selected by Borbikov, maintained a vigilant perimeter, their rifles occasionally tracking the few Djiboutian onlookers peering from warehouse doors and windows at the devastation. A new grim determination had settled over the Russian soldiers. For these men, the war had truly begun, and anyone interfering would likely be met with lethal force. Questions asked later. A thin, knowing smile touched Borbikov's lips as he approached his men, sensing their sharpened focus and the heightened stakes. He realized this chaos had an unexpected silver lining. It would be easier to galvanize the troops now. He told himself he could channel their simmering anger through decisive command, steering them more effectively toward the mission's objective. The men were prepared to sacrifice everything if required. That was the level of dedication he demanded. from those under his command and from those above him. His composed leadership during the Pier crisis had undoubtedly shown them his mettle. Good, he thought. Completing this operation will require nerves of absolute steel. No more time to sit around feeling sorry for ourselves. Crates were smashed open, and Lazar's troops started pulling out the weapons. But Borbakov's men shoved their way into the scramble and grabbed whatever they could. The colonel observed the chaos for a moment. Most of the regular soldiers glanced at him and his Spetsnaz team with clear unease. Borbakov strode into the middle of the group and lifted a 9K-333 Verba surface-to-air missile, testing its balance in his grip and meticulously examining the targeting optics. Known as the Willow in Russian, the Verba employed a multispectral optical seeker that merged 3 different sensors: ultraviolet, near-infrared, and mid-infrared. This let the missile's onboard computer analyze across 3 separate spectrums to identify targets, drastically reducing its vulnerability to decoys like flares or chaff. Borbakov snatched the arm of the nearest infantryman who was about to be issued one of the advanced missiles. Do you even know how to fire a Verba?" "Yes, Colonel Borbakov, sir," the soldier replied instantly. "Good," Borbakov thought. "The regulars here recognize me on sight." "List the 6 major components of this weapon system," he demanded. The soldier stared at the frozen ground, concentrating hard. "There are 6, sir. The thermal battery, the integrated day-night sight, the grip stock, the launch tube and missile housing, the trigger assembly, and the insufficient training." Borbakov turned to another man, a sergeant who held his gaze without flinching. "You named the 6th component. The IFF transponder antenna, sir," the sergeant answered. Borbakov handed him the missile. "Correct. See that only personnel with certified training receive these. We'll need everyone when the American jets come. You men are the shield for our ground forces. Remember that?" Colonel Keir moved up beside him. "Yuri, the scout teams are ready to deploy. Still a fuel shortage for the tanks. A real pity. We could have used them, and you know the commander has a fondness for armored thrusts." Borbakov responded, "We have sufficient light and medium armor to seize the mines. Moscow will find a way to get more fuel through. Our submarines will hunt down whoever caused today's mess and sink them before the next tanker even leaves port. U.S. Air Force Expeditionary Airfield. Near Grelitz, Germany, 28 December, Senior Airman Jones delivered the maintenance status report for what was left of the squadron's aircraft. From an original roster of 18 operational A-10 Warthogs, they were down to just 8. The bodies of fallen airmen were arranged outside the operations tent. The cold was bitter enough that they could remain there, each sealed in a black pouch, waiting for the graves registration teams that were supposed to come up from Gorlitz. With higher command still in disarray, nobody knew how long it would take for GR to untangle the logistics and actually get here. Bullet holes and shrapnel tears peppered the field tent, letting in thin slices of the gray afternoon light. The surprise ground assault by Russian special forces at dawn had cost the Air Force almost a dozen airmen and several ground crew members, including one of the unit's most seasoned senior enlisted leaders. The attack had been pushed back, but it drove home the reality that Russian special operators were still active along the German border, far behind the now scattered Russian armor columns, under orders to ruthlessly negate any NATO edge they could find. 2 aircraft had been wrecked in the fight. One was still sending a thin stream of smoke into the wind from the edge of the highway the Americans were using as a makeshift runway. Since the attack ended, the ground crews had worked relentlessly on both their remaining planes and their battered expeditionary airfield. Braving freezing rain and a wind that cut through their layers, they cannibalized parts from the damaged birds beyond repair, pushing nonstop to return these 8 A-10s to flying condition. Cullen Jones wrapped up his briefing, and the commanding officer stepped forward to address the men in the dimly lit hangar. The situation was grim, but his voice carried a steely resolve. "You all know why we're here," he began, his eyes scanning the faces before him. That combined American and German unit is pushing hard, and they're relying on us to keep the pressure on the enemy before they can slip across the border. Our Polish allies have their hands full defending their capital, so it falls to us to help prevent more losses on their side. Your nation expects nothing less than your absolute best until we get the order to stand down. And that is precisely what we will deliver. Stay focused, stay strong, and for heaven's sake, keep your heads on straight. No lone wolf stunts now. Follow me outside. We'll pay our respects to those we've lost and ask for their guidance as we carry on. After the brief, solemn ceremony, Captain Schenk led his 7 pilots at a quick pace toward the flight line. Their runway was a battered stretch of eastbound Autobahn, its surface scarred and hastily patched, but declared serviceable for the rugged A-10s. The aircraft themselves were a testament to recent battles, sporting welded patches, fresh rivets, and replacement parts. Not a single one of the 8 Warthogs was without marks. But the pilots trusted their ground crews implicitly. If the mechanics signed off on them, that was all the assurance they needed. Schenk hauled himself up the ladder and slid into the cockpit, giving the armored canopy frame a familiar tap before securing his harness. With a hiss, the canopy sealed shut. He ran through the power-up sequence, nudged the throttle forward, and glanced left to return a salute from Airman Jones, who used his left hand, his right arm bound in a sling. Then, with a call to the controllers, Schenk released the brakes and began his roll down the makeshift runway. Within moments, he was climbing into the overcast sky, his formation falling into line behind him. Djibouti City. Djibouti, Dempher 28. Pascal Arc Blanchette was breathing heavily by the time he reached the top of the concrete stairs at La Mer Rouge. The pool area was deserted, or so he thought. Tristan, the French owner, was waiting behind the locked steel gate at the rooftop entrance, watching Pascal's ascent with a wary expression. "What brings you up here?" Tristan asked, not moving to open the gate. "Tristan, it's me," Pascal said, gripping the bars for support. "Since when do you lock me out?" "When you sound this friendly, I start checking my pockets," Tristan replied dryly, but the look in Pascal's eyes told him this wasn't a social call. With a sigh, he turned the key in the old lock. "What sort of trouble are you dragging to my doorstep this time? Are Izila and the others here?" Pascal asked, stepping through. "Use your eyes. They're gone. I heard about the Russian ships and the unpleasantness at the port after the American intervention. I sent everyone away 30 minutes ago." Tristan shook his head, a faint, grim smile on his face. "I still have friends who talk, Pascal. I sent them away because I had a feeling you and I were about to get our hands dirty for La Belle France." "You guessed correctly," Pascal said, his voice dropping. "It's going to be a very long night." "Absolutely rotten," Pascal agreed, "but for the sake of our country, as you put it." Tristan's story was a legend among the expatriates. Years back, he had arrived in Djibouti with the Foreign Legion. A young man expecting a tour of duty, not a lifetime. He met a woman of stunning beauty, a shepherd's daughter whose grace seemed misplaced among the flocks. He was captivated, pledging his heart and his future return when his unit was reassigned. She had met his vows with a skeptic's smile, believing a soldier's honor was often a casualty to his passions. The years unfolded. Tristan eventually retired from the Legion, and he journeyed back to Africa, not for a visit, but for a life. He embraced Islam to win her father's blessing and offered a substantial dowry to satisfy her tribe. A wedding followed, then the arrival of 4 children. Now the proprietor of La Mer Rouge, Tristan stood as a contented French expat, a devoted father to 2 sons and 2 daughters. His sons had grown to manage the daily rhythms of the restaurant, while his daughters, echoing their mother's allure, possessed a beauty that captivated every travel-worn patron who stepped through the door. Some customers returned less for the food and more for the chance to see them, a fact Tristan noted with a mixture of pride and protective amusement. 10 minutes later, on the restaurant's balcony, Pascal Arc Blanchette wrapped his arms around his son, the embrace awkward over the bulk of body armor and strapped gear. Apollo held him just as firmly. the reunion long overdue since their last meeting over a year prior at Christmas, though their weekly phone calls were a steadfast ritual. They settled at a small bistro table. A haze lingered over the distant port, a remnant of the day's turmoil. Tristan's son had already brought up a coffee tray, and Apollo immediately poured a cup, drinking it in swift, grateful swallows. The scene was almost absurd. The silver-haired older man in his tweed coat, seated opposite the formidable young soldier in full desert camouflage, helmeted, with a rifle slung across his chest and a communications headset framing his face. Apollo set his cup down. "Papa, I can't stay. The Russian column will be moving out of the city soon. Their scouts are already probing the route. I understand. Your team is waiting. I truly wish you had taken that flight to Paris." Pascal offered a resigned shrug. "This is my home. I'm not leaving. It isn't safe here. I still have the satellite phone. If the signal returns, I can update NATO on the Russians' departure, the damage they've caused, and what strength they leave behind. You don't think you're in danger?" "No, not at all," Pascal replied, slipping briefly into French before continuing. "My worry is reserved for you. I know my job." Pascal placed a hand on his son's armored shoulder. "Molt ad apris qui bien connuist ahon." Apollo resisted the familiar urge to sigh. "You know, I don't speak ancient French, Dad." "Perhaps not, but you understand the meaning. He has learned much who knows the pain of struggle." Apollo drained his coffee. "I'm sorry, but I have to go." But Pascal was not done. He has conquered his way across so many lands, he has taken so many blows from good, sharp spears, he has slain and vanquished in battle so many powerful kings. When will he ever forsake waging war? Apollo stood, a determined grin visible below his microphone. "Not until I've kicked those Russian backsides all the way to Siberia." He shook his head, affection cutting through the tension. "Papa, you and your Charlemagne? Your sister may have the university degrees," Pascal said, his voice thick, "but I have never been more proud of my warrior son. My earpiece is buzzing, Papa. Please be careful." He kissed his father on both cheeks in the traditional manner and turned for the stairs. "You as well, my boy." The father watched his son disappear down the stairwell, the clatter of gear fading. Then, alone, he gathered his binoculars, the silent satellite phone, and his cell phone, preparing for his own lonely vigil. Both phones were useless, the Russian Spetsnaz teams having efficiently knocked out cell towers and jammed satellite signals. Pascal understood his priority: document the scale and gear of the Russian forces withdrawing from the city, then figure out a method, any method, to relay that intelligence to Paris. Time was slipping away. Downstairs, Apollo regrouped with his men near their vehicles, two rugged Toyota Hilux pickups provided by French embassy security. The remainder of the dragoons prepared to board 3 helicopters flown in from Addis Ababa by contract pilots. Apollo's team at the restaurant remained heavily armed, scanning every shadow and stall of the nearby market as they loaded back into the Hiluxes. The captain slid into the back seat of the trailing truck, where Corporal Constantine waited, radio in hand. "Boss, Sergeant Dariel reports one of the SA-330 Puma helicopters is down with maintenance issues. He's asking if you want to proceed with the 2 that are operational. 2 birds can't carry everyone, and I won't split the unit. Tell him to secure any available pickups or transport trucks, even purchase them from Djiboutian workers at the airport if necessary. But they need to grab extra fuel cans and move fast. We'll be there in 30 minutes. I want every man ready to roll the moment we arrive." "Copy that. Transmitting now." Apollo glanced back at the 4-story building his father had taken over as an observation post, La Mer Rouge. Clever old Pascal certainly knew the terrain. The Russians heading south had only 3 possible routes, and from that height his father could monitor all of them. Apollo just hoped the Russians wouldn't catch on to the tactical advantage the building offered and decide to investigate. He had no doubt Spetsnaz units were operating throughout the city. For all he knew, his own team was being watched at that very moment. The 2 trucks growled to life and sped toward the airport. everyone inside acutely aware they were racing the clock to escape before encountering Russian armor head-on. Chapter 59. Yes, John Warner. Gulf of Aden, 28 December. The USS John Warner had spent hours lying still on the sandy seabed south of Mucha Island, north of Djibouti City. Now it pivoted to a new urgent mission: achieve maximum speed and reach open water. The Tadjoura Trough, a deep underwater channel running west to east, offered a clear path into the Gulf of Aden and away from the sweeping sonar of approaching Russian ships, which were closing in by the minute. Commander Del Vecchio shifted into full command mode, issuing rapid orders. Helm, watch the cavitation bubble. Officer of the deck, I need top speed while running silent. Sonar, stay sharp on any vessel noise. Quartermaster, report depth under the keel every 5 minutes, or immediately if it changes. The quartermaster responded first. Aye, ma'am. Current depth 180 feet beneath the keel. The officer of the deck added, noise levels are minimal. All divisions report crew at quiet ship operation status. The helmsman finished the update. Steady at 6 knots, ma'am, holding speed and depth. Very well. Del Vecchio replied automatically, though her mind was racing several steps ahead. They had just over 7.5 nautical miles to reach the Tadjoura Trough at 6 knots. That meant nearly an hour to get to the deep-water outlet, time they clearly didn't have. The Russian vessels were advancing too fast. If she ordered more speed, the submarine's propellers would cavitate, creating an audible bubble trail that every sonar operator for miles would detect. There had to be another way, a gamble, a shortcut, something. The tension on the bridge was so thick you could almost touch it, a silent testament to the high-stakes hide-and-seek unfolding beneath the waves. The equations she had committed to memory years before now spun through her thoughts, arranging themselves as she hunted for the mathematical key. Each figure stood for velocity, range, pressure, ocean flow, and acoustic interference. Every variable submariners had obsessed over since the very first war sub slipped beneath the waves. The sonar operator's voice cut through the quiet. Contact 3, bearing 238, just registered an active ping. Range is 8 nautical miles. Her executive officer weighed in. Either they believe they have a lock or they're trying to flush us from hiding. Agreed. The island's acoustic shadow buys us minutes, not hours. They'll close in fast. A deep, resonant thud echoed through the hull, followed by a violent jolt that shook the John Warner from stem to stern. The force rattled teeth and sent pens sliding off chart tables. Every soul aboard recognized that sound. The sonarman tore off his headphones, massaging his ears with a wince depth charge. The XO stated, giving voice to the unspoken dread. You all right over there? Yes, sir. Just wasn't ready for it. Had my gain cranked all the way up, trying to pick out engine signatures. Thought I caught a damn splash noise. Looks like you did. Commander Del Vecchio turned toward her crew. Her expression left no doubt a choice had been made. XO, I want the nearest Russian vessels aligned with Mucha Island. We'll use the landmass as an acoustic shield. We skirt the island's edge, then you take us to flank speed and follow the seabed as it drops away. Our propeller noise will refract around the island's mass. It'll create 2 false acoustic returns, bending in opposite directions. The Russians will chase 1 signature at full throttle. I've studied this maneuver, but I've never been cornered in water shallow enough to attempt it. It won't deceive them forever, but if they're busy plastering the southern side with depth charges, it'll hand them some wrong vectors to pursue. Understood, Captain, replied the XO. Sonar, get me a lineup on the 2 closest Russian contacts and relay the azimuth. Helm, stand by for a hard turn. Once we have the heading, we go to full power. Del Vecchio's hands tightened on the railing. The plan was a gamble, using a false acoustic shadow to misdirect. Then a sprint into the deep trough before a steep dive below the thermocline, racing toward the Gulf of Aden. For a moment, she recalled a training exercise years ago where a similar trick had failed spectacularly, leaving her with a lasting distrust of textbook solutions. But here, with the hull still ringing from the blast, textbook was all they had. Djibouti City. Djibouti, 28 December. Through his vortex binoculars, Pascal observed the final Russian vehicle depart the city limits. He lowered the optics and shut his eyes, allowing himself a wave of profound relief. It had taken over 8 hours for the entire Russian brigade to roll south from the still-smoking port, down the Rue de Venice onto the RN1, then the RN5, and finally out of the urban sprawl toward the open desert. Pascal had witnessed every piece of hardware, every visible soldier. The units had left the port warehouses at half-hour intervals, organized into 3 distinct combat columns, a tactical choice, he noted, likely to reduce vulnerability from aerial reconnaissance or attack. Moving as a single long line would have made them an ideal target. Unit by unit in disciplined clusters, the force appeared built around motorized rifle regiments, supplemented by independent reconnaissance elements, or so Pascal deduced. His notepad was filled with frantic scribbles from the long day's vigil. Though no military veteran nor a Kremlin scholar, he was ideally suited for this surveillance task. A longtime Africa correspondent, he possessed an encyclopedic familiarity with Russian military gear, unsurprising, given how many nations on the continent Moscow armed. His tally listed the equivalent of 3 regiments of BTR-82A armored carriers, a headquarters unit with medical support, 2 artillery battalions, a sizable battery of anti-aircraft vehicles, and a full battalion dedicated to anti-tank weapons. As the last dust cloud settled, he allowed himself a dry, humorless chuckle. All that firepower and not a single soldier had glanced up at the lonely hotel rooftop where he'd been perched all day, sipping cold coffee and counting their every move. All told, the force was roughly the size of a Russian rifle brigade. Good heavens, Pascal thought, glancing down at his notepad. A formidable assembly. A final report was due to the General Directorate, and to Apollo as well. His notes, all enciphered by his own hand, were filled with meticulously drawn tables, row upon row of codes representing and classifying Russian military vehicles. What struck Pascal most, however, wasn't something present in the vast Russian inventory, but something conspicuously absent: main battle tanks. The complete lack of heavy armor was baffling. He understood the principles of speed and surprise, but surely the Russians didn't believe they could maintain the element of surprise once their boots hit the ground in Djibouti. This glaring vulnerability was something he needed to make crystal clear to his superiors. The rest of the regiment aligned with his expectations. A multitude of BTR-82A armored personnel carriers, BRDM-2M scout cars, Cornet D anti-tank missile trucks, a battery of Pantsir S-1 air defense systems, and several BM-30 Smerch rocket launchers. He'd also tallied 20 of the hulking, tracked ZSU-23 anti-aircraft vehicles. Those old beasts will be a drag on their pace, he mused, probably capping their speed at around 25 miles per hour. All in all, Pascal estimated he'd observed over 2,000 troops mounted on light armored vehicles or in heavy transport trucks, with thousands more presumably crammed inside the hundreds of BTRs and other carriers. He checked the Inmarsat satellite phone, hoping for word from his son. Nothing yet. The signal was strong now, and 2 messages had arrived while his focus was locked on the military column. One was a coded query from the General Directorate requesting his status. The other was from a local contact in Djibouti, asking to meet and exchange information. His rooftop perch had been a busy hub during his surveillance, with a visitor, a gas station attendant, a long-haul trucker, a few dock workers, all his assets, stopping by about every 30 minutes. For the first time in years, Pascal felt like he was back in the game, his skills actually meaning something. He read the local contact's message first and sent a reply agreeing to a 10 p.m. meeting at La Mer Rouge. The message from headquarters was a simple string of code words ordering a report, which he also answered, noting he had photographic intelligence to transmit immediately. More than anything, Pascal ached to call his son, but that personal longing would have to wait duty first, he reminded himself. He began photographing the pages of his notebook with the sat phone's camera to send the images digitally via satellite. The notes were in an archaic shorthand code he'd learned decades ago. The new generation of field agents used digital encryption. Pascal was fairly certain no one under 40 could decipher his chicken scratch, but he trusted there were still a few old hands left at the General Directorate who could interpret it. He flipped through the pages, capturing image after image, storing them in the phone's memory. It had taken him nearly a year to get comfortable with the darn device, even when orders came down strictly forbidding the use of physical cables and encrypted letters. He dragged his feet until a sharply worded reprimand from headquarters forced him to finally join the modern age. With the photographs finally taken, he initiated the transmission, sending the data up to the satellite and back down to Paris. The process always took several minutes, so he set the phone on the small table by the balcony railing. The exhaustion from hours of intense surveillance, clandestine meetings, and meticulous note-taking settled over him on the horizon. The joint French and American facility at Camp Lemonnier was still visible, a silent sentinel in the fading light. Smoke still curled into the sky from the distant base, a grim signal of what had transpired. Pascal pictured the scene all too clearly. Any of his countrymen who hadn't escaped before the Russians swept in would have met a brutal end. It was obvious their first move after mobilizing from the harbor was to dispatch a regiment to obliterate the airfield and its facilities. Leaning against the balcony railing, he watched the streets below finally stirring back to life now that the foreign forces had pulled out. The evening rush was beginning. He placed his teacup and binoculars on the broad wooden rail, exhaled deeply, and checked the Inmarsat phone. The screen showed the upload was 2/3 complete. "Hello," came a voice in awkward French from behind him, jolting Pascal from his grim reflections. He turned to see a burly man in a khaki shirt and Bermuda shorts at the top of the stairwell. The casual Western-style clothes looked entirely out of place in Djibouti. For a split second, Pascal wondered if Tristan had hired new staff for Le Mer Rouge, then his stomach dropped and a fresh wave of sweat broke over him. He recognized this man. He was one of the younger faces he'd spotted at Restaurant Listoral, a Russian special operator. Instinctively, Pascal slid a hand behind his back, palmed the sat phone from the railing, and tucked it smoothly into his waistband beneath his jacket. The expensive binoculars remained on the rail, shielded by his body. "Good afternoon," Pascal said, forcing a tone of casual ease. Sometimes his old field instincts needed a second to engage. With a seemingly idle shift of his weight, he leaned back against the rail, using his hip to nudge the binoculars over the edge. He judged the push perfectly. They landed with a soft thump and a quiet slide onto the canvas awning covering part of the pool deck below. The sound was barely audible, meaning the optics were intact and wouldn't clatter to alert anyone downstairs. Pleased with hiding the phone and his quick thinking with the binoculars, Pascal addressed the man in rapid, fluent French.
"I'll take a wine, a Merlot, something from Tuscany, if you have it."
Getting no reaction, he adopted a haughty, dismissive tone as he moved to sit at the small table. "A glass of the Tenuta de l'Ornellaia, actually. Better yet, bring a full bottle." The man simply stared, his expression blank. Then his eyes flicked toward the staircase. Pascal followed his gaze as a second man emerged at the top of the steps. This one wore the tan digital desert camouflage, the Tetris pattern of a Russian Spetsnaz officer. His shoulder boards were large, adorned with 3 stars marking him as a full colonel. Pascal felt the blood drain from his face. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Stay calm," he commanded himself. For a fleeting moment he weighed the option of bolting past the colonel for the stairs. The officer wasn't as physically imposing as his companion. Pascal stood calmly and took a tentative step in that direction, but the colonel immediately raised a hand, halting him. "Yes, a Tuscan Merlot would be pleasant," the colonel said in thickly accented French. "I may ask the owner to pour a glass, or perhaps 2, but I doubt you will be staying for the cheese course, monsieur." The man in civilian clothes drew a pistol from beneath his shirt. He walked past Pascal to the abandoned table and chair and began flipping through Pascal's notebook. Adrenaline surged through the Frenchman's veins, presenting him with a frantic mental menu of bad choices. 1. Vault over the railing. 2. Shove past the larger man and try for the jump to the neighboring roof. 3. Charge the colonel. He did none of it. He stood frozen, more cold sweat tracing a path down his neck. His hands tightened on the railing behind him. He silently cursed his aging, out-of-shape body. A younger operative might have risked the jump, likely landing on the canvas awning below with enough agility to make a swift escape. Pascal, however, was well past those days. He let out a soft sigh, his posture deflating, as if reading his thoughts. The Russian colonel interjected. "I wouldn't test Sergeant Ketsov. He's got a nervous trigger finger, and here's an interesting tidbit I learned downstairs. He has a particular distaste for the French." This remark sent a cold ripple through Pascal, his mind racing with possibilities about what might have befallen Tristan. The colonel offered a thin smile before nodding to the sergeant to conduct a search. Pascal lifted his jacket with his free hand, retrieved the satellite phone from the damp waistband of his trousers, and stole a glance at the display. It showed 75%. With a practiced calm, he handed the device over to Ketsov before turning to the colonel. "I didn't get your name, Colonel Borbikov." "De Guzman," Pascal replied smoothly. "Francois de Guzman? I see, and your purpose here, observing my unit's movements in Djibouti, perhaps on behalf of the French government? Or maybe the External Security Directorate." Pascal allowed a look of amused disbelief to cross his face. "A spy? Certainly not. I'm a diplomat." The large Russian passed the phone to the colonel, who examined its screen briefly. Pascal continued. "I'm with the French Diplomatic Monetary Fund mission from the Bank of France. We're here to oversee the transition at the Central Bank of Djibouti and assist in stabilizing their currency against the euro." "How fortunate," Borbikov said, his tone dripping with a sarcasm that hadn't been there a moment before, "because if my understanding of the Geneva Conventions is correct, an individual caught transmitting intelligence to the External Security Directorate while out of uniform would be considered, well, a spy." Pascal kept his expression neutral. "I'm afraid I wouldn't know." The colonel pressed the satellite phone's power button, eliciting 3 distinct beeps as it powered down. With deliberate care, he then pried off the plastic back cover, removed the battery, and slipped both components into his pocket. The sound of boots on concrete echoed from the narrow stairwell as 3 additional Russian soldiers emerged onto the rooftop of the Red Sea Hotel. They were armed with AKs and wore advanced tactical gear over civilian clothing, much like Sergeant Ketsov. Pascal recognized 2 of them from Nadal's restaurant, 1 man and 1 woman. Their faces, once relaxed over coffee at Listoral, were now set in stern professional masks. Borbikov said, "You won't object if we verify your credentials, though I'm sure they are perfectly in order." Offering a confident smile, Pascal stepped toward the woman and handed her his wallet. The identification and credit cards inside all supported his alias, Monsieur de Guzman, a banking cover he had maintained flawlessly for years in the city. "Now we're getting somewhere," he thought, his confidence swelling. The story was airtight, and his local contacts could verify every detail if pressed. The colonel scrutinized the documents, motioned Pascal closer, locked eyes with him for a tense moment, and then returned the wallet. With a smile, he gestured toward the stairwell. "That was easier than expected," Pascal mused, stepping forward with renewed assurance. He was 1 step from the stairs when Colonel Borbikov's voice stopped him cold. "One more question before you leave, Monsieur de Guzman. Are these yours?" The woman produced a pair of high-definition Vortex VK binoculars from a pouch on her belt, handing them to the colonel. He examined them as if they were a foreign artifact. Without hesitation, Pascal answered quickly, "No. Simply a misunderstanding, then," said the colonel, waving him off. "Good." "Adieu," Pascal replied, and feeling a surge of boldness, he added, "I'll need my phone returned, please." "That won't be necessary, monsieur, is it, Pascal? As I've told you, my name is Francois de Guzman. You'll be having a little chat with me first," the colonel stated, drawing his sidearm from its hip holster. He aimed the pistol squarely at the Frenchman. "Ariadne, escort Monsieur Pascal downstairs and secure him beside the old man." Chapter 60. Central Poland, 28 December. Shank's flight suit was drenched with sweat, dark stains spreading beneath his arms. He hadn't moved from his seat in over 3/4 of an hour. An intense itch nagged at him, but the cramped cockpit of the A-10 offered no room to adjust, and his current speed and dive angle made any movement unthinkable. He had assigned the rest of his squadron to hunt tanks, leaving him and his wingman, Nooner, to search for more significant targets further behind enemy lines. Sweat trickled down his forearms into his gloves as he maintained a firm grip on the controls, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort and stay locked on his heads-up display. He filtered out every sensation except sight and sound, scanning the dark terrain for Russian armor and the lower sky for the sudden deadly spark of a surface-to-air missile launch. His ears were tuned to the warnings in his headset. It was all about equilibrium. He used to lecture his students back at Nellis Air Force Base. Focus too much on the attack, and you're dead. Focus too much on evasion, and you fail the ground troops you're there to support. No pressure at all. He'd always quip with a grin in the briefing room. There was no grin now. The display showed the last known positions of the Russian tank column. If they hadn't moved too far, he should be in a screaming dive toward a group of T-14 armatas that had been hammering the Allied forces. Shank's eyes swept across woodlines, ridgelines, small towns, and frozen valleys. He looked for anything. Odd color patterns in the snow, tracks, exhaust plumes in the frigid air, or trees shaking from the passage of heavy vehicles. Then, dipping below 1,000 feet, he spotted movement near a distant tree line about 2.5 miles ahead. He adjusted his angle slightly and focused. What he first mistook for a line of trucks clarified into a long, dark green shape. It blended with the forest edge before emerging. A serpentine form slithering across the white landscape from southwest to northeast, growing longer by the second. He keyed his mic. Holy hell, Nooner. 11 o'clock low. "I've got a train, a massive train running dark," confirmed. His wingman replied. "Could be the one, but how do we know it's not civilian freight?" Nooner's transmission cut off as smoke trails erupted from the train center. 4 SAMs climbed on thick white pillars, their smoke immediately curving toward the 2 aircraft. In a synchronized, pre-briefed maneuver, Shank and Nooner broke hard to the right without a word, pulling into a sharp turn. Their twin turbofan engines roared, spitting red flames as afterburners engaged, pushing them past 400 miles per hour in unison. They released multiple chaff and flare decoys, turning to present the smallest possible profile to the missile's heat-seeking guidance. One of the inbound threats veered off, chasing the flares. Both pilots watched their radar screens intently as the remaining warheads closed the distance. They launched another volley of countermeasures and then jerked their aircraft violently back to the left. Relief flooded through the cockpit as the final trio of missiles lost their lock, chasing decoy flares and chaff into the forest below. "Damn!" Nooner's voice crackled over the radio. "If I'd started this run with a piece of coal back there, I'd be sitting on a diamond right now." But Shank's mind was already locked on the objective. "We're taking that train down, Nooner, sir. With all respect, that thing's missile car probably holds more than 4. We get close again, it's gonna send another welcoming party." Message received, Shank shot back. "But intel is screaming that train is the brain of this entire operation. We have to burn it. Understood. What's the play?" "Simple. Here's how we do it." Shank laid out a quick, aggressive plan. "Clear, Crystal. I'm ready to push in, but I might need to keep a finger on the eject lever." Noted. Attack heading 014. Less than 3 minutes out. Stay sharp. You think she'll stop? Duck into that next patch of woods and wait to ambush us on another pass. Negative. For all their guns, they're sprinting against the clock to cross Poland. They know every hour they're exposed. More NATO birds are flooding into the theater. He paused, the landscape blurring beneath them. We hit her just past the tree line. Take us even lower. Use the forest as a radar blanket. We pop over the trees at our 12 and hammer down. You're on point. You've got 2 missiles left. I've only got 1. 2 copies, Nooner acknowledged. Both pilots wrestled with their controls, muscles straining as they pushed the A-10s through the turbulent air just 200 feet above the ground. The Warthog was a beast, a flying tank, heavy and deliberate, not built for finesse. It demanded constant physical correction. They tore over a sleepy village clinging to a country road, the terrain forcing them into a relentless dance of climb and dive. A breath away from the nightmare every aviator feared. Not a fiery death in combat, but the silent, shameful crash into the earth, the dreaded, controlled flight into terrain. Ahead, the final wall of pines rose. At the last possible moment, both jets clawed for altitude, skimming the treetops before dropping back into a wide clearing scarred into the evergreen forest. 10 o'clock. Nooner called out. Shank's eyes snapped left. Visual. He banked gently, lining up the shot. There, slithering between snow-dusted fields near a city's edge, was the train, racing east toward another dense wood. In moments it would vanish, forcing them into a vulnerable overflight. Fox 4, Nooner announced, releasing his last 2 Mavericks. The missiles shot forward, accelerating violently. Simultaneously, as if choreographed white plumes of smoke erupted from the train's roof under the moonlit sky, 10 new threats rising from hidden launchers, just as Shank sent his final missile streaking toward its target. Guns, 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 Nooner shouted, unleashing a torrent of cannon fire at extreme range in unison. Both pilots threw their aircraft into a sharp right turn, engines screaming at full military power. Their desperate hope was to duck behind the distant tree line, using the dense forest as a shield to intercept the incoming missiles. The Warthog's legendary tight turn was a blessing, but time stretched thin as Shank and Nooner wrestled their jets through a punishing 180-degree reversal, their bodies straining against the crushing G-forces. The Russian barrage was formidable, a volley of 8 short-range SA-24 Grinch missiles, supplemented by 2 longer-range salvos from S-400 systems firing advanced 9EB-96 E2s. The 9EB shot skyward on a gas charge, climbing to 40 meters before their boosters ignited with a roar. The SA-24s, faster and more agile, immediately locked onto the 2 A-10s, accelerating to a blistering 1,200 miles per hour. In a terrifying surge, they pushed past Mach 2. 5 closing the distance at nearly 2,200 miles per hour. Shank and Nooner were now flying their rugged jets well beyond safe limits. The Polish forest rushed toward them, the last 200 meters vanishing in a heartbeat. The larger 9A missiles swiftly overtook their smaller counterparts, reaching the A-10s just as the jets skimmed the treetops. The massive cloud of flares and chaff the pilots deployed was insufficient against the 3-meter-long projectiles. One missile pierced the decoy screen, its warhead detonating alarmingly close to Nooner's left wing. The other, its sophisticated sensors recognizing the rapidly descending targets and the imminent obstacle of the woods, calculated a re-engagement was impossible and detonated prematurely. Shank's aircraft was raked with shrapnel. Metal fragments tore through his left engine, shredded part of his left wing, and sheared off a section of his tail. As they leveled out beneath the canopy, Shank glanced at Nooner's plane. Behind them, the remaining missiles, their programming blind to solid obstructions, slammed into the tall pines. One spiraled wildly into a snow-covered farmer's field before exploding. Another, its stabilizers ripped away, cartwheeled through the ancient pines and erupted against the frozen earth. Nooner's voice crackled over the radio, tight with stress. "Damn it, Shank! I have to turn back! This bird is coming apart! I've got a major fuel leak, and my controls are shot." Shank had been scanning his own instrument panel. To his relief, the readings were more promising than the shredded metal, visible from his cockpit, suggested. "Return to base, Nooner. I'm still in one piece, and I've got unfinished business here." "Sir, going alone is suicide. Let me stay in the area at least. Call out your position if you take more damage. Buddy, I'm looking right at you. That's not a leak, it's a geyser. You won't last 5 minutes before you're riding a parachute. And you can barely maneuver. Don't hand the enemy an easy victory. Get home. I'll make one more run and meet you there. Copy that." "Good luck, Ray," Nooner replied, the raw moment causing him to drop the formal call sign, his wounded A-10 banked toward a heading that would lead back to their makeshift airfield on the repurposed German Autobahn. Shank knew his wingman would never make it that far, but at least he'd be clear of the combat zone before ejecting. With his tail rudder compromised, Shank's control stick felt heavy and unresponsive, like steering a car with a flat tire. The faithful Warthog answered his commands, but every banking maneuver now required deliberate, calculated effort, a new and critical variable in his rapidly evolving tactical equation. A sudden, grim realization hit him. This damaged jet was now his only companion over a very hostile sky. He skimmed the treetops and open fields at 400 feet, his mind racing ahead to anticipate every dip and rise in the terrain. The dark outline of the town's edge was visible up ahead. If his guess was right and the train had accelerated, it would be approaching the outskirts of Jelenia Gora by now. His map indicated a sprawling industrial rail yard and switching complex on the far side of the urban center. The train would have to slow for a long, sweeping curve to skirt the town and would remain slow-moving through that yard. That was his moment. An attack there avoided the city's heart and gave him a large, unmistakable landmark to steer toward. Miscalculate, however, and he'd arrive early, presenting a perfect broadside target for the train's missile batteries. Firing the 30mm GAU-8 Gatling gun at a stationary object was difficult enough. Trying to hit a speeding train moving away from him, all while dodging return fire in a crippled jet, bordered on the absurd. Yet he pushed the throttle forward. His integrated flight and fire control computer, the IFFCC, crunched the numbers for his ground speed. Designed to help a pilot achieve bullet convergence, it also computed the necessary drop and painted the solution right onto his heads-up display reticle. But Shank knew the computer only gave him a stationary aiming point. The real trick, the part that required a pilot's gut instinct, was mentally calculating the precise lead for a fast-moving target in the handful of seconds he had. Otherwise, every precious round would fall uselessly into the dirt. The system was built to put a dense ellipse of fire on a tank. He wasn't hunting a tank tonight. He flashed over a hydroelectric dam in the winding Bober River, his eyes darting to the Joint Operations graphic air map on his display. The jog air was perfect for this, stripping away everything but the landmarks visible from the cockpit. He mentally checked off his approach cues from his kneeboard notes. The power station, a specific hill, a sharp bend in the river, and finally a small observation tower on a hill overlooking the city. The river bend vanished behind him, and he roared past the towers so low he caught a glimpse of people inside diving for cover. The cityscape materialized ahead. The church steeples he'd memorized from the map appeared exactly where they should be. One by one, he identified them, a castle tower, then another spire to his right. The rail yard had to be close now. His gloves were damp with sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs. The last steeples slid by, and then there. The rail lines gleamed in the darkness, and following their path, skirting the city's edge, was the massive green Russian military train. It was wounded, burning in several places from earlier strikes, but it was accelerating hard to the east. By sheer chance, his approach had lined him up almost perfectly with the train's rear as it navigated the long curve, tracking the riverbank. He shoved the control stick forward, fighting the jet's sluggish response as he tried to align the gun sight. A jarring metallic clatter from the shattered tail section threatened to shatter his focus. He settled the reticle on the tracks running through the distant rail yard well ahead of the train's lead engine. The range read 1.5 miles, well within the gun's reach. His finger found the red trigger on the control stick. 10 pilots are taught to fire in 1-second bursts to keep the timing consistent. A tradition dating back to the Cold War has them recite a short rhythmic chant as they squeeze the trigger. In the roaring silence of the cockpit, Shank began his mantra and pressed down amid the deafening roar of the gunfire. His voice cut through, a raw shout of, "Die, commie, die!" The massive weapon thundered, firing shells as large as soda bottles, filling the cockpit with a violent cacophony of sound and shuddering vibration. A jet of flame and white smoke erupted from the aircraft's nose as the GEU-8A's 7 hydraulically spun barrels unleashed a torrent of 30mm depleted uranium and high-explosive rounds. He released the trigger only to press it again and again, his chant becoming a grim mantra timed with each burst. "Die, commie! Die, die, commie, die!" He held the sight on the train tracks, every shouted phrase another controlled squeeze, another stream of 30mm fire. He ignored the round counter, a lesson he'd drilled into his own students, though he could hear its relentless click-down at a rate of nearly 4,000 rounds per minute. Ahead, the train sped desperately through the rail yard. 1,150 rounds. Brrr! Brrr! He fired a 5th burst in sync with his furious cry, watching his earlier shots strike home in a tight pattern that chewed up the rails. 790 rounds, the counter ticked away with every trigger pull. Brrr! Enormous fragments of wood and metal were blasted from the train, spinning into the air. The rail yard was now alight with the orange starbursts of countless explosions as he closed inside 3,000 feet, maintaining disciplined bursts. Every fiber of his concentration and skill went into the stick and rudder, holding the devastating fire on target. It was a pure blast of hostility, spewing from the nose of his jet onto the fleeing target. Some stray rounds and ricocheting shrapnel from the exploding shells tore into parked freight trains loaded with timber and grain, ripping the cars open and setting their contents ablaze. But the majority of his fire raked along the length of the escaping Russian train. Shank had been aiming for the 6 powerful armored locomotives, straining to pull the heavy cars to safety. His estimate of their speed was off, however, and the damage landed farther back, along the open-topped cars. This misfire ironically worked against the Russians. One burst slammed directly into a fuel car, triggering a catastrophic detonation of bulk fuel and oil. A fireball of smoke, flame, and shrapnel ballooned right in front of the Warthog's canopy. Shank swore violently, hauling back on the stick with all his strength to wrench the heavy, sluggish aircraft into a sharp turn. Narrowly avoiding flying straight into the erupting chaos, the massive fireball rolled upward in a glowing mushroom cloud. Perfect, he thought, with bitter sarcasm. Just brilliant. Now I get to do this all over again. He knew instantly he'd need another pass to finish the job. Skimming nap of the earth over the city, he threaded his whining aircraft between and below the tops of the tallest buildings, pushing the damaged Warthog as low into the streets of Jelenia Gora as he dared. His wings passed close enough to blast snow from rooftops, wingtips mere feet from the town's smokestacks. It was insanely risky flying, but he needed the urban canyon for cover. Without it, he'd catch another volley of missiles right up his tailpipe. A glance in his mirror showed the train in the distance behind him. He felt a grim satisfaction. While he hadn't blown it off the rails, his first attack had inflicted serious harm. The final 4 cars were a smoking, out-of-control inferno. Fuel stores burned in great jets of fire that stabbed into the night sky, flames spurting out like lifeblood from a grievous wound. The train, however, was accelerating, trying to flee. To get behind it, Shank pulled hard right, circling around to approach its vulnerable rear. The blazing wreckage of the last railcars gave him an idea. The billowing black smoke would cloak his approach from behind. The Russians wouldn't be able to launch missiles through the curtain of burning fuel and flying debris. A new, determined calm settled over him. This time, he wouldn't miss. He forced his wounded aircraft into a punishing turn, narrowing the arc to swing back onto the attack vector. Once more, the church spires and the ancient fortress blurred past his canopy. In moments, he was over the rail yard again, now a raging inferno. The armored train was accelerating toward the open fields, where its guns would have a clear field of fire and the low-hanging clouds wouldn't be broken by the town's skyline. He adjusted his aim, placing the targeting pipper far ahead of the train to account for both his previous error and its gathering speed. The target was mostly obscured by churning, oily smoke, but he felt its position on the tracks in his gut. He took a sharp breath and muttered the familiar grim cadence. "Burn, red, burn! 640 rounds remaining, range 8,000 feet. Burn, red, burn! 520 rounds, 6,000 feet out. Burn, red, burn! 400 rounds, 4,000 feet!" Burn, red, burr. A sudden, vicious crack, crack, crack shattered his focus, and his finger hesitated on the trigger. Machine gun fire hammered the underside and nose of his plane, pounding against the armored cockpit tub. Shank cursed himself. Of course, the Russians would have every rear-facing gun on that train blazing blindly through the smoke. His approach had been textbook and stupidly predictable. He'd practically flown into a wall of lead out of sheer stubbornness. But he didn't break off. He couldn't. He had them in his sights. He pressed down again, his chant turning raw and venomous. "Die, you bastards! Die!" But the familiar brrr had degraded into a labored thump, thump, thump. The massive cannon below him was firing, but at a crippled, sluggish pace. A strange, strained whine emanated from near his left foot, and a new, jarring shudder ran through the airframe. His primary weapon was hit. He kept the trigger depressed anyway, sending a faltering stream of 30mm shells downrange. The round counter was stuck at 370, but the gun still spat out projectiles at a pathetic trickle. The master caution light began a frantic strobe. A scan of the warning panel showed fluid bleeding dangerously low from both hydraulic systems. If he didn't act, the jet would become a brick. Without letting go of the stick, he groped behind his left shoulder and, by touch alone, slammed a switch to manual reversion, then silenced the blaring alarm. It was like swapping a sports car for a dump truck. The controls went instantly heavy, the stick resisting every movement as if mired in mud. His precision was gone, but he was still flying, still in the fight. He plunged through the black pillar of smoke boiling from the train's wrecked rear cars, leveling out barely 75 feet above the mangled roofs. He held the trigger down, the slow, rhythmic thumps of the cannon continuing as he pulled back on the throttle to linger over the target. The devastation was clear now. Entire cars were peeled open from his earlier passes. Burning tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft guns littered the line. He could even see infantrymen on the flat cars. Every rifle and machine gun they had pointed skyward in a desperate, futile attempt to ward off his wrath. He kept hammering them, the train's powerful locomotives finally coming into view through his sight. "Die, you bastards, die!" he growled, his finger welded to the trigger. Even crippled, the Gatling managed to walk its explosive rounds into the line of engines. Directly ahead, all 6 locomotives erupted in a catastrophic chain reaction, joined by a munitions car packed with tank shells and heavy mortar rounds. The blast was titanic. He heaved the ponderous control stick hard to the right, wrenching the aircraft into a violent turn to avoid being swatted from the sky by the storm of shrapnel. A searing blast of heat washed over him in the cockpit as he skimmed the volcanic plume erupting from the train's engine. The ground fire ceased instantly. He wrenched his crippled aircraft into a 180, descending again, half expecting some determined soldier with a shoulder-fired missile to offer a parting gift. A glance in his mirror showed the train's lead section derailed. Cars jackknifed, tumbled, and erupted into fireballs. Keeping low, he pushed west, focusing on the simple, desperate act of flying straight and level. He wasn't aiming for home base anymore. He was just putting miles between himself and that inferno. Ejecting anywhere near that rolling catastrophe was the last thing on his mind. With a fervent, silent hope, he scanned the dark landscape for any airfield or even a lonely stretch of flat highway. Anything to avoid ditching his magnificent battered plane. A trembling hand reached out, patting the control panel and gauges as if comforting a loyal dog that had just dragged its master from a burning building. They had done it. He had done it. The man and the machine were one. Central Poland. 28 December. 4 minutes after the train was destroyed, Captain Ray Vance clawed his way up to 5,000 feet, wrestling the A-10 with every ounce of strength in his arms. The damage was beyond belief, the cacophony of shrieks and shudders, the sluggish, unresponsive controls. The 34-year-old pilot marveled that the aircraft was still airborne at all. Then came 3 distinct hammering impacts. Cannon fire. His seat and control stick convulsed violently. He pulled the throttle back, slowing the wounded beast, but its flight characteristics were unraveling by the second. He grappled with the 25,000-pound monster, fighting the jerking stick. Was it ground fire or a Russian fighter lurking in the dark sky behind him? He craned his neck but saw nothing. Wham! 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 Another trio of strikes slammed into Shank's Warthog, this time tearing into the left fuselage and the canopy just 2 feet from his face. A storm of metal and glass fragments filled the cockpit, slicing into his left arm and right leg. A searing piece of shrapnel spider webbed his visor and struck high on his left cheek. With the canopy shattered, the freezing winter wind now screamed into the cockpit, a brutal, mocking whistle. Blood sprayed from his cheek wound, smearing across his eyes and blinding him. Shank had flown damaged birds before, but this flying exposed, bleeding from multiple wounds, blinded by his own blood in a gale-force wind, was a scenario from a fever dream, something his worst nightmares hadn't concocted. And then the plane began to spin. Acting on pure, drilled-in instinct, he groped beside his legs, his head lolling as he tried to see through the crimson haze. Where is the goddamn ejection handle? Negative G-forces slammed him against his straps as he fumbled blindly for the controller that would blast him free. Thunk, thunk, 2 more hits after the cockpit. There was no doubt now, a Russian fighter was up here, and that pilot wouldn't quit until Shank's A-10 was a smoldering crater in a snowy field. Damn it, the aircraft corkscrewed downward. He could only guess his altitude. The gauges were a blur. He knew he had seconds, maybe less, to punch out before it was too late. He felt the gray tunnel of G-induced unconsciousness, closing in and grunted, straining every muscle to force blood to his brain, to cling to awareness. His numb, failing left hand finally found the cold metal side of the ejector seat handle, but his fingers refused to close around it. His right hand let go of the control stick, fumbling across the cockpit for the ejection handles. Eject, eject, he rasped, the words a desperate confirmation he was still breathing. His fingers finally closed around the cold, angled metal of the primary handle, and he pulled with everything he had. Nothing happened. He yanked again. A futile gesture met with silence. Punch out! Punch out! He screamed into his mask. The crushing G-forces had drained him. Wham! Wham! 2 more brutal impacts shuddered through the A-10's airframe. Intense heat bloomed around him, penetrating even the shattered canopy. My God, I'm burning. The Warthog was plummeting now, a dead weight. The enemy fighter kept hammering him, a relentless predator ensuring its kill. This wasn't just combat. This Russian flyer wanted him erased. Not today, Shank roared. the defiance tearing from his throat over the deafening roar of disintegrating metal. Summoning a final, savage burst of strength from the very core of his being, he wrenched the ejection lever with his good arm, putting his entire back and shoulder into the motion. A deafening bang erupted, a violent shock smashing his helmet into the headrest. The rocket seat blasted him clear of the burning, tumbling aircraft. Launched while inverted, he fired downward momentarily before the seat's gyros kicked in, violently righting him and sending him arcing upward on a column of smoke and flame. A sudden pop and a whoosh later, everything became eerily slow and quiet. He was swinging gently beneath a parachute canopy. Thank you, he thought, not sure who he was thanking. With his functioning right hand, he took a quick inventory. Both legs were there. He felt the sticky warmth of blood soaking his chest and shoulder. His left hand was a bloody, mangled mess, probably broken, but the pain was a distant concern. A strange, cold numbness settled over him as he drifted downward. He wiped blood from his face with his right glove, realizing his left eye was swollen shut. Through his right eye, he saw the Nomex material of his glove was charred, but the hand beneath still worked. Fueled purely by adrenaline now, he scanned the darkness, spotting his dying A-10. It fell away below his boots, a fiery comet streaking toward the earth until it vanished into a sudden brilliant explosion that sent a shockwave rippling through the night air. In the distance, he saw one aircraft, then another. They were coming for him. Darkness nibbled at the edges of his vision. The first jet screamed past, so close he felt the turbulence. In the gloom, he could make out the pilot's silhouette, a dark helmet, a reflective visor staring back. Even through the haze of pain, his mind instantly registered the distinct profile, a Russian Su-57. But what seared into his fading consciousness as he spiraled down, wounded in a tattered chute, wasn't the jet itself. It was the vivid crimson eagle talon emblazoned on its tail. Then, everything went black. Chapter 61. South Central Poland, 29 December. Nearly an hour after Red Blizzard 2 was obliterated, its wreckage still burned fiercely in the frozen darkness. A grotesque scar of twisted metal flame and devastation snaked across the desolate, snow-covered fields outside the Polish city of Jelenia Góra. Thick, oily black smoke poured from the shattered windows and gaping wounds in the train's aluminum shells, climbing into the pre-dawn sky before being swallowed by an oppressive, low blanket of gray clouds. A Russian armored column arrived at the scene mere minutes after the aerial strike, quickly establishing a defensive ring around the shattered remains of the long train. Their medium and heavy weapons were angled toward the dark sky, prepared to unleash a torrent of fire if the American warplanes dared to return. Soldiers, many of them wounded, had spilled from the wrecked carriages. They mingled with the newly arrived troops, accepting medical aid, searching the debris for fallen comrades, and smoking nervously with their rifles close at hand. The number of vehicles swelled further as a company of boomerang armored vehicles rolled in from the west. They halted near the command vehicle, their rear hatches swinging open. A dozen armed men jumped out to form a tight security cordon, while others carrying shoulder-fired anti-air missiles fanned out to scan the heavens. Then a figure emerged from one of the armored transports. Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev climbed out in a low crouch before straightening to his full height to survey the devastation. He wore a heavy, boot-length overcoat and a thick fur hat, surrounded by Colonel Smirnov and several aides. He turned to Smirnov, his voice low. "Go check on the prisoners. Let the generals have a moment to step out and move around as well." Smirnov nodded and began walking toward a cluster of armored personnel carriers positioned farther back along the line. Sabaneyev and his command group had transferred off the train just 25 minutes before the air attack, a move prompted by Smirnov's persistent warnings. The colonel had argued that the train's survival odds diminished with every hour it remained inside NATO territory. Western satellite networks were back online. By now, Polish intelligence had surely pinpointed that the anti-air missiles weren't coming from the main column. if they hadn't already deduced the Russians were using a modified train to slip through their country. The 12-hour delay caused by Dryagin's chaotic retreat from Wrocław would have revealed it. Sabaneyev had clung to the train as long as he dared before finally relenting to Smirnov's counsel. The timing, as it turned out, was providential, internally shaken. The general concealed it behind a mask of steely composure. Since the initial assault in Wrocław, he had been simmering with a fury bordering on disbelief, yet he showed nothing but a confident, angry determination. Frustrated that his men weren't executing his strategic vision with precision. What a joke, he thought bitterly, that after all his planning, the campaign had devolved into a series of panicked reactions. The battle for Wrocław had been catastrophic. Polish forces had obliterated 21% of his armor and killed or severely wounded over 300 of his men. More critically, the once orderly column was now shattered into dozens of isolated groups, many traveling cross-country over frozen fields, turning a swift highway retreat into a desperate crawling exodus. His entire force was now scattered across south-central Poland, with some units still fighting at this very moment, and all under constant threat from the air. This disarray had allowed American and German units to flank them north of the city, forcing Sabaneyev's shell-shocked troops into immediate combat with Abrams and Leopard tanks the moment they escaped the urban death trap. The promised ceasefire from Moscow, intended to guarantee a safe withdrawal, was nowhere to be found. Southern Poland was now a cauldron of total war, a complete and utter disaster, Sabaneyev muttered to himself. He had planned to be crossing into Belarus by now, but given the relentless fighting, he suspected he wouldn't reach the Bug River border until late the following evening, if at all. He still had enough armor and ammunition to fight his way to Belarus, but the delay would give the enemy more time to coordinate and pinpoint his forces. Reports were already coming in of Russian fighters engaging NATO aircraft attempting to penetrate the area, and he knew those attacks would only intensify by morning. He had radioed Moscow, demanding that the support train, Red Blizzard 3, be rushed forward. It carried the air defenses, tanks, troops, fuel, and ammunition needed to replace everything he'd lost in the last 12 hours. But it was only now departing Minsk, and it wouldn't reach him for hours. His triumphant mission for Russia had soured, yet he resolved to press on to destroy every NATO soldier and weapon in his path, and to cross the Bug River into Belarus within a day. He would still return to Moscow a hero of the motherland. Shaking off these thoughts, he looked up to find Colonel Smirnov waiting. "We must move, General," Smirnov said. "Your command vehicle will provide what you need. You won't have the full visibility of the train, but you'll have the radios to coordinate the withdrawal." Sabaneyev knew this well. "I want our forces pushing east in small dispersed elements, companies and platoons," he ordered. "We won't be facing a broad front, just harassing air attacks, the occasional missile strike, and those persistent tanks that won't leave us alone. We avoid giving the enemy long, easy targets, use backroads and cross-country routes whenever possible. I want every man at the border by midnight tomorrow. And make it clear, the only excuse for failure I will accept is death. Understood, sir?" Smirnov paused briefly. "To your vehicle, then?" The general took a final, lingering look at the wreckage of his once proud train, then turned sharply toward his armored personnel carrier. Today had belonged to NATO, but Red Blizzard 3 would reach them soon, and tomorrow would be Russia's day. Central Poland, 29 December. Paulina swept her flashlight over the new arrivals. The two pickup trucks that had just rattled to a stop on the gravel road had increased her squad's size but not its experience. All 8 of the newcomers looked as if they had been pulled directly from their civilian lives. 3 weren't even in uniform. She expected to hear every excuse in the book uniforms lost at the cleaners didn't fit, and most of the 8 wore expressions of pure fear. They had come straight from Warsaw, so they hadn't witnessed the fighting here over the past few days, but their drive would have shown them the aftermath. Civilian vehicles burned and abandoned along the roadside, the bodies of militia or territorial defense soldiers in bags or frozen in the snow-flecked fields. They would have seen the distant glow of fires to the west, and now standing in the cold, they could hear the far-off thump of tank rounds, the crump of bombs, and the sporadic rattle of heavy machine guns. Radio reports said the Russians were now scattered everywhere, moving in small, seemingly uncoordinated groups, but all generally pushing east. Their disciplined column had been broken up after leaving Wrocław, and they had clearly spread out to confuse NATO aircraft. This chaos meant Paulina could expect contact at any moment. So she focused on integrating these raw recruits into her unit as fast as possible. One of the younger men, his hands trembling, kept glancing toward the horizon as if expecting shadows to move in the dark. A detail she noted, filing it away as she began issuing orders. A younger man stepped off the truck and quickly pulled Paulina aside. "Sergeant or ma'am, I think there's been a mistake," he said, his voice low and urgent. "I had a college deferment. I shouldn't be here. Can I just go home?" "Absolutely not. Get back in line with the others," Paulina replied, her tone clipped. She saw him start to protest, to offer some paperwork he didn't have. "I said, in line," she barked, the sudden volume making him flinch. Before he could argue further, she used the stock of her AK-47 to firmly guide him toward the ragged group assembling beside her own tight-knit squad of 4 veterans from Wrocław. Among the new faces was a girl who looked about 19, her eyes glued to a dark cell phone screen as if willing it to life. A performance of apathy so transparent, it was almost sad. Paulina saw the terror hiding behind that act. Then there was an older man, maybe in his 50s, who just looked profoundly confused, like he'd woken up in the wrong life. Paulina's mind was already sorting them. Who would listen? Who would freeze? Who would bolt at the first crack of gunfire and become a casualty statistic? The girl with the phone, definitely. That feigned boredom was just a thin shell over pure dread. It struck Paulina then with a cold detachment that she hadn't even asked for their names. Names made them people, and people were harder to send into danger. Time to focus them. Her voice cut through the quiet, sharp, and laced with a simmering anger that wasn't entirely for show. "If you don't listen to me, if you don't watch the back of the person next to you, you will die. The first time we see Russians, that will be it. Do you understand the simplicity of that?" A heavy silence was her answer, thick with their fear. "I'm a barista, for God's sake," she thought, but she pushed the doubt down and let the command fill her voice. "We have to be able to count on each other. That's the only currency that matters now. Complaining is useless. Running is a death sentence. Your only chance is your resolve and your willingness to work as a unit. Do what I say, and I will do everything I can to bring you through this." "Is that clear?" Nods, wide-eyed and solemn, came from the group. Her radio crackled to life with orders. "Follow the Eastern Rail Line. Check every switching station." Rumor was the enemy had sent a train straight into Germany earlier. Maybe they were looking for collaborators or saboteurs along the tracks. It felt like a make-work mission, almost boring. The main Russian push was still west of them, after all. But orders were orders. Her squad of 15 piled into 3 pickup trucks, weapons at the ready, and rolled out. The roads were deserted, a ghost town stillness broken only by their engines. Houses were dark, windows blacked out in an eerie echo of old wars, the populace hiding from a nightmare made real. For Poland, the threat from the east was a deep historical terror. They conducted 3 patrols at different switching stations in those first 2 hours. Each time, Paulina drilled them as they dismounted, critiquing their posture, their weapon handling, turning every empty platform into a classroom. She poured into them the hard lessons she'd learned from Lieutenant Nowicki, who had trained her just before dying on that first brutal morning, and from every firefight she'd survived since. She trained them to navigate in darkness, moving without headlights and halting several hundred yards from their target to continue on foot. They practiced regular security stops, dropping to a knee to listen and observe. Rotating the point person among the boys and men, was a tactic she'd picked up from a war film her father and brother enjoyed. It felt logical and proved effective. Paulina positioned herself in the center of their formation, keeping everyone spaced evenly apart. Now, close to 2 in the morning, they moved along a dark, snowy trail beside the railway toward their fourth objective of the night. This particular switching station lay just south of a town called Lukau. These stations were typically small brick structures, situated near passenger stops along the rails. The switches themselves sat outside, right beside the tracks. Pulling a lever would physically shift the rails, directing an oncoming train onto a different line to continue its journey. When they were still about half a mile from Lukau, bright lights suddenly flared ahead, startling the group. Paulina whistled softly, and the loose column halted and knelt. She moved forward, took a knee, and unfolded her map. The switching station at Lukau was roughly 100 yards southeast of the main civilian train depot, unlike the earlier stations they had visited that morning, and unlike the darkened houses nearby, the entire rail yard in Lukau was illuminated. Green and yellow bulbs blinked along the tracks. The Lukau yard appeared openly operational. Paulina raised her rifle, settling the wooden stock against her shoulder as she peered toward the flickering lights. "We're going to take a closer look," she whispered. "Stay completely silent." She signaled for the group to advance. It felt surreal to be patrolling a Polish neighborhood like this, slipping through gardens, crossing driveways, moving along hushed streets. At 100 yards from the switching station, she halted her squad and gathered them closer, directing everyone to kneel in a semicircle behind a billboard advertising a local ballroom dance studio. The flickering light from the rail yard cast eerie dancing shadows. "I'll go ahead and scout it out," she said. "Wait here. I'll see what's going on." Paulina crept forward, advancing a few steps at a time. At 50 yards from the building, she slipped into a private yard to avoid being exposed to any watching windows. She continued through back gardens, nearing her objective, then knelt behind a wooden fence. Now she could see movement inside the small switching station, the silhouette of a man outlined by the bright lights. Paulina edged closer, crawling on her right hand and knees, carefully favoring her injured left arm and shoulder as she pushed her rifle through the fresh snow. She found cover under a bush at the very edge of the station grounds and focused again on the man. He was young, probably in his 20s, and physically fit. After a moment, she noticed he wore the cap of an employee of PKP, Poland's main railway operator. Relieved, she stood up and began to walk toward the building, intending to tell him to douse the lights and get to safety. But as she started around the side of the shack, still shrouded in darkness, she froze. 4 men with rifles stood in front of the building, illuminated by the red and green lights flashing above them. They were looking intently in the opposite direction to the east. Had they turned, they would have spotted her immediately. They wore military-style uniforms. For a fleeting, almost laughable second, she wondered if they were just another militia unit sent to check the station, some bureaucratic mix-up in the middle of a war. Then reality snapped back. Frozen in place, she watched and listened. Sound carried sharply in the crisp winter air. A radio beeped. One of the men took a handset from another who wore a backpack radio. Her own unit had nothing like that. This was no local militia. The man's voice crackled over the radio. Speaking in unmistakable Russian Gono, Paulina whispered, a long-held breath finally escaping her lips. The shack door swung open, revealing the figure in the PKP hat, an AK-47 now clearly visible in his grip as he conversed with the others. She retreated step by step, her gaze fixed on the man illuminated in the eerie glow of the signal lights before turning to sprint back through the neighbor's snow-dusted garden. Regrouping with her squad, she gathered them close. Not a sound. She breathed. They nodded, their faces pale in the gloom. "Russians," she stated, and a collective shock widened their eyes. 5 of them? She let the number hang in the cold air. "We're going to kill them all. We'll advance to the yard next to the switching station. I'll assign each of you a target." A hesitant voice broke the silence. What if they tried to surrender? We shoot. There will be no surrendering tonight. The grim finality of her words settled over the group. Fear was palpable, but one by one they nodded. Good. I'm assigning multiple shooters to each target. We don't miss. She signaled them up, rifles shouldered, and led the way to the edge of the yard. They melted into positions beneath snow-laden bushes. The Russians remained, their attention fixed eastward. Paulina moved from person to person in a low crawl, confirming targets and ensuring safeties were off. 4 Russians were marked by 3 shooters each. Her 2 most experienced fighters would handle the 5th. Then, rising to a crouch like a conductor before an orchestra, she raised her own weapon. "Fire!" she shouted. 14 shots roared in near-perfect unison. Paulina watched 5 bodies crumple under the barrage. Her squad kept firing until all movement ceased. "Reload!" she ordered, her eyes scanning the dark rail yard toward the station, half expecting the terrifying roar of a Russian heavy machine gun to answer. When only silence followed, she stood and motioned the others forward. Weapon raised, she approached the bodies by the tracks, methodically checking each one. Finding no signs of life, she entered the shack to inspect the dead man inside before returning. "Stay sharp," she commanded as the others joined her. "What were they doing here?" one of the newer recruits asked. "Waiting for something, it seems. At a switching station? You think they meant to switch the tracks?" Paulina examined the waterproof control panel outside, its cover pried open. 5 thick buttons were set into it, 3 dark, 2 illuminated in solid red and blinking green, matching the signals above. "Maybe," she conceded, "but there's been no rail traffic. If switching was the goal, why wait?" It felt like a puzzle with a missing piece, a tension in the air that had nothing to do with the cold. Rifling through the enemy packs yielded little food, civilian clothes, ammo maps, and radio manuals. In the colored glow of the signals, none of it provided a clear answer. Then she felt it, a deep, growing rumble through the frozen earth beneath her knees. "A train," she said, standing, coming from the east. The sound was building, a metallic rhythm growing louder. She looked at the blinking lights. If green means go and red means stop. What happens if we flip the script? The 2 solid red and 2 blinking green lights seemed to taunt her. Reversing whatever the Russians had set in motion might be the only play left. "Hey!" A voice cut through her thoughts. "Whatever we're gonna do, we gotta do it now and get gone." The approaching train was no longer just a vibration. Its clattering advance was now clearly heard in the night. The train loomed out of the darkness, a massive shape hurtling forward with its lights completely off. "Forget this," she muttered. "I'm changing the route." Her finger hit the green button, and it immediately started blinking a warning yellow. She punched the red one next, and it did the same. A deep, mechanical groan echoed from further down the rail yard, followed by the heavy slam of tracks locking into a new position. The unseen train was coming fast. "Everyone clear the rails, grab those Russians and pull them back, then get into the bushes or in here with me. Now," they scrambled to obey. Paulina and the older fighter leaned one of the fallen soldiers against the shack's wall before hauling him up and dumping him unceremoniously into the switch operator's chair. Under the station's harsh lights, the train exploded into view, a roaring blur moving well over 60 miles an hour. A blast of freezing air hit like a physical force just as Paulina slammed the shack's thin metal door shut. Inside, the 3 militiamen with her pressed against the grimy window watching the spectacle rush past. Paulina tried to count the cars but lost track after 40. Flatbeds groaned under the weight of engineering vehicles and tanks. Armored personnel carriers were chained down, followed by carriage after carriage packed with troops. Through the windows she could see the pale, tired faces of Russian soldiers. Each car was topped with a heavy anti-aircraft gun, its crew swaddled in winter gear and scanning the blackness outside. As the last car vanished, they waited in the sudden quiet before stepping out. The others emerged from their hiding spots along the tracks, gathering around her, their expressions a mix of adrenaline and uncertainty. "Get ready to move out. We'll report this, but the mission continues." "Any idea where they're headed now?" someone asked. Paulina shook her head. "No, but if we're lucky, they don't know either." The young, slender girl, who always seemed too small for her uniform, finally spoke. "Sergeant, can we take their rifles?" A genuine smile broke across Paulina's face. The kid was learning absolutely. And make it quick. They're good ones. Chapter 62. Yus Boxer. East of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. 29 December. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly was pulling on his second running shoe, about to head out for a pre-dawn jog on the vast flight deck, when the ship's loudspeaker crackled to life. It was 0500, and the piercing sound of the bosun's whistle was followed by an announcement that echoed through the corridors. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly to combat. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly to combat, being summoned across the entire vessel, was always a bit of a spectacle. The USS Boxer was a floating city, home to over 900 sailors and another 2,000 Marines from the expeditionary units under Colonel Castor. It functioned as a small aircraft carrier, housing the Marines' AV-8 Harriers, Cobra attack helicopters, heavy-lift aircraft, and the venerable UH-1 Hueys, birds that had been in service since before Connolly was born. He finished tying his laces and stepped out of his stateroom, which he shared with the regimental operations officer, a friend and fellow lieutenant colonel. The bunkmate arrangement had seemed like a good idea until the man's epic wall-shaking snoring kept him awake half the night. That, combined with a body clock thoroughly wrecked from globe-hopping flights, made for a miserable start to the morning. He hurried into the Combat Information Center, the focused quiet of the space a contrast to the sleeping ship. "You paging me?" "Yes, sir," answered a Navy watchstander, not looking up from his screen. "Secure satellite call for you from the Vice Chairman's office." He gestured toward a console where 3 phones sat, one with a steady green light. Connolly knew the drill. He sat down, aware of the subtle shift in attention from the others in the room. He checked his watch and picked up the handset. "Connolly here. Good to hear your voice, boss." It was Griggs. Connolly felt a knot in his shoulders loosen just a little. "Hey, Bob, likewise. The heat out here is brutal, pushing past 90 degrees, and we're gearing up to engage the Russians." "I caught the joke without the help, sir. Your sense of humor hasn't improved." Connolly's voice crackled over the line. "Your direct call to the ship just rattled half the crew on the Boxer awake. Let's make this expensive taxpayer-funded conversation worth more than just trading insults. I've got an update on the Russian movements." French intelligence, the DGSE, had an operative on the ground in Djibouti. He managed to catalog most of their forces as they left the port and sent a decent assessment of their composition before his transmission to Paris was abruptly cut off. They believe he's been compromised. Risky business. "Here's what we know. It's a full, old-school Soviet-style brigade, heavy on infantry, anti-aircraft units, and a massive amount of artillery." I'm forwarding the partial report from the French now. "What about their tanks?" The Virginia-class submarine that slipped into the harbor took out 2 of their 3 refueling ships. The Pentagon estimates they lost over 145,000 barrels of fuel. Their tanks are currently parked under Russian guard just outside Djibouti City. Our assessment is they were abandoned because they ran them dry. Connolly let out a low whistle. Leave it to the Navy to rack up more tank kills in this fight than the Army and Marines put together. We figure they're scrambling for a fuel solution. They didn't haul those tanks all the way here just to let them rust on the beach. Once they seize the mine, they'll need to hold it, and that requires gas. Maybe the Kremlin cuts a deal with another African nation, or they just take what they need. Either way, it buys us a little time. How long? Our best estimate from up here is about 5 days for them to refuel and reach your position. Just fantastic. So if we don't fortify the mine and find a way to stop the advancing column in 5 days, we'll be greeting a battalion of Russian heavy armor. That's the picture. And leading the brigade moving south toward Kenya is a Russian Special Forces unit commanded by a Colonel Yuri Borbikov. The stories about this guy are something else. Turns out he has a personal history with the mine. He was the Spetsnaz commander at Rima Hill when Moscow ordered the withdrawal 3.5 years ago. He left under a cloud, and now it looks like he's coming back for a rematch. I'm sending his full dossier to your secure terminal now. Our friends in Melanopolis dug up quite a bit on him from Moscow sources, connecting the dots. It appears he's the architect behind this entire operation, from the European offensive right down to the push for the mines. Bob, he hasn't captured them yet, right? And you're not going to let him, are you, boss? Connolly sighed heavily. This would be easier if Ephraim was still in the fight. There's a lot of chaos on the ground here. Without that command structure, we're operating with one eye closed. All our previous agreements with the local governments are basically worthless now. The word from Nairobi is that the Kenyan government seems ready to cozy up to the Russians for a stable relationship. I guess they figure if you can't stop them, you might as well get on their good side. Griggs replied, "We're getting the same read at the Pentagon. A lot of folks here in Africa still remember our stumbles in Somalia years ago. The ghost of Black Hawk Down is a long shadow." Kenya has little faith in America's ability to manage this situation, so they're playing the odds and avoiding any direct involvement. Connolly released a weary breath. "Any updates from your end? The State Department is pushing hard." They always leaned on AFRICOM for connecting with African governments. Most of our military attachés weren't even stationed in-country. They'd just fly down for talks when needed. I suppose that was the whole point of basing AFRICOM in Europe. Everyone just assumed EUCOM was the priority. Nobody foresaw that putting both headquarters in the same spot would cripple AFRICOM's mission as badly as it would EUCOM's. It's going to be a mess for months before we patch together a real chain of command. For now, Colonel Castor on the Boxer is calling the shots for U.S. military operations across the entire region. I'll be sure to pass that along. Just watch your step. Don't let them treat you like a minor obstacle on some strategist's map back here at the Pentagon. Connolly gave a short laugh. Any other uplifting reports? Let me think. Oh, right. Julie says you're on garbage duty for a full year once you're home. Excuse me, ate at your place last night. Boss, you never mentioned Julie's meatloaf? It's like a slice of paradise on a plate. You're kidding. You're having dinner at my house? Sure am. I'm even taking Jack to his baseball practice later. Well, thanks for that. Anytime. Just make sure you come back in one piece, all right? I'll do my best. I have to go. We're touching down in 3 hours. Give 'em hell, Marine, Griggs said. Connolly allowed himself a smile. Northern Ethiopia, December 29. Corporal Constantine climbed the sandy slope to his captain's lookout. His French Special Forces desert camouflage was drenched, the sweat from the African heat gluing a fine layer of red Ethiopian dust to his uniform like a gritty paste. Below the hill, all their locally sourced vehicles were concealed in a line of thick scrub just off the road, hidden from northern observation. Constantine glanced down at his squad. They were busy hacking down brush for cover and fortifying a temporary roadblock. Reaching the crest, he found Captain Apollo peering through binoculars, his attention locked on Route 51. A faint dust plume hung in the morning air, but it seemed to come from just a few vehicles, likely more bongo trucks. The bongo, a light-duty workhorse made by Mazda and Kia, was everywhere in Africa, used to haul everything from passengers to cat, often decorated with vibrant paint and dangling fabrics. Apollo lowered his binoculars onto the open flak jacket he used to shield his gear from the pervasive dust. His FN Scar-L carbine lay beside his body armor, which he'd removed to stay low profile, the weapon's ejection port carefully angled away from the sand. Constantine reported. "Sir, good news. Communications are restored." "Good. I could use some." Apollo raised the binoculars again. Still no ominous red clouds on the horizon that would signal a mechanized force. He just saw the two canvas-topped bongos rolling toward his position. It didn't raise much alarm. He'd seen several similar trucks in the past hour, probably running market errands. Apollo kept his eyes on the two vehicles. "Tell Sergeant Major Daryl to halt those trucks. The drivers might have information on where the Russians are?" "Yes, sir." Corporal Constantine scrambled back down the rough hillside toward the roadblock, which was positioned behind the hill's cover to remain unseen from the north. Apollo's gaze drifted past the trucks, far into the distance. A subtle shift in the color of the low sky near the horizon suddenly caught his full attention. The horizon held only a faint reddish-brown smudge, but his years in reconnaissance screamed that a large column of vehicles was approaching. "Constantine!" he shouted down the slope, trying to halt the corporal. Hearing no response, Apollo gave the distant haze one last, studied look before pulling back from his optics and glancing toward the road below. The two trucks had rounded the bend and now sat motionless, their drivers confronted by the makeshift barricade of oil drums. 3 dragoons moved forward to inspect the obstacle, 2 hanging back as a lookout, while the third advanced. Apollo was about to turn his full attention back to the troubling dust cloud when the sharp, familiar crack of Kalashnikov fire erupted. He swung his view back to see muzzles flashing from the windows of both trucks. The 3 dragoons in the road went down instantly. 2 managed to scramble into a ditch lined with dry brush, but the third lay still in the dirt. A cold realization hit Apollo. This was a Spetsnaz forward recon team. He pivoted, braced his Scar rifle against the body armor laid in the sand, and extended the bipod, settling into a high-prone position aimed southwest. Through his scope, he watched Russians spilling out the far side doors, clearly as startled by the ambush as his men had been by their arrival. Apollo squeezed the trigger. The shot's report was sharp, but he kept his eye on the target, watching dust puff off the vehicle's roof. A second round punched through the roof near the rear door, and he was rewarded with the sight of a man collapsing behind the truck, his rifle clattering to the ground. More figures were bailing out from the far sides. Apollo shifted his aim to the second vehicle. Its driver, still alive, threw the truck into reverse, inadvertently exposing 4 Russians who had been using it for cover. They broke into a panicked run alongside the retreating vehicle, firing wildly toward the dragoons near the sandy hill. Talk about a coordinated retreat. It was more like a chaotic scramble from a hornet's nest they'd just kicked. Apollo fired at the moving truck, rounds impacting the driver's side window. A fierce exchange of gunfire continued between the French positions and the Russians, who now shot through windows and over hoods. Remaining undetected above the chaos, Apollo used the distraction to his advantage. He lined up another shot on the driver's window of the rear vehicle. The crack of his rifle was followed by the bongo truck veering backward off the road and coming to a stop roughly 130 yards from his perch. The Russians behind it now realized they were taking fire from a new angle. Almost simultaneously, a surviving Spetsnaz soldier near the lead truck spotted the sniper on the hill and unleashed a burst from his AK-47. Rounds snapped overhead and kicked dirt into Apollo's scope. He took a slow breath, exhaled, and on the count of 3, squeezed the trigger. The Russian by the front truck dropped, a crimson stain spreading on the pale sand. Now fully aware of the threat from the hilltop, the remaining Russians took solid cover behind the engines of the trucks and in a shallow ditch on the road's far side. Apollo tried to angle shots into the ditch, but the geometry was wrong, and the survivors remained protected. The firefight settled into a tense stalemate, the earlier frenzy hardening into a grim contest of patience and position. At the base of the slope, Sergeant Chef Dariel directed his soldiers to tighten the noose, combining suppressive fire with careful advances. While some kept up a steady stream of bullets, others dashed forward, throwing themselves into the dirt for cover. The French hadn't initiated this clash, but they had the foresight to use the high ground, a slight but critical edge. The Russian special forces, hunkered down behind their vehicles, were trapped on the lower ground, pinned along the two-track dirt road with nothing but a shallow drainage ditch for protection. A sharp pop and a hissing streak of white smoke that sailed over his left flank confirmed Apollo's fear. An RPG was now in play. Outnumbered and outgunned, these elite Russian operators were determined to make the French pay for every inch. Apollo squeezed his trigger faster. His unit had the machine guns chattering now, laying down a blanket of fire he knew would force the enemy to keep their heads low. It was doubtful these Spetsnaz scouts had a radio powerful enough to reach the main Russian column, which Apollo estimated was still roughly 12 miles to the north and closing fast. The dust cloud he'd spotted earlier and the presence of this advance team pointed to classic Russian tactics. Special forces probing ahead, followed by light mechanized units with the heavy armor rolling in last. They had to wipe out this forward element quickly. His dragoons wouldn't survive a direct encounter with the Russian light armor he knew was coming. A grim timeline clicked into place in his mind. If the Russians hadn't established solid comms, and if his raid on their hurried commanders was right, their column would be barreling down these rough roads at maybe 35 or 40 miles per hour. That gave him 20 minutes. Tops. There was no time for a cautious firefight. Soon they'd be swarmed by hundreds, then thousands of enemy troops. Furthermore, if they didn't keep these surviving Russians completely pinned, one of them might just get an antenna up and radio a warning. He needed to signal Daryl that a direct assault was their only option. But the sergeant was a good 80 yards to the west. Telling him would waste precious seconds. He would show them. If he launched a solo charge right into the enemy position, his men would get the message. They wouldn't let him go in alone. At least he prayed they wouldn't. With a resolve that felt both reckless and necessary, Apollo pushed up to his knees, fully exposing himself. He ejected the magazine from his carbine and judged its weight. Less than 10 rounds left. He tossed it into his dump pouch, slammed a fresh one home, and with a round already chambered, rose to a crouch. His men maintained their heavy volume of fire, so he held his own, using the noise and distraction to slip east, aiming to flank the Russians. In seconds, he was within 30 yards of the rear vehicle and slightly farther from the ditch. Peering from his new angle, he spotted the unmistakable barrel of an AK-47 protruding from the depression, pointed toward his general direction. One clever Russian was guarding their rear. These guys are professionals. He acknowledged a sloppier unit would have everyone clustered behind the trucks, focused solely on the frontal assault. This soldier hadn't seen him yet, keeping his scope centered on the threat. Apollo waited for the next sustained roar from the dragoon's machine gun. The moment it erupted, he broke into a full sprint, closing the distance. Daryl and his team must have picked up on Apollo's movement because their rate of fire against the trucks intensified sharply. 30 meters out, then 2010. The Russian rearguard, sensing the shift in the fight, risked a glance over the ditch's edge. Apollo saw the AK's barrel rising. He never broke stride but brought his scar to his shoulder. Skipping the scope, he aimed down the sights, finger on the trigger, closing the gap. At 5 meters, as the enemy rose to his knees, Apollo fired a controlled burst. 3 rounds hammered the Russian's chest. The Spetsnaz operative wore body armor, unlike Apollo, but the force still knocked him flat on his back. His AK flew up, yet he kept his grip. Apollo vaulted into the ditch, planted a boot on the man's sternum, leveled his carbine at the exposed face, and fired again. The weapon was still set to burst. 3 rounds turned the soldier's head into a ruin. Apollo pushed forward, now positioned behind the enemy's lead vehicle. His men's covering fire ceased abruptly. He spotted 4 Russians still alive, using each truck for cover. Ejecting his nearly empty magazine, he slapped in a fresh one. using the ditch lip for support. He fired several rapid shots into the closest four enemies, targeting heads and upper bodies to avoid wasting rounds on their armor. It was brutal, efficient work, exploiting a weakness just as combat demanded. All four men crumpled where they stood. The remaining four Russians near the front truck whirled toward the sudden gunfire. They saw Apollo emerging from the ditch, moving for the cover of the rear vehicle, and opened up. A storm of 7.62mm rounds chewed into the truck's side. Apollo hit the dirt and scrambled behind the bongo. About half the bullets punched through the thin metal above him, driving him deeper into the red earth. Both tires blew apart, leaving the truck resting on its rims just inches off the ground. Apollo tried to peer under the chassis for a shot, but saw nothing. In frustration, he emptied the rest of his magazine underneath it, hoping for a lucky hit. His hand went to his chest. His load-bearing vest with the rest of his ammo and his body armor were still back on the hill. Damn it. He remembered the half-spent magazine in his drop pouch. Rolling in the grit, he retrieved it, swapped out the empty mag, and loaded the partial one. It wouldn't be enough. He could hear the Russians shouting, coordinating, no doubt, on how to finish him. Here he was, pinned behind a flimsy truck, no armor, maybe a dozen rounds left with a squad of armored Russians closing in. The Russian armored scouts were maybe 15 minutes out. Damn it, he muttered again. His lips pressed to the sandy soil, rounds snapped overhead and tore through the bongo's skin. Shrapnel and bullet fragments whizzed around him like angry hornets. He felt a sharp impact in his neck, then two more stings in his upper back. His muscular frame tensed as more rounds penetrated the truck. Well, this is how it ends, he thought grimly. Apollo braced to fire his last rounds at the first fool who came around the back of the truck. "Captain!" The familiar French voice of Sergeant Chef Dariel cut through the noise, shouting from his left, 20 or 30 meters away. In 3 seconds, open fire. Dariel was betting none of the Russians understood French, and Apollo was now making the same risky assumption. "Understood!" he shouted, then started the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Apollo rolled to the right, clearing the truck's cover, pressed the carbine to his shoulder, and unleashed a volley toward the Russians who were scrambling between the two vehicles. Two were much closer than he expected, just a few yards away, but a sudden onslaught of fire from Dariel and his team through the truck forced the Russians to turn toward the threat, aiming for a single shot per target. Apollo steadied his breathing with each quick trigger pull. Bang, bang, click. His magazine was empty. Yet two more enemies remained, now swinging their weapons toward him. From his left, a handful of his men surged past the rear truck, their guns roaring, cutting down the last two Russians and saturating the others with a hail of bullets that tore through the air. Apollo lay prone in the sand, and once he saw the immediate danger pass, he rested his forehead against the stock of his FN Scar-L and exhaled deeply. Sergeant Major Dariel walked up and nudged him gently with a boot. "Captain, you still with us?" Apollo managed a tired laugh as he pushed himself up. "Still here, though. I appreciate the boot check before the verbal one." Dariel allowed a grin, then said with a dry tone, "Next time you decide on a solo charge, Captain, do me a favor and give a heads up. Maybe even wear your body armor. Set an example for the rookies. They do watch your every move, you know." "You have my word," Apollo replied, brushing sand from his uniform. "I'll keep that armor on until I'm safely back on my couch with a game on." Constantine approached, towing one of the fallen Spetsnaz operatives. "Captain Rambo, that was certainly a bold choice." "Yeah, well, don't try it yourself," Apollo answered, inspecting his weapon. "Any chance they got a signal out to the main column?" "Hard to say," Apollo said, accepting a fresh magazine from a young corporal and loading it. "But we're not waiting around to find out. Time to move fast?" "Which way, Captain?" "South. We stay ahead of these advance units and hit them again when they least expect it." Chapter 63, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. December 29. The four massive Vericore Power Systems ETF-40B gas turbines screamed to life on the landing craft inside the Boxer's well deck, known as an LCAC. The flat hovercraft glided over the waves on a cushion of air. It had already completed 2 round trips to shore, delivering a tank platoon and an infantry company, close to 140 Marines in total. Not bad at all, Connolly thought, observing the long line of Marines descending the ship's gangway behind him as another company prepared to disembark, along with crews for 4 light-armored vehicles. Every Marine was laden with an 80-pound ruck body armor and either a rifle, carbine, or machine gun. The rhythmic thud of their boots was swallowed by the growing roar of the LCAC's turbines, which soon became the only sound, like jet engines. The adjustable propulsion systems blasted hot exhaust across the deck, forcing any unprepared Marine to brace themselves. The ship's crew chief waved Connolly and his small group from the 5th Marines Regimental Headquarters aboard. The wooden planks of the Boxer's well deck were slick with seawater from the LCAC's latest return. Mixed with patches of oil and grease, Connolly was no stranger to the pitching decks of Navy amphibious ships, so he kept his footing easily as he boarded. He and the other men climbing on watched, however, as 2 staff officers from headquarters lost their balance. They slid across the wet deck with the ship's roll, tumbling into a pile right beside a group of young radio operators in their late teens. The laughter and jeers that followed told Connolly everything he needed to know. These Marines would absolutely delight in seeing a lieutenant colonel take a similar dive. Moving carefully past the Humvees, he headed toward the line of labs. The light-armored vehicle was the Marine Corps' agile 8-wheeled answer to vehicles like the Russian BTR. The LAV-25 models on deck were armed with a 25mm cannon and carried a team of 6 scouts trained in reconnaissance. As part of Colonel Castor's staff, Connolly would be riding in a LAVC-2, the command variant. It was crammed with communications gear, satellite systems, multiple radio bands for talking to the task force, long-range links to Navy ships and Marine aircraft overhead, and computers tied into the secure NATO network. He found his assigned vehicle, secured his pack to its side with a heavy shackle, and climbed inside. Pushing past the jumble of equipment, he took his seat just as the rear hatches sealed with a clang. The LCAC's engines screamed to a new intensity. He pulled on his crew helmet, settled the earphones over his ears, and braced for the short run to the beach. Diesel exhaust immediately seeped through every seam in the armor, an inescapable haze that had everyone fighting back nausea within minutes. After about 10 minutes, the huge hovercraft began to buck and plunge violently, riding the large swells of the shallow coastal water. A gritty blast of sand and salt air confirmed they had crossed from the surf zone onto Bakresa Beach, just south of the Dar es Salaam port. With a final whoosh and a cloud of dust inside the compartment, the craft ground to a halt. Connolly pushed his head up through the hatch. The glare off the pale sand was momentarily blinding. Beyond the beach, a thick line of palm trees stood sentry, and further inland, the hazy outline of the city's sprawl began. The shoreline was already a chaotic hive of activity, packed with Marine gear and personnel. A vast staging area held row upon row of 7-ton trucks and stacks of supply pallets. The LAV's rear hatch clanked open, and a sergeant gestured, "Sir, you need to head over there and draw your supplies." He fell in with the line of Marines and collected his MREs enough water to fill his hydration pack and 6 boxes of 5.56mm ammunition. He packed everything but the ammo, which he carried back to the lave to load into his rifle magazines. Watching the sergeants in his vehicle, he saw them inspecting the sudden bounty of ordnance with the gleeful precision of kids sorting a Halloween haul. The array was impressive: AT-4 and M72 ULO anti-tank rockets, SMR bunker busters, 40mm grenades, fragmentation grenades, and belts upon belts of machine gun ammunition. One of the sergeants handed Connolly 3 grenades. He took them and tucked them into his pouch. "You need a quick refresher on how to make those sing, sir." Connolly gave a short laugh. I remember how to throw a grenade, devil dog. Roger that, sir. Just figured you'd been pushing paperwork for a good long while, Connolly just sighed. The familiar jab about desk duty landing with its usual weary accuracy. For a moment, he caught the sergeant's eye and offered a wry, knowing smirk, a silent acknowledgement that, yes, the bureaucracy had tried to claim him, but the grit of the field was still in his bones. The familiar sharp-tongued ribbing from a Marine Corps sergeant was nothing new to him, but this particular jab felt a little too on the nose lately. Remind me of your name, Marine. Sergeant Casillas, sir. All right, Casillas, here's the arrangement. If the moment comes for me to throw a grenade, you give me such a wall of covering fire that I can make the pitch without catching a bullet in the process. Do we have an understanding? Sir, if you actually manage to get me and my squad into a scrap like that, you won't need to ask. I'll be laying down fire so intense, your only concern afterward will be the paper cut you get signing the after-action report back at headquarters. A genuine laugh escaped Connolly. Hell, Casillas, you got a personal issue with officers or something? Not at all, sir. I just have a clear understanding of who does the heavy lifting around here. It was a classic Marine sergeant move, standing your ground with a superior officer in a way that somehow never crossed the line. They followed every lawful order to the letter. This was just their method of sizing up their leaders, probing for any crack in their resolve. Connolly's gaze shifted to a forklift, carefully navigating the gangplank, delivering a pallet to a staging area of idling vehicles. Stenciled in bold letters on the crate's side was a stark declaration: ammunition for cannon with explosive projectiles, M791, 25 MEBs, APFSDST 3000 cartridges, Huandeng. This container holds L-form ammunition for national contingencies only. Connolly had made the call to the Pentagon securing authorization for the regiment to tap into the L-form stocks, the landing force operational reserve material. This was the war reserve, stored deep in the amphibious ship's holds off limits without direct approval from the very top. Handling these crates carried a distinct break glass in case of emergency gravity to the regiment's officers. Connolly had already proven his worth by cutting through the red tape to access this gear. Now he had to earn the trust of the enlisted men. As the 5th Marines began their movement north, Connolly, Lieutenant Colonel McHale, and a force recon element pushed ahead of the main column. They were heading straight for a confrontation with the Russians, a prospect that felt surreal. These Marines were armed to the teeth, and for the first time in any of their careers, they weren't heading to a training exercise. They were rolling out to meet the actual Russian bear. Southeastern Poland, 29 December, Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev stood in the falling snow, leaning against the warm engine block of his Boomerang command vehicle for a semblance of heat. Beside him was Colonel Danilo Dryagan, commander of the assault force. The two hadn't met since the offensive into Western Europe launched 4 days prior, but the chaotic events of the last 24 hours had placed them close enough for this hurried conference. It was mid-morning, bitterly cold, and the low, iron-gray sky threatened more sleet. Your column is an absolute disaster, Dryagan, the general stated, his breath forming clouds in the air. I cannot disagree, sir. My units were forced to exit Wrocław using over a dozen different routes. Several elements ran straight into Polish land forces dug in along the highways, which fragmented them further. I support your directive to keep the convoy dispersed to avoid NATO targeting, but coordinating a coherent response across hundreds of vehicles spread over 100 kilometers has become problematic, to say the least. What are your current loss estimates? My executive officer puts it at 44% of the original force. But as you are acutely aware, the situation remains highly fluid. Sabaneyev didn't need the reminder. The company of vehicles around him had been strafed by NATO jets barely an hour before, a stark punctuation to the colonel's report. The armor remained intact, though several soldiers riding atop a T-14 were killed, and a damaged scout car had to be abandoned along with its wounded crew. Sabaneyev's reply dripped with sarcasm. I've certainly observed that our enemy hasn't lost their enthusiasm for a fight, Dryagan asked. Was there any new information regarding Red Blizzard 3? For just a moment, and only in Dryagan's presence, the general allowed a glimpse of his strain, rubbing the back of his neck. Borbikov's elite Spetsnaz unit was supposed to redirect that supply train southwest. They failed to switch the tracks, so it kept rolling northwest instead. It traveled 25 miles before anyone realized the mistake, 25 miles closer to Warsaw. They attempted to stop, reverse, and return to the junction, but Polish armor arrived in that window and obliterated the train. Dryagan gave a slow, measured nod, keeping his expression neutral. Our munitions are running critically low. We planned on that train delivering supplies, reinforcements, and vehicles, and we expected to be consolidated to distribute them. As things stand, Comrade General, we're now just dozens of scattered raiding parties, plus whatever Spetsnaz teams Borbikov has kept in the field. Logistically, it complicates everything. Then we drive forward, the general stated flatly, with maximum force. No pauses, not even to tend our injuries. The Poles may have forces concentrated at the border capable of threatening our smaller units. They might not know our exact positions, but they definitely know our objective. Consolidate the units, and we will breach the border as one. Eliminate anything blocking your path. Show no hesitation, Colonel. Is that clear? No hesitation whatsoever. Dryagan stood straighter and nodded. Yes, Comrade General, but that requires our forward elements to halt and wait for the rear to link up. It could mean a delay of another full day. Sabaneyev seemed taken aback. That long there is sustained combat to the west. Our forces there must either fight through or find a route around. It will take time. Sabaneyev scanned the surrounding woods. This forest offers decent cover. Our air defenses are robust enough to discourage any major enemy airstrikes. We'll remain under the trees and have our scouts watch for those American tanks that have been harassing us. Once we've regrouped, we advance. The thought of being delayed even longer in Poland fueled a fresh wave of anger within him. I want air defense on constant high alert. Make sure your men understand. Understood, Comrade General. Right on, Poland. 29 December, Captain Raymond Shankvance fought the urge to tear the cast from his left hand, desperate to reach the relentless itch growing beneath it. The bandages were too tight, leaving no way to scratch the maddening sensation. Earlier, catching his reflection in a hospital window, he'd seen the damage, his left eye swollen shut, the side of his face marked by 3 deep gashes and countless smaller cuts from canopy glass shattered by an Su-57's cannon fire. His hand was the worst, broken and likely pierced by a cannon fragment. During surgery to remove shrapnel and set the bones, the surgeon had been cautiously optimistic about nerve recovery and future function. For now, though, it was pure agony. The headache behind his swollen eye persisted, but it was nothing compared to the itching or the throbbing in his hand. He knew he was receiving preferential care at this Territorial Defense Force aid station. Even after the regular Polish army units had moved out hours earlier, the militia doctors continued to attend to him diligently. He didn't speak Polish, but enough of the locals knew English to get by. They mostly called him Mr. Pilot, a title he accepted without fuss. From the chatter around him, he gathered the militia had witnessed him take out the Russian train, only to see a Russian Sukhoi shoot him down as he tried to escape. A handful of grimy, war-weary fighters, looking more like relics from a World War II resistance than a modern army, had visited the clinic to see him. Some of the older men spoke no English at all, content to just give his head an affectionate pat and offer him sips of vodka or some other pungent local spirit. Lying there alone, his mind foggy from painkillers and alcohol, Shank's thoughts drifted to Nooner and the rest of his squadron. That's when a young woman with dirty blonde hair entered the room crowded with wounded. She wore a militia uniform with knees caked in mud, an AK-47 slung over her shoulder, and a black knit cap. Her face was smudged with soot but retained a youthful, cold-pinked glow. To Shank, she looked like a bizarre mix, a barista you might see back home and a soldier who had seen real combat. He watched as she scanned the 24 patients before approaching a middle-aged man with a suspended cast. She spoke to him briefly, absently rubbing a cast on her own forearm. Then her eyes swept the room and, to Shank's surprise, locked directly onto his. She picked her way toward him, navigating a maze of wounded men on mattresses, cots, and whatever furniture had been dragged into this former office supply store to serve as a hospital. She stopped at his full-sized bed. There was no smile, no friendly pat, no greeting whatsoever. "You are the American pilot?" Years in combat zones had honed Shank's instincts. He took in her intense gaze and knew instantly. This kid had been through hell the last few days, and she'd lost people. He offered a slight smile. "Yes, ma'am. I'm the hog driver who got shot down." She looked puzzled. "Hogs? Like pigs?" "No, it's my plane. We call it the Hog." "Ah, your plane crash. It fly like pig." Shank laughed, then winced at the sharp pain it caused. "Right." He extended his right hand. "I'm Ray. People call me Shank." She shook his hand firmly, her expression unchanged. "Tobiash? You have a first name?" "Of course, doctor says you can walk." "Yes." "Yeah, I can walk," Shank said. He'd managed a limping trip to the bathroom just minutes before, favoring his sore right ankle. She studied his swollen eye, the bandages on his cheek, and the cast on his hand. "You know how to talk to the airplanes?" She shook her head quickly, frustrated with her English. "You understand. Can you speak to American planes in sky? Not without a radio. A U.S. military radio, Wolny. Slower, please," she said. Shank pushed himself up in the bed and obliged, speaking more deliberately. "Yes, I can talk to American planes, but I would need the proper radio. I have American radio. You come with me. You talk to planes. We kill more Russians." Shank was taken aback. "The fighting's still going on?" "Damn, I figured the Russians would be halfway back to Belarus by now." "No. Russians are not gone. They are all over south of Poland now, from Radom and Krakow to the Belarus border. Polish army and militia are hunting them, pushing them out. You understand?" She spoke slowly, but her school-learned vocabulary was decent. "Yes, I understand. You come now, we fight Russians. You talk to American planes to help us." Shank was eager to rejoin his unit, but the situation was unpredictable, and the young woman was determined. He decided assisting them in establishing communication with the NATO aircraft overhead was the best move. Whoever he reached could then relay his position to his squadron. She instructed him to meet her outside, and then walked from the room, not bothering to glance back to see if he could even stand. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up from the bed, rolling awkwardly to his right. A sharp pain shot through him as his left arm pinned beneath his weight. He yanked it free, hastily settling it back into the sling. After tossing aside the blanket, Shank rose and dressed, each movement a careful negotiation with his injuries. A short while later, he moved toward the door, leaning heavily on the wooden railing beside the steps for support. The Polish medics observed his slow progress with detached interest. One eventually approached and handed him a crutch. By the amount of dried blood staining it, Shank surmised its previous owner had no further use for it. He absently brushed a hand over his torn and grimy flight suit, a futile attempt at tidiness, then, leaning on the crutch, stepped out into the crisp winter air and the dazzling snow-blanketed world from the sky. The terrain had been a passing blur, but now, standing within it, Shank was struck by its quiet beauty. He doubted anyone within 50 miles had paused lately to admire the snow-draped pine forests as anything but potential cover or obstacle. An invasion tends to refocus priorities. Yet to him, in this moment, the scene was profoundly peaceful. The cold, clean air filled his lungs, a stark reminder of how near he'd come to death and how fortunate he was to draw breath. He hobbled toward the militia group, roughly 14 individuals loitering beside a collection of military and requisitioned civilian vehicles. No one stepped forward to assist as he approached, the trek from the makeshift hospital clearly serving as an unspoken test of his mettle. When he finally reached them, one man wordlessly offered a cigarette, which Shank refused. Paulina reached into the back of a small cargo van and pulled out a bulky white down coat. It appeared to have recently served as a pillow for someone with a severe head wound. The dark stains now dried, but with the temperature well below freezing, Shank had little choice. She held it out, and he accepted it. "A friend of yours?" he asked. Paulina shook her head. "A civilian." Her gaze drifted toward the adjacent field. "We recovered supplies from the fallen in Wrocław. We are territorial defense. Our equipment is improvised." A man in his 40s, dressed in civilian clothes, spoke up in flawless English. "Good to have you with us. Some of us saw you working over that train earlier." He smiled, took a long drag from his cigarette, and then mimicked the distinctive roar of the GAU-8 cannon from Shank's A-10. A few of the others chuckled. Paulina did not. She fired off a rapid burst in Polish to the man, who then looked back at Shank, his expression turning businesslike. "We need to move. She wants us positioned near Radom. The Reds have gotten clever, sticking to back roads and moving in small packets. They know NATO aircraft are hunting, so they've adapted." Shank nodded. "Makes sense. I'll need a UHF radio to talk to any NATO birds in the area." "Already sorted," the man replied. He gestured for Shank to take the front passenger seat of the van, closing the door after the American managed with some difficulty to maneuver his crutch inside. As the driver settled behind the wheel, Shank asked, "The girl, she's in command?" The man simply nodded, starting the engine. "Paulina Tobias, she leads." Shank watched her climb into a different vehicle. He couldn't shake how youthful she appeared. "Is she a lieutenant or a what?" the man asked, momentarily tripped up by the unfamiliar rank. "Oh, like an officer." "That's a good point," he said. He turned and spoke to one of the other Polish fighters, then translated the reply. "We don't actually know her official rank in the militia. She's just our leader. She's famous. She has what's the word, the odwaga, courage, I think. You don't know her rank? How did she end up in charge?" "She's a hero," the man explained. "There's a picture of her all over Warsaw from the first morning of the war fighting Russians. I think she took out maybe 10 of them or something. Honestly, the only thing on her mind is fighting Russians. That's it." With that, he took a final drag from his cigarette, flicked it out the window, started the truck's engine, and shifted into gear. Chapter 64, Yabalo, Wildlife Sanctuary, Ethiopia, 29 December. The woodland was patchy, but choked with a mess of vines and undergrowth. Mostly low scrub, but enough decent-sized trees to obscure the view of Ethiopia's Highway 80 from their position 500 yards to the east. The constant Kaskazi wind blew dry air from the Persian Gulf over the 61 able-bodied men of the 13th Dragoons. The sun scorched any exposed skin as they waited in the southern Ethiopian brush, swatting mosquitoes and flies for over 2 hours for the Russian column to appear. They'd waved off a group of curious tribesmen who had approached on foot, showing no fear of the heavily armed soldiers, and a wandering herd of ibex goats had ambled slowly through their position, offering a brief, humorous distraction. Apollo and his men had planted all their explosives on the highway, as well as in the nearby gullies and under the dirt paths alongside it. The terrain naturally funneled movement here. Unless the Russians discovered the charges beforehand, the lead elements of their column were in for a very bad day, forced to slow to a crawl to carefully check the area after the initial blasts. The lead units of the southbound column arrived in the early afternoon. Apollo waited until the first 4 vehicles were squarely in the kill zone before ordering the first explosives detonated. As expected, 4 more BTRs, another platoon, raced forward to protect their comrades, firing wildly in every direction. The moment the Russians dismounted, Apollo triggered the remaining charges. It was a brutal, cold tactic, obliterating the quick reaction force. He'd seen insurgents use it with horrific effect in Afghanistan. He also knew the Russians would repay the favor in kind without a second thought. The dragoons sprinted to their vehicles and sped south. For now, they were the only thing standing in the way of a full Russian brigade, and they wouldn't get many clean ambushes like that one. The plan was to keep up the hit-and-run attacks as long as possible until help arrived or they were ordered to stop. He pulled out his satellite phone, first checking for a call from his father. Seeing none, he contacted the Hexagon Ballard, the French equivalent of the Pentagon. 5 minutes later, he ended the call, a slight smile on his face. He'd been told to hit the Russians one more time and then link up with a contingent of U.S. Marines now moving north through Kenya, who were planning their own harassing attacks against the Russian column. American Marines are finally joining the fight. It's about time, he thought. He decided to fall back to the border city of Moyal, try to knock out a few more pieces of enemy armor to slow them down, and then make contact with his new allies. Southern Ethiopia, 29 December. The crackle of the radio in Colonel Keir's headset jerked him from the most restful few minutes of sleep he'd managed all day. It was Colonel Nishkin, commander of the 1st Regiment, currently about 2 hours ahead of the headquarters element. After his spearhead units had been attacked and destroyed near the Yabelo Wildlife Sanctuary 3 hours earlier, Nishkin had pressed on toward the border town of Moyal. Now he was on the radio, confused and seeking clarification on his orders. The request crackled over the radio not as a confession of being lost, but as a proposal for an operational security halt to let the men stretch and refuel. General Lazar, standing in the open hatch of the BTR, heard it himself and dropped down beside Colonel Keir. "Our friends from the old 1st Regiment," he mused, dust coating his brow. "What's your read, Keir? Have they misplaced themselves?" Keir pulled down the scarf, shielding his mouth from the grit. "It's possible, sir. We could authorize the stop. If we do, we halt the entire column and waste daylight, or we keep moving and let the regiments compress into one big, tempting target for anything with wings up there," Lazar countered, gesturing vaguely skyward. "So what's your recommendation?" Keir considered. "We order him to press on? Deny the request. Tell him stopping now invites an attack." He's still disoriented, Dmitri. "Rushing will only make it worse. Then maybe he should try using his GPS, or a compass, for heaven's sake." Lazar chuckled, a low, warm sound. "Tempting, but that'll just make him switch off his radio. How about a little patience instead? We give him 10 minutes, no more, and remind him the sun is his guide west out of these mountains and into Kenya. He just needs to follow it." Keir nodded slowly. "Yes, sir, that's wiser." A brief pause lets him find his bearings, and it shows we trust him to continue the mission. "Good, send that. But add a warning for the 1st to be extra vigilant. The town of Moyal up ahead is a navigational maze. If I were the enemy, I'd let one regiment pass through to confirm the route, then strike the next one in line. Hitting the center of our advance like that would sow maximum confusion." "How can you be sure of that, sir?" "Call it a veteran's instinct, Colonel. Tell the 2nd Regiment to use those same 10 minutes to power up their anti-aircraft radars and be ready. And if we're mistaken, then the 2nd wastes a few minutes being more prepared for an air threat. Besides, when we tell Colonel Nishkin he has 10 minutes, I know he'll take 30. Either way, we're covered if the column bunches up near Moyal." Colonel Keir keyed the radio and relayed the orders to the 1st Regiment, receiving Nishkin's terse acknowledgement. As he was about to contact the 2nd, he paused and looked up at his commander. Lazar gazed back down through the hatch, offered a knowing smile and a wink, then rose back into the turret, disappearing into the swirling dust outside. That crafty old fox, Keir thought. He understands the fight because he understands the men fighting it and the enemy they face. Lazar had spent 4 decades alternating between the roles of hunter and prey. Securing his scarf against the choking dust, Keir felt a mix of irritation and profound respect for his boss's foresight. then pulled the cloth aside to transmit the final instructions. Central Kenya, 29 December. Connolly's column had been speeding south, but was now halted on the highway for a refueling operation. The pause gave the commanders a chance to confer. Connolly wove through the clusters of vehicles and personnel scattered across the vast, open landscape, looking for Lieutenant Colonel Eric McHale. Their friendship spanned 2 decades, from Marine Officer Candidate School through the same infantry officer course, though the relentless demands of service had kept them from more than occasional contact in the years since. Life and duty had pulled them apart, as they so often do, and despite the Marine Corps being the smallest branch of the U.S. military, the 2 men had fallen out of contact until this moment. Connolly was concerned McHale might suspect he was angling for his position. As the newcomer to the unit, the unspoken expectation was for Connolly to observe and listen. Yet, with a critical objective driving him, forging a positive rapport with McHale immediately was essential. "Just want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes here," Connolly offered as they worked to erect the extended antenna. "Not a chance," McHale replied. "You're a major asset. Getting a direct line to command and a crack at this operation is beyond what we hoped for. Without you connecting these dots, we'd still be doing endless laps on a ship in the Gulf." That maritime patrol duty, known as Gator Squares, was every Marine's dread. "I'm here to support in any way I can," Connolly affirmed. Sergeant Casillas's voice carried from the rear of the command vehicle. "Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, there's a French officer on the comms for you. He's calling it an emergency, French." Connolly glanced at the colonel, who merely shrugged. "All right, patch him through to my station." Both Castor and McHale moved closer as Connolly settled into the radio seat. Casillas toggled a switch on the console. "You're set, sir. Just put on the headset and flip that switch. Do we have a call sign for this contact?" "He identified as Apollo, sir. Might be a unit identifier. Not sure." Connolly donned the headset and activated the channel. "Apollo. Apollo, this is Marine Task Force Grizzly. Do you read me?" McHale entered through the rear hatch of the crowded vehicle and took a seat beside Connolly, plugging in a speaker so the transmission could be heard by all. "Hello, Marines. This is French Special Forces Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette. We have engaged a significant Russian element. Do you copy?" "Copy clearly, Captain." "Good. My government has directed me to contact a Colonel Daniel Connolly. We have sustained casualties and require aid. We wish to consolidate with your position. Can you assist?" "Sounds like his name really is Apollo," Connolly noted. McHale gave a nod, pulling out a notepad. "Roger. Apollo reading you loud and clear. Can you provide grid coordinates for your wounded?" Connolly looked to McHale for confirmation, receiving a firm nod. The protocol across NATO was to treat Allied casualties as their own. Apollo relayed his position near the Kenyan-Ethiopian border, just southwest of Moyale. Connolly acknowledged and promised a swift return call, advising him to stay by his radio. "What's your take, sir?" McHale responded, "Get his head count. We'll scramble and extract them. We'll get helicopters spun up from the Boxer." The regimental operations officer added, "Dan, do you want to lead the flight team in? You can debrief him during the return trip. I need to keep our main push moving south." "Without a doubt," Connolly answered, bringing the microphone back to his lips. Central Poland, 29 December. Captain Raymond Shank Vance clambered from the truck and lost his footing, tumbling into a roadside snowdrift. He instinctively threw out his injured arm to break his fall, sending a sharp bolt of pain through his hand despite the soft landing. A young militiaman helped him back to his feet, brushing snow from his coat. "What was it like?" the younger man asked. "What was what like?" Shank muttered, though he knew perfectly well what was being asked. Getting shot down. Shank had been fighting to keep the memory at bay, though it intruded relentlessly. "It was terrible," he said flatly. Paulina appeared before him, a radio handset in her grip. She used it to gesture toward a broad, distant pasture. a sweeping landscape at least a mile across. The scene was deceptively peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos replaying in his mind. He found himself unexpectedly recounting a fragment of the experience, the deafening silence right after the engines quit, a detail he hadn't shared with anyone until now. She looked at him, her expression flat. The Russians will arrive in about 3 hours. The only clear route east is to avoid the city to the north and not cross the river to the south. After a pause, she added, "You said you could get aircraft." Shank shook his head slowly. "We need the right frequency. I have to know the air tasking order for today. What sortie they're flying. I mean, we don't even know if there are any A-10s in the air right now. No planes?" A flicker of disappointment broke through her stoic demeanor. He let out a tired breath. "We'll work it out. Honestly, I thought you might have some connections. Maybe be tied into the NATO air coordination cycle or something." "What do you need?" she asked, frustration edging her voice. It hit him then. She and her group of roughly 40 militia were operating completely on their own. What was I expecting, he wondered? A perfectly coordinated military unit? This was a civilian militia, for crying out loud. If I had a NATO or U.S. radio, I might be able to reach someone on the guard frequency. Paulina turned and walked to one of the other vehicles. She returned moments later and handed the American pilot a wooden-stocked AK-47. Shank took it and slung it over his shoulder. He'd only fired an AK once before, messing around during a deployment in Afghanistan with no formal training on the weapon. "All right, the radio is coming. We'll set up camp here." Following her into the woods, Shank immediately understood why the Poles had chosen this spot. They were positioned on a steep ridge overlooking a wide, open landscape. But this high ground was isolated, a single prominent feature. Shank realized that if they tried to ambush the Russians from here, the enemy would quickly pinpoint their location. For a second, he considered suggesting a move to a less obvious hill, but no better alternatives were visible. Besides, the immediate priorities were getting that radio and trying to contact anyone who might be flying overhead. Shank trailed Paulina up to a prepared position concealed within a tangle of cut brush and packed snow. 3 Polish militia members were already there with a DSK heavy machine gun, a dushka. Its barrel protruded slightly from the brush, but the rest was well hidden. The fluent English speaker who called himself Jodek approached and handed Shank 2 handheld radios. One was clearly wrong for his needs. It looked Russian, and the dials showed it operated on VHF frequencies. Useful to have, but unlikely anyone would be monitoring those channels without prior arrangement. The other radio was a NATO UHF model. It appeared to be an Italian make, but it bore the markings he needed. "Can you use it?" Paulina asked. "Yes, I think so. I doubt the encryption is still active, but it's worth a try." "What do you need?" she repeated. He adjusted the dials and knobs, and the radio crackled to life with static. Jodek stepped closer. "The Polish Rifles, another militia group, are about 30 kilometers west of us. They've stopped responding on the radio. We don't know for sure, but they might have been overrun by the Russians heading this way." "Damn," Shank muttered, but he kept cycling through frequencies. "Paulina wants to set an ambush. She's counting on your planes to strike." Shank nodded. "I understand. The radio seems ready, but there's no real way to test it." "Now," Jodek added, "she will proceed with the ambush even without air support." "With what?" "That dushka, it's not enough. Not even for a Russian recon unit. Their infantry fighting vehicles have heavy armor. They'd wipe you out in minutes. We have more than just the dushka." Paulina stepped between the 2 men and pointed toward the truck. "Does the radio work, Mr. Shank? Once we see or hear any aircraft, I'll try it. Will it work?" she pressed, not fully grasping the uncertainty. "We'll see," he replied. "It has to work." Shank thought to himself, this was his role now. His responsibility, even if he wasn't in the cockpit, he could still do his part to deliver firepower where it was needed. The heavy CH-53 helicopter settled onto the dusty ground with a final jarring thump. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly tightened the Velcro straps on his body armor, hefted his M4, and moved down the rear ramp into the swirling chaos. The rotor wash from 4 massive aircraft whipped the dirt into a blinding, stinging cloud. Through the haze, he saw 4 figures running toward him, followed by what looked like a full platoon emerging from the tree line. With the deafening roar of the engines drowning out all speech, the crew chiefs used hand signals to direct the operation. The French soldiers moved with grim efficiency, carrying their wounded on stretchers and their fallen in dark bags toward one waiting helicopter. Once the casualties were handed over to the Navy medical team inside, the remaining troops began boarding the other aircraft. Connolly moved between the giant machines, the wind tearing at his clothes. He shouted a name into the open hatches. Apollo. Several soldiers pointed toward the last helicopter, climbing inside. Connolly found a large man already seated and gestured for him to follow. They moved to the other CH-53 and put on headsets. The world suddenly muffled into a manageable rumble. They shook hands firmly. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly. Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette, 13th Dragoons. You are a very welcome sight. How's your unit holding up? Connolly asked as the airframe began to vibrate around them. 8 wounded, 3 killed, Apollo stated flatly. We struck them south of Yabello, but they counterattacked quickly and in strength. You will take my wounded to your ship. Our medical facility on the USS Boxer is ready for them, Connolly confirmed, watching the crew chief secure the side hatch. The rest of you are coming with me. We have a light armored battalion positioned to the south. We're going to hit the enemy as they try to exit Moyal. As the helicopter lifted into the night sky, Apollo nodded. Good. We have engaged them 3 times. They are formidable. The first was a small Spetsnaz team handled. The second was an ambush against their scouts. We won, but expended our explosives. The third was at the border. He let out a short, humorless laugh. It is ironic. Just days ago, I was fighting them in the snows of Germany, and now we are in the dust of Africa. Connolly's eyebrows shot up. Combat in Germany? I haven't heard any detailed reports from Europe. We, at the very start, Apollo said, his tone shifting from weary to sharp and focused. Their special forces placed a laser designator on the Zugspitze. We found it, removed it, and removed them. It cost me 2 good men. Then, hours later in the Czech Republic, we tangled with more Spetsnaz. They are like a persistent stain, difficult to scrub out completely. He gave Connolly a direct look. I will brief your intelligence people on everything on one condition: the moment I'm done talking, we go back to hunting these bastards. Connolly clapped him on the shoulder. Your intel on their tactics in 2 theaters is going to be invaluable deal. He felt the aircraft bank turning toward the coordinates of the waiting American force, a new plan already forming from the ashes of the Dragoons' stand. We're a bit short on details about the rest of the brigade moving south. The French officer studied the American for a long moment. Connolly sensed the man's hesitation. What's on your mind? Apollo finally spoke. My father, he's a diplomat posted in Djibouti. He remained behind to document every vehicle and soldier he could observe as the convoys departed the capital. Connolly understood this, likely meant the man was an intelligence operative, but he tactfully avoided stating it outright. We got that information. Your father did exceptional work. I hope you can tell him the United States is grateful. I wish I could, Colonel, but I haven't been able to contact him. It's concerning. Yeah, I can see why. Connolly placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder once more. The faster we wrap this up, the better his chances are. Of course. Apollo shifted topics. So what forces do you have available? About a regiment's worth, plus some air support. Apollo looked surprised. The Russians have significantly more than that in their column alone. When are your reinforcements arriving? That's the issue. We're all there is for the moment. A carrier group is en route and will bring considerable air power, but it won't arrive until long after the Russians reach the mining site. If they seize the territory, We won't be able to remove them without destroying the entire area. It's a mine, couldn't you bomb it, and then just excavate the ore from the debris? Connolly replied, The Russians have to know that, so I suspect they have a plan to secure the site once they control it. Our job is to stop them from getting that chance. Apollo gave a slow nod. Most of my command still believes the main event is in Europe. Well, Apollo, for you and me, this fight right here is the only one that matters, and even though the odds aren't in our favor, we're damn well going to win it. Agreed. Southern Poland. December 29, Jodek had found some pain medication for Shank, though the Pole could only say they were prescription pills for his own chronic back issues. Shank took them regardless. His broken hand pulsed with a deep, relentless ache, and the wounds on his face burned as if a swarm of bees were constantly attacking his left eye. He knew he wouldn't make it through the night, with his mind clear without something to dull at least part of the torment. The two men sat on the cold hood of a truck. The frigid air helped numb Shank's pain a little, and Jodek, seemingly accustomed to harsh winters, didn't complain. Shank said, I won't claim to be a history expert, but your country has certainly seen its share of unwelcome visitors marching through. True, Jodek said. Before our freedom, we were slaves to the Soviets. Before them, the Nazis, and the Russians before that. Over a century of being used by other nations, our people exploited, and our history rewritten to glorify theirs. So now we fight. Shank raised his good hand and slapped it against Jodek's in a solid high five. And I'm with you, brother. Suddenly, Shank looked skyward. Jodek noticed and followed his gaze. After a few seconds, both men could hear the distant rumble of jet engines to the west, hidden by the low clouds. Another man came running over, breathless. Mr. Shank, we hear aircraft. All three hurried to the radio, which was set up behind a barrier of logs and sandbags a short distance from the tree line. Shank had drilled his students to memorize the emergency guard frequency for exactly this situation. He could only recall two possibilities now, the pills perhaps fogging his memory. With a steadying breath, he dialed in the first frequency he could remember. The radio crackled in his hands as he tried once more. Any station on this net. Any station. This is call sign Shank on guard net ID 348.450. He sensed Paulina's presence before he saw her moving up beside the truck. Glancing up, he caught her tense expression before repeating the call. Any station. Shank on guard net. Do you copy? Static hissed back, a promising sign that someone might be out there, but no voice answered. He adjusted the radio, inputting the second frequency from memory. Any station this net. This is call sign Shank on guard net ID 395.100. Do you receive? Only the empty static replied. Paulina was already scanning the snow-covered fields through her binoculars. A small group of Polish militia was trudging back from a distant tree line about 300 yards away, and Paulina muttered a low curse. Just as Shank prepared to transmit again, a voice cut through the static, clear and American station calling, Say again your call sign. Paulina stepped closer, her breath visible in the cold air. This is call sign Shank. I'm an American A-10 pilot. Shot down this morn. He paused, the timeline blurring. Was it today? Yesterday, he skipped it. Shot down over Belchatow. I'm with the 75th Fighter Squadron. We copy, the voice from above replied. Shank had no idea who he was talking to. In war, the simplest deceptions were routine. Neither man would blindly trust the other American accent or not. Stand by for verification, the radio said. After a tense minute, the pilot returned with authentication questions, details only Shank and his unit would know. What was your first command as a lieutenant, sir? I shuffled paperwork at Andrews. Never had a command. Were you ever incarcerated? A faint smile touched Shank's lips. Got arrested in Italy. Spent 2 nights in a cell. That's actually how I earned my call sign. The exchange seemed to settle something. All right, we have your data. We'll relay your location to search and rescue. Negative, Shank said quickly. I've linked up with Polish ground forces. We have reason to believe Russian units are advancing on our position. I need someone to prosecute targets for me. A long silence followed, so prolonged that Paulina pointed at the radio dial, suggesting an adjustment. Shank shook his head. These decisions took time. He'd just shifted from a standard rescue request to calling in close air support. He imagined the crew above radioing their base or debating among themselves, weighing the risk. Finally, the radio crackled back to life. We copy all. Request received and will be forwarded. Remain on this net for further contact. Understood. But here's the problem. We estimate Russian forces will reach us in. He looked to Jadek, who held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. I need air support by then. Please pass that along. Transmitting that timeline was a gamble, but he hoped the Russians were too distant to intercept. Copied, Shank. We'll relay your request and advise. Shank turned to Paulina. I laid it out for them. Now we see what they do with it. He rose to stretch, cradling his injured hand carefully to avoid jostling it. Paulina gave his good arm a reassuring squeeze and offered a smile, the first he'd seen from her. You did it, Shank, she said, her tone shifting from the earlier tension to something warmer, almost proud. For a moment, the relentless cold and danger seemed to fade, replaced by a flicker of shared resolve. Excellent. Northern Kenya. December 29. The twin Lycoming T-53L703 turboshaft engines roared, their blades biting into the thin air as the AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter surged forward at nearly 170 miles per hour. In the cockpit, the 25-year-old pilot adjusted his grip on the cyclic, his eyes scanning the horizon where the lead flight of 4 helicopters was just a dark smudge against the hazy sky. Stinger 1-6, this is 2-6, he said into his mic, the static-laden response coming back almost instantly. Go for 1-6, he relayed his position, having veered off the planned route and confirmed his arrival at the designated battle position. As he pushed the stick forward and worked the rudder pedals, a familiar lurch of weightlessness settled in his stomach, a sensation that never got old, a stark reminder of the machine's raw power the landscape below. A flat, sun-baked expanse was a world away from the rolling Pacific waves he'd left behind on the USS Boxer. Clear through and forward from BP Jenna, the voice from lead flight confirmed. Friendlies are LAVs holding position. Vicinity, the 1763. Confirmed. Ahead, the Kenyan desert didn't just end, it fractured, erupting into a jagged line of rocky hills that formed a natural wall between Kenya and Ethiopia. The specific escarpment leading up towards Moyale was unmistakable, just as it had been on the maps studied during long hours aboard ship and on the miniature chart now strapped to his thigh. Confirmed, the pilot replied, his eyes glued to the thermal display. The white-hot signatures of numerous vehicles, he estimated 40 or 50, were clustered in the low ground, hidden from the high road above. I have positive identity. Requesting to go hot copy 2-6. You are cleared to click off safe. Time on target remains 18 minutes. He acknowledged, his mind already shifting to the next phase. Call sign for the ground unit? That's Grizzly APS on net ID 45. The unit itself is call sign Highlanders. Understood. A brief, almost sarcastic thought flashed through his mind. Highlanders, fitting for a fight on a cliffside. Let's hope they last longer than their historical namesakes. The radio chatter fell silent for a moment as the lead flight executed their maneuver. Affirm, my element is executing a right pull. I'll call you clear onto target. Time is 17, commencing taut in 1 mic. Off the net, out. Suddenly, the cockpit was filled only with the relentless whump-whump-whump of the rotors and the hum of electronics. 60 seconds of eerie quiet before the storm. His thumb flicked the master arm switch, and a series of indicators on his panel transitioned from a cautious red to an aggressive ready green. He slewed the nose-mounted sensors toward the shelf road near Moyale. There they were, a column of 16 to 20 BTR-82 armored vehicles snaking their way down the winding descent like metal caterpillars. It was, he had to admit, a perfect kill zone, then movement. The four Cobras of the first flight rose like avenging angels from behind a distant ridge. Almost in unison, each bird released a pair of missiles. Streaks of fire and smoke converged on the column below. From this distance, it looked like half found their mark. The radio crackled back to life. 2-6, we're clear of the target. We'll fall in behind you for a re-attack from BP Jenna with more precision munitions and a gun run. Your turn now. At the lead pilot's call, he and the others in his flight nudged their collective controls forward. The Cobras dropped their noses and raced forward, skimming so low over the ground that he could make out the individual Marines below, dismounted infantry, clustered near their LAV 25s, their rifles sparking as they added their fire to the fray. A deep, rhythmic boom, boom, boom echoed across the rocky canyon, the throaty report of the LAV's 25mm chain guns unleashing hell. The Americans were firing at the extreme edge of their effective range. Any closer to Colonel Lazar's armored column would be a death sentence. Surprise had been their one advantage, and they'd seized it, but it was evaporating fast. The hard truth was that the 30mm cannons on those BTRs outranged the Marines' weapons. This wasn't a battle of attrition. It was a hit and run. A quick, violent strike, and then a getaway. Anything less, and the Marines on the ground would be slaughtered. The clock was ticking, louder now than the rotors. Dan Connolly stood on the rocky ground, watching the light-armored vehicles unleash their depleted uranium rounds against the enemy column. While the LAVs couldn't match the precision of the Cobra gunships overhead, their combined fire was beginning to tell. He saw one, then another, of the Russian BTRs shudder under the impacts. The enemy vehicles, strung out along the narrow mountain road, struggled to pinpoint the source of the attack. Their return cannon fire thundered, but the shells fell harmlessly short or wide of the distant Marine positions. Connolly and the regimental ops officer had gambled on this spot precisely because it funneled the Russians into a vulnerable line. The Marines, attacking from lower ground, enjoyed the freedom to strike and withdraw, while the enemy was trapped on the constricting road. Unable to maneuver, a Cobra suddenly roared in from the southeast, climbing directly over Connolly's hilltop perch before unleashing a torrent of 20mm fire and rockets. Connolly tracked the ordnance as it streaked across the battlefield. Most shots went wide as the pilot fought the turbulence, but a handful found their mark, chewing into the flanks of the vehicles crawling down from the high Ethiopian plateau. Then, boom! An explosion erupted right beside him, violently yanking him from his thoughts and hurling him from his feet. Shards of crimson flint sliced into his face and peppered his sides. He slammed onto the deck, his ears ringing. Running a gloved hand over his face and body armor, he found a sharp glass-like fragment embedded in the outer layer of his vest. Before he could react, 3 more concussive blasts rocked the promontory, forcing him and his small team to scramble back from the exposed overlook. It had given them a perfect view, but now it made them a perfect target. The distinctive crack of incoming 30mm rounds echoed off the canyon walls, and hundreds of small explosions peppered the landscape as Russian fire zeroed in. They were spotted, and they were in range. Connolly sprinted for the command LAV, where Sergeant Casillas met him. "Sir, you all right?" "Still in one piece, Sergeant. But their cannon fire is walking right toward us." "Roger that, sir. The LAV commander wants to keep firing for another 5 minutes. Then he's pulling the company back. We just lost 2 vehicles." Connolly gave a grim nod and hauled himself inside. He understood the enemy commander's calculus. The Russians likely sensed this was a limited ambush and knew that pressing the attack, driving straight through the blocking force, was their best move. It was exactly what Connolly would have done, a tactic he'd employed himself more than once in the mountains of Afghanistan. A strange, wrenching noise tore through the air, and Connolly looked up to see a Cobra gunship take a direct hit from cannon fire. The helicopter disintegrated into a fireball, shattered pieces, and burning fuel arcing through the sky. A second buzzing scream was followed by another explosion as the lead Cobra's wingman met the same fate. Just like that, 4 men were gone and 2 aircraft were down. As burning debris began to rain down with terrible force, Connolly and the others dove through the open rear hatches of their vehicles. His own driver threw the LAV into reverse, the sudden lurch slamming the lieutenant colonel and the rest of the men against the metal hull and onto the grated floor in a tangle of bodies, loose gear and ammunition boxes. Connolly looked up at Casillas through the chaos. "Is he trying to get us all killed?" As if to answer, the vehicle hit a massive rut, launching everyone inside airborne before they crashed back down onto the unyielding steel. Fighting free of a snarl of comms cords, Connolly pushed himself up, popped the top hatch, and strained to see outside. From the high mountain pass connecting Ethiopia to Kenya, Connolly surveyed the scene of roughly 24 vehicles engulfed in flames. What he now recognized as Russian ZSU-23-4 mobile anti-aircraft systems continued to fire their 4-barreled 23mm cannons skyward, desperately trying to track the withdrawing Cobra helicopters. Having seen the devastating power of these weapons firsthand, the Cobra pilots were now focused solely on evasion, deploying flares and maneuvering wildly as they sped from the engagement zone. Through the headset in his crew helmet, the frantic radio chatter painted a picture of a lopsided exchange. While a few light-armored vehicles and the 2 Cobras were lost, the Russians had clearly absorbed the worst of the punishment. Their reconnaissance in force had likely achieved its goal. The Russian column would be forced to halt and regroup, buying precious time and hopefully making them more cautious as they pushed south. The relentless thunder of gunfire echoed behind Connolly's vehicle as the 2 LAV companies raced away, escorted by the remaining Cobras poised to launch missiles at any swift pursuit. But the Russians stayed put in Moyal, tending to their wounds and reconsidering their advance toward Mimmer Hill. Connolly radioed his situation report to Colonel Castor at the regimental command post. The mission had bought them time, hopefully enough to fortify the mining positions. Castor's reply was swift. "Good work to you and the 2 LAR company commanders." "Thank you, sir." "Any idea where those ZUs came from?" "I hadn't seen any intel on those things, and they sound like they're murderous." "Negative, sir. No reports on them either, but they've definitely neutralized our air advantage. I counted at least a dozen just with this forward element." Castor's Texas drawl carried a new weight of concern. "That worries the hell out of me. If Lazar's other units have similar gear, this fight is going to be won or lost on the ground." He continued, "I need you to fall back. We're dispatching a tank platoon to a position near Mount Kenya, a few hours north. The terrain is dense jungle, and the highway runs right through it. Lazar can't bypass it if he wants to reach the mine before our carrier group arrives. We'll hit him with a stronger delaying action. Give our men at Mimmer Hill every possible minute to dig in." "Copy that, sir." "We're en route." Castor signed off with Grizzly 6 out. Southeastern Poland, 29 December. Shank was roused by a hand shaking his knee. He opened his eyes to see Jadek's concerned face in the dim light of the heated truck cab. "Do you need more medication?" Shank took a moment, assessing the dull, persistent ache. He felt marginally improved, far from good, but functional. "No, I'm all right. What time is it? I must have dozed off." "Yes, you were out. It's nearly 2100 hours. Paulina checked on you and gave orders for you not to be disturbed." Shank's mind snapped to the immediate threat. "What's the status on the Russians? A company of tanks with infantry carriers is approaching from the west. The local defense forces have visual, but they have no anti-armor capability, and our air support is down to our last few F-16s. If your pilots do not arrive soon, there is no chance for us." Shank immediately began working the radio, calling out into the static. 5 minutes passed with only silence. 10 minutes. After several more attempts, a faint, broken voice crackled through, a call sign he recognized, but too distant and weak for a clear exchange. His antenna simply wasn't powerful enough. They needed to fly closer. As frustration mounted, Paulina appeared at the truck's window, her expression strained in the cold night air. "Is the radio working? Do you have your planes? I can hear them, but they can't hear me. I'm still trying." She placed a hand on the doorframe, her urgency palpable. "Please, we do not have much time." Shank nodded, his fingers tightening on the microphone as he resumed his calls into the void, each transmission feeling more desperate than the last. From his spot in the truck behind the lines, Shank watched the frantic activity around him, absently rubbing the hard surface of his cast. Paulina observed him for a long moment before letting out a weary sigh, her clear disappointment landing on him like a physical weight. Just as she started to turn, the radio crackled to life. "Shank, this is Nooner. You read me?" The transmission was sharp and clear. Shank snatched the microphone, a grin breaking across his face. "Well, I'll be damned! Nooner, you son of a gun! Reading you loud and clear." A small smile touched Paulina's lips. She understood enough to know this was a friend. "Roger that, sir. We'd written you off until word filtered back to, the home field." Nooner's voice was measured, careful on the open channel. "You in one piece? I've looked better, but I'm in the fight," Shank replied. "I've connected with a local Polish unit. We're ahead of the main Russian push, which has broken into smaller groups." "Confirmed. They're scattered like confetti down there." "Copy. We've got visual on several roads and fields that are about to be crawling with Russians. A town named Krasnik is roughly 7 miles west of me." "Understood. We're a flight of 4, fueled and armed. What's the play?" Shank's finger traced a line on his map. "I want you integrated into the militia's ambush plan. You'll establish a battle position near a place called Zamosk. We'll designate that BP Raiders. From there, fly west along Route 74, then make a hard turn north at Frampol. I want you to run in with 2 ship sections, one every 5 minutes, then return to BP Raiders and repeat the route. We'll start there, assess the results, and I'll send an updated brief if we need to adjust." "Solid. Nooner copies all. What's our time on target?" Shank checked his watch. It read 2,210. "Can you make 22:30? "Roger. First tot set for 2:30 hours." Paulina had moved back to his shoulder, listening closely. "Everything good?" she asked. "All good," he said, offering a tired smile. She took his left arm, her fingers carefully inspecting the field dressing. She loosened the wrap and then secured it again with a more precise, neat knot. Giving him a firm pat on the back, she stated the obvious. "We need those planes, yes, ma'am," Shank acknowledged. Paulina turned and melted into the darkness, unslinging her rifle as she went. It wasn't long before Shank sensed the shift. A ripple of hushed, urgent whispers spread from the nearest Polish position. The Russians had been spotted, and earlier than expected. He grabbed the radio. "Nooner? This is Shank. Need to move the tot up. Can you make a new time on target? 2225?" A brief silence, then the reply. "Copy, Shank. We can make that tot outstanding." "Push it hard, brother." Crutching his way through the snow toward the Polish lines, Shank was met with a sight that lifted his spirits. A small arsenal of anti-tank rockets, stacks of grenades, and crate upon crate of machine gun ammo. They had dug proper fighting positions into the iron-hard ground, offering decent protection from anything but a direct hit. Not bad at all, he thought. The gunner manning the heavy DSAK waved him over and gestured toward the weapon's starlight scope. Shank peered through the eyepiece, and his blood ran cold. A column of tanks was clearly visible, and it took him only a moment to identify the distinctive profiles of T-14s. He pushed back from the scope without a word and hobbled back to the truck as fast as his injury would allow. Nooner's voice was already coming through the speaker, tense with readiness. "Shank, this is Nooner approaching BP visual on a tank column. They're exactly where you said. I have a clear shot." Shank's heart hammered against his ribs, as if he were the one in the cockpit. "Roger, I need you to clear our gun target line first. Break off your run now." The air above the field was about to become a shooting gallery, and staying low without returning fire would be a quick way to get tagged. Nooner's voice crackled back in confirmation, laying out the plan: precision-guided munitions on the first pass, followed by gun runs. Permission to engage was granted. Almost immediately, Shank heard the distinctive turbine whine of the A-10s overhead, a sound that promised deliverance. It was followed by the shriek of missiles and then the earth-shaking, rolling thunder of explosions as Russian vehicles were torn apart. Fireballs bloomed, illuminating the snowy field, and instantly, streams of tracer fire from the Polish tree line lashed out to hammer the advancing column. Up and down the position, Shank counted 6 heavy weapons now joining the fray. The Russians weren't idle. They pinpointed the source of the tracers and answered with the spinning, whirring roar of tank rounds. Most sailed high, devastating empty farmland kilometers behind them, but a few slammed into the ground just ahead of the trenches. The concussions shook the earth, dislodging clumps of snow from the pines that had somehow survived the earlier cannon fire. A shout cut through the noise. "They're advancing across the field! 400 meters out!" A cold dread settled in Shank's gut. They were going to push right through. These shallow scrapes in the dirt and hastily felled trees wouldn't stop a determined assault. He scrambled back toward the radio, the air around him snapping with the sound of splintering wood as tank coaxial guns raked the tree line. Ducking low, he grabbed for the handset, but Nooner's transmission beat him to it. "Shank, Nooner visual on armor moving toward you. Nooner Shank, execute an immediate reattack. Bring your battle position west of me and cycle on target. They'll be on us in minutes if you don't hit them hard and fast." "Understood." Cleared hot. Cleared hot. Now break off target and climb to 6,000. Before Shank could even lower the mic, the night was ripped apart by that iconic, brutally long brr-rt. By the sound of it, Nooner had just emptied a significant portion of his cannon into the Russians. A heartbeat later, his wingman added another extended burst. The jets were a roaring presence just overhead, unseen in the dark. Cheers erupted from the Polish lines, their own fire intensifying. Shank keyed the radio. "Nooner, Shank, you're the most popular guy in Poland right now. What's your remaining station time? I can stretch past limits, but I'm down to about 15 mics. We burned a lot of gas finding your signal." Shank pointed to his watch, then held up one finger followed by 5 to Paulina. She gave a sharp nod and sprinted toward another machine gun nest. Watching her go, a fleeting, absurd thought crossed his mind. Amidst all this chaos, her determination was almost poetic. He pushed it aside and raised the mic again. "Roger, let's make it count. Be advised we are still in serious danger of being overrun. Copy. We're coming in tight. Keep your people's heads down. We're going to stitch that kill zone with everything left in the magazine." For the next quarter hour, Shank became the nerve center of the fight. The Russian direct fire kept creeping closer. Now the sharper cracks of smaller caliber weapons joining the din signaled that dismounted infantry was nearing the woodline. He fed more adjustments to Nooner, the coordination a tense ballet of destruction, until finally the pressure of inaction became too much. He couldn't just coordinate from the rear any longer. He needed a clearer vantage point on the battle, so he slid into the driver's seat of the truck parked by the radio gear. Shifting into drive, he rolled forward toward the machine gun nest with his headlights dark. Aware the Russians would be scanning for heat, he stopped well short of the tree line and put the truck in park. A tank shell tore into the forest just 60 feet to his left front, and a whirling branch cracked his windshield into a web of fractures. "Damn it," he yelled. He tumbled out of the cab, snatched his crutch from inside, and hobbled as quickly as he could toward a nearby gun position. Every cut on his legs had reopened, and he felt the warm seep of blood. From this new viewpoint over the Polish valley, The Russian armor was fully visible. A dozen vehicles were burning wrecks, but another 10 were charging uphill in pairs, with 2 more laying down heavy covering fire. The closest were now within 100 yards, clearly desperate to reach the trees and close with the Polish defenders, so the NATO jets overhead couldn't pick them apart. Right before his eyes, a precision missile from a low-flying A-10 under the clouds struck the lead tank. A second Warthog followed just seconds later, its 30-millimeter cannon unleashing a torrent of fire. Tracers carved a blazing red and yellow line through the darkness, hammering a BTR. At least half the rounds punched through the armor. That was more than enough. The crew never stood a chance. The vehicle erupted in flames, its ammunition cooking off in a spectacular shower of sparks and light. Flames shot 30 feet into the air from the vehicle's shattered hatches. "Good work, Nooner!" Shank shouted, though he wasn't on the radio. The assistant gunner on the Dushka spun around at the sound of his voice, his face streaked with blood from shrapnel flung by a nearby blast. Now Shank grabbed the radio handset, pour it on Nooner. The volume of incoming fire began to ease. "Nooner, this is Shank. Do you see any signs they're pulling back?" "Affirmative. I've got vehicles turning back toward the road, heading due east. Looks like they're booking it. I think you're just dealing with their rear guard now. Want us to hit them on the retreat?" "Negative. Stay on station right here. If these positions let up, they could still overrun us. We're so thin on the ground, I think a platoon of Russians with night vision could kick our asses. Copy all. We'll keep watch on your flanks and report. We've got great thermal imagery with these freezing temps." Shank set the handset down. He saw the outline of Paulina approaching, her AK-47 held ready. He stepped out from behind the truck. "Hey, looks like he started." But she rushed forward and threw her arms around him in a tight, fierce hug. It sent a jolt of pain through his wounds. He imagined her injured arm was hurting too, but he hugged her back. He laughed, relieved by her obvious joy. Then he realized she was sobbing. He pulled back to look at her face. She turned away briefly before meeting his eyes again, wiping tears that left clean streaks on her grimy cheeks as she smiled. He lifted his good hand and brushed the tears away, mostly just smudging the dirt. But she leaned into his touch, appreciating the gentle contact. "You save many Polish today. You kill many Russians today." "I just called in the right people with the right tools," he said, and she hugged him again. Chapter 67. U.S. John Warner, 30 December. Commander Diana Del Vecchio sat with her executive officer in the wardroom, surrounded by laptops, nautical charts, papers, and laminated maps. Both officers were utterly exhausted. The John Warner's transit through the Tajura Trough had been a tense ordeal for everyone aboard, leaving the entire crew running on fumes. The acoustic deception near Mucha Island had provided some cover, but the relentless chase by Russian naval forces, the constant evasion, the piercing sonar sweeps, had left its mark on every face aboard. Commander Del Vecchio had guided the John Warner through hours of tense, bottom-hugging maneuvers without major incident. A few more distant depth charges had rumbled through the water in an attempt to force them out, but the submarine emerged otherwise unharmed. The ordeal had perhaps left the crew wiser, with a renewed, gritty trust in their captain's instincts and their own honed abilities to slip through a net of hunters, a Cold War art that had grown dull during years of perceived American undersea dominance. After a full day of silent, creeping progress and almost no rest for anyone, they had finally broken into the open waters of the Gulf of Aden. Yet the abrupt way the Russian ships and submarines broke off pursuit immediately struck Del Vecchio as suspicious. It felt tactical, as if they'd been summoned elsewhere. She risked ascending to raise the communications mast and contact fleet, and her hunch was confirmed. The entire surface and undersea group that had been hunting them had turned and was now steaming into the Indian Ocean. Fleet believed they were positioning themselves off the African coast, a clear move to block any American submarine from approaching close enough to shore to support the Marines assembling at Rima Hill. For the past hour, Diana Del Vecchio had been wrestling with that very problem, searching for a solution that seemed to slip further away with each passing minute. Maybe the sheer exhaustion she and her team were battling was clouding their judgment, she thought, reaching for her coffee thermos. Or maybe, she admitted silently, this puzzle simply had no good answer. The USS John Warner carried a dozen Tomahawk land attack missiles, formidable weapons capable of delivering a 1,000-pound high-explosive warhead or a cluster munition with precise accuracy. But their strength was against fixed targets. They flew to programmed GPS coordinates and detonated. Trying to hit a fast-moving armored brigade rolling toward friendly forces was a different game entirely. Del Vecchio could, of course, fire salvos of tomahawks toward the general area north of Rima Hill and just hope for a lucky strike on enemy armor or troops. But that would be a spectacularly expensive gamble, with each missile costing millions and the odds of doing real damage were vanishingly slim. Even if the Marines could provide exact coordinates launching from their current position, hundreds of miles out in the Indian Ocean presented another hurdle. While the Tomahawks had an impressive range, they traveled subsonically, and the long flight time would give the Russians ample warning to relocate any stationary assets. Firing those precious missiles blindly into the Kenyan landscape wouldn't save the Marines. It would only needlessly reveal the John Warner's position to the enemy. She took a long sip from her thermos, the bitter coffee doing little to clear the fog of fatigue. The caffeine jolt she desperately hoped for didn't come. Instead, a wave of grim resignation settled in. Finally, with a weary sigh, Del Vecchio looked up at her executive officer, her eyes rimmed with red. "I would move heaven and earth for those men," she said, her voice low and strained. "But I can't see a way to do it without gambling this boat and every soul on it." The XO met her gaze and gave a slow, understanding nod. "I'm with you, Captain. If there were a way to slip in close, like we managed back in Djibouti, I'd be the first to say go for it. But out here, the math just doesn't work." He paused, then added a thought that hadn't been in the original briefing. "It's like they've painted a giant keep-out sign on the whole coastline and they're sitting right on top of it." Commander Del Vecchio's small form seemed to shrink as she leaned forward, resting her elbows heavily on the table. "Fine. We'll reposition to 300 miles offshore. From that distance, the cruise missiles will take more than 30 minutes to reach the coast if they fly directly, even longer if we route them around the Russian fleet. It's our only option, but let's be honest, it's not going to make a real difference for the Marines on the ground." "We can't fix everything," the XO replied gently. "At least we cut off their fuel supply. That helped." Del Vecchio stayed silent. The executive officer rose from his chair. "I'll relay the orders, Commander. You should try to get some rest." She didn't lift her head or speak, only giving a slow nod, her face still buried in her hands. Southern Poland. December 30. Shank, Paulina, and their small team pulled back from the fighting just after midnight, driving to a nearby village. Riding a wave of confidence from the day's success, they knocked on the doors of 2 neighboring homes and asked for shelter. Both families welcomed them warmly. Paulina left to meet with territorial defense leaders and check on the wounded, but Shank stayed behind with 7 militia members in a cozy kitchen. The hosts brought out cold cuts, cheese, and wine, and soon the room was filled with lively conversation. Someone produced a bottle of vodka, and Jadek turned to Shank. "We say 2 J's Drowy, then we thump the glass and drink." Exhausted and aching, Shank had taken another painkiller and just wanted to lie down. But Jadek was persistent. "All right, maybe 1, Shank conceded. He raised his glass and mangled the toast. "Toje, drove," then gulped the vodka down, coughing as it burned his throat. The others laughed while Jadek clapped him on the back. Another bottle appeared, and before long the group was singing folk songs. As the night wore on, Shank's eyelids grew heavy. The woman of the house noticed her tired guest and quietly led him upstairs to a small bedroom, where he fell into a deep sleep. He woke in the dark hours, his hand itching beneath the cast. Sleep, he realized, wouldn't come easily for a long time. Soft moonlight filtered into the room, and in its glow he saw Paulina sitting on the edge of the bed watching him. "You sleep?" she asked. He blinked, unsure if he was dreaming. Sensing his confusion, she took his left arm gently and felt the bandages. "We changed these, yes." She reached for a small medical kit on the floor. Placing his arm in her lap, she began to carefully unwind the old wraps. Her touch was light against his skin. "I change. You rest." He let his head sink back into the pillow, watching her work in the silvery light. After a moment, she asked, "You like family?" It took him a second to understand she meant their hosts. "Yes, they were very kind." "So are you, Paulina." A faint smile touched her lips as she focused on rewrapping his arm. "Tomorrow men take you to Warsaw. From there you return to your Americans. Not safe to travel south now. Still too many Russians. What about you?" "I stay in south. Go east. Look for more Russians." When she finished with his arm, she examined the dressing over his injured eye. Her fingers traced the edges of the bandage softly. "This one must change too. It will hurt, okay?" "Can't wait," he said dryly. She paused, then smiled once more, catching his tone. Her movements were gentle and deliberate, not the practiced hands of a medic, but careful and tender, as if she wanted to get it right just for him. He could sense the war had forced her into grim actions, yet beneath that hardened exterior he recognized a deep well of compassion. She was a gentle soul thrust into combat without preparation, surviving by shielding her heart from the pain. Shank wasn't a therapist, but his whole military life had been war. A sudden intuition struck him. She had lost someone precious in this chaos. He lifted his hand and brushed her cheek, just like on the battlefield when he'd wiped her tears. She leaned into his touch, a quiet, almost feline comfort. This time, her own hand came up to clasp his, pressing it against her face. Shank blinked in surprise. The atmosphere in the room shifted, feeling strangely intentional. This wasn't really about his bandages. Perhaps she was just a young woman, drowning in the hatred and fear, desperately seeking a single night's refuge, a private escape she could never let her squad witness. Paulina pushed the covers aside and, with a careful tenderness, swung a leg over him, settling against his body. She brought her lips slowly to his, her warm breath a soft caress before they kissed. She moved her mouth to his ear and whispered, "Captain Vance, you showed so much odwaga today." She cradled his face in her hands, bracing her elbows on the bed, mindful of his injuries as she rested atop him. He knew that word. Outwaga. The same one her soldiers used for her. Courage. He hadn't considered it, but hearing it from her, a born leader, a warrior, it became the highest praise he'd ever known. Downstairs, the militia's laughter and songs swelled, the celebration growing louder and more raucous with the arrival of another crate of wine. Both above and below, the night hummed with the raw, electric joy of being alive. Mount Kenya. December 30. Mount Kenya rose as a colossal 17,000-foot peak, its lower slopes lush and green, thick with forests that climbed halfway up. The summit, however, stood bare, rugged, and crowned with snow. From inside the BTR-82A turret, Colonel General Lazar studied the distant, formidable peaks. In another lifetime, he would have relished the challenge of climbing them, of soaking in their grandeur. For hours, reconnaissance reports had streamed in, detailing American forces dispersed among the mountain's foothills. Their tactic was transparent to him. They were baiting him into a confrontation, knowing he'd see them as a threat to his rear if he tried to advance past them. And Lazar was certain more defenses would be waiting at the mine to the south. His satellites were now mapping their precise positions. A clever move, Marines, he thought. Dark clouds gathered around the distant peak, a promise of coming rain. He reached inside the vehicle for his poncho. "Dmitri, deploy the artillery. We will blast those Marines out of our way." Colonel Keir gave a sharp nod. "Immediately, sir, and ensure all air defense units are in line." These Americans put great faith in their air power. But we will strike them hard and send them fleeing, just as we did at Moyal. A little over 4 miles away, Apollo spat into his palms and rubbed them together, his energy revived by the physical labor. He lifted the pickaxe and drove it down, breaking free another section of the dense red earth. All along the line, other tools bit into the ground as the men worked urgently to fortify their positions. Clumps of red dirt had been shoveled into sandbags, stacked 3 deep cut brush and foliage were arranged for concealment. Apollo's unit had arrived in Africa, critically under-equipped, especially compared to the heavily armed Marines working alongside them. The disparity in gear was a constant, unspoken weight, fueling a quiet determination to prove their mettle with whatever they had. Every Marine appeared to be armed with an anti-tank weapon, and the rocky jungle ridgeline was dotted with medium and heavy machine guns spaced roughly every 30 feet. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly approached his position to see how he was holding up. "Captain, you all right? Prepared for what's coming?" "Yes, sir. The whole unit is ready." A faint buzzing sound from above caught Connolly's attention, and he glanced skyward. It took a second to spot it. He and Apollo noticed it simultaneously. A drone, one appeared. Then at least 4 others, each no larger than a yard across. They descended from the clouds, zipped from north to south, and then started to orbit. Neither the American nor the French forces had encountered an enemy drone before. Soldiers paused their digging to stare up. "Oh, hell," Connolly muttered. "Murd," Apollo echoed. "Those aren't ours. Those belong to the enemy. Everyone, get down!" A distant boom echoed, followed by 2 more. "Incoming!" shouted American and French sergeants up and down the line as the piercing scream of artillery shells tore through the air. The men scrambled for their fighting positions. Veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan among the French dragoons and U.S. Marines pressed themselves low, opening their mouths but covering their ears. They knew from hard experience that the overpressure from repeated concussive blasts could burst eardrums and make noses bleed. The ground trembled as precise Russian artillery fire hammered the rocky terrain around them. Deafening noise and shockwaves rolled over the men. In some spots, the earth heaved and fighting holes simply vanished. The drones had performed perfectly, delivering exact targeting data to their practiced artillery crews. Below in the foothills at the mountain's base, dense, dry thickets began to smoke and catch fire. General Lazar contacted the artillery line to commend their precise barrage. "The targeting coordinates we received were exceptionally accurate," reported one of the artillery captains. Colonel Borbikov sat beside Lazar, observing with a self-satisfied grin. "Excellent work. What's the ammunition status?" Lazar inquired. "We'll expend 20% of our allocated rounds unless you wish us to fire more." Lazar replied, "No, conserve the rest for the next engagement." "Well done." Borbikov leaned toward him. "Sir, that's a substantial force positioned in those foothills. If you authorized 33% of our ordnance, I'm confident we could eliminate those battalions, which would significantly weaken the defense of the mines when we—" Lazar turned sharply to Borbikov. "Who is responsible for the tactical plan here, Colonel Borbikov?" "Sir, you are. I only meant, and are you implying your Spetsnaz background makes you an artillery expert? Tell me, what caliber of artillery do you and your men carry when you parachute or fast rope from helicopters?" Borbikov seethed. "I am merely suggesting we capitalize on this." Lazar shifted to the artillery captain, who stared rigidly ahead, horrified to be caught between President Rivkin's favorite officer and Russia's most decorated general. "Captain," Lazar stated, "you have your orders." "Understood, sir. 20%, then we cease fire." The captain departed the command post. Borbikov spun on his heel and stalked out as well. The moment the artillery barrage ended, a lengthy column of Russian BTR-82 armored vehicles sped south along a rugged dirt track, then fanned out left and right, jolting onto the rough ground while maintaining a surprising speed. A Marine Lav Tau gunner was the first to see them and radioed the company command post. He and his Tau section had an unobstructed view and requested firing authority. The Lav company executive officer looked to Connolly for guidance. Both men were crouched inside a sandbagged dugout that had been hastily constructed as their command post. The final hour of shelling had left the 24 men in the trench with a persistent ringing in their ears, and more than a few were still reeling from the concussive force. Most of the Russian artillery, however, had fallen closer to the forward line, sparing this small command post from anything worse than rattled nerves. "They have permission to engage," Connolly stated. A moment before the Lav company's executive officer gave the formal go-ahead, almost instantly, a wave of TOW-2 missiles arced over the verdant hills, racing toward the enemy vehicles advancing across the lower ground. Moments later, 5 BTR-82s were transformed into scattered, burning wreckage. Upon receiving confirmation, Connolly pressed his radio handset. "Oddball, this is Grizzly. You are cleared to initiate the assault." As the Russian column had pushed south along Kenyan Highway A2, they deployed their reconnaissance drones to scout the Marine positions. The telltale dust plumes from moving vehicles and the freshly turned earth of hasty fortifications were plain to see at the base of Mount Kenya, and these images were swiftly integrated into the Russian assault plan. What the aerial drones missed entirely was the deep, meandering wadi carved through the flatlands before the foothills. This seasonal riverbed was dry at the moment, shrouded by a dense thicket of brush and trees, its sandy floor offering the ideal concealment for a company of Marine Corps M1A2 tanks. The mobile LAV units on the higher ground had served as the lure. Now, as the BTRs surged forward to engage them, the tanks roared out of their hidden positions along the enemy's western flank, unleashing a devastating volley from their 120mm cannons. These Marine tanks weren't the latest models fielded by the Army, but the Russians were completely fixated on the entrenched line ahead, oblivious to the heavily camouflaged armor on their flank, until the first massive rounds began to find their marks. The opening salvo from the 14 American tanks caught Lazar's 1st Regiment in a brutal enfilade. 10 BTRs were engulfed in fire as high-explosive shells tore directly into their thinner-skinned troop compartments. The Marine Abrams crews reloaded and fired again, this time advancing toward the Russian formation. Traversing the rugged, broken terrain west of the mountain made their main gun fire less precise, but their second volley still registered 6 hits and 5 more kills. From an observation post 10 kilometers away, Colonel General Boris Lazar watched through his scope and immediately understood he had driven his forces into an ambush. His response, however, was just as swift. He ordered his 2nd Brigade, still advancing south on the A2, into the fight. They maneuvered their BTRs off the road and, in a practiced combat drill, fanned out into a line charging over the rough ground with a speed that even the U.S. tanks couldn't match. Then, with a chilling coordination, every other vehicle launched one of the new Saddleback Cornet anti-tank missiles from its modified turret, sending a series of jerking, fiery streaks across the open plain toward the Marine tanks. The alternating vehicles fired smoke dischargers, laying down a thick, obscuring screen to mask their advance. 3 of the Marine M1A2s were struck on their flanks by the Russian missiles. 2 of the hit tanks catastrophically exploded as their onboard ammunition cooked off, flames shooting from open hatches. The 3rd took a crippling blow to its turret, which seized up instantly, its gun barrel left drooping and nearly severed from the hull. That tank kept rolling with its comrades, but it was effectively out of action. The remaining armor weathered the missile storm, and the company pressed forward, driving and firing directly into the heart of Lazar's 1st Regiment, methodically eliminating armored carriers with each successive volley, 8 Cobra attack helicopters swept in low from the western horizon, skimming the dense canopy of the jungle flatlands. Their sudden barrage of missiles, rockets, and cannon fire pinned down the advancing elements of the 1st Regiment, creating a crucial window. This covering fire allowed the beleaguered Marine M1A2 tanks to disengage from the rear assault and accelerate southeast, putting distance between themselves and the persistent chase of Lazar's 2nd Regiment. Pour more artillery onto their defensive positions, Keir, Lazar bellowed, striding through the command post toward the colonel, who stood beside the field radios. Keir straightened up from a map table, spotting his general through the cluster of officers. "The Americans are in full retreat," Keir reported as Lazar arrived. "All reconnaissance and drone feeds confirm it. Their marine line has shattered. They're driving south, back toward the mining complex." Lazar leaned over the map, his expression skeptical. Is it a retreat or a calculated withdrawal? "This feels like a classic hit and run. Keep 2nd Regiment pressing them hard." "Understood, sir." "But the farther they stretch our pursuit, the more lethal those Cobras become. They're already chewing up our lead elements in 1st Regiment." "I know the cost. Maintain pursuit with what 2nd Regiment can manage. We will follow. Push the ZSU anti-air batteries forward. Take down every Cobra you can. Each helicopter we destroy today is one less we face tomorrow at the mine. The Americans don't have an infinite supply." For a moment, a grim, almost sarcastic smile touched his lips. "Perhaps they're learning that retreat is cheaper than replacement." "Yes, General. And after that, then we halt. We assess. We walked straight into a trap with those tanks. Our next moves require careful thought, not reckless speed." Connolly monitored the surviving Marine tanks in his rear view as the column of laves raced south along a narrow jungle track toward the final defensive line at the mines. Occasional long-range Cornet missiles from Russian BTRs streaked past, impacting trees and roadway, sometimes finding an American vehicle. The remaining M1's turrets reversed, kept up a steady reply with 120mm rounds against their pursuers. Russian artillery shells rained down around the tanks, yet somehow the Abrams weaved through the storm of fire untouched. After 20 nerve-shredding minutes of fighting withdrawal, the American force finally broke clear, reaching the paved B6 highway where they could increase speed toward the mine. Word came from Castor's intel officer that the Russians had halted their chase at the jungle's edge. Connolly felt no relief, only the certainty of a temporary pause. Lazar would regroup and then begin a deliberate, overwhelming advance toward Mrima Hill. Chapter 68. Belarusian-Polish border, 30 December. Colonel General Sabaneyev stood beside his Gaz Tiger infantry vehicle, a dusting of snow on his shoulders and helmet, watching the final T-14 tank cross from Poland back into Belarus. He allowed himself a quiet, internal breath of relief, though his face showed nothing to the staff around him. The tanks from the combat battalions had proven themselves. The mission was accomplished, and now the once pristine machines bore the brutal marks of war, deep scrapes and massive dents from the urban fighting in Wrocław, thick crusts of field mud, and on nearly every vehicle, the pockmarks and ragged gashes of RPG hits, machine gun fire, and 120mm tank rounds that exposed raw steel beneath the paint. A long line of BTRs began crossing the bridge next, weary infantrymen hitching a grateful ride on the armor. Sabaneyev and his staff, having already crossed, observed the procession from a small hill outside Brest as the columns of men and machines filed past. As the column trudged onward, a T-14 rolled past, its turret completely gone. A handful of infantrymen clung to its hull, transforming the sophisticated battle tank into little more than a crude, overbuilt personnel carrier. The turret had been ripped away in combat, a victim of the catastrophic jack-in-the-box effect from an internal explosion. Such a blast usually killed everyone inside instantly, but sometimes, as with this machine, the chassis remained drivable. Inside its cramped hull, the grim evidence of its former crew often remained. For the weary soldiers hitching a ride, however, men who had seen too much, this wreck was just a blessed respite from the endless march. Watching the pitiful vehicle lumber by, Sabanaya felt a cold clarity. This tank was a stark symbol that their role had reversed. They were no longer the hunters, the wolves on the attack. Now they were the prey, broken and retreating after a string of devastating battles. He gripped Colonel Smirnov's arm. "Felix, order that unit off that tank immediately, letting the men see that wreck is poison for morale." "Sir, for those men, it's the only alternative to walking. If I make them abandon it, their entire company's pace will slow to a crawl. I don't care if they have to crawl every inch back to Moscow, Felix. We are in friendly territory now, and we must plan the next phase. We will establish a defensive line at the border. I want those Yankees and their Polish lapdogs to pay a final bloody price. We will fire across the border when the enemy appears, inflict maximum damage with whatever shells we have left, and then continue our withdrawal into Russia. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," the operations officer replied, knowing better than to argue. "I will arrange for one final engagement, then the retreat." "Good. And have that damaged tank driven into the woods and abandoned." It's an eyesore. Eduard Sabaneyev stormed off toward his boomerang to issue new commands to Colonel Dryagin. "Trudging through knee-deep snow is also terrible for morale, General," Smirnov muttered under his breath, watching him go. On the eastern bank of the Bug River, concealed within a thicket of pine trees, a fully intact platoon of 4 T-14 Armatas waited in a broad line. The massive vehicles were caked in a frozen mixture of black mud and snow. Their platoon commander, a lieutenant, savored a cup of coffee brewed by his crew using a steel pot placed on the engine's exhaust manifold. It wasn't the usual bitter military swill. This coffee had been liberated by his platoon mechanic from a Polish farmhouse during their chaotic advance across the frozen fields between Gorlitz and Wrocław. "Damn that city," the lieutenant thought, sipping the rich brew and idly picking at a clump of frozen moss clinging to his tank's hull. His platoon sergeant approached, snapping him from his thoughts. The lieutenant quickly dropped the moss, grabbed a handful of the black muck instead, and squeezed it thoughtfully, not wanting to be caught daydreaming. The sergeant nodded toward the vehicle. "That Polish muck is going to be a nightmare to scrub out of the turret ring, sir." The commander grunted in agreement. "Yes, we'll need a pressure washer once we're back on the heated maintenance bays in Smolensk." "Any word on how long we're sitting here, sir?" "Orders are to engage the Americans and Poles as they approach the border and the western side of the bridge. We fire from this position as long as there are targets and we have ammunition to hit them." A cynical, weary smile touched his lips. With a little luck, the arrogant Americans will be feeling bold and decide to stand and fight. Then we'll show them exactly what a mistake that was. The platoon commander glanced back as another crew maneuvered a gutted tank, its turret completely gone, into the tree line. He recognized the men from a neighboring company he'd trained with months ago. He hadn't witnessed the hit himself back in Wrocław, but the story had spread quickly. A Polish militia team positioned in a high window had taken them out with a single AT-4 rocket, sending the turrets spinning into the air. He imagined that mangled piece of metal would probably end up as some kind of grim war memorial for the locals. The sight of the turretless hull was a sobering reminder of their vulnerability. At least it could offer the infantry some cover. He mused bitterly. As the crew restarted their own engine, he lunged to secure the coffee pot teetering on the back deck before it toppled into the snow. They rumbled to a halt on the Belarusian bank of the Bug River, not far from the elevated auto bridge. From here, they had an unobstructed view across the icy water to the Polish fields and forests on the opposite side. Perfect tank country, he thought, with a grim sense of irony. This was the stage they'd prepared for. Once the vehicle stopped, the lieutenant hauled himself onto the slick armor of his T-14 Armata. Around him, soldiers hastily gathered pine branches and brush to break up the tank's outlines against the winter landscape. He dropped back into the open turret, flicked several switches to life, and listened as the infrared sight's cooling system began to whir. The backup generator thrummed to life behind him, providing auxiliary power. Pressing his face against the rubber eye cups, he called out, "Turret rotating," as a warning before swinging the main gun to scan the horizon. Through the sight, he zoomed in on the Polish side. A lone Czech-made Škoda Octavia was visible, cruising obliviously along Highway 698 about 3 kilometers away, its driver completely unaware of the deadly theater being set up around him. The lieutenant pulled on his padded winter helmet and keyed the intercom. "Driver." After a moment of fumbling, the driver's voice crackled back, "Yes, sir." "Start the engines for 15 minutes, then shut them down. We need them cold enough to disappear from enemy thermal scans. We'll seal up and run the heaters for a bit. But get ready, it's going to get very cold in here while we wait." "Understood." "Gunner, you copy?" "Copy, sir," replied the gunner, who had just clambered in through the top hatch, clumps of snow from his boots scattering across the metal deck. He pulled on his helmet and switched channels to relay the orders to the rest of the platoon. A deep, guttural rumble shook the tank as the massive engine roared to life. The lieutenant reached into an empty machine gun ammo can bolted behind his seat, pulling out a notepad and pen. "Gunner, break out your pad and start our range card. See that frozen pond at roughly 2 kilometers, bearing 240. Confirmed, I have it. Mark that as your center point and find me clear reference points to the left and right. I expect the enemy to come up that main east-west highway before fanning out into the fields. I'm going to check our line and get the platoon's position sketched out. Make sure the other crews are working on their cards, too." "On it, sir," the gunner said, taking over the dual control pads to stare intently through the sights, memorizing every fold in the terrain. The lieutenant heaved himself up out of the turret, back into the biting air, and dropped into the snow. He then began a slow, methodical walk toward his 3 other tanks, his breath forming clouds in the frigid silence. This was it. Their final demonstration of what facing a real army meant, not the ragged insurgents they'd fought in desert sands half a world away. Let them get a taste of that difference now. Every time he approached a tank, he would knock on the hatch and lean in to speak with the commander inside. Each crew handed over their range card, which sketched out their vehicle's position relative to the rest of the platoon and outlined their assigned sector. The lieutenant then returned to his own tank, piecing together these individual diagrams into a single cohesive fire plan. He reviewed this sketch with the company commander when he arrived shortly after. That plan was then passed up to the battalion commander, where all the platoon and company drawings were merged into the battalion's complete defensive layout. The final map was a detailed web of trigger lines, fallback positions, resupply routes, and a wealth of tactical information, everything a commander needed to make decisions and leverage his unit's full strength against the enemy. Once the work was finished and every tank along the riverbank was dug in and ready, the men simply gazed westward, waiting for the Americans and Germans who had made their lives so difficult these past few days to finally show up. Marima Hill, Kenya, December 30. Sergeant Casillas guided the driver of the light-armored vehicle up the narrow, muddy track toward regimental headquarters. The lab's antennas whipped against the overhanging jungle branches as they climbed the steep incline. Standing in the turret, Connolly repeatedly ducked to avoid getting his helmet knocked off, muttering silent curses at Casillas for what felt like a personal vendetta against his skull. Over the vehicle's intercom, Casillas's voice crackled, picking up on his lieutenant colonel's irritation. "Sir, I specifically instructed the driver to aim for every branch on the way up." Connolly's tension eased. The sergeant's dry humor was a reminder that his crew was just following orders and doing it well. He had told them to get him to the command post as fast as possible, and they were certainly accomplishing that. This old road had seen better days. Originally cut to service a copper mine on the hill's northern slope, it had fallen into disrepair after the mine shut down. Now, with newer roads leading to the main rare earth metal pit, the jungle was aggressively reclaiming this forgotten path. The passage of numerous regimental vehicles hadn't helped, tearing down large limbs and leaving the track rutted and littered with debris. If the Russians don't get us, Connolly thought wryly, this insane drive just might. The Mr. Hill mining complex sat atop the densest part of the forest, nestled in a natural saddle between two peaks. Centuries of erosion, combined with relentless digging in piles of mining waste, had formed a deep bowl-like depression. This double-ridged terrain offered some natural protection for the regiment's command post. The surrounding foliage was a chaotic mix of dense thickets, scrub brush, and tightly packed broadleaf trees. The mine itself was now virtually deserted. News of the looming Russian assault had spread rapidly, prompting all employees and nearby villagers to evacuate. The Kenyan military had pulled out as well, though the French Foreign Legion troops assigned to protect the site had stayed behind. There was a clear political calculus at work. Kenya was keen to maintain decent relations with the Russians, who many believed would inevitably seize control of the mine. Plenty of the Kenyan soldiers had wanted to stand their ground, but as with Borbikov's unit years before, orders from above were not up for debate. The whole situation left Connolly with a bitter taste, a familiar frustration with the gap between the fight on the ground and the decisions made far away from it. The Foreign Legion detachment numbered just 200, yet their value to the Marines was immense. Their familiarity with the terrain made them indispensable advisors for strengthening the base's fortifications. 3 battalions of Marine infantry were now entrenched, securing the northern, eastern, and western approaches. To the south, a vast swamp was deemed impassable, a domain of venomous snakes, towering cranes, and lurking hippos, but legionnaires were posted there regardless, maintaining a vigilant watch. Mrima Hill was flanked by 2 siblings, Marenje, 6 kilometers to the southwest, and Jombo, 7 kilometers to the northwest. While Mrima was the largest, the adjacent peaks were crucial terrain, prompting the Marines to establish outposts on both. As Sergeant Casillas parked near the mine entrance, the array of Humvees, light armored vehicles, and entrenched artillery batteries showed Connolly just how industrious the regiment had been during his efforts to delay the Russian advance up north. Stepping from the armored vehicle, he was immediately immersed in the urgent symphony of preparation, the constant scrape of shovels, the crack of branches being cut for camouflage, and the sharp rebukes of NCOs pushing their Marines to dig faster and build smarter. These men had clearly not rested since their arrival. The corporals and sergeants were driving them hard, knowing the plan was to let Lazar's brigade stumble upon their concealed positions only at point-blank range, forcing a brutal close-quarters fight. Connolly left his LAV and made for the entrance of an old horizontal mine shaft cut into the northern slope about 2/3 up the hill. This tunnel was a relic from a copper mining operation that had ceased long before rare earth minerals became the prize. Now those rems were extracted from a massive open-pit mine atop the hill's saddle. Outside the abandoned copper shaft stood a cluster of weathered 1- and 2-story shacks, which, along with the cavernous space just inside the tunnel mouth, now served as the 5th Marine Regiment's command post. Years ago, when the Russians controlled this area, they had headquartered in the sturdy cinder block buildings of the active REM mine, nearly a kilometer behind and above the Marines' current location. The hope was that Lazar would assume his enemy had simply occupied those same obvious structures, a mistake that might keep the regimental HQ hidden a little longer. The rusted skeletons of mining equipment and long idle cranes were now playgrounds for a troop of Sykes's monkeys, who chattered and scampered across the metal, watching the humans with curious eyes. A few bold Marines, despite warnings, sneakily tossed them scraps of food. Connolly shook his head, knowing it was only a matter of time before some eager private tried to pet one and got a nasty bite. Honestly, a monkey bite was probably the least of their worries if they were stuck here for weeks. He'd seen it before. Once boredom took hold, Marines could get creative in all the wrong ways. He still remembered having to dismantle an illicit fighting ring in Iraq where someone had pitted a snake against a scorpion. Thankfully, the relentless activity here, driven by the NCOs, seemed to be keeping that particular brand of madness at bay. His eyes then found the unit's guidon, the small pennant of the Fighting Fifth, flapping proudly in the open. Its presence was a clear signal. Colonel Castor was in, not out, inspecting the lines. Dan flagged down a group of Marines moving past and asked if they knew where the command post was located. They barely slowed, offering a quick salute before gesturing toward the mine entrance, then hurried on their way. Dan quickly understood their haste. Just outside the rocky opening, a regimental supply team had established a full field kitchen, the smell of hot food drawing a steady stream of men. Watching them queue up with their trays, Connolly turned and stepped into the horizontal shaft. Within 10 feet, the temperature dropped noticeably. A welcome change, though the air remained thick, damp, and oppressively warm. The tunnel was carved from solid rock, giving the impression of a formidable, durable shelter. Yet, despite its sturdiness, Connolly couldn't shake a grim historical parallel. The memory of American forces on Corregidor during World War II, who also sought refuge in tunnels, only to be surrounded, starved out, and ultimately forced to surrender. He pushed the thought aside, hoping for a far better outcome here. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, leaving the floor slick with mud and filling the air with a damp, mineral smell. Deeper in, another odor assaulted him, the sharp, ammonia-like stench of bat guano. Overhead, disturbed by the activity below, swarms of black fruit bats swirled in a confused mass, surging toward the daylight, only to wheel back into the darkness, their chaotic flight creating a living vortex just beneath the rock. About 200 feet in, the shaft widened into a cleared area where headquarters staff had set up folding tables and chairs. Battle maps, sectioning the surrounding jungle into sectors, were pinned against the stone walls. The fires officer, working with battalion teams, had meticulously marked these maps with aviation attack routes, artillery holding areas, defensive positions, and pre-planned targets, all anticipating where Russian forces might gather before an assault. Nearby, a row of radiomen worked intently at their tables, the beeps static, and overlapping chatter from their speakers reverberating in the cavernous space. Bundles of antenna cables bound with tape snaked along the floor and up toward the mine entrance, connecting to equipment outside. This electronic din was joined by the distant rhythmic thumps and shouts from a battery of Marine Corps howitzers being emplaced nearby. With no better storage available, Marines formed a human chain, hauling artillery shells into the mine for safekeeping. Dan absorbed the organized chaos, then dropped his pack in an out-of-the-way corner, acutely aware he still felt like a newcomer. Spotting Colonel Castor, he made his way over. "Dan," the colonel said, clapping him on the shoulder with a warmth that felt genuine. "Good to see you back intact. You bought us critical time, and the battalions have dug in well. Now the hard part starts. Thank you, sir. The lair and tank crews deserve the credit. How's the setup here?" The sergeant major and I checked each battalion. They're as ready as they can be under the circumstances. I hope I can still be useful in the fight, sir. Absolutely right here with me and Mikhail. I need you helping coordinate the battle. Grab a seat, and we'll bring you up to speed. Connolly joined Eric Mikhail at the map table. Both men looked wearier than their years, faces etched with the strain of combat and sleepless nights. Mikhail offered a tired but welcoming smile. "You look like hell, Marine." Connolly dragged a damp towel across his face, clearing away the sweat and dust as Mikhail laid out the strategy. The plan from Colonel Castor was to defend every sector by throwing everything they had into the fight. It was a solid defensive setup, but Connolly could see the glaring truth. Their lines were stretched paper-thin. As Mikhail described what amounted to a last stand, a fleeting image of the Alamo popped into Connolly's head. He immediately shook it off, thinking, what a lousy time for a history lesson. Chapter 69, Southern Kenya. 30 December. A formation of 22 Antonov An-26 transports drifted low and slow over Tsavo West National Park. Only a handful of park rangers and a few bewildered tourists on safari noticed their passage. Their route had taken them through Ugandan airspace, skirting Lake Victoria before a brief refueling stop in Entebbe. That pause gave the 880 Russian paratroopers of the 23rd Air Assault Regiment a precious chance to move their stiff legs after nearly half a day in the air. Now inside the lead aircraft, a red light switched to green. 40 men clipped their static lines to the steel cable running the cabin's length, each soldier giving the gear of the man ahead a final check. With the flash of the green light, they knew they were over the drop zone, a stretch of open plains just a couple hours' drive northwest of Mrima Hill. One by one, they plunged into the sky. Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov, the battalion commander, jumped with the second wave. The landscape unfolding below matched the maps he'd studied relentlessly since receiving his orders. As he swayed under his canopy, he let go of his risers briefly to tap his radio and map pouch. No sign yet of the U.S. Marines or French forces he'd been briefed on, but he knew they were out there digging into the South. The arrogance of the Americans was almost amusing. They still seemed to believe no one could challenge their air dominance and rapid deployment. Well, the 76th Guards Division had more than enough muscle to prove them wrong. On his shoulder, Fedulov wore the patch of his unit, a lion beneath a golden parachute. It was a symbol born in the inferno of Stalingrad, and wearing it filled him with a fierce pride. He glanced at his men drifting down through wispy clouds toward the dark green earth. For most of them, facing Americans was the culmination of a career's worth of anticipation. Every officer in the Guards had devoured U.S. military doctrine and academy, hungering for a chance to test themselves against the West's so-called superior forces. Outmatching the Marines was the very scenario they had trained for. Fedulov watched his first wave already touching down as he himself hung 150 meters up. He swung his rifle forward, aiming downward as trained, scanning for any ground fire. With his other hand, he keyed his radio using the call sign for the Spetsnaz officer who had requested them. "Center 1, this is Kilowatt 11. How do you read?" The reply was instant. "Kilowatt 11, Center 1. Reading you clear. We are receiving your first wave. Any issues?" "Negative, Cent. I am in the second wave." The ground rushed up, now just 50 meters below, calmly. He stowed the handset, adjusted his rifle, and yanked the release cord for his gear bag. The heavy bag dropped away, and for a moment he felt a familiar weightless bounce, a brief updraft as he shed the burden, leaving him suspended, ready for the impact of the earth and the fight to come. The sudden drop from the aircraft twisted the guts of the new recruits, sending several retching over their boots before they'd even risen a dozen yards. The veterans knew the drill, tightening their cores as they released their gear bags to fight the sickening swirl of the so-called vomit pockets. They'd also learned to dodge the puke rockets, unfortunate gifts from the men above. The Russian paratrooper commander hit the dirt hard, his knees buckling on impact. Like every man in the second wave, he swiftly unbuckled his chute, coiled the lines, and stuffed them into the canopy. As he worked his helmet loose and tugged at the straps of the heavy gear bag he'd dropped earlier, a figure approached, the collar insignia marking a Spetsnaz colonel. Fedulov shouldered his pack and snapped to attention at the perfect moment, tilting his head in a crisp salute. "Comrade Colonel!" Colonel Borbikov returned the gesture. "Welcome to Africa!" As briefed, your unit will not be part of the initial assault on the mine. You will be inserted once American defenses are breached and their heavy weapons neutralized. Your task is the close quarters cleanup. Afterwards, your battalion will reinforce perimeter security. Understood, Comrade Colonel. My men are prepared. Good, form them up. Once assembled, we move out. I am eager to see Mrima Hill again. It will be a victorious return, sir. We will not disappoint. Polish-Belarusian border, 30 December. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant had hoped to reach the border with enough twilight to glimpse the Russians retreating eastward. But by 7 in the evening, the darkness was absolute. His tank was third in line as they approached the crossing and the automobile bridge spanning the Bug River. Standing tall in the turret, he scanned the shadows left and right, searching for any sign of trouble. They were still a kilometer out. But the last week had honed his nerves to a razor's edge. Every signal from the Russians suggested they just wanted to stumble back across the Belarusian border and escape the fighting. Yet Grant couldn't shake a nagging suspicion of a farewell surprise, a mined road, a mortar barrage, or a few parting tank shells lobbed across the river. He keyed his mic to ask Anderson if the thermals showed anything on the far bank, but the night suddenly erupted into day before his eyes. The lead tank vanished in a fireball, its turret catapulting skyward. "Jesus Christ! That's Parsons's tank, sir!" His driver, Sergeant Franco, yelled. The ammunition inside the shattered Abrams began cooking off in a series of violent detonations. "Driver, reverse now! Don't stare at it! Just get us out of here!" Franco threw the M1A2 into reverse, and the heavy machine lurched backward. "Take us behind that hill, near the pond to the front left." With skilled urgency, Franco guided the steel beast off the road and across the snow-dusted fields, following Grant's commands. More enemy tank rounds cratered the frozen ground around them. Grant ducked low, peering out with just his eyes above the hatch rim as the sky lit up with streaking tracers in garish colors. Exposed this far forward in the column, he felt a sharp, professional shame. This was a commander's blunder. The radio exploded with frantic voices as the Abrams tanks, once orderly en route 2, scattered left and right to evade the incoming fire. Grant barked orders, directing them north and south toward the scant cover of woods or terrain folds. Franco drove with reckless speed, swerving toward the pond and a modest hill that offered a sliver of protection. The cannon fire from the east did not let up. A tank shell exploded just 100 feet ahead of Grant's Abrams, throwing snow and earth into the sky. Fighting to keep his own vehicle steady in the chaos, he heard the operations officer relay the first damage assessments. 3 tanks gone, completely wrecked. Then a deafening impact rocked Grant's hull. He flinched, but the enemy's heat round had merely glanced off the armored front slope as they rolled behind the cover of a hill. 2 more M1s surged over the crest and halted near his position. Through the gun sights, Sergeant Anderson reported the hill now blocked his view. "Did you get a visual on any enemy positions before we took cover?" Grant asked. "Negative, sir. They were perfectly hidden, but they were dug in across the river in the Belarusian tree line." Damn it, how did we roll right into this? As transmissions from the lead company crackled over the net, outlining their temporary defensive setups, Grant's gunner waited for a break. "Sir, they know we can't cross into Belarus. They just sat on the far side and waited for us to come into range." Grant scanned to his right, then back toward the junction of Route 698 and Route 2. 3 vehicles were burning. One M1A2's main gun was pointed absurdly skyward. Its barrel split open, a sure sign of an internal detonation. The other 2 were engulfed in flames. Ammunition popping off every few seconds. Anger boiled up in him. He never should have pushed so far forward without his proper command vehicles, which had far more reliable communications. From this lead tank, he'd be lucky if half the regiment could even hear him. After a quick survey of the visible terrain, he dropped back inside. "Sergeant Anderson, pass me the map." The map was handed up to the commander's station. Grant studied it, his jaw tight. After a moment, he muttered, "If these bastards want a battle, they'll get one." He switched his radio channel. "Brad, this is the CO. Do you copy?" The reply was faint, crackling with static. "I copy, sir. We're getting the regimental command post set up now. Radios are operational tense, and maps are ready when you are just starting to receive casualty reports. Understood. Send a Humvee to extract me back to the CP. I'm all the way up at the riverbank. We'll figure out our next move from there." "Roger that, sir. I'll dispatch a vehicle immediately." Grant hurried into the makeshift command post, a cluster of Humvees with tarps stretched between them, antennas bristling in every direction, soldiers busy at radios and maps. He moved beside his operations officer, who was hastily pulling charts from a large case. Grant watched as maps of Poland were tossed aside and a map of Belarus was unfolded. He noticed it wasn't a standard military chart. It was a civilian road map from a travel guide. The distant, continuous thunder of tank and artillery fire served as a grim soundtrack, a reminder that American and Russian armor were still trading blows, though the U.S. forces now had some protection from the low hills and woods on the Polish side of the river. Inside the hasty Tactical Operations Center, radios buzzed with updates from battalion commanders. Grant listened as the staff processed requests and shifted pins on the maps, coordinating small unit maneuvers to gain better ground. A radioman rushed over. "Sir, we have satellite comms back to NATO." He held a small military speaker. "We're not certain who's on the other end." Grant stared at the speaker for a beat, then said something that left every nearby soldier frozen. "Unplug it." The radioman was confused. "Sir, it's someone from NATO headquarters." "They asked to speak with you directly." "I heard you. Unplug it." The young soldier complied, his face a mask of disbelief. Grant turned toward Brad Spillane. "We have a short window to finalize this. I need everything structured clearly, so I'm asking for your perspective." "Understood. What's the position from NATO?" "They won't approve my next move, and I'm not giving them a chance to veto it." After a brief radio exchange with his scout platoon leaders, Grant moved back to the map table, rejoining the circle of officers he'd called from their units. He didn't resemble a regimental commander in the slightest, more like a weary auto mechanic who'd just discovered the engine was beyond repair and had to deliver the grim diagnosis. "I've reached a decision, one that will likely end with me facing a court-martial when we get home." His posture was weary. His Nomex combat uniform, stained with blood, grime, caked mud, and salt rings from sweat, mirroring the exhaustion and defeat in his eyes. "I require your counsel. I need your approval or your refusal to be associated with it." He paused, struggling for the right words. Captain Spillane broke the silence. "You're asking us to push forward, sir, to cross into Belarus, to complete the mission." Grant gave a slow nod. "That's exactly what I'm asking." "They broke the ceasefire again by firing on us from across the border. I intend to return the gesture and chase those bastards all the way back to Moscow if that's what it takes." Major Blas Ott, the German liaison, was taken aback. "You plan to attack into Belarusian territory?" "Absolutely, Blas. They won't cease firing, so neither will we. I'd classify our current status as hot pursuit, and I have no intention of disengaging." A heavy silence filled the tent until Ott spoke again. "You are my commanding officer. You issue the order, and I will follow it." A faint, determined smile touched his lips. "Then let's move. If the Russians manage to break contact, this becomes far more difficult to explain." The other leaders nodded their agreement. Grant added, "I've been coordinating with my scouts. There's a potential crossing point over the river to the north that could allow us to flank the Russian positions." Chapter 70. Southern Kenya, December 30. General Lazar's command tent had been pitched 20 kilometers north of Mrima Hill, within the dusty bed of a seasonal stream that cut through the jungle on the flat plain. Rousing from a short sleep in his armored vehicle, he stepped out and made his way to the tent, now buzzing with focused activity. Inside, a young sergeant handed him a cup of tea, which he drank scalding hot despite the 80-degree night and the oppressive sweat-soaked humidity. He spotted Colonel Kier by the radio operators. "Dmitri, where is Colonel Borbikov?" "He departed just a short while ago with a team of his Spetsnaz," Kier replied. "They stated they were going to survey the new artillery positions being established now." Lazar stood quietly for a long moment. His words came out flat, hovering between observation and suspicion. "Special Forces personnel going to inspect an artillery park." I confess, sir, I found it puzzling. He requested the grid coordinates and left with his men. I tell you, Dmitri, nothing good will come of this latest development. The general's tone was uncharacteristically grim. Yes, Comrade General, Keir answered, then hesitated. Forgive me, but I am not certain what you are referring to. Walk with me outside. For a leader who typically operated in full view, pulling a senior officer aside for a private word was unusual enough to draw glances from the staff and the command post. Once they were in the dark, away from listening ears, Lazar said, "We were mauled at the port and lost a significant portion of our armor. That damned flanking assault carved a hole right through the 1st Regiment. We are left with 3 infantry regiments, all under strength. We still hold numerical and firepower superiority over the Americans, but they are dug into defensive terrain." Keir offered a counterpoint. Our intelligence assesses them as no more than a single reinforced regiment. We have 3 battered, but 3, and our BTRs outperform most of their LAVs. Only their handful of tanks present a serious. Lazar cut him off. Of course, I know all of this. My worry isn't the Americans, then. What is troubling you, sir? Yuri Borbikov is a loose cannon, and I cannot rein him in. He has Anatoly Rivkin's backing. I do not trust the colonel, and I am certain he has his own agenda. Keir tilted his head slightly. He has paratroopers to support the final assault, but you were already aware of that. I'm referring to the nuclear artillery shells to act as a deterrent against a counterattack after we secure the mine. They must be positioned at the core and linked to a single timed detonator. Keir was aware of the shells. Lazar had informed him, but his orders were to keep silent. When he offered no response, the general continued. We capture the mine, Borbikov establishes his absurd nuclear posturing, and then we are supposedly secure, according to the plan. He paused, his gaze sharpening. But if we fail to take the mines, what do you suppose he will do then? I cannot say. If the only tool you own is a hammer, Dmitri, you start seeing every problem as a nail. Keir stared, the implications settling over him like a cold fog. Are you suggesting that if we fail, he will detonate them? Lazar gave a weary shrug. To truly render Myrma Hill unusable for a century, he would need to deliver those warheads deep behind marine lines, a near impossibility. But if defeat is staring him in the face, I know him. He will launch those shells from a distance and rain them down on the Americans anyway. Keir, who never swore in the general's presence, felt the word escape his lips. Hell, that explains why a Spetsnaz colonel is personally inspecting the artillery batteries. Lazar placed a firm hand on the younger officer's shoulder, his expression grave. So you see, we must win. Not just for the motherland, but to save the world from a madman's pride. He offered a thin, humorless smile that did nothing to lighten the mood. The Americans have a carrier group that will be within range in under 48 hours. Therefore, we strike now from 3 axes. We hammer them with artillery on one flank, then advance on the other 2. They have decent firepower, some air support, but we hold the initiative. They are stationary. We are fluid in a battle of fixed positions. The defender always cracks. Did I not drill this into your head at the academy? You did, Comrade General, only. This feels different. It is not. We will split their focus. In my judgment, the Americans have forgotten how to fight a conventional war after decades of counterinsurgency. We will present the Marines and their French comrades with an impossible choice. Where does their commander allocate his handful of aircraft? Until that carrier arrives, he only has the few jets aboard the Boxer. His sortie rate is low, and if he commits them piecemeal, our air defenses will shred them. Where does he place his anti-tank missiles? We identify the launchers and destroy them. Then we watch for the weak point in his line and throw our entire reserve into the breach. Keir nodded, the tactical clarity cutting through his dread. We penetrate, and we annihilate, da, said Lazar. Polish-Belarusian border, 31 December. Nearly 50 M1A2 Abrams tanks lay concealed behind the rolling hills on the western bank of the Bug River. The air was punctuated by sporadic gunfire, but the battle had settled into an uneasy stalemate. To Colonel Grant, it appeared the Russian forces were content to linger at the border, shelling any target that presented itself within range. This deliberate, grinding pace had, ironically, granted him the precious hours needed to finalize his own plan. The radio in his tank headset crackled to life with the voice of the 1st Battalion commander. Courage 6. This is Bandits 6. Grant keyed his mic, standing in the turret as he scanned the snow-blanketed darkness. Bandits. Courage. Send it. Copy. We are set. Time is now. Understood. Awaiting the signal from Dukes. Once they are in position, we initiate the attack. Immediately, a new voice broke through the static. It was the commander of 2nd Battalion Courage. This is Dukes. We are in our cold positions, completely set here. Copy, Dukes. Begin your support by fire. The moment the order came over the radio, the night erupted. 30 American tanks fired their main guns in a single shattering volley, their 120-millimeter rounds screaming across the Bug River. Almost instantly, the staccato chatter of 50-caliber machine guns joined the fray, a storm of tracer fire arcing into the darkness on the Polish side. The Russians were caught off guard, their return fire sluggish at first, but it soon intensified. Anti-tank missiles occasionally streaked over the open ground, crossing the narrow river with a fiery hiss. Yet, Lieutenant Colonel Grant's attention was fixed 8 miles to the north, far from the main battle's roar. Through his night vision scope, he studied an old rail bridge stretching into Belarus to the south. The fight raged with renewed fury, but here only a single platoon of 4 Russian tanks guarded the crossing. The bridge itself was a relic, a creaking iron and timber trestle that looked too frail for heavy armor, used only for passenger trains in peacetime. Grant was certain the Russians had wired it with explosives, ready to blow it to splinters if needed, but he doubted they expected any threat here. It was the perfect kind of oversight to exploit. His heart hammered against his ribs as he watched the first team of scouts through his thermal sights. They moved like ghosts through the snowy fields on the Polish bank, then began the perilous climb underneath the bridge's spans. Clinging to icy metal beams, they inched along in utter silence, their gear glowing in his display. Every slip, every scrape of boot on frost felt magnified. Grant's breath caught when one soldier's foot slipped on a patch of black ice. For a terrifying second, the man dangled 40 feet above the frozen river, saved only by his rigging and the desperate grip of his teammates. They hauled him back onto a lower beam, the entire team freezing in place. A tense scan of the Russian positions showed no movement. The tank crews remained oblivious, their attention likely consumed by the distant spectacle of fire and thunder. The scouts radioed back. They had found the charges, multiple bundles of explosives wired along the understructure. Grant couldn't see the precise snip of each wire, but he watched as they paused at key points, worked quickly, and moved on. The distant battle provided a constant chaotic soundtrack of cannon fire and flashes that painted the southern sky. With the bridge now disarmed, the second squad began its move. Carrying Javelin anti-tank missiles, they crept across the frozen surface of the Bug River, staying carefully north of the bridge and out of the Russians' line of sight. The ice held, and within minutes they had reached the far bank. Then came the third team clad head to toe in white camouflage. They crawled along the top of the bridge itself, some dragging the heavy Javelin tubes with them. In the swirling snowfall, their slow, deliberate movements made them nearly invisible. They settled into position behind the wooden beams of the trestle, lying prone and ready. Only then did Grant allow himself to exhale a slow, steady breath of relief in the freezing air. The stage was set, and the Russians, distracted by the fireworks to the south, had no idea what was coming from the shadows right under their noses. The distant southern horizon thrummed with the deep, persistent growl of artillery, a constant reminder of the ongoing battle miles away. Here, nestled in the snow-draped woods to the north, an eerie quiet had settled. Then a low rumble began to build behind Grant, a vibration that grew with each passing second, shaking the ground and dislodging heavy clumps of snow from the pine boughs overhead into his radio. Grant issued a single, calm command. Hit him! Almost simultaneously, 6 FGM-148 Javelin missiles erupted from the dense undergrowth and tall reeds on the opposite riverbank, their fiery trails cutting through the cold air. A heartbeat later, a second volley of 6 launched from the shadowy girders beneath the bridge's central span, where the 2nd Scout Team had silently positioned themselves. It was, frankly, a spectacular overkill. The platoon of 4 Russian T-14 Armata tanks dug in across the frozen river never stood a chance. Their reactive armor systems activated in a futile attempt to mitigate the strikes, but the javelins descended from such a steep, plunging angle that several found their mark directly on the vulnerable turret hatches. One after another, the tanks vanished inside violent fireballs. As the opening salvos of the supporting barrage from 2nd Battalion began to echo, Grant keyed his mic to 1st Battalion. Bandits, the path is clear. Launch the attack. The bridge is yours. Roger that? With a deep mechanical groan, an M1 Abrams tank emerged from the deep Polish forest, its treads churning snow as it aimed for the rail bridge spanning the Bug River. Its destination was the territory of Belarus, Russia's steadfast ally. The rumble behind it swelled into the unmistakable thunder of more armor as a dozen massive Abrams tanks accelerated to their top speed of 45 miles per hour along a cleared path beside the train tracks, racing to follow the vanguard. To the south, dozens of other American tanks intensified their barrage, a continuous hellstorm designed to occupy the main Russian force the moment the Scouts' success was confirmed. The lead Abrams slowed cautiously as it reached the train bridge, then rolled with deliberate care onto the aging steel span. Its commander, displaying nerves of steel, guided it all the way across. Only when it was fully clear on the Belarusian side did the 2nd tank begin its crossing. More American armor burst from the forest cover, speeding toward the bridge. They crossed one by one, each driver emboldened by the success of the tank before, each trying to shave a few seconds off the crossing time, all while massive suppression fire from the south covered their movement. The initial 4 tanks on the far side fanned out for cover as another pair and then another made for the bridge. Grant commanded a regiment that was under strength, worn down by days of brutal fighting. But the crews that remained were now veterans, drivers, gunners, loaders, and commanders, whose experience was hard-won. In the darkness across the border, they seamlessly reformed into platoons and companies. From the tree line, Lieutenant Colonel Grant watched as all 28 tanks that crossed found secure positions. He turned to his operations officer. "I honestly didn't think we'd get this far before the Russians caught on." "You and me both, sir. 2nd Battalion's keeping them good and pinned, but credit to the Scouts. They wiped out every last soul who could have raised the alarm. All right, let's mount up and go see how that rickety bridge held up under the weight of 24 Abrams. Sounds like our kind of fun, boss." Both men turned toward their vehicles. Boom. AUS. Tank round fired from just beyond the bridge on the Belarusian side. The sound told Grant everything. His armor had already located the flank of the Russian forces beyond the annihilated guard platoon. More cannon fire erupted seconds later, and soon a rippling wave of heavy fire joined the constant din from 2nd Battalion to the south. Grant climbed into his Humvee and peered through the advanced optics of his SPI AR-360 surveillance system. He could see his cavalry scouts, their mission complete, making their way back across the bridge and seeking cover near the riverbank on the Polish side. Their mission had been fraught with peril. He would speak with the master sergeants later. These men deserved the biggest, shiniest medals. Grant's tank surged forward, speeding toward the bridge. He had just ordered an incursion into another nation, and he was determined to get his own blows in before anyone could throw him in the brig. Chapter 71. Western Belarus, December 31. General Eduard Sabaneyev and his command staff had occupied a medieval castle just south of Brest, a few miles from the Bug River and the Polish frontier. Once the elegant home of a local noble, it was now rented out for corporate events, and the furniture was worn and dated. Still, it was a handsome, comfortable building, so he felt no urgent need to sever contact with the American forces just over the border in Poland. His troops had ammunition for perhaps another hour or two of fighting, so 15 minutes earlier Sabaneyev had poured himself a glass of Hungarian red wine, discovered by a subordinate in the basement, and settled onto a faded leather couch with it. He listened to the fierce American and German artillery barrage and, over the radio, heard his units near the river engaging the enemy. He expected NATO tanks to retaliate briefly before withdrawing. He assumed his own armor along the riverbank would soon run out of targets. But then fresh thunder of heavy tank fire shook the ancient stone walls, and Sabaneyev sprang to his feet. The fighting wasn't dangerously close, still a couple of miles off, but this new fire was unmistakably coming from the north, not the west where the border lay. He glared at the radio operators who were already calling Dryagan to find out what was happening. "What in hell is that?" the general snapped. That sounded like it came from east of the river. I did not authorize another volley identify the unit that broke protocol. Call Dryagan. He and his men should not be wasting ammunition. The operations officer replied, "We're checking now, General." After a moment listening to the response, he added, "The chatter between companies on the net suggests the Americans have launched an attack." The general tilted his head. "They can't attack with a river blocking them." Smirnov leaned over the radio table, trying to monitor multiple incoming reports while satisfying his commander's demand for answers. The sound of a triple explosion rattled the old castle. Smirnov pressed his hand to his earpiece, then spun to face Sabaneyev. "Report coming in. The front line is collapsing at the border. The Americans are across the river, 5 miles north." Sabaneyev was dumbfounded. How did they've invaded a sovereign state? Do they want to trigger a full-scale war? Contact Moscow immediately. We need air support now. Sabaneyev had not anticipated the Americans being so audacious as to pursue him once he reached Belarus. Both Moscow and the general had counted on the West's hesitation to cross into a nation that would unquestionably follow Russia's lead. Over the next few minutes, the fighting outside intensified, and Smirnov received further updates. "They used a rail bridge. We assessed it as unfit for tanks. It's just north of—" Sabaneyev cut him off. "I know the damn bridge. I ordered it guarded and wired with explosives. I ordered Dryagan to cover it with tank fire and drop it into the river if needed. Sir, I believe he did wire it. American scouts crossed the river, eliminated the guard force on the east side, and cut the explosives. But tanks? How did the Yankees get tanks across? Where was Dryagan's observation post? Where were his tank crews stationed to protect the bridge?" Smirnov responded. "Dryagan's available forces were stretched thin. He positioned a T-14 platoon at the railway crossing, but they were completely destroyed. The colonel decided it was a better strategy to deploy the majority of our heavy armor further to the south, under the assumption that the main American force was concentrated there." Sabaneyev paced furiously across the command center floor. "Then he's an idiot! He might have jeopardized today's engagement, but I'll make certain he doesn't cause us further losses. Get him up here immediately and transmit orders to his troops. I'm assuming direct command of the unit effective now. All commanders are to take orders solely from me and this headquarters. Is that perfectly clear, Colonel Smirnov?" "Understood, sir. I interpret that General Sabaneyev has just removed Colonel Dryagan from his command." "Correct, and I will inform him myself." A radio operator glanced up. "General, we have an update from the 2nd Battalion to the northwest. American tanks have infiltrated their lines. The battalion commander is requesting authorization to redirect his armor from the M1 highway bridge to engage the assault." Good grief. Does no one have any backbone left? Tell him to get off the radio, turn his vehicles around, and fight. What is the status of the 1st Battalion? No reports have been received from them, sir. Order him to assemble a relief force to support the 2nd Battalion at once. We will hammer these invaders all the way back to Poland. The command was transmitted, and upon receiving the reply, the operator reported, "Sir, the 1st Battalion remains immobilized under precise American fire from across the river. Their entrenched positions are the only thing preventing a collapse. Any movement would result in tank losses. Additionally, sir, his troops have observed Western aircraft overhead. They've endured 2 precise bombing runs from F-35s. The radios buzzed incessantly with a rapid stream of updates. While the Americans' precise locations remained uncertain, the 2nd Battalion continued reporting intense clashes with Abrams tanks. All along the front, units also described accurate strikes from U.S. Apache helicopters. Sabaniev now recognized that the retaliatory strike into Poland had been an error, yet he refused to accept responsibility. No, he assured himself, none of this was his doing. He would pin the blame on subordinates like Dryagan and on his superiors who had misjudged the American willingness to seek a peaceful resolution. Dryagan wasn't the only one in the general's thoughts. He roared, "I will personally throttle that fool Borbakov when I find him." He gave me his personal guarantee. This operation would succeed. Shortly after, Colonel Dryagan burst into the hectic command post, nearly at a sprint. He tore off his snow-dusted hat and thick gloves, scanning the room. Sabaniev stood near a crackling fireplace, still monitoring radio traffic from the fighting, now 4 kilometers north. "Colonel General, I must object. This timing could not be worse. We are in the midst of—" Sabaniev whirled to face him. "You are relieved of duty for incompetence, Colonel. Report to the supply depot and make yourself useful by organizing my logistics. Your failure to follow my explicit orders to secure both the passenger rail bridge and the heavy transport bridges has split our forces. Now we are overrun by American armor, but, General, the situation was, American tanks possess a weight advantage, and our assessment was, leave now, Colonel, or you will be shipped back to Moscow in handcuffs." Sabaniev bellowed, then turned his back, focusing again on the radio operators. Dryagan stared for a moment at the general's turned shoulders. Seeing any argument as pointless, he mechanically offered a salute, then turned away, feeling hollow and defeated. He walked silently toward the exit, the radios still chattering with reports from the men he once commanded, men who were his no longer. A radio operator looked up at Sabaniev. "Sir, I have Moscow on the line." The deputy commander's orders were clear. Pull back into Belarus, then make for Smolensk without any further hesitation. Signal the retreat, Smirnov, Colonel General Sabaniev commanded. The Americans will need time to get significant forces across the river. We'll be long gone by then. If they won't honor Belarus's sovereignty, they will certainly think twice before violating Russia's own borders. Once we have air cover, we'll seal the route behind us. Inform the deputy that I want Russian fighter jets escorting us every mile out of this disaster. Any enemy foolish enough to follow will find himself suffocating in the Belarusian countryside. Sabaniev gathered his leather map case, helmet, and sidearm. His plans for a methodical withdrawal had evaporated, replaced by the grim focus of immediate combat. Stepping out into the biting cold, he looked east. Flashes of light erupted beyond a distant tree line. Moments later, the thunder of impacting tank shells shook the pasture land south of the castle, one landing terrifyingly close. Smirnov seized his general's arm, spinning him around and hustling him back inside. "Get the general's boomerang to the door now," he shouted to the radio operators. "The Americans have us nearly surrounded." Sabaniev, momentarily dazed by the sudden reversal, struggled to process the situation. The South is still open," he muttered, before looking sharply at his aide. "What lies to the south?" "The Ukrainian border, Colonel General." Invading Ukraine to escape a ragtag American force was unthinkable. Sabaneyev shook his head decisively. We break out to the east. They can't have moved much armor behind us this fast. We'll punch through and make them pay for it. Now move north of Marima Hill. Kenya, December 31. The encrypted satellite phone felt heavy in General Lazar's hand. The voice on the other end belonged to Army General Korotkov, his overall commander for the African operation. The news was dire. Comrade General, I must inform you that Western forces have crossed into Belarus. Sabaneyev's command is partially encircled. Lazar shut his eyes, a wave of pure exasperation washing over him. He glanced at Colonel Borbakov, who appeared to already know, a fact that only sharpened Lazar's simmering anger. He thought bitterly of Borbakov's so-called magic trains, the promised safeguard that had evidently failed. Korotkov continued, his voice strained. We're attempting to reinforce Eduard, but resolve in Moscow is crumbling. They're fixated on tank losses and the delay in Poland. Now they're discussing politics while Eduard is taking direct fire. The Belarusian army, for what it's worth, has offered no assistance. So, the European phase of Red Metal had collapsed into chaos. An American incursion into Belarus risked a continental war, and the Kremlin had to know that a full NATO counteroffensive could only be met with one terrible option, given where the bulk of Russian armor was currently deployed. The specter of nuclear conflict on two fronts was now a palpable threat, and Lazar placed the blame squarely on the Spetsnaz colonel, quietly consulting with his team. Keeping his voice carefully measured, Lazar spoke into the phone. Understood, General. What are your instructions? Boris, our leverage is gone. The situation has turned catastrophic. Secure that mine at any cost. How does capturing the mine alter the strategic picture now? Lazar asked. Because we have nothing else. Korotkov's frustration broke through. No bargaining chips except for that mine and the generations of leverage it provides. The only thing that will make the West pause is the cold reality that they'll have no choice but to sit across the table from us as partners. Sabaneyev still held a few high-ranking American and NATO officers captive, but we controlled no territory to use as leverage in any exchange. Korokov's voice grew heavier. Boris, I need to be frank. The Central Committee is discussing the use of tactical nuclear weapons to halt this offensive. The situation here is beyond critical. Lazar slowly shut his eyes. This was absolute insanity. Then this is my final directive, Boris. Take that damned mine. Understood, sir, Lazar replied, replacing the handset. Colonel Borbakov watched him silently for a long moment before beginning to speak in a slow, deliberate, almost patronizing tone. Comrade General Lazar. Lazar anticipated it and raised a hand, cutting him off. This was your strategy, and it is failing spectacularly on every conceivable level. They would fight, and more men would die. And then, if he read Korotkov's meaning right, Moscow might just hand the mine or a share of its riches over to the Americans in exchange for political favors. Lazar doubted Borbakov had fully grasped that bitter possibility yet. Turning to Colonel Kier, who had been standing quietly behind them, absorbing every word, Lazar saw the man straighten his posture. Your orders, General? Near Brest, Belarus, 31 December. Roughly an hour after Sabaneyev and his command group departed the castle. The lead vehicles of Tom Grant's battalion crunched up the snow-covered drive toward the imposing stone structure. Grant spotted Captain Brad Spillane dismount from his own vehicle and sprint toward the lieutenant colonel's tank. The distant thunder of battle echoed from the eastern woods, where Russian units were testing various routes, attempting to bypass the American flanking positions. Grant knew his battalion in that sector couldn't hold against an entire regiment indefinitely, but he took grim satisfaction in the steady stream of reports confirming enemy vehicles destroyed. For now, the Russians seemed more focused on disengagement than a stand-up fight, sparing his tanks a full-scale armored brawl. One small mercy had been the notable absence of Belarusian military interference. The local forces appeared perfectly happy to steer clear of the conflict, though Grant imagined the diplomatic repercussions for Minsk in its dealings with Moscow would far outweigh any physical damage inflicted on their soil. He had just removed his helmet when Spillane reached him. "What's the situation, Brad?" Spillane hauled himself up the side of the Abrams to be heard over the turbine's high-pitched whine. "Sir, consider using the castle as a temporary command post. It housed the Russian HQ barely 60 minutes ago." "Heads up," Grant warned, as the turret began to traverse, nearly sweeping Spillane off the hull. Anderson still clearing those tree lines for any leftovers. Spillane scrambled onto the bustle rack at the turret's rear to continue as the massive armored assembly swung left and right. Grant studied the dark silhouette of the fortress ahead. It was clearly ancient, a relic from another age, and the fresh tracks churned into the mud and snow left no doubt about its recent occupants. A dry, weary smirk touched Grant's lips. If it was good enough for a Russian general, it's certainly good enough for a tanker like me. NATO's decision to cross into Belarusian territory was not taken lightly, and it was accompanied by profound anxiety throughout Western capitals. When it became clear that U.S. forces had chased attacking Russian units across the border, the alliance recognized the necessity of issuing a blunt public ultimatum. NATO declared that Belarus had knowingly permitted an aggressive Russian force to launch an attack from its territory, and as a result, the entire alliance held Minsk accountable. They demanded immediate right of passage through Belarus to pursue the Russian contingent. Belarus found itself trapped, a reluctant pawn caught between two immense powers. Faced with an impossible choice, the Belarusian government found itself trapped. Refusing the Americans' entry would paint them as collaborators in Western eyes, inviting severe retaliation. They lacked the strength for a solo war against NATO, and Moscow showed no interest in sending more troops to their aid. Yet bowing to NATO's demand to hunt Russian forces on their soil would permanently burn their bridge with Russia, leaving them isolated. In the end, Minsk chose a path of calculated inaction. They ignored Moscow's frantic political appeals to protect the retreating forces and offered no formal refusal to the West. Their only public move was a terse safety advisory, warning citizens to avoid the major east-west highway. This silent permission was all the signal NATO needed. Air support surged for Grant's column, and ground reinforcements were immediately dispatched. 2 brigades from NATO's Rapid Reaction Force, which had taken days to fully mobilize, now entered the fray. An Italian light infantry regiment and a combined Belgian-British medium-armored unit. They crossed the Bug River 60 miles north of the sabotaged Russian crossings, their vehicles speeding down that very highway to link up with Lieutenant Colonel Grant's American and German tanks. Throughout it all, Belarusian forces simply watched from the sidelines. Chapter 72. Mrima Hill, Kenya, 31 December. A brisk, dusty wind swept through the open flaps of the command tent as Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly, Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette, Colonel Castor, and Lieutenant Colonel McHale stepped inside. They were touring the northern defenses of the Mrima Hill mining complex, the heart of 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines position. Outside, Marines labored under the sun, stacking sandbags and weaving local foliage into netting to hide their headquarters from prying drones. The Dark Horse command post buzzed with focused urgency. Maps covered every table, while the periphery was a jungle of radios, status boards, and fire support schedules for mortars and artillery. "Ben," Colonel Castor began, addressing the battalion commander, "walk me through your layout." The Dark Horse commander retrieved a clear acetate overlay and smoothed it over the central battle map. It displayed a meticulous diagram of his units, down to individual squads and weapon teams. "Sir, we hold the northern sector here. My flanks are tied in with 1st Battalion to the west and 2nd to the east. I've established a defense in depth, multiple layers to handle whatever the Russians decide to throw at us." He gestured to symbols representing tanks and light armored vehicles positioned well forward. What followed was a thorough 30-minute briefing from his operations team, outlining a strategy of concentric defensive rings. The concept was brutally elegant. Funnel the attacking Russians through pre-designated kill zones where Marine firepower would systematically destroy heavy armor and support vehicles. The goal was to whittle General Lazar's force down to mostly infantry. Then the Marine riflemen could engage in the close-quarters fight they dominated. The outermost layer consisted of Marine reconnaissance elements scattered far from the hilltop command post. Different specialized teams were already in the field. The elite Marine Force reconnaissance teams, known simply as Force, had been inserted by helicopter roughly 10 miles out. Their mission was to spot the Russian advance, decipher their formation and tactics, and relay that critical intelligence back to Dark Horse. Once the enemy passed, these highly trained operators would vanish, staying hidden behind Russian lines to observe and report. The Marines would emerge to strike vulnerable enemy positions, artillery batteries, supply convoys, communication hubs, or, on rare occasions, a command post, 14 kilometers back. The next defensive layer consisted of the elite soldiers from the light armored reconnaissance units. These troops operated like modern cavalry from their armored vehicles, forming one of the planet's swiftest scout forces, armed with 25-millimeter cannons, Tau anti-tank missiles, and their own mortar teams. They were experts in rapid shoot-and-move tactics, using their mobility to outflank the enemy. If Russian forces pursued them, they would vanish into the terrain and call in a precise artillery barrage to seal off the pursuit route behind them. Providing air support for the entire operation was a dedicated Marine Air Group, including AV-8B Harrier II jets. Furthermore, the VMFA-121 Green Knight Squadron had deployed a flight of FA-18s ahead of their aircraft carrier, which remained too distant for direct support. The subsequent defensive line brought serious firepower: 6 Javelin missile teams and a platoon of 4 Abrams tanks. According to the operations chief, these units were still fortifying positions 8 kilometers out with help from regimental engineers. The anti-tank teams and the M1A2 tanks would coordinate to destroy as many Russian armored vehicles as possible. Each tank had a hidden cold position for concealment. When the moment was right, it would advance to a prepared hot position, a dug-in site exposing only the turret, fire a few rounds, and then reverse back under cover. This tactic offered some protection even if they were spotted by enemy missiles. The final defensive line was held by the hardened, disciplined infantry of the Marine Corps, equipped with AT-4 and SMAW anti-tank rockets, heavy. 50 caliber Browning machine guns that could punch through light armor, along with M240 medium machine guns and the lighter M249 SAW and M27 IAR automatic rifles. These infantrymen were deeply concealed within the densest woodland at the foot of Rima Hill. They had dug anti-vehicle trenches and laced the roads with explosives, claymore mines, and barbed wire to stop Russian vehicles and trap dismounted troops. Every obstacle was covered by machine gun fire, so when enemy transports were funneled or halted, the Marines could detonate the charges and then cut down infantry with concentrated fire. Positioned behind them on the hill were Dark Horse Company's heavy 81-millimeter mortars, set in cleared pits among the trees. These mortars were prepared to drop steel-cased explosives onto the enemy. They also held illumination rounds to light up a potential night assault and dense smoke canisters to mask Marine movements. As the briefing concluded, Apollo felt a vibration in his uniform pants cargo pocket. He reached in and found his phone ringing. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his father. At last, he sprang up from his small chair, muttered an apology, and hurried outside the tent. He answered with a hopeful, "Dad?" There was a short silence on the line before an unfamiliar man's voice spoke in French. "Hello, sir. Am I speaking with the son of Pascal Arc Blanchette?" A cold dread immediately gripped Apollo's chest. He kept walking farther from the command tent. "Yes, sir. My name is Arthur Karen. I am calling from Djibouti City, where I serve as a cultural attaché at the embassy." The French captain's rational mind knew exactly what this meant. though his heart desperately argued otherwise. His face tightened into a grimace of anguish, and his eyes began to sting. "I am very sorry," Karen continued, his tone formal and heavy, "but I am calling with the most terrible news. There is no gentle way to say this." Apollo drew a sharp breath, lifted his head, and forced his blurring vision to clear as he fought back the tears. The bustling sounds of the camp around him seemed to fade into a distant hum. "I will save you the trouble, sir. You're calling to inform me that my father has passed away." There was a pause on the other end of the line, a moment of hesitation, perhaps surprise before the voice confirmed, "I'm afraid that is correct." Apollo felt the tension tighten in his jaw. His body was discovered alongside 3 other French citizens in a restaurant on the outskirts of the city. He has been moved to the embassy and will be repatriated to France without delay. How did it happen? A strained silence followed. "Well, Tell me how he died." "He was subjected to torture and then executed. You have my deepest condolences." Apollo shut his eyes briefly, gathering himself. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, dropping into a lower, steadier register, the tone of a soldier on duty, not a grieving son. "I presume you were my father's colleague. The French embassy had been evacuated days earlier." Anyone claiming to be a cultural attaché still in Djibouti was undoubtedly something else entirely. "As I mentioned, I'm an employee at the embassy. Our paths crossed occasionally. He was an exceptional man. I am truly sorry for your loss." Apollo pressed on, his words deliberate. "Let's not pretend, monsieur. You worked with him." He knew Caron would be reluctant to admit it, but the gravity of the moment and Apollo's commanding tone left little room for evasion. "Yes, that is accurate. We served in the same department." Apollo understood this meant the DGSE, France's Foreign Intelligence Service. "My father was a national hero," he stated, a complex surge of pride and sorrow tightening his chest. Without question, Karen replied swiftly, "I cannot elaborate, you understand, but he was dedicated to his duty until the very end." Apollo was certain they were referring to the transmission of intelligence regarding the Russian brigade. Karen added, almost reluctantly, "In this current conflict, he accomplished far more than I have, more than any of us, I freely admit." Apollo gave a grim nod. Though the man on the phone could not see it, "At least you stayed behind. You weren't on that plane with the other officials who left him here. For that, you have my respect. Thank you for the call, Monsieur Caron." He ended the call and gazed down the hillside. Night had fallen completely, obscuring the vast expanse of jungle that eventually gave way to parched, reddish-brown terrain. He closed his eyes once more, but opened them when he sensed a presence beside him. "Hey, Captain, any word about your father?" It was Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, the American officer. Apollo's eyes scanned the darkness below, though the enemy was invisible. "The Russians tortured him and killed him." Good God. Connolly placed a firm hand on Apollo's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Captain. Truly I am." Apollo remained silent. "Listen, you should head to medical. Take a little time to." The French officer turned to face him. "I came here to prevent the men down that hill from killing my soldiers and yours right now, Lieutenant Colonel. Nothing else is relevant." He clasped the hand on his shoulder, acknowledging Connolly's gesture with a nod. "I need to see to my javelin teams at the forward position with that." He turned and disappeared into the night. South of Warsaw, Poland, December 31. The convoy of 4 Polish army vehicles pulled into the gas station just before 2 in the morning. As some of the men began refueling the Honker Scorpion 3 utility trucks, others, stiff and eager to move, climbed out to smoke or simply stand in the brittle air. Over half the unit remained in the truck beds, asleep against their bulky field packs. The pickups were mounted with machine guns, and every soldier carried a rifle. But the war, at least here in Poland, was over. No one maintained a vigilant watch. The shattered remnants of the Russian armored column were now deep inside Belarus, fleeing through the night. These men were bone-tired from the fighting, relieved it had ended, and anticipating their first proper rest in a week. The temperature was far below freezing, but the sky was cloudless, and the stars glittered with a sharp, cold light. A local passenger train rumbled by a few hundred yards away, its steel wheels clicking rhythmically in the quiet winter darkness. The lights glowed warmly inside the cars, and the soldiers watched it pass while smoking, a fleeting glimpse of normal life. Ray Vance limped over from a truck, accepting a cigarette when offered. Shank didn't seem the smoking type, more of a clean-cut guy. Even with bandages covering one eye and his hand, his sharp, youthful features were apparent. The turret gunner on the lieutenant's armored vehicle spoke enough English to communicate. The pilot had been handed to this regular Army unit for transport to Warsaw. After a hospital check, he'd returned to his unit in Germany. For the lieutenant and his drivers, this was their 5th stop. The previous one had been an unscheduled detour at a jeweler's in Grojek because the American asked to pop inside. The young PLF lieutenant didn't mind a break, especially since Shank offered to buy everyone lunch at McDonald's. Shank spent nearly 30 minutes in the store looking at rings. When the Poles returned from their meal, they found him holding a small shopping bag. Naturally curious, they pressed him through the gunner, but he stayed quiet about the contents. Now, hours later, huddled against the cold near the gas station wall, the turret gunner asked again, "What did you buy?" Shank grinned. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "No. The guys are wondering what was so important." After a moment, he replied, "A ring. For your mother? For a girl?" The gunner translated, and the men laughed. They chattered in Polish, and the gunner turned back. "They ask if she's Polish, someone you met here." "Actually, yes," Shank said, his smile widening. The meaning was clear without translation, sparking more laughter. More cigarettes were lit. Shank declined another. But when the lieutenant produced a flask of Polish vodka, he took a sip with the others. Shank had experienced ground combat for the first time and desperately hoped it would be his last. The constant worry, the relentless threats, it was exhausting, yet being with others helped. In the air, he was alone. Here, camaraderie was tangible, fortifying everyone's resolve and bonding the ground troops. The lieutenant said something to the gunner, who translated, "He says vodka warms the belly on a cold night. But maybe your heart is already warmed by this Sasa of yours." "Oh," the American captain said, flushing slightly under their amused stares. "Her name is Paulina." More laughter erupted as the men repeated Paulina, clapping him on the back. The lieutenant checked his watch and smiled. In English, he said, "Happy New Year, Shank," offering the flask again. Shank accepted it with a smile. "Happy New Year." As he swallowed the drink, a blinding flash and thunderous explosion engulfed the gas station. One of the Polish pickups erupted in a fireball just 50 feet away, hurling debris in every direction. The men near the store scrambled for cover as the staccato roar of automatic rifles erupted from the trees to the west, AK rounds cracking through the air around them. Shank sprinted for the gas station entrance, but a rifle bullet struck him beneath the jaw. His hands flew up, the right clutching his throat, the left still encased in plaster. A severed artery sent a jet of blood into the air. More rounds hammered into his back and legs, driving him forward until he collapsed face first on the concrete walkway. As his companions twisted and fell, the lieutenant's wounded gunner made a desperate lunge for his Scorpion's door, reaching for his rifle just as a burst of fire ripped into his stomach. He dropped to the icy ground, the cigarette between his lips still glowing. The ambush was over in less than 15 seconds. In that brief, violent window, the American pilot and all 16 Polish soldiers were killed, their bodies riddled with bullets or shredded by blasts. Some never even woke from their sleep, slumped against their gear in the truck beds. Hidden in the tree line, the Spetsnaz team reloaded their magazines before advancing on the station. Weapons raised for 2 days, they had moved only at night on foot, hoping to reconnect with the main Russian column pushing through Poland. But the routes shifted after Wrocław, and they were left behind, stranded. Now, cold, hungry, and exhausted, Major Lyosha Rodchenkov decided their only chance was to steal vehicles for warmth and speed. It was sheer luck to find these Polish land forces Scorpions here, surrounded by soldiers who seemed oblivious to any remaining Russian presence. Rodchenkov had positioned his men silently among the pines before giving the order to fire. Now the Russians moved through the carnage, kicking still forms and prodding the bodies in the trucks with their rifle barrels to confirm the kill. They were all gone. A young operative pointed, "Major, this one's an officer. You want his uniform?" "Yes. Everyone, change into their gear." Now the unit's senior sergeant voiced a concern. "Sir, if we're caught wearing Polish uniforms, they'll execute us." Rodchenkov's reply was icy. "And what do you imagine they'll do to us now after we just wiped out half a platoon without mercy? In their uniforms and their trucks, we have a chance. Without them, we're just as dead if we aren't across the Belarus border by dawn. Sometimes you have to wear the costume of the enemy to become a ghost in their own machine." The major stripped the coat from the dead lieutenant and pulled it over his own uniform. It fit well enough, though the front was soaked and stained a dark crimson. Near the station door, a sergeant called out, "Major, over here? I think this one is American." Rodchenkov walked over and looked down at the bodies splayed on the sidewalk. He knelt, rolling the man onto his back. U.S. Air Force flight suit, he confirmed, noting the arm cast and the bandages wrapping the face. "Must have been shot down. Not his week, then," chuckled a junior sergeant, staring at the corpse. Others gathered around, curious at the sight of a dead American. "Look," the sergeant added, "he's got a flask right here." "Not the worst way to go," another soldier muttered. "A last drink in your belly is more than most get." Major Rodchenkov straightened up. "Enough. Get into the 3 trucks that still run." His men moved toward the vehicles, some still fastening their unfamiliar Polish buttons. "We reach the border before first light, or we spend another day hiding. Man the turret guns. Everyone stays alert, weapons ready." The senior sergeant added a grim reminder. "No sleeping. Look around you. See what sleeping gets you." The Russian soldiers climbed into the Polish Scorpions and drove east into the darkness, leaving the silent dead behind in the freezing night. Chapter 73, Mrima Hill, Kenya, December 31. Connolly jerked awake in his folding camp chair just inside the mine entrance, his neck stiff from an uneasy doze. A burst of urgent radio chatter snapped him to full alert. He checked his watch, 4 in the morning, and knew he'd need to tap into every ounce of willpower to stay sharp. Rubbing his sore knees, he listened as the Force Recon radioman's report echoed through the cavernous tunnel. "Grizzly, this is Black Diamond 1 over." "Go ahead, Black Diamond. Roger sending spot report now." "Send it, Black Diamond." "Copy. Visual confirmation. Time now." Enemy force is regiment-sized, composed of BTR-82 armored vehicles. They're moving north to south on Highway Charlie 106. Speed approximately 45 kilometers per hour, currently crossing phase line Chesty. Formation is standard travel column. Lieutenant Colonel McHale's voice cut in immediately. "Black Diamond, Grizzly, Maine. We copy all, maintain observation, and keep reporting." McHale traced a finger down his map from the enemy's position southward about 5 miles. His eyes shifted to Apollo Arc Blanchette, who had been sleeping propped against a rucksack. The French officer was on his feet in an instant. "Captain, at their current speed and direction, I estimate the enemy will reach your dragoons in roughly 10 minutes. "Understood," Apollo replied. He moved quickly to a makeshift table, double-checking the location on his own map. Corporal Constantine handed him the French radio handset. Apollo keyed the mic. "Dragoon 3, are you receiving the Marine report?" Actual Dragoon 3 here. We copy everything. Ambush is set and ready," came the reply. Apollo gave McHale a confident thumbs up. "They'll hit them hard, sir. These men have been running operations across 2 continents for days. They know exactly what they're doing." A crisp half-moon hung in the cloudless Kenyan sky, casting enough pale light to outline the 8 soldiers of Dragoon 3 team. Through their night vision optics, the distant shapes of Russian BTRs were clearly visible, still rolling in a tight column down the road. They were moving fast, which ironically made them perfect targets for the waiting French special forces. "What's the count?" Sergeant Coronet asked his missile gunner, who was peering through the thermal sight of his anti-tank missile launcher. The young dragoon's hands steadied the twin grips, slowly pivoting the heavy launcher on its tripod as he tracked the approaching vehicles. "I see 20, he said, pulling back slightly to address his team leader. A faint green glow haloed his eyes, where the eye cups of his sight leaked light. "Maybe more, Sergeant. Can't see the tail end of the column. No tanks, just BTRs." He leaned back into the scope, keeping the lead vehicle in his crosshairs. Coronet grabbed his squad radio. "All teams stand by to launch on my command." The missileman beside him whispered, "Ready to fire." A few heartbeats passed before Coronet gave a firm pat on the soldier's shoulder. "Fire." The dragoon flipped off the thumb safety and squeezed the trigger on the butterfly grip. A hollow pop sounded as the missile shot 6 feet from the launch tube. Then a roaring whoosh tore through the quiet night as the rocket motor ignited, hurling the projectile hundreds of yards into the dark sky. To Coronet's left and right, 6 other gunners took their cue and fired. In less than 4 seconds, 5 of the 7 high-explosive anti-tank warheads slammed into the lead BTRs. The missiles tore through the armored vehicles like they were made of paper, destroying them and everyone inside instantly. Without a word, all 7 crews broke down their launchers and gear, shouldered the heavy loads, and sprinted 50 meters back to their idling pickup trucks, melting into the shadows as quickly as they had struck 4 kilometers to the north. The Russian lead battalion scrambled into a combat formation, firing indiscriminately into the darkness. The sudden, silent loss of an entire platoon so far north of Mrima Hill had sent a shockwave through their ranks, disrupting their advance. By the time the Russian officers managed to restore some semblance of order, the dragoons had already vanished, speeding south to regroup. Back at the regimental command post, the radio hissed to life. Dragoon 6, Dragoon 3-5 enemy armored vehicles confirmed destroyed. We are executing our withdrawal to the next prepared ambush site. Apollo keyed his microphone. Solid work 3. Reload and stand by. The party's just getting started. He glanced at Lieutenant Colonel McHale, who was on another line, but flashed a quick, satisfied grin, having monitored the successful initial engagement. Apollo finished his transmission. The Marine Recon team to the south is in position. They're expecting you to push the remaining enemy forces directly toward their location at the bridge. Minutes later, a hushed voice broke the silence on the Marine net. Grizzly 3, this is Black Diamond. Lead Russian elements are passing my position now. Estimated 6 minutes until the main body of the regiment reaches the bridge. Copy, Black Diamond. All friendly forces are confirmed south of your location. You are cleared to execute the demolition on your signal. Black Diamond acknowledges out. 16 kilometers from the command post, concealed in a dry riverbed east of the heavy bridge on Route C-106, the Force Recon team waited. Russian armored personnel carriers rumbled past their hidden position, unaware of the 5 lines of detonation cords snaking from the bridge supports to their camouflaged nest. Their faces were streaked with paint, and fresh-cut foliage completed their disguise. The team leader, a seasoned Marine staff sergeant, counted vehicles in a low whisper while his assaultman, a demolition specialist, performed a final, meticulous check on the electronic initiators. The radio operator crept closer. "Sir, command confirms. We are clear to initiate." The staff sergeant gave a single, slow nod, his eyes never leaving the night vision scope tracking the enemy column. He felt for his handset. "Spotter, confirm your visual." The whispered reply was immediate. "Affirmative, center of the regiment is 200 meters out. 1 platoon, they're slowing down. Looks like they're going to inspect the bridge." With a calm that felt almost theatrical, given the dozen guns now pointed in their general direction, the staff sergeant simply said, "Copied." He set the handset down and reached over, tapping the assaultman's shoulder. "Safety off signal is on me. Stand by," through his optic. He watched as a line of armored vehicles closed in. Two of the hulking carriers crossed to the south side of the bridge, while two more held back on the north. Russian soldiers spilled out from the rear hatches, fanning out with flashlights. A dozen men clambered over the metal railings, descending to inspect the bridge supports below with hurried, jerky movements, clearly under orders to rush. Incredibly, even as these soldiers scrambled beneath the span, another platoon of BTRs began to roll across the deck above. The staff sergeant watched the chaotic scene for another heartbeat, then tapped his assaultman twice. The Marine placed his thumb firmly on the trigger switch and pulled. A blinding flash split the night, followed by a deafening roar that swallowed all other sound. The bridge erupted, its structure disintegrating into a maelstrom of spinning steel and splintered timber. The platoon of BTRs on the span was consumed instantly, burning fiercely within the twisted wreckage that now littered the riverbed. The wreckage of the vehicles glowed crimson and amber in the night, settling into the murky river shallows on their sides. As their munitions cooked off, brilliant white flares and showers of sparks erupted into the darkness. The Marines secured their night vision goggles to their helmets, hefted their rifles, and sprinted south, vanishing into the deep black. At the Grizzly command post, the report arrived. The bridge was destroyed, effectively cleaving the attacking Russian regiment in the west. One half was now stranded north of the river, the other isolated to the south. While they would inevitably find a way around the obstacle, the immediate aftermath would be chaos and disorganization as they assessed the damage inflicted by the Marine and French Dragoon forces. The radio operator caught Mikhail's attention. "Sir, you need to hear this, incoming from 2nd Battalion in the eastern sector." Mikhail took the handset. "Warlords, Grizzly. Go ahead." "Grizzly, Warlords. Our Lair platoon has eyes on enemy armor entering their area. Visibility is poor in the rugged terrain east of here, but they estimate a force larger than a battalion. They're pushing hard down Route C-108, crossing the eastern boundary. LAR is going to make contact and fall back. We need air support now to cover their retrograde." "Understood, Warlords. Confirming your request. Stand by to receive close air support. I'll check them in and hand them off to your FAC." Lieutenant Colonel Mikhail contacted the USS Boxer, initiating the call for air support. Every sortie had to be weighed carefully in the hours ahead, but in Mikhail's judgment, this crisis absolutely demanded it. Aboard the USS Boxer, the 6 pilots of VMFA 122, already strapped into their F-35B Lightning II fighters, received the launch order. Within minutes, they were roaring off the deck. In just over 10 minutes, they were handed off to the forward air controllers with the light armored reconnaissance unit. All 6 jets made a single low pass, each firing 2 air-to-ground missiles into the broken wooded hills east of Mrima Hill. The terrain was a defender's dream, however, and only a handful found their targets, destroying 4 BTRs while many more pressed forward. The Russians had been anticipating this move. Almost immediately after the attack run, 16 Russian ZSU-23-4 anti-aircraft vehicles unleashed a torrent of Igla 9K-38 missiles. The Iglis were notoriously dangerous to helicopters, but the Marines had brought the fighters in dangerously low to acquire targets in the rough ground. 2 F-35s were caught by the swift missiles, erupting into fiery blossoms against the sky. Talk about an expensive lesson in overconfidence. The remaining fighters clawed for altitude to survive, which drastically reduced their ability to provide precise support for the embattled ground forces. For the Marines, losing an aircraft was a profound shock. Before those 2 jets plowed into the African soil, the Corps hadn't lost a fixed-wing aircraft to enemy ground fire since the jungles of Vietnam. The Cobra gunships from HML A-267, The Stingers moved in to aid the withdrawing LAR platoon in the east. They were operating with grim caution, having already lost 2 aircraft to the Russians up north at Moyal. With only 6 gunships left, every sortie was a gamble. The quad cannons on the ZUs threw up a nearly impenetrable wall of fire each time the Cobras tried to close in. One helicopter was hit almost immediately upon arriving, but managed a shaky retreat over the sea back to the Boxer. A second Cobra took a direct Igla hit to its main rotor, detonating in a catastrophic fireball 500 feet above the ground. A few Tau missiles from the gunships found their marks, killing 3 Russian BTRs, but with fuel and countermeasures running low, the attack helicopters had no choice but to break contact. By 6 in the morning, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Marines reported that their lead Javelin teams were now engaging the advancing Russian BTRs in their sector. In the east, Russian forces had navigated through the tight canyons and rugged hills, closing the gap to just over 7 miles from the mining sites. Meanwhile, transmissions from the 1st Battalion in the western sector reported that the Russians had discovered a shallow crossing point along the river, bypassing the destroyed bridge entirely. With less than 3 feet of water and manageable banks, their advance now placed them under 9 miles from the Marine defensive perimeter. Inside the regimental command post, the atmosphere shifted abruptly from cautious hope to strained urgency. Russian air defense systems had severely limited the effectiveness of aircraft from the Boxer, allowing the enemy push to continue unchecked. Colonel Castor and Lieutenant Colonel McHale debated repositioning the 3rd Battalion to reinforce the other sectors if they remained unengaged. And there was even discussion of redirecting the Foreign Legion units to the northern slope of the hill. Still, the Marines held more and better anti-armor capabilities. McHale turned to Castor, his voice tight. "Sir, if the Russians strike in the north now, we'll be stretched dangerously thin. Keep the aircraft in the fight as long as possible. Rotate them back to the carrier as needed. Tell the artillery battery to fire everything they have. We can resupply ammunition by air later if we must." "Understood, sir." From his command position in a BTR 82A atop Jumbo Hill, Colonel General Boris Lazar gazed south toward Mrima through the vehicle's night vision optics. The pre-dawn glow of a half-moon revealed a patchwork of sparse trees, open fields, and scattered farmsteads across the lowlands. His reconnaissance teams had successfully jammed the Force Recon Marines' radios before ascending the hill quietly, fully expecting to find American positions. A sharp, close-quarters firefight ensued, leaving 4 Marines dead and driving the rest into retreat. Now, holding this vital high ground, Lazar imagined the growing chaos within the 5th Marines headquarters as he tightened the encirclement. Losses were inevitable fighting this way. He, too, had divided his forces, and the Marines had prepared their defenses carefully. Yet he watched as his units, in both the east and the west, steadily peeled back each layer of the Marine line. He sensed the quickening pulse in the American command post, their air support deployments, their artillery responses, their overall reactions were growing just a touch slower, a little more strained, as his plan unfolded. While his subordinate Kerr tracked the updates from the map in the headquarters tent, Lazar felt it instinctively absorbing every report and visualizing the entire battlefield in his mind. He could almost hear the rising urgency in the American radio traffic. The climbing casualty counts, the mounting pressure as their commander scrambled to plug each new breach. The American was trying to stop a flood with his bare hands, and he was running out of fingers. Lazar, a colonel general equivalent to a 3-star rank in the U.S. military, was facing a mere colonel. Sure, the Marine had likely seen combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, but that experience was showing its limits against the complex, large-scale maneuvers Lazar was executing today. Chasing insurgents, counting livestock in mountain villages, and battling opium growers wasn't exactly preparation for this, and now it was time for Lazar's third move. Boris Lazar had anticipated this moment. His plan was designed to stretch the Marine Regiment's command structure and fire support capabilities to their absolute limit. Without coordinated artillery, The Marines, though determined, would be facing a disciplined, integrated combat force while significantly outnumbered. He expected the battalion positioned north of the mine to resist fiercely, as they hadn't yet been directly engaged. However, Lazar was watching for hesitation, for any lag in response from their higher command. He'd instructed Colonels Keir and Glatsky to monitor for a noticeable drop in artillery coordination. This would be the initial proof of his theory. Confident, Lazar ordered Keir to unleash a concentrated artillery strike against the Marine battalion holding the northern slopes of Mimra Hill. As the first hints of dawn colored the sky, Lazar finally had a clear view of the valley. The western battle showed no sign of slowing. Rocket and missile launches punctuated the gloom every few moments, met by persistent return fire from the Americans. The Marines were throwing everything they had into the fight. He'd seen several of the 1st Regiment's armored vehicles struck by those damned accurate Javelin missiles. Each distant flash was followed by the delayed thunder of an explosion, marking another fiery end for his men. The Javelin was a curse, but Lazar knew its numbers were finite. In blunt terms, he had more young soldiers and more armor than the Marines had missiles. His orders to Colonel Nishkin were clear: bypass minor Marine positions and drive hard into their center. The latest update reported Nishkin's forces had cleared the destroyed bridge and were advancing rapidly across the landscape. Red tracer fire from cannons and machine guns streaked in long, relentless bursts, some rounds ricocheting wildly into the brightening sky. The constant thumping of automatic fire signaled the 1st Regiment's breakthrough against the lighter French and U.S. elements to the east. Russia's 3rd Regiment was still fending off attacks from a handful of Marine helicopters. Colonel Klava was using his anti-aircraft assets shrewdly, concealing them until the enemy helicopters drew near, then unleashing devastating volleys as Lazar watched 4 Cobra attack helicopters advanced again. They fired missiles at Russian armor before beginning a wide circle, raking the area with long-range Gatling gunfire. Klava's response was immediate and brutal. A salvo of Igla missiles shot skyward, followed by the heavy, chattering roar of anti-aircraft cannons. The air became a lattice of green tracers, a lethal fireworks display that held the 64-year-old general spellbound. 2 American helicopters were hit almost at once. Lazar saw the brilliant yellow-orange bursts as the aircraft spun earthward, fuel tanks blazing out of control before they crashed into the hillside. A grim satisfaction settled over him. Well done, Klava. After a brief consultation over the radio with Colonel Keir and a review of his maps, Lazar turned and signaled to his 2nd Regimental commander the attack was now authorized. He would observe for a few more minutes before personally joining the 3rd Regiment in its assault on the enemy's northern battalion. Chapter 74. Southwest of Minsk, Belarus, January 1. The bitter cold sharpened every detail in General Sabaneyev's binoculars. He drew a deep breath of freezing air, holding it to steady his view, and slowly adjusted the focus with a gloved finger, searching for any movement on the distant highway. Colonel Smirnov approached quietly from behind. "Colonel General, Moscow has replied to your last transmission. The order is to proceed with all possible speed to the Russian border." Sabaneyev acknowledged the message with a slight nod, but did not lower the binoculars. He took another slow, icy breath, his attention fixed on a solitary, indistinct speck far down the road. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced, a winter training exercise decades ago, facing a similar stillness before the storm. He pushed the thought aside, his mind already calculating the next move, the next risk, as the weight of the command settled deeper into his bones. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for any ordinary commercial rig, but the morning's government-ordered halt to all civilian traffic made that impossible. Then another dot appeared on the horizon, followed by another. They were unmistakably large and moving straight toward his position. Keeping the binoculars pressed to his face, General Sabaneyev asked, "Did command mention anything about Belarusian military support heading our way?" The convoy of vehicles grew closer. "No, sir," replied Smirnov, pulling his greatcoat tighter against the biting wind. "Command only assured us the Kremlin was negotiating. They said Minsk was under a NATO ultimatum to remain neutral and appears to be complying for now." "Damn it all," Sabaneyev muttered, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Here he was, pursued by a single battered tank brigade, a unit he had already mauled and forced to expend most of its ammunition. The bulk of NATO forces were still ours to the north, a little coordination with Belarusian forces, and he could have crushed this persistent attacker in under an hour. The irony was almost laughable. The very neutrality that protected Belarus was now allowing a lone wolf to nip at his heels. "Command offered no further instructions, General," Smirnov said, his voice muffled by fabric. The open plains of Belarus were a stark, bitter contrast to the sheltered Russian countryside they had left behind. It was a landscape probably pleasant in summer, but now it offered no shelter, just endless wind-scoured farmland south of Minsk. Sabaneyev swung his binoculars slightly, comparing the growing specks to the size of distant farm buildings. They were nearing the highway off-ramp, the point where his rear guard would engage if these were indeed American tanks. "Any update from the 3rd Battalion?" he snapped. "They are currently on the radio filing a report, but I believed you would want the message from Moscow first." "Moscow can wait," Sabaneyev said, his tone shifting from frustrated calculation to sharp impatience. "Go listen to the 3rd. I need to know if this new traffic is the Americans pushing from the west." The rising sun began to heat the asphalt, creating shimmering mirages that blurred the distant shapes. He refocused his gaze closer and saw the boomerang armored vehicles of the 3rd Battalion positioned near the overpass just over half a mile away. Their turrets were already rotating toward the approaching threat. Before Sabaneyev could process it, explosions erupted around the Russian position, geysers of flame and dirt, marking the impact of American shells. "This tank commander," Sabaneyev said, a note of bewildered scorn in his voice. "He's clearly unhinged, driven mad by rage, desperate for some petty revenge." "Agreed, sir. Doesn't he understand this is just war? What makes this particular patch of dirt so damned important to him?" "I cannot say, sir," Smirnov replied. "It is pure madness." Sabaneyev watched the brutal, one-sided fight for a few more seconds. The lighter boomerangs were outmatched by the heavier American tanks and their superior gun range. A few Russian Kornet missiles found their marks, but soon the survivors of the 3rd Battalion were in full retreat, speeding down the E30 highway toward the headquarters group. The general lowered his binoculars, his fingers stiff from their iron grip, and wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. As his concentration broke, he felt the full force of the wind again and a deep chill seeping into his bones. The Americans and the Germans somewhere behind them were still coming. He strode down to his command vehicle and gave the signal to move out. His memoirs would someday have to explain this retreat from a small but seemingly unstoppable force, but that was a problem for another day. For now, survival was the only objective. Marima Hill, Kenya, January 1. A thunderous roar shook the depths of the mine, sending a shower of dust and pebbles from the ceiling. Every person in the headquarters glanced upward, anxiously, fearing a collapse. This wasn't incoming fire, but their own artillery launching a desperate barrage in support of the embattled 1st and 2nd Battalions to the east and west. The radio crackled with frantic calls for fire support every couple of minutes, each request sending the gun line scrambling to calculate trajectories before the artillery crews unleashed their response. Faced with attacks from two directions, Lieutenant Colonel McHale had made the tough call to split the firing batteries. Captain Castor, having just returned from checking on his men outside the mineshaft command post, immediately concurred with the decision. It diluted their firepower in each sector, but given the circumstances, no one could see a better option. Even with the limited number of tubes, the deep, rhythmic thump of the 155mm M772 howitzers cutting through the dawn air was a profound comfort to Connolly and the Marines huddled with him. Yet for all the reassurance that outgoing fire provided, it was a stark announcement. The enemy was now close enough to be targeted by artillery, which meant the Russians were tightening the noose. Inside the cramped command post, radio operators pressed their handsets hard against their ears, their voices straining to be heard over the concussive blasts of the nearby guns, while they fought to decipher the chaotic transmissions flooding the net. During a fleeting lull in the barrage, one operator barked, "Apache Red 1, say again your last." The reply was instant and edged with raw urgency. "Roger, I say again, force recon elements north of my position have been overrun on Jumbo Hill." A static-filled pause followed, the call sign identifying the speaker as a light armored reconnaissance platoon commander. His voice bounced and jolted, painting a vivid picture of a vehicle racing over broken ground. "We've recovered the surviving force recon personnel." His report was suddenly shattered by the distinct rapid thump-thump-thump of automatic cannon fire over the radio, followed immediately by the closer hammering staccato of machine guns. "We are withdrawing south. Inform Dark Horse Battalion, we are coming in hot. Russians are 600 meters behind us and closing fast." Another voice, likely. The vehicle's gunner shouted in the background, audible over the din. 400 meters, sir! Engaging!" The transmission dissolved into a roar of 25mm cannon fire, drowning out whatever the lieutenant tried to say next. The radio operator beside Connolly forced a tone of calm into his reply. "We copy! Transmit your grid! We'll build a fire mission and slam the door shut behind you." "Copy! I am the trail vehicle. My grid is..." The sentence was severed by a deafening explosion, then a hollow silence that stretched for several heartbeats. When the lieutenant's voice returned, it was tighter, strained. "Be advised, we are hit, but still mobile, attempting to push south. My northing is 256. Everything north of my position is enemy." The transmission cut out again, plunging the regimental command post into a tense, waiting silence. Every man was frozen, clinging to that single broadcast from a fellow Marine in extremis. The voice sounded young, probably a second lieutenant fresh to the fight. Connolly stared at the silent radio with the rest of the HQ staff, his mind conjuring the desperate rolling battle unfolding in the dark. Then, a screech of feedback pierced the quiet, and the lieutenant's voice returned, not in words but in a raw, blood-curdling scream. "We're on fire!" The line went dead. Connolly didn't wait. He snatched up the field phone linked directly to the artillery batteries. "Patriot, fire mission, immediate suppression, mix of Hate E and Willie Pete Battery 6, target location 256-09-3 lineal sheaf, east to west, over." The acknowledgement was swift, the firing battery reading back the coordinates, but warning of a delay. They had to shift trails, a laborious process of lifting the howitzer's heavy rear spades and physically pivoting the entire weapon 90 degrees to face the new threat. They knew an immediate suppression mission meant the situation had turned critical, that infantry, or in this case an LAR unit, was in a desperate fight for survival. It took precious minutes. But soon the deep-throated roar of the Marine artillery resumed, this time aimed north. A sudden wall of flame and smoke erupted, lighting up the morning sky as a battered platoon raced for the southern lines. The firestorm arrived too late to save the young lieutenant, but his final defiant act had forced the Russians to hesitate just long enough for the remnants of his command to escape. A young Marine lieutenant, face pressed into the dirt, peered through his binoculars. The distant road was a scene of chaos, marked by artillery bursts and the burning wreck of a light-armored vehicle. From behind him, down the slope, came a frantic shout from his tank loader. "Sir, the LAR scouts are reporting. They're hauling tail with Russians right on them. It's a reduced element, 3 LAV-25s coming in hot. You'll spot them any moment now." True enough. 3 distinct shapes soon broke through the haze in his lenses, veering off the road and kicking up dust. The lieutenant snatched up his map, binoculars and rifle, scrambling back down to his waiting Abrams. He hauled himself onto the hull, slammed his helmet on, and dropped through the commander's hatch, landing hard in his seat. His voice was tight over the intercom. "Driver, move to the firing position, go!" His tank, along with two others to the left and one to the right, roared to life and surged forward a short distance before plunging into an engineer-dug revetment. The gunner immediately traversed the turret toward the approaching scouts. The lavs shot past in a blur, one nearly clipping the concealed hull of an Abrams in its panic. Then the four tanks opened up with their main guns, their heavy 120mm rounds seeking targets among the pursuing Russian vehicles. They worked with a brutal rhythm. Fire, reload, repeat. Each shot at a BTR armored carrier kicked up a massive dust cloud. For a moment, the Americans held the advantage, methodically picking off the enemy vehicles. But the BTR crews weren't blind. They pinpointed the source of the fire and replied with precise missile volleys. The first salvo claimed one tank, then a second. 8 Marines were gone in an instant. The 2 remaining Abrams kept fighting, absorbing hit after hit until a half-dozen missiles had cratered the ground around them. Shrapnel and concussive blasts damaged their turrets, but they were still mobile. They reversed out of their positions and began a desperate sprint south, following pre-planned escape routes through gullies and washes. It was a grim running retreat. One of the big tanks, crippled by earlier flanking fire, threw a track and shuddered to a halt. Its crew bailed out, grabbing rifles and essential gear, and sprinted toward the lone surviving Abrams. They clambered onto its hull, holding on for dear life as it lurched forward again, carrying them away from the relentless advance 12 kilometers from the minefields. The Javelin teams of 3rd Battalion waited, through the thermal sights on their launchers. They watched the 3 fleeing lavs, followed by the single battered Abrams with extra crew clinging to its hull. The Marine Weapons Company executive officer, coordinating with his gunnery sergeant over the radio, assigned targets on the XO signal. The first missile erupted from a team positioned on a farmhouse roof. A faint gray puff, then the weapon streaked away on a spear of flame. The team immediately grabbed their gear, dropped from the roof, and sprinted to a secondary position among a cluster of trees 200 yards closer to the high ground. The fire-and-forget missile climbed in a high arc, seemed to hang for a second, then dove to strike its target on the thinly armored roof. Using a $250,000 tank killer on a mere personnel carrier was spectacular overkill, but not a single Marine cared about the cost-effectiveness report some accountant would later file. 3 more red traces soon joined the first stitching across the pale morning sky. The Russian armored vehicles were trapped with no escape route. Their only remaining option was to unleash a final desperate volley of fire toward the missile launches before being obliterated. Marine missile teams, alongside a crew from the French Dragoons, each unleashed a javelin before immediately pulling back to another hidden spot. It was a relentless cycle: fire, displace, find new cover, reload, and prepare to engage an enemy advancing relentlessly with every passing second. Lieutenant Colonel McHale pulled Connolly and Colonel Castor to a quiet corner. "Sir," he said to Castor, "the enemy is now 10 kilometers north of Dark Horse's last defensive positions. Dark Horse is down to a single operational tank in his entire sector." "I see it," Castor replied, his eyes fixed on the map as the small red markers crept closer to the mine. The northern situation was deteriorating, the line was crumbling steadily, but the eastern and western flanks weren't faring much better. Ironically, the gamble taken by 1st Battalion to split the Russian advance was paying off. They still retained all 4 of their tanks and a complete LAV platoon. To the east, the rugged, broken ground forced the enemy BTRs into narrow columns of 3, allowing 2nd Battalion to maintain a shaky control, though they too were in a slow fighting retreat. Dark Horse's zone, however, was the critical point. "What's your read, Dan?" the colonel asked. "Sir, I'd have a much clearer picture if you'd let me get down there and give Dark Horse some support. You believe you can accomplish something on the ground that you can't from here. Possibly. An extra officer who knows how to coordinate fire support could be useful. At the very worst, I still shoot expert with my rifle, Connolly said with a grin, patting his carbine. Castor's expression remained grave. Is that right? Well, every Marine is a rifleman first, rank be damned. He glanced around the command post, the weight of the day settling on his shoulders. And we might all be proving that before sunset, running a hand through his short gray stubble. He turned to Mikhail. Eric, if you can spare Dan right now, let's send him down. He can help Dark Horse 6 focus on the tactical fight and give us a real-time assessment of what they need from up here. Mikhail nodded his agreement, and Connolly was in motion instantly. He snatched up his gear and the bulky, expensive radios he'd been carrying, hefting them onto his shoulder. He caught the eye of Sergeant Casillas, who was waiting patiently against the mine shaft wall. "Sergeant, we're moving on it, sir." "One last thing, Dan," Castor called out as Connolly headed for the exit. Dark Horse 6 is as tough as they come, a superb officer, but if his line is about to break, he'll be the last man to say so. He's a fighter to the core. So if it looks truly dire down there, if I need to pivot a company from 2nd Battalion or shift tanks from 1st, you give me the honest word. Understood, sir. With that, Connolly and Casillas sprinted out the door. Sergeant Casillas guided his lav driver along a treacherous, winding mining road, the thick jungle canopy blotting out most of the sky. During brief gaps in the foliage, they caught glimpses of the northern horizon lit by streaking tracers and the fiery tails of missiles. The battlefield soundtrack was a constant, rolling thunder of artillery and the deep concussions of tank fire, punctuated by the sharper cracks and whines of rounds passing overhead. They sped past the 2 artillery batteries, which had just completed a grueling survivability move to a new firing point, a tacit acknowledgement that the Russians were close enough to target the guns that had been hammering them. The assumption was the enemy had their approximate location, so displacing a few hundred meters, though exhausting, was the only way to keep the big guns in action. The move had cost them precious time, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and cordite. The artillery crews had repositioned their guns, and the thunderous barrage resumed. Men hefting the massive, nearly 100-pound shells by hand, loading them onto the sled, ramming them home into the breach, and then packing the powder charges behind. As his vehicle sped past, Connolly caught a glimpse of one of the split batteries in the pale morning light, the crews slamming the breeches shut and yanking their lanyards in a ragged unison. He noted they were now divided into 3 sections, a mere 4 M777 howitzers covered each cardinal point. The fire was less concentrated, far less, he thought. A classic artillery duel was likely brewing, since the Russians would probably inch their big 152mm guns forward behind the infantry. It was a time-worn tactic, but Connolly figured if anyone would dust it off, it would be that cunning old general. "Infiltrate and annihilate," Connolly muttered under his breath. Marima Hill, Kenya. January 1, Casillas' LAV reached the Dark Horse Battalion command post. Connolly dropped from the rear hatch and sprinted toward the tent, nestled and fortified within a shallow natural draw reinforced with timber and sandbags. The moment he stepped inside the CP, the weight of the atmosphere hit him. A few red lamps cast a feeble glow over the shadowy interior. Marines darted in and out, ferrying messages to and from the company defensive lines. Maps and status boards lined the tent walls, surrounded by huddled figures. Radio sets crackled with the relentless, tense traffic of men in battle, a familiar sound from regimental HQ. The command post hummed with urgent activity, all conducted in hushed tones and low light. Nearly all the Dark Horse Javelin teams had successfully pulled back from their forward positions, linked up with their companies, and were now woven into the final defensive perimeter. The lone surviving Abrams tank had been given a slot near Kilo Company, where engineers had carved out another firing position. The tankers and infantry there understood the M1 was now a permanent piece of the line. There was no ground left to yield. Connolly moved to speak with the battalion commander, a compact, powerfully built lieutenant colonel with a substantial bulge of chewing tobacco distorting his lower left cheek. Just as with McHale, Connolly and Dickinson went way back. The lieutenant colonel turned and spotted him. "You here to back me up, or to take my place?" "Here to work for you if you'll have me, Ben. Just put me in the game." A grin cracked the man's weathered, sun-tanned face. "Can you handle my fires? If your boys will listen to me, hell yes, they'll be thrilled to have you. I had to send my weapons company commander down to help his guys reposition the .50 cals after the Javelin teams rolled in." He scowled, ejecting a stream of tobacco juice onto the dirt. "Truth is, I didn't think they'd be on us this fast. We've been pounding them. But the bastards sliced through the lair screen like it was nothing and just brushed my tanks aside," Connolly said. "Boris Lazar has a lifetime of fighting under his belt. He won't just fold. We have to break his momentum completely." Dickinson turned to snag a radio handset from a comms sergeant, then, covering the microphone, looked back at Connolly. "Hold on. Did the old man send you to babysit me in case I get in over my head?" Connolly offered a faint, knowing shrug. "Something along those lines. He's prepared to push a company or some tanks from 1st and 2nd Battalions your way if you need them. I'd ask for them now, but integrating them would be more chaos than help with everything else going to hell. If it comes to that, we'll decide together." The lieutenant colonel then proceeded to add a fresh wad of tobacco on top of the existing one, a habit Connolly remembered from their younger days, a nervous tell that meant the situation was dire. Seeing his old friend in the thick of it and hearing directly how aggressively the Russians were pushing was a sobering jolt, yet a grim sense of purpose settled over Connolly. He was finally where he belonged, far from the oppressive stillness of that dark mine shaft headquarters. Here, at least, the chaos felt honest. Connolly gathered his newly assembled team, the air officer, artillery liaison, and mortar leader, who together formed the battalion's fire support coordination cell. This was where he thrived, a master of combined arms fire, a discipline built on mathematics, maps, and trajectories, but grounded most of all in battlefield instinct. It was a constant balancing act, assessing risks, weighing the urgent needs of each unit, and predicting the enemy's moves, not just in the present moment, but 1 minute, 10 minutes, and further into the uncertain future. A fresh transmission crackled over the Dark Horse network from the forward lines, reporting an odd, loud buzzing in the air above them. The infantrymen were confused by the sound, but Connolly recognized it instantly. Based on the description, like a swarm of angry lawnmowers, he knew it had to be Russian drones. He'd encountered their 3-meter wingspan UAVs during the Mount Kenya exercises. They were scouts, pinpointing American positions. Reports soon flooded in from the frontline companies, confirming his suspicion they'd seen the drones overhead. Those companies should brace for incoming artillery? Connolly stated flatly. He immediately directed his fires team to contact the artillery battery. If those drones were the prelude to a Russian barrage, he needed the Marine counter-battery radar activated and scanning northward. Catching the trajectory of incoming shells would allow them to triangulate the firing points, revealing the Russian battery's locations in under 5 minutes. The distinctive shriek of incoming rounds filled the sky. It started like a solitary shrill whistle, then multiplied into a dissonant chorus before the first explosions slammed into the hillside southeast of their position. The battalion command post had either been missed or deliberately spared in that initial salvo, but within a minute the impacts began walking closer. A radio operator looked up, clutching a message. "Sir, counter-battery radar has a possible fix. It's not 100%, but it might be enough to work with." Connolly took the slip of paper, checked the grid coordinates against his map, and carefully plotted the location. It was a dense jungle area roughly 15 kilometers away. "What's your read?" he asked his team. The artillery liaison spoke first. "I'd fire from there if I were them. It's a solid hide we wouldn't easily spot from our higher ground." The others nodded in agreement. "Then work up a fire mission," Connolly ordered. Get it to the guns. We hit that grid now. If I'm right, the worst is still coming." The truth was, part of him almost admired the Russians' timing, a grim mechanical ballet played out with maps and metal. It was a sarcastic thought, born from too many close calls. The fires team relayed the data to the Artillery Fire Direction Center. Minutes later, the deep, rhythmic thump of the Marine Corps' big guns on the hilltop answered, sending a limited response, perhaps a dozen rounds. Connolly guessed they were conserving ammunition for more confirmed targets than this radar-generated guess. Yet, the incoming Russian fire ceased almost immediately. Just as a murmur of relief passed through the tent, near simultaneous reports arrived from all three rifle companies on the defensive line. The enemy had been sighted 5 kilometers out from the forward edge of the battle area, and they were advancing in swarming numbers. Connolly leaned into the bank of radios, absorbing every broken transmission. The companies were engaging at maximum range. The ear-splitting crack of SMAW anti-tank rockets echoed, and even from the HQ, the heavy automatic bark of 50 caliber machine guns was unmistakable. The cacophony, intensified by the second Connolly, stepped out of the tent into the open air, his gaze fixed on the base of the hill where the tree line now shimmered with the heat of the coming fight. A sudden, unbidden memory flashed, a quiet morning fishing on a lake back home. The silence so profound it felt like a different planet. He pushed the thought away and focused on the noise. The horizon erupted with mortar impacts, thick plumes of inky smoke marking where vehicles had been turned to scrap. From the Marine positions, streams of tracer fire, crimson, amber, and gold lashed out into the gloom, met by answering volleys of emerald green from the Russian lines. What began as sporadic firing from a few dozen points quickly swelled, multiplying until the entire front-facing Dark Horse Battalion was alight with a relentless, terrifying pyrotechnic display. Dan Connolly watched, one hand clamped over an ear to dull the roar, the other keeping steady pressure on his radio headset as he strained to hear the frantic calls for fire from the embattled companies. A new urgent report crackled through. Russian infantry had reached the very edge of the defensive perimeter, breaching the maze of wire and obstacles. Soon, the distinctive, thunderous crump of Claymore mines detonating added to the hellish symphony. He glanced across the command post at Lieutenant Colonel Ben Dickinson, Dark Horse 6, who was shouting into his handset, voice raw with urgency as he ordered his commanders to hold the line at all costs. Dickinson was shifting platoons like pieces on a chessboard, trying to plug gaps torn open by the relentless Russian bombardment that was suppressing American return fire. For a split second, Connolly thought about calling Colonel Castor for guidance, but the situation was deteriorating too fast. Instead, he decided to push everything he had forward, directing fire support to the most critical sectors, even if those units were too overwhelmed to ask for it. He huddled with his fire support cell, and in unison they called back to regimental headquarters, using every coded phrase and urgent terminology they knew to pry loose every available asset. The air officer barked a rapid series of 9-line requests over the UHF. The response was almost immediate, but grimly insufficient. 2 passes from Harrier jets and 1 from a pair of FA-18s. It was a start, but it felt like bringing a water pistol to a house fire. Nearby, the mortar chief was directing the 81mm crews, pouring rounds into every coordinate where the American line was reported to be thinning. Suddenly, Dickinson's voice cut through the din, yelling directly at him. "Connolly, India Company reports Russians in the wire. What can you give me right now?" "Get me a grid and I'll have the battery lay down an immediate suppression mission," Connolly shouted back. The battalion commander relayed the coordinates and immediately turned back to his radio, trying to steady India Company's captain with the promise of steel raining down almost on their own positions. Connolly grabbed the handset from the artillery liaison officer, his voice tight but clear. "Patriot! Patriot! This is Dark Horse Fires! Fire mission! Immediate suppression! All guns fire, danger close, I say again, danger close. A tense pause followed, broken only by static. Then a calm voice replied, "Station calling. This is Patriot. Need authentication. Over, of course." Connolly thought, a spike of frustration cutting through his focus. The artillery battery wouldn't fire a mission this close to friendly troops without explicit approval from higher command. As if on cue, the gruff, authoritative voice of Colonel Castor, monitoring from the safer confines of the mine shaft further up the hill, boomed over the regimental net. "Dan, you have my authorization if you think it's worth the risk." "Yes, sir, I do." Connolly responded without hesitation. He keyed the mic again. "Patriot, initials Bravo Charlie." "Patriot copies. On Grizzly 6 approval. Stand by for danger close mission. Acknowledged. Sending target location now." Connolly confirmed, as the liaison officer relayed the precise grid. Over the battalion net, the sounds of battle were horrifyingly clear. The frantic shouts, the staccato snap-snap of rifle fire. The Russians sounded terrifyingly close, well within 300 meters of the command post itself. Every Marine on that line was fighting with everything they had, a desperate, furious struggle to keep the enemy off the hill. Then came the shrieking whistle of outgoing artillery shells, a sound that prompted a brief, ragged cheer from the men in the tent. The barrage was short, but Connolly prayed it would have a pulverizing effect on the attackers. In a sudden, eerie lull in the shooting, a new sound emerged, a high-pitched mechanical whirring. One drone, then another and another, until the air itself seemed to vibrate with their buzz, circling directly overhead. Lazar's reconnaissance had found them. The command post was pinpointed. Connolly's blood ran cold. "Everybody out now, move," he screamed, the order tearing from his throat. Connolly helped the fire team snatch up their radios, and within moments Marines were sprinting through the tent flaps, desperate to put distance between themselves and the command post before the attack came. He and his crew threw themselves into the narrow slit trenches that had been dug for exactly this purpose, sheltered under a thick canopy of trees about 50 yards away. Almost immediately, a 152 millimeters artillery shell hammered into the hillside, landing just 70 yards short of the headquarters. The force knocked men to their knees as jagged shrapnel screamed through the air. A second and third round impacted even closer, less than 20 yards from the tent, and a fourth struck a mere 10 yards from its timber-reinforced northern wall, from the trench. Connolly could hear the agonized cries of those who hadn't reached cover in time. He watched, helpless, as 3 more shells landed in quick succession. 4 Marines caught in the open were simply erased by the blasts. There was nothing to be done for them, nothing anyone could do over the roar. The mortar team leader shouted, "Sir, the counter-battery radar is still tracking the incoming fire." "You're serious? It's still operational." "Yes, sir. They've called it in. Here's the coordinates." He passed Connolly a crumpled scrap of paper. More heavy shells screamed in, obliterating the now empty battalion command post in a storm of splintered wood, shredded tarps, and shattered radio gear. Further along the trench, Connolly spotted Dark Horse 6, the battalion commander, surrounded by his Marines. He was the picture of a steadfast leader, standing tall in the mud, a radio pressed to his ear as he tried to assess the chaos himself. The clerks and radiomen around him had their rifles up, scanning the tree line down the northern slope. Connolly seized the regimental fires coordination radio from the artillery liaison officer. "Grizzly fires, Grizzly fires. This is Dark Horse fires. How do you read?" Higher up, the slope, Colonel Castor's regimental command post was being pummeled by a hellish rain of shells and rockets. The terrifying shriek of multiple launch rocket systems, a weapon the Russians had favored since World War II, when troops nicknamed them Stalin's organs, was flattening an area the size of several football fields atop the hill. The abandoned mine shaft where Castor and his men had taken shelter shuddered violently with every impact. Concussive waves rolled into the tunnel, making it difficult to work or even think straight. With each explosion, Cascades of dust and grit poured from the ceiling. The barrage eased for a brief moment, and over 50 men from the regimental logistics section stumbled inside. Seeking refuge, they brought wounded and dead with them. The cramped mine shaft was now packed with sweating, bleeding, exhausted men. Then the Russian artillery started again in earnest, hammering the hillside with relentless fury. Castor knew his northern defensive line was crumbling. The enemy had zeroed in on his headquarters, and they vastly outnumbered his Marines. A dark, uninvited thought crept in. This could all be over in a couple of hours. He physically shook his head to dispel it, his voice rising above the din as he began barking new orders. Chapter 76, Indian Ocean, January 1, just 21 miles off the coast of Mombasa, Kenya. A slender black metal shaft, little more than a wire, broke the placid surface of the sea. It was the antenna for a Raytheon high data rate multiband satellite communications system mounted on the mast of the American Virginia-class submarine lurking silently below. The USS John Warner, Commander Diana Del Vecchio, stood on the bridge, her focus entirely on the communications officer as he sent a encrypted digital burst transmission up to the Milstar satellite network. This transmission would update fleet operations on the submarine's precise location and, more critically, its current tactical status. It was that status and the weight of the decision it represented that occupied the thoughts of every soul on board. Days earlier, Commander Del Vecchio had resigned herself to the impossibility of slipping past the dense Iranian and Russian naval picket line guarding the waters off Mombasa, a network specifically hunting for her submarine's unique acoustic signature. Her initial plan was to find a safer patrol zone far out in the open ocean, a position from which she could protect her crew while still offering some remote support to the operation at Mrima Hill. Yet, as the USS John Warner transited toward that area, a shift occurred. The very same cunning Russian submarine that had nearly trapped them up north had raced ahead to ambush their arrival. Fortune turned when the Russian boat surfaced briefly, likely for a communications window, and the Warner's radar team spotted her. Seizing the moment, the American submarine slid past undetected. This small victory ignited a new resolve in Del Vecchio. She decided to push her luck. By moving with extreme caution, hiding within favorable thermal layers to baffle enemy sonar, and driving her own sonar operators to the brink of exhaustion to map every potential threat, she believed they could inch closer to the coast. There, their firepower could actually make a difference. For 31 grueling hours, every member of the crew pushed without respite. Now they were holding position, a precarious 12 nautical miles south of an Iranian frigate armed with anti-submarine rockets and a mere 9 miles northwest of an even more capable Russian frigate. Other hostile submarines lurked somewhere in the dark water, their contacts intermittent and their current locations, a terrifying mystery. The John Warner was poised to launch a single precious volley of cruise missiles if the Marines called for it, but those targets would need to remain static for the full 16-minute flight time from their current position. The real trick would come after firing. They would then have to somehow slip the tightening noose and find a path back to safety, as every enemy ship in the area converged on their location. Del Vecchio and her executive officer had spent those long hours hunched over charts, and they believed they'd found their escape, a deep, twisting trench to the southeast. Navigating it would be a blind, high-speed dash, trusting old charts to guide sharp turns and avoid smashing into the canyon walls. If they could pull it off, they had a chance. Now everything depended on the Marines providing a target worthy of the immense risk. 8 minutes after their transmission, a reply crackled over the SATCOM. The situation at Mrima Hill was dire. The battle had raged for half a day and Russian forces had breached defensive lines. Fleet Command had alerted the USS Boxer, which was now establishing a direct radio link between the John Warner and the regimental HQ on the hilltop, cutting out the middleman and speeding communication between those needing the firepower and those delivering it. Del Vecchio read the message with a slow, determined nod. Turning to the bridge crew, her voice held a grim satisfaction. "This wasn't a waste of time. Our guys are in trouble, and we get one shot to help." She paused, then finished with a wry, almost cheerful note that cut through the tension. "And then, gentlemen, we are going to execute a tactical retreat at maximum velocity." Marima Hill, Kenya, January 1st. Peering over the northern trench line, Lieutenant Colonel Connolly was met with a vista of pure chaos. A landscape of fire, smoke, and detonations, littered with the fallen and the shattered remains of Marine vehicles. It struck him with a cold clarity that he had never witnessed warfare of this ferocity. A glance at the exhausted, determined faces around him confirmed he wasn't alone in that thought. None of these Marines had seen its like. He doubted the Russians had either. One of the radiomen, his face smudged with dirt, turned toward him, awaiting orders. The situation on the ground was deteriorating fast. The young Marine's assessment was brutally correct. They were about to be overrun. The next enemy push would overwhelm their position, and with the command post under direct threat behind them, the intense artillery made fighting back impossible. All they could do was dig in and wait for the Russian armored vehicles to crest the hill and finish them in their own trenches. Dan Connolly had to concede the 22-year-old had a clearer grasp of this battle than any strategy team back in Washington ever could. Peering just over the slit trench's edge, he watched the relentless explosions hammering India Company's forward line. Reports swirled of Russian platoons breaking through, though the last strike from the FA-18s had knocked out a half-dozen BTRs at the cost of one aircraft. He was moments from ordering the final 2 Cobra gunships into the fray when the battalion radio crackled to life. An unknown number of Russian armored vehicles had pierced the defensive perimeter and were now running wild in the rear. "They've broken through," Connolly thought, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. After a quick review of the air officer's data, he thumped the man's helmet in approval for the Cobra run. His attention snapped back to the trench line as someone shouted and pointed north. Connolly turned to see 3 figures darting through the trees on his right, Russian infantry, dismounted from a vehicle. A grenade tumbled through the dirt, rolling to a stop just in front of his position. "Grenade!" Casillas, standing atop his LAV just behind the trench, opened up with the M240, hosing the approaching soldiers with machine gun fire. Connolly dropped flat, covering the fires team as the grenade detonated with a concussive crack, showering the trench lip with shrapnel like metallic hail. Marines in the adjacent slit trench rose, rifles barking, as another group of Russians emerged. Casillas kept firing, forcing the enemy to scramble for cover. Then a BTR crashed through the shattered tree line to the northeast, weaving between the burned-out wrecks of labs. It tore into the open, its cannon firing wildly into the battalion headquarters area. Generators, aid station tents, and parked trucks were shredded in the onslaught. The APC swept its fire in a wide, punishing arc, and Connolly heard the terrible cries of men caught in the blasts. His team ducked low as 30mm rounds passed dangerously close. Then Marines along the line popped up to return rifle fire. It forced the Russian foot soldiers to take cover but did nothing to the BTR. Its armor was too thick, even for Casillas's heavy machine gun. The vehicle advanced slowly, enemy troops using it as a mobile shield firing to their flanks. Connolly hefted his carbine, flicked off the safety, and rose to fire. He managed only a few furious shots at the BTR 50 yards away before a burst of 7.62mm fire forced him back down. He glanced behind him. There was no escape. Jumping from the trench meant being cut down by the BTR's cannon. Staying put meant being overrun by the closing infantry. They were completely pinned. Without warning, an ear-splitting scream ripped the air directly overhead. A massive explosion erupted just to the north, followed by a wave of heat and flame that washed over the trench. The incoming fire ceased instantly. Connolly lifted his head. The BTR was now a smoking wreck, a gaping hole torn in its side. The Russian troops responsible for the assault were either eliminated, injured, or desperately seeking cover as they retreated down the slope. A triumphant yell of "Get some" cut through the noise, and Connolly spun to see Sergeant Casillas. The Marine was no longer in his lav, kneeling in the mud with a spent AT-4 launcher beside him. His uniform was torn open at the right leg, soaked through with dark, glistening blood, ignoring his wound. He was attempting to haul himself back onto his vehicle to resume manning the machine gun. A surge of cheers erupted from the men as they directed a torrent of fire at the remaining enemy. Infantry Connolly immediately ordered 2 members of his fire team forward. They reached the stubborn sergeant just as he got a hand on the vehicle's rim, convincing him to come down despite his fierce objections. Corpsmen were summoned to carry him to a medical post set up in another trench across the clearing. As Connolly worked to re-establish contact with the aircraft for confirmation and another strike run, he shook his head, a mix of disbelief and admiration cutting through the adrenaline. Only a Marine would get shot and then argue about leaving his post. Nearby, the radioman had deep gashes across his face. Blood streaked like some primal mask, yet he remained focused on his equipment. "Sir, we have a call from the Boxer." Connolly couldn't fathom what the ship could possibly say that would matter in this chaos. "Unless they've discovered a hidden wing of FA-18s in the cargo bay, I don't have time for a chat right now." The radioman, too strained to even acknowledge the attempt at humor, simply passed Connolly the handset. "They're insisting it's urgent, sir." Annoyed, Connolly pressed the receiver to his ear. "Grizzly 5, fired. Send it." The voice from the other end was all business. "John Warner is on station and offering support. They have TLAMs available, but their window is extremely narrow. Once they expose their position, they'll have to turn and run. Flight time to your estimated target area is 16 minutes. They need precise coordinates from you. Effectiveness is uncertain, as the enemy forces are not concentrated in a single kill box." An artillery shell slammed into the earth a mere 25 yards away. Dirt and debris showered over the trench, forcing Connolly to duck, but when he raised his head, a fierce grin had spread across his face. 16 minutes! Hell yes, we can use that standby." He turned to the men crammed into the trench with him, shouting over the incoming roar, "TLAMs are inbound." Seeing the confused looks, a young captain clarified, "Sub-launched Tomahawk, sir." "Correct. If we can just shut down those Russian guns, we can relieve the pressure on the battalion. Your team coordinates the close air support and hits everything pushing against India Company. The enemy has chosen 3/5 and India specifically as their point of penetration. If I'm reading their commander right, he's about to throw everything he has at them. Have a full strike package ready on my mark." The men immediately hunched together in the precarious trench, which seemed to shudder with each impact, and began calculating the necessary firing data. Connolly then got on the radio to Castor. It took a tense full minute to pull him from another conversation. "Dan, how's the line holding?" "Sir, the CP is gone. We're in the trenches now, and India Company is about to be the meat in a very bad sandwich, but the John Warner is ready to engage static targets with cruise missiles. If we can neutralize that artillery, we take the heat off India, and then Dark Horse can realign to contain any breakthrough. You already tried to hit those guns once. They seem to have plenty of fight left in them." "Understood, sir. This time we have a different delivery system." Connolly's mind raced, picturing the silent underwater launch and the missiles arcing inland. It was a desperate gamble, but it was the only card they had left to play. "Our intelligence grid is precise, and judging by the Russian rate of fire, they're committing everything. The artillery positions haven't shifted, sir. Lazar should have relocated them by now, but his confidence in an imminent breakthrough is making him complacent. Those guns are exactly where they were 60 minutes ago. I'd stake my reputation that they'll still be there in 16 minutes. If Lazar maintains this pressure on our lines, the Tomahawks can strike that grid and silence them completely." "How confident are you in the grid coordinates?" "The intelligence is solid, sir. My map analysis confirms they're positioned in an exposed area. Castor and the command post were unmistakably under intense bombardment. Connolly could hardly make out the colonel's voice over the thunder of shells. Then, let's put that submarine to work. Transmit the coordinates. I'll have McHale and his Fires Coordination Cell review the firing data and deconflict the Tomahawk's flight path with all the converging fire from our artillery, mortars, and the helicopters and jets already engaging on Dark Horse's sector. Roger, sir. Us, John Warner. Indian Ocean. January 1, Commander Del Vecchio, 30 miles out to sea, felt the weight of the situation inland. The urgency in the Marines' radio traffic from the regimental fires cell was palpable, punctuated by the distant, shuddering booms she could hear in the background. The sound of those explosions sent a jolt through everyone on the bridge. Del Vecchio's order was crisp. Weapons, launch 8 Toms on those coordinates. We'll keep 4 in reserve, but maintain them in ready-to-fire status. Inform the Marines they're available if needed, but we can't hold this position indefinitely. Aye, Captain, the weapons officer replied, turning to the fire control team. The crew input the data, running a triple check on the launch parameters and the trajectory paths requested by the ground forces. A tense minute passed. Captain, all TLAMs show ready for launch. Fire. A deep, visceral whoosh vibrated through the submarine's hull, a pressure wave compressing the air in men's ears. There was a rush of sound as the vertical launch tubes flooded with air, followed by a sharp shock as the hatches blew open, ejecting the massive missiles upward into the dark water. The booster motors ignited, forcing water violently against the hull as the projectiles ascended 50 feet and then breached the choppy surface of the Indian Ocean. Shedding their launch brackets, the rocket motors engaged with a roar, brilliant yellow flames spewing from the tails of the BGM-109C missiles as they clawed into the sky, rapidly accelerating to 550 miles per hour. Within seconds, they were joined by 7 more, a mix of 4 BGM-109Cs and 4 of the cluster munition variant BGM-109Ds, a vengeful constellation rising toward the coast. North of Mrima Hill, Kenya, January 1. General Lazar, standing in the turret of a BTR just behind his lead battalion, absorbed the steady stream of casualty reports. The losses were severe, far worse than he had projected. Yet he pressed the attack, sensing a fragility in the American center. Getting his forces this deep this quickly had always been the plan. Now it was up to the well-drilled soldiers of Colonel Glatsky's regiment to crush the Marines defending the hill's northern flank. A strange, almost giddy certainty took hold of him. He pictured his staff back in Moscow, toasting with vodka over maps, already writing the victory dispatches in their heads. This misplaced confidence was his blind spot. Once this position fell, his Russians would flood into the American rear, attacking the other battalions from behind and making their fortified lines useless. The battle would be effectively won. He'd then commit the paratroopers to the grim close-quarters work of clearing trenches and mine shafts, promising himself the fight would be over by midnight. To maintain this crushing pressure on the exhausted Marines, he'd accepted several risks, most notably keeping his artillery batteries static longer than any manual would advise. So far, the F-35s had failed to locate them, and his anti-aircraft units were performing admirably, keeping the American jets at a distance. He allowed himself a thin smile, ignoring the nagging voice that warned of overextension. Lazar radioed Keir, who had been dispatched to the artillery positions behind Jumbo Hill to assess the situation and urge the gunners to maintain their bombardment of the identified enemy headquarters. Keeping the American command distracted was crucial to preventing a coordinated response to the ongoing assault. Moments later, Keir's voice crackled over the radio. "General, I've just been informed. 2nd Regiment must halt. They've sustained severe losses." A wave of irritation washed over Lazar. Pushing forward would exhaust the Marines rapidly, yet he trusted his commander's judgment. "Very well. Authorize Clava to pause his advance for now, but instruct him to maintain suppressing fire on the enemy lines. We cannot ease the pressure." "Understood, sir. Also, General, have you seen the updates from Glatsky? He reports several platoons have infiltrated the Marine positions. He believes a breakthrough is moments away." It struck Lazar as strange that a report would travel all the way back to Colonel Keir at Jumbo Hill, only to be relayed to him here, embedded within Glatsky's forward battalion. Yet in the chaos of battle, command channels often remained rigid, even when leaders moved to the front. "That is promising news," he replied, raising his binoculars through the lenses. He observed the intense close-quarters combat along the jungle roads, climbing the slope. The familiar cacophony of war surrounded him, the relentless stutter of machine guns growing ever louder, the persistent crackle of rifles. He spotted the flash of hand grenades detonating, a clear sign the opposing forces were now only yards apart. "Excellent," he thought. "Truly excellent, sir. One more item," Kerr continued. "The artillery commander here reports that Colonel Borbikov has issued an order to—" Lazar removed his helmet, tilting his head at an unfamiliar sound cutting through the rumble of the BTR's engines. A distinct buzzing drew his gaze upward. Initially, he assumed it was one of their own reconnaissance drones, used to pinpoint American targets. But this noise was different, sharper, faster, like a high-performance engine screaming past. Squinting against the harsh African sun, he spotted them. 3, then 4, then 6 sleek, dark, cigar-shaped forms flying low and parallel to his position. They streaked overhead and raced northward behind him. He recognized them immediately as Tomahawk missiles, undoubtedly headed for his artillery park. He twisted in the hatch, watching the projectiles speed toward their targets on the northern side of Jumbo Hill, fumbling to secure his helmet back on. "Keir, take cover now." Before his eyes, the first missile plunged behind Jumbo. Seconds later, a massive shockwave rippled forward, reaching Lazar's position over a mile to the south. 3 more impacts followed in quick succession. Trailing missiles split open, scattering cluster munitions across the same area, releasing hundreds of smaller bomblets. Additional shockwaves rolled through, the booms merging into a deafening crescendo. The northern skies seemed to tear open. At the front, the firing ceased abruptly as both sides paused to witness the devastation. The successive explosions, sprays of incendiary material, and thick white smoke told General Boris Lazar everything he needed to know. His artillery ammunition, and likely most of his guns, had just been obliterated. He keyed the radio. "Keir, report damage?" Several seconds of static passed before the colonel responded, his voice shaken and distant. "Comrade General, the guns are gone, simply vanished. The dead are everywhere." "Damn it, Kerr, move the trailing battery forward immediately. We can still punch through." Kerr coughed weakly. "Sir, as I was trying to say, we have only 1 battery of 6 guns remaining. Colonel Borbikov has formally requested it be held in reserve." "Borbikov requested what? Listen to me. Special Forces does not command our artillery." When Keir remained silent, Lazar's voice turned to ice. "There will be no reserves, Keir. Do you understand me? None. Every available soldier and every piece of gear was thrown into the fray. We've got them right on the brink of breaking." When the colonel remained silent, Lazar barked into the radio again. "Keir, do you copy?" A faint, ragged cough came through the speaker. "Dmitri, are you hit?" Lazar pressed. "Yes, it's fine." Lazar had been so focused on shouting into his headset that he missed the chaos erupting around his armored vehicle. Swiveling in the turret toward the hill and the ongoing battle, he caught sight of 4 American fighter jets, screaming down from the cloud cover, lining up directly on his convoy strung along the narrow road. They were sitting ducks. "Hell and damnation," he roared. Time was almost gone. He ripped off his helmet, hauled himself out of the hatch, and kicked clear of the BTR. The burly general hit the dirt road hard, then rolled into a roadside ditch, covering his head just as the first missile found its mark. His vehicle and the one ahead erupted into twin fireballs. Slonim, Belarus. January 1 General Sabaniev's once powerful combined arms regiment was now running on empty. A heartbreaking trail of abandoned hardware lined the highway east, 6 fuel-guzzling T-14 tanks and 8 boomerang fighting vehicles, silent monuments to the column's desperate retreat. 2 more, armadas sputtered and died shortly after. A pair of boomerangs were pulled off the road and drained dry, their precious fuel transferred to keep the remaining tanks moving just enough to clear the path for the others. The headquarters of the Belarusian 11th Guards Mechanized Brigade in Slonim was over 60 miles from the Polish border, and reaching it had consumed nearly the last of their reserves. Plotting the retreat, General Eduard Sabaniev had circled the brigade base on his map, their only hope for fuel and ammunition. He knew from past deployments that the 11th Guards stored older T-80 battalions there, meaning they could scavenge most of what they needed to continue east and hold off the persistent American forces dogging their steps. The Russians arrived at the brigade gates at twilight, where they were met with wary hesitation, even open suspicion. Local Belarusian forces had strict orders to remain in garrison, instructed explicitly not to interfere with either American or Russian troops. The directive from Minsk was clear: stay neutral, do not assist or obstruct. Initially, the gate guards refused entry to the ominous line of Russian armor, citing their orders. Then Colonel Smirnov climbed down, marched to the front of the column, and berated the guards, demanding they open up. His temper flaring, he next ordered the stunned soldiers to locate the sergeant who held the keys to the fuel depot. These men were accustomed to working alongside their Russian counterparts, but were utterly confused by the current political standoff and the presence of a battered Russian brigade on their soil. Uncertain, they complied, raising the exterior barrier and sending a runner to find the key-holding sergeant. The procession of still operational tanks and boomerangs rolled through, lining up around the corner and down the base's main road. The keys were eventually produced, and the slow, laborious task of refueling the exhausted Russian column began. Of course, the Belarusian guards had immediately alerted their chain of command. They pretended to be caught off guard when the brigade's logistics officer, a full colonel, arrived abruptly in his personal car. He skidded to a halt in the middle of the road near the fuel farm and stormed toward the unfolding scene, his face a mask of fury and frustration. "Sergeant Voleski, kill those pumps now." The sergeant immediately obeyed, stepping back from the controls. He couldn't tell whether the Russian officer and his own logistics colonel were about to start shooting, but the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. "Just what gives you the right to commandeer my fuel reserves, Colonel?" shouted the officer from the 11th Guards. Colonel Smirnov had anticipated this confrontation. "Step away from the fuel, comrade, right now," he growled, his hand drifting toward his sidearm. A flicker of genuine fear crossed the Belarusian officer's face. The historic weight of Russian authority was not easily dismissed, but Smirnov also sensed the man was stalling, waiting for someone higher ranked to intervene. Soon, military police vehicles rolled up, their roof lights slicing through the twilight, as officers stepped out and moved toward the gathering crowd. Colonel Smirnov gave a quick signal to the nearest cluster of his men. Within moments, they were moving down the line, directing a full platoon to quickly advance and position themselves near the front of the Russian vehicle column. The Belarusian colonel was now in heated discussion with the MPs, gesturing wildly toward Smirnov. His frustration was palpable. He clearly believed this situation was spiraling out of his control. His visible distress prompted the military police to draw their pistols. In response, the assembling Russian squads raised their AKs, lining up beside Colonel Smirnov in a show of force. Before the standoff could worsen, General Sabaniev emerged from his command boomerang, which was parked midway down the Russian column. He slapped his heavy winter gloves against his fine wool greatcoat and strode with unwavering confidence toward the group at the pumps. He moved directly into the center of the crowd. His soldiers parted respectfully, falling silent as he arrived. Sabaneyev walked straight up to the shorter Belarusian base commander and jabbed a finger into his chest. "Colonel," Sabaneyev said, his voice low and deliberate, "open the valves on your fuel storage tanks immediately, or I will have you executed for disobeying the Regional Forces Group directive." He was invoking the mutual defense pact between Russia and Belarus. The shock of his words, combined with the sudden appearance of a general, stunned the Belarusian side into silence. They stared wide-eyed at the imposing and self-assured Sabaneyev, utterly unsure how to respond. Capitalizing on their hesitation, Sabaneyev pressed his advantage. "You will provide support now, as per the agreement. An attack on any nation within the RGF grants Moscow, and today, that means me, the authority to take necessary action to defend both states. Let me be perfectly clear, Colonel, whether you accept it or not. You are already at war with NATO. The general's citation of the flexible military agreement between Belarus and Russia directly contradicted the colonel's own orders, which were to deny aid to the retreating Russian forces. Those orders stated the Russians had broken all accords by launching an attack through Belarusian territory toward the west without notifying the government in Minsk. But the colonel's internal debate was abruptly shattered by a sharp, ear-splitting crack, followed by a thunderous explosion. The decision was suddenly made for everyone. A T-14 tank at the front gate fired its main gun. The first shot was rapidly followed by several more as additional tanks opened fire and began to maneuver. "What in hell are they doing?" Sabaneyev barked at the officers around him. A head appeared from the turret of the nearest boomerang. "Comrade General, American M1s and German Leopards are approaching from the west. Incoming artillery shells smashed into a nearby street, violently hurling a Belarusian armored vehicle into the air. Sabaneyev seized the base commander by the shoulder, and together they sprinted up the steps and into the nearest building for cover. The Russian column dissolved into chaos. Vehicles that had been queued for fuel now spun their treads, lurching off the road in a desperate scramble for any kind of cover. The orderly retreat vanished as soldiers abandoned their posts, some sprinting back to their mounts, while others simply copied their officers and dove for the nearest ditch. American tank fire continued to scream overhead. Relentless despite the ragged defensive shots, the Russians managed to return. T-14s and boomerang armored vehicles bolted for thin stands of pine behind low garden walls and, in a few cases, simply rammed their way into the sides of brick administrative buildings, anything to escape the storm of steel from the west. The truth was, too many Russian machines were running on fumes and prayers, their missile racks empty. Without fuel and fresh ordnance, right now, they were just waiting to be picked apart by the advancing enemy. Sabaneyev burst into the building and seized the Belarusian colonel by his uniform jacket. "The munitions depot, where is it?" The officer stared back, his mind struggling to process the fact his own base was under assault. "Comrade General, I am not permitted to." "I don't care about your permits," Sabaneyev roared, his face inches from the other man's. "I need a location. They are not on this base. You're lying to me." This installation was stocked with Russian supplies for a regional crisis. "I know they're here. Where did you put them?" Another thunderous impact shook the building, the concussions of outgoing and incoming fire blending into a single roar. The colonel flinched. They were here. A convoy transported everything to Minsk at dawn. What possible reason could you have for that? "Orders from Minsk," the colonel stated, his voice gaining a brittle edge. "My government has no desire to be a party to this ill-conceived adventure. Russian forces are explicitly forbidden from utilizing Belarusian." A high-explosive round struck the building's facade. The world dissolved into noise, flying glass, and a cloud of choking plaster dust. Both men were thrown to the floor. As the haze settled, Sabaneyev was already back on his feet, his pistol drawn and pressed against the colonel's throat before the man could rise. "What do you have left here? Speak, or I paint this wall with your brains." Terrified, the colonel stammered out a reply, arms raised defensively. "A few hundred high-explosive rounds for T-72 and T-80 tanks, Comrade General." That is all I swear it. They are crated and stored in a hardened bunker about a kilometer east. It's part of the old exercise protocols. The T-80's gun was a 125 millimeters, the same caliber as his own T-14's. As another shell hit nearby, Sabaniev lowered his pistol but didn't holster it. "You will personally guide my executive officer, Colonel Smirnov, and every tank I have left to that bunker. We will make our stand here until we can refuel and break out. Your troops will provide covering fire for our withdrawal. Is that understood?" A fresh salvo of enemy fire landed directly outside. Shrapnel shredded the corridor, forcing both men to hit the deck again. A young radio man who had taken shelter inside wasn't so lucky. A metal fragment tore through his forearm from elbow to wrist. He collapsed, writhing and screaming as blood pooled around him. Sabaniev stepped over the wounded soldier without a glance, snatching the handset from his own vest. "Smirnov, I found ammunition, but it's a kilometer out. What is your status?" The radio hissed with static for a long, painful moment. Then an unfamiliar, strained voice crackled through. "The command vehicle is gone. A direct hit. I don't see the colonel. No one could have lived through that." Sabaniev slammed a fist against the wall. "Damn it all into the radio," he barked. "I need another armored vehicle at the command building's main entrance in 30 seconds. All available tanks will form up on my vehicle and follow me to the ammunition depot." He dropped the handset next to the moaning soldier, seized the Belarusian officer by the shoulder, and hauled him upright. "You are taking me to the main gun ammunition, Colonel. Now." Another volley from the American Abrams tanks shook the structure, but Sabaniev paid no mind to the collapsing plaster and the men stumbling in his wake. He dragged the colonel by his tunic sleeve toward the exit. They crashed through the doors into a world choked with gray smoke. Stumbling down the steps to the road bordering the fuel depot, the haze finally thinned enough to reveal the devastation. Before them lay the smoldering wrecks of 6 Russian vehicles. Further out, his remaining tanks traded fire with distant enemies through the perimeter fence. The air vibrated with the shriek of engines and the deep growl of boomerang APCs maneuvering wildly. It was a frantic, lethal ballet where every vehicle sought a killing angle. This once tidy Belarusian post, with its manicured winter lawns and orderly brick buildings, had been utterly transformed into a scene of fire and confusion. Sabaniev scanned the interior of the wire. Only his own forces were visible. The Belarusian armor was conspicuously absent. "Where in hell are your units, Colonel?" The man merely stammered. "Our orders are to not intervene. Comrade General, what would you have me do?" The general had seen every shade of combat, but he recognized in an instant that this man had never truly been tested by war. He released the colonel's sleeve as if discarding trash and turned to locate his promised transport. The Belarusian officer, now redundant, scrambled back into the dust-choked building alone amidst the cacophony of incoming shells and outgoing fire. Pistol in hand, General Sabaniev stared furiously into the smoke. His final command was being ignored, his regiment fragmenting into isolated pockets fighting for their lives. Then a new sound cut through the din, a growing mechanical rumble from his left and another from his right. This was a different, higher-pitched whine, foreign to the diesels of his own armor. From both flanks, U.S. Army Abrams tanks rolled into the open, their massive guns already fixed on Russian positions near the gate. Sabaniev whirled to retreat inside, but the terrifying, ripping sound of a .50 caliber machine gun froze him. Rounds chewed into the stone doorway just 30 feet up the steps. As the firing ceased, he turned back to the nightmare unfolding around him. With thunderous reports, several T-14s down the street erupted in fireballs. Their ammunition magazines were empty, however, sparing him the catastrophic secondary explosions that had become a grim hallmark of recent days. A duo of German Leopard 2 tanks raced past in hot pursuit of fleeing Russians, their cannons barking. Sebeneev's gaze darted across the ravaged streets, his bearings lost in the smoke and rubble of this unfamiliar base. Was there any fragment of his command left to rally? He fought to concentrate, to formulate a next move, but before a plan could form, the immense, looming shape of a U.S. M1A2 Sep Abrams tank ground around the corner of the building he stood beside. Its steel tracks clattered over the curb, straddling sidewalk and asphalt. It hugged the wall, its 120-millimeter barrel leveled down the street a mere 20 feet away, then pivoted on its tracks, scarring the concrete until its entire formidable bulk and its main gun was aimed directly at Sebeneev. In the turret stood an American tank commander, his face etched with the grim resolve of a long campaign, the barrel of his pintle-mounted M240 machine gun unwaveringly pointed at the general's heart. The young tank commander appeared to hesitate, weighing the choice between cutting the man down with the machine gun or simply obliterating him with a main cannon shell. Colonel General Sebeneev let his pistol fall onto the icy steps and lifted his hands, his handsome, weary face etched with utter confusion. Chapter 79, Jombo Hill, Kenya, January 1. The tent flaps flew open as three figures entered, a wave of the hot evening air rushing in with them. The Russian command staff turned to see a bloodied Colonel Kier, supported on either side by two medics, who were practically carrying him. The colonel's face was a mask of grime and dried blood, his expression hollow, his mouth agape. His left leg was a mess, bleeding profusely onto the dirt floor. Several majors and captains hurried forward. One medic, his voice tight with exasperation, explained he refused to go to the aid station. Insisted on coming here, sir, despite the severity of his injuries. They helped Kier into a folding chair where he slumped, breathing ragged. He clutched his knee, the uniform trousers shredded around it, blood welling between his fingers. After a moment, he tore his gaze from the wound, buried his face in his bloody hands, and rubbed his eyes. A major offered a canteen. Kier drank deeply as a medic knelt to tend to his leg. Lifting his head, Kier's voice was gravelly. "You men? Any word from the general?" A radio operator shook his head. "Negative, sir. Glatsky's executive officer reports the lead company of the 3rd Regiment has been virtually annihilated. The general was with 1st Company. That's the last confirmed report we have." Kerr sat in silence for a long beat, the weight of the news pressing down in the stifling tent. Finally, he spoke. "Tell Glatsky to halt the assault, pull back and regroup his forces, and tell him to locate General Lazar." As the words left his mouth, Colonel Yuri Borbakov burst into the command tent, 4 Spetsnaz officers flanking him like a personal guard. All were geared for combat, armored and armed. Countermand that order, Borbakov's eyes swept the room. "Where is General Lazar?" A tense silence followed before a major replied. "He accompanied the 3rd Regiment, Comrade Colonel. He has not checked in. So he's dead then, status unknown. We lost contact after the American airstrike hit Glatsky's advance." Borbakov stood near the entrance, absorbing the scene in the dim lamplight. He turned his attention to Kier. "Colonel, you are wounded. You will report to the medical shelter at once." Kier looked up, the fog in his eyes clearing into sharp focus. "I will do no such thing." Borbakov's voice deepened, filling the tent with authority. "Colonel Kier, you are relieved of command, effective immediately." "You're in shock, and your conduct is sowing panic among the ranks. This is intolerable in combat." Without awaiting a reply, he pivoted to the radio men. "Inform Glatsky. He is authorized a short tactical pause to consolidate and to search for the general's remains. We will resume the push on the hill's northern slope shortly. Also inform him a battalion of paratroopers is being dispatched to his position." Nearby, Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov, the airborne battalion commander, looked up from a map table, surrounded by his captains. His surprise was evident. His unit had been briefed for close-quarters mop-up operations and mine defense, not a frontal assault. "Sir," Fedulov interjected, "the infantry's armored personnel carriers are better equipped to breach the American lines. My paratroopers are light infantry. Your presence will provide the inspiration Glatsky's men need to press forward. With respect, Comrade Colonel, morale boosting is not our designated function." Suddenly, Keir pushed himself upright on his injured leg. The medic hadn't finished securing the bandage. It unraveled and dropped to the ground. Pointing a trembling finger at Borbakov, Keir demanded, "By what authority do you issue these commands, Colonel?" "You are here strictly as an advisor to headquarters. Nothing more," Keir stated firmly. Borbakov countered, "It is you who no longer holds command, Keir. Your general is gone, and you are injured, unfit to lead." Keir wiped blood from his brow, his voice rising with urgency.
"Watch officer here, Colonel,"
replied the captain, standing just a few feet away. "What is the latest? Do we have any unit commanders in the northern sector still responding after the American airstrikes?"
"Yes, sir. 2 commanders have reported in."
"The 2nd Regiment has halted its advance but is maintaining suppressive fire on the Marine positions as previously directed. The 1st Regiment is advancing slowly and continues to take hits on their armored vehicles from enemy anti-tank teams. Both units have sustained significant losses. There is still no contact from the 3rd Regiment. Their commander reported the lead company was wiped out before communications ceased." Kerr turned back to Borbakov. "You see? The next field commander in line is the colonel of the 1st Regiment. He will assume command of the brigade while I am treated." Borbakov dismissed this with a shake of his head. "That is not how this works, Captain. Summon the medics and have this officer escorted from the command post. Log that, under the authority delegated from the Southern Group Commander. I am assuming command of the brigade effective immediately." The captain's eyes darted between the 2 senior officers, his face a mask of confusion and hesitation over the broken chain of command. Borbakov allowed no time for debate. He gave a sharp nod to the Spetsnaz soldiers in the tent, and one quickly radioed outside. Within moments, 4 more of Borbakov's men, armed with AK-12s, entered, bringing the total to 8. 2 of them took Colonel Keir by the arms and began leading him out, ignoring his loud objections. None of the headquarters staff moved to intervene against the imposing Special Forces operators. Borbakov then took the radio handset from the stunned young watch officer and began to transmit all stations. "This is Colonel Yuri Borbakov. It is with profound sorrow that I confirm the death in combat of our comrade, Colonel General Boris Lazar. I have now assumed command of the brigade. We must unite, comrades. We will honor our great leader and friend when this battle is over. For now, Moscow and Mother Russia expect every one of us to fulfill our duty. Acknowledge." A heavy silence fell over the command post, broken only by the distant rumble of battle where Glatsky's forces remained entangled with the Marines. Then, the responses began to filter in. "1st Regiment acknowledges," came the weary voice of Colonel Nishkin. "Colonel Klava acknowledges the order," responded the commander of the 2nd Regiment, his tone subdued. "3rd Regiment acknowledges." "This is the operations officer speaking. Colonel Glatsky has been confirmed killed on the front line. We have not yet recovered the generals," Borbakov cut in. "Understood. Everyone has sacrificed greatly. But now we must fight. We must complete our mission so these sacrifices hold meaning. I will issue specific orders shortly, but prepare to resume the offensive within 2 hours. We will deploy our elite paratroopers in a concentrated assault on the enemy's position, coordinated with a renewed push across all regimental frontages to fix the enemy in place." Borbakov set the radio down and faced the men in the tent, a new, almost sarcastic edge creeping into his voice. "Well, you've heard the plan for tonight's festivities. Quite the party, isn't it? Now I want every unit prepared. Get me a full casualty assessment." He turned to the paratroop commander, his expression hardening again. "Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov, you have your orders." The square-jawed officer, a veteran of 38, did not immediately move. "Colonel, the situation reports from the front are catastrophic. The 3rd Regiment has been shattered. Committing the paratroopers now feels like throwing good lives after bad." This moment of blunt defiance hung in the air, a quiet challenge from a man who had seen too much waste. "Do you honestly think we can achieve the progress needed to capture the mines?" "The situation is not desperate, and you will not describe it as such." "I'm referring to the other units," Borbakov interrupted him. "The other regiments will hold their ground and direct fire onto the Marines. That will clear the way for your advance. However, enough. Do you fail to grasp our basic numerical advantage? I am not doubting the objective, but the tactics seem flawed. Reports indicate the other regiments are critically short of the light armor required to close the distance effectively. Our artillery support has been nearly eliminated." Borbakov fixed the paratroop commander with a hard stare, sensing the unspoken accusation that he lacked General Lazar's tactical finesse. He chose not to address it directly. "The Americans will have another carrier group here within a day, flooding the sky with attack aircraft. Once we secure the mine, they won't be able to remove us. But we must secure it first. You and your men are my spearhead for the final assault. If you cannot fulfill this mission, Lieutenant Colonel, I will assume command of your troops just as I did with Colonel Kears." The battalion commander from the 23rd Air Assault Regiment understood the discussion was over. He gave a curt nod and reached for his radio to order logistics forward into pre-assault positions. Borbakov let out a weary sigh. Even his most loyal officers were now questioning orders. The time had come for the final all-out push against the Marines. If these paratroopers failed to breach the perimeter and gain the ground he demanded, he would have to turn to far more extreme measures to crush the enemy. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly's fire team had secured 2 wounded Russian survivors from the attack on the Dark Horse command post with plastic restraints. Word came down that India Company had suffered heavy losses, but managed to destroy the remaining BTRs that had breached the perimeter. Russian 30mm cannon and 82mm mortar fire continued to fall. But for now, Marine snipers, javelin teams, LAVs, and the one surviving tank were holding off any new organized attacks. This respite wouldn't last. They were nearly out of javelins. More had been shifted from the quieter eastern and western sectors, but the next major Russian push would exhaust their last effective anti-tank systems. Connolly pulled out his canteen and tipped it back, finding it empty. He scanned the area near his radio position in the slit trench, unwilling to leave, even for a moment, and spotted a half-full water bottle. He drank deeply, watching Navy corpsmen navigate the shattered headquarters, treating the wounded and marking the fallen for recovery. An air officer handed Connolly a packet of instant coffee. He tore it open and swallowed the bitter granules straight, hoping the jolt would carry him through the next assault he knew was coming from the torn, smoking tree line. More packets were distributed along the trench, and every man took what he could get. The headquarters personnel, along with Connolly's team, stayed at their posts. Eyes locked north. Several had minor injuries, but all refused treatment in favor of the more severely wounded. Connolly assigned a man to monitor the regimental command net and moved to confer with the Dark Horse commander. Lieutenant Colonel Ben Dickinson stood in his own trench. One sleeve of his uniform was torn away, and a dark crust of dried blood coated his arm and the back of his hand. Ben had wrapped a field dressing around his elbow to stop the bleeding, but it had soaked through and was now caked with dirt, leaves, and splinters of wood. A small stack of crimson-stained bandages lay piled at his feet. "Ben, you really need to get that arm seen to," Connolly said. Kneeling beside the trench, his gaze fixed northward, as if expecting another armored vehicle to burst into the clearing at any second. "I requested a platoon of tanks from the old man to sweep the area ahead and lay down some long-range fire on those Russian APCs. Connolly noticed his medical suggestion had been brushed aside, But he didn't press it. He understood. A commander responsible for 1,200 men wouldn't spare a thought for his own elbow with his Marines in danger all around them. I hope he approves it, Ben. How's Dark Horse holding together? We're battered, but our defense is solid. I'm about to make a tour of the front lines to see for myself. Listen, Dan, when you radio back to Castor, tell him Dark Horse won't be broken. Connolly offered a tired smile to his old friend. I believe that, brother. I'll also ask him to push those tanks your way. For the next 2 hours, the exhausted Marines of Dark Horse braced for the next assault. Connolly rubbed the weariness from his eyes and stared into the darkness surrounding the command post. After digging slit trenches and fighting positions, most of the men had gone to ground. The other members of Connolly's small forward fires team were half asleep on their feet, propped against the earthen wall. A stir of movement behind him pulled Connolly's attention from the fire support maps he was trying to study. He turned just as the large French Special Forces officer approached his position with 3 other grimy, heavily armed dragoons. Connolly called out in a low voice, "Captain Apollo over here." Apollo led his men to Connolly's trench. "Mon Colonel," he said, "it is good to see you." "Likewise, what brings you out here?" "We are to conduct reconnaissance on enemy staging areas and then operate forward of the Dark Horse Battalion defenses. If the Russians begin their advance, I am to call for artillery and strike them hard." "Captain, we don't have a clear picture of the Russian positions. Since their last push, they're spread out across a front of maybe 6 to 8 kilometers in front of Dark Horse. The fighting paused after we hit their artillery, but now there's a no-man's land between us, a tangled mess of machine gun fire, razor wire, tank traps, and mines. That is precisely why we will locate all their staging areas so you can target them with artillery. We have orders to link up with a squad from India Company. They will accompany us as guides and security." "All right, I can coordinate with India. I'll tell them to have one of their best squads ready for you." The French captain asked, "Do you have any intelligence on why the Russians halted their attack?" "Nothing concrete, but we took a couple of prisoners. They mentioned a battalion-sized element of paratroopers waiting to be committed to the assault." Connolly glanced at his watch. "No telling if they'll be in the next wave, but my guess is the attack will come around dawn, less than 8 hours from now." "Watch your step out there, Captain. Don't get caught in no man's land when their final push starts. I can pretty much guarantee Dark Horse will saturate the area with everything we have. Always careful, Colonel." Apollo signaled to the rest of his platoon, who emerged from the dark tree line. Including Apollo and the 3 men with him, 56 able-bodied dragoons remained. Connolly saw AT-4 rockets, heavy machine guns, and an array of light weapons. They would be a formidable reconnaissance force, especially when reinforced by a Marine rifle squad. The night felt heavier suddenly. The quiet before the storm holding its breath, Connolly offered a grim proposal. "If you can pinpoint their staging areas, spot the infantry, fuel trucks, ammunition dumps, I'll order a shake-and-bake strike on them." A faint, knowing smile touched Apollo's lips in the dark. He understood the brutal shorthand. Success on his reconnaissance would trigger an artillery barrage of high-explosive and white phosphorus shells onto the Russian infantry before they could launch their final assault against Dark Horse. It was a vicious combination for use against troops. The concussive blast of the explosives, married to the phosphorus fires burning at over 5,000 degrees, could devastate anyone caught in the storm of shrapnel and hellish flame. Watching Apollo and his team vanish into the shattered tree line, Connolly shook his head. This whole operation felt like it was tilting toward a monumental disaster. Then again, maybe it wouldn't be. He strained for a sliver of optimism, though hope felt like a scarce commodity right now. Chapter 80, Mrima Hill, Kenya. Toward January, Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette led his French dragoons down the slope, weaving past Dark Horse's rear positions toward the forward lines of India Company. Their progress was a slow, deliberate ritual of halted requests and granted permissions at each defensive layer. each senior officer scrutinizing them before waving them onward. Eventually, they reached the very edge of the Marine perimeter, joining a fire team in the foremost squad of the lead platoon. The terrain told a stark story. The relative shelter of the rear's woods gave way to a scarred wasteland near the front, a landscape cratered by artillery littered with the scorched skeletons of trees and the hulks of American and Russian vehicles. Some wrecks still smoldered, leaking thick, acrid smoke into the night air, the flames within sputtering weakly. It was a grim, apocalyptic gallery, a constant reminder to every soul there of how close death hovered. Apollo and his men crouched in a trench with a young lieutenant, a mere 25 yards from the coiled razor wire that marked the limit of friendly control. Beyond it lay the torn and silent jungle movement to their left, drew all eyes as a lean, compact Marine sergeant dropped into the trench, followed closely by the 13 men of his squad, cramming the already tight space. The lieutenant pulled a hefty pinch of chewing tobacco from a pouch, packed it into his cheek, and brushed his hands clean. "Captain, this is Sergeant Cruz," he said, clapping a hand on the shoulder of a grime-covered young man. "He's my best squad leader. Hell, he's the only one I've got left. Bring him back in one piece. His squad will guide you through our minefield, assist with your recon, fight alongside you on the raid, and then lead you back here." The sudden whiz-pop of a parachute flare overhead pulled gazes skyward. In the eerie, drifting light, Apollo studied his temporary Marines. They looked as exhausted and hardened as everyone on Rima Hill. But their eyes were sharp. He noted a fresh, poorly stitched scar running from the corner of Sergeant Cruz's mouth to his cheekbone, still seeping blood. These are exactly the men for this job, Apollo thought. Over the distant chatter of a machine gun, Cruz spoke up, his voice carrying a sharp, aggressive Bronx accent. "All right, sir. What do we call you?" "Captain Apollo works." "Got it. So what's the damn plan?" Captain Apollo's voice cut through the tense silence. "We're moving down the hill to engage the Russians before they reach our position." A low murmur of approval rippled through the squad. "Hell yes," one soldier muttered, while another added, "Been waiting for this." Apollo quickly outlined their objective, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The men listened intently, their faces set with grim determination. Under the cloak of a moonless night, the group advanced through the ravaged jungle, carefully navigating past coils of barbed wire. Cruz expertly guided both his own squad and the contingent of 56 French commandos around a deadly maze of claymore mines and hidden traps. Their infiltration succeeded precisely because the Russian forces were entirely focused on their impending assault, not on fortifying their own perimeter. The nearly 70 men slipping through the shredded foliage exploited this Russian doctrine of all-out rapid offense. While the Marines clung to their defensive lines with wired trenches and machine gun nests, the enemy had committed their resources to hammering blows, leaving only minimal rear security. This strategy aimed to shatter the static defenders, not to hold ground, and it was proving effective. Yet, this very confidence bred a critical vulnerability to a small, stealthy force slipping through the cracks. Colonel Castor had anticipated this, and Apollo's meticulous, silent advance through the enemy lines was executed with a quiet, almost artistic precision. As the first pale light of dawn stained the horizon, Apollo crouched, exhausted in a sea of waist-high elephant grass. He knelt low, only his head visible above the blades. Around him, a loose ring of panting Marines and French operators maintained a vigilant 360-degree perimeter, weapons at the ready. Throughout the long night, the 68 men had weaved undetected through the Russian forward positions, identifying several camouflaged fuel and ammunition dumps meant to evade aerial detection. These were clear staging points for the coming attack. Apollo noted their light guard, but understood their purpose. They would soon be swarming with troops and vehicles. The Marines meticulously plotted the coordinates on their maps and radioed them back to Lieutenant Colonel Connolly. Apollo harbored no illusions they had found every hidden site, but they had pushed their luck as far as the darkness allowed, Gathering his leaders and the Marine sergeant close, Apollo whispered, "Our night's reconnaissance is done. Now, with whatever darkness remains, we prepare for the final act." He aimed the infrared laser from his carbine at a level stretch of terrain roughly 300 yards distant. A road network there feeds the easternmost Russian staging areas. That is where their right flank will advance. The men stared at him, the silence heavy. Sergeant Cruz was the first to speak. "You want to hit them as they move into position." "Correct." Cruz shook his head slightly. "Sir, we're completely exposed here." Sergeant Chef Daryl nodded in agreement, his voice low. "My captain, the sergeant is right. This position, it is virtually a suicide mission." Apollo's gaze was steady. "I see no better concealment than this grass. It offers no real cover, but we can use the time we have to dig in quietly." When no one immediately responded, he pressed on a note of defiant resolve entering his voice. "Listen, we didn't come all this way to watch. If our artillery can pound the other 5 staging areas, we can cripple this one. We'll call for support if we need it." He glanced at the lightening sky, his jaw set. "Within the next 30 minutes, a Russian infantry force will fill that clearing. We will be waiting. If we don't stop them right here, they and their reinforcements will flood through Dark Horse. Our defensive line needs this chance to hold, and if we can't stop them, what if they just roll right over us?" Sergeant Cruz pressed. Apollo's voice dropped, thick with a simmering anger. "Then we die here, Marine. We get turned into paste under the treads and tires of everything they've got rolling this way." He locked eyes with Cruz, seeing the fresh blood welling from the reopened gash on the sergeant's cheek. "Is that the clarity you were looking for, Sergeant?" Cruz was silent for a beat, then a grim smile touched his lips. "Yeah, Captain, that's exactly it, sir. Marines just want the truth, served straight. Tell us the odds, and if taking a whole lot of those Russians with us is part of the deal, then dying stops being a problem." He nodded sharply. "Let me go get the boys squared away." With that, he was off to rally his men. "Were you not a little hard on him, my captain?" asked Sergeant Major Dario. "Perhaps," Apollo replied, "but that's how it works with them. They challenge everything, testing their leaders, listening for that one note of absolute certainty. You lie about the odds even once, and you've lost them forever. But tell them the fight is hopeless and glorious, and they'll charge the gates of hell itself without a second thought." "I'm starting to appreciate these Marines, my captain," the sergeant major admitted. "Same here. Now, get everyone digging in and double-check those rocket teams. Our first salvo has to cripple them, because we likely won't get another." The men used every second they had to set the trap. They fanned out in a ragged north-south line facing west across roughly 150 yards of terrain, scraping shallow fighting positions into the earth beneath the tall grass. Apollo desperately wished for another 15 minutes to fine-tune their plan, but the growing thunder of engines from the north told him the enemy was moving out ahead of schedule. He risked one final sprint down the ambush line in a low crouch. Sergeant Major Daryl held the northern flank. Sergeant Cruz commanded the south. Apollo verified each soldier tasked with an AT-4 had 2 rockets ready, shipping safeties removed. He ensured every machine gunner had 4 or 5 belts of ammo neatly laid out for a quick feed. His final stop was back at the center, where he dropped into a shallow trench beside the Marine radio man, who was whispering into his headset. "Artillery is set?" Apollo asked. "Confirmed, sir. Grizzly Fire has all 5 target zones plotted. He also said drone recon confirms a dozen enemy vehicles are now on the road heading our way. No chance of air support, though." "Understood. Get ready. Keep your head down." "Aye, sir," the radioman said, pressing the headset back to his ear. For 10 long minutes, the men lay motionless, peering through binoculars and rifle scopes at the distant staging area. The cluster of BTRs, tents, ammunition crates, and fuel bladders was a hive of sudden activity. A dozen enemy soldiers scrambling in a way that screamed an attack was moments away. Then the engine roar intensified. The first wave burst into view. 6 BTRs led by a single-tracked ZSU-23-4 Shilka anti-aircraft vehicle. "Hold fire!" Apollo murmured into his headset. 2 open-topped trucks followed, packed with troops, a few paratroopers clinging to the sides. "Wait," Apollo whispered. The word barely audible. 6 more BTRs rumbled onto the road, trailing the others into the clearing that served as the enemy's muster point. The stage was set. The moment the enemy forces were packed together just as he'd planned, Apollo shouted the command to unleash hell. 8 AT-4 gunners rose from the grass and sent their rockets screaming toward the staging area 300 yards away across the open field. The backblast from the launchers was deafening. 4 of the projectiles found their targets with devastating effect, catching the Russian column utterly off guard. 3 armored vehicles were instantly turned into burning wrecks, and a troop carrier vanished inside a fireball, hurling men and debris into the air. A second volley of 6 rockets followed without hesitation, crippling 2 more transports. A jet of white-hot flame poured into the sealed hulls with unimaginable consequences for the crews inside. Secondary explosions ripped through the disorganized troops who had already spilled out onto the dirt track. Now the machine gunners from the Marine and Dragoon units opened up, cutting down dozens of exposed soldiers. Every rifle along the line joined the chorus, but then a new column of armored vehicles appeared from the north, nearly a full company's worth, and these Russians instantly identified the threat in the tall grass to the east. Their weapons swiveled toward the ambush line as the convoy lurched off the road and advanced. A fierce gun battle erupted. Another pair of French rockets streaked out and hammered an APC, but still more armor emerged from the gloom of the approaching dawn. The incoming fire became a storm. Apollo pressed his face into the earth as rounds chewed up the ground around him, throwing clods of dirt and shredded grass into the air. He risked a look down the line. His men were all pinned down. Only a handful were returning fire with rifles and machine guns, trying to survive the heavy cannons of the APCs and the growing accuracy of the enemy riflemen near the road. Murd, Apollo thought. So, this is the spot. He heard the growl of more engines approaching his position and felt a grim, fatalistic satisfaction. The Russians had detached a fresh group of APCs specifically to root them out. By now, it seemed an entire company had halted its advance just to deal with them. In the distance, he could hear the reassuring thunder of Dark Horse artillery systematically demolishing the other staging areas. "Yes, we will all die in this African dirt," he conceded to himself. But the plan is working. He dared another glance over the grass, searching for any route of escape, but the terrain was brutally flat in every direction. There was nowhere to go but deeper into the ground. He buried his helmet again. The air was alive with the deadly music of incoming rounds, chirps, whizzes, and pings like a swarm of angry hornets. Then he felt an intense heat on his back. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the dry grass had caught fire from the Russian barrage. Miraculously, the Marine radio man inched his way through the hail of fire to reach Apollo. Sir, I've got the Grizzly Fires officer on the net. Colonel Connolly says for us to keep our heads down." "I don't think we can get much lower, Private," Apollo yelled back over the din. He said, "Danger close, sir, and it's corporal." Only a U.S. Marine, Apollo thought with a flicker of dark amusement, would correct his rank while staring death in the face. The thought vanished as an AT-4 round struck an APC only 100 yards away, causing the entire enemy line to redouble its fury on their position. Someone to his left screamed a warning, "Dismounts approaching." Apollo followed a pointed finger and saw a platoon of enemy soldiers assaulting forward through the grass, nearly level with the Russian armor. He knew if he didn't stop them, they'd be in his line within a minute. Just as another rocket from his right slammed into the tires of an APC, immobilizing it, a familiar, terrifying screech tore through the sky behind him. Apollo knew that sound immediately. "Fast movers," he said aloud, a hard edge of hope cutting through the despair. Sergeant Cruz's voice cut through the chaos, a raw shout reaching Apollo moments after the words were formed. Those sons of bitches are moving fast. The absence of Russian air support had been a grim constant, so the sudden shriek of diving jet engines felt like a divine intervention. A surge of ragged cheers rippled along the pinned-down line. A final chance, Apollo knew, but only if they could clear the enemy infantry before they reached the trenches. He glanced back to see a Marine F-35 screaming down in a near-vertical dive, its belly glowing from the furious fire of its 25-millimeter cannon. A river of tracers arched over Apollo's head before slamming into the Russian position less than a football field away. The ground convulsed. Enemy vehicles swerved in panic across the field. BTRs on the southern dirt road veered wildly off track, desperate to separate and become harder targets. 2 missiles leapt from the jet's wings, followed by a pair of guided bombs. Apollo wrenched himself away, pressing his face into the dirt as 2 concussive whomps confirmed direct hits. The impacts were terrifyingly close, close enough for hot metal fragments to rain down around the trench, pinging off helmets and gear. A second F-35 streaked in right behind its leader, adding its own storm of gunfire and explosives. More thunderous detonations rolled across the field. Apollo risked a look and saw pillars of black smoke and cascading sparks from secondary explosions. For a fleeting moment, he dared to hope. That hope was shattered almost instantly. The Russians adapted with brutal speed across the battlefield. A dozen radar-guided anti-aircraft guns, embedded within their columns for exactly this purpose, spun to life. Tracers crisscrossed the sky like angry, searching lasers, their streams initially wild before tightening with lethal precision. The 3rd Marine pilot, seeing the trap, tried to bank away. It was no use. A torrent of heavy rounds hammered the aircraft. A wing sheared off in a burst of flame, and the jet became a spiraling comet of fire, corkscrewing uncontrollably into the jungle to the east. No ejection, no parachute, just a distant, boiling fireball staining the morning sky. The sudden, violent loss was a gut punch, a stark reminder of the cost. The armored advance had disintegrated. The surviving APCs were either burning wrecks or fleeing back toward the road. But in the swirling smoke and chaos ahead, Apollo's focus snapped back to the dismounted troops. They weren't all dead. They couldn't be. They were down in the grass now, hidden in folds of earth he hadn't noticed. He keyed his radio, ordering grenades, but the command was drowned out by the staccato bark of AK-47s, erupting just ahead and to his south, enemy in the lines. He roared into his microphone. A figure materialized from the smoke and flickering light, rifle raised. Apollo brought his carbine up and fired 6 rounds, driving the soldier back into the tall grass. As the man fell, Apollo registered the distinctive uniform of a Russian paratrooper. More shapes emerged through the burning field. Several vaulted directly into the shallow trench, and the fight dissolved into a desperate, close-quarters brawl. Apollo pivoted, trying to line up a shot on a large paratrooper 20 yards to his right. But his view was blocked by the figures of his own dragoons and Marines. All along the ambush line, the air crackled with the sustained fire of machine guns and rifles. Shouts and curses filled the chaos, underscored by another screaming pass from the F-35s hammering the armored vehicles below. Abandoning that target, Apollo whirled back to the left just in time to witness a Russian soldier erupt from the smoking grass and drive his bayonet into an American's neck. Apollo brought his rifle up, but before he could fire, a burst from another direction tore into the attacker, rounds snapping past Apollo's own position. The trench-line gunfight, lasting barely 60 seconds, collapsed into brutal close-quarters fighting as panicked Russian paratroopers, trapped between the burning fields and the aircraft-strafed APCs, surged toward what they mistakenly believed was the safety of the American lines. The result was pure bedlam. Fighting through the adrenaline-fueled terror, Apollo dropped another paratrooper who was sighting in on a distracted dragoon. He barked into his squad radio, demanding fire discipline and focus, and within another minute, the close-range rattle of AKs fell silent. As abruptly as it started, the Russian assault on the shallow trenches sputtered out. Yet the fight wasn't over. Enemy troops still clustered near the road. Functional APCs were pulling back, and movement flickered in the scorched grassland. It was Daryl who moved first, springing to his feet with a furious oath. He advanced, his carbine barking short, controlled bursts left and right, mercilessly cutting down any Russian who rose to challenge him. Inspired, the French Special Forces and Marines began to rise from the trenches, following the fearless Sergeant Chef's lead. 2 Marine gunners, hefting their medium machine guns at their hips, poured concentrated fire into a group emerging from behind a shattered BTR, fighting the violent recoil to walk their fire forward. 1 Marine went down, but his partner pressed on. After advancing 20 yards, Apollo's voice cut through the din. "Cease fire now," the men stared, their expressions screaming confusion. "We have them on the run," but Apollo saw the bigger picture. They were deep in hostile territory, outnumbered and outgunned. Their mission had shifted. It was no longer about holding ground, but about getting as many of his men home alive. The order to withdraw was met with disciplined covering fire as they fell back, hauling wounded and dead comrades through the burning grass. A few final shots chased them, but the heavy detonations to the east and the towering plumes of smoke against the dawn sky were their real victory signal. The pre-planned artillery had hammered the Russian staging areas, and this flank ambush had broken the enemy's will. Through the haze, Apollo could see the last paratroopers scrambling into vehicles, racing north in full retreat. A wave of exhaustion slammed into the French captain, but he shrugged it off, moving to help Marines struggling with a litter. He had won this fight. He felt it in his very core, but the cost was a cold weight in his chest. He didn't yet know his dragoons' casualties. His father had been among the first French fatalities in this short, brutal African campaign. A grim, almost sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Would one of his own brave soldiers now be the last? The irony of such a bookend was not lost on him in that moment of hollow triumph. Then, the radio in his hand crackled to life. Daryl's voice cut through the tension. "Sir, Constantine is gone." "Damn it," Apollo muttered under his breath, his hand tightening on the edge of a stretcher. Chapter 81. North of Mirima Hill, Kenya, January 2. Yuri Borbakov strode from the command tent toward the waiting BTR logistics vehicle, a hand-picked Spetsnaz unit, men who had escorted this cargo from Russia through Azerbaijan and Iran and into the heart of Africa, snapped to attention. Their loyalty was to him alone. Flanked by 2 additional armored personnel carriers, this trio had been kept far from the front lines, a deliberate move to preserve their cargo. "Status," Borbakov demanded of the sergeant on the vehicle. "Ready for your orders, Colonel." "Good." We moved to the reserve artillery position. The engines roared to life. Borbakov knew Lazar's offensive had collapsed. The forward armor was spent, the main artillery batteries silenced, the paratroopers decimated, but he was not finished. He would not be returning to Moscow a hero, but he would ensure the West remembered the cost of humiliating him and seizing this mine years ago. America would pay a staggering price today. It wouldn't bolster Russia's military standing, but it would be a deeply personal victory for Yuri Borbakov. He was determined to claim it. Hidden in a jungle, clearing off a dusty track, the Russian reserve artillery park lay camouflaged, its massive 152mm MSTAB howitzer barrels nearly invisible in the thick foliage. The battery commander, a bald and frustrated captain, oversaw 6 pristine guns and a crew simmering with envy. They had watched the main force roll forward with all the ammunition, only to be annihilated from the air, reportedly by submarine-launched missiles offshore. Now, listening to the crackling radios in the fire direction center, it was clear the latest assault was also failing. The Marines weren't budging. The captain couldn't fathom why command was leaving his powerful guns silent while the battle hung in the balance. What a colossal waste of firepower. The growl of approaching engines announced visitors. 2 BTRs rolled in, parking near the command post. Colonel Yuri Borbikov emerged and marched toward the grimy artilleryman. The captain, wiping sweat and dust from his face, approached. "Colonel, to what do we owe the honor at the brigade's forgotten rear? You are forgotten no longer," Borbikov stated flatly. "What is your expended round count?" "We fired hundreds in support of earlier operations, sir." "None here. We are ready to engage." Borbikov's eyes swept over the men before settling back on the captain. "With me." He turned and walked to the rear of the logistics BTR, where 4 heavily armed Spetsnaz operatives in modern body armor stood guard, their new AK-12 rifles held at the ready. Borbikov gave a sharp signal, and his men hauled the heavy metal doors wide. Near the back of the vehicle, 3 steel crates were stacked, a thick canvas tarp draped over them and obscuring any markings. The artillery captain recognized the dimensions. They matched the standard 2-shell wooden crates for 152 millimeters artillery he'd handled his entire career. But these were forged from solid metal. He looked at the colonel, puzzled. "They look like ammunition crates for the 152s. Sir, we're already fully stocked." With a quick motion, Borbikov grabbed the canvas and ripped it away, tossing it to the muddy ground behind him. "Take a closer look." The captain stepped forward and froze. Stenciled on the side of each crate was the unmistakable trefoil symbol for radiological material. Borbikov lifted the lid of the top crate himself, and the captain's breath caught inside lay 2 nuclear artillery shells. He could only assume the 2 crates beneath held 4 more. "Colonel," his voice was a dry rasp. "Today, Captain, you will make history," Borbikov stated flatly. "You will order 1 shell loaded into each of your 6 guns. Your target coordinates are the heart of the mine. You will fire on my command. But I'm not qualified for nuclear ordnance. Don't they require arming? I have no idea. The weapons are armed and ready. Proceed." The artillery commander gave a slow, stunned nod, then turned and began barking orders to the young crews behind him. 5 minutes later, all 6 breaches were sealed, the coordinates dialed in, and the crews stood by. The firing pattern was set to strike the northern crest of Mibrama Hill, with 2 shells aimed to plunge directly into the mine shaft from above. It was, by any measure, catastrophic overkill. Every living thing on or inside that hill would be vaporized. A radioactive cloud would linger for days, and isotopes would saturate the rock and rubble for generations. Borbikov took the handset from the fire control radio, had a radioman tune it to the theater-wide frequency, and pressed the transmit button. "All units, this is Colonel Yuri Borbikov, acting commander. Withdraw immediately to initial staging positions. Expedite Russian attack aircraft are 15 minutes out. Acknowledge." Confirmations crackled back from all 3 regiments. Borbikov set the handset down and stared south into the darkness. He couldn't see the hill, but he thought with a grim, almost giddy satisfaction that he'd certainly see it soon enough. The artillery captain approached him again, his face pale under the vehicle's dim lights. "Sir, is 15 minutes really enough time for our men to clear the fallout zone?" "More than enough," Borbikov replied, his eyes still fixed on the black jungle. "Should we wait for confirmation that all units have reached the staging areas before firing?" Borbikov's tone turned icy with impatience. "No time. The Americans will smell a trap the second we pull back from that hill. They won't know what's coming, but they'll know something is. I'd enjoy letting them squirm, but I don't want them digging in deeper." "With respect, Colonel, how could they possibly dig in against a nuclear strike?" Borbikov finally turned to face the shorter man, his expression devoid of warmth. "In 13 minutes, I will give the order to fire. If you refuse, my Spetsnaz will pull the lanyards themselves, and you will return to Moscow in chains." The captain stood silently, weighing the impossible choice before him. Finally, he gave a curt nod. "We will follow your directive, of course, from the dense jungle to the east." A long column of BTR armored vehicles emerged, grinding to a halt just behind the 3 Spetsnaz transports already blocking the road. Soldiers dismounted and began moving toward the fire control point at the heart of the 6 artillery pieces. Borbikov gestured vaguely. "The remainder of my detachment," he muttered, then turned and walked slowly to one of the massive guns. He placed a hand on the still warm steel of the open breech, his eyes fixed on the shell waiting there, prepared for its brief journey south. After a moment, he turned back to face the newcomers. The first figure to step into the circle of light was Colonel General Boris Lazar. The 64-year-old officer stormed into the ring of heavy weapons, his face and neck wrapped in bandages, one arm secured in a splint. These injuries seemed only to intensify the fury etched into his features. His gaze swept the area until it locked onto Colonel Borbikov, who remained frozen by the 152mm gun's breech, staring back. Borbikov looked as if he'd been struck. After a few seconds, he managed, "General, it's good to see you, sir." "Back from the dead, you could say," Lazar replied, his voice flat. Borbikov stammered an incoherent reply, visibly wilting under the general's stare. Colonel Kier moved up beside Lazar, limping heavily on his right leg, his forehead and left thigh swathed in white gauze. Both men studied Borbikov and the scene for a long moment before closing the distance. As soon as Lazar was within arm's reach, he spoke. "You've lost your mind. You would shell your own countrymen." "I issued the order to withdraw," Borbikov insisted. Lazar shook his head in pure contempt. "You will surrender yourself immediately, Colonel. You are now under arrest." Borbikov drew himself up to his full height, towering over the older general. "No, you have no grounds. I had every authority to assume command." He then shouted into the darkness for one of his Spetsnaz officers. "Captain Osolodkin!" Figures materialized from the shadows, but they were not Spetsnaz. It was the paratroop commander and the survivors of his unit, weapons raised and ready. Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov was caked in the grime of battle. Dried blood streaked the ammunition vest on his chest, and his eyes held nothing but pure hostility for the Spetsnaz officer before him. "Ah, good, Fedulov," Borbikov said, a flicker of confusion in his eyes he quickly masked. "Lieutenant Colonel, you will arrest Kier and Lazar immediately." "On what charge?" Fedulov asked, his voice low. "They have failed to achieve the objectives assigned to them by Southern Command." "Piter," General Lazar said, turning to Fedulov, "do you recall your first time at the range with me? When we trained your new platoon in assault tactics?" "Yes, Comrade General." "What was the lesson on loyalty, sir?" "You said, loyalty to your men comes first. Loyalty to your unit is next. Loyalty to Russia is the last hope when the other two have failed." "Good, Piter. I need you and your men to secure Colonel Borbikov just as you did the other Spetsnaz elements. He will be returned to Moscow to face charges of insubordination. Understood, Comrade General." Borbikov wheeled back to face Lazar, a desperate energy in his voice. "Sir, we can still win this, right now. We saturate that hill with these rounds, wipe out the defenders, and cripple the West's ability to exploit the site." "You mean everyone's ability to exploit the site?" Lazar corrected, his tone icy. Borbikov nodded vigorously. "If you wish to phrase it that way, yes. It is not the ideal outcome, but it represents a tactical improvement over our current standing with the West. You must see that, General. I am not starting a nuclear war over some rocks in Africa. The Americans will not escalate to nuclear war over our use of a tactical." Lazar's shout cut through the night, loud enough to make the artillery crews flinch. "Enlighten me, Borbikov. Please, tell me all about what the Americans will do. Your record for predicting their actions has been absolutely flawless." Tell me, young Yuri, was the American incursion into Belarus part of some brilliant master plan that I simply failed to appreciate? Did you even hear that Sabanov has been detained by U.S. forces? He's done for a war crimes trial is certain. A conviction is guaranteed. And every single one of our dirty European secrets, the things we did to win this fight in Africa, will be laid bare for the world to see. Before Borikov could form a reply, Lazar shifted his attention to the artillery officer. Disconnect that unit from the cannon, Captain. At once, General. As the captain moved to comply, the paratroopers closed in on Borikov. Operation Red Steel had been flawless in conception. Borikov remained utterly convinced of this. If only the generals had followed their directives, if Sabanov had bypassed Warsaw as instructed, and if Lazar had pushed his forces harder from the coastline, everything would be different now. The colonel's voice rose in defiance. "You will be placed under arrest the moment we return, General. You have failed your duty. I will report everything that transpired here directly to Anatoly Rivkin. Your refusal to execute orders will see you before a firing squad, to the astonishment of all present." A faint smile touched Lazar's lips. "Let them execute me, but not until I stop this insanity. I intend to contact the Americans and negotiate for an end to this." All eyes returned to Borikov, anticipating a torrent of anger or a sharp retort. Instead, he just fixed the imposing general with a silent, searing glare. No words escaped him, but the fury in his eyes was a physical force. Lazar gave a nod to the paratroopers. "Take him." He then turned to consult with the artillery captain and Colonel Keir. The Spetsnaz colonel's posture sagged in defeat as two paratroopers moved to flank him, careful not to lay hands on a senior officer. They began walking toward a waiting vehicle, the soldiers keeping pace. Their rifles held low. After just a few steps, Yuri Borikov suddenly lashed out. He seized the rifle on his right with both hands, wrenching it free from the younger soldier's sling in one violent motion, and swung the weapon toward the group standing 10 meters away. Lazar was turned away, speaking with Keir and the captain, but they all caught the movement. Only Colonel Keir reacted. He lunged forward on his uninjured leg, throwing himself into the line of fire between the AK-12 and General Boris Lazar. A staccato burst of automatic fire shattered the quiet. Keir's body absorbed the volley of 7.62 millimeters rounds, jerking violently as his arms flew wide. The second paratrooper spun and fired point-blank into Borikov's back. The initial rounds thudded into the colonel's body armor, but the final shots tore into his lower back, and hips erupting from his abdomen, he dropped the rifle and collapsed face first into the dirt. Colonel Dmitry Keir was dead. The artillery captain, shot through the left forearm, writhed in the trampled grass. General Boris Lazar stood unharmed, though momentarily stunned by the sudden violence. He knelt, cradling Keir's head in his hands. "My loyal Dmitry!" After a moment of heavy silence, he looked up at the paratroopers, his voice steadying. "Secure the artillery rounds, repack them in their cases, and load them into my command vehicle. You will escort them back to headquarters with me." The artillerymen moved to obey without a word of dissent. Boris Lazar commanded that kind of unwavering loyalty from his troops. Chapter 82. Slonim, Belarus, January 2. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant sank into the plush leather desk chair and propped his mud-caked boots on the massive oak desk. Dried earth crumbled from his soles, speckling the reports and tactical maps beneath them. His tanker's uniform was a grim tapestry of engine oil, gun grease, and powder residue, stiffened by dried sweat and old blood. Grant hadn't faced a mirror in over a week, actively avoiding any reflection, worried the sight of his own exhaustion might somehow make him feel even more drained. He didn't need a mirror to know his face was streaked with the black carbon dust expelled each time his tank's main gun roared. With a weary sigh, he let his gaze wander around the richly furnished office. The building was rumored to have served as the command center for the Belarusian 11th Guards Mechanized Brigade, but its soldiers had vanished amid the chaos of the recent battle. Sliding his boots off the wide wooden desk, the lieutenant colonel leaned forward, his gaze settling on a polished silver box. A Belarusian armored unit's insignia was stamped on the front, above an inscription in Cyrillic that meant nothing to the American officer from Ohio. He opened the lid to reveal a cloth-lined interior holding 20 cigars. Pulling one free, he caught the rich aroma of aged brandy and tobacco. He brought it under his nose just as Master Sergeants Kellogg and Wolfram were passing the doorway. They paused, backtracked, and stepped inside, taking in the surprisingly refined office. "Boss," Kellogg began. Grant didn't glance up, busy rifling through the desk drawers in search of a lighter. "The NATO POWs are all getting looked over in the infirmary. They're asking for you, want to say thanks in person. Got a room full of generals and admirals down there, so might be worth considering." Grant kept searching. Or not, Kellogg added after a beat. He cleared his throat. "Also, final count on captured Russian gear. The boomerangs and tanks run, but half are running on fumes, and most are Winchester on ammo." A grin spread across his face. "Guess they didn't plan on us chasing their tails straight into Belarus." Wolfram chuckled, but Grant remained silent. Instead, he bit the cigar's end off roughly and spat it onto the floor. "We've got the rest of the reports ready for review whenever you are," Kellogg continued. Still no reply. Kellogg scanned the room in the quiet, then remarked, "Then again, can't blame you for sticking around. This place has style." Finally, Grant's hand closed on a hefty steel lighter in a drawer. He weighed it with a faint smile, then spun the flint wheel. A soft, steady flame bloomed. Kellogg went on. "That general's downstairs, by the way, Sabadudad, something like that. You see him, looks like he walked off a movie set. Also looks terrified, though. He's trying to play it tough. His interpreter says he's ready to surrender to you." Grant touched the flame to the cigar tip, leaned back in the leather chair, and took a slow draw. The movement dragged his issued M9 bayonet across the seat, slicing a deep scratch into the leather. Unfazed, he exhaled a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling, savoring the brandy-kissed richness. Only then did he speak, gesturing toward the humidor. "Gentlemen, help yourselves plenty to share with the senior NCOs. They've earned it." As Grant tucked the lighter into his winter tanker jacket, both master sergeants stepped forward, grabbing handfuls of cigars and stuffing them into their drop pouches. Tom Grant finally said, "Tell that general I'll accept his surrender when I'm good and ready, and make sure he understands he'll be flown to NATO headquarters in Brussels to answer for war crimes. Let him sit with that for a while. I'll be down when I finish this cigar." North of Marima Hill, Kenya. January 1, the column of 16 Lavs rolled north down the hill under a late morning sun, traveling a dirt road scarred by war. The path was pocked with craters and littered with the scorched skeletons of Russian armored vehicles. Shrapnel marks pitted the landscape, and thin copper wires, remnants of fired anti-tank missiles, drifted in the hazy air. Shattered BTRs lay twisted open, their interiors spilled across the brush and dirt. Smoke curled from burning vehicles and smoldering foliage, thickening the hot air into a grim, lingering haze. The first light of dawn revealed the landscape already staked out by locals attempting to reclaim their shattered homes, a futile effort marked by T-shirt flags and crooked sticks warning of unexploded ordnance. The road was a gallery of the dead, bodies strewn across the asphalt and spilling from wrecked vehicles. Connolly's gaze caught on 2 Russian soldiers, their forms grotesquely tangled in the branches of a thorn tree. Most were burned black, anonymous. From the hatch of the LAV-C2, Connolly and Castor surveyed the devastation carpeting the plain. "What a goddamn mess," Connolly breathed, thinking how swiftly nature would erase this scar as it had countless others. Few would ever witness this raw, terminal truth, and maybe that was a mercy. Castor's voice, flat and weary, echoed the sentiment a moment later. "What a fucking mess. They rolled past the carcass of a Marine Abrams, its turret severed clean off. A team of shirtless young Marines worked in the harsh sun, carefully gathering the remains of the crew for the long journey home. For 45 minutes, the convoy navigated this open-air tomb, the scale of loss pressing in until Jumbo Hill rose ahead. Crossing into the Russian perimeter at its base, Connolly's finger itched near the trigger guard of his carbine. Rows of BTRs, seemingly combat-ready, were parked in clearings just off the track, with hundreds of troops moving among the trees. The wounded were everywhere, on litters, on the ground, or just standing dazed in bloodied bandages. Strikingly, the young Russian faces held the same hollowed-out look Connolly had seen in the Marines they'd left behind. The Lavs rolled past sandbagged machine gun nests and a field hospital before halting short of the Russian command tent, its general's flag snapping in the morning wind. Apollo Arc Blanchette emerged from his vehicle and strode over, his movements stiff. He nodded toward the lines of armored personnel carriers. Those would make a lovely target. No argument, Connolly replied, his voice low. If this little chat goes south, we'll get right back to the business of blowing them all to hell. Apollo gave a dry chuckle. Really? With what? Both men knew the stark truth. Their combined forces were bled white of tanks, helicopters, jets, and precision missiles. Connolly offered a tight wink. We're running a bluff here, Captain. Just getting into character. A group of Russian junior officers approached and escorted the American and French contingent into the large tent. The interior was dim, radios and maps shrouded under blankets, a clumsy attempt at secrecy. Connolly was certain Major Griggs and his NSA team already had schematics of every piece of gear in the room, but he understood the instinct he'd have done the same. Seated at a far table was a barrel-chested bald man in a worn camouflage uniform adorned with the stars of a colonel general. Boris Lazar, 3 colonels flanked him on each side. Connolly's eyes scanned the Cyrillic name tapes, searching for Borbakov. He didn't find the infamous colonel among them and felt a sharp pang of disappointment. He'd wanted to look the bastard in the eye. A young infantry captain serving as translator gestured for them to sit. Castor took the center, with McHale to his left, Connolly and Apollo to his right. The general spoke in Russian, though Connolly knew from his dossier the man was fluent in English. The translator conveyed the words, "You are here to surrender to our forces?" A faint, mocking smile played on Lazar's lips, while his colonels remained impassive stone. Colonel Castor found no humor in it. No. Lazar spoke again in Russian. "Well, then," the translator began, "what topic would you like to discuss?" "You were the one who requested this meeting, General." Lazar gave a slow nod and launched into a lengthy statement, which his aide rendered into English. "Indeed, I did. Your men fought with courage. However, I am aware your ammunition is nearly exhausted. Your armored vehicles are gone, and your defensive positions are stretched thin. Intelligence suggests a carrier group is en route from the Pacific, but it will arrive far too late. By then, these mines will be firmly in our control, making any attempt to reclaim them a costly and futile endeavor. We have additional resources at our disposal. Colonel, and our orders are unequivocal. Secure a total victory here. I'm offering you a chance to end the slaughter. Withdraw your forces from the mine, which is by right of conquest, now ours, and I will guarantee your safe transit to Mombasa." Castor's response to the general's proposal was immediate and dismissive. His voice, thick with a Texan accent, cut through the humid air. "You will withdraw from Kenya. You will withdraw from the entire continent, or we will erase every single one of your soldiers from the map." The general started speaking even before the translator had finished conveying Castor's words. The captain swiftly switched to English himself. "So we have moved to threats, is that it?" "Those aren't threats," Castor countered. "Those are the facts of your situation. You leave or you die. You've taken the lives of too many of my men. I didn't come all this way for your negotiations or your clever offers." The general's expression remained an impassive mask as the captain translated. The captain added, "No more young men need to die on either side of this conflict." "On that single point we are in complete agreement," Castor stated. The translator started to convert this into Russian, but Lazar simply nodded and waved him off, confirming Connolly's suspicion that the old soldier understood English perfectly. Lazar drummed his fingers on the makeshift table in a moment of heavy silence. Every gesture, every pause, Connolly noted, was deliberate. This was a shrewd and battle-hardened commander, a man whose experience likely dwarfed that of everyone else present. Castor continued, "You called off your assault because you couldn't penetrate our perimeter. My Marines absorbed everything you had, and now your force is too depleted to resume the offensive. Meanwhile, I have been reinforced." Lazar smiled at this, his eyes scanning the sparse interior of the command tent. "Is that so? I don't see any reinforcements." "That's because you can't see what's positioned just over the horizon. Our carrier strike group is now within operational range. If a single Marine regiment could hold your entire army at bay, just imagine what dozens of Navy F-18 Super Hornets will do." After Lazar replied with animated gestures, the translator conveyed the message with matching vigor. "A single regiment? You commanded more than that, Colonel? Those Tomahawk missiles launched from your submarine seem to have little effect? Was that the plan, and the aircraft from your carrier? Where are they?" Castor offered a slight shrug. "I invited some friends to the party, and more have just shown up." "Where are your friends today, General Lazar?" Dust swirled across the tent floor, carried by a dry breeze. Insects skittered over the map table, their buzzing faint in the stifling air. The general leaned forward, his voice dropping to a measured, steady cadence. "You, Colonel, must be an exceptional poker player. In my 42 years as a soldier, I have rarely encountered a bluff I could not detect. Yet here you are." He allowed another thin smile. "Are you bluffing? I do not believe there are any significant new forces out there. My units have maintained constant surveillance. There is no movement from the coastline, no landing craft crossing the marshes, no ospreys in the air delivering hundreds of fresh troops. Your carrier may be coming, but it is not here yet, despite your claims. If it were, the sky would be filled with your aircraft. I believe you are still just a depleted regiment, guarding a worthless patch of dirt and trillions of dollars worth of damned rocks." The words hung in the air, their delivery cold and utterly devoid of mercy. The carrier group was still over 7 hours from being able to launch its aircraft, and even then, the F-18s would be operating at the very edge of their capability. Connolly calculated that the Russian forces, using every BTR they had spotted on the approach, could likely overrun the mining complex in less than half that time. He realized General Lazar must have known this, too. Despite his deep personal contempt for the man, Connolly couldn't help but acknowledge the general's sharp understanding of his opponent's weaknesses. Colonel Castor let a heavy silence settle over the room. It grew so profound that Connolly could make out the faint, distorted chatter of Russian radios, their speakers muffled under heavy blankets. Finally, Castor leaned in, his voice a low drawl. "If you don't believe me, little froggy, then jump." After the interpreter conveyed the odd phrase, confusion flickered across the faces of Lazar and his staff, quickly replaced by a wave of indignant muttering. All eyes turned to the general. For a long moment, he was perfectly still. Then a low chuckle escaped him, growing into a full, hearty laugh that made him wince and clutch his side. Connolly noticed for the first time the splint on the man's arm, mostly concealed beneath the table. Castor's expression never changed. To Connolly's surprise, Lazar began speaking in heavily accented English. "All right, little froggy." His smile vanished. "I have something relevant to share here," he said, sliding a document across to Castor. "Is a direct order from General Ketsov. My army is to retire to Djibouti for resupply and refit. Our tanks, refueled by certain friendly nations, will meet us there. Then we will decide whether to return for the mine or go home to Russia. You will not interfere with our movement north. If you do, I will defend my forces with everything I have. Am I clear? Castor didn't flinch. General, take all the time you need heading north, but take one more step south, and it'll be your last. A ripple of tension moved through the room. A Russian colonel whispered urgently into Lazar's ear. The general listened, reclining in his chair, before switching back to Russian for a final statement. The interpreter translated. Then it is settled. We begin preparations to withdraw immediately. There is nothing more to discuss. As Castor stood to leave, his team following suit, he paused at the doorway and turned back. If your forces are still here at dawn, I will consider it a further act of aggression. He gave a slight nod, touching the brim of his marine cover as if it were a cowboy hat, then turned and walked out. Connolly's final glimpse was of General Lazar, motionless at the table, his narrow eyes tracking the American's departure. Bouncing in the lab on the return trip to Mrismar Hill, Connolly processed the meeting. Borbakov wasn't there, he said to Mikhail. He was the architect of this whole mess. If they were still serious about an attack, he'd be front and center. His absence tells me he's dead, wounded, or been sacked. I'd bet a mine full of rare earth elements they'll be gone by morning. Mikhail nodded, steering around a crater. Lazar just wanted to see if we'd flinch. Castor stared him down, so now the general's priority is getting his surviving troops home in one piece. You're probably right about Borbakov. You think Castor understood all that subtext? Connolly shrugged, watching the scarred terrain roll by. Doesn't matter if he did. He played it straight out of a Western. The message they heard was pure Texas. Get off my land before there's trouble. They drove once more through the grim junkyard of destroyed American and Russian armor, a silent testament to the cost of the confrontation. Across the scarred battlefield, Russian recovery teams worked alongside American Marines in their Humvees and French soldiers in trucks, all gathering the remains of their fallen. Connolly observed a tank crew pausing to help a Russian unit haul a battered BTR from a muddy irrigation ditch, the vehicle scorched by missile fire and flame. Mikhail let out a low breath. Just a few hours back, we were trying to kill these guys. He shook his head slowly. War makes zero sense, Dan. It's completely insane. You're telling me, Connolly replied, his gaze still fixed on the collaborative effort in the mire. I'm right there with you. Chapter 83. Southern Kenya, January 3. The retreating force commanded by General Boris Lazar was monitored from overhead by a constant web of surveillance. 3 separate satellites, 2 Air Force reconnaissance planes, and persistent Marine Corps aircraft launched from the USS America. The Marines were leaving nothing to chance, ensuring the Russians couldn't regroup and reappear as a threat elsewhere. What marched north toward Djibouti was now merely the remnant of an army, a journey of days as they dragged along whatever functional vehicles and gear remained. General Lazar walked the dusty road beside his command vehicle, surrounded by infantrymen who had dismounted. He mirrored their exhausted state. His uniform was ripped, his boots thick with dried reddish mud. His broken arm rested in a sling, and his face was a near-solid mask of grime, save for the pale circles left by his goggles, which he'd removed to let the sweat dry from his eyes. While hundreds rode in the armored carriers, thousands more walked, limping northward at a pace of just a few miles an hour. The Kenyan government was supposedly arranging buses to assist in moving the Russians out, but no one expected those transports to appear anytime soon. The Kenyans certainly wanted the defeated army out of their country, but their assistance lacked any genuine enthusiasm. If the Russian soldiers succumbed to the heat during their long trek, well, that would simply solve Kenya's problem. Major Ustinov, formerly Colonel Kier's adjutant, had assumed his fallen superior's duties. He stood in the turret of Lazar's BTR and called down over the rumble of the column.
General!
1st Regiment reports they've secured some fuel and are maintaining a decent pace. What about the 2nd and 3rd? Lazar asked. Both report extreme fatigue, sir, but the men say they can continue. I informed them that once we reach Moyale, we will halt for rest and attempt to procure more fuel, food, and water. Good. We'll do that. It felt strange to Lazar having this exchange with someone other than Kir. Ustinov then asked, "General, would you like to ride for a while?" Lazar almost smiled. Kir would have known better than to ask. No, the wounded need the space inside. I prefer to walk with the men. He did manage a grim smile then, his teeth stained by coffee and tobacco, seeming coated in dust. I think I'll go back and spend some time with the 3rd Regiment now. Understood, sir. Colonel Ustinov nodded. He'd served long enough to recognize that the general's desire to be with his soldiers wasn't mere protocol. He genuinely drew strength from their company. The general halted, turned, and moved off through the column to find what was left of his 3rd Regiment. Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, Landstuhl, Germany, January 4. Check out this move. Sandra Gleason said with a smirk. She gripped the video game controller in her right hand, mashing the X button repeatedly. On the TV screen, her Apache helicopter executed a sharp reverse turn, unleashing a volley of rockets that hammered into Jesse's Russian Mi-24 attack helicopter. With a defeated groan, Jesse tossed his PlayStation controller onto his hospital bed as his virtual aircraft spiraled toward the ground, engulfed in flame and smoke. "Total garbage," he complained. "Just admit I wiped the floor with you." "Keep dreaming, Glitter," Sandra shot back, her tone playful yet triumphant. She strained forward, the body cast holding her rigid from ankles to just above her waist, and managed to get her lips around the straw. The Coke and Jack Daniels wasn't her preferred drink, but Lieutenant Thomas had smuggled it past the Army guards at Landstuhl, which made it taste just fine. One arm was suspended in a cast by a plastic bar. With her free hand, she tugged the English-language newspaper out from under 2 vases of wilting flowers. Propping it against the traction machine, a tangle of pulleys and steel wires anchoring her to the bed frame, she sighed and began flipping pages. The ads and articles blurred together, a poor distraction from the restless itch of being trapped. Doctors said 3 more weeks here, then the real agony would start. Rehab to straighten her spine, maybe learn to walk again. They'd warned of permanent damage, but she dismissed them. They had no idea what she was made of. She'd show them a recovery that would leave them stunned. Still, the thought was a dark cloud, so she pushed it away, and the bourbon helped. An article on marine operations in Africa caught her eye. "Hey, Jesse, you see this piece about the Marines in Kenya?" Her co-pilot, less severely hurt, but pinned to his bed by a broken femur, grunted. "Who cares? Their little sideshow doesn't matter. The real fight was up here with us." Listen to this, Marines talking about facing Russians with almost nothing. No armor, running out of ammo, just clinging on. Sounds like Marine planning at its finest. Maybe someone should have packed a bigger ammo crate. Here's a tanker saying they lost nearly their whole company. Big deal. The 37th Armored lost a battalion's worth of tanks. What we did, what the 37th did, the pilots, the French special ops, that's the real story. I even heard about Polish civilians who took out 5-10 tanks with RPGs and whatever they could find. Now that's badass. Sandra Glisson laughed, a sharp jolt of pain shooting through her cast-bound body. She closed her eyes, gritting against the ache and the incessant itching, and told herself firmly, if she was tough enough to fight Russians, she was more than tough enough to survive a year of rehab. Warsaw, Poland, January 4. The Army Band launched into Poland is not yet lost. The national anthem born to lift the spirits of Polish soldiers serving under Napoleon, a hymn of defiance against oppression. The men's choir sang with fierce pride as Paulina Tobias stood at attention beside 8 other soldiers. 2 leaned on crutches. One, who had been in a wheelchair, now stood with her support, his weight against her shoulder during the anthem. All wore the varied uniforms of the Polish land forces. A cold wave of guilt washed over Paulina as she glanced at them. some forever changed by their wounds. What had she really done? She'd just survived. No, it was more. Someone had made sure she knew that switching those train tracks had mattered. She should feel pride, but a heavy, stubborn melancholy blocked any positive feeling. She had to keep reminding herself she was an officer now, too valuable to discharge. She'd received a personal commission from the president the night before, a recognition that felt in this moment like a weight rather than an honor. Paulina never saw herself as a leader. Yet the president's insistence left her with little choice, and so she found herself standing as one of Poland's newest second lieutenants. Just over a week before, her highest ambition had been to become the assistant manager at House Cafe Warsaw, overseeing a crew of baristas. Scanning the crowd, she finally spotted her father and brother, then quickly glanced away, self-conscious at the sight of her dad's open tears. The band quieted, and President Zelensky moved to the front, facing the assembly gathered in Warsaw's Old Town, barely half a block from Paulina's own coffee shop. A few scattered hisses broke the air. Rumors had begun to swirl about Zelensky's controversial decision to draw Russian forces toward Wrocław, but the mood remained largely respectful. The massive crowd huddled together as light snow drifted down, their breath visible in the cold winter air. The president began, "Behind me stand individuals we wish to thank for their service to our nation. They will accept these honors graciously, knowing that the medals they receive today represent the courage and bravery of many others. Those we also honor, but who now rest peacefully beneath our feet." President Zelensky paused, then commanded, "General, present those to be awarded." The general, immaculate in his sharply pressed dress uniform, barked the order. Personnel to be decorated front and center. March. In unison, Paulina and the others stepped, some walking, some hobbling forward. They saluted together and held their positions. Camera flashes erupted. The president approached each honoree, pinning the gold Virtuti Militari medal, the nation's second highest military honor, upon each chest. Each recipient saluted in turn and shook the president's hand. Paulina was last. She felt neither nervous nor scared. She simply wanted the ceremony to end as quickly as possible. The attention made her uncomfortable, and besides, she had somewhere else she needed to be. The band started up again, and Paulina and the others executed an about-face and moved away. She helped a wounded soldier back into his wheelchair, then descended the stairs to the street. News crews clamored for an interview with her. The now iconic image of her being shot by a Russian soldier on the first morning of the battle had appeared in every Polish newspaper and spread worldwide online as a symbol of the conflict. But she had not spoken a word publicly. Nor would she. Now she walked straight past the press without stopping. The group was soon escorted to a dressing room to change back into civilian clothes. The Polish Land Forces captain assigned as their handler gave them stern instructions for the evening's honorary dinner. "Do not even consider being late," he warned. "Your uniforms will be pressed and ready. You are free until 1900 hours dismissed." With her hair still secured in a neat center braid, Paulina pulled a shimmering silver beanie over her ears and slipped out through the underground passage they'd been told to use to avoid the media. She boarded the M1 subway, disembarking at Wilson Square, named for U.S. President Woodrow Wilson after the First World War. The Communists had predictably renamed it during their control of Poland, but it was restored in a ceremony following the Soviet Union's collapse. She walked a while through the snow, pausing only once at a small florist on Slowakiego Street to select 2 bouquets. One was a cheerful mix of sunflowers and daisies. The other was a larger arrangement, tied with vibrant pink ribbons and bows featuring blue forget-me-nots, white lilies, and 2 striking red roses. Securing flowers in winter amid wartime disruptions had been difficult, but Paulina discovered her name now carried a certain weight. The walk was cold, yet strangely pleasant. As she moved through the capital, she observed life gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. a stark contrast, she was certain, to the scene in Wrocław. Her thoughts drifted to a conversation she'd overheard earlier between two veterans, one joking darkly that medals were just shiny consolation prizes, a moment of cynical humor that briefly pierced the day's solemnity. The sudden roar of a delivery truck's engine startled her, and the two bouquets slipped from her grasp. She gathered them from the pavement, brushing the petals gently before continuing her walk down Płackowska Street. Passing through the wrought iron gates of the military cemetery, the sight of freshly turned earth, dark and raw against the winter ground, met her eyes. Families moved quietly along the paths, their dark clothing a silent testament to recent losses. She made her way toward the center of the grounds where a black artillery caisson stood, its empty horse traces hanging slack. A flag-draped casket rested upon it, guarded by two Polish soldiers and two American airmen standing at rigid attention. The Polish guards recognized Paulina, despite her subdued attire. They exchanged a few quiet words with the Americans, who then glanced her way with a mix of respect and curiosity. As one, the four men stepped back, creating a space of privacy and gently urging a handful of other visitors to give her room. The old wagon groaned on its leather-clad steps and rusty springs as she climbed up, pulling her thick coat tighter. The fur collar brushing her cheeks, she settled onto the seat facing the casket adorned with the stars and stripes. She reached out, her fingers tracing the fabric of the flag before laying the red, white, and blue flowers upon it. For a long moment she was still, lost in thought. Then her gaze dropped to the simple silver band on her finger. She twisted it slowly, finally sliding it off to read the engraved words once more. Words she had read countless times since a TDF officer pressed it into her hand the day before. He had known instantly who it belonged to when it was found beside the fallen American pilot. The inscription was brief: "Bonded by fire, with love, Ray." Tears came then, freely and without restraint, for several minutes. When they subsided, she climbed down the caisson's protests louder now, echoing in the still air as if reluctant to let her go. She allowed herself one final look at the casket holding Captain Raymond Shank Vance, then turned and walked toward the metro, feeling the quiet gaze of the 4 sentries on her back until she passed through the gates. Chapter 84. Nuremberg, Germany, 4 January. The military train shuddered to a stop at Nuremberg's main station just past 3 in the afternoon. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant slid the window curtain aside, studying the dull gray sky that seemed to press down on the city. He turned to survey the men in his car, his 2 acting battalion commanders, his operations officer Captain Brad Spillane, and German Army Major Blas Ott, all peering out at the platform. As one, they rose and shouldered their rucksacks. Minutes later, Grant was on the platform with Ott and a small group of officers and NCOs. An Army lieutenant with a holstered sidearm approached. "Colonel Grant?" "That's me." "Roger. Need you to sign for these?" The lieutenant handed over a sealed manila envelope and a routing form. Grant scribbled his signature, and the lieutenant took back the form, turning on his heel without another word. Master Sergeants Kellogg and Wolfram stepped closer. "What's the word, sir?" Kellogg asked. "Going by the envelope, it's either orders or a warrant." Grant used his bayonet to slit the envelope open and pulled out a single typed sheet. His eyes moved quickly over the signed and dated message before he folded it and tucked it into the zippered pocket of his tanker suit. "Well, are you going to let us in on it?" Kellogg pressed. "Orders," Grant said, off to the stockade. "Negative, back to Fort Bliss. There are birds waiting for us at the airfield. What about my team, Colonel?" Major Ott inquired. "Nothing mentioned for you, Blas." "I expect your own paperwork will follow soon." "So this is goodbye, then?" "Seems that way, for the time being. Hold on a second." Master Sergeant Wolfram interjected. He nudged Kellogg. "Come with me." Both men jogged into the station and returned in under a minute, each carrying several bottles of beer. Wolfram grinned, holding one aloft. Forget the long speeches. Let's have a proper German beer instead. Yes, he asked. Yes, came the collective reply. The men stood in the cold afternoon air, holding their chilled beers. There was a profound weight to the moment, a silence filled with unspoken thoughts. Soon after, the Americans exchanged handshakes once more with their German colleagues and climbed into the trucks idling outside the station, bound for the airport. U.S. Boxer, January 4th the H. The hangar deck of the Boxer was lined with aluminum caskets, each one covered by an American flag. Colonel Castor moved slowly down the rows, his gaze respectful as he checked the alignment of each flag and read the name tags. He spoke each name softly under his breath. His sergeant major waited patiently as he completed his final pass. Soon, both men would gather the surviving Marines and sailors of the task force on the flight deck for a ceremony meant to honor the living, to award medals for acts of courage under fire. Yet, as Castor's fingers brushed the coarse fabric of each hand-stitched flag, he thought every single man in the unit deserved recognition. Even these silent forms before him would receive a medal today. It was a decoration he had hoped in his 26 years of service never to present under such circumstances, the Purple Heart. He would complete the paperwork that evening and send it up the chain of command, all the way to the president, who had requested the privilege of signing each citation personally. Later, after taps echoed across the ship, he and a select group would secure the medals to these caskets before they were transferred to a waiting transport aircraft. 242 caskets, 242 medals, 242 final letters to be sent home. The number was seared into his mind, though he hadn't known every individual. He struggled to recall some of the faces, to honor the names. These were my men, he thought, a bitter twist in his heart. And I'm sending every one of them back the wrong way. Their lives ended too soon. Brave men, each one who had fallen for a distant piece of earth, far from their homes and families. It was, he reflected with a grim, almost sarcastic clarity, the core oldest tradition, sending the best of a nation to fight in places most would never find on a map. 3 decks above, the Navy band rehearsed Anchors Aweigh, the lively tune a stark contrast to the solemnity below. Morning light broke through the clouds and streamed into the vast space through the open elevator door outside. The deep blue of the Indian Ocean raced past at 20 knots, sparkling under the sun. A few rows over, 3 Marine sergeants sat quietly near a casket, speaking in hushed tones. Castor did not disturb them. He looked down at the casket to his left and, as he had with all the others, whispered the name inscribed there, Gunnery Sergeant Christopher Hall. Castor stopped, his hand coming to rest on the casket, both in reverence and for his own steadiness. He knew some of the names, but this one brought him to a full halt. This was the son of the 2nd Marine Division's sergeant major. Tonight, among the many letters he would write, this one would carry a few extra lines of personal condolence. He knew the news would have already reached the father. Bad news traveled at the speed of light, no matter the military's protocols. "We'll get your son home to you, Sergeant Major Hall," Castor said quietly, his voice firm. Colonel Castor, commander of the 5th Marine Regimental Combat Team, drew a steadying breath. He adjusted his camouflage uniform, stood a little taller, and pushed the surge of grief down deep inside. With a nod to his waiting sergeant major, he turned and they walked together toward the ladder, well leading up to the flight deck. Above them, the ship's band continued their rehearsal for the upcoming ceremony, the opening bars of the Marines' hymn cutting through the air. A cool, briny wind swept down the open hatch, meeting the men as they climbed the steel ladder rungs toward the flight deck. Castor had taken his moment to remember those lost. Now his focus shifted to honoring the courage of the survivors. Sergeant Casillas, front and center march. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly's command echoed across the deck, leaning heavily on his crutches. Sergeant Victor Casillas moved forward, the medical cast encasing his leg, a stark reminder of the price paid. A collective breath hitched among the assembled Marines as he wavered for a second, thrown by the subtle roll of the USS Boxer plowing through the Indian Ocean swells at 20 knots. He caught himself adjusting his weight on the aluminum crutch with a grit that spoke louder than words, a determination forged after surgeons pulled 3 Russian 7.62 millimeters rounds from his flesh, with Casillas steady. The sergeant major called the formation to attention and began reading the citation. The President of the United States takes pleasure in presenting the Silver Star Medal to Victor Humberto Casillas Ortega, Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps, for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in action, while serving with Task Force Grizzly 5th Marines, 1st Marine Division, during combat operations in support of Operation Minotaur Forge. As the words detailing the destruction of a Russian armored vehicle and multiple enemy combatants near Mombasa filled the air, Connolly fastened the medal to the sergeant's uniform. A quiet, cynical thought flickered in Connolly's mind. Minotaur Forge? That bureaucratic moniker hadn't even existed during the brutal fight from Rimma Hill. Some Pentagon desk jockey had likely dreamed it up days after the shooting stopped, a tidy label for a messy reality. The men had been too busy staying alive to care about operation names. Connolly pushed the irony aside, his voice firm with official pride. "You honor us all, Devil Dog. You are a credit to our beloved Corps and to our great country. Hurrah, sir!" Casillas barked, saluting sharply from his crutches before being dismissed. As Connolly moved off the ceremonial area, Colonel Castor approached him at the edge of the deck, a broad grin on his face. They exchanged salutes and a firm handshake. "Way to go, Dan." "Thank you, sir, for letting me pin that on him. Even as a temporary attachment to your command, that man is one hell of a fighter." "Wouldn't have had it any other way," Castor replied in his easy drawl. "Glad to have you with the Fighting Fifth, if only for a little while." With a final nod, Connolly turned to collect his sea bag. He had a short 20 minutes before the helicopter would arrive to ferry him off the Boxer, starting the long voyage back to American soil. Paris, France, January 6. Under a gentle fall of snow, Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette helped shoulder his father's coffin alongside 7 other pallbearers, guiding it toward the waiting hearse. The procession would wind its way to a final burial at St. Vincent Cemetery. In his full dress uniform, the new Legion of Merit Medal, awarded by the French president just the previous day, rested against his chest. The French president and his wife had also attended the service, offering their personal condolences and the gratitude of their nation to Apollo and his sister. Both siblings shared a silent wish that their father could have witnessed the honor. As the polished maple casket was guided into the hearse, Apollo battled a surge of emotion, a deep sorrow intertwined with a simmering rage. He understood the sadness would be a permanent companion, but he prayed the anger would eventually recede. For now, channeling that fury meant pursuing justice, not only for his father, but for the 19 dragoons lost under his command. It was a small, bitter comfort to learn, on the very day of the funeral, that Russian President Anatoly Rivkin had been ousted by the Duma. The disastrous Kremlin medal operation continued to unravel, its military and political failures laid bare, with Rivkin bearing the full weight of the blame. Leaked Defense Ministry reports even suggested he had authorized nuclear devices for the African mission, an order the field commander had refused to carry out. Meanwhile, in Europe, General Eduard Sabaneyev was making his first appearances at The Hague, despite Russia's frantic diplomatic efforts to retrieve him and bury the war crimes. Apollo knew a noose was too much to hope for, but the global spotlight on these crimes was something. He understood how fleeting that attention could be. The world's gaze would inevitably shift, allowing this whole grim chapter to fade. He helped his sister into the limousine, and they followed the hearse from the church toward the final resting place. Later that afternoon, Apollo navigated a Citroën through a light snowfall. The radio played a popular Parisian duet until Surgeon Chef Dariel, seated beside him, turned it down. "What do you expect from Corporal Constantine's family, sir?" Hard to say, Apollo replied, his attention divided between the printed directions and the car's GPS. He absently touched the bandage on his neck, a souvenir from Private Paquette's grieving mother. The scratch hadn't bothered him. He'd have endured a dozen more if it offered her any solace. Let's just hope no one else brings out a shotgun like Fournier's father. Dariel fell quiet, recalling the tense standoff from the previous day. We should return in a few months, sir. When things have settled, these visits were their final duty. A brutal spectrum of reactions. The angry, volatile encounters were stark and immediate, but it was the quiet, devastated ones, the truly sorrowful goodbyes that would linger and ache for years to come. Agreed, Apollo said, decisively turning the music back up to signal the end of the discussion. They completed the last stretch of the journey in silence. The GPS announced their arrival at a modest farmhouse, the name Constantine visible on a wooden fence. Apollo parked across the dirt road, a sad but practical precaution for a quick departure if needed. The two men exited the vehicle and paused before an old vine-choked iron gate. Out of habit, they checked each other's dress uniforms, adjusted medals, and pulled on their white gloves. Apollo gave Dariel a firm, silent nod. All set. Can anyone truly be ready for something like this? Not a chance, Apollo replied. And together they approached the massive oak door. Crystal City, Virginia, January 14. The din inside the Cine Irish pub was overwhelming, which made perfect sense given that half the Pentagon appeared to have crammed into the place. The scarred wooden bar was buried under pitchers of beer, and bodies were pressed into every available corner. In a rear booth, newly promoted Colonel Dan Connolly nursed a half-finished lager, while across from him, freshly minted Lieutenant Colonel Bob Griggs cradled a black and tan. Griggs was fiddling with Connolly's new colonel's eagle insignia, examining it from every angle. After a long minute, Connolly reached out. "All right, hand it over before you get mustard on it." "I can't help it, sir. This thing is magnificent. So magnificent I'm afraid you'll pocket it when I'm not looking." Connolly's expression turned sober. A real officer shouldn't fixate on the rank. The troops pay the price for leaders who are just in it for the decorations. Griggs gave a solemn nod, but his eyes drifted back to the metal pin. "This is probably the only time I'll ever hold one of these." Connolly couldn't help but laugh. "What are you talking about? You're on the fast track now, after helping save the entire planet." Griggs chuckled and passed the insignia back. "Nah, boss. I'm just the temporary hero. Give it a few months, I'll annoy some general and find myself back behind a desk in the Pentagon basement, surrounded by dusty files." He met the Marine's gaze. "Still beats taking bullets for a paycheck." Connolly took a slow drink. Can't argue with that logic. A commotion erupted as a Navy commander they recognized was lifted onto the shoulders of a group of junior officers and paraded toward the bar. From the shouts, it was clear he'd refused another drink, and his punishment was to either sing Anchors Away on the bar or down a shot of rum. He opted for the rum, a choice Connolly silently applauded. The room had enough off-key singing from the drunken crowd. The sight made him think of Commander Diana Del Vecchio, captain of the John Warner. She was a genuine hero, instrumental in saving the survivors from Rima Hill and then skillfully evading a cordon of enemy ships to find safe harbor. She was still out there, weeks from port, silent beneath the ocean. But Connolly looked forward to meeting her one day, shaking her hand, and resisting the urge to lift her onto his shoulders like the commander across the room. He fell into a quiet reverie, sipping his beer while Griggs chatted with a passing Army major. Connolly's thoughts were miles away, back home with Julie and the kids. He'd surprised them just 3 days prior, walking in unannounced after Africa, bearing flowers and airport chocolates, still wearing the grime and exhaustion of war and travel. The kids' joy was electric. He'd played with them, then ushered them off to bed. Later, alone with Julie, they shared a bottle of wine in the living room. In the middle of one of his stories, she set her glass aside, took his, placed both on the table, and then settled into his lap, kissing him with the same fierce intensity that had welcomed him home from every dangerous deployment for 2 decades. He loved it even more now than he did then. The memory was shattered by Griggs's voice. "Mind if I see the other one again?" With a resigned sigh, Connolly pulled the Navy Cross from his pocket. He'd stashed it away before stepping into the bar, hoping to avoid any extra attention, but that plan hadn't lasted long. Already, he'd been asked to pull it out 4 separate times by tipsy coworkers eager for a look. So when Griggs asked, Connolly reached for it once more, just as his cell phone began vibrating in his pocket. "Hang on," he said, checking the screen. The caller ID showed TX-185, a direct line tied to the emergency alert system for senior military personnel. Damn, it's the office. Something's going down. Griggs was already pulling out his own phone, his expression turning grim. "Mine too." They locked eyes across the table. "What now?" Connolly muttered, but Griggs just rubbed his face with both hands. "Come on, man. We both know what this means." Connolly pushed back from his chair. "Oh, hell!" Taiwan, January 15. The whole world seemed to pause as Taiwan's election results rolled in. Even though the outcome had been widely predicted, the confirmation still sent Asian markets into a sharp dive. The hardline faction won, narrowly but decisively, and Beijing wasted no time declaring the vote illegitimate, citing what they called a state-sponsored assassination of a pro-unification candidate. Within hours of the polls closing, U.S. satellite feeds showed Chinese forces gathering at multiple ports along the coast facing the island. Intelligence analysts quickly reached the same sobering conclusion. An invasion wasn't a matter of if, but when. It might not happen today, but it was coming. Captain Chen retrieved his night vision goggles from the mesh pouch on his belt and scanned Taiwan's quiet shoreline from the sail of the Yuan-class submarine. A steady offshore breeze rustled the trees along the coast, barely disturbing the pre-dawn stillness. Below him, a Special Forces sergeant waited on the deck. Chen gave a sharp nod, and within moments, 40 Sea Dragon commandos emerged silently from the hatches, their dark camo blending into the shadows. They moved with practiced quiet boarding inflatable boats with barely a sound. No clatter of gear, no raised voices. After a brief exchange with the submarine's captain, Chen climbed down the slick seaweed-draped ladder and stepped into the lead rubber craft. The journey back to the shores of his enemy had begun.